Nighttime. In the alley between two buildings. An ordinary toilet door inexplicably appeared on the wall, for which a man's voice could be heard. "Brother, just let me use the restroom." As soon as the words left his mouth, the handle of the toilet door was turned, and Yang Bo strode out, glimpsing the room behind him and the figure of Yang Tao standing within. Where am I? Yang Bo looked around in bewilderment. Flanked by towering structures to his left was a wall that had been sealed off, while to his right lay a road. Where the hell is this? What is happening? Brother, just as he turned back, the toilet door that had appeared on the wall vanished right before his eyes. He quickly reached out, but his fingers only grazed the cold, damp wall. Instinctively sniffing the air, Yang Bo's expression changed dramatically. Who on earth lacks decency to urinate in the street? And at such a height? Gazing at the shadow on the wall, a sense of dread enveloped him, prompting him to step back from the shocking sight. Yet, the overwhelming urge to relieve himself made him hesitate. How can a living person be forced to hold it in? If someone else can, so can I. Disregarding his current predicament, he scanned the area for any signs of life, and, seeing no one, succumbed to his nature. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to restrain himself. The screech of brakes pierced the air, and Yang Bo instinctively turned to see a black van halting at the mouth of the alley. Two men stepped out of the vehicle and walked directly towards him. Foreigners? Could it be that I've crossed into another country? As a seasoned reader, well-versed in tales of adventure, the concept of traversing realms was all too familiar to him. Having merely gone to the restroom, if this were not a case of crossing over, it would be utterly absurd. The two burly men approached without uttering a word, their eyes cold and indifferent. What's going on? Is it forbidden to relieve oneself here? As Yang Bo stood there, bewildered, the two men showed no hesitation in seizing him. What are you doing? Yang Bo immediately began to struggle, but his strength paled in comparison to theirs. However, years of brawling experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He focused on one man, lifted his foot, and stomped down hard on the other's foot, before he could seize the opportunity to escape. The man whose foot he had stomped pulled out a syringe and plunged it into his body. Oh no, this is it in mere seconds. Yang Bo felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy and uncontrollable. Modern anesthetics were far beyond the willpower of an ordinary person to resist. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yang Bo slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with excruciating pain in his arms. Looking up, he realized his hands were bound and suspended from what resembled a slaughterhouse conveyor. He was not alone. Many men and women were similarly suspended around him. Instinctively wanting to call for help, he quickly discovered that his mouth was tightly sealed with tape. In this situation, he instantly regained his composure, though it was of little consequence. Goodness gracious! Does this scene not signify that I am but a lamb to the slaughter? I'm still a virgin. How can I possibly meet my end like this? At that moment, footsteps echoed, and a figure materialized before him. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to meet the others. Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual astonishment, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The individual above wore a crimson hoodie paired with blue jeans, their short black hair exuding a sense of sharpness. Yet, Yang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that the person's complexion seemed rather pallid, as if they had been drained for a considerable time. "Hey, Keller, we got a meal that's come too." The other person's face lit up with a joyful smile as they called out to someone behind them. Suspended as he was, Yang Bo's view was obstructed by other meals, leaving him oblivious to whom the other was addressing. However, he soon caught sight of the individual named Keller. A quintessential Caucasian man approached, dressed similarly to the first but clad in a black hoodie. "Where is it, buddy?" Keller's voice rang out with excitement upon his arrival. Even someone as oblivious to social cues as Yang Bo could discern the palpable joy shared between the two. How is it that I can comprehend their conversation so clearly? Is this a peculiar benefit of my transmigration? Before his crossing into this realm, his command of English had been limited to basic phrases come, go, yes, and no. Yet, the term meal employed in their conversation stirred a disquiet within him, as it was unmistakably a reference to himself. Keller followed the other's direction, locking eyes with Yang Bo once more. Who would have thought we'd find such a splendid meal this time? Let's lower him and send him to the party. Keller couldn't suppress a grin at the sight of Yang Bo's face. A typical human, after being administered anesthetics, would generally remain unconscious for at least 2 days. Yet this individual had awakened in merely half a day. Regardless of the reason, he was deemed worthy of being sent to the blood party. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Keller couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Yongbo found himself with no means of resistance. As he was ushered into an underground dance hall, upon entering, the blaring music drowned out any surrounding voices, and vibrant figures swayed gracefully in the dance floor's embrace. These scenes invoked a sense of familiarity, and combined with previous information, a few words suddenly sprang to Yongbo's mind. Vampires, Blade Runner, feeding on humans. Coupled with this recognizable dance hall and the surrounding avaricious gazes, Yongbo finally surmised the nature of his transmigration. With this conjecture came a wave of reluctant despair. Had he been surrounded by ordinary people, he might have seized the opportunity to strike. But faced with such inhuman entities, Yongbo felt utterly powerless. Raelia, this one is yours. He is the delicacy for tonight. A provocatively dressed woman approached, and upon hearing Keller's words, she extended her hand to take Yongbo's, flashing a charming smile as she remarked, "Who would have thought that this time there would be such an unexpected gain?" As she spoke, she reached out and gently caressed Yongbo's face, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she said, "Hee, young handsome, today is surely a day you will never forget." The tape on Yongbo's face had loosened considerably over the course of the day. He subtly turned his head, freeing himself from the adhesive, and gazed calmly at the woman before him, softly uttering a single phrase. "Beautiful lady, before I meet my end, could you possibly allow me to shed my status as a virgin?" Chapter 2. The Ballroom Incident. Regrettably, the alluring and seductive vampire maiden did not acquiesce to Yongbo's request. The reason was straightforward, akin to how humans would not feel compelled to engage with a plate of enticing, aromatic sweet and sour pork. She possessed no interest in whether Yongbo was a virgin. Her sole fascination lay with his blood. The cacophony of music in the underground ballroom escalated, and the atmosphere gradually reached a crescendo. Cast aside upon the sofa, Yongbo coldly observed the throng on the dance floor, temporarily disregarding the opportunistic female vampire beside him. "I wonder how many prey among this crowd are akin to myself." Just then, a strong metallic scent infiltrated Yongbo's nostrils, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. A deluge of liquid cascaded from the ceiling, yet the frenzied humans, enveloped in dim light, remained oblivious to any irregularities, their eyes closed in blissful revelry. The scent of blood incited the concealed vampires to surrender to their primal instincts, baring their fangs. "Here it comes." Yongbo cast a glance at the nearby beauty, who similarly revealed her fangs, a flicker of madness igniting in his gaze. "You, beautiful creature, I curse you." "Of course, that was not aimed at you." Seizing the moment when the vampire Retaliation was momentarily distracted, Yongbo sprang from the sofa, his head crashing violently into her face. A wave of dizziness sweeping over him as if he were on the brink of unconsciousness. Damn. The physical prowess of vampires surpassed that of humans. Even with Yongbo's intention of mutual destruction, the result merely transformed her nose into that of a certain dark lord. With a resounding thud, Yongbo was hurled backward, an intense pain radiating from his abdomen as she effortlessly kicked him away. He landed with a thump on the ground, feeling as though his entire body had disassembled, warmth trickling from his forehead, a reminder of his own blood. The sound of Yongbo hitting the floor and the screams from the dance floor were thoroughly drowned out by the deafening music. The beautiful vampire, no. Now she was the Dark Lord vampire Retaliation, leaped beside Yongbo, an expression of fury gracing her blood-smeared visage, which struck Yongbo as somewhat amusing. "You wretch, I shall drain every drop of your blood." "Oh, is it merely blood you seek? I possess other fluids as well." Even in the face of impending doom, Yongbo could not suppress a taunt, a reflex born from his daily indulgence in comedic banter. He could not let his words fall to the ground. "You." She raised her foot and mercilessly kicked him in the head. With a buzzing sensation, darkness enveloped his vision, and the ensuing pain engulfed him. "Pray, you have truly incensed me." Retaliation leaned down and seized Yongbo, lifting him off the ground, her gaze fixed on him with a fierce intensity. "Quick, hurry, while it's warm." Aware of his impending demise, Yang Bo's eyes dulled, blood trickling from his forehead, coupled with the excruciating agony in his abdomen, clouding his thoughts. All he desired now was to succumb to sleep. A chilling warmth coursed through his neck, and he realized he had been bitten. Weakness enveloped him. Yet he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to open his eyes. Before him stood a figure with flowing golden hair and a porcelain complexion, adorned with delicate, animated ears. With a final surge of energy, he whispered into the figure's ear, "To be honest, you were truly quite beautiful." Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his teeth into the soft flesh of the ear. The average human bite force ranges from 23 to 68 kilograms. Although Yang Bo felt feeble, the adrenaline surged within him, enabling him to bite down firmly. Blood filled his mouth, and he held onto a charming ear, a testament to his defiance. "You want my life, huh?" he thought with a grim chuckle. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and Yang Bo was hurled away, yet he felt no pain. It was as if, in that fleeting moment of clarity, he had bitten down and now lacked the strength to keep his eyes open. Lying on the cold floor, he sensed the temperature plummeting around him, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him. He faintly heard a loud thud, reminiscent of someone kicking a door. But it felt distant and irrelevant to his plight. All I wanted was to use the restroom. Moments later, Yang Bo abruptly opened his eyes. Gasping for warm air, the surroundings evoking a sense of familiarity. Turning his head, he noticed the mottled walls bearing the marks he had left behind. Isn't this where I first traversed into this realm? Am I resurrected? The taste of blood and the searing pain felt all too real to be a mere dream. Just then, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Vampire and Hunter module loading. Loading successful. Please select a profession, Vampire, Vampire Hunter. Was this a cheat activated? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo opted for the Vampire Hunter profession. He never wished to experience the feeling of being prey again. Now that he possessed the ability to resurrect, he longed to return to the vampire's lair and exact vengeance. He was no gentleman. The notion of waiting a decade for retribution was foreign to him. If he had the power, he would act immediately. "System, are you there?" Despite his calls, there was no response. He silently affirmed, "I choose the Vampire Hunter." Vampire Hunter class transition successful. To change classes, gather the necessary materials. A warm sensation surged through his body, indicating some form of transformation. Though he could not pinpoint the exact change, the warmth appeared swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Within moments, tranquility returned. Is that it? How utterly dismissive. He examined himself, finding no discernible changes in his physical prowess, which left him feeling disheartened. The system seemed devoid of intelligence, lacking even a novice's prompt. Everything required self-discovery. First, let me ascertain where I truly am. Stepping out of the alley and onto the bustling road, he felt a sense of relief for having traversed into the modern era. If he had found himself in ancient times or a fantastical realm, he would have been at a complete loss for survival. So many foreigners. Wait, it seems I am the foreigner now? Shaking his head to dismiss this trivial thought, he wandered aimlessly along the street, striving to ascertain his current location. Flanking the road were various shops, and he could discern the meanings of the signs with clarity, which puzzled him. Just yesterday, I could comprehend English, which implies that this system has been in place since then. Yet, why is it that I can only choose a profession now? Could it be that my system grows stronger the more I falter? Lost in these musings, he continued to meander along the path. Chapter 3. The disappearance of Tony. Tony Stark, president of Stark Industries, has gone missing in the region of Afghanistan. Damn. Yang Bo, filled with frustration, crammed the newspaper he had picked up into his pocket. Now he had come to realize exactly where he was: Manhattan, New York, in the year 2008. Specifically in the fabled Hell's Kitchen. At this point, Tony Stark had yet to undergo his transformation into Iron Man, and the grand era of heroes had not fully arrived. He had initially thought he had merely crossed into the world of Blade, but it now appeared he had traversed into the expansive Marvel Cinematic Universe. Consequently, the danger level of this world had surged from a mere 1 to an astounding 100. After all, it would be no surprise to encounter any number of monstrous beings in the Marvel realm. He lifted his gaze towards the law office of Matt Murdock across the street. which served as further proof of his presence in the Marvel Universe. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, also known as the Man Without Fear, had once saved a blind man from being struck by a truck, inadvertently exposing himself to radioactive materials that caused his own blindness. Yet, this misfortune had heightened his other senses. Under the rigorous training of a blind martial arts master, Matt honed his extraordinary senses and became a formidable warrior. By day, he was a lawyer, and by night, he donned his mask to become Daredevil, fighting crime in the gritty Hell's Kitchen of New York. The village chief of the novice village, young Bo, couldn't help but scoff. Daredevil was among the first encounters for many who had traversed into this universe. After all, his capabilities were not exceptionally powerful. Aside from his heightened hearing and perception, he did not exceed the limitations of humanity. Turning away, he had no desire to engage with these Marvel heroes, save for Blade. As he longed for this band of shadowy vampires to experience the warmth of the sun, this timeline feels off. According to the chronology, Matt's law firm should not have been established until after the New York battle, and it is merely 2008. Matt ought to still be undergoing training with his master. Indeed, reality and film are two entirely different matters. The films depict Hell's Kitchen as perilous, yet after wandering for a while, I have only witnessed 2 robberies and heard 3 gunshots, far less exaggerated than portrayed in the media. Now, young Bo found himself with nowhere to turn, devoid of money and identity. To survive in such a place as America, he would have to remain hidden within the chaos, and Hell's Kitchen was the optimal choice. What on earth is this? He stared in bewilderment at a sudden row of chicken legs that had appeared before him. Counting them revealed a total of 10, with the foremost leg seemingly having been bitten into. Is this the hunger value of my world? Have I played games so much that I'm hallucinating? This thought flitted through his mind, for whether he closed his eyes or shifted his gaze, the row of chicken legs remained conspicuously within his line of sight. The surrounding pedestrians seemed oblivious to any anomaly, indicating that this phenomenon was visible only to him. Could it be that my cheat is not a system, but rather my world? If he had truly transformed into a real-life version of Steve, then everything would make sense. The miraculous resurrection, the vampire modules, including the row of chicken legs before him, and the unresponsive system. My world is an immensely versatile sandbox game where one can slay monsters, embark on adventures, craft equipment, and construct wonders. Moreover, one can integrate various modules to shape the game according to one's desires. As an experienced player of this world, young Bo was undoubtedly well acquainted with every aspect of it. Since I have become Steve, my body should be in a digitized state. Why then can I still feel pain? Could it be that my world-esque capabilities have not fully loaded? He extended his hand and pinched his arm, the sensation of pain remaining starkly vivid. Suddenly, he sensed an odd atmosphere surrounding him. Upon regaining focus, he noticed the passers-by casting sympathetic glances in his direction. His earlier stance, standing still with closed eyes, swaying his head, had already drawn their attention, and now his self-inflicted behavior led them to question whether he had suffered a head injury. Even young Bo found it difficult to withstand the scrutiny of the crowd. His face flushed with embarrassment, prompting a hasty retreat. The onlookers parted to create a path, fearful of contracting some peculiar ailment. Upon returning to the alley where he had respawned, he realized he was unfamiliar with the city. And this alley was the only place he recognized, having left his mark there. Surprisingly, he felt no fatigue. Was this the benefit of becoming Steve? He had sprinted for over 10 minutes, and other than a slight decrease in hunger, he felt no trace of exhaustion, not even a hint of breathlessness. He examined his fair hands, then glanced at the grimy stone floor. It was time to test his most crucial ability. He gently tapped the ground, and black squares appeared on the gray stone surface, increasing with each tap. A smile of exhilaration spread across young Bo's face. Indeed, this essential ability had been preserved. If he could not break blocks, then my world would be incomplete. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in his ears as the stone slab beneath him vanished, replaced by a miniature slab hovering above the ground. Before he could react, the slab swiftly flew into his body. What the heck? This unexpected scene startled young Bo. And despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing a palm-sized slab enter his body left him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he reached out to feel his body, relieved to find everything intact. It appeared that this slab was merely a decorative item. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily acquired. Did it perhaps enter his backpack? As this thought crossed his mind, a translucent window materialized before him, revealing a backpack akin to that in the game, featuring 4 rows of 9 slots, totaling 36 compartments. Within it lay a gray stone slab, clearly the one he had just knocked from the ground. At the very top of the interface lies a 2x2 synthesis window, accompanied by 4 equipment slots on the left side. Unlike in the game, where the player's avatar would typically be positioned, there is instead a trio of buttons: complete data mode, on, off, equipment display, on, off, revival permission, on, off. Among these options, only the revival permission is activated, while the other 2 remain deactivated. Upon observing the final option, Yongbo couldn't help but express his frustration. Could the last option be concealed? I fear I might accidentally click on it. Chapter 4. The disappearance of trees as a spark ignited within Yongbo's mind. The stone slab from his backpack materialized in his hand, measuring merely a dozen centimeters. He directed it toward the gap in the ground, and an illusory outline of the slab materialized on the surface. Place, he commanded, and the stone slab vanished from his grasp, reappearing in its original position. Had he not been the one to remove it, one would hardly believe it had ever been disturbed. I must first find a way to procure some wood. A familiar adage echoed in his mind, asserting that to seek wealth, one must first fell trees. Wood is the cornerstone of survival. Without it, one cannot craft a workbench. Nor could one even forge a wooden pickaxe. Glancing upward to gauge the time, he realized the towering edifices on either side of the alley completely obscured the sun. It must be around 10 in the morning. I should explore the vicinity for a park. I recall there is a Central Park in Manhattan. Central Park, nestled between the Upper East Side and Upper West Side, is the largest park in Manhattan, sprawling across nearly 315 hectares, enveloped by towering skyscrapers. Its significance in America is unparalleled, akin to the reverence held for the Forbidden City or the Great Wall in the hearts of the Chinese. After inquiring with a few amiable residents, Yongbo found himself at the familiar yet alien Central Park. It felt familiar because he had previously played a video game, Prototype, which featured a map inspired by Manhattan, complete with the iconic Central Park. However, the real Central Park's vastness far exceeded that depicted in the game. Crossing the crosswalk, Yongbo entered Central Park, where the lush trees and verdant grass starkly contrasted with the modern steel jungle behind him. As he gazed upon the park, a singular thought consumed him. I shall reside in this park from now on. The park was teeming with visitors. Not only locals, but also many tourists drawn by its allure. Yongbo surveyed the dense thicket in the distance and, having identified his objective, made his way toward it. Upon arrival, he discovered that the number of visitors in the woods was hardly less than those on the grassy expanses. Alas, even attempting to fell a tree proves to be such a challenge. How wonderful it would be to have traversed to a quaint village instead. Seated on a bench within Central Park, he awaited the opportune moment to act. His hunger, denoted by the chicken drumsticks, had diminished by 3. Yet as long as he remained inactive, his hunger would not further decline. He rummaged through his pockets, producing all the possessions he had: 3 1-yuan notes, a pack of cigarettes, and a standard lighter, nothing more. Opening the cigarette pack, he counted 8 remaining. He extracted one, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, allowing his taut nerves to relax. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. I wonder if my elder brother would be alarmed by my sudden disappearance. As time elapsed, Yongbo sat in his chair, basking in the gentle breeze, surrounded by a continuous stream of visitors. However, he had nowhere else to go and thus exhibited remarkable patience. As dusk approached, he admired the exquisite fiery clouds adorning the horizon. Rising from his seat, he felt no discomfort despite having sat for several hours post his data integration. Finally, he stood up. It was mealtime, and the number of visitors in Central Park had significantly diminished. Although some remained, the crowd was far less compared to the daytime, particularly in the dimly lit grove where few tourists lingered. Venturing into the woods, Yongbo approached a grand tree, its trunk robust enough for 2 to embrace. He worried that a thinner tree might not withstand his efforts to strike off a plank. With a rhythmic thud, he struck the trunk, feeling no pain. as if his hands were pounding on a soft cotton bag. The fissures in the tree's bark were decidedly slower to yield than those of decorative stone slabs. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the tree transformed before him into fist-sized brown blocks, spiraling down to the ground. As Yang Bo prepared to dodge, he was astonished by the sight of the blocks and hurriedly collected them into his backpack. Was this a one-click tree-felling feature? He had anticipated two scenarios. Either a segment of the trunk would fall while the upper portion remained suspended in the air, or the tree would topple entirely under the influence of Newton's laws. Yet, the current situation deviated entirely from his expectations, which was fortuitous as it spared him unwanted attention. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered that this single tree had yielded 23 pieces of wood and 4 oak saplings. Without hesitation, he placed the wood into the synthesis slot of his backpack. Each piece could be decomposed into 4 planks, and with those planks, he crafted a core workbench akin to that in his beloved game. Casting a glance around and finding no one in sight, he set the workbench upon the ground. It exhibited a light brown hue, with a pair of pliers hanging from its side, far more three-dimensional than the textures in the game, though they could not be removed. Above the workbench, a 3x3 synthesis grid was depicted. Seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear, Yang Bo focused his thoughts and opened the workbench's interface. The interface mirrored the grid of the workbench, presenting a 3x3 window. To his delight, he noticed a green book at the side of the synthesis window, a synthesis chart. He had feared that without it, he would be limited to a lower version. With the chart, his task became significantly easier. The original synthesis recipes were deeply etched in his memory, including frequently used items from various mods, though some obscure recipes eluded him. Wait, how does one make a cake? Taking out 3 pieces of wood and 2 sticks, he crafted a wooden pickaxe and began striking the workbench. With each strike, the cracks multiplied, and a crisp sound resonated as the workbench transformed into a miniaturized version, drawing itself into his backpack. Find a place to burrow underground and see if there's any way to unearth cobblestones. If that proves futile, then the only option left is to devise a means of escaping Manhattan. Manhattan is an island, although it is connected to the mainland by bridges. Encountering law enforcement could lead to complications. Until the identity issue is resolved, it would be prudent for him to remain within Central Park. The task of uprooting the grass was accomplished swiftly, and in just a few strokes, a passage leading below the surface materialized. Yang Bo leaped into the opening and swiftly covered it with soil. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and with a flick of his lighter, he illuminated his surroundings. A phrase involuntarily surfacing in his mind, the ancestors lie vertically, and the descendants shall surely thrive. Chapter 5. Cave Survival. The faint glow of the lighter appeared exceptionally precious within the confines of the cave. Observing the earth around him, which was thick with various roots and tubers, Yang Bo remained motionless, acutely aware that this was the real world. He feared that digging too deep might suffocate him. After releasing the lighter, he stood still for approximately 10 minutes, during which he experienced no sensation of asphyxiation or discomfort. He felt no anxiety of suffocation. Could it be that I no longer require oxygen? Drawing in a couple of deep breaths of the earthy air, a smile crept across Yang Bo's face. Was this not invincibility? Once again, he produced the lighter. With a flick, the yellow flame illuminated the surroundings anew. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, pondering. Could it be that the blocks in my world can generate air? Such speculation was not far-fetched. In my world, merely placing a wooden door underwater could conjure air out of thin space. Realizing there was no threat of suffocation, Yang Bo extended his hand to dig deeper into the ground, discovering increasingly peculiar items buried within the soil. Gazing at the digitized bones in his hand and the human skull embedded in the wall, his expression shifted, and he murmured, "Though I know not who you are or the reasons for your burial here, I sincerely thank you for your contribution." With a series of knocks, he dislodged the soil covering the bones, which yielded a total of 8 bones, more than the drop rate of skeleton archers in the game. After observing the remaining skull, he returned it to its original place and filled the hole back in with dirt. It appeared that the resources and materials from the game could also be obtained in reality. However, Yang Bo was merely indulging in thoughts for the time being. Not to mention the fist-sized diamonds. Even gold the length of his arm was beyond his consideration as a poor individual. Iron armor was his target. Although the soil was stratified into topsoil, subsoil, and bedrock, all distinctions vanished under the rules of my world, uniformly transformed into dirt blocks. After excavating approximately 17 meters, he gazed at the gray ground beneath his feet, feeling a surge of excitement. He reached out to tap the surface above, which also displayed cracks. Albeit the spread of these fissures was exceedingly slow. Yang Bo ceased his actions, knowing this indicated his insufficient digging level. His world possessed a remarkably scientific developmental trajectory. Initially, one could only collect wooden items, such as wood, planks, doors, and fences, all of which had a hardness of 1. To excavate higher and harder materials, one required appropriate tools. Otherwise, forced digging would yield nothing but futility. At last, he encountered stone. He decided to strike it and see if it could be transformed into cobblestone. If not, he would have to consider alternative methods. Brandishing his prepared wooden pickaxe, he aimed at the stone beneath his feet and struck down. This time, the effort was remarkably successful, as each hit on the stone's surface produced a multitude of cracks. With a familiar sound of falling objects, a piece of cobblestone was absorbed into Yang Bo's backpack. At long last, he could embrace the Stone Age. Clutching a wooden pickaxe, he tirelessly gathered stones from his surroundings, preparing to construct a sanctuary, a home of his own. The wooden pickaxe boasted an impressive durability of 59 points. To conserve materials, Yang Bo utilized the tool until only a single durability point remained, reluctantly stowing it away in a corner of his backpack, intending to let it shine once more after crafting a furnace. To prevent collapses, he laid a layer of cobblestone on the ceiling, ensuring he would not be buried alive beneath the earth. Setting down his workbench, he crafted 2 stone pickaxes and a furnace, glancing at his dwindling hunger meter with a furrowed brow. With the issues of stone and wood resolved, it was time to tackle the problem of sustenance. Yang Bo sighed in resignation, lamenting the disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. Opening the interface of the furnace before him, he noted its simplicity. 3 slots in total, with the top slot designated for items to be smelted, the middle for fuel, and the right for output, where the finished products would appear. He placed the nearly depleted wooden pickaxe into the fuel slot and added 3 pieces of wood into the raw materials slot, intending to first produce charcoal for torches. The moment he placed the wood inside, the furnace ignited automatically, flames flickering through the window above. Compared to the game, the fire in reality felt far more authentic, illuminating the modest space around him. Under normal circumstances, the furnace required 10 seconds to smelt each item, a mere blink of an eye for Yang Bo. He retrieved the charcoal and, combining it with sticks, crafted 12 torches. They would suffice for now, as he had no immediate plans to mine. In reality, minerals were not as ubiquitous as in the game. Should he wish to mine, he would need to journey from New York to the abandoned mines of the Midwest, hoping to discover remnants of veins left behind. Using cobblestone, he fashioned a set of stone tools, wielding the stone sword with ease as he swung it a few times. Finding it quite comfortable, expanding the room slightly, he selected a suitable spot, intentionally raising the height a bit, and planted saplings that had fallen into his backpack earlier. Satisfied with the height above, he nodded to himself, pondering whether they could grow underground. From his backpack, he retrieved bones contributed by an anonymous volunteer, breaking them down entirely into bone meal within the crafting grid. In the world he inhabited, bone meal acted as a magical fertilizer for plants. Simply aiming it at crops would hasten their growth. Holding the clump of seemingly battered white powder, he directed it at the sapling on the ground, silently wishing for its use. A multitude of green particles appeared from nowhere, merging into the sapling, yet this time the bone meal did not accelerate its growth. If one attempt failed, then 2 would suffice. Spending 4 units of bone meal, a tree composed of blocks materialized in the basement, transforming what had been a somewhat spacious area into a rather cramped one. Indeed, it is cultivable. This makes things considerably more convenient. If one were to visit the park daily to fell trees, it would hardly take much time before someone came to investigate the situation. Picking up the timber and the 3 fallen saplings, he noticed the red apples lying on the ground and joyfully walked over to collect them. At last, there was something to eat. Taking out a vibrant red apple, he bit into it without a moment's hesitation. The crisp texture, combined with the delightful sweetness, made Yongbo feel that this was the most delicious apple he had ever tasted. First, he would examine the vampire module, and then he would venture out to see if he could find some scrap iron. If it could be transformed into ingots, it would be much more convenient. Chapter 6. The time for the hunt has arrived. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire some bones. Without bone meal, the growth of plants was exceedingly sluggish. He was also uncertain of the whereabouts of this American Bibation. Yongbo sat upon a half-brick, his lips clasping a cigarette, as he languidly exhaled wisps of smoke. In his hand, he twirled a sharp stake, his gaze icy, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the previous night's grim spectacle, where humans were reduced to mere sustenance. He pondered the hiding places of those ruffians. Encountering a blade warrior would be fortuitous, as it might yield some valuable intelligence. He stowed the stake and rose to his feet. The stake was a tool employed by hunters within the vampire module, designed specifically to combat vampires. Its synthesis was remarkably simple, requiring only 2 wooden sticks and a plank. Yet, it remarkably increased the drop rate of vampire loot. Slaying a vampire with a stake would yield vampire souls and vampire blood. Moreover, upon unlocking the skill, basic use of the stake, one could use it to dispatch vampires with health below 35 in a single strike. Unlocking the skill, true use of the stake, allowed one to slay vampires with health under 200 from behind. Approaching the workbench, he retrieved some sticks and crafted wooden ladders, placing them in the passage leading to the surface. Gradually climbing up, he used a shovel to excavate the soil above, peering around to ensure no one was near before leaping out of the hole and deftly sealing the entrance behind him. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings, particularly within the dense forest. The daytime visitors had vanished, yet faint screams of women echoed in the distance, indicating that matters were far from straightforward. Damn! The wilderness was so audibly chaotic, it was audaciously reckless. Yongbo was not one to relish live broadcasts, although he occasionally received invitations to join others on drives. His principled nature compelled him to seek a pristine, brand-new vehicle, should circumstances allow. Listening to the sounds, he made his way in the opposite direction. Though his pace was slow and deliberate, his hunger level had dwindled to a mere 8 points, equivalent to 4 chicken legs. He feared that if he ran any further, he might encounter danger and be unable to flee. After more than 10 minutes, Yongbo finally re-entered the modern world. The skyline of Manhattan was ablaze with lights, and the streets bustled with pedestrians. Compared to the daytime, the city radiated its true allure at night. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his senses, weighing heavily upon him. And new information surged into his mind. There are vampires. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced in the direction of the odor. A young Caucasian man in a brown short-sleeved shirt was approaching him, yet the man's intentions were not aimed at him. He merely passed by. A golden aura enveloped the man's form, and remarkably, this halo did not hinder Yongbo from discerning the pallor of the man's face. Even with the crowd obstructing his view, he could see the golden outline of the figure beneath the surface. Is this vampire perception? Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. The effect before him evoked memories of the skill vampire sense from the hunter class in the game, which enabled players to detect nearby wild vampires and vampire players. However, this skill was only accessible to 4th-level vampire hunters, and he was merely a novice hunter at level 0. How could he possibly possess such an ability? Silently, he chanted, "Open the vampire module skill bar." As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the vampire module skill bar materialized before him. Since he was currently classed as a hunter, the display featured only hunter skills. In the middle section were several skills, yet apart from vampire sense, all others appeared grayed out, indicating they were unusable. In the upper right corner of the screen, his remaining skill points were displayed. Typically, a newly transitioned class would show 0 points, but his was astonishingly marked at -1. Is this even possible? Can we negotiate? Let me activate all the skills first, and I promise to repay them after I level up. Unfortunately, Yongbo lacked a system, and his hopeful aspirations were evidently dashed. Naturally, he turned around and followed the vampire, relying on his skill. Yongbo needed merely to trail about 20 meters behind. His tests had shown that as long as the vampire remained within this distance, the golden halo surrounding the creature would not fade. The nauseating scent emitted by the vampire lingered in the air, allowing him to track its presence even when it disappeared from sight. Unable to contain himself, he licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes, as though he had caught a glimpse of a stunning beauty. That figure is simply breathtaking. Riding once would surely leave me breathless. Where did they go? Distracted by this sinister presence, the vampire swiftly vanished from his view. However, Yang Bo was not overly concerned, for the lingering scent in the air continued to guide him. He quickened his pace and soon spotted the vampire re-emerging within his line of sight. The number of passers-by dwindled, and Yang Bo sensed that the vampire had become aware of his pursuit. After all, he was no seasoned scout. The vampire cast a glance over their shoulder, hands tucked in pockets, and ventured into a less populated area. Observing the figure retreat into a narrow alley, Yang Bo's lips curled into a playful smile. Truly brazen. His own boldness stemmed from the ability to resurrect, yet he pondered what audacity fueled the vampire's confidence. As he watched the vampire lurking around the corner of the alley, awaiting his arrival, Yang Bo shook his head gently, his gaze turning steely and his smile fading. A stone axe materialized in his hand as he crouched low, blending against the wall, stealthily approaching the alley. This maneuver resembled a stealth skill from his own world, allowing him to minimize the noise his body produced. At a distance of merely 2 paces from the alley, Yang Bo came to a halt. Through the unique effect of his skill, he could distinctly perceive the vampire lurking at the corner of the wall. The creature was evidently prepared. The moment Yang exposed himself, he would undoubtedly be yanked into the alley and subjected to a rather forceful embrace. With one individual and the vampire positioned on either side of the wall, Yang Tao raised the stone axe in his hand, ready to deliver a delightful surprise should the vampire's impatience compel it to reveal itself. As the sound of footsteps faded, the vampire, unable to contain its restlessness, began to sway, as if caught in a moment of indecision about whether to peek around the corner. A minute later, the vampire could no longer restrain itself and cautiously poked its head out, eager to glimpse the situation outside. Surprise, what the hell? As the vampire turned its head upon hearing the sound, it was met with the swift descent of Yang Bo's stone axe, striking the creature on the head, causing its health to plummet from 28 to 15 points. Chapter 7. The time for wealth. The vampire was forcefully struck to the ground by Yang Bo's axe. But as he did not fully activate the digital mode, the sharp stone axe became embedded in the creature's skull, resembling a Halloween decoration. A guttural roar escaped the vampire's lips, a sound devoid of clear meaning, as it struggled to rise, its hands pressing against the ground. As it lifted its head, it met Yang Bo's icy gaze, void of any emotion. Seize the opportunity to take your life. Yang Bo, adhering to the ancestral maxim, withdrew the stone axe and struck the vampire's head once more with a resounding thud. The creature crumpled to the ground again, its health, which had dwindled to 15 points, diminished by another 9 points. The health points were indicative of the vampire's current physical state, and even with its abnormal constitution, it could scarcely withstand 2 blows to the head. Observing the remaining 6 health points, Yang Bo's stone axe vanished and was replaced by a wooden stake specifically designed for vampire hunting. With no hint of compassion, he raised the stake high and thrust it into the creature's back with precision. The heart is on the left, isn't it? However, the sharp stake failed to penetrate the vampire's defenses. A glance at the -1 that appeared above the vampire's head left Yang Bo somewhat exasperated. The vampire's health had not yet reached the critical threshold of 15, rendering his stake merely a decorative item that could only inflict a forced point of damage. Undeterred, he continued his assault, as the speed of the stake's strikes surpassed that of the stone axe significantly. As the vampire's health dwindled to 4 points, the stake penetrated effortlessly, akin to sinking into sand. The vampire, having its health completely depleted, emitted a chilling scream as its body ignited from within, ultimately transforming into a pile of black ash. Yang Bo, momentarily taken aback by the spoils that fell from the vampire, felt his previously indifferent demeanor thaw as he stepped forward to collect the items into his backpack, so it can drop items. A quick survey of his surroundings revealed lights flickering on in nearby windows, evidently drawn by the vampire's final, anguished cries. He kicked the ashes left behind by the vampire, only to be surprised by the numerous metallic objects that emerged from the remnants. Goodness! It seems there are indeed some treasures left behind. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable. The natural heat upon the vampire's demise could incinerate clothing to ash. But if it were capable of vaporizing all metals like in the movies, it would not be a vampire but rather a walking, self-destructive vehicle. After picking up a golden necklace from the ground, he turned to leave, unable to suppress a parting spit. Poor thing. Navigating through the winding streets back to the bustling thoroughfare, Yongbo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although it was his first encounter with taking a life akin to that of a human, his body experienced no discomfort. Rather, he felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. His hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed by excitement. He reached a bench position by the roadside and settled down, eagerly opening his backpack to inspect the loot he had acquired. Vampire fangs, 1. Vampire blood, 1. Fortune smiled upon him. For the very first vampire he encountered yielded the coveted vampire blood. This precious substance is an essential ingredient for crafting blood potions, which bestow upon players no fewer than 3 distinct random status effects. While the efficacy of these potions may hinge on luck, humanity possesses an enigmatic confidence in that very aspect, and Yongbo was no exception. Having settled his emotions on a nearby bench, he rose once more to stroll along the path, aware that he could sense the vampires lurking around him, and that they dropped materials upon defeat. It would be remiss not to seek out a solitary vampire and express his gratitude for being spared his sustenance. Yongbo paid little heed to the vampire's stronghold. At present, he was ill-equipped to confront a cluster of them, even with knowledge of their lair. He lacked the strength to breach it, which is why he had refrained from inquiring about the vampire's insights. After meandering for a little over 10 minutes, a familiar scent wafted through the air, causing Yongbo to glance eagerly in its direction. A strikingly attractive woman of African descent sauntered along the road, her tall and alluring figure capturing the gaze of the men around her. Unlike the pallid white vampire he had previously encountered, her complexion bore no trace of ashen hues. Rather, her exposed skin glistened as though coated in a layer of oil, reflecting the ambient light in a manner that beckoned the curious to reach out and explore whether her tantalizing form was indeed as sumptuous as it appeared. Without hesitation, Yongbo trailed behind her once again, but soon sensed something amiss. He noticed he was not the only one shadowing her. A few rough-looking men were also in pursuit. Is Manhattan truly this competitive now? Must one form a queue to hunt vampires in this day and age? Observing the trio of men who were intermittently stopping in front of him, he leaned in to eavesdrop on their conversation. Let us follow this lady. When we find a secluded spot, we'll surely enjoy ourselves. That figure is simply exquisite. One of them exclaimed. Garcia, you're spot on. Look at that voluptuous rear. I swear she could drain you dry. Their lewd remarks left Yongbo speechless, and he cast a pitying glance at the trio trailing behind the vampire. As night descended, the vampire emerged from her hiding place in search of suitable prey. Not far ahead of Yongbo, the vampire Eva was also on the prowl. Casting a discreet glance over her shoulder at the 4-man entourage, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Ah, how delightful it is to have food delivered right to my doorstep, she mused, instinctively licking her lips. With her bait already set, Eva prepared to ensnare her quarry, swaying her alluring hips towards a more secluded area. Yongbo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Are all these vampires alumni of the same school? Must they all adhere to this singular script? Though grumbling, Yongbo exhibited no hesitation as he trailed behind the trio of assailants. Observing the occasional glance from the vampire, the 3 men hastened their pace, encircling their target as the foot traffic dwindled. The leading man, adorned with a lascivious grin, inquired, Hey, pretty girl, care to join us for some fun? Rest assured, you will have a delightful time. The black vampire, smiling broadly, regarded the encroaching trio with an air of nonchalance, responding, Oh, are the 3 of you in this together? After casting a sidelong glance at Yongbo, who stood a short distance away with a cheerful demeanor, he added, What about you? Care to join? Without a moment's pause, Yongbo, wearing a playful smile, readily agreed and moved closer to the group. Chapter 8. The 5 Yongbo's unexpected inclusion did not elicit disdain from the 3 ruffians. Rather, it ignited their peculiar enthusiasm, rendering them even more exhilarated. You go first. No, you, brother, you go first. How about we let the newcomer take the lead? The group engaged in a courteous exchange, following the vampire to a secluded corner. Observing the scene of brotherly camaraderie, Yongbo couldn't help but marvel at the genuine bonds that exist among humanity. "Then I shall go first," Yongbo declared with a cheerful smile, stepping forward to confront the black vampire. The two exchanged glances, each revealing a sense of satisfaction. "A handsome fellow from Asia. Heh, I haven't." Before the vampire could finish, Yongbo leaped and struck him down with a stone axe, the sudden turn of events catching the three ruffians off guard. "Oh, shit." The trio hastily drew their firearms, aiming them at Yongbo. One of the Mexican ruffians nervously exclaimed, "Hey, friend, don't move, or I won't hesitate to send a round your way." His words were abruptly interrupted by a shrill scream as the female vampire, who had been felled by Yongbo, sprang back to her feet and lunged at an unsuspecting ruffian. "Ah, save me," cried the unfortunate fellow as he was tackled, prompting the remaining two to aim their guns at the woman atop him. "Damn it, what manner of creature is this?" As they hesitated to pull the trigger, Yongbo seized the moment without a hint of delay, gripping the axe anew and delivering another blow. The vampire was repelled by an unseen force, just managing to disengage from the ruffian beneath her. However, this moment came too late. The ruffian had already sustained a bite, clutching his neck with trembling hands as blood seeped through his fingers. "She's gone mad. She actually bit me, damn it," he shouted, unsteadily raising his arm to fire his weapon, the bullet striking the vampire. "Carrie, are you insane?" the Mexican ruffian exclaimed in panic. Though armed, they were not terrorists, and would only resort to violence in dire circumstances. "She's crazy. She wants to kill me." The female vampire's shriek echoed once more as she crouched on all fours, poised to pounce on another target. Yongbo, however, was determined not to grant her that opportunity. "Watch out." With a powerful leap, he ascended once more, bringing his axe down with force. The vampire's prowess was evidently superior to that of the previous one he had encountered, as evidenced by her substantial health points. What sort of monster is this? It was clear that this was the first encounter for the three men with a vampire, faced with a creature that could still move after being shot. They struggled to accept the reality, and the two standing resolved to pull their triggers simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot effortlessly drained a bit of the vampire's vitality. Clearly, ordinary small-caliber bullets posed little threat to such a creature. However, if silver bullets were employed, the circumstances would be entirely different. With Yongbo's final strike, the vampire emitted a chilling scream as her body ignited in a rapid conflagration. In mere seconds, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind only her dropped possessions, which were automatically absorbed into Yongbo's backpack. What sorcery is this? She has vanished. The three thugs were profoundly shaken by the spectacle. A living being had simply disappeared before their eyes. Yongbo gently prodded a small pile of black ash on the ground with his stone axe, curious to see if the female vampire would yield any valuable items. To his surprise, a few bullets clinked as they fell out, but there were no other metallic remnants. Were they truly so impoverished? Frowning, he raised his gaze to the thug lying on the ground, lifting his leg to inspect the man's condition. Yet, the thug remained an enigma, a figure of both mystery and menace. As he moved, the three thugs instinctively raised their handguns, aiming them at Yongbo. "Friend, what on earth is happening?" Yongbo maintained a smile. Though he held no fondness for these thugs, they were still human, and at least they would not regard him as mere sustenance. Unlike the vampire. Have you ever heard of vampires? The three thugs were momentarily stunned, and the thug on the ground seized the opportunity to rise. Vampires? Indeed. The trio recalled the bizarre woman they had just encountered and the scene of her disintegration into ashes, causing them to believe, at least partially, in the phenomenon. The leader of the group then instinctively glanced at the bitten Carrie. They had heard tales of vampires since childhood, but had always dismissed them as mere folklore. Seeing their realization dawn upon them, Yongbo beamed with a radiant smile. "It is precisely as you suspect. If bitten by a vampire and not completely drained, one will transform into a new vampire. At least that is how it is portrayed in Blade." Upon receiving Yongbo's confirmation, the Mexican leader, evidently a man of loyalty, rushed to Carrie's side, forcibly moving the injured man's hand away from the wounds on his neck, which still oozed blood. His pupils dilated in alarm as he hastily holstered his firearm, speaking urgently, "Friend, you must have a way to save him, right?" Young Bo slightly shook his head. While in the game, milk could counteract such afflictions, it was apparent that he had no access to even a single cow at present. Wait. I could have them buy milk directly. There was indeed a solution, though it required a substantial amount of milk, garlic, bread, and $500. Initially, the leader had observed young Bo's despondency, but upon hearing his subsequent words, hope ignited in his eyes. "All right, I will go buy it. Let us go together." The gunfire moments ago undoubtedly drew attention from the surroundings. Although this place is relatively secluded and devoid of any bodies, remaining here is certainly not a wise choice. The young African-American man, Carey, who had been bitten, finally came to his senses and anxiously inquired, Am I going to become one of those monsters?" Young Bo glanced at him and replied with a reassuring smile, "Do not worry, I shall redeem you." Internally, he silently added, "Even if you transform into a vampire." However, the method of redemption would undoubtedly differ. As they traversed the quiet path, the leading man, supporting the weak-legged Carey along with another, suddenly asked, "Are you a hunter of those monsters?" "Indeed, I am a vampire hunter," Young Bo responded earnestly. "I will ensure that these creatures who feast upon humans understand who the true hunter is." Chapter 9. Even hunters must eat. Young Bo sat in a flamboyant automobile, possessing little knowledge of its brand. To him, as long as it spared him from the rain, it was a good car. Before his journey through time, he had never even owned a vehicle, leaving him unfamiliar with this particular model. The car belonged to Leo, the leader of their trio, a man of Mexican descent. Noticing the symptoms manifesting, Young Bo urged, "Is there a rope in the car? Let us secure him to prevent any harm." From the front passenger seat, he observed Carey, who was half reclining in the back, eyes tightly shut, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, his gray hoodie thoroughly soaked. Upon hearing this, Leo quickly nodded. "There's a tow rope in the trunk. I'll fetch it." He hastily exited the vehicle, soon returning with a rope of moderate thickness, immediately binding Carey without waiting for further instructions. After a flurry of activity, Leo finally exhaled in relief, just as Gore returned from his errand, panting and carrying 2 bags filled with garlic, milk, and bread, along with 2 ordinary metal buckets. "I'm back, sir. Is this sufficient?" "More than enough," Young Bo replied, picking up a head of garlic, which swiftly transformed into the form of garlic from the vampire module in his mind. Observing Young Bo's actions, Leo hesitated before asking, "Sir, I know garlic can repel vampires, but what about bread and milk?" He refrained from naively inquiring about the 500 matter. Without lifting his gaze, Young Bo poured milk into one of the buckets, responding, "The bread is my dinner." For a moment, silence enveloped them as they watched the milk fill the bucket. It didn't take long for the metal container to be brimming with milk. As Young Bo lifted the bucket, it underwent a miraculous transformation. Shrinking from over 30 centimeters to about 20, its walls appearing significantly thicker. Even more astonishing, as he opened the rear door, the pure white milk inside the bucket remained perfectly still, resembling a solid rather than a liquid. The two exchanged glances, speechless. If vampires could exist, a bucket of extraordinary milk was hardly beyond belief. He pried open the mouth of the young black man, whose teeth had elongated. Fortunately, there was still time. Pouring the milk into his mouth, the once motionless liquid flowed freely, filling him. The moment he consumed the entire bucket, the tremors in his body ceased. As the vampire virus was neutralized, Carey opened his eyes, startled to find the 3 gazing intently at him. Suddenly recalling the agony he had just endured, he began to explore his own body with his hands. "Am I all right?" He immediately turned to Young Bo with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you. As Young Bo noted that the other party had no further inquiries, a subtle smile graced his face. He turned and retrieved the bread from his bag, transforming it into a loaf reminiscent of that in my world, and began to indulge in it. While savoring each bite, he remarked, "No need to thank me. I too am compensated for my efforts." Contemplating the 500 nestled within his backpack, Young Bo's smile blossomed even brighter. After a brief pause, he continued, "Would you be interested in joining me for a little endeavor?" Seated in the car, Young Bo rolled down the window, his gaze fixated on the dwindling number of pedestrians outside. the hour growing exceedingly late. A familiar scent wafted through the air, and Yang Bo's expression turned grave as he straightened his posture, declaring, "The man in the black shirt ahead." Upon hearing his words, the others in the vehicle immediately perked up, directing their attention towards the figure Yang Bo indicated, a man in his 30s, clad in black trousers and a matching shirt, adorned with a gleaming gold watch on his wrist, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Were it not for Yang Bo's assertion, the trio would never have believed this man to be a vampire, a creature that feasted on human blood. Leo felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet the calm demeanor of Yang Bo brought him some solace. He opened the car door and, along with Carrie, approached the vampire as per Yang Bo's earlier instructions. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Gore retreated into the shadows, awaiting the impending confrontation. Leo withdrew a folding knife from his pocket, advancing towards the vampire and pressing the blade against his waist, stating, "If you wish to live, follow me." The vampire was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for an assault in broad daylight. The humiliation surged within him, igniting a fierce anger. However, with a few scattered onlookers nearby, he found it imprudent to retaliate immediately. Furrowing his brow, he conceded, "Fine, I won't resist. I will accompany you." Internally, he seethed with thoughts of how he would make Leo suffer for this indignity, planning to transform him into a blood servant, subjecting him to torment. Vampires, much like humans, exist in a hierarchy. He considered himself a successful individual among them, rarely needing to hunt for sustenance. Today's misfortune, he mused, was merely due to a malfunction with his vehicle, leading him to stroll the streets. Yet, he could never have anticipated such a predicament. Upon stepping into the dark shadows, he could no longer restrain his fury. Swiftly beginning to transform, his eyes glowed crimson, and he bared his sharp fangs. "Damn it, I will make you wish for death." But before he could finish, a stone axe loomed large in his vision, and with a resounding thud, he was felled in an instant. Noticing Yang Bo's attack, the other three wasted no time. Brandishing the silver knives they had meticulously prepared, thrusting them towards the vampire's body. The efficacy of the silver weapons against the vampire was evidently superior to Yang Bo's stone axe. The skin surrounding the puncture wounds immediately turned a deep shade of black, as if succumbing to necrosis. Yang Bo watched in astonishment as the vampire's health, once soaring above 100 points, dwindled to half in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he raised his stone axe and struck it upon the creature's jaw, silencing its anguished wail. He then brandished a wooden stake, thrusting it fiercely into the vampire's heart, exploiting the unique counterattack mechanism of the game to prevent any chance of retaliation. "Hurry and act." Upon hearing his command, the other three swiftly approached the vampire, now pinned against the wall by Yang Bo, eagerly searching for treasures. 2 minutes later, the four stood in silence as the vampire ignited, transforming into ashes that swiftly dissipated into the air. Thus, they hoped for a harmonious collaboration in the future. Yang Bo gazed at the remnants of the vampire, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 10. Harvest and Return. The dawn's light gently lifted the veil of night, unleashing the fierce rays of morning and heralding the arrival of a new day. Yang Bo sat in the vehicle, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, exhaling wisps of smoke as he addressed his companions. "Let us proceed to Central Park. These creatures will not emerge during the day." The ordinary vampires of the Marvel Universe could not withstand the sun's direct rays, and during daylight, these beings would only seek refuge in shadowy corners. After an entire night of toil, they had vanquished a mere 7 vampires, far fewer than Yang Bo had anticipated. Upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals in the vehicle perked up. Despite their exhilaration, the fatigue from their sleepless night urged them to return home for a respite. As he flicked the cigarette, but it arced gracefully to the pavement, and the car set off towards Central Park. After a little over 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a steady halt beside Central Park. Leo, the driver, inquired, "Sir, will you be returning tonight?" Having tasted the sweetness of victory, the trio had participated in the demise of 6 vampires throughout the night, yielding significant rewards. Yang Bo cast a glance at Leo, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Certainly. Please take care of the spoils from last night, and return here to fetch me this evening. Also, find a way to procure a phone card for me." With that, he opened the door and alighted. Making his way into the park as Leo and the others drove away. The sun had only just risen, and a chill lingered in the air of the park, where the sky was occasionally graced by the silhouettes of nameless birds. Yang Bo surveyed the verdant grass surrounding him. Had it not been for the dew glistening upon it, he would have longed to lie down and indulge in a restful slumber. Despite the sleepless night and the onset of data processing, he felt no weariness in his body. He retrieved a piece of bread from his backpack, savoring its aroma as he took slow bites, the flavor of wheat enveloping his palate. It was somewhat disappointing. Regardless of the flavor, any bread subjected to data processing transformed into a standard loaf. Fortunately, the taste was quite agreeable, and it could be stacked. After satiating his hunger, he ventured into the forest, heading towards home, when he suddenly noticed the lush grass surrounding him. He pondered whether disturbing the grass might yield seeds. If so, he would no longer need to worry about food. Although he possessed over $100, he was a pragmatist and could not squander money indiscriminately. It must be spent judiciously. Clenching his fist, he struck the grass beneath him, reducing a square meter of verdant green to a mere 3 or 4 centimeters, as if mowed by a lawnmower. Alas, no seeds had fallen. He lifted his hand again, clearing the surrounding weeds, and soon a smooth patch of grass emerged. As he had imagined, uprooting the weeds indeed yielded seeds. After clearing several hundred square meters, he amassed a collection of seeds. Following his recollections, he navigated through the forest until he discovered the location of his home. Observing a patch of ground that differed in hue from the surrounding grass, Yang Bo rubbed his temples in frustration. Placing the exit here is rather conspicuous. Although it is all grassland, the color difference is still somewhat apparent. The clod of earth from last night has now transformed into a block of grass. Yet the vibrant green of the grass stands out awkwardly against the darker hue of the surrounding grass. Contemplating this, Yang Bo took out a shovel and removed the grass block, revealing the passage beneath. He leaped inside and swiftly sealed the entrance behind him. Today, he intended to expand his home a bit and cultivate some wheat, leaving the issue of the entrance for another time, if necessary. He would simply dig a tunnel leading to the sewer outside. After all, the residents of New York's sewer system wouldn't miss one more inhabitant. First, he decided to fell the oak trees that had already matured, thereby enlarging the boundaries of his forest. This way, he need not worry about a shortage of timber. From his backpack, he retrieved a steel beam he had salvaged from a construction site. Regrettably, it could not be directly transformed into iron ingots. But since it was now in his possession, he had no reason to discard it. The lack of iron ingots posed a dilemma. Would he truly have to custom order them from a steel mill? Yang Bo scratched his head in frustration. Purchasing steel would indeed be exorbitantly costly, and the meager funds he had accrued from slaying vampires were scarcely sufficient. At that moment, he was startled by the sound of footsteps. He quickly turned to see a hunter from the vampire mod lingering at the edge of the forest, aimlessly wandering. Dressed in a black tailcoat and adorned with a hat, he sported a dashing cape, though he remained a blocky figure nonetheless. Upon sighting the hunter, Yang Bo's initial anxiety morphed into excitement as he dashed forward to meet the vampire hunter, who stood at approximately 6 feet tall. The prospect of encountering a vampire hunter meant he could level up his own hunter skills. Before reaching level 5, upgrading a hunter was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to locate a newly spawned vampire hunter in the wilderness, engage in dialogue, and submit the required items to enhance their profession, gaining skill points and unlocking new abilities in the process. He accessed the operation page, which displayed a single box, above which was inscribed, "To train. Please submit 1 vial of vampire blood." Without hesitation, Yang Bo retrieved a vial of vampire blood from his backpack and placed it in the box. Upon confirmation, the message changed. "To train you, please pay with 5 vials of vampire blood." Yang Bo glanced at the 2 remaining vials in his backpack and sighed in resignation. The acquisition of vampire blood necessitated slaying vampires with stakes, as there was no guaranteed drop rate. Last night, he had vanquished 7 vampires, but only obtained 3 vials. He would need to devise a strategy to locate a vampire gathering site. With no immediate means to level up, Yang Bo resolved to first expand his home, after which he would venture out to seek materials that could be transformed into iron ingots. After over an hour of labor, his home had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once cramped and dim basement had been remodeled into a spacious 2-level layout, dispelling the oppressive darkness that had pervaded the space. Clapping his hands, Yongbo beamed at his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. First, I shall venture out to procure some essentials, beginning with a single bed. For it is indeed a predicament to remain seated on the floor daily. Ascending the ladder, I listened attentively, but no other sounds reached my ears. I excavated the grass blocks above the tunnel and leaped out. Phew, no one is here. Releasing a breath of relief, Yongbo sealed the entrance and made his way towards the outskirts of Central Park. It would be wiser to choose an alternative exit. Otherwise, this is simply too cumbersome. Chapter 11. Encounter with Blade. Emerging from a bustling furniture store, Yongbo's countenance was notably grim as he muttered incessantly to himself. $2,000 for a double bed? You earn money faster than I can snatch it. Initially, Yongbo believed that the over $1,000 in his pocket would suffice to purchase some furnishings. However, upon entering the store, he realized that they could have simply robbed him outright while still offering a few pieces of furniture. In that moment, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to hang the capitalist or the vampire on the lampposts. Both seemed like distinct species, yet their hearts appeared strikingly similar. As he strolled along, he soon arrived at the bustling Times Square, where enormous billboards and vibrant shops surrounded him, and the throngs of people left him momentarily dazed. "Oh my heavens!" Yongbo exclaimed, succumbing to the local customs, appearing every bit the Na'vi country bumpkin. Having lived in a small third-tier city prior to his journey, he had never encountered such high society. He had never even ventured to the major cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. It was summer, and the surroundings were adorned with stunning scenery. Goodness, that woman is clearly not a virtuous soul, Yongbo remarked, observing a passing woman whose attire was completely exposed by the wind. In America, there was no notion of the dreaded safety shorts. Without spending a dime on a bride price, merely gazing was already a significant gain. It seems there is no concept of bride price abroad. For a moment, Yongbo felt an unwillingness to depart. Settling onto a bench and ostentatiously pulling out a bottle of milk, left over from the previous night's purchase by Gore, he gulped it down heartily. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he caught a whiff of a vampire's scent. Is a vampire sunbathing in broad daylight? Following the scent, he spotted a young black man walking along, clad entirely in black, with a black trench coat draped over him and dark glasses shielding his eyes. Fortunately, it was daytime. Had it been night, this attire would have rendered him a perfect shadow, indistinguishable in the darkness. The instant Yongbo laid eyes on him, he sprang to his feet, astonished. Blade. Serendipity had struck. He had unexpectedly encountered the famed vampire hunter. Blade, whose real name was Eric Brooks, was born after his mother, Miriam, was bitten by the vampire Deacon Frost shortly before giving birth, resulting in her untimely demise. Consequently, he possessed a unique lineage of both human and vampire blood, ultimately growing to become a vampire hunter. In Yongbo's mind, Blade equated to limitless vampires, which in turn meant an abundance of vampire blood, vast wealth, and ample upgrade materials. Dismissing any concerns regarding suspicion, Yongbo hastened toward Blade with purposeful strides. "Hey, handsome." Upon hearing his voice, a group of overly confident men turned their heads in unison. Unfazed, Yongbo approached Blade and declared, "I wish to make your acquaintance and discuss matters concerning those monsters." The Blade warrior narrowed his eyes slightly behind his sunglasses, scrutinizing Yongbo. He was aware that the other party must know some details about him. But the pressing question was how he had come by this information. "Who are you?" he asked. As long as there was dialogue, it would be easier to converse. Yongbo offered a faint smile and gestured for the Blade warrior to look around. "It's not very convenient to talk here. Shall we find a CAF to discuss?" Passers-by, drawn by the handsome figure, were subtly observing the two. Upon noticing this, the Blade warrior nodded slightly, his curiosity piqued, eager to discover Yongbo's intentions. America may lack a variety of shops, but it certainly abounds with CAFs. The two soon arrived at the nearest establishment, finding a relatively secluded corner. "I am Yongbo, pleased to make your acquaintance," he said, extending his hand to shake the Blade warriors. "Eric Brooks." After introducing himself, the Blade warrior settled comfortably on the sofa, awaiting Yongbo's explanation. He sensed that Yongbo was seeking something from him. Yongbo gazed at the Blade warrior, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, organizing his thoughts before speaking. I need information on the locations of those monsters. I can help you eliminate them. Why? The Blade Warrior perceived Yangbo as an ordinary human, devoid of any distinguishing features. He was not surprised that Yangbo knew him. Anyone familiar with vampires would undoubtedly be aware of his existence. Upon hearing the Blade Warrior's query, Yangbo's smile faded, and he looked earnestly at him. Why? Huh? You would understand the feeling of being strung up in a processing plant, like a pig awaiting slaughter. From that moment, I vowed that all vampires must die, regardless of where they are or who they may be. Expressing such sentiments in front of another vampire did not incite anger within the Blade Warrior. Rather, he found himself in agreement, though he remained surprised and curious. How did you escape? He inquired, as he could not recall anyone managing to break free from the slaughterhouse. Yangbo's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, producing a dull thudding sound. As he scoffed, I did not escape. I am merely a hunter returned from hell, a vampire hunter. Now, in this first meeting, it is natural that you would not trust me. I do not expect you to take risks. Just tell me where they are. Upon hearing this, the Blade Warrior fell silent. Yangbo felt an urge to light a cigarette, but maintaining his composure, he refrained. At that moment, a waitress placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Lifting his cup, he took a small sip, the bitter taste contorting his face in agony. He grabbed the nearby sugar bowl, ignoring the Blade Warrior's amused expression, and poured a copious amount of sugar into his cup. Damn, I should have asked the Blade Warrior to help order coffee. Instant coffee is definitely the way to go. As if it were Yangbo's genuine demeanor that moved him, the Blade Warrior removed his glasses and placed them on the table. Gazing at Yangbo as he spoke, very well, I was just about to head to one of their strongholds. Thank you, but may I trouble you with one request? If the numbers are manageable, could I take matters into my own hands? For if one does not stake the vampires, the vampire blood simply will not drop. Which is quite distressing for me. Now that I seek to level up, I must personally eliminate each vampire to maximize my acquisition of their blood. Advancing to the next level requires 5 vials, the second level 10, the third level 15, and the fourth level 20. Even if the drop rate for vampire blood is 50%, I would still need to vanquish at least 100 of them, not to mention the fees owed to the hunter NPC before each upgrade. Pondering this makes me feel as though the vampire population is not as abundant as one might think. Chapter 12. Let us hunt those ensnared in darkness before a towering edifice. Yangbo stood beside the Blade Warrior. He gazed upward, counting the layers. It was an entirely ordinary apartment building. 2,803? Are you certain the vampires reside on the 28th floor? Shouldn't they be lurking in shadowy basements or abandoned factories? The fact that these beasts enjoyed accommodations superior to his own stirred a sense of discontent within Yangbo, the Blade Warrior. Sensing the resentment in Yangbo's words yet unable to discern its origin, merely nodded slightly. They are indeed on the 28th floor. You may follow me and observe, he declared, striding purposefully into the apartment. Yangbo hurried after him, insisting, No, allow me to handle this. With no security personnel in sight, the two effortlessly boarded the elevator. The Blade Warrior had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly prior to their arrival. Wait for me by the door. I can still contend with a few vampires, he instructed. The Blade Warrior remained silent, pressing the button for the 28th floor. The elevator hummed softly, ascending steadily. With a gentle chime, the elevator doors opened smoothly at the 28th floor. Yangbo, not waiting for any signal from the Blade Warrior, dashed out of the elevator, quickly scanning the surroundings and pinpointing room 2803. The Blade Warrior frowned slightly at Yangbo's impulsive action but refrained from voicing his concerns. Upon observing the closed door, Yangbo glanced back at the Blade Warrior, motioning for silence with a finger. A stone pickaxe materialized in his hand, a sight that rendered the Blade Warrior's expression serious. He yearned to inquire about Yangbo's peculiar ability, yet this was evidently not the moment for questions. Crouching down, he watched as Yangbo began to strike the security door of room 2803 with the pickaxe. Thud, thud. The soft sounds of impact startled the Blade Warrior, and cracks began to proliferate across the door. With a peculiar sound, the sturdy door suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, he noticed a change in Yangbo's demeanor. The eternally smiling face had transformed into one of icy resolve, devoid of hesitation as he stepped into the room. The Blade Warrior promptly followed, drawing a gleaming silver katana from his trench coat. Thanks to his system's ability, Yang Bo effortlessly discerned the locations of the vampires within the room. 4. Rather few, indeed. Upon entering, he found thick curtains blocking the sunlight from the windows, casting the room into profound darkness. However, the light streaming in from the doorway allowed Yang Bo to clearly observe the tidiness of the living area. Evidently, these vampires did not favor residing in squalor. Approaching the window, Yang Bo yanked open the heavy curtains, and the warm, blinding sunlight flooded into the long-neglected living room. The vampires within the room were stirred, and through Yang Bo's gaze, he saw two of them standing behind the door, seemingly engaged in discussion. Yang Bo paid no heed as he gripped the stone pickaxe in his hand. With a rhythmic thud, he methodically collected every piece of furniture and appliance in the living room into his backpack. Ah, free furniture is truly delightful. He stowed away the pickaxe, brandishing a stone axe in his right hand and a stake in his left, and proceeded toward the bedroom door. With a forceful kick, the door flew open, easily yielding to his immense strength, while the unsuspecting vampire at the threshold was caught off guard and slammed against the wall. Inside the room stood a male and a female vampire. The male was pinned behind the door, while the female glared at him with fury. "Who are you?" Clearly, they had been resting. The woman wore nothing but a simple black lace ensemble. In response, Yang Bo raised his stone axe and declared, "I am your father." He took a light leap forward, devoid of any pity, and swung the axe toward her body. The woman reacted swiftly, baring her sharp fangs and snarling as she retreated just in time to evade his strike. In an instant, she lunged at him with remarkable speed. Yang Bo deftly countered, slashing the axe down onto her thigh, eliciting a scream from the vampire. Bound by the rules, her advance quickly transformed into a retreat. Taking a bold step forward, he forcefully thrust the stake into her mouth. "Hold that properly," he commanded, raising the axe once more to deliver a crushing blow to her head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The other vampire, now freed from the door, rushed out, extending his hand to claw at Yang Bo. He sidestepped the attack, adhering to the adage that it is better to sever one finger than to injure all 10. The axe struck the female vampire again, launching a series of attacks that reduced her health to below 15%. "You will be purified," Yang Bo uttered softly, echoing a line from the champion vein in League of Legends, feeling it quite fitting for the current situation. The stake plunged into the female vampire's back, and due to her throat being previously injured by Yang Bo, she could not emit a blood-curdling scream, only contorting her face in agony as she turned to ash. The male vampire, clearly deeply connected to the deceased female, possibly in a romantic relationship, roared, "I will tear you apart." His eyes ablaze with rage, he charged forward, his speed noticeably heightened by his fury. Yang Bo remained composed, evading the onslaught, and seized the moment of the vampire's momentary stillness to thrust the stake forward. His choice of weapon was simple. It was swift, compact, and crucially, it forced his enemies to be repelled upon being struck. He could not afford any delays, for the two vampires from the adjacent room were now rushing toward him, intent on joining the fray. With a resounding thud, the adversary's body uncontrollably collided with the wall. Yang Bo executed a slight leap, bringing down the stone axe in his grasp, triggering a critical hit. In the realm of Minecraft, critical strikes are easily provoked. Merely jumping and striking the enemy before landing inflicts 1.5 times the usual damage. After spending considerable time in this world, players instinctively leap to attack their foes. "Fear not, I shall send you to her at once." With both hands engaged, Yang Bo was now indifferent to the intervals between attacks, relentlessly leaping and striking. The male vampire, cornered against the wall, could only thrash impotently in rage. Just as he contemplated advancing, a sudden force slammed him back against the wall. At that moment, two barefooted male vampires dashed into view, their bodies clad in nothing but 2 pairs of undergarments. The stake in his hand pierced through the vampire's skull, depleting its health entirely before he turned to face the 2 vampires rushing in. Is it possible that vampires can also be homosexual? Chapter 13. I am proficient in tidying up within the confines of the apartment. An intense battle erupted, punctuated by intermittent roars and the clashing of weapons. Yang Bo's complexion darkened as he grappled with 2 vampires, their synergy and prowess surprisingly formidable, leaving him slightly wounded despite wielding dual weapons, inflicting a mere 6 points of damage. With a total of only 20 health points, he realized he could withstand no more than 4 strikes under such circumstances. I must remain cautious. Before the vampires could mount an offensive, Yang Bo charged forward, hesitating to leap, knowing that in midair, he would be without leverage, a certain path to demise. Do you require assistance? The voice of the Blade Warrior emerged from the doorway. Observing the peculiar expression on Yang Bo's face as he struggled against the relentless foes. To the Blade Warrior, it seemed that the force with which Yang Bo wielded his unusual stone axe should have been sufficient to vanquish a vampire in a single blow. Yet, the vampire remained sprightly after sustaining a hit, showcasing a stark disparity between the anticipated damage and the actual outcome. Yang Bo, undeterred, continued his assault, declaring, "I must slay them myself." Engaged in battle, he offered no further explanation. Upon glimpsing the Blade Warrior, the vampires' faces quickly morphed into masks of terror. For the reputation of the Blade Warrior resonated profoundly among the undead. Seize the moment. The stone axe struck one vampire squarely on the head. Although it lacked the advantage of a critical hit, the blow was sufficient to disorient the creature momentarily. With the Blade Warrior's imposing presence, Yang Bo managed to eliminate both vampires, sustaining only one wound in the process. Collecting the spoils from the ground, he sheathed his stone axe, breathing a sigh of relief. A smile gracing his features. Ah, finally, I can level up. Fortune smiled upon him as 4 vampires yielded 3 vials of vampire blood, combined with the 2 already in his possession, allowing him to ascend to the next level. Turning to the Blade Warrior standing at the threshold, Yang Bo stated, Allow me a moment to tidy up the scene, if you please." The Blade Warrior was about to caution Yang Bo that the police would soon arrive. But as he witnessed Yang Bo wielding the stone axe against the various furnishings in the room, he was astounded to see all the furniture vanish in the blink of an eye. His mouth agape, he recalled his initial confusion upon entering the apartment. Pondering the emptiness of the living room, now the mystery was unveiled. Surveying the eclectic assortment of furniture now tucked away in Yang Bo's backpack, he approached the door and remarked, "All done. Shall we depart? Do you possess any further information regarding other vampires? While time permits today, I am willing to offer my services free of charge." Even the seasoned Blade Warrior, accustomed to the tumult of battle, could not help but exclaim upon hearing Yang Bo's words and observing the barren room. What unmitigated audacity! With no fresh intelligence on vampires at hand, he lamented that typically, upon acquiring such information, he would promptly resolve the matter. "If you do not call me today, the vampires here will not survive until nightfall." The principle of the Blade Warrior regarding vampires is to eradicate them completely. Only the deceased vampires are deemed good. Yang Bo felt neither surprise nor disappointment, merely nodding gently. He glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window and turned to the Blade Warrior, saying, "Could you please leave me a phone number? I would like to befriend you." "Certainly." The Blade Warrior readily agreed, finding no aversion to Yang Bo, who shared a similar objective. On the contrary, he was quite intrigued by Yang Bo's unique abilities. Having only known each other for a day, he refrained from direct inquiries, respecting the secrecy everyone harbors. As the Blade Warrior recited a string of numbers, Yang Bo committed them to memory. After reinstalling the security door, they left the premises. As they stepped out of the building, a police car came to a halt in front of the apartment, its sirens blaring. Their earlier commotion must have attracted the attention of the neighbors. Yang Bo, following closely beside the Blade Warrior, chuckled and remarked, "Fortunately, this is America. Had this been China?" The neighbors would have already gathered to watch the spectacle. The Blade Warrior paused for a moment before asking, "Are you of Chinese descent?" Yang Bo shrugged, feeling no need for concealment. "Of course. By the way, Eric, I need to return home first. I cannot accompany you for now. After I purchase a new phone tonight, I shall call you, and we can stay in touch." He was eager to elevate his hunter rank and to organize the contents of his overflowing backpack. With that, he took out a loaf of bread and cheerfully offered, "Care for some bread?" "No, thank you." The Blade Warrior declined. Yang Bo had engaged in quite the battle, significantly depleting his hunger levels. The mechanics of his world dictated that the more vigorous the activity, the faster the hunger diminished. After consuming 2 loaves of bread to replenish his hunger, he noticed a taxi approaching and gestured, saying, "I shall take my leave for now. See you tonight." A little over 10 minutes later, young Bo returned home, laden with his bountiful acquisitions. He promptly emptied his chaotic backpack, arranging the items in their rightful places. Goodness! These individuals possess considerable wealth, young Bo exclaimed, wide-eyed as he retrieved a stack of cash from the bedside table, amounting to no less than $7,000 or $8,000. It was well known that in this foreign land, cash was seldom used. Credit cards were the norm, making such a sum an unexpected delight. In the drawer, he also discovered some jewelry, presumably belonging to the female vampire. After organizing his findings, he glanced at the disarray of clothing and bed linen strewn across the floor, feeling a twinge of frustration. If only I had some lava, I could simply toss it all in. A piece of iron would suffice as well. With a flint, I could incinerate everything in a flash. Speaking of fire, young Bo's gaze shifted to the nearby furnace, and a thought struck him regarding the steel rebar nestled within his backpack. Since this item cannot be directly transformed, could it perhaps be smelted in the furnace to create iron pellets or ingots? With this thought, young Bo felt a surge of excitement. If this method proved feasible, the source of iron ingots would no longer be a concern. Approaching the furnace, he opened the operation panel and, with a flutter of nerves, placed the steel beam from his backpack into the furnace. Watching the flame icon ignite, young Bo leapt up in exhilaration. It truly can be smelted. With this, crafting a full set of iron equipment would significantly enhance his strength. Chapter 14. Capitalism at its core. Gazing intently at the I-beams being forged in the furnace, 10 seconds slipped away in the blink of an eye. The I-beams that had once rested in the upper grid vanished, replaced by 3 gleaming ingots of iron. How generous! I must find a way to procure more. After some contemplation, young Bo decided to abandon his plan to visit the construction site during the day, particularly since there were guards present. If he were to take too much, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain authorities. As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Wasn't there an abandoned subway station in New York? Perhaps he could procure some rails. He would wait for Leo and the others to arrive in the evening. Being locals, they might possess better strategies. He wasn't overly concerned about the return of the 3 small-time thugs. After all, the world is bustling with those who seek profit. They were hardly affluent individuals, and having tasted the sweetness of last night, they would surely come looking for him today. In this unfamiliar territory of New York, having these 3 individuals to guide him would undoubtedly be advantageous. Moreover, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly matters at all. First, he would clear all the matured oak trees and replant saplings. The wheat in the planting area had grown significantly but was not yet ripe. Young Bo merely cast a glance and then disregarded it, hastening to the side of the vampire hunter. He opened the hunter's upgrade interface and placed the 5 vials of vampire blood from his backpack onto the screen, clicking the training button above. Was that it? Although young Bo had somewhat prepared himself, upon clicking the training button, he felt no change in his body and harbored a slight disappointment within. Sigh, at the very least. There should be some special effects. I do not expect a cataclysm, but a flicker of golden light would suffice. After a brief moment of complaint, young Bo opened the hunter's skill panel to inspect. The skill points in the upper right corner changed from -1 to 1. He extended his hand in disbelief and rubbed his eyes. What? Gaining 2 skill points for leveling up? This was nothing short of invincibility. Under normal circumstances, a hunter would receive 1 skill point per level, with a maximum level of 15, totaling 15 skill points. The hunter possesses 25 skills, and typically, players can only choose 1 or 2 skill paths. However, with young Bo's newfound ability to gain 2 skill points per level, he could activate all skills upon reaching level 13, transforming into a versatile hunter. The first skill available to hunters, Ordinary Use of Stakes, allows the user to dispatch any vampire with less than 35 health in a single strike. After activating this skill with his skill points, young Bo nodded in satisfaction. This would make slaying vampires significantly easier. However, it appeared that he would need 10 vials of vampire blood for the next endeavor. It seemed he had to work diligently. Now that he possessed iron ingots, young Bo took out the flint he had acquired during the expansion of his home and crafted a fire starter. He approached the rubbish nearby, aimed at the ground, and silently recited the incantation to use it. With a mere click, a blaze erupted spontaneously, consuming all the rubbish that came into contact with its flames. Young Bo was immensely satisfied with such an effect, In his world, both fire and magma could eradicate useless debris while remaining remarkably eco-friendly and leaving no trace behind. After organizing his belongings, he retrieved a New York map he had purchased from a newsstand and located his position. The nearest subway line lay to the north. Alas, he could not ascertain how far it truly was, so he decided to dig a trial tunnel for now. Yang Bo intended to take advantage of the moment to carve an exit leading to the subway tunnel. For in the event he was cornered at home by some deranged superhero or supervillain, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Armed with his tools, he targeted the northern wall and began to excavate swiftly. To prevent a collapse, he also replaced the blocks overhead. Time was drawing near. It was time to ascend, and he wondered if Leo and the others had arrived. Yang Bo rose from the comfortable sofa, stretching lazily after an afternoon of labor, finally transforming his abode into a veritable hub of connectivity. Not only had he created an exit leading to the northern subway tunnel, but he had also established a passage through the lake in Central Park, where the presence of a wooden door kept the water at bay. Restrained by the rules of his world, emerging through the original tunnel, Yang Bo climbed up to a disordered thicket, a place where few would venture, rendering it significantly safer than the previous entrance. Upon exiting his home, he glanced at his wristwatch. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. He produced a cigarette, mimicking the mannerisms of a crow, and placed it between his lips, lighting it with a kerosene lighter he had acquired that day. Slowly making his way toward the spot where he had parted with the trio in the morning. After a 10-minute stroll, Yang Bo spotted a flamboyant car parked at the park's entrance, a vehicle not meant for the average driver. Leo, who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation, immediately opened the car door and stepped out upon seeing Yang Bo. "Sir, you have arrived." Yang Bo smiled and nodded, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Since you are willing to join me in confronting those creatures, we are friends. You may call me by my name. Without the sir, it feels rather awkward. How was your day off? Is tonight all right?" As he settled into the car alongside Leo, he noticed the latter's excitement. Becoming friends with someone possessing extraordinary abilities like Yang Bo was a source of quiet jubilation for him. "We three have taken a day off today, and there's absolutely no issue. Moreover, we have prepared some special items specifically designed to tackle those monsters." Leo turned to the young black man seated in the back, saying, "Carrie, bring out the bats." Carrie swiftly retrieved a wooden baseball bat from beneath his feet, though it was ensnared with glistening silver chains. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these were fashioned from interwoven silver necklaces. The bat was also studded with nails, designed to prevent the chains from slipping away. Yang Bo accepted the bat, expressing his astonishment with fervent praise. "Leo, you are truly a genius." Their objective was to subdue the vampires, facilitating the acquisition of the search for spoils, which justified their choice of the baseball bat. If their intent were to eliminate the vampires outright, a silver long knife would have been the superior option. Leo chuckled softly and replied, "We cannot afford custom silver bullets, but I have ordered a few silver crossbow bolts. However, they will require some time to arrive." "You have done splendidly, Leo. Tonight we should broaden our range or venture into areas with a higher population of vagrants. I sense that the yield there will be considerably greater." Yang Bo's mind involuntarily recalled his own experiences, realizing that vagrants made for the perfect targets for these vampires, as their disappearance or demise would scarcely provoke a significant reaction. Chapter 15. The Black Business Vehicle amidst a chorus of anguished cries. A vampire collapsed at the feet of the four companions. In contrast to the initial tension and chaos, Yang Bo and his companions had now become quite adept at navigating the perilous situation. Through the trials of this evening, Yang Bo discerned that upon ascending to a higher level as a hunter, the benefits extended beyond merely accruing skill points. His perception range had also increased. Though a mere 5 meters, it was sufficient to ignite his anticipation for reaching level 15, at which point he would become a veritable radar for vampires. Yang Bo retrieved the spoils from the ground and patted Leo on the shoulder, stating, "Leo, let us call it a night. We should take a couple of days to rest. Given the number of vampires we've dispatched tonight, they are bound to take notice, so do exercise caution." Leo, having stashed the loot he had pilfered from the vampire into his pocket, nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will be vigilant. For the next few days, we shall retreat to another city. Should you require our assistance, simply give us a call. Yang Bo was pleased with Leo's plan. When one has made enemies, it is prudent to make a swift exit. All right, remain alert as we exit, and ensure your weapons are at the ready. Do you know of any abandoned subway stations or construction sites? I need to procure something. Please escort me there. Upon hearing his request, Leo fell into thought. While Carrie interjected, in Queens, I know of an abandoned construction site. Apparently, there was an incident involving the developers, and the project was halted. Yang Bo's eyes lit up as he inquired, is there an abundance of steel beams and construction materials at that site? Carrie, momentarily taken aback by Yang Bo's unexpected question, nodded in response. The site has been completely sealed off, but when I saw it a week ago, there was indeed a considerable amount. However, I cannot ascertain its current state. Take me there to have a look. The group did not press Yang Bo for details regarding his intentions. Leo was astute enough to understand that if Yang Bo wished to share, he would do so in due course. They dispersed in pairs, returning to the car parked some distance away. As Yang Bo settled into the passenger seat, he cautioned Leo, you ought to consider switching vehicles. Yours is far too conspicuous. It would be best to acquire a clunker that you wouldn't mind discarding if trouble arises. Understood. I will find a solution. With Carrie's guidance, the group made their way to the abandoned construction site in Queens. It was now 3 a.m, and a few pedestrians lingered on the streets. At that moment, a sleek black business vehicle passed by, capturing Yang Bo's attention instantly. Leo, be cautious and follow that car. Through his heightened perception, he sensed 3 vampires within the vehicle, and he could not forget its distinctive design. If his intuition served him right, this vehicle was likely on a hunt for sustenance. Leo pressed the accelerator gently, trailing the car ahead. Yang Bo produced cigarettes, offering them to his companions, while he pondered the implications of the black vehicle before him. Could it be that the underground dance hall was not the opening scene of the Blade storyline? Is it possible that the slaughterhouse, now devoid of life, still dares to venture forth and capture victims? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Yang Bo earnestly addressed the 3 individuals, stating, there are 3 vampires in the car. Leo, find a secluded spot and devise a plan to bring them to a halt. Let's act swiftly and decisively this time. We shall not hold back, nor do we require their supplies. Rest assured, we know what to do. The trio affirmed without hesitation. Moments later, a sleek black business car veered into a less-traveled lane, and Leo pressed down hard on the accelerator, aligning the vehicle parallel to theirs while rolling down the window to provoke them. The vampires within the car, undeterred by the taunt, maintained their icy demeanor as they continued driving. Leo deftly maneuvered his car in front of theirs and shouted, be careful, hold steady. With that, he slammed on the brakes before rapidly accelerating again to avoid being rear-ended. After a series of maneuvers, the vehicle behind had significantly reduced its speed. Stop the car, commanded Leo, prompting the rear vehicle to come to a halt as well. Carrie, adeptly wielding a baseball bat, exited the vehicle and approached the business car, raising the bat to strike the metal, producing a resounding thud. Hey, get out. I'd like to borrow some money from you today, he said, striking the car again with a challenging demeanor that invited a response. Leo and the others, also brandishing baseball bats, followed suit. Though the vampires were known for their composed temperaments, they could not withstand repeated provocations. 3 robust, suited thugs emerged from their vehicle, and in comparison, Yang Bo and his companions appeared somewhat diminished in stature. Did these 3 giants grow up eating Yao Ming's cooking? They're all so tall. Yang Bo couldn't help but internally scoff as he glanced up at them, feeling somewhat self-conscious about his own height of 185 centimeters. As the shortest among the 3 stood at least 10 centimeters taller. The 3 vampires strode purposefully toward Yang Bo and his companions, their swift movements reflecting their displeasure. You are courting death, the lead vampire exclaimed, unable to contain his fury, as he reached for Carrie, whose expression was particularly infuriating. His sharp claws remained concealed in the dim light, making them difficult to discern. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Leo had drawn his firearm and aimed it at the vampire's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The vampire, caught off guard by the audacity of mere thugs to fire a gun, fell victim to a fatal shot, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead. Though vampires possess greater physical strength than humans, they too succumbed to death when shot in the head, and the wounded vampire collapsed, his body igniting in flames. Bang! 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 A flurry of gunfire erupted as the remaining two vampires braced themselves, raising their arms to shield their heads. This moment highlighted the vampire's formidable nature. While a human would have been incapacitated by bullets striking their limbs or torso, these two vampires, despite sustaining multiple gunshots, still attempted to charge forward. Upon witnessing the scene, Yongbo did not hesitate. He brandished his stone axe and struck with a fierce leap, delivering a critical blow. The health above the adversary's head revealed a total of 100 points, now diminished to a mere 72. The damage inflicted by ordinary bullets upon the vampire was exceedingly minimal. "You handle that one. This one is mine," Yongbo exclaimed, engaging both foes vigorously. He relentlessly assaulted the vampire before him, while Leo provided cover fire, suppressing the creature. Meanwhile, Carrie and another ally wielded baseball bats entwined with silver chains, advancing to deliver devastating blows. Within a span of mere seconds, all three vampires were reduced to ashes. As Yongbo surveyed the remnants of the SUV, an idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved his pickaxe and began to strike the vehicle. The automobile trembled twice before converting into miniature loot, which he collected into his backpack. Two figures then materialized at the spot where the vehicle had vanished. "If we can take the car back and see if it can smelt iron ingots, that would be splendid." Chapter 16. From birdshot to cannon, this was the first time Leo witnessed Yongbo's extraordinary ability. Initially, he believed Yongbo could merely conceal the weapon in his hand. But upon closer observation, it became evident that Yongbo's prowess exceeded his expectations. The deliberate display of strength before Leo was a calculated move. By taking Leo and the others along to slay vampires, he was bound to attract attention. In fact, it was highly probable that the vampires were already tracking them. A judicious exhibition of strength would serve to inform Leo and his companions of his capabilities, ensuring that if they were eventually captured by the vampires and tempted to betray him, the cost would be significantly higher. "Let us clear the scene and depart post-haste." Upon hearing Yongbo's command, the young African-American Carrie and Gore began to rummage through the ashes of the vampires, collecting all metallic items they could find. With a decisive kick, they scattered the only remnants of the vampire's existence, reducing it to mere dust. Leo glanced at the two individuals lying on the ground and inquired, "Yongbo, who are those two? Are they vampires as well?" Squinting, Yongbo approached to assess their condition, discovering they were not characters of any narrative. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "These are merely food sought by the vampires. They have simply fainted. Let us place them by the roadside to avoid any unfortunate accidents. When daylight arrives, they will be discovered and taken to a hospital, an issue beyond our concern." As he spoke, Yongbo reached down to grasp the clothing of one individual. Hoisting them up, Leo, more forceful than he, seized the man's arm and dragged him unceremoniously to the curb, not pausing even as they crossed the street. Yongbo felt a twitch of irritation at the sight, dusted off his hands, and finally remarked, "Let us be on our way." The automobile sped forth, arriving at the deserted construction site mentioned by Carrie. The area was now entirely cordoned off, obscuring the view within. Yongbo opened the car door and addressed the group. "I will enter first. You all wait for me here. If I have not returned in 30 minutes, feel free to leave without me." With that, he pried open the surrounding barbed wire and strode boldly inside. The abandoned site was cluttered with an array of construction materials, predominantly timber. Alas, there is no I-beam here. Only some rebar, but it may still be transformed into iron. I wonder how much would be needed to forge a single ingot. I-beams are essential for erecting buildings, whereas typical construction only requires rebar and concrete. However, upon noticing the scaffolding and structural rebar in the corner, Yongbo felt that this venture had already proven worthwhile. As he excavated the rebar from the ground with a pickaxe, he pondered the morality of his actions. Is this behavior somewhat unethical? Am I not pilfering? Smack. He then chastised himself. Why am I daydreaming instead of focusing on the task at hand? Under the cloak of night, Yongbo filled his backpack with an assortment of metallic treasures, returning to the vehicle with a heart brimming with satisfaction. "Now, take me back to Central Park, and then you should retreat to a safer location." Minutes later, the car came to a steady halt outside Central Park. Yongbo opened the door and stepped out, while Leo, observing Yang Bo's retreating figure, could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Yang Bo, do you live in the park?" Yang Bo turned to glance at Leo and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Indeed. It naturally enhances my strength." After bidding farewell with a wave to the bewildered trio, he wandered towards the distant forest. Upon returning home, Yang Bo eagerly retrieved his gains from the evening and placed them into the furnace. As he watched the furnace blaze to life, a sigh of relief escaped him. Reclining on the plush sofa in a relaxed posture, he swayed slightly to find comfort, although fatigue was a foreign concept to him now. He believed in the importance of indulgence. He fished out the stolen phone and inserted the SIM card that Leo had purchased for him. Now that I'm in America, I can access P-Site directly without the need for a proxy. At that moment, he finally felt the benefits of his transmutation. However, once the phone powered on, his expression froze in disbelief. What the hell? No signal. Are American telecom companies incompetent? I'm in Manhattan. Frustrated, Yang Bo nearly hurled the phone. Yet his rationality prevailed, allowing the device to remain intact. "Pa, it's my phone. I shan't punish myself for the faults of others." Reflecting on the situation, Yang Bo concluded that the lack of signal was likely due to the depth of his residence, buried over 10 meters underground in the heart of the park. He could not solely blame the telecom companies. He decided to harvest the wheat and trees first, and, once he had smelted all the iron, he would procure some wires to see if he could convert them into the equivalent of wires from his previous world. If successful, the possibilities would be endless. Once he had prepared the wiring, Yang Bo planned to fish at home, allowing him to gather food and potentially acquire various enchanted books, a veritable bonanza. He produced 9 furnaces from cobblestone in one breath, placing them adjacent to the original furnace, thereby exponentially increasing the speed of iron smelting. As time ticked away, Yang Bo busied himself with a substantial overhaul and renovation of his underground environment, though he found himself vexed by the remnants of the appliances he had pilfered. Alas, I was so focused on acquisition that now I find myself without electricity. What a predicament. A power generation module would be splendid. From his backpack, he retrieved the car and meticulously examined the items left behind. In the passenger side compartment, he uncovered a black handgun. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow at the firearm. It was his first encounter with freedom. Regrettably, he lacked knowledge about weapons and was uncertain of the model of the handgun. Stroking his chin, he murmured, "Why does possessing this make me feel an urge to shoot something?" The allure of both cold and hot weapons is undeniably potent for a man, and Yang Bo was no exception to this fascination. After toying with the handgun for the better part of the day, he stowed it away in his backpack. While it may prove unnecessary against vampires, it could serve as a formidable refuge against their minions. The flames in the furnace gradually waned. The ingots within were not yet fully forged, as he had run out of lumber. The initial 4 ingots would suffice for the time being, enabling him to craft a set of iron armor and tools, as well as an anvil, which would inevitably be required. Donning the armor, Yang Bo felt no sensation whatsoever, as if the iron plating were but a phantom, devoid of any discomfort. At last, he possessed armor. This transformation could be likened to exchanging a mere bird's gun for a cannon. Chapter 17. The vampire's henchman seated by the lakeside. Yang Bo fiddled with his phone. The good news was that he finally had a signal. The bad news was that he lacked any form of identification, rendering him unable to utilize certain applications that required registration. He retrieved the number left for him by Blade from his backpack and dialed it. Beep, beep. After a series of busy signals, Blade's voice resonated through the receiver. Yang Bo? Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback. This was a new number he had just purchased. Yet the other party had guessed it immediately. Indeed, it is I. Is today convenient for you? Could you share more addresses of vampires? I find myself rather eager. Upon hearing his request, there was a brief silence on Blade's end. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a black woman. Had Yang Bo been present, he would have recognized her as the female lead from the first Blade film. Where are you? Blade inquired coolly. I'm at Central Park. Call me when you arrive. I'll await you at the park entrance. After hanging up, a smile spread across Yang Bo's face. Another opportunity for income had presented itself. He strolled toward the park, settling at a CAF entrance, where he waited for over half an hour. Suddenly, A roar broke the air as a sleek black Dodge muscle car pulled up beside him. Through the window, Yang Bo glimpsed the two occupants and stood to approach, pulling open the door to take a seat in the back. Eric, I recall this car being a two-door model. Have you modified it? Before Blade could respond, Yang Bo turned his beaming smile towards the woman beside him. Though he wasn't particularly interested in her, the fact that she was the female lead made her undeniably attractive. Hello, I'm Yang Bo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Karen, however, did not acknowledge him. She was still grappling with her altered worldview after being bitten by a vampire the previous day. Noticing her disinterest, Yang Bo opted not to press further, instead addressing Blade. Who was at the wheel? Where are we headed? First, I'll take her home, Blade declared, pressing the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward. Karen resided in the Bronx, the northernmost of New York City's 5 boroughs, primarily inhabited by African and Latin American descendants, with a scarcity of Asian residents. It boasted one of the highest crime rates in the nation and was also among the poorest districts. As Yang Bo observed the surroundings transform from opulence to decay, it felt as if he had been transported back to the 1990s in America, with newspapers and debris strewn across the ground. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this environment, in stark contrast to the bustling Manhattan, provided Yang Bo with a sense of comfort. With a screech, the car came to a halt in front of an apartment building. Yang Bo frowned slightly at the sight. His senses indicated that a vampire lurked within a room on the second floor. Karen opened the car door and stepped out, to which Blade earnestly cautioned, "Do not forget our advice. Keep your eyes wide open. They are everywhere." With that, Blade drove away, leaving behind Karen's frustrated cries. It's daytime. From the back seat, Yang Bo chuckled. What's this? Are you planning to find a partner? Karen bore a striking resemblance to the mother of Blade, perhaps due to the latter's early loss of his own mother, which fostered a deep affection for her. This bond elucidated Blade's instinct to rescue her. Instead of responding to Yang Bo's inquiry, Blade remarked directly, "She has already attracted the attention of those vampires' henchmen. We must extract information about the vampires from their mouths." After circling the apartment, Blade parked the car at the entrance once more. Yang Bo cast a glance at the nearby police car and followed Blade into the building. Inside the elevator, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on those who venerate vampires? They are troublesome. After all, they remain human." Blade replied. Yang Bo nodded in understanding. In Blade 2, the vampires exploited this very flaw, leading Blade to kill a henchman disguised as a vampire on the streets, resulting in a government manhunt. Yet Yang Bo remained unfazed. Upon his resurrection in the alley after being bitten by a vampire, he vowed to eliminate every last vampire, regarding anyone who stood in his way as an adversary. Upon arriving at Karen's floor, they noticed a man in police uniform entering her room. Exchanging a glance, they dashed forward. Blade, swifter than Yang Bo, burst into the room, tackling the officer who attempted to draw his weapon and yanking him up by the collar. "He is a henchman. He aspires to become a vampire," Blade declared, delivering a fierce blow with each word. If the man proved sufficiently loyal, perhaps his master would elevate him to the rank of a new vampire. At this moment, Karen finally grasped the situation, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, "Wait, are you using me as bait?" Blade slammed the henchman onto the table, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself." Yang Bo then entered the room, observing the beaten henchman. He retrieved a wooden stake, contemplating that had he not needed the man to lead them to the vampire's hideout, he would have brandished a brand new iron axe instead. "Eric, should I take over? It seems your methods are ineffective. Rest assured, when it comes to punishment, our people say that if someone claims to be second, no one dares to assert they are first." He then turned to the side and addressed Karen. "My dear, could you kindly fetch me a needle?" Furrowing her brow, Karen questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "He is a police officer." Yang Bo chuckled, advancing toward the henchman, seizing him by the neck and pressing down, revealing the brand on his neck. "This is the vampire's mark," he explained. "It signifies that this officer is the private property of a vampire. Should another vampire wish to harm him, they must seek their master's consent." Blade scrutinized the mark on the henchman's neck, stating gravely, "This is the mark of Deacon Frost. We have been tracking him for quite some time." Yang Bo added, "My dear, to me, he is no longer human but a weapon wielded by the vampires against us. Do you understand?" With a forceful grip, He swiftly brought the officer crashing to the ground. The blade warrior crouched down and began to search the officer's person, deftly removing the watch from his wrist and stowing it away in his pocket. Yongbo observed the blade's practiced movements and couldn't help but remark, "Eric, as a distinguished blade warrior and daywalker, must your thievery be executed with such expertise?" Unfazed, the blade retorted with conviction, "What do you think sustains my existence? I cannot rely on public fundraising." Having completed the robbery, he nonchalantly hoisted the officer back to his feet and asked, "Officer Krieg, will you obediently play the role of a bloodhound?" Chapter 18. Officer Krieg, what an oversight on my part. Yongbo displayed an expression of profound regret as he stepped forward to rummage through the officer's belongings, stealthily pocketing the handgun at the man's waist. Just because Knife Edge dismissed it did not mean he shared the same sentiment. He was indifferent to whether it was a police firearm. Upon hearing Knife Edge's remarks, Karen opened her mouth as if to retort, but ultimately refrained from speaking, recognizing the validity in his words. "Damn it, counterfeit." Enraged, Knife Edge landed a punch squarely on Officer Krieg's face, forcefully tossing the watch onto the man's body. Yongbo merely chuckled, saying nothing, while Knife Edge seized the officer by the collar and proceeded toward the exit, with Karen closely trailing behind. Ascending in the elevator, Yongbo pressed the button for the second floor. Knife Edge, perplexed, inquired, "What is your business?" "There is a vampire on the second floor." "I'm going to handle it," Yongbo replied. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Yongbo stepped out, utilizing the vampire hunter's heightened senses. He peered through the walls and discerned the vampire lurking in a room beyond. Hearing Yongbo's words, Knife Edge dragged Officer Krieg out of the elevator, furrowing his brow as he asked, "How did you know there was a vampire here?" From his backpack, Yongbo retrieved a newly crafted iron axe. Although its damage was equivalent to that of a stone axe at 9 points, the iron axe boasted significantly greater durability. To avoid the dire situation of a weapon's durability plummeting during combat, he opted for the iron variant. Without turning his head, Yongbo fixated on the vampire within the room and declared, "The stench these creatures exude is like a beacon in the night for me." He raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the wooden door. The state of the apartment was considerably worse than the previous one they had visited. The flimsy wooden door stood no chance against such a strike, and with a resounding crash, it was kicked open. A familiar scene unfolded before Yongbo. The tightly drawn curtains allowed no sunlight to intrude, and the furniture within the room exuded a vintage charm, hinting at how long this vampire had resided there. "Who are you?" A white male in his 40s, clad in a gray pajama set, rose from the sofa upon hearing the door crash, glaring at the unexpected intruder. Yongbo disregarding the man's inquiry, Yongbo charged toward him. The vampire reacted swiftly, retrieving a handgun from beneath a cushion on the sofa and aiming it directly at Yongbo, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A bullet hurtled toward Yongbo's body, but an invisible barrier materialized, momentarily halting the projectile's force before it struck him, sending him stumbling back a step. -2. Yongbo's 10 hearts diminished by 1. Without hesitation, he drew a handgun from his backpack and aimed it at the vampire, pulling the trigger in rapid succession as bullets flew forth. Though he had never wielded a firearm before, he was well versed in the essence of a straightforward confrontation. A cacophony of gunfire erupted outside, prompting the figure of Knife Edge to swiftly abandon his prior engagement with the police, extracting his pistol from his waist and dashing into the room. A barrage of bullets erupted from Yongbo's handgun, and by sheer chance, one of the rounds struck the arm of his adversary, who was also armed. Seizing the moment, Yongbo leapt onto the sofa, transforming his firearm into an iron axe, which he swung down upon his opponent's head. At that instant, Knife Edge burst into the room, and with a resounding bang, a silver bullet infused with concentrated garlic essence pierced through the vampire's skull. As the fiend crumbled ash before him, Yongbo turned to Knife Edge and remarked with an air of resignation, "Should I commend your marksmanship or lament your usurpation of my kill?" Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to flood the room. Knife Edge holstered his weapon and, with a smile revealing his pearly whites, replied, "It seems you are indeed vexed by my seizing of your prey." Yongbo retorted, "As a hunter, it is only natural for me to resent the theft of my quarry." He then surveyed the room's furnishings, intent on discovering some operational funds. Just then, a voice echoed from outside Karen's exclamation, "That guy has escaped." Yang Bo and Knife Edge exchanged glances before sprinting out. The officer, Krieger, who had been discarded in the corridor, had vanished, while Karen looked on in a state of alarm. Pursue him. According to the narrative, Krieger was meant to escort Knife Edge to a bar, and if he were to elude them now, locating a concealed bar within the vast city would prove a formidable challenge. The trio dashed outside, only to witness the police car that had been idling by the roadside speeding away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from their sight, and Yang Bo's expression darkened. This complication would make it all the more difficult to find the bar leading to the vampire archives. The only certainty was that the establishment lay within this vicinity. He turned to Karen, who was trailing behind, and inquired, "Are you aware of a bar run by Japanese proprietors in the Bronx?" Yang Bo's recollection of the storyline involving Knife Edge was hazy, yet he vividly remembered the animated vampires dancing in the bar. Disappointingly, Karen was unfamiliar with such a place, being a doctor with little time for such venues. The three of them returned to the car, with Yang Bo occupying the passenger seat and Karen seated in the back. "You must leave this city," Karen insisted. "No, I must accompany you. Only then can I survive until I find the cure." Knife Edge turned to Karen, his expression grave as he stated emphatically, "There is no cure." His tone was resolute, betraying a relentless desire to escape his vampiric identity. Yet, after all these years, no solution had materialized. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Bo listened intently to the conversation between the two. Adjusting his seat to find the most comfortable position, he reclined and remarked, "Blade, you are not truly a vampire, but rather a completely new species. If there were indeed a cure for vampires, it would hold no efficacy for you. I do not detect the foul stench typical of vampires emanating from you. However, the enchanting lady in the back seat is beginning to exude an unpleasant odor. In my perception, this warrior Blade cannot be classified as a vampire. Although he possesses certain vampiric abilities, he remains untroubled by sunlight, silver, or garlic. Apart from a lingering thirst for blood, he is distinctly different from traditional vampires." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Blade remained silent, accelerating the vehicle as he pursued the route taken by the police officer moments earlier. Chapter 19. The Vampire Bar. The events unfolded far more smoothly than Yang Bo had anticipated. In no time at all, the group arrived at the Vampire Bar. Dafeng gestured for Yang Bo and Karen to observe the markings on the bar's outer wall. "It appears we've struck gold. That is indeed a vampire insignia." Yang Bo, who had been momentarily lost in thought, perked up at Dafeng's words, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Gold? Where is it?" Dafeng replied, "This mark indicates the presence of their safe houses nearby, places where they can seek refuge when dawn breaks." As Yang Bo gazed at the distant blue building, various scenes from the narrative flickered through his mind. Despite it being daytime, there were no vampires lurking outside the bar. He surveyed the surroundings. The grimy alley walls were plastered with various newspapers, fluttering in the wind before falling to the ground. Thankfully, it was daytime. If it were night, he couldn't shake the suspicion that a naked governor might emerge, as the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the setting of a Terminator film. Seated in the back, the young woman Karen asked, "Are these vampires so brazen as to open a bar on the street?" "This is nothing short of a nightmare." The police car that had previously parked outside the bar caught Dafeng's attention. Upon hearing Karen's remark, he exited the vehicle, stating, "Today, there will be something far more terrifying than vampires." Karen instinctively inquired, "What is it?" "I am." Yang Bo also stepped out of the car, admiring Dafeng's audacity, which he found utterly commendable and devoid of any hint of embarrassment. Spotting the police car parked at the entrance, Yang Bo pulled out a cigarette and said, "Let us go. I can hardly contain myself." Although it was daytime and the bar remained closed, Yang Bo and Dafeng weren't there to drink. Ignoring the suspicious glances of passers-by, Dafeng retrieved a handgun from his black trench coat and solemnly handed it to Karen. "Remember, mercy towards vampires is cruelty towards oneself. When faced with their heads, pulling the trigger is that simple." Karen hesitated before accepting the weapon, only to hear Dafeng continue, "Do not be misled by what movies portray. Holy water and crucifixes are utterly ineffectual." Yang Bo interjected, "I cannot concur with that. I possess holy water capable of harming vampires, though I currently lack the means to produce it. He added, a crucifix crafted from pure silver could also suffice. Dafone glanced at Yangbo, his dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes, yet his facial expression conveyed a clear sentiment. Are you some sort of contrarian reincarnate? Although the phrasing may have been slightly off, the sentiment was unmistakable. The trio arrived at the entrance of the bar, only to find the doors firmly shut. It seemed that the establishment had yet to open for business, which was to be expected, even if this bar were not a vampire safe house. No bar would operate in the morning. If there were exceptions, let us disregard that notion. Through the thick walls, Yangbo could distinctly perceive the circumstances within. A multitude of vampires congregated in the bar, their stillness indicating they were resting. At that moment, Yangbo felt a surge of adrenaline, contemplating. With so many vampires present, even a mere 30% drop rate would suffice to elevate me to a level 2 hunter, thus granting me 2 new skills. With this thought, he turned to his companion, Blade, and suggested, why not leave this to me? I can handle the cleanup on my own. Blade removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his pocket, replying earnestly, the number of vampires here is undoubtedly vast. You cannot manage them alone. Unbeknownst to him, Yangbo possessed the ability of resurrection. Despite having some unique powers, Blade perceived Yangbo's melee prowess as average, capable of dealing with a few ordinary vampires, but certainly not a swarm of 10 or more. With a sigh, Yangbo took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, in that case, please leave as many vampires for me as you can. I feel restless if I don't slay at least a few in a day. Blade said nothing further, merely nodding in silence as he exerted force to push against the heavy bar door, his expression grim. The door was exceedingly solid, without a vehicle or explosives. Entry was virtually impossible. Fear not, we shall enter from the side. I have a plan. Yangbo replied with a captivating smile. Possessing the powers of his world, walls, wooden doors, and iron gates were mere trifles to him. After surveying the distribution of vampires within the bar, he led his companions to a spot devoid of vampires, producing a pickaxe and striking it against the bar's blue wall. The sudden appearance of the pickaxe startled Karen, but she quickly adapted, with legendary vampires manifesting. Yangbo conjuring a pickaxe seemed entirely reasonable. As cracks spread across the wall, Blade and Karen watched in astonishment as the obstruction vanished from their sight. Do you possess such abilities as well? Karen inquired curiously, glancing at Blade. Observing the excavated wall, Blade unsheathed his specially designed long knife, twirling it with finesse, and declared, my ability is to send vampires to hell. With that, he boldly stepped into the bar. Yangbo followed suit, brandishing a battle axe, and cautioned, Blade, do not kill them outright. Merely sever their limbs, and I shall handle the rest. In the dimly lit hall of the bar, only a handful of vampires lay sprawled on the sofas, entirely oblivious to the entrance of Yangbo and his companions. Utilizing the vampire's night vision, Blade navigated the shadowy surroundings with ease, advancing with his long knife in hand. However, Yangbo found himself in a predicament. The dimly lit environment obscured the intricate details of the bar, revealing only the positions of the vampires. Yet, the establishment harbored more than just vampires. It was also home to their human accomplices. He withdrew a torch and affixed it to the wall, illuminating a small area around him. Blade Warrior. The vampires within, roused by the sound of footsteps, opened their eyes to behold the Blade Warrior, and, more terrifyingly, the Blade Warrior had also noticed them. In an instant, the Blade Warrior's weapon cleaved through the arm and thigh of one unfortunate vampire, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the bar, igniting a frenzy among the patrons. Yangbo, observing the vampire writhing on the ground in agony, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the Blade Warrior might indiscriminately eliminate the entire gathering of vampires, as this formidable foe typically dispatched ordinary vampires with remarkable ease. Approaching the fallen creature, he drove a slender stake into its body, and with the severing of an arm and a thigh, the vampire's vitality plummeted to below 35%, triggering the ordinary use of the stake, leading to the vampire's swift demise. Chapter 20. A bloodbath. Picking up a bottle of vampire blood and vampire fangs that had fallen to the ground, Yangbo felt a surge of joy within. A great start. With sufficient vampire blood, he could elevate his hunter's profession level, thereby significantly enhancing his capabilities. The Blade Warrior was currently in the midst of a massacre. Though he could not perceive the golden frames adorning the vampires as Yang Bo did, his years of experience dealing with these creatures allowed him to distinctly sense their presence. Typically, he refrained from eliminating vampire cultists, but Yang Bo harbored no such reservations. Anyone bearing the mark of a vampire met with a swift bullet to the forehead. Nothing was more despicable than a traitor. He collected the human heart and pure salt left behind by the vampire cultists. It was noteworthy that these items, in the game, were typically dropped only by hunters vanquished in the wild. The human heart is one thing, but to think this vampire cultist even dropped pure salt. Pure salt could be crafted into blessed salt, which, when processed through an alchemy station, would transform into holy water. This holy water could inflict considerable damage upon vampires. The bar was filled with the lamentations of the vampires, with flames occasionally engulfing one of them. Yang Bo and the Blade Warrior resembled gods of slaughter, taking advantage of the vampires' momentary disarray to dispatch over 10 vampires on the first floor, alongside 7 of their loyal followers. Hearing the commotion from below, the vampires upstairs rushed down. The Blade Warrior drew a specially modified handgun from his coat and aimed it at the staircase leading to the second floor, firing a rapid succession of shots. The swarm of vampires descending was rendered into mere targets for his marksmanship practice, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Yang Bo. These are all materials. Extinguishing the cigarette, but with his foot, he turned his gaze toward the bar counter. In his line of sight, a vampire was hiding behind the counter, weapon in hand. As Yang Bo approached, the vampire sprang up, shotgun in hand, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger at him. Having anticipated the encounter, Yang Bo swiftly dodged the shotgun blast, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Raising his weapon, he fired a bullet that struck the vampire squarely in the head. He realized that even ordinary handgun bullets could deal formidable damage to a vampire. An ambush? Did they truly think he was unprepared? Evading bullets was straightforward. One merely had to sidestep when the opponent aimed. To accomplish such a feat required only a stout heart. And Yang Bo, it seemed, possessed a fearlessness that set him apart. Leaping onto the bar counter, he raised his iron axe and struck down upon the vampire, whose role as either a server or bartender remained uncertain, before swiftly switching to a stake from his backpack and plunging it into the vampire's throat. With a soft hiss, the vampire opened its mouth and emitted a silent scream, igniting into flames. As the creature turned to ashes, no more souls from above descended to meet their demise, and the bar once again fell into a tranquil silence. Daofeng surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the police officer. He turned to Yang Bo and remarked, "It appears there is a secret passage leading elsewhere." Yang Bo, glancing down as he selected several appealing bottles of liquor from the cabinet to toss into his backpack, casually replied, "The secret passage is in the refrigerator of the kitchen." Daofeng's expression betrayed a hint of disbelief, as if to think, who would conceal a secret passage within a refrigerator? Yet, his body obediently moved toward the kitchen. At that moment, Yang Bo addressed Daofeng, saying, "The upstairs has tea been cleared yet? Some individuals are still hiding. I'll take care of them first. Will you wait for me?" Standing at the threshold to the kitchen, Daofeng paused upon hearing Yang Bo's words and replied, "I'll check the back first." Yang Bo shrugged, retracting his torch as he ascended the stairs to the second floor. The bar's outer walls were completely sealed, leaving the second floor devoid of any windows. Fortunately, a few lights in the corridor offered a semblance of illumination, preventing total darkness. In the elongated corridor, guest rooms lined both sides, adorned with various artistic photographs that left Yang Bo feeling parched. No wonder this bar is run by the Japanese. Their artistic flair is undeniable. He kicked open a door, coldly observing the room's interior like a cinematic villain. Before him lay a massive circular bed, upon which 3 young women and a vampire were huddled together, devoid of clothing, clutching a sheet in terror, as if seeking warmth through their closeness. Quite the revelry they have. The vampire, noticing Yang Bo's entrance, immediately bellowed in anger and leapt from the bed, executing a charge akin to a crow taking flight. "Baka!" Just as Yang Bo poised to fire, the familiar exclamation prompted him to holster his gun and wield the silver-inlaid baseball bat left by Leo, aiming for the vampire's abdomen. The creature, unadorned by any garments, felt the bat's silver corrode its flesh, leaving a darkened mark. Yongbo removed the silver chain from the bat, wrapping it around his hand, and spat on the ground, declaring, "That was a racial conflict. Now it's a personal vendetta, you little demon." He launched a left hook, followed by a right hook, and then a jab. The vampire emitted a nauseating stench, a consequence of its flesh being devoured by silver. Meanwhile, Dafeng had discovered the secret passage leading underground. Concerned for Yongbo's safety, he, along with Karen, ascended to the second floor, following the sounds of confrontation. Upon arrival, they beheld Yongbo confronting a naked man, relentlessly pummeling him. Recognizing the corrosive condition of the opponent's body, Dafeng quickly deduced that he was facing a vampire. However, Yongbo's demeanor suggested that this was no ordinary vampire. He was intent on inflicting torment. After casting a glance at the vampire's dwindling health, Yongbo stowed away his silver necklace into his backpack and retrieved a stake, plunging it into the abdomen of the diminutive vampire. Observing the creature's burning form, he expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, remarking, "How fortunate you are. If only the circumstances were more convenient, I would have the inclination to take this vampire back with me. Upon encountering the vampire's followers, I would abduct them to my abode, and through this little vampire, convert all the followers into vampires. This would simplify the acquisition of vampire blood." He then turned his gaze to the three shivering, anime-inspired girls on the bed and commanded, "Sing Chin Chin for me, and I may grant you mercy." He recalled his profound impression of this song from his previous viewing of Blade, Trinity. Chapter 21. The Archavist, accompanied by an energetic background score, Yongbo successfully eliminated all the vampires on the second floor. Although a few followers remained, they concealed themselves, evading his search. With a look of regret, he made his way towards the bar's kitchen. Karen, noticing Yongbo's discontented expression, inquired softly, "What's the matter? Were the vampires not entirely dealt with?" Yongbo shook his head, casting a complex glance at her as he replied, "Alas, I wish to take back those three eccentric girls who can sing, dance, and rap, but regrettably, I am not that depraved yet." Karen retorted, "Your ability to so casually express your inner thoughts already qualifies as a form of depravity, you know." Leading the way, Blade opened the refrigerator door, revealing a concealed passage to the underground. It was unclear when these vampires had constructed such a subterranean base. Following the stone staircase, the group arrived before an elevator, imbued with a sense of advanced technology. The metallic lift exuded a chilling aura, prompting Yongbo to recall the laser corridor from Resident Evil. If they have lasers installed here as well, even 10 blades would be futile. The elevator descended smoothly, soon arriving at a hall reminiscent of an underground bunker, where rows of server-like equipment were meticulously arranged, with red lights glowing ominously atop metallic cabinets. Yongbo's eyes sparkled at the sight of these machines. If only I could bring these servers back, connect a wire and a network cable, I could undoubtedly play Minecraft in 8K graphics. Clearly unfazed by the situation, Blade remarked nonchalantly, "This is the vampire's archive room. It must be where they store their vital documents." Upon hearing this, Yongbo exclaimed, "An archive room? Not servers? You can't possibly tell me that these high-tech facilities are merely a series of drawers." Blade nodded, and Yongbo, skeptical, approached the nearest cabinet, wielding a pickaxe to strike it. Insurance cabinet filled with documents. Yongbo stared vacantly at the hall filled with equipment, as if witnessing his supercomputer drifting further away from him. Karen surveyed the surroundings, her mind struggling to reconcile the presence of vampires with the advanced technology before her. And she hesitantly remarked, This is far too technological. Their followers are spread across various industries, politics, finance, real estate." Suddenly, a series of flatulent sounds echoed in the vast underground space, jarring and intrusive. Yongbo instinctively covered his nose, suddenly recalling that after activating his data mode, he could only detect the scent of vampires and nothing else, thus lowering his hand. "What is that sound?" Karen frowned, evidently affected by the biochemical assault. Yongbo chuckled. "You'll find out shortly." As they traversed a bend, the trio encountered the previously fleeing Officer Krieger, who was beside a small refrigerated box containing blood bags. Krieger was in the act of feeding a grotesque mass of a vampire, which, indisputably, weighed no less than 600 pounds. The creature's corpulence sprawled around it, rendering it impossible for Yang Bo to discern whether it was seated on the ground or lounging on a bed. Apart from its hands and head, which exhibited slight movement, the rest of its body had succumbed to immobility. Upon witnessing this sight, Yang Bo could not help but jest, "Goodness. This must resemble the pigs from the Great Leap Forward era. If such a creature can transform into a vampire, I wonder which vampire possesses such a peculiar palate. Could it truly extract blood with a single bite?" Officer Krieger, engrossed in his feeding, was startled by the voice from behind him. He swiftly turned to confront the trio. "Daywalker, how did you find this place?" Blade took a step forward, causing Krieger to panic and drop the blood bag onto the corpulent vampire. The creature, stimulated by the blood, disregarded Yang Bo and his companions, desperately stretching out its small hands in an attempt to grasp the bag, a task that proved nearly insurmountable for it. "Krieger, my food, quickly give me my food." It opened its mouth to reveal two sharp fangs, in stark contrast to the menacing appearances of other vampires. Yang Bo found this one somewhat endearing. "No need to rush, you can eat later," he mused, contemplating the prospect of taking this creature back to assist in converting vampires, reassured by the notion that it would pose no threat of escape, given its current state of helplessness. Blade approached, disregarding the incapacitated Krieger, and addressed the rotund vampire. "I presume you are the Archavist, Paul?" At that moment, Paul emerged from his blood-induced stupor, his small eyes betraying a look of alarm. "Blade Warrior, how did you find this place?" "Damn it, Krieger, you brought them here." In his agitation, a series of popping sounds erupted, prompting Blade to momentarily retreat, recognizing the heightened sensitivity of vampire senses compared to ordinary humans. "Porker, tell me where Frost is," Blade inquired, producing a black bag from his trench coat and revealing a flashlight. Paul, in a fluster, questioned, "What is this?" "A ultraviolet light. Let us play a game. I ask, you answer. Should your responses falter, you shall become a roasted pig." Seeing Blade unveil this deadly weapon, Yang Bo swiftly intervened. He still desired Paul and could not allow him to become roasted. "Wait, do not act yet. This creature is of use to me." Blade cast a puzzled glance in response to Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo continued, "Officer Krieger undoubtedly knows the whereabouts of his master. Moreover, as long as we remain here, Frost will assuredly come looking for you." The Blade nodded in agreement with Yang Bo's words, acknowledging that not only was he searching for Frost, but the latter was also seeking him. However, he was now quite curious about the purpose Yang Bo had for this fat pig. Yang Bo gazed at Boer, his face illuminating with a warm and amiable smile as he said, "Boer, I sense that you are a rare talent. Join me. Should you have any reservations, you may choose to remain here, awaiting our conquest of Frost, after which you can make your decision. I believe you to be a wise individual." Boer sensed Yang Bo's sincerity. Although he was uncertain of what was required of him, it was undoubtedly preferable to facing imminent demise at the hands of the Blade. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his standing among the vampires. The Archavist's flattering words merely masked the grim reality of his fate, waiting here to die. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I accept your offer." Chapter 22. The Book of Elbows. Krieg sat helplessly on the ground, struggling vigorously, clearly in a state of panic, attempting to free himself from Yang Bo's grasp. "No. What are you doing? Let me go." Yang Bo glanced at Krieg with a look of incredulity, then turned to Knife Edge and asked, "Has he always been this courageous? Does he not consider how he breached the bar to arrive here?" Knife Edge was rendered speechless by this remark. Indeed, the intelligence of these vampire acolytes seemed rather questionable. For if they were of sound mind, they would not hold such beliefs. With a swift and merciless punch, Yang Bo struck Krieg on the head, admonishing, "Silence. Did you not wish to become a vampire? I shall fulfill your desire right now." After receiving Yang Bo's blow, Krieg felt his mind clouded, his thoughts fading as he was dragged to Boer's side. Hearing Yang Bo's words, Knife Edge furrowed his brow and questioned, "You intend to make him a vampire? Isn't that rather beneficial? His wish has always been to become one, hasn't it?" With a smile that masked his true intentions, Yang Bo replied as if he were acting in Krieg's best interest, seizing Krieg by the hair and yanking it back to expose his neck, presenting it to Boer. "Hey, Boer, Now is your moment to shine. Boer gazed at the enticing neck before him, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. He had not eaten sufficiently earlier. Yet the fear of Frost suppressed his cravings, and he nervously stammered, "No, he is a follower of Frost. If I were to transform him into a vampire, Frost would not spare me." Before Boer could finish, young Bo interrupted with blunt resolve. "It seems you have misjudged your circumstances. Perhaps my earlier leniency led you to believe you could negotiate with me." Young Bo narrowed his eyes at Boer, punctuating his words. "Now, you have two choices. Either transform him into a vampire, or I shall eliminate you right now." 10-9. I will bite," Boer faltered, his voice trembling. "Shouldn't it be 8 after 9? Young Bo observed Boer's submission, raising an eyebrow and nonchalantly remarked, "What? Do you take issue with my arithmetic?" Boer waved his hands hastily. No. Watching as young Bo lifted Krieg from the ground, exposing his neck once more, Boer, with no other option, reluctantly opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Krieg's fair neck. Krieg let out a piercing scream, though he had longed to become a vampire. He had never anticipated the pain of being bitten would be so excruciating. Moments later, Boer released his grip, thoroughly satisfied as he licked his lips. Typically, he feasted on blood bags, but the taste of fresh blood was incomparable. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had savored such vitality. Now, we must wait. As long as he survives, he can be transformed into a vampire. Young Bo threw the pallid Krieg to the ground, while Karen, who had remained silent until now, approached him directly and crouched down to assess his condition. This transformation held considerable allure for her, as a blood expert. Yet she lamented the absence of suitable equipment in this place. Observing Karen's focused demeanor, young Bo kindly cautioned her, "My dear, this is quite perilous. It would be wise to bind him." Taken aback for a moment, Karen quickly regained her composure, shedding her outer coat to reveal a sleek, black form-fitting tank top that accentuated her shapely figure. A couple of whistles echoed in the subterranean space as young Bo and Blade exchanged knowing smiles. A shared understanding among men. Noticing their expressions, Karen rolled her eyes at them. At that moment, Boer's voice broke the silent exchange. Do you need me to inform you of Frost's address? And also about his plan regarding the Blood God?" Boer's reasoning was straightforward. Having been compelled to betray Frost, he understood that the latter would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, he decided to place his bets on Blade and this unfamiliar man before him. Upon hearing about the Blood God plan, Blade's interest piqued, and he inquired of Boer, "Share what you know," though young Bo wished to keep Boer around. He knew that if Boer did not cooperate, young Bo would not grant him any mercy. Boer nodded, though even this simple gesture appeared to require significant effort. "Frost aims to resurrect the Blood God." He spoke as he extended a finger to type on the keyboard, which summoned a 3D display. Simultaneously, a large metallic door opened automatically. "Magloria is about to descend. The 12 holy spirits will awaken the Blood God. This is prophecy." Noticing Blade's perplexed expression, Boer elaborated. "This is the prophecy from the Book of Elbosis. The pages of the Book of Elbosis are just beyond that door." He gestured with his pudgy hand towards the now open metal door. Upon hearing the name Elbosis, Blade's eyes narrowed. He recognized it as the fabled vampire scripture but had never seen the actual tome. Observing Blade's silence, Boer revealed another crucial detail. "The Daywalker is essential for resurrecting the Blood God. Your blood is the most vital offering, and Frost will undoubtedly devise a means to capture you." Young Bo could not suppress his incredulity at Boer's assertion. Why must the resurrection of the vampire progenitor hinge on the Daywalker's blood? Are the bloodlines of the 12 vampire elders not pure enough? He had always found it perplexing in films why the resurrection of the Blood God required the blood of the warrior protagonist. After all, Daywalkers were not irreplaceable. One could merely bite a pregnant woman nearing childbirth, and with a sufficient base, new Daywalkers would surely emerge. Boer wore an expression of resignation as he replied, "I do not know. The prophecy is written thus. As far as we know, you are the only Daywalker, possibly due to your immense notoriety among vampires." Such an explanation, young Bo could still reluctantly accept. As he observed the Blade turning to head towards the room where the pages were stored, he addressed Boer, saying, "At present, I cannot take you with me. You understand that you're," casting a glance at Boer's physique, which would instill fear in any ordinary person, he continued. Tell me the address of Frost, and once I have dealt with him, I shall return for you. He is currently in the nearby Edgewood mansion, but he must have already gotten wind of your descent from the bar. It is highly likely he is en route. Yongbo silently nodded and replied, I believe you have a way to handle him. I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, he seized the police officer on the ground and followed the blade to another room. Chapter 23. Fierce battle and death. Once more, numerous yellowed sheets of paper, filled with chaotic drawings and symbols, were encased within transparent glass. These were the inner pages of the Vampire Bible, exuding great archaeological significance. Grasping the unconscious police officer, Yongbo hurriedly followed Dao Feng, stating, Frost will be here shortly. It is advisable for you to leave now, as their numbers are certainly. Yongbo ceased his words abruptly, for in his line of sight, a throng of vampires was approaching from another corridor, their numbers easily exceeding 100 at a glance. Be cautious, they are coming. Upon hearing this, Dao Feng swiftly unsheathed his katana, preparing for battle. Karen, the sole female, spoke with a hint of panic. What should I do? Yongbo cast a glance at her and addressed Dao Feng, knowing that the vampires are targeting you. Engaging them directly is unwise. You and Karen should retreat the way we came. I will cover your escape. Dao Feng, after a moment's contemplation with his katana in hand, replied to Yongbo. We will go together. He was not foolish. If Frost dared to come, he must have been well prepared. The narrative indicated that Frost was cornered here. A situation markedly different from their current predicament. Turning, he seized Karen's hand and sprinted towards the door of the archives, having already heard the footsteps approaching from nearby. Yongbo followed closely, reaching the archives where he spotted the nearest vampire. Upon seeing him, the vampire immediately raised his submachine gun, aiming it at Yongbo, who methodically retrieved a round stone from his backpack to barricade the doorway. Then, a flurry of gunfire erupted, and Yongbo's face turned ashen as he spat. Damn it. The treatment for capture versus execution is vastly different. If these vampires were this ruthless in the story, Dao Feng might have perished long ago. Cracks began to form on the stone behind him, spreading rapidly, catching Yongbo off guard. He called out to Dao Feng, You go ahead. I have a plan to escape. Perhaps I can return faster than you. He added, Aside from your katana, give me everything else to deal with the vampires. I intend to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Dao Feng promptly removed his trench coat and tossed it to Yongbo, as most of his gear was contained within it. Without any sentimental exchanges, he took Karen and left the premises. He held no concern for Yongbo. If Yongbo was indeed overestimating his capabilities, then there was little he could do. As Dao Feng departed, Yongbo's expression grew solemn. He glanced at the fallen Krieg and murmured, Alas, there is no time. Without further hesitation, he swung his axe, the sharp, pain-jolting Krieg awake, eliciting a scream. Yongbo showed no mercy, delivering 3 decisive strikes that depleted Krieg's life force. Surprised, he picked up the vampire Fong that had fallen to the ground. Is this a successful transformation? Yongbo was somewhat taken aback. It had only been a little over 20 minutes, yet his opponent had already been classified as a vampire. Had he known this would transpire, he would have dispatched the foe with a stake. The gunfire from behind the wall had ceased, no matter how extravagant the adversary. It was impossible to fire at a wall. With no bullets to strike, the cracks in the round stone began to fade, albeit at a sluggish pace, taking at least a minute. Casting a glance at the vampire's location within, Yongbo opted for a relatively concealed position to dig towards them. However, the sound of his activity echoed vividly in the basement, drawing the attention of the entire assembly of vampires. The moment he breached the opening, Yongbo did not hesitate. He drew his specially crafted handgun, forged by the blade, and aimed at the throng of vampires, pulling the trigger. At that instant, he was indifferent to the potential loss of items. His singular focus was to eliminate this cluster of vampires. With silver bullets infused with concentrated garlic juice, any vampire struck would ignite in flames. In mere moments, 7 or 8 vampires joyfully turned to ash. Bang, bang. The enemy's counterattack was remarkably swift. Even as Yongbo hastened to seal the breach, he found himself struck 4 times, being forced several steps back. Observing his blood level reduced to half, He hastily retrieved a piece of bread and began to munch on it. Damn, this firepower is intense. The vampires showed no mercy upon spotting him. They unleashed their firearms without hesitation. The situation was starkly different from when he attempted to capture the blade. He barely had time to reflect before a thunderous explosion erupted. The round stone positioned at the entrance shattered into a myriad of fragments. A throng of vampires surged in. He's over there. Eliminate that wretched being. Beware the blade warrior. Bang, bang, bang. Yongbo quickly executed a roll, evading a barrage of bullets that struck his previous position. The vampires moved with remarkable agility, their suppressive fire forcing him into a hasty retreat, leaving him no time to dig a pit for escape. Damn it, I'll fight back. With a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of special bullets that struck the fastest charging vampire, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Yet, he too suffered. Several bullets found their mark, reducing his health from 20 points to a mere 3. Once more, he concealed himself behind a supporting pillar, his complexion paling significantly. Truth be told, he had underestimated the firepower and prowess of this vampire faction. In the original narrative, they were both merciless and timid, leading Yongbo to perceive them as weaklings. It was clear he would have to tackle them one by one. Their congregation made them excessively difficult to eliminate, and they offered no materials in return. Suddenly, a green orb caught his eye, and in that moment, everything around him seemed to slow down. Yongbo's pupils constricted sharply. He could discern every detail of the object. His ears seemed to play tricks on him, echoing the warning, "Fire in the hole." Unable to restrain himself, he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn, they even have grenades. Boom. A powerful shockwave obliterated Yongbo's form. Awakening without death's drop, Yongbo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and then he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar round stone ceiling. He realized he was in his bed at home. Was this a new resurrection point? Could it be that even a bed within the game could serve as a respawn location? He would have to be more cautious while sleeping in the future. Rising from the bed, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Glancing at the vampire blood within his backpack, he resolved to elevate his hunter level to 2. The vampire blood, acquired during his recent visit to the bar, was more than sufficient for this advancement, with some remaining as well. Now that he was aware of the lair of those creatures, it would be considerably easier. Once he reached level 2, he would venture to the vampire's lair for a special dungeon exploration. Chapter 24. Upgrades and new skills with the newfound vampire blood in his possession. Yongbo approached the vampire hunter and opened the upgrade interface. The text had undergone a transformation. To train, please submit 2 vials of vampire blood. He curled his lip and retrieved 2 vials of vampire blood from his inventory, placing them in the designated slots below. To reach level 2, a total of 12 vials were required. For level 3, 18 vials. Alas, the journey ahead was long and arduous. It would be wise to refrain from relying solely on handguns to dispatch vampires, as their non-drop of materials posed a significant issue. Having placed 10 vials of vampire blood, the hunter's level ascended from 2 to 3, resulting in Yongbo's skill points increasing from 0 to 2. Presently, there was only one skill tree available for allocation, alleviating any concerns regarding choice paralysis. Increase attack speed and invisibility were the skills at hand. Upon witnessing the skills illuminate, Yongbo retrieved his stake from the inventory and swung it through the air, discovering that the attack interval had indeed been reduced by at least half. This truly reaffirmed that leveling up and acquiring skills was the path to success. Contentedly, Yongbo stowed away the stake. However, he found himself unable to experiment with the invisibility skill just yet. As he silently pondered its effects, he could still see himself post-activation. The invisibility skill allowed the user to become imperceptible to monsters, making it challenging for them to detect the user. During the skill's effect, the user was prohibited from engaging in melee attacks, destroying blocks, placing blocks, or consuming food, though ranged attacks with a crossbow remained permissible. Zombies and vampires would detect the player within a range of approximately 10 meters, while skeletons and creepers would remain oblivious. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yongbo promptly pulled out his phone, dialing Blade's number while murmuring, "Unfortunately, I am but a petty man." "Hey, Yongbo, you made it out?" The voice of Blade came through as soon as the call connected, accompanied by the roar of car engines. Yang Bo furrowed his brow and replied, "I've already returned home." "Are you being pursued?" "If it's convenient, come pick me up at Central Park. Same place as always." Blade, racing down the street, felt his mind struggling to comprehend Yang Bo's words. He had only just left the bar a few minutes prior. And now Yang Bo was telling him he had traversed from the Bronx back to Manhattan and returned to Central Park. "Yang, are you certain you're not joking?" With a tone of resignation, Yang Bo responded, "There's nothing humorous about this. If it's convenient, please come get me. If not, I'll just take a cab. Give me half an hour." Blade hung up, gripping the steering wheel tightly. At the next intersection, he executed a slick drift, tires screeching against the pavement and sending up a cloud of smoke as he sped toward Manhattan. Ringing. The phone chimed again. Blade glanced at the name on the screen, his brow furrowing deeply, and his expression soured, yet he still answered the call. "Mr. Carlson, what brings you to call me?" The words of Blade were laced with mockery, as Carlson's amiable voice resonated through the phone. "Eric, did you not previously refer to me as Phil?" he queried. "No." "What is it?" "Mr. Phil." Blade was already aware of the reason for Carlson's call, yet he desired to comprehend the true intentions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric's actions had been excessively brutal. While the despicable vampires were one matter, the deaths of over 10 followers, individuals who ostensibly led normal lives, was another. Navigating through the heavy traffic, Blade maneuvered his vehicle with the agility of a fish, deftly evading the surrounding cars as he sped towards Central Park. Growing impatient with Carlson's inquiries, he interjected, "What do you want?" "If it's nothing, I shall hang up. I have matters to attend to." Carlson, understanding Blade's demeanor, felt powerless but remained composed. As a professional agent must adhere to the directives of superiors. He calmly asked, "Who is the man accompanying you?" "I have no idea." Blade responded bluntly, accelerating further. "We've only known each other for 2 days." His feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. were complex. Though he was a member of an extrajudicial team, S.H.I.E.L.D. had brokered a tenuous agreement with the vampires, maintaining a precarious balance. The sound of Carlson tapping on his desk echoed through the line. "Make sure he stays vigilant. After all, the followers are still human." Phil understood. "And the vampires in New York have already breached the agreement." "I'm aware. I will inform the director. Stay safe, and I shall visit you for a drink when time permits." The vampire syndicate was vast and ancient, with European vampires holding far greater power than their American counterparts. With that, Phil ended the call, his gaze drifting to the screen where he spotted Yang Bo outside a bar, a smile gracing his lips. Another individual with special abilities, perhaps? Half an hour later, Yang Bo observed a muscular black vehicle speeding toward him. He waved his arm, catching Blade's attention, and with a screech, the car halted before him. He opened the rear door and climbed inside. "Blade, take me to the building where Frost resides," he said with an air of jest. "I have some scores to settle with him." Earlier, he had been dismissed by a group of inconsequential minions without even encountering the boss, but having gained 2 new skills. He was determined to reclaim his honor. Blade nodded slightly and restarted the vehicle, steering back towards the Bronx. The two shared a tacit understanding, refraining from discussing how Yang Bo had returned to Central Park, for everyone harbored their own secrets. Just as he needed serum to suppress his bloodlust, something he had confided to no one but Whistler, Yang Bo remained equally enigmatic. "What are you planning to do?" Blade suddenly inquired as he drove. Yang Bo gazed out at the passing scenery, his demeanor tranquil as he replied, "Go in and eliminate them. It's that simple. If one can be slain, slay it. If 2 can be vanquished, then vanquish 2. In other places, I cannot speak so freely. But in the city where I currently reside, I fervently wish for the absence of that repugnant group of individuals." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Dao Feng beamed with a radiant smile, his pearly white seemingly glimmering. "I stand with you." Thus, they engaged in a lively exchange, each taking turns to speak for quite some time. Due to the presence of vampires, the bond between them grew significantly closer. Dao Feng's philosophy was refreshingly straightforward. As long as one eradicated vampires, they would be deemed good friends. Chapter 25, assistance in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Yang Bo gazed greedily through the car window at the dilapidated steel pipelines and various forsaken equipment. Dao Feng, have these discarded pipes and devices truly been left to waste? The car rolled into a workshop, the secure stronghold of Dao Feng and Hui Si Te, despite its vulnerability to discovery by vampires. I am uncertain, yet I have remained here without anyone tending to these remnants. Dao Feng pushed open the car door and approached an elderly man with graying hair. I have returned. Hui Si Te cast a glance at the vehicle and spotted Yang Bo and Karen disembarking, his expression revealing his displeasure as if someone owed him a fortune. Eric, why have you brought strangers again? Dao Feng removed his various gear and settled into a nearby chair, as the gnawing desire for blood began to erode his rational mind. Addressing Hui Si Te directly, he stated, "He is the individual I mentioned yesterday. Had it not been for him, I would not have escaped so easily." Seeing Dao Feng seated, Hui Si Te approached and bound his hands, opening a nearby metal box filled with neatly arranged vials of crimson liquid. Yang Bo, who had been surveying the surrounding dilapidated apparatus, walked over upon witnessing Dao Feng restrained in the chair. Dao Feng, why do you not procure blood bags? You are aware that your powers stem from blood. If you were to feed, your strength would be significantly greater than it is now. Humans do not consume blood. Yet Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly, replying, humans may not drink blood, but they do indulge in a dish known as Mao Shui Wang. Mao Shui Wang. Dao Feng was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered the term before, and was oblivious to its meaning. Mao Shui Wang is a culinary delight primarily composed of duck blood, renowned for its spicy and savory flavors. In theory, human blood could also be used, although most would find it rather unpalatable. Suddenly, as Yang Bo mentioned Mao Shui Wang, he could not help but smack his lips, having subsisted on bread for the past few days, his palate yearning for something more flavorful. No, once we resolve this vampire issue, we must venture to Chinatown for a feast. Dao Feng was genuinely astonished. He had never imagined that there existed a delicacy made from blood, although he was aware of famous blood sausages abroad, which remained niche cuisine. Most importantly, in the Marvel Universe, vampires require specific components found only in human blood, absent in animal blood. I must try it when I have the opportunity. Although animal blood may be ineffective, its flavor should still be delightful to a vampire. As Yang Bo retrieved a bucket of milk, he was about to speak, but Hui Si Te had already prepared a syringe and aimed it at Dao Feng's neck, inserting it without delay. The efficacy of the serum has markedly declined. Implicitly, this suggests that once the serum ceases to be effective, one can only rely on their willpower to resist the insatiable thirst for blood. However, it is a rare occurrence for anyone to succeed in such a struggle, otherwise vampires would not be so rampant. In that fleeting moment when desire overwhelms reason, the one who is bitten is already lost. What survives is merely a monster governed by that very desire. Seated in anguish, the sinews on the face of the blade appeared as he groaned in torment, embodying a state of utter despair. Yang Bo, watching from the side, felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, he had already been drained, for under such excruciating pain, he would have surely crumbled. While Blade writhed in suffering, Hui Si casually tossed the syringe onto the table and reached for a cigarette to place between his lips. He glanced at Yang Bo, signaling him. Yang Bo stepped forward, extracted a cigarette, and ignited it with his lighter, leading both to indulge in the swirling smoke. You are quite remarkable, Yang Bo remarked with a smile. You are too, Hui Si replied. By the way, are these dilapidated devices around us of any use? If not, may I take some scrap metal? Indeed, take as much as you wish. The furnace will cease to function once it breaks down. Unaware of Yang Bo's intentions, Hui Si nonchalantly continued, these items are not mine. If you need them, feel free to take. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Just as Yang Bo prepared to grab a pickaxe to assist Blade and Hui Si in tidying up the chaotic surroundings, Blade began to recover from the serum's effects, his bare torso glistening with sweat. He unfastened the bindings from his wrists, stood up, and flexed his wrists, gazing at Yang Bo. What do you need this scrap metal for? And didn't you just pull out a metal barrel? This is no mere scrap in my possession, Yang Bo replied with a grin, then retrieved a carton of milk from his backpack, explaining, this is a bucket of milk. but it possesses extraordinary capabilities. As he spoke, he tipped the carton upside down. You see, this marvelous milk 1T spill, even when inverted. Blade. We see. Fortunately, as soon as Karen returned, he began to study the blood of vampires. Otherwise, the number of speechless individuals in this moment would have increased. You truly lack a sense of humor. This milk can eliminate all negative statuses. Blade, have you ever played video games? Let us pretend I didn't ask that. From your appearance, it's evident that your primary leisure activity is slaying vampires. Yongbo continued. I wanted you to test whether this item has any effect on you, but your partner was simply too swift. For such a conceptual item, neither Blade nor the well-informed Huisi comprehended what Yongbo meant by eliminating all statuses. Both displayed expressions of confusion, particularly Blade S, which reminded Yongbo of a widely circulated image of an African American on the internet. Yongbo observed the two individuals and drew a comparison, pointing to Karen, who was engrossed in her research, saying, much like her, after being bitten by a vampire, she is undergoing a transformation into one. Yet, in my eyes, she is merely afflicted by a peculiar toxin. If she drinks this bucket of milk, she will be able to counteract the effects of the poisoning. May I have a look? Whitster inquired, his skepticism regarding the milk's properties apparent. Yongbo handed the bucket to Whitster, who, upon closer inspection, realized that the container appeared to be constructed from numerous small square pieces meticulously joined together. He approached a microscope, intending to sample and investigate the contents. But to his dismay, he found that no matter what method he employed, he could not extract even a single drop of milk. Even when he reached inside, he could not touch the liquid within. Observing Whitster, who had fallen utterly silent before the experimental apparatus, Blade could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Can this substance transform me from a half-vampire into a human?" With sincerity as his weapon, Yongbo shook his head and candidly replied, "You are a half-vampire. Hence the milk will have no effect on you. However, it may alleviate your cravings for blood. I am uncertain of the specifics. I merely intended to use you as a test subject." Chapter 26, Quenching the Bloodthirst of the Blade at this moment. Blade was indifferent to whether he had become a mere guinea pig. His sole desire was to ascertain if this milk could indeed satiate his insatiable bloodlust. If it truly could, then aside from becoming a tad stronger, with heightened senses and enhanced recovery, he would be scarcely different from an ordinary human. Yong, may I have a taste? What do you require in return? Initially, Yongbo simply wished to discover if the milk he possessed could exhibit the same absurdity as in the games. Blade's current demeanor resembled that of a lamb, adorned with condiments, boldly leaping before the wolf, playfully declaring, "Feast to your heart's content, no limits." However, Yongbo reconsidered. It seemed Blade, this superhero, possessed little of material value, with his operational budget primarily derived from slaying vampires and scavenging their remains, selling watches, and dismissing all else as beneath him. Contemplating this, a smile crept across his face as he said, "Blade, should you encounter any solitary vampires in the future, could you deliver them to me? Rest assured, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, no vampire you bring will survive a day in my presence." This arrangement posed no conflict with Blade's interests, aside from a minor inconvenience. He readily nodded in agreement. "No problem, but solitary vampires are scarce. If I capture too many, they will undoubtedly band together." With a wave of his hand, Yongbo chuckled. "Such trivial matters. Gather as many as you can. By the way, before you indulge in the milk, I possess a rather exquisite item. Do see if it piques your appetite." With that, he produced a seemingly pixelated human heart, akin to a mosaic. In the realm of games, this item served as sustenance for vampires. Much like bread for Yongbo, vampires could consume this to replenish their blood supply. When in possession of an empty vial and at full capacity, ingesting the heart would automatically refill the vial with blood. It could also be utilized at the potion altar for upgrades. However, upon presenting the mosaic-like human heart, Blade scrutinized it several times, unable to discern its nature. What is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming attraction to it? This is a human heart. Do not inquire why it appears thus. I am uncertain. Blade chuckled, gently shaking his head. Your description is rather fitting. Yongbo's eyes widened in astonishment at Blade's remark, internally exclaiming, "Good heavens, the prophet speaks." Unaware that he had inadvertently spoken a truth, Blade extended his hand to accept the human heart from Yongbo. He delicately inhaled its scent, furrowing his brow. Despite the fact that it could not possibly be a human heart, the aroma evoked a deep yearning within him. Had he not recently injected the serum, he would have been unable to resist devouring it. Yongbo, could you enlighten me on the origin of this item? Yongbo gazed at Daofeng, contemplating whether to encourage him to consume the heart, hoping it might enhance his strength. Thus, he resolved to fabricate a benign falsehood. To be honest, you may find it hard to believe, but I stumbled upon this. I possess a unique ability that allows me to acquire certain extraordinary items upon the death of a vampire, such as this vampire's heart. Daofeng accepted Yongbo's words, which also elucidated why Yongbo had chosen to slay the vampire himself. However, he lifted his gaze to Yongbo and inquired, "What do you gain from killing the followers? Was it that obvious?" Yongbo fell silent once more. Indeed, as an ordinary person, how could I possibly deceive someone like Daofeng, who dances on the edge of death daily? Perhaps he has perceived much, yet chooses to remain silent with this thought. Yongbo's expression cleared, free from chaotic notions, and he spoke plainly. "I must confess, I was dishonest. This heart is a drop from the followers. The vampires yield their fangs. I wish for you to taste this vampire heart. I know you haven't savored human blood in quite some time. Your true potential remains untapped. Soon, we will face a horde of vampires. Perhaps they will arrive tonight. You don't truly believe your base is well hidden, do you? You might escape, but what of him?" As he spoke, Yongbo pointed towards Whistler, attempting to warm the milk barrel. He then produced another container of milk and offered it to Daofeng, saying, "You can drink this milk first and ponder my proposal. Only by enhancing your strength can you vanquish more vampires and other threats to humanity." Indeed, sincerity proved to be the ultimate weapon. Confronted with the reality Yongbo presented, Daofeng glanced between the heart and the milk, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had never imagined himself to be so indecisive, yet at the moment of choice, he found himself vacillating. Whistler was not merely his partner. He was also his mentor and adoptive father, having taken him in during his youth and imparted various survival skills. The thought of Whistler encountering misfortune was a burden he could scarcely bear. Casting a deep glance at Yongbo, Daofeng lifted the milk to his lips. The milk, which had seemed inert moments before, appeared to come alive as it reached his mouth. He felt an unexpected lightness envelop his body, and the previously stifled spirit began to ease, inducing a euphoric sensation. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Shit." Whistler and Karen, engrossed in their research, were startled by Daofeng's sudden outburst. Upon confirming his well-being, they returned to their respective studies. Daofeng, observing the now empty iron barrel in his hands, broke into a smile, revealing 2 rows of pristine white teeth. "Thank you. I have never felt this unburdened before." Then he glanced at the human heart in his hand, and the peculiar allure had vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, he still felt a gnawing hunger. Accepting the empty bucket handed back by Daofeng, Yongbo observed him without urging, silently waiting for him to make his own decision. 2 minutes later, Daofeng returned the heart to Yongbo, smiling as he said, "I shall not partake after all. I understand your intentions for both myself and Huisi, yet this is not the wisest choice. I am aware that this is not a genuine human heart, but its scent mirrors that of the blood I am familiar with. Even if I cannot become human, I refuse to be a vampire governed by desire." Upon hearing Daofeng's words, Yongbo felt no disappointment whatsoever. Perhaps he had known from the outset that Daofeng would not forsake his principles. "Very well. I shall not press you. Perhaps in the future, when you find a partner, you might indulge a little in the thrill of crossing boundaries, and your abilities will naturally flourish." Chapter 27. As night falls, running a red light? What connection could there possibly be between seeking a girlfriend and running a red light? When the subject of girlfriends arose, the first person that crossed Daofeng's mind was the dark-skinned Karen beside him. He then recalled that Karen was currently undergoing transformation into a vampire, although there was a special serum to suppress it that merely delayed the inevitable. "Yang, does the milk I used earlier truly have the power to resolve Karen's predicament?" Upon hearing Daofeng's inquiry, Yongbo turned to look at Karen, who was half bent over conducting a blood test, and chuckled lightly. It's quite simple. ISNT, there's still a barrel of milk at Whistler's. You could let Karen drink it, and the effects will reveal themselves naturally. Daofeng cast a sidelong glance at Whistler and nodded gently. Since Daofeng had no desire to consume a heart, there was little else to attend to. They merely needed to wait for nightfall to see if the vampires would launch a surprise attack. If they did not come, then he would take the initiative to strike. I suggest you prepare yourself. I have a premonition that the vampires may very well attempt an assault tonight. Also, I wish to venture out to procure a bit of scrap metal. Just a tiny bit, Daofeng said. Yang Bo's expression became somewhat grave upon hearing Daofeng's words about needing scrap metal, but he did not dwell on it, merely responding with a non-committal sound before turning toward Whistler. Yang Bo wore a knowing smile, watching Daofeng's retreating figure, and thought to himself, take a good look around once more. Stepping out of the workshop and into the open air, he found himself surrounded by a desolate landscape, littered with discarded equipment and twisted metal pipes. To Yang Bo, these were all gleaming ingots of iron. He would also need Daofeng's assistance to purchase some coal. Relying solely on wood would be excessively wasteful. Fortunately, having traversed into modern society, he could procure nearly anything he required. He retrieved a workbench from his backpack and placed it on the ground, then took out some stones to construct 3 furnaces, setting them beside him. With a pickaxe in hand, he began to clear the surrounding equipment, the clanging sounds ringing out incessantly. Joyful moments always pass swiftly, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Yang Bo sat contentedly in front of the furnace, gazing at the ingots of iron in the nearby box. He had transformed the furnace into a fully automatic system with the addition of a funnel. Now, by merely placing various iron items into the upper box, he could continuously obtain ingots of iron. Just as he was preparing to venture a bit further to chop some trees, Daofeng's voice resonated from the doorway of the workshop. Yang Bo, it's time to eat. Before he could finish, Daofeng, surveying the outside of the workshop, could no longer contain himself. Yang, what on earth have you done? The once chaotic assortment of pipes and dilapidated equipment now appeared impeccably clean, as if a dog had licked it. Not only the pipes, but even the surrounding scenic trees had vanished, leaving only barren yellow earth. For a fleeting moment, Daofeng questioned whether his left foot had inadvertently transported him to the western wasteland when he exited the workshop. Hearing Daofeng's exclamation, Yang Bo wore a sincere smile as he replied, I simply tidied up the surroundings for you. It would be inconvenient to live amidst such disarray. Indeed, your arrival is fortuitous. Could you perhaps assist me in procuring some coal? The more, the better. Blade. Approaching Yang Bo, he gazed at the furnace still ablaze. Yet, regardless of his scrutiny, he could discern nothing of what was being consumed within. Even standing merely a meter away from the furnace, he felt no trace of its heat, only the faint crackling of combustion. What is this? A furnace for burning materials. There was no need for extensive explanation. Yang Bo found it too cumbersome. He feared that if he elaborated, Blade's inquiries would multiply. Have you come to dine? Blade nodded, observing Yang Bo's reluctance to elaborate, and glanced around, feeling a slight heaviness in his chest, reminding himself, a promise made must be fulfilled. Even amid tears, just as Yang Bo was about to accompany Blade back to the workshop, the distant rumble of engines echoed. Instinctively, Yang Bo turned his gaze. Noticing numerous vehicles racing towards them, he smiled at Blade, saying, It seems we shall not partake in today's meal. Blade, rendered speechless, watched Yang Bo munching on bread to satiate his hunger, unsure how to respond. Yang Bo, fixated on the distant headlights, remarked to Blade, Since we are here, we might as well find peace in this moment. Through a peculiar translation of abilities, Blade interpreted this as, Since we have arrived, we must settle our hearts here. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, What do you mean by that? With a light chuckle, Yang Bo clarified, I mean, since they dare to approach, let them be properly laid to rest. With that, he strode towards the workshop without a backward glance, where Karen and Whistler awaited. Although Whistler was Blade's mentor, age had not been kind to him. Yang Bo intended to construct a steel safety shelter to secure both individuals. No questions asked. He had several sets of iron blocks in his backpack, a meter thick of steel. He was confident that this band of vampires could not penetrate such defenses with their claws. Whistler, Karen, the enemy approaches. Yang Bo, under their incredulous gazes, swiftly erected a white chamber, leaving a 2-meter-high entrance. Upon hearing of the impending threat, Whistler promptly retrieved a double-barreled shotgun and Blade's long knife from a nearby workbench, tossing the knife to Blade as he dashed over. With the knife in hand, Blade revealed his characteristic smile. A smile from Blade, and life and death become uncertain. The roar of the engines was now near at hand. Karen had already entered the safety shelter, her demeanor surprisingly calm as she gratefully looked at Yongbo, saying, thank you for the milk." Yongbo waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. I may require your assistance in the future, so do not refuse." Karen was no mere ornament. This young woman possessed an extraordinary talent regarding blood genetics. The special serum she developed could effortlessly contend with vampires, proving more potent than concentrated garlic extract, silver, or ultraviolet light. Even the ultimate antagonist, Blood God, from Blade, Trinity, was utterly obliterated before a mere few syringes. With that, Yongbo gestured to Whistler, urging, "Hasten, let me and Blade handle this. At your age, it is prudent to remain behind and command." Whistler shot Yongbo a fierce glare, yet he understood his current physical condition. Remaining outside would only cause Blade to hesitate. Furthermore, he was quite intrigued by the house Yongbo had constructed. Sealing the entrance with an iron door, the throng of vampires had already breached the workshop. As Yongbo observed the multitude of vampires entering, a smile graced his face. Camouflage. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished into thin air. Chapter 28. Frost compromised with a resounding gunshot. A piercing scream followed, startling Frost among the vampires. He turned to see Yongbo, who had previously vanished, now inexplicably appearing behind them. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of gunfire echoed, as several vampires fell to the ground, transforming into ash. It was only after this sudden assault that the vampires reacted, launching their counterattack. Yongbo, observing Frost amidst the crowd, wore a sly smile before vanishing from their sight once more. Frost could not contain his frantic shout, "Find him! Kill him!" At that moment, he recalled the man who had mysteriously disappeared in the archives, and it became evident that this individual was indeed the culprit. Panic surged within Frost. He was oblivious to the significant limitations of Yongbo's disguise skill, such as the inability to attack with weapons other than a crossbow, or that the invisibility effect would automatically fail within a radius of 10 meters. Even the simplest electronic sensing devices could detect him. To Frost, an enemy capable of vanishing at will was far more formidable than a mere blade. Who could say what might happen while he slept? Would his throat be slit in the dead of night? Suppressing his inner fury, he aimed at the spot where Yongbo had disappeared and pulled the trigger, fully aware that his opponent would not remain stationary. Yongbo, peering at the corner where Frost hid, smiled. "This fellow might just meet the standards of a level 1 vampire baron. I must eliminate him with a stake." The vampire baron, a remnant of the old royal lineage, harbored deep-seated hatred towards all, unhesitatingly attacking anyone who dared to trespass upon their territory, even fellow vampires. In the game, they spawned within the vampire forest, capable of dropping pure blood. The purity of the blood corresponded to the baron's level. When a level 1 baron was slain, it would yield level 1 pure blood, and so forth. Pure blood was a crucial material for enhancing a hunter's level in the later stages, and Yongbo was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. For who knew when he might encounter a vampire of such high caliber again? Bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger once more, and Yongbo reappeared before a throng of vampires. This time, their reactions were swifter. A barrage of bullets rained down upon him. The disguise skill could not be activated while under attack, and Yongbo leaped to take cover behind a nearby obstacle, fortunate that the workshop was littered with chaotic debris. "Rush in," commanded Frost, and the vampires, seemingly bereft of reason, lunged toward Yongbo's concealed position. Another round of gunfire erupted, reminding Frost and his kin that their target, the Blade Warrior, was still present. With swift movements, the Blade held firearms in both hands, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire that drew the attention of all the vampires. Meanwhile, Yongbo swiftly approached one of the vampires, wielding a silver longsword. With a swift motion, he severed the vampire's arm along with a portion of its thigh, and before a scream could escape its lips, Yongbo plunged the stake in his other hand through the vampire's throat. Utilizing silver weapons can swiftly diminish a vampire's health to below 45%. Thereafter, a mere gentle thrust of a stake would allow the miraculous power of the stake to extinguish the vampire's life. In a moment, Yangbo seemed to transcend reality, enduring the onslaught of bullets as he forcefully dispatched 7 or 8 vampires. However, as a bullet struck his body, darkness enveloped his vision. Had he vanished? What transpired? This time, the vampires were genuinely alarmed. Unlike before, Yangbo had withstood their attacks and dissolved before their very eyes. This was no mere act of invisibility. Frost's light brown pupils dilated sharply, a chill racing to the crown of his head. An adversary capable of both invisibility and teleportation was akin to a nightmare from which one could not awaken. Hurry, disregard everything else. We must capture the Daywalker at all costs. Only by seizing the blade and completing the awakening ritual to become the Blood God could he ensure his survival at Yangbo's hands. At that moment, Yangbo opened his eyes to find himself still enveloped in darkness, though this darkness bore a curvature. He extended his hand and gently remarked, "Pardon me. Could you please make way?" Karen let out a startled gasp, her body springing from the bed as if propelled by springs, covering her backside. Turning to face Yangbo, who lay on the bed, she incredulously inquired, "You weren't you outside?" Wister, observing the situation through the iron door, heard Karen's exclamation and, brandishing his double-barreled shotgun, swiftly turned around. Upon seeing Yangbo's figure, he too was taken aback and hastily lowered his weapon, asking, "How did you return?" Although the angle prevented him from witnessing Yangbo's battle, he had certainly heard the cacophony of gunfire and the vampire's furious roars. Yangbo sat up on the bed, stretched his body, and smiled faintly, saying, "Just a few minor tricks. Wister, step aside. I shall venture out first and entertain those charming little creatures." He placed a stone button on the wall and instructed the two within the room. "Under no circumstances should you press this button." Before exiting, Yangbo cast a mischievous smile at Karen and remarked, "My dear, the sensation is quite delightful." Upon pressing the button, the iron door swung open with a resounding bang, and Yangbo strode forth, leaving behind a flustered Karen and a contemplative Wister. Outside, the vampires, upon spotting Yangbo, no longer exuded their previous reckless bravado. They raised their weapons and aimed at him, yet this time, they refrained from pulling the trigger. Frost approached with a complex expression, stating, "Stranger, this is our conflict with the blade. We do not wish to make you our enemy. As long as you do not interfere, I can offer you what you desire, be it wealth, power, or even eternal life." In that moment, he had no choice but to acquiesce. No one wished to confront an opponent possessing such formidable abilities. Yangbo regarded Frost with a calm demeanor. Truth be told, aside from their aversion to sunlight, the vampire race was rather remarkable. Blood consumption? That was hardly an issue. Much like humans require sustenance, the most compelling aspect was the vampire's prolonged lifespan. If they were to harness their prolonged lifespans to explore solutions for genetic deficiencies, ultimately evolving into an immortal race, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. However, they must never, under any circumstances, regard themselves as sustenance. The gleaming edge of the silver blade he wielded glided gently across the ground. "Eternal life? Huh." Yangbo chuckled, saying, "Savor the final moments of your existence, Frost." With that, he paid no heed to Frost's ghastly expression, and his figure vanished once more before them. Chapter 29. The accident. The vanishing figure of Yangbo signified the collapse of negotiations. The conditions presented by Frost only elicited a faint amusement from Yangbo. The Marvel Universe was on the brink of an extraordinary era, and how audacious it was for mere vampires to speak of power. Not to mention the other superheroes and supervillains. Even the Inhumans residing on the moon were beyond the capabilities of the current vampire clan. Retreat. Frost now deeply regretted coming here. The Daywalkers were not limited to just Blade. Although the other Daywalkers operated in secrecy, they would not encounter an adversary like Yangbo. The vampires surrounding Frost, upon hearing his command, felt as if they had received a reprieve and hastily fled outside. However, a terrifying scene unfolded as Yangbo appeared beside their vehicle, wielding a white pickaxe. With a few gentle taps on the car, it vanished into thin air. Damn it. What manner of monster is this? We must fight back. They must eliminate him. As Yang Bo observed the group brandishing their weapons, he activated his disguise skill, disappearing from their sight. Frost, witnessing Yang Bo's disappearance, urgently instructed, "Forget him for now. We must leave." At his words, the vampires snapped out of their rage, realizing that if they continued, they would perish here. Recognizing the urgency, Yang Bo could no longer remain hidden. The vampires moved with such swiftness that once they vacated the workshop, he would be powerless to stop their dispersal. Swinging his long blade, he targeted the last fleeing vampire. Careful to avoid any fatal strikes, for silver was exceedingly lethal to these creatures. One misstep could result in their instantaneous demise. The vampires, who had been pursuing Blade, now sensed the shifting dynamics and saw Frost in a state of bewilderment. Weren't we here to capture Blade? Why does it now seem like our leader is fleeing? As they fixated on Yang Bo, the vampires redirected their pursuit towards him. Yang Bo furrowed his brow and deftly dodged a bullet that whizzed past him. Watching Frost's retreating figure grow ever distant, he felt a pang of frustration. The ordinary vampires posed little challenge for Yang Bo. They could easily be tracked down with time. However, Frost was different, bearing the glaring title of Vampire Baron above his head. Regardless of his rank, even the lowest was of significant importance. With a cacophony of gunfire, bullets struck the debris around Yang Bo, producing sharp sounds. A stray bullet fortuitously ricocheted and grazed his head, diminishing his health slightly. Damn, what atrocious luck. As the footsteps behind him grew increasingly closer, he prepared to confront some vampires when Blade, pursued relentlessly, arrived, wielding a submachine gun and unleashing a torrent of fire without mercy. Indeed, two are far superior to one. Yang Bo emerged from behind the barricade, devouring a piece of bread as he dashed toward the vampires, armed with a stake. His keen eye sought out any vampire whose health dipped below 45%, rushing forth to claim their lives. In that fleeting moment, Yang Bo was struck by 4 or 5 bullets. Fortunately, he was clad in iron armor, mitigating the damage to a mere 2 points from the bullets and 3 from the submachine gun. Grasping a vampire to shield himself, he watched as its health plummeted like a cascading stream, from 70 points to a mere 20. Thankfully, its weapon was not imbued with silver bullets. Dragging the vampire, he rushed to the next unfortunate victim, undeterred by the terror etched on the latter's face. He dispatched the vampire in his grasp and swiftly exchanged it for a new meat shield. Something was amiss. Despite sustaining several gunshots, this creature showed no signs of harm. The leader had already fled. We must retreat. In that moment of panic, the vampires realized why Frost had abruptly departed. Yet Yang Bo was not one to relinquish the opportunity presented before him. With his makeshift shield, he surged toward them, transforming the stake in his hand into an instrument of death. At this juncture, Dao Feng joined him, assisting in the eradication of the remaining vampires. "Yang, are you all right?" Dao Feng inquired, noting Yang Bo's unscathed condition, to which Yang Bo rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Damn it, I must take down Frost today. I've already died once because you lot failed to fire a single bullet at the Daywalker. Dao Feng, fetch the car. We shall pursue that scoundrel Frost." Upon hearing Yang Bo's command, Dao Feng glanced at the fleeing vampires, contemplated briefly, then nodded and sprinted toward his vehicle. Yang Bo rummaged through his backpack, retrieving another piece of bread, his displeasure evident as he stuffed it into his mouth. Due to his health being less than full, his hunger levels remained unsatisfied. He eliminated the last vampire that had not escaped the workshop, gathering the spoils of battle. This time, the rewards were substantial. He had amassed enough of the vampire blood. Upgraded to level 3. A return to the vampire hunter would allow him to upgrade and acquire 2 skill points, enabling him to unlock the hunter's weapon stand and subsequently craft the iconic weapon of hunters, the crossbow, with the appropriate bolts. Yang Bo would no longer find himself in such a precarious situation, for he could effortlessly eliminate these vampires, who barely possessed 100 hit points, from a distance. The roar of an engine pierced the air as Dao Feng pulled up in his sleek black car, halting beside Yang Bo. Without hesitation, Yang Bo opened the door and slid into the seat, clearly invigorated by the prospect of action. With Yang Bo's partnership, this evening promised to be exhilarating. As the sound of tires screeching against the pavement filled the air, a powerful thrust propelled them forward, the car shooting off like an arrow. The vampires were swift, yet they paled in comparison to the speed of the automobile, and soon Yongbo spotted the fleeing creatures. Dalphone, disregard them. Locate Frost. These fiends are but minions. We shall deal with them another time. Certainly. The automobile maintained its relentless speed, forging ahead without hesitation. It did not take long for Yongbo to discern a striking inscription amidst the darkness of the dilapidated factory area: Vampire Baron. That rascal was right ahead. He accelerated and charged directly towards him. The roar of the engine captured Frost's attention, initially leading him to believe it was one of his subordinates. However, before he could revel in this thought, the black vehicle rapidly enlarged in his line of sight. With a resounding crash, it became evident that despite Frost's formidable physique, he was no match for steel. The tremendous impact transformed him into a human projectile. Blade, splendid work. Chapter 30. Master, shall we take a taxi? One must admit that the physique of a vampire is astonishingly resilient, particularly against blunt force trauma, for a creature endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities. The so-called internal injuries are hardly a significant concern. Frost soared into the air, performing a mid-air rotation that lasted an astonishing 2.5 weeks, before crashing down with a resounding thud. His elastic body rebounded twice upon impact. Had he been an ordinary human, he would undoubtedly have suffered severe injuries. Unable to rise again. Yet, Frost merely paled slightly, and, as if nothing had transpired, rose from the ground. Yongbo swiftly flung open the car door and dashed out, lunging towards the nearest vampire, his long knife and stake poised for action. As the saying goes, it is unwise to pursue a desperate foe. However, Yongbo could not discern any signs of poverty among this band of vampires. The luxury vehicles nestled within his backpack attested to their wealth. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them entirely. A barrage of bullets rained down upon Yongbo, yet his reflexes honed over 20 years were no jest. He produced a shield, having previously refrained from its use so as not to impede his slaughtering pace. However, the prospect of being inadvertently killed and forced to resurrect, only to find that these vampires had vanished, compelled him to act. This shield proved exceedingly useful, albeit its durability diminished far too swiftly. Once he adopted a shield-bearing stance, his speed noticeably decreased, which had been another reason for his reluctance to wield it. After rising to his feet, Frost observed Yongbo valiantly defending against his minions' relentless gunfire with a wooden shield. He urgently shouted, "Eliminate them. Kill the Daywalker as well." No sooner had he spoken than Frost turned and fled, utterly indifferent to the fate of his subordinates. His singular focus was on returning home, escaping to another city, until he could locate other Daywalkers, ascend to the status of Blood God, and return for vengeance. Yongbo, witnessing Frost's retreating figure, felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow the cooked duck to fly away. Crouching behind his shield, he drew his pistol and aimed at the vampires, but was taken aback by the sound of clicks. The gun was out of ammunition. This pistol had been a gift from Blade during their last encounter. Though it had undergone magical modifications to increase its capacity, it could not withstand the extensive usage during the recent skirmish, exhausting the specially crafted silver bullets. Indeed, there were other weapons in his backpack, but they merely contained standard ammunition, ill-suited for combating vampires. It would be far more effective to charge forward and strike with his blade. Meanwhile, Blade felt an immense pressure. Initially, the vampires aimed to capture him alive, but now they showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon his vehicle, leaving him no opportunity for retaliation. Yongbo furrowed his brow, recognizing that this situation was untenable. He quickly retrieved stones from his person and encircled himself, then drew a shovel and began to dig into the ground. Thanks to his vampire sensing skills, he could clearly see the vampires above as he worked underground. The art of guerrilla warfare. Indeed, my ancestors have not deceived me. I stumbled upon an unfortunate soul, excavating the earth beneath their feet. A startled scream escaped the vampires' lips before they could react, tumbling right before Yongbo. Upon seeing Yongbo's menacing grin, panic surged within them as they attempted to retreat. Surprised? Taken aback? With a swift motion, the dagger and stake pierced the vampire's body, as Yongbo hastily rummaged for the next victim. Due to the darkness of night, There were no surrounding light sources, save for the sparse starlight above. The vampire, still preoccupied with the blade's threat, remained oblivious to the merciless ground beneath, which began to devour their brethren. As the gunfire around them dwindled, the remaining vampires finally sensed the looming danger, glancing around in horror to discover that the initial throng had dwindled from dozens to merely a handful. An inexplicable aura of dread enveloped the group. A blood-curdling scream echoed as they witnessed one of their own plummet into the earth, swallowed by a sudden square opening that quickly sealed shut, plunging the area into silence. "Damn it, the enemy's beneath us," shouted one vampire, futilely pulling the trigger against the ground, to no avail. Another shriek erupted as yet another vampire vanished without a trace. Panic spread like wildfire, and the remaining vampires abandoned their resistance, scattering in all directions. Yongbo profited immensely from this encounter. As the enemies retreated, he leapt from the ground, returning to the car only to survey the battered doors. "How's the situation? Can the car still run?" he inquired anxiously. Upon glancing at the side of the vehicle, Yongbo noted that the tire had completely deflated. Even if the engine were in working order, it would be futile. As Dao Feng yanked open the driver's side door, it creaked ominously and fell completely off. Ugh. Dao Feng's face darkened. This car had been with him for several years, and now it had met its untimely end. He climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key, but the engine showed no signs of life. Not even a tremor. Shaking his head at Yongbo outside, Dao Feng lamented, "It's no use. The car's been wrecked." In frustration, he struck the steering wheel. This had been his closest opportunity to eliminate Frost. Yongbo, unperturbed, replied, "Don't panic. I still have the cars the vampires drove here. Let me see if any have the keys." He silently hoped for a lazy vampire who had neglected to remove the keys. After rummaging through a third vehicle, Yongbo finally discovered one with the keys still inside and excitedly called out to Dao Feng, "This one has the keys. Hurry over." Dao Feng dashed to the car, yanked the door open, and skillfully started the engine. "Get in." Yongbo settled into the passenger seat, and the car sped away. Familiar with the terrain, Dao Feng swiftly maneuvered onto the main road, spotting Frost attempting to hail a ride by the roadside. As their vehicle approached, Yongbo leaned out the window, clapping the door to catch Frost's attention, a broad smile on his face. "Master, need a lift?" Frost, upon hearing Yongbo's voice, collapsed to the ground, devoid of any thought of escape. The arrival of Knife Edge and Yongbo only signified one thing: his subordinates were doomed. The car came to a steady halt before Frost, and without a word, Knife Edge leaped from the driver's seat, raising his fist to deliver a brutal blow to Frost's face. Grasping Frost's hair, he yanked him up from the ground. "Frost, I have finally found you." Upon witnessing Frost's state, Yongbo suddenly recalled that Knife Edge's mother had been bitten by Frost. Furthermore, after giving birth to Knife Edge, she did not perish but instead transformed into a vampire, remaining by Frost's side. If one were to insist, Frost could be considered Knife Edge's stepfather, a notion that was utterly absurd. Contemplating this, Yongbo cast a complex glance at Knife Edge, remaining silent as he observed him unleash a torrent of punches upon Frost's face. Chapter 31. Torment, do not strike him anymore. Please, cease your attacks. Upon uttering these words, Yongbo instinctively raised his gaze to the heavens, apprehensive of impending rain. Upon hearing his plea, Dao Feng halted his actions. Yongbo continued, "He holds great significance to me. I must personally eliminate him, as you are undoubtedly aware." "Very well." Dao Feng hesitated for but a fleeting moment before readily acquiescing. He was acutely aware that, without Yongbo's intervention, not only would he fail to vanquish this coven of vampires, but he would also be incapable of safeguarding Huist. He was not the sort to forget a debt of gratitude. Casting a frosty glance at the now silent Frost, he carelessly discarded him to the ground and turned to Yongbo, stating, "I merely wish for his demise to be prolonged." However, Dao Feng's request posed a conundrum for Yongbo. Were he in possession of an alchemy station, he would have the confidence to concoct healing potions, ensuring that this individual would find it arduous to meet his end. Yet, in his current state of destitution, he lacked not only healing potions, but even a solitary gold ingot. Observing the gradual restoration of Frost's health, Yongbo sighed and remarked, "Let us return for the time being." With that, he hoisted Frost from the ground and made his way to the vehicle, tossing him into the back seat. He then settled into the vehicle, brandishing an iron sword and fixating on Frost's health bar, poised to inflict a few stabs once it reached 20%, thereby reducing it to 10%. Upon returning to Dao Feng's base, Yang Bo flung Frost towards Dao Feng, exclaiming, "First, suspend him." Throughout their journey, Dao Feng had witnessed Yang Bo intermittently thrusting a block-shaped long sword into Frost with an air of frustration. What was particularly perplexing was the manner in which Yang Bo had managed to pierce so deeply without leaving a single wound. Had Frost not succumbed to unconsciousness, his body would have involuntarily convulsed in pain, leading Dao Feng to suspect that Yang Bo's sword was but an illusion. At this moment, he began to sense that he had inadvertently awakened a rather peculiar fascination within Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, I find that I am not as filled with animosity towards him as I once was. Perhaps you should simply eliminate him." The thrill of slaying vampires and the enjoyment of tormenting them were distinctly different matters. Yang Bo, wielding a pickaxe, prepared to release the two captives confined within the iron blocks. Upon hearing Dao Feng's words, he replied nonchalantly, "Your mother is not deceased. She remains at his residence, having completely transformed into his likeness. Do you have anything further to say?" As previously mentioned, once one succumbs to vampirism, it becomes impossible to resist the insatiable thirst for blood, ultimately leading to a complete transformation into a monster, with one's thoughts utterly assimilated. Dao Feng stood frozen, processing the weight of Yang Bo's revelation, his eyes brimming with confusion. A sudden cacophony of knocks disrupted his contemplation, and as he turned to see Hewist and Karen emerging from the White Room, his expression darkened considerably. He directly addressed Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, might I borrow your long sword for a moment?" As soon as the words fell, a steel sword spun and struck the ground beside him. Yang Bo did not pause in his task of dismantling the iron blocks. He merely remarked, "At most 7 strikes. The 8th sword will undoubtedly bring about his demise. I intend to conduct some experiments on him shortly." Before Yang Bo could finish his sentence, the blade seized the iron sword and plunged it into Frost's body. Karen, observing Frost suspended in midair, furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired, "Who is he?" Before Yang Bo could respond, Wister interjected quietly, "Deacon Frost is one of the high-ranking vampires in New York." Unbeknownst to them, Deacon Frost had already risen to become the sole leader of the New York vampires, having placed the other vampire elders under house arrest to serve as sacrifices for this summoning of the blood god. Wister paused briefly before continuing. "After years of investigation, he is also the murderer of Blade's mother." Initially, Karen had found Blade's actions somewhat ruthless, but upon hearing this, she immediately felt that Blade had committed no wrongdoing. However, noticing the pained expression on Blade's face, it was evident he was reminded of his mother. She stepped forward and gently grasped Blade's arm, speaking softly, "Eric, let us pause for now. He has already lost consciousness. I will find a way to wake him, and then you can proceed." Upon hearing Karen's words, Yang Bo couldn't help but exclaim, "I've encountered many saints, but this living deity is a first." His gaze toward Karen held a hint of admiration. Such a woman, clear-cut in her moral stance, decisive in action, and possessing remarkable abilities, was a rare find. Most women would either complain about the cruelty or simply be submissive. Before long, Yang Bo gathered all the iron blocks he had previously set aside into his backpack. Wister, standing behind Blade, was naturally a researcher and now overflowing with curiosity about Yang Bo, approached him with a question. "I was examining the structure you built earlier, and it seems to be made of high-strength iron. Yet, with such immense weight, how does the ceiling not collapse? They are not a unified whole and lack any support. Is this your special ability? Are you a magician?" A barrage of questions left Yang Bo with a slight headache. He shrugged helplessly and smiled. "Just consider me a magician." He placed a hand on Wister's shoulder and added earnestly, "Trust me, do not overthink my affairs. It will be beneficial for you." As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Wister, then retrieved a lighter from his pocket to ignite both their smokes. Taking a deep breath, he walked toward Frost, who had already been stabbed several times by Blade. Though still seething with anger, Blade refrained from further attacks, recalling Yang Bo's counsel. If he were to kill Frost outright, It would not only leave Yongbo with a dilemma but also put Blade himself in a difficult position. Yongbo glanced at Blade and assured him, "Rest easy. Leave it to me. I will ensure that his death is worthwhile." The rate at which Frost's vitality replenished was diminishing, likely due to a decline in the unique energy within his body. Yongbo retrieved a human heart from his backpack and forcefully inserted it into Frost's mouth. After consuming the heart, Frost's health began to regenerate at an alarmingly abnormal pace, the wounds inflicted by the blades visibly mending before one's eyes. In a mere span of seconds, his vitality surged to 80%. However, Frost remained with his eyes firmly shut. Feigning unconsciousness, is he? Yongbo was unconvinced that Frost, with 80% vitality, was still in a state of stupor. Exhaling a plume of smoke towards him, he chuckled and remarked, "Do you relish this exquisite torment?" Chapter 32. Phil Coulson, amidst a cacophony of anguished cries, Yongbo, with a tinge of disappointment, retrieved the pure blood 1/6 that Frost had dropped. What a farce. The final boss only yielded a level 1 pure blood. As dawn's light began to filter through the horizon, Yongbo, Karen, and Whistler had all acquired gratifying experimental data after a long night. Gathering their belongings, Yongbo called out to the pensive Blade, "Hey, stop overthinking and take me back. I long for some rest." He was aware that Blade was likely preoccupied with thoughts of his mother, yet he felt ill-equipped to offer comfort. Such delicate matters were better left to Karen, who might coax out some feelings with her words. "If it's convenient for you, please find a moment to bring Bull over. You are the only one in this city I trust with such a task, and I would owe you a favor." Blade, snapping back to reality, nodded in acknowledgement. A hint of concern crossed his face as he recalled Bull's corpulent form. "You've posed quite the dilemma for me. I'll deliver him to you tonight." As they settled into the car, Yongbo bid farewell to Whistler and Karen, and they set off towards Central Park. The nascent sun cast its warm rays upon him, infusing a sense of elevation into his weary spirit, prompting him to stretch languidly. Suddenly, he recalled the vampire cultists and turned to Blade. "You should consider relocating. Your position has been compromised, and those dogs of the vampires will surely seek you out." Blade's expression remained inscrutable at Yongbo's words, and he replied in an unruffled tone, "Rest assured, as long as I do not provoke them, they dare not trouble me. However, you should exercise caution. They will undoubtedly pursue you." "Dare not?" Yongbo inquired, taken aback. Blade's choice of words piqued his curiosity. The implication that they were afraid rather than unwilling forged a closer bond between them. After all, they were brothers in arms. He risked his life while Blade expended bullets. Some inquiries need not be approached with trepidation. He asked directly, "What leads you to assert that they dare not?" With a wry smile, Blade elucidated, "I am of the half-vampire lineage, and any transgressions against vampires are matters pertaining to our kind. They would not employ humans against me. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that if the vampire cultists choose to confront me, the stakes would be entirely different." As Yongbo contemplated the plot of Blade Trinity, he recalled how the vampire cultists masqueraded as vampires, only to be slain by Blade. An act that was recorded in its entirety by the vampires, necessitating an official manhunt for Blade. Yet, one aspect eluded him. Why would the vampires hesitate to confront Blade directly, instead of leveraging official power against him? Unless Blade had his own backing, a force more formidable than the vampires themselves. This could elucidate why Blade had so brazenly assaulted that police officer, showing no concern when Yongbo dispatched the adversary. For assaulting an officer is a grave offense in any nation. "Blade, would it be too much to inquire who stands behind you?" Blade, with one hand upon the steering wheel, reached into his coat and produced a small black notebook, which he tossed to Yongbo. Yongbo extended his hand and received the document, immediately recognizing the emblem of the Iron Eagle imprinted on it, which evoked thoughts of Marvel's most renowned organization, SHIELD. However, it should still retain its original name, which stands for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Upon opening it, he encountered a photograph of Blade, accompanied by some details. Eric Brooks, Level 8. Yongbo mused, in the comics, Blade was once part of SHIELD's Howling Commandos and held the same rank as Director Fury, a Level 10 agent. As a vampire hunter, daywalker, he dealt with various supernatural anomalies, including hunting down monstrous beings like vampires. Yet, Yang Bo had never read the comics and thus remained oblivious to the fact that Blade was indeed A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, and a level 8 one at that. Blade, could you enlighten me on how someone of your remarkable background found themselves in this situation? He inquired. Returning the credentials to Blade, Blade replied, I merely hold a title. My primary role is to assist S-H-I-E-L-D in eliminating certain non-human creatures. They help me with official matters, but for the most part, I operate independently. Yang Bo nodded and reclined in his seat, lost in thought. S-H-I-E-L-D, Camartage, the Sanctum. Marvel truly grows ever more intriguing. I wonder if the Ancient One has noticed my unexpected presence. Also, I ponder whether this Marvel universe has its own Spear Bureau. As he indulged in his musings, the two returned to Central Park. Yang Bo alighted from the vehicle but did not head home directly. Instead, he ventured to the nearest fast food establishment to procure some food, weary of consuming bread daily, which was driving him to the brink of madness. Upon entering the Golden Arches, he ordered several burgers and snacks, then chose a seat by the window. A striking red convertible pulled up outside, and a man clad in a black suit emerged from the vehicle. Seemingly sensing Yang Bo's gaze, he looked up, nodded slightly, and offered a friendly smile. However, upon recognizing the individual, Yang Bo's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Phil Coulson, the S-H-I-E-L-D agent, had not come here searching for him, a notion Yang Bo found utterly implausible. As Yang Bo had surmised, Coulson walked straight towards him without hesitation. Good day, Mr. Yang Bo. Allow me to introduce myself, Phil Coulson. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand toward Yang Bo. Yang Bo harbored no resentment towards Coulson, the rare, amiable figure within S-H-I-E-L-D. Moreover, upon first sight of Coulson, an idea sparked in his mind. To let such a golden opportunity slip away would be a disservice to oneself. Certain materials in his world were challenging to obtain. But if he could establish a deal or arrangement with S-H-I-E-L-D, acquiring those materials would be a breeze. With this thought in mind, Yang Bo stood enthusiastically, a broad smile on his face as he grasped Coulson's hand. Coulson, may I address you as such? For some reason, I felt an immediate warmth upon seeing you. The sudden enthusiasm bewildered Coulson, yet his years of experience as an agent enabled him to effortlessly maintain his composure. Mr. Yang Bo, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me Yang. If you prefer the American way, you may refer to me as Yang as well. Please, have a seat. He gestured for Coulson to sit across from him. Coulson nodded slightly and, getting straight to the point, stated, I am an agent of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I am here specifically to get acquainted with you. I am quite curious about your identity and would appreciate any information you could share. Yang Bo internally scoffed at the name of the S-H-I-E-L-D organization and replied to Coulson with utmost sincerity, I truly do not know how I ended up here. I am merely an ordinary citizen of Huagua. Chapter 33. More stacked modules. Years of experience in the field had taught Coulson that Yang Bo was not lying, yet he was undoubtedly concealing certain truths. He raised his arms and placed his hands on the table. Are you interested in joining us? Individuals with your unique abilities are most welcome. Upon hearing Coulson's invitation, Yang Bo languidly leaned back in his chair, tapping the table with his fingers, a contemplative expression gracing his face. S-H-I-D-L-D. Who? Perhaps a more fitting name would be Hydra Shield. If I were to join, the Hydra agents would surely devour me whole. Yang Bo was acutely aware of his own intellect, while he could easily dispatch a few vampires in a moment of impulse. The thought of mingling with those who thrived on deception was simply unappealing. With a hint of regret, he addressed Coulson, I apologize, but I must decline your offer to join your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. For now, I simply wish to pursue a quiet life as a vampire hunter. Coulson did not appear disheartened by Yang Bo's refusal. After all, they were still strangers to one another, and the inquiry had merely served as a preliminary probe. That's quite all right. However, I must offer a word of caution. The vampire factions are not as straightforward as they seem. Their primary stronghold lies in Europe, and they tend to regard their kin in America with indifference, yet they are all descendants of Dracula. Yongbo nodded slightly, interpreting Coulson's words as a friendly gesture. And after a moment's reflection, he replied, "Thank you for the warning." At that moment, his fast food order was ready, and Yongbo rose with a smile, saying, "Please hold on. I shall retrieve my breakfast lunch." As he made his way to the service counter, Yongbo's brow furrowed. He wished to solicit Hidl's assistance in gathering certain materials, yet he had nothing of value to offer in return, leaving him unable to negotiate. The only information he possessed was gleaned from films, crucial knowledge that, if disclosed, would undoubtedly attract the attention of SHIELD or Hydra. Returning to his seat with a tray in hand, Yongbo found Coulson observing him with concern. "Yong, you seem troubled. Perhaps you could share your burdens. I might be able to assist you." Gazing at Coulson's amiable demeanor, Yongbo felt a flicker of warmth despite knowing he was an agent. This was his profession. With a bittersweet smile, he shook his head. "I was contemplating how to secure a bit of assistance from you without actually joining your ranks." Coulson's smile brightened further. Compared to the more guarded targets he had encountered before, Yongbo's candid nature took him by surprise, yet he found it refreshing. People had needs. After all, you help me. I help you. Over time, that could lead to friendship. Please, do share your concerns. Coulson did not respond directly. However, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. If the situation proved to be manageable, he would acquiesce. "I wish to locate a volcano, one that is currently erupting. I require some lava." "Is that all? Just that?" Coulson promptly replied, "No problem. If it suits your schedule, I can arrange to take you to the nearest volcanic crater." He did not inquire why Yongbo needed the lava. For him, sourcing volcanic magma was an exceedingly simple task. There was no need to travel abroad. And with a swift round trip, it could be accomplished in a single day. It is worth noting that the United States is among the most volcanically active nations on Earth, boasting a total of 165 potential active volcanoes. He already had a destination in mind, Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. Just a few days prior, he had seen news reports stating that the volcano there had resumed its continuous eruptions, with lava nearly spilling onto the roadway. Upon witnessing Coulson's readiness to fulfill his request, Yongbo appeared somewhat stunned. After scrutinizing Coulson for a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "I genuinely wish to befriend you. Would you mind sharing your phone number?" He retrieved his mobile device and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Coulson. Yongbo thought Coulson was quite agreeable. Although he seemed somewhat taken with Yongbo's allure, such behavior was part of his profession, was it not? Coulson picked up the phone and entered his number. A ring echoed, and he promptly hung up before returning the device to Yongbo. Yongbo chuckled and tucked the phone into his pocket. "I need to return home briefly to fetch some items. We can set off at your convenience." He picked up a hamburger from the table and began to eat. Perhaps due to Steve's influence, he managed to devour 3 hamburgers and a variety of snacks in just over a minute, astonishing Coulson, who jokingly remarked, "Young, thank goodness you didn't join us. Otherwise, the director would surely have me dismissed." Yongbo smiled and inquired, "Should I head home first? Will you return? Or will you wait for me here?" Coulson pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "If it won't take too long, I can wait here. I find myself somewhat hungry as well. It would not consume too much time." With that, Yongbo stood and made his way towards Central Park. Upon returning home, he organized the miscellaneous items he had on him and crafted a multitude of iron buckets. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. More stacking modules activated. Wow. Yongbo was taken aback by the unexpected message, a look of delight spreading across his face. "Little rascal, always bringing me new surprises." The more stacking modules feature allowed previously non-stackable items to be combined, such as lava buckets, water buckets, potions, and more. He had been contemplating that if the lava he brought back from the volcano was insufficient, it would not be worth the effort. Now, however, he felt utterly pleased. This time, he intended to venture to the volcanic crater and return with some lava, as he wished to experiment with crafting a portal, curious to see if it might lead to the netherworld. Unfortunately, he lacked a diamond pickaxe. Otherwise, he could have constructed an enchanting table. First, he would elevate his hunter level, and then he would seek out Coulson for their volcanic expedition. After making his plans, Yangbo approached the vampire hunter. Despite the passage of 3 days, the vampire hunter remained unchanged, as rigid and square as ever. He opened the interface and placed the vampire blood he had collected into the designated slots on the page, silently murmuring confirm. 15 vials of vampire blood were consumed, which caused Yangbo a twinge of regret. Indeed, earning money is arduous and consuming it feels burdensome. To acquire these 15 vials, I had to slay at least 30 vampires, and with a mere click, they vanish. This evoked in Yangbo a sensation akin to spending money in a game. With a light tap, his wallet was emptied, yet his strength was enhanced. Chapter 34. Hunter's exclusive weapons. Eagerly, he opened the hunter's skill panel, where his previously 0 skill points had transformed into 2. Gazing at the hunter skills information, Yangbo did not hesitate to select the 2 most practical skills, Hunter's Weapon Table and Swift as the Wind. The Hunter's Weapon Table allows for the crafting of exclusive weapons, albeit the creation of substantial equipment such as battle axes, crossbows, and armor would consume an entire barrel of magma. Simpler items, like crossbow bolts and pitchforks, would still require 1/5 of that precious resource. This was precisely why Yangbo was so impatient to enlist Coulson's help in locating magma, even if it meant owing a personal favor. Swift as the Wind further enhanced Yangbo's attack speed. His intervals between strikes diminished, resulting in an increasingly higher damage output within the same time frame. As he proceeded towards the exit, after just a couple of steps, Yangbo glanced down at his familiar legs with a hint of confusion, murmuring to himself, "Have I become exceedingly fast? Could it be that leveling up has improved my movement speed?" He dismissed the thought, as he had no frame of reference to gauge the increase in speed. As long as he was moving slower, it was satisfactory. Upon exiting Central Park, Coulson remained seated in the same spot, now indulging in a hamburger. Compared to Yangbo, Coulson exuded a certain refinement. Noticing Yangbo's gaze, Coulson caught his eye through the window, smiling and nodding, while discreetly quickening his eating pace. By the time Yangbo approached the restaurant, Coulson had devoured his burger and stood to greet him. "Your arrangements are in place. You simply need to accompany me to the airport now." "Thank you very much." Coulson personally opened the car door for Yangbo, not out of courtesy, but rather out of concern for his beloved Laura. Indeed, Coulson had an obsession. This vibrant red convertible was his heart's desire, and he had affectionately named it Laura. Gently closing the car door, he felt a pang of sorrow, silently vowing, "Next time I undertake a mission, I must drive one of the vehicles inside. My poor Laura." As the car cruised along the road, Yangbo finally experienced what it meant to be stable. Despite being a sports car, Coulson drove it with the demeanor of a vintage automobile. Nevertheless, Yangbo was content to sit quietly, keen to avoid drawing the attention of this fervent wife enthusiast. The journey to the airport was somewhat mundane, with Yangbo engaging in casual conversation with Coulson. After an hour, they arrived at New York Airport. Yangbo mused, if Blade were driving, it would have taken at most half an hour. After parking, Coulson guided Yangbo to a helipad, where a sleek, black Quinjet was stationed, its metallic sheen radiating a sense of advanced technology, as if it were adorned with the words "Black Technology." Has S.H.I.L.D. acquired the Quinjet so early? Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly deserves its reputation as a global organization. While its technology may not rival that of Wakanda, it undeniably possesses numerous advancements that could eclipse contemporary innovations. As the individuals aboard the aircraft prepared for departure, Yangbo and Coulson had only just boarded when the boarding gate was promptly closed. The turbine engines, resembling electric fans, began to spin with rapidity, propelling the plane swiftly towards Hawaii. Yangbo and the country bumpkin gazed in awe at the interior decor of the aircraft. Akin to 2 wide-eyed children entering a grand city, they soon found themselves in a lounge. Just as they settled into their seats, Coulson, with a smile, inquired, "What do you think? Do you like it? Join us, and you can frequently enjoy this flight." Yangbo rolled his eyes at Coulson and retorted, "I prefer beautiful women." "What, do you offer those to?" To his surprise, Coulson nodded affirmatively. Our organization boasts many exceptional female members selected from various nations. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the first taste of the moon. Once you join us, I can arrange for you to have a lovely female partner. Of course, the rest will depend on your own abilities. Yang Bo's mouth fell slightly agape. No wonder Hidld was so formidable. With such an approach, they need not wield a heavy hand, instead enticing individuals with sweet offerings. Is this the treatment for everyone else as well? He queried, immediately regretting the question as it seemed rather redundant. If everyone received such treatment, Hidld would hardly need to function. Coulson chuckled and replied, certainly not. Generally, agents must undergo rigorous selection processes to join our Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. Only those possessing exceptional abilities receive a series of privileges. At this juncture, Coulson paused, looking intently at Yang Bo. But you are different. Aren't we friends? I assure you, I will provide you with the best treatment. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Yang Bo felt a stir within. At that moment, he truly appreciated Coulson. Indeed, he embodied the qualities of Hidld. Agent, charming in speech and efficient in action. It was no wonder that, as discussed online, without Coulson, the Avengers might have already disbanded. He reached into his backpack for a cigarette, only to remember he was aboard an aircraft and reluctantly placed it back into his pocket. Noticing this, Coulson smiled and said, could you spare one for me? I haven't smoked in quite a while. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt. With that, he pressed a button on the wall, and a faint sound of ventilation filled the air, likely from the lounge's exhaust system. Goodness, this is too comfortable. Perhaps I should find a way to lure Coulson away from myself. Yang Bo mused, while Hidld appeared to be thriving. It was merely a FAAD, as it had been infiltrated by Hydra, leaving it riddled with vulnerabilities. Yang Bo harbored doubts that, apart from a few renowned agents, the rest were likely Hydra operatives. Nevertheless, the fleeting thought of enticing Coulson to join him vanished. He doubted his personal charm could persuade the future director of Hidld to work for him. He took out a cigarette, lit it for Coulson, and then ignited his own, inhaling deeply before gently exhaling towards the ventilation outlet. Chapter 35. Volcanoes and lava seated aboard the aircraft. Yang Bo's gaze was immediately drawn to the thick, black smoke billowing from the volcano's mouth. The Quinjet, after navigating a considerable distance from the volcano, gently descended upon a relatively flat area. Coulson rose and declared, we have arrived. With that, he opened the door to the lounge. Upon seeing Coulson emerge, the passengers inside the cabin handed him 2 gray protective masks. After accepting one, Coulson turned and handed one to Yang Bo, explaining, volcanic ash can severely harm the respiratory system. Wearing this mask will greatly alleviate the situation. Heeding the advice, Yang Bo refrained from elaborating on his digitized form, which rendered him impervious to mere volcanic ash. If inhaling such particles could pose a threat to him, then surely the ashes floating in the dandruff canyon of my world would spell doom for Steve. He accepted the mask and donned it over his face as the rear door of the Quinjet slowly opened, allowing a gust of wind to rush in from the outside. Stepping out of the aircraft, Yang Bo was closely followed by Coulson. I can manage on my own, Yang Bo asserted. Coulson gently shook his head, responding, this volcano is still erupting. It's best if I accompany you. Should any emergencies arise, I can assist. Yang Bo merely chuckled lightly and chose to disregard the comment. Turning his attention towards the volcano's mouth, the aircraft had landed a fair distance from the volcano, as the nearby terrain was strewn with solidified black lava, making it impossible to land any closer and presenting considerable danger. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park lies along the ocean's edge, and today, the surrounding sea breeze was quite boisterous. Volcanic ash filled the sky, resembling a heavy snowfall of gray and black. As he stepped onto the solidified lava, Yang Bo felt a gentle warmth beneath his feet. He retrieved a bucket from his backpack, aiming to scoop up some of the dark lava for experimentation. Not a single opportunity for laziness, he mused, as the warm, solidified lava remained unfazed. A look of resignation crossed his face as he glanced up at the distant, flowing molten rock, compelling him to continue onward. Coulson observed in astonishment as the iron bucket in Yang Bo's hand appeared and vanished. Although he had learned through surveillance and other means of Yang Bo's spatial storage capabilities, witnessing it firsthand was nonetheless shocking. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe of 2008, the chaotic events of later years had yet to unfold, even as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson had encountered only a handful of superhuman phenomena during this period. However, in the times to come, various extraordinary incidents would leave Coulson overwhelmed. As they approached the lava, the surrounding temperature began to rise significantly. Suddenly, a burnt odor wafted through the air. Yang Bo sniffed curiously and turned to identify the source of the scent, noticing wisps of white smoke emanating from Coulson's leather shoes. Unable to suppress a laugh, he teased, "Coulson, don't take another step. If you do, you might just melt away." Yang Bo casually lifted his foot to examine his travel shoes, which bore no signs of damage. His attire had been digitized, rendering it impervious to harm, a realization he had come to during their previous encounter with gunfire. Meanwhile, Coulson, feeling the warmth beneath his feet, glanced at the unaffected Yang Bo and let out a wry smile, saying, "I had hoped to accompany you, but it appears that may not be possible. Take care." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Bo, now unencumbered by Coulson's presence, accelerated his pace and swiftly made his way towards the flowing river of lava. It did not take long for him to reach the molten stream. He retrieved a metal bucket and aimed it at the fiery lava, confirming his hypothesis as the substance was easily contained within. "Well then, I shall graciously accept this," he chuckled, taking the bucket that could typically hold only 64 units and rapidly collecting the lava from the ground. In no time, he had effectively diverted the entire river of lava. With his collection complete, Yang Bo glanced at the obsidian-black ground, pondering briefly before extracting a pickaxe and beginning to excavate the solidified lava. The sound of falling items echoed as he picked up the blocks, realizing at that moment that this material was undoubtedly not obsidian. Otherwise, it could not have been mined with a metal pickaxe. Solidified volcanic lava 1. It was utterly useless, failing to transform into materials from his world. With a slight grimace, he closed his backpack and began retracing his steps. Had Coulson not accompanied him, he would have leaped into the lava to expedite his return home, thus avoiding any time wasted on the journey. Perhaps he should inform Coulson of Captain America's message in advance? Consider it a token of gratitude? It would be problematic to remain indebted indefinitely. Although Yang Bo was not a virtuous individual, he found it difficult to regard others' assistance as a mere given. Spotting Coulson waiting for him from a distance, Yang Bo approached. Coulson greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "Have you completed your task?" Yang Bo nodded. Observing Coulson donned in a gas mask, contemplating the words he wished to convey next. "Coulson, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance this time." "No need for thanks. This matter was quite simple for me, so don't dwell on it," Coulson replied, his tone remaining as composed as ever. The two walked side by side towards the aircraft. Yang Bo removed his mask and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Coulson, I have something to share with my friend, which I consider a gift. This is of great importance to my friend." Coulson halted, similarly removing his mask, his expression earnest as he regarded Yang Bo, uncertain of the revelation to come. "You may speak freely. I am simply your friend now, not an agent." Yang Bo pointed toward Coulson's earpiece, and Coulson quickly grasped his intent, pressing a button on it before retrieving a small black device from his pocket, deactivating it as well. "As an agent, it is only natural for me to possess a multitude of devices," he remarked with a chuckle, then reached for a button on his collar. Yang Bo nodded, fully aware that the various chaotic devices on Coulson were likely more than what met the eye. However, the following words would undoubtedly alert Coulson himself. Leaning toward Coulson's ear, he whispered, "Captain America is not dead, and the internal security of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is far from assured." This time, Coulson was truly taken aback, nearly stumbling as if he were about to kiss the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a rigid smile froze upon his face. The revelations in Yang Bo's words caused his mind to momentarily cease functioning, taking several seconds for him to process. Such a lapse was practically inconceivable for an agent of his caliber. Coulson suddenly felt a parched sensation in his throat. uncertain whether it was due to the surrounding atmosphere or the sheer shock of the news. He swiftly unbuttoned his jacket, discarding the button to the ground, and stepped on it until the electronic components within were exposed. Then, from the heel of his shoe, he produced a small black object and hurled it into the distance. With a voice that trembled slightly, he asked, "You realize what you are saying, do you not?" Chapter 36. Master Gu E by the edge of the volcano. Yang Bo observed the anxious yet hopeful expression on Coulson's face and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "It's true. Why would I deceive you? You are hardly a captivating beauty of a detective. This is merely mutual assistance among friends. However, I am not entirely certain of his current whereabouts." In an effort to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Red Skull, Captain America had followed him onto the aircraft that was poised to devastate major cities. During the climactic battle, the Red Skull vanished into a wormhole formed by the energy of the Tesseract. Captain America discovered that the aircraft had sustained significant damage, and with it set to strike New York, he resolved to make an emergency landing on a nearby glacier. Unfortunately, he too was ejected during the crash and found himself frozen in the Arctic Ocean. Yang Bo relayed this information to Coulson, remarking, "Due to the super soldier serum, he is not dead yet. We must merely await his discovery and extraction." Upon hearing this, Coulson's demeanor transformed into one of palpable excitement. As an agent, he was expected to maintain his composure, yet the revelation that his idol, Captain America, was still alive overwhelmed his emotions. "Yang, could you spare me a cigarette?" Coulson implored, overwhelmed by the news. He accepted the cigarette Yang Bo offered and placed it in his mouth, as Yang produced a lighter to ignite it. A faint, rhythmic buzzing emanated from Coulson, who then retrieved the earpiece he had previously stowed away. After pressing a button, he spoke, "Director, I'm fine. Yes, it might be due to the high temperatures. I'm currently standing on volcanic rock that has yet to cool." After exchanging a few words, he returned the earpiece to his pocket, and Yang Bo inferred that the caller was none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Coulson ended the call, regarding Yang Bo with a complex expression. "How did you come to know that the captain is alive? Or rather, why did you choose to share this information with me?" "I saw it on television." Yang Bo replied playfully. "Remember, this is a message for a friend, not for an agent." He was unconcerned about SHIELD. After all, he feared not even Thanos. Why should he fear the agency? Worst case, he could burrow into the Earth's core. Did they intend to obliterate the planet? Coulson inhaled deeply before discarding the cigarette, but, stating earnestly, "I know what to do. I believe we should depart. I can hardly wait to find my idol." After a brief pause, he added, "As for the pressure from the vampire cultists, I will devise a strategy, but do your utmost to avoid killing them. They are still human, after all." "To the best of my ability?" Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, a pleased smile gracing his face. With SHIELD backing him, he felt liberated in confronting the vampires. We cannot make things too difficult for Coulson. Let's first transform those cultists into vampires before sending them on their way. As the two individuals walked side by side towards the Quinjet, a spark erupted in the air before them, reminiscent of fireworks during the New Year celebrations, swiftly spinning into motion. The moment Yang Bo beheld the spark, his expression transformed into one of intense intrigue. He was no fool, and it was evident that at this juncture, the one capable of summoning a portal could not possibly be Doctor Strange. Coulson also drew a handgun from his waist, yet Yang Bo halted him with a gentle hand. Shaking his head slightly, such a weapon would prove futile against the entities beyond the portal. The spark rapidly coalesced into a portal, revealing an elegantly antiquated bedroom where a bald figure clad in a beige robe regarded him with a calm and serene smile. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One from the Marvel Universe. Stepping lightly forward from the luminous circle, she exuded an air of composure and softly inquired, "Greetings, traveler from another realm." Upon hearing her words, Yang Bo's heart raced with trepidation. The Ancient One was a renowned protector of Earth, and had she not chosen to withdraw from her duties, the threat of Thanos would have been averted. "Greetings, Supreme Sorceress," he replied. The Ancient One displayed no sign of surprise, maintaining her gentle smile as she took another step forward, causing the portal behind her to close silently. She scrutinized Yangbo with earnestness and asked, "You are quite enigmatic. I perceive neither your past nor your future. Might you divulge the purpose of your visit, young man?" Faced with the Ancient One, Yangbo felt immense pressure. Though he feared not for his life, he pondered the possibility of being trapped in the mirror dimension. Wait, the mirror dimension? That might actually be a possibility. I must explore that someday. With this thought, his anxiety significantly abated, and a smile graced his face. "I am uncertain. I merely stepped away for a moment in my home and found myself here. Could you please assist in returning me? As Earth's guardian against threats from other dimensions." The Ancient One had encountered numerous peculiar travelers, yet someone as enigmatic as Yangbo was a first. She shook her head, replying, "I am afraid I cannot ascertain your dimensional coordinates. I have no knowledge of your origin. If it were not for Captain America's prior appearance, I would not have even detected your presence." Yangbo felt a pang of disappointment upon her words. Realizing why the Ancient One had not sought him out initially. What exactly does this formidable being intend? Does she wish to eliminate me, this interdimensional visitor? Supreme Sorceress, may I inquire as to why you have summoned me? The Ancient One responded with utmost seriousness. Your arrival has altered the world line, diverging from the sacred timeline, which poses a significant threat. Yangbo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Ancient One was aware of the sacred timeline, leaving him astonished. The sacred timeline, in essence, referred to the narratives he had witnessed in films. To disrupt the sacred timeline was to alter the very fabric of those stories. However, Yangbo was acutely aware that the current timeline had long since become chaotic. Otherwise, the first sight upon his arrival would have undoubtedly been the Time Management Bureau. The dialogue between the two left Coulson, who stood nearby, utterly bewildered. He stepped forward and spoke softly. "Greetings, I am Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. May I inquire as to your name?" Gui smiled politely and replied, "Hello, Agent Coulson. My name is Gui." Chapter 37. The Tea That Cannot Be Refilled Indefinitely. Kamartaj, an isolated village nestled within the Himalayas, serves as a sanctuary in the magical realm. Yangbo sat upon a stool, gazing through the window at the howling snowstorm outside, while a steaming cup of tea rested before him. The Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, sat across from him, her eyes vacant as she utilized the Eye of Agamotto, radiating a green glow from her chest, to glimpse into the future. This state of affairs had persisted for some time. After Yangbo accompanied Ancient One to Kamartaj and discussed various matters, she commenced her observations of the future using the time stone. Lifting the teacup, he savored a sip, a fragrant aroma enveloping his palate. Even though he was not particularly fond of tea, he recognized that this brew was unparalleled to any he had previously tasted. He had been invited by Ancient One to visit Kamartaj, driven by his profound interest in the portal spell. If I could master the portal, I would never have to worry about suddenly traversing dimensions when I need to use the restroom. Even though several days had elapsed, the memory of that incident lingered, casting a shadow in his mind. "Cannot see." Ancient One's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Yangbo, who was contemplating how to broach the subject of learning the portal spell. He hastily set down his cup and inquired, "What cannot be seen?" Ancient One gazed at him with a complex expression, stating, "In the timeline of the future, your presence is absent, even though you stand right before me. Your standing is superior to that of the Eye of Agamotto." The Eye of Agamotto, a vessel for the Time Stone, wielded nearly limitless power within this universe, enabling Ancient One to observe the future across its vast expanse. Yet, no matter how she looked, she could not perceive Yangbo in any future scenario. Even in the next moment, only her own figure and a teacup suspended in midair remained. She had never encountered such a phenomenon and was uncertain whether it was a portent of good or ill. Yangbo, perplexed by Ancient One's words, found himself at a loss. "What do you mean you cannot see me? Is the time stone malfunctioning?" Dismissing the notion that he was invisible in the future, he thought, "I am not a native of the Marvel Universe. Perhaps the time stone simply does not account for me." His primary concern was whether he could learn the portal spell. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Ancient One. Ancient One, may I learn the portal spell?" Ancient One nodded slightly, replying, "Any individual with talent can learn. If you wish to master the spell, You must first meditate and connect with the otherworldly deities through your mental prowess. Gain their acknowledgement and forge a corresponding pact to wield their magic. Young Bo paused, feeling somewhat disheartened as he asked, "Must I rely on the power of the deities? Can I not attain it through my own cultivation?" The deities in the Marvel universe were not known for their amiable disposition. Everything came at a cost, especially when it came to binding contracts, which could very well lead to his own subjugation. He certainly does not possess the strength of the Ancient One, drawing energy daily from the Dark Dimension. Ultimately, when the Dark Lord Dormammu came to collect, he was promptly repelled by the Ancient One, who retorted fiercely, "I borrowed this energy through my own abilities. Why should I repay it?" This was indeed feasible, yet for a typical mage apprentice, mastering the art of creating a portal would generally require around 5 years of diligent study. If you so desire, I can arrange for someone to instruct you immediately. The Ancient One remarked with a calm demeanor, as if 5 years were but a fleeting moment to her. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a pang of distress. This was merely the act of conjuring a portal. The capability for long-distance transportation remained uncertain. Would he truly spend a decade, or more simply for the convenience of visiting the restroom? If you wish to expedite your learning of spells, I could offer you a glimpse into the multiverse. As she spoke, the Ancient One abruptly stood and swiftly struck Yang Bo's chest with her palm. A surge of power, sending his body flying backward. In his line of sight, everything around him seemed to slow, including his own movements. This was his first encounter with such an extraordinary sensation. In that moment, he comprehended what the Ancient One meant by observing the multiverse. In the film, Doctor Strange had experienced a similar phenomenon when the Ancient One struck his chest, transporting his soul to a bizarre realm. Suddenly, time resumed its normal pace, and Yang Bo found himself sitting on the ground, glancing at his health, which had diminished by 1.5 hearts, eliciting a gasp of disbelief. Goodness, that light tap possesses more force than a standard handgun? Rising to his feet and brushing himself off, he gazed at the Ancient One as though she were a formidable weapon of the mortal realm. The Ancient One regarded him with a complex expression, causing Yang Bo to feel a chill run down his spine. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Ancient One, what is the matter? Did you not say to let me observe the multiverse? Your soul and body are inseparable. Your body is your soul, and your soul is your flesh. You cannot learn the spells of Kamartaj." The Ancient One's words left him unfazed regarding his physical condition. Given his ability to resurrect, a unique connection between body and soul seemed quite normal, yet he found it unacceptable that he could not learn the portal spell. Beside him, the Ancient One's eyes sparkled with eagerness, her curiosity piqued by Yang Bo's unique existence, a perfect fusion of body and soul, something she had never encountered before. If she could achieve such a feat, perhaps her own body would not succumb to decay. Do not lose heart. I believe you have your own path. Upon hearing her words, Yang Bo experienced an epiphany. After all, I possess a golden finger. What need have I for a mere portal spell? One day, I might receive a travel map module with teleportation capabilities, allowing me to go wherever I desire. With this newfound clarity, he felt invigorated, the previous frustration of being unable to learn spells dissipating completely. 2 days later, clad in a black robe, Yang Bo was returned to Central Park in New York by the Ancient One. His journey to Kamartaj had proven to be immensely rewarding, particularly as his backpack was now brimming with an array of diverse items. After all, it was the Ancient One's curiosity about his unique abilities that had led to this bounty. Turning to the Ancient One, whose expression within the electric portal was somewhat discontented, he waved his hand, causing the portal to dissipate into the air in an instant. The Ancient One seemed rather petty. It was merely a matter of acquiring some vintage-style furniture, was it not? Wasn't it his desire to witness Yang Bo's capabilities that had prompted this? Upon returning home, Yang Bo first retrieved his cherished Zeton wood tea table from his backpack, complete with an exquisite tea set. The items within his backpack maintained their state whether stored or removed, allowing the tea to still emit steam. He took a gentle sip of the tea. Ah, this is truly the essence of life. Chapter 38. The Nether placing the molten lava into the crucible of the hunter's crafting station. He retrieved the prepared materials and fashioned 2 exclusive weapons for the hunter, a crossbow and a battle axe. Subsequently, he crafted a substantial quantity of crossbow bolts. The sole silver lining was that these bolts did not require feathers. Otherwise, he would have been unable to produce any ammunition at all. Yang Bo drew forth the newly crafted ordinary hunter's battle axe, swinging it gently to assess its balance. The feel was satisfactory, though the damage displayed was somewhat lacking. However, it did possess the ability to inflict an additional 10 damage to vampires, alongside an inherent knockback attribute of level 2. He proceeded to construct the Nether portal. Eager to see if it would grant him passage to the Nether, if successful, acquiring diamond and obsidian would be a trivial endeavor. The chest within the Nether fortress held a plethora of items from the overworld, most importantly, blaze rods. Once he secured these and crafted a brewing stand, he would be able to bid farewell to the days of self-inflicted harm for health restoration. Equipped with a water bucket and the lava, Yang Bo made his way to a corner of the room, sealing off the surroundings with cobblestone, leaving only a single one-person wide pathway. He placed the water atop the portal frame, then retrieved an iron bucket containing lava from his backpack, utilizing the mechanism where lava interacts with water to form obsidian. He spent a brief moment crafting a 2x3 nether portal. Gazing at the deep purple obsidian frame, Yang Bo's heart brimmed with fervent prayers. May Notch bless this endeavor. Let the portal open. He produced the flint and steel he had fashioned, aimed it at the obsidian frame, and silently invoked its use. With a crisp crack, a flicker of flame ignited, and from the previously vacant frame emerged a swirling portal of violet hues. Listening intently, he could faintly hear eerie whispers and other unsettling sounds emanating from the portal, which exuded a particle effect reminiscent of purple snowflakes, as if unseen entities were wafting out from within. Beholding the purple portal, a grin of exhilaration spread across Yang Bo's face. This is my moment to rise. Diamonds, nether alloys, ender pearls, I shall claim them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo stepped boldly into the nether portal. As he stood within, everything around him seemed to be veiled in a purple filter, and the whispers grew clearer. Suddenly, he felt the world around him distort and swirl. And after a brief interval, the landscape shifted. Through the purple haze, Yang Bo found himself amidst a forest dominated by deep blues and teals. An eerie forest? Instinctively, Yang Bo lowered his gaze, fully aware that this realm harbored a particularly formidable foe, the Enderman, with high attack power and health. These creatures also possess the ability to teleport, often appearing behind players after being provoked. In his current iron armor, Yang Bo felt as fragile as paper before such a threat. Quickly, he retrieved cobblestones from his backpack and constructed a 3x3 platform above his head, allowing him a moment of respite to survey his surroundings. The ground of the eerie forest predominantly consists of peculiar fungal rock formations, interspersed with some nether rock and strange warts. Scattered patches of bizarre fungi, nether sprouts, and twisting vines sporadically emerge from the soil. Tall, ominous figures cloaked in black traverse the woods. Yang Bo instinctively cast his gaze towards a dark silhouette, only to lock eyes with a pair of violet orbs. The Enderman perceived a challenge in this encounter, promptly unleashing a furious screech as its body trembled, the sound reverberating through the vast infernal expanse and sending a chill down Yang Bo's spine. How does one navigate this? In the game, as long as one refrains from aiming a crosshair at the Enderman's head, it would not provoke a response. Yet, what are the rules in reality? Who could resist glancing at a shadow flitting before their eyes? Another deafening roar echoed, and Yang Bo found himself wishing to slap his own face, having inadvertently angered yet another Enderman. With no choice, he retrieved his iron axe from his backpack, preparing for the Enderman's teleportation. With a sudden bayou sound, the tall figure of the Enderman vanished, leaving behind a flurry of purple particles. Yang Bo swiftly turned around, and, as expected, the Enderman had teleported directly behind him. Emitting another menacing cry, he swung the iron axe with force, striking the creature. Upon receiving the blow, the Enderman's dark form momentarily flashed red, retreating slightly before charging at him once more. Unfortunately, Yang Bo was positioned only 2 blocks high, while the 3-block-tall Enderman could not reach the cunning Yang Bo experienced the methods of an outsider. The Enderman possessed considerable health, totaling 40 points, double that of Yang Bo's own. Nevertheless, with diligent efforts to improve his footing, Yang Bo observed the Enderman's health steadily decline. At that moment, another Enderman's voice resonated behind him, yet Yang Bo remained unfazed beneath the platform. The Ender Pearl. After the Enderman's health was fully depleted, a blue pearl fell to the ground. As Yang Bo approached, it was absorbed into his backpack. Holding the round Ender Pearl in his hand, he noticed a small black skull nestled within it, with violet eyes that followed his gaze, maintaining an unwavering stare. How delightful! The Ender Pearl, among the few perfectly spherical items in his world, appeared far more appealing in comparison to the other objects, despite its angular texture. Yang Bo stowed the pearl in his backpack, contemplating the prospect of farming more pearls in this location. After all, items capable of teleportation were never in excess. With the pearl in hand, he envisioned executing some rather flamboyant maneuvers, effectively granting him a superpower with a rather obvious weakness: the thought of crafting an ender cannon. Thus acquiring teleportation abilities filled Yang Bo with excitement. However, as he reveled in his thoughts, an unexpected attack struck him, causing his body to involuntarily stagger back a step. In a state of panic, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the Enderman behind him was clutching a round stone. Yang Bo swiftly retrieved a round stone from his backpack to seal the gap, glancing at his diminished health bar, which had decreased by 7 points, evoking a sense of having escaped a near-death experience. Damn it, is this how you wish to play? He thought defiantly. Feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered by an Enderman, he struggled to come to terms with it. Gripping his small axe tightly, he began to vent his frustrations. Due to the absence of a crosshair, the nearby Endermen were occasionally drawn to him. Although he slaughtered them with commendable speed, their numbers did not dwindle. Instead, they seemed to multiply. However, this proved advantageous, as he would ultimately collect all the Ender Pearls in one fell swoop. Chapter 39. The Fortress of Hell. Within the magnificent realm of the Inferno, Yang Bo had amassed a considerable collection of Ender Pearls. Endermen lurked everywhere, and the eerie forest was undeniably perilous. With a sigh of frustration, he dispatched the Endermen encircling him, too wary to raise his gaze and risk a surprise attack. With no other option, he switched to his pickaxe and began to burrow into the earth. Thud, thud, thud. After several minutes, Yang Bo emerged from the depths, leaving the sinister forest behind. At last, he beheld a breathtaking vista. The towering ceiling of hellish rock, soaring hundreds of meters high, imparted an overwhelming sense of gravity, while the distant, boundless lake of lava, or perhaps it would be more apt to call it a sea of magma, stretched endlessly before him. Yang Bo found himself swallowing hard in awe. It was truly spectacular. Such sensations had eluded him during his previous gaming experiences. Perhaps immersing himself in a VR version of Minecraft would allow him to grasp a semblance of this grandeur. The eerie forest, filled with bizarre fungi, offered visibility far inferior to this newfound perspective. A sudden grunt of a pig interrupted Yang Bo's reverie. On the platform formed of hellish rock, swathes of zombie pigmen roamed. These were the most ubiquitous creatures of the Nether, classified as passive entities, though they were among the most bothersome of monsters in this realm. Such annoyance was contingent upon one's interaction. Accidentally striking one would summon the wrath of every zombie pigman in the vicinity. Yang Bo observed a nearby family of pigmen, 2 adult zombie pigmen and a juvenile, merrily frolicking together. Had it not been for the golden sword in his hand and their decayed forms, the scene might have appeared quite harmonious. Phew, luck was on his side. No pigmen had spawned nearby. His keen eyes soon spotted a peculiar formation of hellish rock not far off, adorned with golden specks. This discovery filled him with uncontainable joy. Nether gold ore. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the location of the nether gold ore, when a sudden wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. After mining for over 10 minutes without encountering a single nether gold ore, could my luck be that dismal? The thought flitted through his mind before he cast it aside, having already acquired the game's advantages. There was no way he could be considered unfortunate, absolutely impossible. For safety, he encircled himself with hellish rock to shield against any lurking pigmen. He then raised his iron pickaxe and struck the nether gold ore again. As cracks spread across the surface, a resounding boom echoed as the block shattered, releasing 3 droplet-shaped gold nuggets along with a few colorful experience orbs, all of which he swiftly absorbed into his being. When destroyed, Nether gold ore yields between 2 to 6 gold nuggets, and employing a pickaxe with the looting attribute can enhance the drop rate. Interestingly, using a pickaxe with the Silk Touch attribute allows for the extraction of the complete block of nether gold ore, which can be smelted in a furnace to yield a solid gold ingot. However, prior to his journey, Yongbo had never witnessed anyone deliberately using a precise pickaxe to excavate nether gold ore and subsequently smelt it, whether in gameplay or through videos. The quantity of gold ore in this area was rather limited, comprising merely 5 pieces, yet he could not suppress the smile that adorned his face. Upon his return, he resolved to inquire with Coulson or Blade about any acquaintances who might purchase gold. Thus, he would no longer need to fret over financial matters. In the modern world, possessing wealth could resolve more than 99% of troubles. He had acquired a total of 15 gold nuggets, insufficient to forge even 2 gold ingots. Peering cautiously from his hiding spot, he soon discovered several exposed veins of gold ore. Seizing the moment, Yongbo dashed towards another patch of gold ore. Yet his actions drew the attention of a nearby ghastly piglin. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt whizzed past his scalp, startling Yongbo into a quick maneuver. Taking refuge behind a zombified piglin, the dim-witted piglin showed no hesitation in targeting Yongbo's location, launching another bolt. In that instant, time seemed to slow, and Yongbo watched as the bolt traced a graceful arc, landing squarely upon the zombified piglin before him. A flash of red light erupted. The surrounding zombified piglins erupted into chaos, charging towards the offending piglin. Alas, the unfortunate creature was swiftly torn apart by the mob, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Indeed, they were brothers in appearance. Despite their species differences, they exhibited a facade of harmony. However, once provoked, they would not relent until one of them lay vanquished. Delighted, Yongbo approached the nearby gold ore, extracted his pickaxe, and began mining, collecting all the fallen gold nuggets. He then fashioned 4 gold ingots at his crafting table, creating a pair of golden boots to equip. Now, he had no need to fear piglin assaults. It seemed that piglins possessed an almost obsessive fondness for gold. As long as players donned gold-crafted gear, they would not be actively targeted by ordinary piglins. Thus, he continued to gather gold while seeking the elusive nether fortress. Fortune favored the diligent, and after more than an hour, a dark crimson edifice emerged within his line of sight. He had initially thought the nether was already awe-inspiring. Yet the nether fortress proved equally grand, with towering support columns rising from the sea of lava, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, taller than a 12-story building in reality. He retrieved some netherrack and swiftly constructed a path across the lava lake toward the fortress, eager to reach his destination, surrounded by the searing lava that bubbled ominously. Silently, he prayed, "Please, do not spawn any ghastly souls. Please, do not spawn any ghastly souls." Yet, as fate would have it, the very fears he harbored materialized. A sudden, chilling scream pierced the air, echoing ominously in his ears and sending shivers down his spine. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Wasn't this supposed to be a mere building game? The ghast wail could easily belong in a horror game, evoking genuine terror. Casting a glance around, he indeed spotted the spectral figure of the malevolent spirit floating in the air, accompanied by an approaching fireball. The appearance of the spirit bore resemblance to a white jellyfish, its form entirely alabaster and remarkably massive, with its body being equivalent to its head and several tentacles trailing beneath. This spirit could only be encountered in the lower realms, drifting aimlessly throughout. Setting aside its somewhat eerie cries and the menacing maw that accompanied its attacks, the spirit possessed a certain endearing quality overall. The fireball expelled by the spirit had already drawn perilously close to his face, its velocity not particularly swift. Yongbo adjusted his stance and wielded his iron sword, swiftly striking the fireball. "Begone!" he exclaimed as the fireball hurtled back towards the spirit in the sky. A wretched scream echoed as the spirit was obliterated by its own fireball on the spot. When the fireball is deflected back by the player and strikes the spirit, it inflicts 1,000 points of damage upon it. Chapter 40. The Blaze Wraith Confronting the Malevolent Spectre. Yongbo could only watch in despair as the experienced orbs and tears of the wretched soul plummeted into the sea of lava below. This incident exemplified one of the reasons for Yang Bo's disdain towards the malevolent spirits. Their colossal size often placed them suspended above the molten depths of the nether, causing their drops to vanish into the fiery abyss. Only in the Soul Sand Valley could he hope to retrieve the spoils of such a battle. Clinging closely to the hellish bricks, Yang Bo hopped towards the nether fortress with the agility of a rabbit, glancing down at the lava sea beneath him, which sent a wave of vertigo coursing through his body. The thrill was overwhelming, akin to bungee jumping without a harness. He was grateful that the nether lacked any winds, for a gust could have sent him tumbling into the fiery depths. With a cautious tilt of his head, Yang Bo peered out, observing the long bridge fashioned from hellish stone where numerous creatures roamed. Among them were the ubiquitous zombie piglins alongside some fortress-exclusive monstrosities. The Blaze Wraith, stationed at the farthest perimeter of its territory, had already detected the uninvited guest, igniting its form and emitting a low, ominous hum. A fireball hurtled towards Yang Bo with a swiftness that eclipsed that of the previous specter's projectile. Reacting swiftly, he crouched low, allowing the fireball to streak past him, grazing his scalp. Was this creature endowed with such extraordinary precision? He had spotted several shadowy, withered skeletons on the bridge, and the thought of confronting them directly filled him with trepidation, particularly with the long-range attacks of the Blaze Wraith looming over him. In a moment of desperation, Yang Bo nestled against the hellish rock, shielding himself from any potential ambush. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled his previous tactics against vampires, and a grin spread across his face. Indeed, guerrilla warfare was the ultimate strategy. Drawing forth his iron pickaxe, he began to excavate the hellish bricks with fervor, the sounds reverberating in his ears as he mentally mapped the positions of the withered skeletons he had just observed. This should suffice, he thought, targeting the bricks above him. With a resounding crack, the bricks were breached, and Yang Bo swiftly retreated, wary of any treasures that might come crashing down. The clattering of bones echoed ominously, confirming his choice was not in vain. Seeing no creatures descend, he cautiously approached the newly formed opening, scanning for any sign of the withered skeletons. After a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air. In that instant, he finally caught sight of the withered skeleton, which also spotted him. The creature swung its stone sword with alarming speed, seemingly intent on performing a crude lobotomy without anesthesia. However, the skeleton's strike fell short as it missed Yang Bo, who had vanished into the tunnel. Without a moment's pause, the withered skeleton leapt into the opening after him. Yet, a predicament arose, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. The withered skeleton found itself hindered by the 2-meter-tall tunnel Yang Bo had excavated. Creatures in this world did not bend, thus the master of footings, Yang Bo, was once again called to action. For withered skeletons descended from above, reminiscent of the heroic tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, ultimately collapsing beneath the robes of the mage Yang Bo sought. Had they truly dropped a wither skeleton head, picking up the fallen coal and a wither skeleton skull from the ground, Yang Bo found it hard to believe his fortune. With just 4 slain, he had already secured 1 skull. This calculation suggested that he needed to defeat merely 12 to gather 3 heads and confront the wither. Yet, this was merely Yang Bo's fanciful imagination. The drop rate for wither heads possessed an enigmatic quality. The first head had a notably high drop rate. The second seemed to diminish it by half, and the third was governed by an almost mystical chance. Moreover, with his iron armor, defeating the wither, a boss of the nether, without encountering glitches would prove to be an arduous task. Once again, Yang Bo peered from the cave entrance, and this time, he found no trace of wither skeletons. However, he noticed that the number of blazes in the distance had increased by 2. With a determined breath, he charged forward to vanquish them. Yang Bo leapt from the cave, grasping the ledge above without the need to construct blocks, effortlessly climbing the mere 2 or 3 meters that posed no challenge to him, a stark contrast to Steve. Upon his ascent, he was greeted by fireballs hurled by the blazes. 3 fireballs soared towards him in a triangular formation, and Yang Bo swiftly brandished his shield, expertly deflecting the incoming projectiles. Seizing the opportunity while the blazes were briefly distracted, he sprinted towards them, drawing forth a crossbow. A crosshair materialized before his eyes as he aimed at one of the foes, swiftly pulling the trigger. The The bolt struck the blaze. -4. Observing the damage dealt, Yongbo sighed. Alas, the hunter's specialized weapon proved inadequate against such mundane creatures. He would need to prepare a proper arsenal for combating ordinary foes. Once again, 3 fireballs were launched. Yongbo raised his shield anew, the sounds of impact resonating as he recognized the difference between the blazes in the game and their real-world counterparts. In the game, blazes could unleash 3 fireballs with each attack, albeit with a hit-or-miss accuracy. In reality, however, each blaze fired only a single fireball. Yet its precision rivaled that of aimbot. With his crossbow reloaded, Yongbo charged forward, aiming and firing once more. Although the damage was minimal, it was better than nothing. After 2 rounds of assault, he found himself face-to-face with the blaze that had the least health. Switching to his iron axe, he executed a jumping strike upon the blaze. The impact was extraordinary. Critical hit particles erupted around the blaze, and its already diminished health bar was instantly emptied. Collecting the blaze rod, it dropped. Yongbo was suddenly struck by a fireball that screamed through the air. 2.5 hearts vanished in an instant, and he was afflicted by the burning effect, suffering damage each second. With only 20 health points remaining, Yongbo lost 9 in that single blow. He raised his crossbow to fire at the now airborne blaze, and upon hitting it, he quickly surrounded himself with blocks for protection. Safety has been restored. The assault from the blaze creature was excruciating, despite my formidable iron armor. Could it be that I am facing a difficulty level beyond my capacity? I retrieved some bread from my satchel and commenced to eat slowly, unhurried. As I anticipated, the blaze creature would eventually descend once it lost its target. Utilizing a crossbow in midair would prove to be rather taxing. Listening to the cacophony of monsters outside, Yongbo settled onto the ground and pulled out his mobile phone, only to find it devoid of any signal. However, checking the time on his digital watch revealed no issues. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He needed to return by nightfall, so it seemed prudent to expedite his exploration. Chapter 41. The chest in the fortress. As Yongbo picked up the experience orbs and blaze rods dropped by the fiery creature, he gazed at the exposed fortress area in the distance and made his way toward it. From afar, he spotted several withered skeletons armed with stone swords, standing guard like sentinels at either side of the entrance to the magma chamber, vigilant against intruders like Yongbo. At the heart of the magma chamber lay the magma well, a singular feature within the hellish fortress, representing the sole connection between the fortress area and the open expanse beyond. Quickly constructing a 2-block-high platform, Yongbo readied his crossbow from below, aiming at one of the withered skeletons and releasing a perfectly arched bolt that struck true. The attacked skeleton immediately locked onto Yongbo's position, its long black legs thundering toward him with a clattering sound. Standing safely on the platform, Yongbo felt a sense of security. The 2.5-block-high skeleton could not reach him, proving easier to deal with than Endermen, as their health was lower and they lacked the ability to lift blocks. With a swift strike from his axe, he dispatched the skeleton, though this time it did not yield a skull. Collecting the coal from the ground, he carelessly tossed a stone sword into the magma lake below. Time to open the chest. With no more obstacles in his path, Yongbo sprinted toward the fortress area. Upon entering the spacious room, he found only a magma well at its center, emanating a bright glow accompanied by a bubbling sound. He promptly placed a block of netherrack over the well to prevent himself from accidentally jumping in. Instantly, the room, constructed of hellish bricks, grew dim. He retrieved a torch and ventured further into the fortress, the sounds of blaze creatures and zombified piglins echoing in his ears. It appeared there were plenty of monsters within. Yongbo steeled himself, cautiously observing the corner ahead, occasionally placing a torch against the wall. Soon, a crossroads emerged before him. Carefully sealing off the third pathway with netherrack ensured that even if there were withered skeletons in the other directions, he would remain untroubled. Holding his shield aloft, he was startled by a sudden impact as a fireball struck his shield with a resounding thud. What the? The unexpected attack jolted Yongbo. A blaze stood at one side of the intersection, resembling a cunning ambusher waiting to strike. After dispatching the blaze, Yongbo surveyed his surroundings and noted that, apart from the zombified piglins, no other foes were present. With keen eyes, he spotted a staircase leading downward in the distance and proceeded toward it without hesitation. The chest. Upon descending the staircase to the lower level of the fortress, Bo rounded a corner and immediately caught sight of a chest nestled in the far corner. Its brownish-yellow hue igniting a surge of excitement within him. With a creak, he lifted the lid, revealing its modest contents: obsidian, diamond horse armor, gold ingots, and nether wart. Though diamonds were absent, Bo felt that treasure hunting in this realm surpassed any endeavors in the overworld. After stuffing everything into his backpack, Bo took out an axe and chopped down the chest, rendering himself destitute. The chest, however, proved to be a valuable asset. Continuing his exploration, he soon stumbled upon another chest, and upon opening it, he was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the blue diamonds within. It seemed he had indeed smuggled himself into Europe. Although the chest contained only 2 diamonds, combined with the obsidian he had extracted, he was now capable of crafting an enchanting table. In the Marvel Universe, within the archives beneath the vampire bar, Blade observed the slumped figure of Paul and felt a pang of frustration. "Hey, how on earth did you get so fat?" Paul, greedily consuming blood bags, looked up with innocent eyes at Blade's mildly accusatory tone. "I used to be a sumo wrestler. After becoming a vampire, I was left here and just kept getting fatter." Blade felt a headache coming on. Bo had presented him with a formidable challenge. While he could muster enough strength to carry Paul, the issue lay in the fact that he could not exit through the upper door, let alone the elevator, unless he blasted through the adjacent wall. According to his research, the other side led to the subway. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Bo's number, but was met with an incessant tone, prompting him to hang up in frustration. Still no signal? Where has Bo gone? Just then, after finishing the blood bag, Paul suddenly remarked, "Hey, after you guys killed Daywalker Frost, a new vampire clan has arrived in New York. You need to be cautious." A flicker of surprise crossed Blade's indifferent face. He had not anticipated Paul would voluntarily convey such information. With a slight chuckle revealing his white teeth, he reassured, "Rest easy. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it." He then turned toward the wall, occasionally tapping it with the hilt of his knife. With no other options left, he resolved to employ explosives to facilitate their escape. Half an hour later, Bo stood on the bridge of the Nether Fortress, gazing down at the sea of fiery red lava. He removed his gear and took a deep breath. All things are permissible, all things are void. After closing his eyes, he leaped from the high bridge of the Nether Fortress, feeling the rush of wind akin to bungee jumping, albeit without a cord. He executed a perfect 2.5 somersault before landing into the lava without causing a ripple. In an instant, Bo's health plummeted like a dam bursting, unable to withstand even 5 seconds before he erupted into a plume of smoke at the bottom of the lava lake, vanishing from the nether. Back at home in Central Park, Bo calmly opened his eyes from his bed. Indeed, the death return method was effective. He swiftly sat up, beginning to catalog the spoils from his nether journey, 5 diamonds in total, an extraordinary stroke of luck considering this was a fortress. He took a few round stones and placed them into the furnace to smelt some stone, which would allow him to craft a potion-making table. However, the process of smelting the stone would require some time. Bo reclined comfortably on the nearby sofa, letting out a sigh of relief. At last, he felt as though he was getting back on track. Soon, he planned to visit the bookstore to purchase some books and also acquire some sugarcane to cultivate himself, as it would be useful for enchanting books in the future. He retrieved his phone from his bag, and in an instant, it seemed to convulse with incessant notifications ringing in his ears. What on earth was happening? A multitude of missed calls and messages flooded in, prompting Bo to examine them closely. What was going on with Blade and Coulson? Had something gone awry? Chapter 42, Is Something the Matter? Of course. Seek Coulson, a small cargo truck, was crawling along the highways of New York, perhaps due to the driver's unfamiliarity with the vehicle. Blade found himself unable to unleash his wild side. As he gazed at the line of cars ahead, resembling an elongated train, even his typically composed demeanor began to fray. The cacophony of honking horns filled the air as he rolled down the window. "Damn it," he exclaimed, striking the steering wheel with force. Fortunately, the wheel was sturdy enough to withstand his extraordinary strength. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone pierced through the tension. Blade glanced at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback before a smile broke across his face. He pressed the answer button, and Bo's voice resonated from the other end. "Eric, what's up? I went on an adventure today, and there was no signal. With a tone laced with irritation, Blade responded, "You finally returned my call. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to extract that guy Bull from the archives? I had to blow up an entire wall." On the other end, Yang Bo was momentarily stunned, murmuring Bull. His voice was filled with confusion and uncertainty. A sense of foreboding crept into Blade's mind. "Yang Bo, you haven't forgotten about Bull, have you?" "Haha, how could I? Bull is that incredibly overweight vampire, right? I've had a few things going on these past days. How could I possibly forget?" Yang Bo's tone lacked conviction, as the events of the past few days, first Coulson, then the Ancient One, had completely overshadowed his thoughts of Bull. Realizing Yang Bo had indeed relegated Bull to the back of his mind, Blade remarked with annoyance, "Is Bull of any use to you? If not, I might as well just take him out myself." Bull, cramped in the back of the truck, shivered involuntarily, his muscles quaking. Why did his back feel so cold? The confines of the small space felt oppressive, and if it weren't for his vampire constitution, he would have already succumbed to nausea from the car's stop-and-go motion. Upon hearing Blade's words, Yang Bo quickly interjected, No. It's my fault. Bull is quite valuable. Please hold on to him for now." "Where is he? I'll come to find you." "In a traffic jam on the bridge to Manhattan," Blade replied. Yang Bo responded, "Then I'll wait for you at Central Park." After hanging up with a sigh, he realized that while transporting the truck was straightforward, retrieving Bull would be a much more arduous task. It was better to let Blade deal with the traffic. At that moment, the stones were sufficiently heated, and Yang Bo approached to retrieve them. The remainder remained in the furnace, prepared for any future use without the need for last-minute heating. First, he would create the alchemy station. Although he couldn't concoct pills, he could brew potions, which was still splendid. Upon the mention of alchemy, Yang Bo was suddenly reminded of the cultivation mod in my world. A thought flickered in his mind, if only I could acquire the cultivation mod. Although its expressiveness in the game is rather limited, it is, after all, about cultivation. He pondered, I wonder how one might obtain new mods. There seems to be no discernible pattern. Sighing deeply, Yang Bo opened the operation page of the workbench beside him and retrieved the materials needed to craft a potion-making table, diligently assembling one. Let us craft just one for now to avoid waste. After all, there's plenty of time ahead. Ah, wait. Almost got sidetracked. Those brainwashing songs from before my transmigration are truly overpowering. I merely uttered that phrase, and the melody began to play in my mind. He placed the potion-making table atop the furnace, realizing he lacked the necessary materials for potion-making. Thus, he borrowed some currency from the chest and departed his home. He decided to purchase carrots, books, sugar, glass bottles, and watermelons. In retrospect, he hadn't considered the multitude of items he needed until now. Frankly, if this were before his transmigration, acquiring these items would hardly consume much of his time. He could easily procure 70% of them from the small shop downstairs. And for the remainder, a simple online order would suffice. However, he was now in America, and it was the year 2008. After some thought, he resolved to contact Coulson. He pulled out his phone, found Coulson's number, and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and Coulson's slightly excited voice resonated through the line. Young, is that you back? Yes, I'm back. Where are you now? Is it convenient to talk? Coulson hesitated momentarily before responding. I'm currently in the recovery room. We've located the captain and are in the process of thawing him out. You know, when he was extracted from the ice, he resembled a frozen fish from a supermarket. At this, Yang Bo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Standing up as he exclaimed, Haha, Coulson, are you sure the captain is your idol? I can't shake the feeling that you're more of a secret hater. Not delving into further banter, Yang Bo quickly got to the point, clearing his throat as he said, Coulson, I've come to you for assistance with a few matters. Of course, just let me know. Coulson replied promptly, without hesitation. His years of experience as an agent had taught him that Yang Bo was straightforward and adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange when dealing with unfamiliar individuals. He knew that if he were to assist Yang Bo, he would not be left at a disadvantage. I need a few items. Glass bottles, pufferfish, gunpowder, sand. Perhaps I should draft a list for you. Also, I have a touch of gold on hand. Could you help me process it? Don't worry. I'll give you a 5% fee. Coulson chuckled on the other end, saying, No problem. Are you near Central Park? It seems the captain won't be waking up anytime soon. I'm not too far from you. Let us meet and discuss. Sounds good. I'm currently at the very spot where we last met. Yang Bo hung up the phone and recalled the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger. After the captain awakened and escaped from the building, he made his way to Times Square, which is merely 3 or 4 blocks from here. As fate would have it, just as he was walking from his home to the entrance of the square, a black car parked by the roadside honked its horn, and Coulson, sporting a smile, stepped out of the vehicle. Thank you for the information you provided. Coulson approached Yang Bo, extending his hand with genuine sincerity. No need for thanks. It is your expertise that facilitated this. Although I knew his whereabouts, finding him alone would have been an insurmountable task. Without your assistance, he would have remained ensconced in that block of ice forever, Yang Bo replied, shaking Coulson's outstretched hand with a cheerful demeanor. He then gestured towards a bench in Central Park, saying, let us wait over there for a moment. Blade is coming to deliver something for me. Chapter 43. The agony of non-spoiling on a park bench. Yang Bo and Coulson sat together, attracting the curious gazes of passers-by who were intrigued by this unusual pairing. Yang Bo retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Coulson, lighting one for himself as well. Coulson, could you perhaps wear something more casual next time you visit? Your black suit is rather conspicuous. One might think you were filming for Men in Black. Upon hearing Yang Bo's remark, Coulson paused, glancing down at his black suit before surveying the surrounding tourists. Indeed, I'll make sure to dress differently next time. By the way, you mentioned needing something earlier? I primarily require some sand. A glass bottle would suffice too. I'll compile a list of other items later. They aren't particularly rare. I simply find it cumbersome. Coulson nodded, choosing not to inquire about the purpose of these items, mentally noting the request. Coulson, could you assist me with some gold? It's truly hellish to be broke in America. You need money? I can offer you 200,000 up front. Coulson did not directly acquiesce to Yang Bo's request, but instead proposed to gift him the sum, not as a loan, but as a present. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Yang Bo shook his head, replying, I'm not particularly short on cash. It's just that I lack avenues to sell gold here. He then produced a gold nugget from his backpack, tossing it lightly in his hand. The shimmering golden hue immediately captured Coulson's attention. The nugget, roughly the size of an infant's fist, left Coulson momentarily stunned, not due to the quantity, but rather Yang Bo's nonchalant attitude towards the gold. This is gold? Yang Bo nodded, tossing the nugget to Coulson, who gazed at him incredulously. I don't have much of this. Only a few hundred pieces. Expecting a look of astonishment from Coulson, Yang Bo was disappointed when Coulson instead wore a serious expression, asking, you can conjure gold? In that moment, Coulson's mind was flooded with notions of alchemy and the fabled ability to turn stone into gold. The ramifications of gold becoming abundant were terrifying. It could effortlessly dismantle a nation's financial system, particularly those on the gold standard. Well, it's not like that. I painstakingly excavated it. Coulson recalled the footage of Yang Bo effortlessly breaching walls and nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. Yet, he remained unaware of the true nature of the world from which Yang Bo extracted the gold. Had he known, his composure would surely have faltered. Coulson suddenly remembered Yang Bo's previous remarks in Hawaii and quietly inquired, Yang, when you mentioned that the Strategic Homeland Division and Logistics Support Bureau is not safe, what did you mean? Given Yang Bo's knowledge of Captain America, Coulson was keenly interested in his other insights, particularly those concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his face. He was indeed tempted to divulge the secrets he held, akin to the thrill of revealing a spoiler, a sensation both peculiar and addictively satisfying. Yet, contemplating the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yang Bo shook his head. The number of infiltrators within was staggering. No, rather, the number of infiltrators in Hydra was woefully insufficient. He was only aware of a select few. Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Maria Hill, among others. Now is not the opportune moment, Coulson. When I feel inclined to share, when I wish to impart this information, I shall do so naturally. Otherwise, I fear you may unexpectedly sacrifice yourself for the organization. Young Bo shrugged nonchalantly, although Coulson felt a weight descend upon him, while his expression remained largely unchanged. The smile that once lingered had vanished. There are villains among the crowd. This thought flickered through his mind, quickly taking root as he began to reflect on his colleagues within the organization, yet he could conjure no leads. Young Bo's words struck him like a nail, leaving him at a loss for words. Ah, phew. A cry of frustration escaped him, an instinctive curse suppressed by years of discipline. Coulson swiftly waved his hand, having inadvertently burned his finger on a cigarette due to his deep contemplation. Young Bo, reveling in Coulson's discomfort, remarked, "Coulson, you Americans are truly unfortunate. You can't even utter a decent curse." The phrase went untranslated, yet Coulson grasped the teasing undertone in Young Bo's words. Ignoring his injured finger, Coulson forced a wry smile and asked, "Young, could you possibly share? Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight." "No, I'm concerned that if I tell you, you will be even less able to sleep." Young Bo replied with a chuckle, just as the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he turned to Coulson, saying, "Wait. It's Blade." With that, he answered the call, Blade's voice resonating through the receiver. "I'm here. Where are you?" Young Bo turned to see a truck parked at the park entrance, instantly recognizing it as Blade's mode of transport, given his physique. It was improbable for him to arrive in anything smaller. "Hold on, I'll be right over," he concluded, hanging up and rising to head towards the truck, with Coulson following suit. As Young Bo opened the door, Blade leapt out, immediately lamenting, "That group of vegetarians is protesting again today. I fail to understand their purpose. They completely blocked the road." Young Bo, slightly amused yet exasperated, thought to himself how Americans often resort to protests over trivial matters, brandishing the banner of freedom. It appeared quite liberating. "You may choose to be vegetarian, but I too have the freedom to indulge in meat. Who are you to infringe upon my liberties?" Young Bo found himself perplexed by the reasoning of these individuals, yet a question suddenly sprang to mind. One wonders, for a vampire, does a comatose individual qualify as a vegetarian? Dismissing this trivial notion, Young Bo embraced Dao Feng and chuckled, "Thank you for your hard work. Is Boer in the compartment?" Dao Feng inquired with a nod, though upon mentioning Boer, his dark complexion deepened, and he turned to Cole, asking in surprise, "Cole, what brings you here?" Cole chuckled lightly, replying, "Young needed me for something. It has been ages since I last saw Eric." The two exchanged greetings and engaged in conversation. Despite their long acquaintance, their encounters had been infrequent. Meanwhile, Young Bo surveyed the rear of the truck. With the sun yet to set, he hesitated to open the door, fearing that Boer might be harmed by the sunlight, which would be a regrettable waste of time. "Dao Feng, let us procure some supplies first, then return come nightfall." "Certainly." Dao Feng nodded in agreement, and the trio boarded the truck, heading towards the nearest shopping center. Chapter 44. The newfangled vampire. Upon emerging from the shopping mall, the sky had completely darkened, and the streetlights had illuminated the roads. Young Bo and Coulson, burdened with an array of items, returned to the truck. Some materials had already been stowed in Young Bo's backpack, while the remaining items were merely for show. Blade had refrained from accompanying Young Bo into the mall, instead keeping a watchful eye on Paul from the vehicle, anxious about any unforeseen events. "Let us depart. It is time to return," Young Bo declared, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he packed the remaining items into his backpack, leaning against Blade. The truck rumbled to life, speeding towards Central Park. However, upon arrival, they were met with a dilemma. The park was teeming with even more people than during the day, which caused Young Bo some distress. "Never mind. We shall revisit this later in the night," he resolved. After parking in a nearby lot, Young Bo leapt out, glancing around to ensure the absence of pedestrians before he approached the rear of the truck. Upon opening the door, he found Paul crammed inside, and for a fleeting moment, Young Bo thought he noticed Paul appearing somewhat thinner. The instant Paul laid eyes on Young Bo, he erupted with enthusiasm. "Oh, Young, you've finally come." His excitement caused the entire truck to sway, demonstrating the sheer force of his exuberance. "I thought you had forgotten about me. I nearly starved in the archive room." Observing the jiggling mass of Paul's flesh, Young Bo chuckled. "How could I forget? I still rely on your assistance." Yet, with the crowd outside, he added, You must wait a while longer. I will take you back when the midnight hour arrives and the throngs have dispersed. But you really ought to shed a few pounds." Saying this, he retrieved 2 dark red, human hearts from his backpack and tossed them to Paul. Paul inhaled their scent and promptly stuffed one into his mouth. "These are delectable. My heavens." Yang Bo merely smiled. Such fare held no appeal for him as a vampire hunter. He had no need for such sustenance. Coulson, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded. It was his first encounter with Paul, and the impression it left was indelible. He leaned in towards Blade and whispered, "Is the diet of vampires so lavish nowadays?" Blade gently shook his head. "This is a novel experience for me as well." Yang Bo, contemplating the vampire fangs nestled in his backpack, was struck by a bold notion. If only Paul could transform into a vampire within my realm, it would be exceedingly convenient. With this thought, Yang Bo's gaze intensified as he looked at Paul, who shivered slightly and, bewildered, inquired, "What are you planning?" "Let me make this clear. I can assist you in any endeavor, but I will not sell my body," Paul insisted. Yang Bo retorted, "I could practically swim in the fat on your body. I merely wish to ask if you desire to become stronger." A flicker of eagerness sparkled in Bol's eyes. Who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? Naturally, he longed to escape a life of immobility, reliant on the kindness of others for sustenance. Should he be forgotten by those around him, he would be left to starve in helplessness. "Of course I want to." Beside him, Blade and Coulson exchanged glances, remaining silent as they focused on Yang Bo's next move. Yang Bo leaped onto the carriage, producing a vampire fang from his possession. In the game, utilizing this item would inflict a 3-second poison status, granting the bloodsucker condition, which would last for a duration of 1 in-game day, equivalent to 20 minutes, after which the player would transform into a vampire. Ordinarily, vampires are unable to use this item, as the system would notify you are already a vampire. With the vampire fang aimed at Bol, Yang Bo silently willed its use. The item was promptly consumed, and Bol's corpulent form transformed into a sickly green hue, with green particles emanating from his body. I feel so unwell." Bol sensed an overwhelming weakness enveloping him, accompanied by an agonizing sensation within. The 3 seconds of poison elapsed in the blink of an eye. Before he could ponder further, his body began to recover. "I feel difficult. That feeling is gone." If not for the lingering injuries, he would have thought the previous sensations were mere figments of his imagination. Yang Bo approached to assess Bol's condition, astonished to discover he could see Bol's status bar. This revelation was quite surprising. Bloodsucker. The display indicated an infinite duration, yet in reality, it would merely last for 20 minutes. Bol, perplexed by his bodily state, inquired, "Have I truly become stronger? Why do I not feel anything?" Yang Bo rolled his eyes in response, "You're overthinking it. It's not that simple. Just wait here for me." With that, he jumped down from the carriage, retrieving materials from his backpack to construct an invigorating altar. Unfortunately, lacking glass, Yang Bo scanned the surroundings, failing to locate any construction sites. Blade and Coulson observed as Yang Bo unveiled a peculiar item from his backpack and placed it on the ground, standing still with expressions of consternation. Immediately recognizing that he had encountered a challenge. "Yang, was what you said earlier true? Can you really make Bol stronger?" Yang Bo's train of thought was interrupted as he turned to face Blade and Coulson standing beside him. He took a seat at the workbench, smiling as he replied, "It should be possible to gain strength, but for now, I'm merely experimenting. However, I am currently short on sand. Without it, the next phase of the experiment cannot proceed." Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly declared, "I can assist you with that. How much do you need?" He began rummaging through his pockets for his phone. "Well, quite a lot. But let's start with some for emergencies." To Yang Bo, glass was merely a consumable, required in vast quantities. Hundreds of cubic meters would not suffice. However, the immediate priority was to produce the 3 pieces of glass necessary for the creation of the exhilaration altar. Coulson nodded and promptly dialed the logistics department of S.H.I.E.L.D. "I require a substantial amount of sand to be delivered to the parking lot west of Central Park." "Understood." The voice on the other end did not inquire about the reason. Coulson's authority in requisitioning such materials rendered it a mere formality, requiring no further reporting. After concluding the call, Coulson, with a smile, remarked to Yongbo, "It seems we shall have to wait a while." Yongbo nodded enviously, wishing he could summon anything he desired with a mere phone call. Seizing the moment of idleness, he retrieved the watermelon he had purchased from his backpack. Instead of converting it directly into the game's version of watermelon, he sliced it into numerous pieces, thereby significantly increasing the yield during the transformation. I truly am an exemplary man of leisure. Chapter 45. The Vampire Hunter's Pursuit of Vampires. Coulson and Blade appeared as country bumpkins venturing into the city, their eyes transfixed on Yongbo's actions, filled with an insatiable curiosity. Gold and watermelon were placed upon the block known as the workbench, and astonishingly, they fused into a radiant slice of watermelon. "Yang, what purpose does this serve?" Coulson inquired, pointing at the shimmering slice in Yongbo's hand. It appeared utterly unscientific. Yet upon reflection, Yongbo's unique abilities were beyond the realm of modern scientific explanation. This glistening watermelon slice? It is merely an ingredient for potion making, capable of producing healing elixirs. "Observe," Yongbo proclaimed, retrieving materials from his backpack to recreate a brewing stand, which he then positioned atop the workbench. Coulson and Blade leaned closer, their intrigue palpable as they attentively watched Yongbo's subsequent maneuvers. He excavated a square hole in the ground, filled it with water from a bucket, and produced glass bottles, transforming them into the glass bottles of his world. He filled 3 bottles from the water source block. After inserting blaze powder into the brewing stand as fuel, he placed the 3 water bottles into the designated slots, followed by the netherwort and glowstone he had previously acquired from the nether. After several seconds of diligent work, 3 bottles of pink healing potions emerged. Though Coulson and Blade observed the entire process with wide eyes, they remained skeptical, questioning whether they had slipped into a fantastical illusion. What transpired in mere minutes felt as if it would take a lifetime to comprehend. Impossible. How could this be? Why has it turned pink? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yongbo chuckled as he waved the healing potion in his hand. "Coulson, would you care to give it a try?" Coulson eagerly nodded, for him. Sustaining a minor injury was inconsequential. The crux lay in the potion's effects. "Certainly. What must I do?" Observing Coulson's earnest demeanor, Yongbo shook his head with a smile. "Do not rush. There will be ample opportunity for experimentation shortly." His creation of the healing potion was not without purpose. It was to test whether Boar, upon transformation, could acquire extraordinary vampiric abilities. It was well known that the vampires in his world could siphon blood from afar, never needing to engage with their prey directly. Let us await Boar's transformation into a vampire. At that moment, a construction vehicle barreled towards the parking lot with an unstoppable momentum, coinciding with the ringing of Coulson's phone. Glancing at the screen, Coulson remarked, "It appears our requested sand has arrived." Upon answering the call, the construction vehicle approached the parking area. Coming to a steady halt before the trio, Coulson hastened to greet the driver, instructing, "Please leave the vehicle here. I will call you." "Understood." The driver, evidently trained in professionalism, wasted no time. He promptly exited the cabin and departed from the parking lot. A truck brimming with sand caught Yongbo's attention as the driver departed. He swiftly ascended the side ladder, retrieving a shovel from his backpack to gather every grain of sand into his pack. At last, he had acquired the sand. Leaping from the vehicle, he hurried to retrieve a furnace, beginning the process of glassmaking. Blade, having witnessed Yongbo's previous endeavors, was not overly curious. However, observing the effortless manner in which Yongbo stored an entire truckload of sand in his spatial realm, along with the barren land outside his base, sparked a sudden thought in his mind. "Yang, how much can your special space hold?" The moment this question arose, Coulson, nearby, perked up with interest. Yongbo found himself momentarily stumped by the unexpected inquiry. How much can Steve's backpack contain, given the modules? He lowered his head, enveloped in silence. As fragments of memory from his gaming days flitted through his mind, multi-page backpack, increased stacking, enhanced storage, AE. Noticing Yongbo's silence, Blade assumed his question might have touched upon a secret and quickly reassured him, "I was merely curious. You need not feel pressured." Yongbo, roused from his reverie by Blade's words, offered a wry smile, saying, "It's nothing secretive. I too am curious about how much I can actually store. It's simply impossible to quantify." "Blade, Coulson. A cool breeze swept through, alleviating the awkward tension. Yang, are you still there? I feel like something in my body has changed. Boar's voice resonated from within the truck. Yang Bo promptly leaped back onto the vehicle, observing Boar, who seemed to be free from his previous state of blood loss. Can you see the red heart above my head? Red heart? Boar's bewildered expression reflected his confusion as he fixed his gaze on Yang Bo's head and shook it. No, how could there be a red heart? Yang Bo noted Boar's health, which stood at 110 points. It appears Boar has not been fully digitized. Then try saying backpack. Though puzzled, Boar complied with Yang Bo's directive and uttered the word. Yang Bo scrutinized Boar's expression, hoping for any sign of change, but was met with disappointment, leaving him perplexed. Had the transformation truly succeeded? Observing Yang Bo's troubled demeanor, Boar began to panic. Could it be that I have lost my value? With Frost now deceased, the other vampires could not possibly care for him. If Yang Bo abandoned him, he was destined to starve given his current state. Trembling, Boar's small eyes fixated on Yang Bo, awaiting his judgment. Yang Bo inquired, do you sense any unusual abilities? Try testing them on me. Bo immediately recalled the ability that had just surged through his mind, instinctively exclaiming with the eagerness of a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes, yes. Hesitantly, he extended his hand and nervously suggested, it seems to be a vampiric ability. Perhaps we should seek out a vampire. I feel capable of draining its blood. Yang Bo, a vampire hunter by nature, though himself a vampire, was not foolish enough to invite Yang Bo to casually approach a human on the street. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, that's an intriguing notion. When the opportunity arises, I might just let you hunt a vampire yourself. For now, simply try it on me. Bo, without further comment, directed his outstretched hand towards Yang Bo, an abundance of blood materializing in the air. Simultaneously, a multitude of red particles enveloped Yang Bo, his vitality rapidly depleting. Seize it. Yang Bo tossed Bo an empty glass vial, which he caught, witnessing the appearance of a crimson liquid within. Chapter 46. Paul struck by lightning in a small parking lot west of Central Park. Yang Bo called out, all right, Paul, wait for me a moment. As he observed the moment Paul filled the blood vial, he waved his hand, signaling him to pause momentarily before leaping out of the vehicle. While munching on bread from his backpack to replenish his dwindling hunger, he approached the furnace and retrieved the glass that had been fired, subsequently crafting a thriving altar used for the vampire's advancement at the workbench. This device served a purpose akin to that of a vampire hunter, albeit solely for facilitating the vampire's upgrade. 3 pieces of glass, 1 gold ingot, and 3 iron ingots were required. Holding the newly fashioned thriving altar, he approached Paul, attempting to place the altar within the vehicle. Surprisingly, it could be positioned there just as easily as on the ground. This revelation filled Yang Bo with excitement. If so, could it mean that in the future, beacons and tidal cores could also be installed on special devices for portable use? He recalled the airborne aircraft carrier from S.H.I.E.L.D., and a thought sparked in his mind. Although the carrier had its flaws, it could fly, and its speed was not insignificant. Taking one while S.H.I.E.L.D. is in disarray wouldn't be a bad idea. Otherwise, it would just be destroyed, which would be a waste. However, I should first gather some employees and subordinates. Am I expected to pilot an aircraft carrier all by myself? After indulging in such musings, he turned to Paul and said, hand me the blood vials. He then tossed a few empty vials to Paul, instructing, fill these up and stop when I say so. Paul obediently accepted the vials, and even with just this singular blood-sucking ability, he felt a tremendous boost in his strength. No longer did he have to wait passively for his demise. He now felt capable of freely siphoning the blood of any creature within a 3-meter radius, with a crimson glow emanating from his hands. Yang Bo's restored health rapidly diminished once more. In less than 10 seconds, he hastily called out, stop. Paul immediately ceased his blood-sucking ability. Yang Bo took back the filled vials from Paul, emptying them into the thriving altar. The initial levels, 1 to 4, for the vampire's upgrade were relatively simple, requiring only the infusion of blood into the altar with a right click. In reality, There was no right click, but he thought of it as a mental command. Leaping out of the vehicle, Yongbo pulled the onlookers, Blade and Coulson, away from the altar, shouting towards the vehicle, Paul, focus on the altar and think of using it. No sooner had Yongbo's words left his lips than the blood within the glass container on the altar began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed as a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, targeting the thriving altar while completely ignoring the vehicle. Paul, positioned nearby, was directly affected. His body enveloped in smoke and emitting a scent reminiscent of charred meat. With unwavering resolve, Paul remained silent, perhaps stunned by the electric shock. Yongbo resumed his consumption of bread, knowing that his hunger would restore quickly when at maximum capacity, only slightly slower than drinking a healing potion. Disregarding the astonished expressions of Coulson and Blade, Yongbo proceeded to the carriage while munching on his food, casting a glance at the roof above the altar before entering. Remarkably, the thick bolt of lightning had failed to damage the roof of the vehicle. Truly, the storms of my world are unparalleled. Cautiously, he touched the carriage and, finding no signs of electric leakage, he gracefully leaped inside. Observing the rolling eyes of Bull, Yongbo sheepishly scratched his head. This isn't my fault. Your physique suggests you couldn't have escaped either. Fortunately, Bull had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would have been mentally cursing Yongbo. I couldn't have dodged it. You could have at least given me a heads up. A little psychological preparation would have been nice. As he approached the still smoldering Bull, Coulson and Blade, driven by curiosity, also climbed into the carriage. They were particularly intrigued by the sudden strike of lightning, especially since Yongbo seemed to have anticipated it. Blade sniffed the air and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "Oh, this reminds me of a medium-rare pork chop." Coulson, on the other hand, directly inquired, "Yong, how did lightning strike? It seems you knew it was coming, didn't you?" Yongbo nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he prepared to weave a tale for Coulson. "You see, in our Eastern world, beings like them are considered abominations, intolerable to heaven and earth. Every time they enhance their power, it provokes the wrath of nature, much like this lightning. However, the Great Way is 50, and the heavens have 49. One escapes, and any existence will leave a trace of change. If this abomination survives the thunder tribulation, it seizes a glimmer of life, and its power will experience tremendous growth." Coulson, momentarily bewildered, found it hard to dismiss the unfolding events right before his eyes. Though the dazzling stars were obscured in this bustling city, the cool, luminous moon was enough to affirm that it was indeed a clear night. Yet, the unexpected lightning strike within the vampire-esque carriage lent credence to Yongbo's assertions. Blade, however, wore a skeptical expression. As a half-vampire, he had never heard of any vampire being struck by lightning while attempting to increase their power. Yong, vampires are merely humans infected by a virus. They aren't the kind of creatures that transform into bats as depicted in stories. In response, Yongbo merely turned to glance deeply at Bull, offering no explanation. He then retrieved a human heart from his backpack and placed it into Bull's mouth. Instinctively, Bull began to feast, and as he did, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, Yongbo noticed a plus sign appearing next to Bull's life points. Intrigued, he clicked on it. Is this not a vampire's skill bar? Just as Yongbo grappled with his astonishment, Bull leisurely regained consciousness, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw Yongbo. "Boss, I think I was struck by lightning just now." Yongbo chuckled, patting Bull's ample frame. "Not just think. You indeed were struck by lightning, and more is yet to come." Bull, a few minutes later, the invigorating blood within the altar once again met the demand for enhancement. Yongbo leaped from the carriage, followed hastily by Coulson and Blade. Thunder rumbled as a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Bull's body emitted an alluring fragrance, now perhaps at around 40% maturity. This time, both Coulson and Blade were visibly unsettled. Once could be a coincidence, but twice surely could not be mere happenstance. "Yong, were you serious just now?" Blade inquired earnestly, a tingling anticipation stirring within him. If being struck could truly enhance one's strength, that would be rather splendid. Yongbo chuckled. "Of course. I was merely teasing you. You two must be at least 40, and you believe that?" If you observe closely, you'd notice the lightning struck the altar, not bowl. Chapter 47. The Fat Bat and the Transmission Awaken. Awaken. Slap. Yang Bo extended his hand and struck Bo Air's face with great force. As expected, he received the treatment he cherished dearly. Bo Air gradually regained consciousness, looking at Yang Bo beside him with a bewildered expression. Where am I? Yang Bo remained silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, Bo Air finally came to his senses, taking the heart from Yang Bo's hand and laboriously stuffing it into his mouth. Observing Bo Air as he consumed the heart, Yang Bo pondered, could it be that being struck by lightning aids in weight loss? It feels as though Bo Air has slimmed down. However, upon seeing the layers of flabby flesh adorning Bo Air's body, Yang Bo dismissed the thought before it could fully form. How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes? Bo Air, upon hearing the query, reflected on his bodily sensations and replied, It seems I have grown somewhat stronger, but beyond that, I feel nothing much different. Then silently chant your skills. Moments later, Bo Air shook his head and replied, I feel nothing at all. Yang Bo observed the plus sign next to Bo Air's health bar and mused, could it be that only I can enhance his skills? If that's the case, how convenient. I need not worry about any rebellious thoughts from Bo Air. I shall elevate him to level 3 first and observe his future conduct. With this thought, a smile of delight crept upon Yang Bo's face as he mentally activated Bo Air's skill panel. Bo Air, there may be changes soon, so do not be alarmed. Seeing Bo Air nod, Yang Bo examined the skill points in the panel. Much like himself, upon leveling up, Bo Air would receive 2 skill points. The first skill available for the vampire was Night Vision, a highly practical ability, as vampires are predominantly nocturnal creatures. Without hesitation, he allocated the points directly. Bo Air's expression momentarily froze. Then his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Everything around him appeared illuminated as if it were daylight. However, recalling Yang Bo's earlier words, he refrained from speaking, his gaze towards Yang Bo growing increasingly respectful. Next was the skill Regeneration, an active ability that granted the user 19 seconds of life recovery, and 19 seconds of Bloodthirst 3. Bloodthirst functions similarly to hunger, accelerating the depletion of satiety levels. But like hunger, if one remains still, there is essentially no consumption. Following that was the skill Yang Bo envied most, Transform into Bat. This skill allowed the user to morph into a bat, though it would automatically revert in sunlight or water in the primary world. The fourth skill, Summon Bats, could be activated while in bat mode, releasing a swarm of bats around the user to disrupt enemies. Having utilized all 4 skill points, Yang Bo clapped his hands solemnly and declared, I have bestowed upon you special abilities. Do take the time to explore their effects. As Yang Bo recounted the effects of the skills to Bo Air, the latter grew increasingly excited, his eyes sparkling as he nodded vigorously. Thank you, Master. Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively. He found the title Master somewhat awkward. After all, he was a fine young man nurtured under the red flag, not a feudal lord of a bygone era. From now on, you may refer to me as Yang Bo. Your acknowledgement of me in your heart holds greater significance than anything else. Well, transform into a bat for me to witness. Boar eagerly nodded, conjuring the notion of transformation as per Professor Yang Bo's guidance. A wisp of white smoke enveloped him, and Boar's corpulent figure vanished, replaced by a gray bat. Yang Bo remarked, Boar, you must embark on a weight loss journey. Indeed, Boar had successfully transformed, yet the bat's proportions were utterly incongruous. Its round body resembled a sphere, and its diminutive head seemed entirely out of place as it flapped its half-meter-long wings, hovering in the air. Yang Bo harbored no doubt that were it not for the peculiar nature of this world's vampire transformation, Boar would never have managed to take flight with such a physique. I can do it. I can do it. The bat emitted Boar's excited voice, as he had forgotten how long it had been since he last experienced the freedom of movement. Am I allowed to go outside? Yang Bo nodded, saying, You may soar through the sky, following closely behind me. I will lead you to our future abode. With that, he unearthed the altar from the carriage and stowed it away in his backpack. The duo, Blade and Coulson, were completely captivated by the sight of the plump bat. Particularly for Blade, who was half vampire, the sight of the bat made him gulp as he murmured, Young. Could you possibly grant me the ability to transform into a bat as well? Even if it means being struck by lightning. Flight was a universal aspiration, even for someone as physically formidable as Blade. Meanwhile, Coulson's mind was consumed with a singular thought: to ensure that Yongbo was well cared for and shielded from other vampires. The mere notion that all vampires possessed this transformative ability sent shivers down his spine. Given that vampires inherently surpassed ordinary humans in terms of physical capabilities, the ability to transform into bats would bestow upon them remarkable agility and stealth. This made the prospect of ambushes exceedingly plausible, not only for untrained civilians, but even for their own elite agents. Yang, is it possible for you to bestow such an ability upon all vampires? Yongbo, observing Coulson's apprehension, shook his head with a smile, assuring him, "Rest easy, Coulson, your concerns are unfounded. Moreover, I have conceived a new idea. I intend to establish a hunters' association dedicated to hunting down those vampires lurking in the shadows of our cities. Relying solely on my own strength to eradicate all vampires in the world would be far too slow." Upon hearing this, Blade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he declared, "Yang, if you truly form such an association, I will undoubtedly join. No one is more zealous about hunting vampires than I. Even if you hesitate to join, I shall find a way to bring you in." Yongbo nodded, preparing to seek a suitable location to establish the Hunters Association with the aim of purging the scourge. Coulson's emotions were tumultuous. He discerned the implications behind Yongbo's words. He could indeed effortlessly grant others such powers, yet he stood firmly opposed to the vampires. Yongbo observed that Coulson had fallen silent and promptly extended an invitation. "Come, let us visit my humble abode. I am aware that both of you must be quite curious." Coulson, regaining his composure, nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Really? I should have brought some gifts." With a chuckle, Yongbo led the two into the forest of Central Park. "Here we are." Coulson and Blade were momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the surrounding woods. Reflecting on Yongbo's abilities, they shifted their focus to the ground and, sure enough, noticed a patch of earth that differed from the surrounding grass. Yongbo produced a shovel and began to remove the grassy square, revealing an entrance that descended underground. With a gracious gesture, he welcomed them, saying, "Please, make yourselves at home in my humble dwelling." Chapter 48. Cleansing the vampires once more in the subterranean realm of Yongbo. 3 individuals and a plump bat reclined on a sofa, enveloped in the flickering glow of torches. Yongbo produced 2 bottles of cola, gently placing them on the coffee table before Blade and Coulson. "My home lacks other refreshments, so I shall not stand on ceremony." At that moment, both men were far too preoccupied to indulge in beverages, their eyes roving over the expansive surroundings and peculiar decorations, leaving them utterly astounded. Coulson's face registered a hint of astonishment as he remarked, "Yang, your abilities are truly extraordinary. According to the information I possess, you have only been in New York for 4 or 5 days, yet you have excavated such a vast space beneath Central Park." Yongbo surveyed the underground chamber he had unearthed, remaining silent, thus tacitly acknowledging Coulson's observation. He uncapped a drink and gulped it down. "Ahem, Coulson, regarding the matters I mentioned, I would appreciate your vigilance. This serves as your deposit." With a resounding thud, he tossed a gold ingot onto the table, causing Coulson's eyelids to twitch in disbelief. "Goodness, I feel utterly drained." Blade gazed at the gold ingot with a tinge of envy. His financial situation was dire, even worse than that of Spider-Man. He relied on slaying vampires to sustain himself, yet not all vampires adorned watches, and often there was scarcely time to seize such possessions before they were reduced to ashes upon their demise. Coulson nodded, but replied, "I can assist with the collection. However, I require no monetary compensation. Might I instead procure information as payment?" His instincts informed him that Yongbo possessed vital knowledge beyond his grasp. Placing the glass bottle back on the coffee table, it emitted a crisp clink as Yongbo reclined against the sofa, reaching into his pocket only to discover his cigarettes had been exhausted. Frowning, he discarded the empty pack into a nearby trash bin. Observing this, Coulson wore a smile, retrieving an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to Yongbo. "This has been with me for 2 days. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled as he accepted the cigarettes and the exquisite lighter he was presented with. He was but a mere mortal, drawn to such ostentatious possessions. After igniting one and taking a puff, he remarked, "I know what you wish to learn, my friend. You are not yet mentally prepared for it." Coulson chuckled softly. "Knowing sooner is better than learning later, is it not?" Yang Bo nodded, contemplating the validity of this statement. However, he felt it prudent to wait, at least until Captain America had matured, before disseminating the information. Captain America held considerable esteem in the United States. "Do not fret. Coulson, I do possess certain insights, but your offer falls short. Yet, if you regard me as a friend, I would advise you to leave SHIELD and join my Hunter Association." As Yang Bo spoke, a look of triumph illuminated his face, and he continued, "If the Hunter Association grows stronger in the future, you will undoubtedly be a figure of great significance." Coulson, on the other hand, felt as though he were a diligent civil servant being abruptly asked to abandon his stable job for the humble task of collecting refuse. While he understood that Yang Bo's organization might evolve into something formidable, the disparity between it and a global entity like S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed vast. Presently, the pressing matter at hand was how to confront the vampires. Casting a discreet glance at the portly bat lounging on the sofa, Yang Bo elaborated, "In the initial stages, we need not more than a dozen individuals. We must first eradicate all the vampires in New York. Should any vampires from other regions attempt to encroach upon New York, we will eliminate them without hesitation." Blade concurred with Yang Bo's assertion. The vampires in New York were currently leaderless, reduced to mere rabble. The two devised a detailed plan, while Coulson remained a quiet observer. An hour later, the intense solo debate reached its conclusion. Observing Blade nodding frequently, the outcome was evident. Yang Bo had effortlessly persuaded Blade, altering some of his viewpoints. Yang Bo stroked his chin and said, "Blade, seek out a suitable location to serve as our base. Visibility is of little consequence. Leave it to me." Blade flashed a brilliant smile, as if a ray of hope had pierced through the darkness. Through his discussions with Yang Bo, he finally glimpsed the possibility of completely vanquishing the vampires. He also became acutely aware of Yang Bo's substantial financial resources, embodying a determination to obliterate the vampires through sheer monetary force. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. This was the most genuine thought that crossed his mind that evening. Once the two had concluded their deliberations, Coulson stood, expressing his intention to depart. "I believe it is time for me to return. Unlike you two, I do not possess boundless energy. According to our projections, Rogers should awaken tomorrow, and I wish to keep an eye on things." The trio, accompanied by the bat, exited Yang Bo's underground mansion. As they watched Coulson leave, Yang Bo and Blade readied themselves for their hunting expedition that night, driving the truck directly towards Frost's building. Yang Bo's attention was drawn to a man on the roadside who bore the appearance of a vagabond. Even from the shadows, the golden frame around his features was unmistakable. "Stop. There's a vampire by the roadside." With a screech of brakes, Bull, in bat form, was unable to stabilize himself and collided with the windshield with a thud. Yang Bo swiftly seized Bull and hurled him out of the window. "Go for it." Dazed and disoriented, Bull had yet to grasp the situation when Yang Bo flung him towards the roadside vampire. With a resounding crash, Bull collided with the vampire, leaving both momentarily stunned. Bull, recovering first, had never engaged in combat before. Panic surged within him as he flapped his wings frantically, desperate to escape the vampire's proximity. At this moment, the vampire also realized the situation and seized Bull's wings. "A bat?" Upon uttering this, his gaze shifted towards the truck, coincidentally meeting Yang Bo's enigmatic smile. "Bull, revert your transformation." Following the command from trainer Yang Bo, Bull finally came to his senses. A muffled, anguished cry emanated from beneath Bull's terror-inducing posterior. Even with the vampire's robust physique, being pinned under hundreds of pounds of flesh rendered him immobile. "Absorb it." Bull summoned a crimson radiance in his hands, the screams gradually diminishing. Unlike the absorption of Yang Bo, the blood within the vampire's body was genuinely extracted, coalescing into Bull's hands. Yang Bo descended from the vehicle and approached, offering Bull several glass vials for collection. The vampire's blood was entirely depleted, however, rather than igniting. It transformed into a substance resembling powdered stone, shattering into a fine dust. Well done. Encouraged by the praise, and considering it was Bull's inaugural endeavor, he became enraptured, his small eyes gleaming with desire, eager to hunt another vampire. Upon reverting to bat form, he suddenly spotted the fallen, vampire fangs, and vampire blood on the ground, promptly flapping his wings to retrieve them. Something peculiar has appeared beneath me. Yangbo extended his palm to accept the items Bull had gathered, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. I did not anticipate that Bull could perceive the dropped items. Typically, the items dropped by monsters were visible only to him unless he picked them up and subsequently retrieved them from his backpack, allowing others to see them as well. Chapter 49. I have fallen in love with this feeling thud. The earth seemed to tremble slightly. Haha. Bull's maniacal laughter echoed through the hall. Yangbo and Blade exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of helplessness. Yang, I feel this guy has lost his mind. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Yangbo nodded, agreeing with Blade's assessment. Ever since Bull had vanquished the vampire, he had been engulfed in an exceedingly abnormal fervor. A crimson glow emanated from Bull's hands, and it did not take long for the vampire beneath him to fall silent. Haha, now you laugh at me. With that, he transformed into a bat once more. Flapping his wings as a horde of vampires armed with weapons rushed down from the elevator, Yangbo drew his shield and crossbow, while Blade unsheathed his long sword from behind. Observing the scene, Bull soared above the group of vampires, reverting to his original form. Several hundred pounds of flesh plummeted from the sky, leaving no opportunity for the vampires to react, as 3 of them were directly smashed to the ground, while the remaining vampires were left dazed and disoriented. Bull, damn it, what does this fat pig intend to do? It appeared that the vampire community was quite limited, as many recognized Bull, primarily due to his unforgettable physique. Upon hearing the term fat pig, Bull's expression darkened instantly, his small eyes glimmering with hatred as he fixated on the vampire who had insulted him. Bick, what do I intend to do? I want to slay you. Bull unleashed his vampiric powers, and torrents of blood erupted from the vampire named Bick, merging into Bull's form. Startled, Bick screamed in panic, "Damn it, take him down." He was the first to raise his firearm, pulling the trigger at Bull without the need for aim. Such a massive target made it exceedingly difficult to miss. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets pierced Bull's body, yet he remained utterly unfazed. A meat-clad warrior was indeed fearless, especially as a blood-soaked shield. At the moment gunfire erupted, a crossbow bolt flew through the air, striking one of the vampires, accompanied by Yangbo's chilling voice. He intends to slaughter you. Cannot you simply allow him to do so in peace? The other vampires could only respond with silence, contemplating their grim fate. Another crossbow bolt shot forth, repelling yet another vampire, while their collective assaults were thwarted by a sturdy wooden shield. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the side, brandishing a silvery long sword, and leaped into the fray among the vampires. After a flurry of blade strokes, 4 or 5 vampires were dispatched. Upon seeing Blade, the remaining vampires appeared as if they had encountered a ghost. It's Blade the warrior. Run. Ever since Blade had eliminated Frost, his renown among the vampires in New York had become legendary. A mere photograph of him could ward off evil in the homes of ordinary people. Blade, you're stealing kills again. You know I won't team up with you. Yangbo, with a sense of resignation, sheathed his weapon and collected some fallen vampire fangs from the ground. Casting a glance at the fleeing vampires, he pursued the one named Bick, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow, utilizing the repulsion ability of his world to send Bick crashing back to Boar's side. Entirely unconcerned about the psychological impact his actions might impose, a silvery beam shot forth towards the other fleeing vampires, manifesting as a silver-tipped dart, an iconic weapon of the Blade, defying the laws of science. Once all the vampires had been dispatched, the dart returned to Blade's hand without a hint of reason. Of the more than a dozen vampires, only 4 remained, and Yangbo felt a sense of helplessness. Blade was the vampire's nemesis, executing them with such swiftness that Yangbo was afforded no opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, unless previously discussed. Boar, how are you? Boar. Upon seeing Bick restored to him, wore a look of sheer exhilaration. "I am splendid. Never better." "Very well. I'll leave these to you." With a swift kick, Yang Bo sent Bick tumbling before Boar, who without hesitation aimed the crimson light in his hand at the foe. Under the influence of his vampiric abilities, bullets lodged within Bick's body were expelled one by one, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Ignoring Boar, Yang Bo approached Blade, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Blade, didn't we collaborate quite well last time?" Blade, with a graceful motion, sheathed his long knife behind him and glanced at Boar. "I was concerned that the one I brought you with such difficulty might perish here." After a brief pause, he continued, "It appears my concerns were unfounded. Who would have thought you care for him?" Yang Bo chuckled, making his way toward the elevator, prepared to cleanse the upper floors of remaining vampires. Blade's voice echoed from behind him, "I simply do not wish to squander my time in vain." Inside the elevator, Yang Bo, utilizing his abilities, discerned the presence of surviving vampires within the building and silently pressed the button for the third floor. He called out to Boar at the entrance, "Stay below and be cautious not to meet your end." The elevator doors gradually closed, the hum of the machinery resonating in his ears as it ascended. Yang Bo readied his shield, for he observed several vampires poised at the elevator's entrance to welcome him. In a special recovery center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite the late hour, numerous busy figures occupied a particular room. Coulson stood before a massive glass wall, a flicker of excitement crossing his features as he gazed at the striking man lying within a specialized containment unit. "Phil, what is the status?" Upon hearing the voice, Coulson turned to see the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, with his egg-like head adorned by a pirate-like black eye patch obscuring one eye, stride to the glass wall and gaze upon Captain America, who lay in the infirmary. "Director, Steve Rogers is making remarkable progress in his recovery. Based on his current condition, he is expected to awaken in just 2 days." Fury nodded before turning to Coulson, his gaze sharpening as he inquired, "Have you made contact with that individual possessing extraordinary abilities again tonight? What is your impression of him?" Coulson nodded subtly, responding earnestly, "He is exceedingly enigmatic. His powers are truly remarkable, and I sense he possesses a wealth of knowledge that eludes us. His strength is difficult to assess accurately." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell into contemplation, then requested, "Please compile a report for me." With that, he shifted his focus back to Captain America, the idea of assembling a special team becoming increasingly prominent in his mind. Chapter 50. The American Dairy Re. The following day, the resplendent sunlight bathed Yang Bo in its warm embrace, bestowing upon him a sense of utmost comfort. Despite enduring a night of work, fatigue eluded him. Yet the gentle rays of the sun coaxed a longing for slumber. By the tranquil lakeside in Central Park, Yang Bo reclined on a sofa, grasping a woefully inadequate fishing rod. Measuring merely over a meter in length, the rod was adorned with a fishing line that rendered it unsuitable for fishing. Even the most amphibious of creatures would scoff at its brevity. However, Yang Bo seemed wholly unconcerned, exuding an air of languidness. The crystalline waters revealed the playful fish swimming beneath, while a bobber, roughly the size of a fist, floated atop the surface. The equally fist-sized hook lurking below bore no bait. Only a fish with a positive IQ would dare to bite such a contraption. The reality of lapis lazuli was painfully expensive, over $20 per gram, leaving one to ponder how many grams would be needed to procure just a single piece. Yang Bo idly scoured the internet for lapis lazuli, the exorbitant prices causing him a twinge of discomfort. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He had more than enough gold to spare. If all else failed, he could resort to fishing for sustenance. Fishing could yield enchanted books, though somewhat laborious with time. He could certainly catch the tomes he desired. As he contemplated, the placid lake's surface suddenly rippled, as if a fish was darting swiftly towards the bobber. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was happening. As the bobber submerged, he instinctively yanked, and to his astonishment, a rod identical to his own sword from the water, landing in his backpack. A fishing rod? Yang Bo hastily opened his backpack to investigate, and disbelief washed over him as he gaped, his eyes ablaze with fervor. By the heavens! Bait, blessing of the sea, experience, repair. My divine rod. Unable to contain his excitement, young Bo sprang to his feet, marveling at the rod in his hands. Though he had acquired countless such rods in-game, this was reality. This rod was merely one attribute shy of boasting the most potent characteristics found in the original version. Bored of his original rod, young Bo relegated it to obscurity and settled back onto the sofa with his newly acquired, tri-enchanted fishing rod. Its power was undeniable, within mere seconds. The water's surface rippled once more. With a forceful tug, a pair of leather boots emerged from the depths. Thud! A dull thud resonated as young Bo's body was propelled uncontrollably through the air, plunging into the water. Damn it! Young Bo instinctively dove beneath the surface, heading straight for the lake's bottom. From his backpack, he retrieved a wooden door, which he placed at the lake's floor. The sheer force of the rules expelled all water from the door's vicinity. Who the hell was that? Young Bo seethed with indignation, glancing at his health status and gasping in disbelief. Despite being clad in iron armor, half of his health had been depleted in an instant. It must have been a heavy sniper rifle. Who on earth wished for his demise? Could it be a vampire? If indeed the vampires have sent their minions. Only those who identify themselves as the Nether clan would dare act in broad daylight. However, young Bo harbored skepticism regarding their vampiric nature. If they truly intended to exploit their followers, summoning the police would be the most prudent course of action. This heavy sniper rifle clearly aimed to take his life. Young Bo sank to the bottom of the lake, indifferent to the murky sludge surrounding him, munching on bread while his mind raced, pondering whom he might have offended. The underwater realm was eerily silent, save for the gentle flow of water, all other sounds muffled by the lake's depths. From his submerged vantage point, young Bo could faintly discern 3 or 4 indistinct figures on the shore, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, "Today, I shall uncover the truth. If they are indeed vampires, so be it. We are already locked in a battle to the death. But if they are others..." A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, resolute in his determination that whoever it was would pay dearly. Casting a glance at his fully restored health, young Bo steeled himself, retrieving his phone from his backpack and switching it to camera mode. In his hands, the device morphed into a digital format, impervious to water damage. He stowed the wooden door with his axe and began swimming toward the surface. Before he could breach the water, the figures on the shore had already spotted him. Without a word or exchange, they all pivoted their weapons, aiming at young Bo's form. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained down upon him from below, and he could see the splashes as the projectiles pierced the water. In the blink of an eye, he had already absorbed 7 or 8 shots, his health rapidly diminishing. It seemed that this group had received orders to eliminate him without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, young Bo found a strange calmness. He drew forth a shield while simultaneously downing a healing potion, his vitality swiftly returning. As soon as his head broke the surface, a torrent of bullets descended upon him. The cacophony of impacts shattered the shield in mere seconds. However, those fleeting seconds had sufficed for him to capture the faces of his assailants on his phone. Then, darkness enveloped his vision. Having undergone similar experiences before, he recognized the sensation of death. Moments later, young Bo reappeared on the bed in an underground space. He exhaled deeply, his gaze icy and resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, he rose and moved toward a corner, retrieving a pickaxe from his backpack to continue his excavation downward. Uniform tactical gear, an arsenal of automatic rifles. Although America is renowned for its freedoms, it is unfathomable that a private special operations team could operate with such impunity in broad daylight, especially wielding heavy sniper rifles. Young Bo's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. Only individuals associated with the authorities could orchestrate such an operation. Yet, his immediate objective was to establish a new safe house deep within his home, a sanctuary known only to him. As the sound of excavation echoed, the temperature around young Bo rose steadily. He glanced up at the depth. This was it. He then proceeded to expand horizontally, and in no time, a small space of over 50 square meters was unearthed. Young Bo surrounded the area with stone bricks. Clearly, he needed to venture into the Nether to seek diamonds, at the very least to forge a diamond pickaxe and mine some obsidian to bolster his defenses. He placed a bed on the ground, establishing a respawn point, and set down a chest to store some essential materials, ensuring that he could rely on the items within to start anew in case of any mishap. Swiftly, he constructed a nether portal, and upon stepping through, he found himself in the familiar surroundings of the nether, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, it worked. Now, it was time to see if he could return through the portal to the surface. With renewed determination, he stepped back into the portal, and as the familiar dizzying visuals enveloped him, he soon found himself back in his home above. He leaped directly from the tunnel he had excavated, landing safely in his secret base thanks to the water below. He retrieved the blocks he had just mined and filled the hole back in, ensuring that even if a nuclear bomb were to strike, he would not need to worry about the safety of his shelter. The group of adversaries should still be nearby. Chapter 51. The Attack of the Hydra in the Subterranean Realm. Yongbo sprinted through the passage leading to the lake. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Blade's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and the weight that had been pressing on his heart lifted, confirming his inner thoughts. Yang, don't you need to sleep? I just fell asleep. You're right. I actually don't need sleep. Not only do I not require rest, but my illusory wings haven't even refreshed. I've been attacked. Upon hearing these words, Blade, who had initially sounded drowsy, instantly became alert. He leapt from his bed, seized a weapon from beside him, and prepared to rush outside. Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Karen, who was examining vampire blood, couldn't help but inquire upon witnessing Blade's fervent demeanor. Where are you going? Yang has been attacked. I'm heading over. With that, he hopped into the already repaired black car and sped out of the abandoned factory. Karen opened her mouth, staring at the car that had vanished through the factory's entrance, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Bo continued his frantic run through the tunnel, fixated on a singular thought: to confront and eliminate an enemy. Hearing Blade's voice brought a fleeting smile to his face as he said, Blade, there's no need for you to come. I called to check if you had been attacked. It seems this group is targeting me specifically. Don't worry, there's no danger. If these individuals were indeed dispatched by the vampires, Blade would undoubtedly also be under threat, considering Yang's lesser notoriety among the vampires compared to Blade's. Where are you? Blade disregarded Yang's reassurances and pressed for his location. Yang, wishing to spare Blade from danger, was aware that their adversaries wielded heavy sniper rifles. Given Blade's physical condition, he might evade an attack, but should he be struck, even with double the resilience, he would be reduced to mere pulp. I'm on my way to Washington. You wouldn't make it in time. If I need your help, I will surely call you. Yang lied, knowing that if he revealed he was at home, Blade would indeed rush over. Before Blade could inquire further, Yang ended the call, stowing his phone in his backpack. He grasped the submachine gun he had seized from the vampire, his focus solely on the annihilation of this group. Soon, he reached the end of the tunnel, where a wooden door awaited him. Behind the door, the lake was mysteriously sealed off by an unseen force. With a splash, he plunged into the water, not immediately swimming towards the shore, as he was situated at a distance from where he had been fishing earlier. Emerging briefly, he spotted in the distance those clad in combat gear. They had not departed but appeared to be lingering, suspecting that he had hidden beneath the water. However, it didn't take long for them to notice his presence, and they turned their gazes towards him. Damn, there are definitely observers in the distance, and not just one. Yang Bo hurriedly sprinted towards the shore, aware that being trapped in the water would spell trouble, for the vastness of the surroundings would render him a mere target. Taking refuge behind a large tree, he finally exhaled in relief. The enemy observers in the forest had lost their efficacy, and he was determined to seize any opportunity to take down 1 or 2 adversaries. His aspirations, however, were modest, as he was aware that his opponents were professionally trained personnel, whereas he was merely an unemployed youth, relying on his audacity and his shield to confront them. Drawing out his newly crafted shield, Yang Bo listened to the distant footsteps approaching. Although he lacked the ability to see through walls like a vampire hunter, his profession had significantly heightened his auditory skills. Unbeknownst to him, the Special Forces members, equipped with thermal imaging, approached his hiding spot without hesitation. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed as a green, spherical grenade rolled to his side. A grenade? With no time to ponder, he raised his shield before him, bracing for the imminent explosion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the tree. Realizing his cover had been compromised, He understood that ignorance of his exposure was no longer a mere lapse in judgment. He raised his submachine gun, aiming at the assailants while firing without precise targeting, relying on sheer chance. Perhaps fortune favored him that day, as fate seemed to unveil its blessings, allowing him to strike two unfortunate souls after expending an empty magazine. His counterattack momentarily subdued the adversaries, forcing them to take cover behind trees, occasionally peeking out to return fire with remarkable coordination, leaving him overwhelmed and uncertain of whom to target. It's easier to hit the living. Let's eliminate those already down. The two sprawled on the ground remained blissfully unaware that they had already danced with death. Switching to a new weapon, Yang Bo aimed at the fallen foes and pulled the trigger. Their bulletproof vests proved futile against the relentless barrage, and the overwhelming force swiftly ushered them into the realm of the departed. Observing their life bars deplete, Yang Bo, shield raised, charged forward as gunfire erupted once more, accompanied by grenades tossed by some of the seasoned fighters. Yet, these contraptions posed no threat to his shield's defenses. Upon reaching the two corpses, he grasped their clothing and stowed them into his backpack. Success. Indeed, I can carry the bodies. He had previously attempted to stow blades and other vampires or humans into his backpack, but without the appropriate module, living beings could not be contained. However, corpses posed no such issue. A familiar, muffled gunshot rang out behind him, propelling Yang Bo forward once more. Another sniper. He turned to glimpse a figure lying in the distance, regrettably too far away to discern any details. Having achieved his purpose, Yang Bo raised his hand to the sniper, extending his middle finger. Fuck, he mouthed, fully aware that the adversary would undoubtedly recognize the gesture, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Bang! A faint flash of light erupted as a bullet struck his body once more. With his health depleted, he collapsed to the ground, transforming into a wisp of white smoke that vanished from the spot. In a secret underground base 100 meters deep, Yang Bo awoke from his slumber, discarding the enemy's corpse from his backpack. Upon observing the metallic eagle emblem on the foe's attire, an expression of vindication spread across his face. He snapped a photograph of the body before stowing it back into his backpack. He then ascended to make another call to Blade, reassuring him that the matter had been resolved to alleviate any concerns. Subsequently, he turned to step into the portal to the lower realm. He intended to gather more mushrooms to craft fermented spider eyes. Now that he was aware of the enemy's identity, there was no need to venture up and meet his demise. The Hydra, how fortuitous, as I still require an excuse to procure some items from you. He mused with a chuckle. Yang Bo suddenly felt his altruistic aspirations to redistribute wealth surging once again. Chapter 52. Spider Eyes and Invisibility Potion. The metallic lighter flickered to life, casting its flame as Yang Bo ignited the cigarette held between his fingers. Gazing at the lighter, he was reminded of Coulson, and in turn, of the group that had attacked him earlier that day, with a considerable bounty of spoils. Yang Bo returned from the lower realm to the Marvel Universe, 10 hours having elapsed since the assault. Despite this passage of time, he had no desire to ascend and discover whether those individuals still lingered above. Being gunned down in a chaotic manner was hardly a pleasant experience. 3 strongholds had yielded a mere 7 diamonds. Truly, these fortresses were impoverished. After crafting a diamond pickaxe, Yang Bo meticulously organized the items within his backpack, storing them in a chest, along with the necessary materials for concocting the invisibility potion. He then made his way toward the passage leading out of the park. Even after such an extended period, he remained perplexed as to why Hydra had opted for his assassination. Was it perhaps due to Captain America? Or had they forged some sort of alliance with the vampires? Logically, one would expect an initial approach of seduction or bribery. His will was not so unyielding. Spitting onto the ground, his inner fury intensified. The tunnel was eerily silent, the only sounds being the crackling of torches and the echo of his own footsteps. He retrieved his phone from his backpack, contemplating Coulson's number before dialing it. The phone rang, and after a few moments, Coulson answered. Before he could utter a word, Yang Bo interjected, "Coulson, I've been attacked." On the other end, Coulson furrowed his brow, his expression fraught with concern. Yang S.H.I.E.L.D. has an agreement with the vampires. A full-scale war is ill-advised. However, I can provide you with new equipment, specialized weaponry to combat those fiends. Yongbo chuckled, realizing Coulson had misconstrued his situation as an assault by vampires. I was attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents while fishing in Central Park. A highly trained armed squad, complete with professional snipers and observers. What do you have to say about that, Coulson? Coulson was momentarily stunned. Recalling Yongbo's prior comments regarding the insecurity of S.H.I.E.L.D., a chill ran down his spine at the possibility that Yongbo's words bore truth, indicating that the internal situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was more perilous than he had imagined. Yang, how are you faring now? I'm fine for the moment, but if I'm safe, then others may not be. Coulson, I need your assistance. I'll be waiting for you at Times Square. Yongbo ambled leisurely through the tunnel, as if strolling through a marketplace. All right, Coulson replied, and Yongbo ended the call. Coulson, having hung up, wore a complex expression. Yongbo had always been under his purview. Only that morning had he compiled Yongbo's information and uploaded it to the headquarters database. He hoped fervently that this was merely a misunderstanding. Coulson dared not dwell on the implications, if indeed there was an issue within S.H.I.E.L.D. The ramifications could be dire. It appeared that his day off had been thoroughly squandered. Dressed in a suit, Coulson departed from his home, driving Laura towards Times Square. In contrast, Yongbo did not rush to join him. Instead, he wandered through the dimly lit sewers, searching for the elusive figure of a spider. Was the New York sewer truly this clean? Aside from the repugnant stream of sewage flowing in the center, the environment was far cleaner than he had anticipated. After traversing a considerable distance, Yongbo finally stumbled upon a spider web. He extended his hand and grasped the spider that was weaving its web, applying pressure effortlessly to crush it. He silently recited the transformation incantation. The spider, initially no larger than a fingertip, instantaneously morphed into a fist-sized creature with crimson eyes, transforming from a normal appearance to a Lovecraftian visage. Fortunately, this spider eye was not damp. Otherwise, Yongbo would have undoubtedly discarded it. As he continued his search for more spiders, the number of spider eyes in his backpack steadily increased, yet his expression reflected dissatisfaction. Each spider possessed 8 eyes, and upon transformation, he only received 1 eye per spider. What a swindle! Yongbo chose to disregard the fact that a single transformed spider eye could equate to nearly 100 spiders. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone echoed through the empty sewer, startling him. Glancing at the caller ID, he slapped his forehead in realization he had completely forgotten about Coulson. Where are you? I've arrived at Times Square. I'm in the sewer, and I can't pinpoint my exact location. Please hold on. Yongbo glanced at the nearest exit and climbed up the ladder affixed to the wall. Hearing no traffic above, he cautiously pushed against the manhole cover overhead. He certainly did not wish to emerge onto the street, only to be whisked away by passing vehicles. Emerging from the sewer, he paid no heed to the astonished or mocking gazes of pedestrians, brushing off his attire before turning to leave. Upon surveying his surroundings, a spark of recognition ignited within him. What a familiar place, he exclaimed into the phone. I'm at the roadside near the mall from last time. All right, I'll be there shortly. Through his mobile device, Yongbo could distinctly hear the roar of Coulson's car, indicating that he was indeed in a hurry this time, a departure from his usual demeanor towards Laura. Minutes later, Coulson arrived in his vibrant red convertible, pulling up beside Yongbo before opening the passenger door. Coulson, find a safe place. Coulson scanned Yongbo from head to toe. Although he was aware of Yongbo's healing capabilities, seeing him without any visible injuries alleviated his concerns. Yes, every agent possesses their own safe house, and Coulson was no exception. As they drove along, Coulson gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. Yong, how did you ascertain that your assailants were from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yongbo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually observed the young women dressed in cool attire by the roadside, occasionally marveling inwardly. Turning to Cole with a beaming smile, he remarked, "Shall I bring out their bodies?" Cole replied, "This is not the first time I've sensed the convenience of Yongbo's abilities. No need, we will soon arrive at my safe house." Yongbo nodded and tossed his phone from his pocket into his backpack, alleviating any concerns of being tracked by Hydra operatives. It appears I must seek out that brilliant hacker, Sky. Otherwise, I shall be at a significant disadvantage in terms of technology. With Sky's assistance, locating Hydra would become considerably easier. Casting a glance at the milk in his backpack, he recalled the brainwashed members of Hydra, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 53. You must be joking. Before long, the towering skyscrapers around them diminished, as Coulson led Yang Bo into a residential area of New York. Although they had departed from the bustling heart of the city, the environment here offered Yang Bo a far more pleasant atmosphere than the steel jungle he was accustomed to. Coulson maneuvered the vehicle into a quaint three-story villa, and before the car even reached the garage, the pristine white garage door ascended automatically. This was a rather ordinary American garage, neatly organized with an array of tools. To be honest, Yang Bo found great pleasure in the aesthetic of the house. Casting a sidelong glance at Coulson, a teasing smile graced his face as he remarked, "Coulson, this place is perfect for keeping a mistress. Have you ever brought a woman here for some fun?" Yang Bo's words struck Coulson like a bolt, and he forced a wry smile, shaking his head. Were it not for his good temper, he might have tossed Yang Bo out. After all, he had no girlfriend, let alone a mistress to hide. "Yang, let us not jest. The priority now is to ascertain who those assailants are." "All right then," Yang Bo replied, opening the car door and stepping out. He glanced around the cramped garage and inquired, "Are we discussing matters here?" "Follow me." Coulson beckoned, leading Yang Bo towards the staircase to the second floor. But instead of ascending, they ventured to a small room beneath the stairs, similar to the abode of Harry Potter at his uncle's. Coulson opened a small door and produced a remote control, pressing a button that caused the floor of the small compartment to unfold, revealing a passageway leading underground. Yang Bo chuckled from behind. As expected, no one can escape the fate of dwelling underground. Coulson, recalling Yang Bo's home, nodded slightly in agreement with his assertion. The subterranean space was modest, almost akin to the size of a living room, certainly not comparable to Yang Bo's residence. He stepped into the center of the area and retrieved 2 corpses from his backpack, discarding them onto the ground. Coulson immediately approached, crouching down to examine them. As he inspected the bodies, Coulson's expression grew increasingly somber, and ultimately he removed the masks from their faces, his own visage morphing to resemble that of Nick Fury. "Yang, they are members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces. I recognize them." S.H.I.E.L.D. had a vast number of personnel, divided into numerous departments, and for him to remember a nameless soldier he had encountered only briefly spoke volumes of his remarkable memory. He looked up at Yang Bo, who was busily concocting potions, and said, "I have no knowledge of their operations." Yang Bo continued to fill his backpack with the invisibility potion he had just brewed, replacing it with new materials to continue his work. "I understand this may not concern you, but I wish to know the location of your S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." "What do you need the address of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for?" Coulson inquired. Yang Bo replied matter-of-factly, "Just seeking revenge." Coulson was taken aback. He found it difficult to follow Yang Bo's train of thought. It had never crossed his mind that someone would impulsively venture to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for retribution. Shouldn't a rational person be hiding, attempting to evade S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Do not rush. I will return to investigate first. This place is quite safe. You may stay here for the time being, and I will contact you once I have clarified everything." Coulson aimed to calm Yang Bo, dispelling his perilous thoughts. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was well aware of the formidable challenges outsiders faced when attempting to infiltrate the organization. It was akin to attempting to ascend vertically into the sky. "I am not jesting," Yang Bo declared as he inserted the synthesized fermented spider eye into the alchemical platform, transforming the night vision potion into an invisibility potion. He beckoned Coulson closer, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Come, I have a secret to share." One could only wish to witness Coulson's expression upon discovering that S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in fact, Hydra in disguise. Regrettably, his phone was undoubtedly being tracked. Otherwise, he would have captured the ensuing scene. Observing Yang Bo's enigmatic behavior, Coulson approached him. "Hail Hydra." Yang Bo whispered conspiratorially into Coulson's ear. The agent's reaction was one of immediate displeasure, as he swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Yang Bo's forehead. "Impossible. Yang Bo, are you affiliated with Hydra?" As A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, Coulson was acutely aware of Hydra's existence and the inherent dangers it posed. He gazed at Yang Bo with a complex expression. Truth be told, he had never considered that Yang Bo belonged to another organization. From their interactions thus far, Yang Bo had struck him as an ordinary person who had suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities, albeit, perhaps, a somewhat petty ordinary person. Yang Bo chuckled at the shifting expressions on Coulson's face, letting out a laugh. "It was merely a jest, Coulson. However, the tale I am about to unfold does pertain to Hydra, so if you wish to hear it, do take a seat." Coulson found himself at a loss, unsure whether to trust Yang Bo's words. Yet, he was acutely aware that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly be outmatched by Yang Bo. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his weapon. This is a long story, beginning with World War II. Yang Bo assumed the demeanor of a storyteller. Yet the following revelations left Coulson utterly unprepared. "I dislike complications, so I shall be succinct." Following Germany's defeat in World War II, the Hydra organization, under the command of the Red Skull, was dismantled. At that time, the precursor to SHIELD, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was just beginning to establish itself and, lacking personnel, fully absorbed the scientists left behind by Hydra. However, the motto of Hydra is to sever one head and allow two to grow in its place. At this juncture, Yang Bo shrugged playfully, adding, "Yet, according to my findings, a Hydra operative shot does indeed perish. They do not sprout a second head. Those loyal to Hydra's beliefs took advantage of the situation to infiltrate SHIELD, utilizing the organization's protection to flourish and grow. Even to this day." Yang Bo moved towards the two corpses, giving them a couple of kicks as he remarked, "These are indeed Hydra operatives." Coulson's mind was engulfed in turmoil, his mouth slightly agape. Although he was aware that Yang Bo might have knowledge of some hidden truths, he never anticipated such a monumental revelation. For a moment, he felt a parched sensation in his mouth. With some difficulty, Coulson opened his lips to inquire, "Who are the agents of Hydra?" Yang Bo responded with a calm smile. "Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow." Upon hearing that name, Coulson immediately retorted in disbelief, "No, that can't be." "Allow me to finish before you speak," Yang Bo insisted earnestly. "There is also Maria Hill, Melinda May, Hawkeye, Nick Fury, and a multitude of others." At that moment, Coulson's heart remained unperturbed. He even felt a tinge of amusement. However, Yang Bo's subsequent revelation nearly caused him to collapse. Apart from these individuals, over 80% of the SHIELD agents you know are affiliated with Hydra. For instance, there's John Garrett, the clairvoyant, and his Prot G. Grant Ward, the captain of the strike team, Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, and let us not forget the former director of SHIELD, Alexander Pierce. As he spoke, Yang Bo wore a sincere smile, utterly unconcerned about the profound shock his words might inflict upon Coulson. Chapter 54. A traitor among us in the Shield Bureau, are you jesting? Certainly not. Yang Bo observed the disheartened Coulson, and his mood lightened upon seeing the latter's startled expression. He turned back to the alchemical table, once again shoving in the materials. The bubbling sounds brought Coulson back to his senses. Even someone as trained as Coulson found it hard to accept such news. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss. If Yang Bo was not jesting, it meant that the former director of SHIELD, Pierce, was indeed affiliated with Hydra. How could they possibly continue under such circumstances? The atmosphere in the safe house grew notably somber. Yang Bo was in no rush, allowing Coulson the necessary time to digest the shocking revelation. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo remained engrossed in concocting potions, producing not only invisibility elixirs but also potions for speed, strength, and healing. Had he possessed more glass vials, he would have endeavored to create every potion he could in a single day. Yang, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? Despite his reluctance to believe Yang Bo's assertions, Coulson could not dismiss the corpses on the ground. They were indeed members of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s task force. Most troubling was the fact that they had been slain by Yang Bo, leaving him, the one who had been in contact with Yang Bo, utterly uninformed. This starkly indicated that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. did not wish for him to be aware of these events and held considerable authority. I possess no evidence. Coulson, you are mistaken about one thing. I am merely an ordinary civilian assaulted by S.H.I.E.L.D. All I can do now is seek retribution. Evidence holds no significance for me. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond salvage, or rather, it is more aptly described as the Hydra shield. I share this with you solely because I regard you as a friend. It is as simple as that. Now, I wish to know the location of the Nexus. Of course, I will not put you in a difficult position if you find it inconvenient to tell me. I shall find it on my own. The Nexus is one of the 3 primary bases of S.H.I.E.L.D. Primarily because this particular base is located in New York, which is relatively close to him. Yang Bo maintained an indifferent demeanor, fully aware that Coulson would undoubtedly seek to unravel this matter rather than remain passive. May I inform Director Fury of this situation? You know I am currently unable to make a definitive decision. Yang Bo did not elaborate further, indifferent to how the unfolding narrative might impact future events. If things went awry, he could merely retreat into the lower realms, surfacing only occasionally. After all, he had no kin in this world. Living anywhere mattered little. And if he felt lonely, he could always gather a few companions to venture with him into the lower realms. Just as Coulson finished his statement and was about to contact Director Fury, his phone rang, with the caller being none other than his superior, Director Fury. Coulson looked up at Yang Bo before answering the call. Director, Coulson, Tony Stark has been located. Cease your current endeavors and prepare to make contact with him. This time, Coulson did not conceal anything from Yang Bo, allowing Yang Bo to hear Fury's voice, which prompted him to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, have they found it so quickly? Is the new era upon us?" He did not suppress his voice, and Fury on the other end of the line also caught his words. "Mr. Yang Bo?" Fury immediately called out his name, proving once again that he was indeed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a sharp mind. Yang Bo stepped forward, drawing closer to the phone, and greeted, "Hello, Director Fury. How's Coulson doing?" Fury's first thought was that Coulson had been taken hostage by Yang Bo, and his mind raced, as Coulson was one of his most trusted subordinates. He is well. Very well. Coulson, why don't you say a few words?" Coulson interjected, "It seems this is my superior after all." He began to engage in casual conversation with Fury, leaving others perplexed. However, Yang Bo understood that the two were communicating in a coded manner. S.H.I.E.L.D. was no longer safe, and Coulson could not afford to be careless. A few minutes later, Coulson hung up the phone and turned to Yang Bo, saying, "Director Fury will send someone over shortly. He wants to have a chat with you." "No problem, that's a minor matter." Yang Bo replied readily, then continued, "Could Coulson prepare some firearms for me? Heavy weaponry would be ideal. I also want grenades and explosives." After enduring the punishment from a heavy sniper rifle, Yang Bo had developed a fondness for such high-caliber weaponry. Upon hearing this, Coulson walked over to a nearby cabinet, opened it, and Yang Bo's eyes lit up as he approached. Inside were not clothes, but an array of weapons and ammunition. "Coulson, you always manage to come up with something new," he exclaimed. It was only natural for an agent to have weapons in their safe house. It would be absurd otherwise. Coulson struggled to retrieve a sleek black sniper rifle from within and handed it to Yang Bo. "I believe you will find this to your liking." Yang Bo accepted it, feeling no strain whatsoever for him. Objects fell into 2 categories, those he could lift and those he could not. Effort was not a concern. Observing Yang Bo's satisfied expression, Coulson smiled and introduced, "This is the AS-50 anti-material long-range sniper rifle, specially designed by the British International Precision Company for the U.S. Special Forces, specifically for the Navy SEALs. It employs BMG-12 7mm 99mm caliber ammunition. Its power is formidable. This is one of my personal collectibles, and I believe it will meet your needs. Yongbo nodded quickly, a beaming smile on his face. If he were not satisfied with this rifle, then nothing would please him. He pulled back the bolt, producing a crisp sound, and took the additional parts and magazines that Coulson handed over, stowing them all in his backpack. He then leaned in to inspect Coulson's weapon cache further, but Coulson stopped him. No, Yang, I have nothing of value left here. However, you may seek out Director Fury. I believe he will be rather generous. Yongbo cast a brief glance at the miserly Coulson before turning back to the alchemical platform to stow the item into his backpack. After organizing everything and hoisting the lifeless body, the two ascended from their subterranean refuge. Soon, an urgent directive from Egghead guided Yongbo and, under Coulson's lead, they arrived at an uninhabited clearing on the outskirts. A transport aircraft, familiar to Yongbo, descended gracefully from the sky, its rear doors swinging open. Seated in Coulson's vehicle, Yongbo beamed at the sight of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel clad in combat uniforms. Chapter 55. Who is the undercover agent? The transport aircraft swiftly and smoothly soared towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. hub in New York. Throughout the journey, Yongbo remained unconcerned that Hydra might attempt to eliminate both him and Coulson. The 3 aircraft carriers of the Insight plan had yet to be constructed, and Hydra would certainly not expose themselves. Under Coulson's guidance, Yongbo finally arrived at Fury's office, where he beheld the gleaming bald head of the director. Perhaps due to the realities of the world, Fury's head appeared even shinier than in the films, exuding a more appealing aura. "Hello, Director Fury," Yongbo cheerfully greeted, unfazed by Fury's piercing gaze, extending his hand in a friendly manner. Fury, wearing a face that suggested someone owed him $8 million, though it could simply be his natural scowl, eyed Yongbo from head to toe before reciprocating the handshake. "Mr. Yang, this is your first appearance in Hell's Kitchen. According to my information." As Fury prepared to apply pressure, Yongbo promptly interrupted him. "Enough of the briefing. It's utterly pointless. You wouldn't want to find yourself unexpectedly eliminated, would you?" Upon hearing Yongbo's blunt words, Fury's expression darkened further. He paused before retorting. "You're not the only one with connections in this world. Spare me the platitudes. I'm well aware. Currently, there is Dr. Banner, the Inhumans, extraterrestrials. In your last resort, Carol Danvers. By the way, you might want to try the pager she left you. If it fails at a critical moment, you won't even have time to weep." Fury finally lost his composure. While he could handle most topics, the matter of the pager left by Captain Marvel was known only to him and Danvers. The fact that Yongbo was privy to such information meant Hydra's intelligence was undeniably authentic. "The last time I placed my trust in someone, I lost an eye." "How dare you utter such a statement, Director? Are you certain you're trusting a person and not merely a cat?" Yongbo's mockery continued, leaving Coulson utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Is this truly something I can listen to? Did Fury's eyes get scratched out by a cat? Goodness. I feel like I'm going to be silenced." Fury, upon hearing this, forced a smile, fearful that Yongbo might utter something even more perilous. He cast a threatening glance at Coulson. "Mr. Yang, what are your intentions?" Humanity is often filled with trepidation towards the unknown, and Yongbo's revelations had already shattered Fury's defenses. At this moment, he no longer regarded Yongbo as a mere pushover. Upon hearing Fury's question, Yongbo arched an eyebrow and replied, "You ask me? Well, at this very moment, I wish to open the door, step outside, and eliminate every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in sight. I doubt any of your subordinates could withstand a .50 caliber bullet." As the AS-50 anti-material sniper rifle suddenly appeared in Yongbo's hands, Fury's smile froze on his face. It was simple, brutal, and utterly lawless. This reflects Fury's most genuine thoughts at that moment. He suddenly comprehended why Hydra had ceased to recruit Yongbo. Recruiting someone like him would only lead to confusion over whom to obey, especially since Yongbo had no family and thus was not easily threatened, allowing him to act without restraint. "Let us deliberate further," Fury exclaimed, glancing at the sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Yongbo promptly stowed the weapon, adopting an expression as if nothing had transpired moments ago. "Mr. Yongbo, might you disclose the source of your information?" Fury inquired. Yongbo shot him a quizzical glance, visibly surprised as he replied, "Why, Director Fury, it seems we are not in a police precinct, are we? When did it become necessary for agents to present evidence? If I am not mistaken, you should possess the ability to compel truthfulness, such as through a system of interrogation." Fury found himself at a loss for words. Since Yongbo had entered the office, he had lost the upper hand in the conversation. Shield had become irretrievably compromised. His current aim was to extract the last vestiges of light and heat from the agency, dragging Hydra down into the abyss alongside them. "I have informed Coulson of all the personnel you can trust. The remaining individuals will require your careful scrutiny. However, I can assure you that 80% of them are likely Hydra operatives." Fury resumed his seat, resting his hands beneath his chin, his mind racing through various possibilities. Yet, he realized that if Yongbo's assertions held true, he was truly powerless to alter the course unless all trustworthy subordinates possessed the formidable strength akin to that of Captain America. The Avengers initiative flickered back to life in his mind, the notion stronger than ever before. While Fury pondered, Yongbo turned his gaze to Coulson, who was intently observing the scenery outside, as if captivated by some alluring sight. The office fell into a sudden hush. After a moment, Fury adjusted his demeanor and calmly asked Yongbo, "What is it that you seek?" He harbored doubts that Yongbo's intentions were merely rooted in a desire for revenge. He undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Fury's hope rested on the belief that their objectives would not conflict, at the very least leading to a collaborative effort, which extinguished the notion of integrating Yongbo into the Avengers before it could fully form. "I desire the Tesseract or assistance in locating Sky." Yongbo anticipated a swift refusal from Fury, but to his surprise, Fury genuinely began to contemplate the request, asking after a brief pause, "Who is Sky? Shouldn't he be inquiring about my intentions for the Tesseract?" Yongbo replied. His desire for the Tesseract was straightforward. He wished to ascertain whether it could transport him home, as it was, after all, the space gem within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If it could not return him, he would have to resign himself to living here. Sky's full name is Daisy Johnson. She is approximately 21 years old and a hacker. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Fury furrowed his brow. The name rang a bell. Yongbo's association of her with the Tesseract indicated that she was undoubtedly exceptional. He resolved to look into her background shortly. What purpose does the Cosmic Cube serve? If the SHIELD truly operates as you suggest, I might contemplate entrusting the Cosmic Cube to you. Yongbo scoffed, recalling the days when he played his own hand, long before the Marvel films graced the screens. Casting a disdainful gaze upon Fury without uttering a word. Observing Yongbo's unwillingness to engage, Fury directly addressed Coulson. "Coulson, proceed to the sandbox base and retrieve the 084 Cosmic Cube. I shall grant you the necessary authorization." At this moment, Fury had yet to grasp its full potential and had not utilized the Cosmic Cube to forge weapons, thus it remained securely housed within SHIELD's sandbox base. Upon receiving the command, Coulson felt an immediate sense of relief, swiftly turning to depart. Fearing that lingering any longer might expose him to secrets he would rather not know, lest he become silenced. Chapter 56. The Cosmic Cube. Coulson stepped out of the office, gently closing the door behind him, a look of palpable relief washing over his face. As he turned, he was met by Jasper Sitwell standing just behind him. The mention of the list from Yongbo tightened Coulson's chest, but he quickly flashed a smile and said, "Long time no see." Prior to the Hydra incident, Coulson and Sitwell had enjoyed a commendable rapport, even having partnered for a time before Coulson ascended to the rank of senior agent. Sitwell returned the smile, nodding gently as he inquired, "Indeed, it has been a while, Coulson. I have some matters to discuss with Director Fury. I'll reach out when I have a moment." "All right, no problem. I happen to have a task to attend to as well, so I'll take my leave." With that, Coulson turned and departed, while Sitwell refrained from knocking on the office door, instead watching Coulson's retreating figure, communicating with others through his earpiece. Once Coulson was out of sight, Sitwell composed himself, adjusting his attire before rapping lightly on the office door. "Come in." Sitwell entered, casting a discreet glance at Yongbo before striding directly to Fury's desk, placing the documents he held atop it. "Director, here are the files you requested." Fury, noticing the enigmatic smile playing on Yongbo's lips, nodded at Sitwell and said, "Leave them here. You may return to your duties." Sitwell turned, not lingering longer than necessary. Fury's office was one of the few locations they could monitor with limited oversight, and his visit was merely a cursory glance. As the door closed behind him, Yongbo pulled his chair closer to Fury's desk, remarking with significance, "Sitwell presents a fine opportunity for us." Fury, however, redirected the conversation, asking, "Are you now able to enlighten me on the function of the cosmic cube?" At the shift in topic, Yongbo sighed, reclining lazily in his chair as he tossed a cigarette to Fury. "Oh, the cosmic cube is both a box and the key to unlocking cosmic warfare. Once activated, it opens a portal while alerting all races capable of detecting its energy to the existence of Earth." A box? Fury quickly seized upon this crucial detail, his interest in the so-called cosmic war waning as he was not without his own contingencies. "What lies within this box?" "A luminous blue gem," Yongbo replied nonchalantly. "But let us discuss that further once we retrieve it. By the way, Director Fury, could you possibly sponsor me with some weaponry? You know how it is. Individuals like me feel utterly insecure without arms at our disposal." Fury. Knock, knock, knock. Coulson entered, holding a silver briefcase, placing it on the desk as he announced, "Director, I've retrieved the items." Fury nodded, refraining from idle chatter as he opened the briefcase, revealing a square, translucent cube nestled within. Within its center, an ethereal blue glow pulsated, hinting at the presence of something extraordinary. Yongbo couldn't resist leaning closer. For this was a space gem. Collecting 6 infinity stones could summon a dragon. Cough, cough, it could yield the power of a snap. The cube's geometric perfection was aesthetically pleasing to Yongbo, who, influenced by his experiences in the world he inhabited, believed that squares represented truth. Gazing intently at the cosmic cube, he cheerfully remarked, "Fury, this artifact is destined to be mine." Fury, observing Yongbo reaching for the cube, immediately interjected, "Be cautious, this." Yet, as Yongbo effortlessly grasped the cosmic cube with bare hands, Fury fell into a contemplative silence. Ordinary individuals could not directly touch the cosmic cube without succumbing to the overwhelming power it emanated. However, witnessing Yongbo's ease prompted Fury to swallow his concerns. At that moment, Yongbo was oblivious to Fury's apprehension. The instant he seized the space gem, a long-absent notification resonated in his mind. Loading travel map. Loading successful, a map materialized in his consciousness, illustrating a two-dimensional representation of the area within a 100-meter radius, adorned with an array of colored dots. There were whites, greens, and numerous reds. Upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned their meanings. Green represented Coulson, indicating friendliness. White denoted Fury, signifying neutrality, and red, self-evidently, indicated hostility. However, after an extensive search, Yongbo could not locate the teleportation function he desired. Is it merely an ordinary map? One must not be greedy. The ability to distinguish friend from foe is already quite remarkable. With the map now in hand, Yongbo felt a renewed sense of convenience regarding his forthcoming actions. He then shifted his focus back to the cosmic cube, which, aside from its chill, offered no additional sensations. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he yearned for home, muttering, "Teleportation portal." The cosmic cube remained unresponsive. "Fury, are you certain this is authentic? You wouldn't deceive me with a fake, would you?" Fury remained silent, but the clarity in his singular eye conveyed that this was indeed the genuine cosmic cube. Now, Yongbo found himself in a predicament. This artifact appeared utterly ineffective for him. Upon stowing it in his backpack, its description immediately appeared. Cosmic cube, unknown item, module not loaded. Yongbo sighed deeply, retrieving the cosmic cube once more for a meticulous examination, persistently experimenting with various manipulations, yet the cube remained cold and unyielding. Devoid of any reaction, is it possible that one must rely on the Infinity Gauntlet for it to unleash its true potential? That can't be right. Wasn't the time stone wielded by the Ancient One quite effective? Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, Young Bo gazed at Fury and remarked, "This contraption holds no value for me. Let us instead discuss the matter of Hydra. Initiate the Avengers Initiative. Form a team comprised of superhumans to counter Hydra. For only then will you have a chance to regain control of S.H.I.E.L.D." This plan sounds remarkably familiar. Fury listened as Young Bo articulated what had been his own internal contemplation, feeling quite speechless. He had already surmised that Young Bo possessed a gift akin to prophecy, and inquired, "Whom do you believe should be selected to join this team?" Young Bo tossed the tesseract into his backpack, extended his hand, and lightly tapped the table with his fingers, stating, "Just proceed according to your own thoughts. Director Fury, please arrange for my return home. I intend to go fishing and see if I can catch something substantial this time." Observing the red dot on the small map, a radiant smile blossomed on Young Bo's face. Chapter 57. Surprises always come unexpectedly. On a splendid day with a gentle breeze, a figure sat on a sofa by the lake in Central Park, leisurely fishing with a square-shaped rod. Suddenly, a ripple swiftly approached the fishing float, and at the moment of contact, the float plunged dramatically beneath the surface. Young Bo swiftly raised his fishing rod, and an enchanted book radiating a purple glow emerged from the water, ultimately landing in his hands. At last, an enchanted book. Young Bo, filled with excitement, opened his backpack to behold the enchanting tome within. Lacking lapis lazuli, he could only hope to reel in some valuable enchanted books through fishing. Fire arrow eye, not bad. Glancing at the polished sniper rifle beside him, an audacious idea sparked in his mind. He promptly retrieved the anvil he had previously crafted and placed it on the ground. First, he stowed the rifle in his backpack, opened the anvil interface, and placed the sniper rifle alongside the fire arrow enchantment book. Observing the requirement of 7 levels of experience, Young Bo felt his heart race with anticipation. "This is truly incredible," he thought. "I must inquire with Coulson and Fury about the strongest individual weapon available. If I were to fish up an infinity enchantment, that would be simply delightful." Without hesitation, he expended the 7 levels of experience to apply the fire arrow enchantment to the sniper rifle. As he retrieved the weapon from the anvil, the once dark barrel was now enveloped in a radiant purple light, identical to the glow emitted by the enchantment book earlier. Gently pulling the trigger, Young Bo smiled, but that smile faded into a wry grin mere seconds later. "Have I truly been fishing all this time? And yet the Hydra's efficiency is so lamentable?" With no targets to practice on, Young Bo felt disheartened. He had anticipated that upon returning to Central Park, Hydra would inevitably make their move again. However, they remained conspicuously inactive, as the mini-map revealed not a single red dot within 100 meters. Young Bo could not believe that Hydra would let him go so easily. There were only 2 possibilities: either Hydra's surveillance radius extended beyond the 100-meter limit of the minimap, or the adversaries were not marked as red dots. Yet, the latter seemed exceedingly improbable. Back to fishing, Young Bo cast his line into the water once more, patiently awaiting a bite. Moments later, another ripple appeared on the lake's surface. With the bait upgraded to level 3, the fishing pace quickened. Though most catches consisted of fish or other random debris, with enchanted books being exceedingly rare, with a gentle tug, a fish swiftly leaped from the water. Time passed. The sky painted a fiery red by the setting sun, as Young Bo sat quietly by the lake, thoroughly engrossed in fishing, oblivious to the passage of time. With a sigh, he finally reeled in his rod, stood up reluctantly, stretched lazily, and gazed at the sky. "My backpack is full again," he murmured, reflecting on the abundance of random items he had caught. "Time to head home." With a pat on his rear, Young Bo expressed his relief that he had activated the data mode. Otherwise, a common individual would surely find their posterior numb after sitting all day like he had. He glanced at the small map once more, still devoid of any red dots. Discontent, he pursed his lips and leapt into the crystalline waters of the lake, swimming towards the entrance of his home. Upon returning, he meticulously organized the day's fishing haul into the chest. The number of enchanted books was disappointingly scant, barely filling a box in a day. Alas, he retrieved 2 books of Strength 4 from within and, using the anvil, combined them into a single book of Strength V, applying it along with the deliberately retained Infinity enchantment to his sniper rifle. Young Bo, grinning, caressed the gun's body as if it were a woman. "Young, you have finally returned. Boar, flapping his grand wings, soared over. Young Bo chose not to disclose the recent attack to him. It's already evening. Shouldn't we venture out for a hunt? Upon mentioning the hunt, Boar's wing beats quickened noticeably. All right, let me organize my belongings first, and we shall set out. Young Bo decided to enchant his diamond sword, dismissing any enhancements for his iron gear, deeming them unworthy. After spending some time, he acquired a sharp diamond sword V, durability 3, and looting 3, along with a diamond pickaxe of fortune 3, efficiency 4, and mending. He needed to devise a way to acquire more mending books. Young Bo's strength saw a remarkable enhancement once again as he prepared to depart with Boar. Instinctively, he cast a glance at the small map and was startled to see several red dots appear above him. These red dots were scattered, and Young Bo squinted thoughtfully. It was evident that this group, harboring hostility towards him, was attempting to pinpoint his location. I must have a tracker on me. This thought surged into his mind, prompting him to inspect his person, and he quickly discovered an inconspicuous sticker-like object on his lower back. Just as he was about to stow it in his backpack, he reconsidered and beckoned to Boar. Come here, Boar. He then affixed the tracker onto Boar, instructing, fly towards the tunnel leading to the lake. Boar, astute as ever, glanced at the object on himself and, without hesitation, darted towards the tunnel. Young Bo closely monitored the red dots on the small map, and sure enough, they all ceased their movements, with the majority following Boar's lead towards the lakeside, though 2 remained behind, having lingered where Young Bo had tarried for quite some time. I was just about to test the gun when you all arrived. Exiting through the tunnel, Young Bo retrieved an invisibility potion from his backpack and drank it, carefully digging through the grass blocks overhead while keeping an eye on the positions of the 2 remaining foes. The effect of the invisibility potion proved more potent than in the game, while the game rendered only the player invisible in reality. Even the weapons in Young Bo's possession vanished from sight. 2 individuals clad in casual attire were presently leaning against a tree, feigning nonchalance while occasionally surveying their surroundings with vigilance. Had it not been for the crimson dots on the small map, one might have mistaken them for ordinary people engaged in playful banter. Young Bo found a suitable position, crouched down, and steadied his sniper rifle. Let us collect some interest first. Huff, huff. Holding his breath, he locked onto an enemy through the scope, the target blissfully unaware of the impending peril. A muffled yet powerful gunshot rang out, and what followed was a ghastly sight that churned Young Bo's stomach. The victim's head vanished as if it contained an explosive, shattering into fragments. Both the body and the splattered brain matter ignited in flames, and curiously, the corpse was reduced to ashes while the surrounding wild grasses and tree trunks remained unscathed. The other individual, hearing the gunshot, promptly retrieved an automatic rifle from a nearby black bag, casting a glance towards Young Bo's direction while swiftly taking cover behind a tree trunk. Young Bo was taken aback by the destructive power of the anti-material sniper rifle, his complexion paling. The scene was overwhelmingly gruesome. It was his first time witnessing the impact of a sniper rifle on an ordinary person. Goodness, the power, even if it merely grazes the thigh. It's a miracle if that person survives. Chapter 58. The Emergence of Evil. Another member of Hydra, pale and trembling, crouched behind a tree. Although he belonged to Hydra, he was not a member of the Suicide Squad. Witnessing the fate of his comrade, fear gradually seeped into his heart. Where are they? Damn it, where is the enemy? He found himself in a dense forest, and based on his experience, the enemy could not be far. Otherwise, the bullets would be obstructed by the chaotic branches and trunks. A bead of cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the grass. Suddenly, his sixth sense warned him of impending danger, and he hastily dashed to another tree. Unbeknownst to him, Young Bo was merely a few meters away, observing his antics. How amusing! Young Bo resolved to grant him a dignified demise. Stealthily, he approached from behind and raised his hand like a blade, striking down with force upon the nape of the unfortunate's neck. A dull thud echoed, but contrary to Young Bo's expectations, the man merely stumbled and collapsed to the ground, not rendered unconscious. Damn it, movies truly deceive. The enemy reacted swiftly, pivoting and aiming his gun at the source of the noise, but Young Bo, ever prepared, had already vacated the spot. He retrieved a baseball bat from his backpack, specifically designed to deal with vampires, and swung it vehemently at the enemy's head. A crisp sound resonated. This time, the adversary could no longer endure. His eyes fluttered shut as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yang Bo examined the bat and remarked, "Indeed. This proves effective." With a single hand, he dragged the foe and tossed him near the entrance. He casually removed the man's earpiece and placed it in his own ear, only to be met with silence. It appeared they had switched channels upon learning of the ambush. If I cannot hear them, so be it. In the face of strength, tactics are but a jest. With unwavering confidence, Yang Bo discarded the earpiece, crushing it underfoot. The gunfire from earlier had surely alerted others. Gazing at the mini-map, he was startled to find that the red dots were not converging towards him. Instead, they were retreating toward the forest's edge. In an instant, they were nearly out of the woods. Yang Bo's heart raced with urgency. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. He promptly downed a vial of speed potion too, enhancing his velocity by 40%, and swiftly pursued the red dots. With relentless vigor, he quickly caught up to the fleeing group. Crouching, he steadied his rifle, aimed, and fired. His movements flowed seamlessly, and the powerful recoil of the anti-material sniper rifle propelled him back 2 steps, yet he emerged unscathed. I can wield a heavy sniper like a standard rifle, though the muzzle jump is quite intense. With a resounding bang, a bullet struck one of the assailants in the abdomen, literally bisecting him. The sheer force tore him apart like a rag doll, scattering an array of bizarre culinary essentials into the air, where they ignited in flames. The fiery arrows served as a superb enchantment for silencing witnesses and obliterating evidence. Henceforth, all weapons must be imbued with fire arrows or flame enhancements. They are simply too convenient. Bang! The gunfire erupted once more, igniting a fresh blaze of chaos. The group had fled from the woods, appearing as mere live targets before the heavy sniper, while Yang Bo, fearing his aim might falter, took cover and fired from a distance of about 10 meters. "Turn around, kill him," one of them shouted, prompting the remaining 4 to draw their weapons and pivot. Yet, upon discovering the desolate grassland, their expressions darkened. They had no opportunity to fight back. Bang! The enemy can become invisible. Bang! Yang Bo's movements grew increasingly adept, leading him to muse, "Indeed, practical combat is the finest means to enhance one's proficiency." He harbored no concern about his ability to remain concealed being revealed. Tat-tat-tat. The last 2 men frantically squeezed the triggers, while Yang Bo lay flat on the ground, bullets whizzing past his head with a sharp hiss. Bang! The once 8-member squad was now reduced to a solitary survivor, the others reduced to ashes, dispersed into the air by a gentle breeze. The fierce gunfire had already drawn the attention of nearby tourists, yet unlike their domestic counterparts, they had no inclination to risk their lives for mere spectacle. They fled in droves. The remaining individual watched in horror as his comrades were consumed in flames, and despite having undergone professional military trainings, he was on the brink of collapse. This elusive combat, devoid of any visible enemy, was driving him to madness. Yang Bo deliberately spared this individual for a simple reason. The others were marked in red, while he alone was a target in white. Even if he isn't associated with Hydra, he certainly cannot be a white target. Shaking his head, he approached the man from behind while he was out of ammunition, tapping him on the shoulder. In the instant the man turned to retaliate, Yang Bo gently rendered him unconscious with a baseball bat. Bang! Not a good start. The sound is rather dull. Dragging the man by the ankles, he collected the weapon dropped by the enemy, although he had little regard for it. It was still a weapon that could be sold when the opportunity arose. Upon returning to the entrance, the previously incapacitated enemy showed no signs of awakening. It seemed the baseball bat method was quite effective. He dug into the earth, preparing to transport the 2 bodies below. If only his backpack could hold a living person. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yang Bo's imagination soared. If it could indeed contain living beings, he would fill it with all the Marvel heroes and villains. "Boar!" he shouted, uncertain if the other could hear him. However, the unconscious White Point agent on the ground stirred awake, his first instinct to reach for his waist. Alas! Yang Bo had thoroughly stripped him of all possessions. Not only the gun but even the buttons on his clothing had been tossed into the magma. The man surveyed his surroundings, just in time to witness Yang Bo's invisibility potion wear off, revealing him as a living figure brandishing an AS-50 sniper rifle. The dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. "I wish to challenge you. Let us see who is faster." Bo remarked with a playful smile. The man swallowed hard. He seemed to envision the Grim Reaper raising the scythe in hand, pressing it against his throat, and in that fleeting moment, cold sweat drenched his back. Bo, noticing the terror in his opponent's gaze, chuckled and said, "Next, I will ask, and you shall answer. If you comprehend, simply nod your head." The man nodded vigorously. The fate of his former comrade had shattered the defenses within his mind. Individuals in reality are not as resilient as the protagonists in films, just like Bo. With a mere beauty trap, he would undoubtedly falter. "Your name?" "Jerry." "This name, surely you cannot be your father's biological offspring. In the United States, this name is akin to someone being called Sun Wukong in our homeland. Gender, do not misconstrue this as anything but respect. Bear in mind that in America, there are 112 recognized genders, each deserving of protection against discrimination. Male. Chapter 59. Recruiting new followers. While Bo was engaged in a delightful conversation with the other party, Boar flapped his wings and returned. Jerry cast a glance at the enormous bat behind Bo, his eyes widening in astonishment. A bat exceeding 1 meter in length was indeed a rarity. Not all bats are as large as the Malayan flying fox, which can reach 2 meters. A bat. Bo had been aware of Boar's arrival, as he was the only green dot in the surroundings. What is the situation with these two? Do you require my assistance in their transformation?" Boar landed beside Bo, his vampiric senses immediately discerning that these two were merely ordinary humans, not vampires. Jerry, half reclining on the ground, felt his pupils constrict. More astonishing than the presence of a gigantic bat was the fact that this bat could speak. Bo pointed to the unconscious man on the ground and spoke to Boar. "He is an undercover agent from Hydra infiltrated into SHIELD. And he even attacked me. I leave him to you. Transform him into a vampire. Oh, and please check if he has any poison in his mouth. I would prefer he doesn't die too easily." Bo's words were also intended for Jerry's ears. From their earlier conversation, he had sensed that Jerry was not the kind of fervent zealot one would expect from a Hydra operative. If he truly were a Hydra member, he should have been shouting "Hail Hydra!" before perishing at their feet. "Hail Hydra!" The agent, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, seemingly awakening at that moment. His previously pale complexion rapidly turned a sickly green, indicative of poisoning. Bo quickly retrieved some milk. His expression tense as he prepared to administer it. "Do you wish to die? Did you consult me first?" He pinched the agent's mouth and poured the milk inside. The effect was immediate. The greenish hue of the agent's face began to fade, although the milk could only alleviate the symptoms, not heal the damage caused by the venom. The man appeared to be in even greater agony than before, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. "Boar, he is in your hands now." With a thud, Boar transformed back to his massive form, landing on the ground with an excited smile, his small hands fidgeting. It was evident that he had lost some weight. His hands, which could not touch before, now nearly met. He sheepishly remarked, "Boss, could you perhaps toss him to me?" Bo complied, bending down to grasp the agent by his collar and flinging him toward Boar. Boar wasted no time, sinking his teeth into the man's neck. A feeble cry escaped the agent's lips, and Boar seemed even more exhilarated. Demonstrating a commitment to efficiency, Boar fed with remarkable finesse. The scene was surprisingly harmonious, devoid of any gruesomeness. In less than a minute, he discarded the man aside, licking his lips with a look of unfulfilled desire, and turned to Jerry, saying, "Boss, he is currently undergoing the transformation. Whether it succeeds depends on him. Does he require transformation as well?" With that, he pointed a finger at Jerry, causing him to shiver. Bo observed the figure lying on the ground and approached, extracting a vial of healing potion to pour into the individual's mouth. If this did not ensure his survival, then there was little else to be done. "Bull, you are still of use to me." Bull nodded and, with a soft sound, transformed once more into a bat, soaring into the air. Compared to his immobile form, he found greater affinity with his bat guise. Bo turned and walked steadily towards Jerry, the sound of his shoes on the ground resonating heavily, instilling a profound sense of pressure in Jerry. "Jerry, let us continue our little game. Did you come here the day before yesterday?" At that moment, Jerry felt as if his mind were a muddled mass. The events of today had been overwhelming beyond measure. leaving him utterly unable to process them. I did come. Yongbo nodded gently. Are you one of Hydra's agents? Jerry paused momentarily, then quickly shook his head, insisting, I have no idea what Hydra is. Yongbo found no surprise in this response, had Jerry claimed otherwise. It would have been rather peculiar. Hydra had long since vanished from sight, retreating into the shadows, and ordinary operatives were entirely oblivious to its existence, particularly those soldiers recently transitioned from the military. Very well, Jerry. Logically, you should be here to eliminate me, and under normal circumstances, I ought to dispose of you. Yet, I sense you are but a pawn, utterly unaware of the larger game at play. Thus, I have chosen to spare you. Now, I pose one final question. Would you be willing to serve under me? Jerry glanced at his trembling comrade lying nearby, recalling those who had met their demise at Yongbo's hands. A sense of entrapment within a vast conspiracy engulfed him, forcing himself to remain composed. He looked into Yongbo's bright eyes and asked, I wish to understand what Hydra is. Yongbo proceeded to elucidate the nature of Hydra, presenting an unbiased account devoid of embellishments or disparagement, offering a fair and impartial perspective. Jerry fell into deep contemplation, particularly chilled by the revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been overtaken by Hydra. Finally, he raised his gaze to Yongbo and declared, I am willing to join you. A radiant smile broke through Yongbo's previously indifferent demeanor, bestowing a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He extended his hand, assisting Jerry to his feet, proclaiming a wise choice. As he withdrew the diamond blade previously poised at Jerry's throat back into his backpack, he emphasized that this was not a threat, but rather a concern for Jerry's potential misdirection. With a friendly grip, Yongbo led Jerry toward a nearby red chaise lounge, exuding an air of confidence in his new ally. Jerry, henceforth you may address me as Commander. I shall make the necessary arrangements with S.H.I.E.L.D. I am well acquainted with your former superior, Director Fury. I will place a call shortly, so do not fret about other matters. Now, please recline. In a guise designed to deceive children, he pinned Jerry onto the hunter's injection chair, brandishing an enormous syringe filled with a viscous white liquid. Upon closer inspection, one could easily discern the presence of numerous uncrushed cloves of garlic within. Officer, what is the purpose of this? Jerry, reclining on the injection chair, felt a wave of panic wash over him, particularly upon sighting the syringe, which was as large as an infant's arm. Just lie still. It will be over soon. If you endure this moment, you shall grow stronger. Do you not aspire to become a superhero akin to Captain America? Jerry fell silent, succumbing to the allure of power. He cast one last glance at Yongbo and the syringe in his grasp before resigning himself and shutting his eyes. A piercing scream erupted from his lips as Jerry's eyes bulged in horror, veins throbbing on his forehead. The pain was excruciating. The 3 seconds of the toxin's effect made him feel as though he had died and come back to life. Terror-stricken, he gazed at the syringe in Yongbo's hand, vowing never to experience the sensation of garlic juice coursing through his body again. Meanwhile, Yongbo observed the familiar scent emanating from Jerry, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Welcome to the Hunter Association. Chapter 60. The Iron Man plot begins. Crack. Crack. How audacious, your tongue holds strong. Yongbo, with a fierce visage, wielded a whip to strike the agent who had been transformed into a vampire. Through Jerry, Yongbo had discerned that the agent was named Alan, a name that indeed sounded rather juvenile. Crack. The leather whip lashed against Alan's body, leaving behind 2 gruesome gashes that resembled a gaping maw, a true manifestation of skin being torn from flesh. Jerry, come here, hit him harder. He passed the whip to Jerry, who was still acclimating to his new form. Earlier, Yongbo had endured the pain of relinquishing 6 vials of vampire blood, elevating Jerry's level to 2, thus allowing him to unlock the initial 2 skills of a hunter. Although Jerry did not experience an overwhelming surge of strength, his stamina and speed had been significantly enhanced, especially under the influence of the skill that increased attack speed, granting him a sensation akin to a bullet time ability. As he grasped the whip from Yongbo, Jerry gazed at Alan, who was suspended against the wall, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Though not intimately acquainted with Alan, they were comrades, and a sense of sorrow for the fallen echoed within him. Biting his lips slightly, he tightened his grip on the whip and, with a faint smile, turned to Yang Bo, saying, "Commander, shouldn't we inquire about some matters?" "Inquire?" Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. "No need. If he wishes to speak, he will. If not, no amount of questioning will yield results. My intent is merely to vent some pent-up frustration. If you wish to ask, do so. If not, just assist me in striking him. Do not fret for his life. He has already become a vampire. Even if his limbs are severed, they will regenerate. If necessary, we can always replenish his blood." With that, he turned and settled onto a nearby sofa, casting a glance at the minimap. No new red dots appeared, but an abundance of white dots had emerged. Yang Bo surmised that the prior gunfight had drawn the attention of the police. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved his phone from his backpack and dialed Coulson's number, gesturing to the conflicted Jerry to take a break. "Jerry, if you find it hard to strike, take a moment to rest. I shall make a call. After all, he is not a complete villain. If you are reluctant, we can postpone this." After a brief ring, the call connected. "Young, hold on a moment." Upon answering, Coulson's voice, tinged with resignation, reached him, followed by the sound of footsteps. He was likely searching for a secure location. After a brief pause, Coulson inquired, "What is the matter? Speak. What unfortunate news do you bring this time?" Yang Bo chuckled. "Why do you assume I could only bring bad tidings when I call you?" Having collaborated numerous times, they had grown familiar, with Coulson occasionally indulging in jest. "Well, if memory serves me right, your calls either involve me assisting you in gathering items or you being attacked. So, enlighten me. What is the situation this time?" Yang Bo laughed heartily. "You have quite an eye for observation. The agents of Hydra have come to surveil me, but I have eliminated them. I left behind one member of Hydra and a single agent from SHIELD, while the rest have been dealt with. You may wish to contact Fury. He should be aware of the situation. I am curious to know your thoughts on this Hydra agent. If you have no interest, I shall dispose of him shortly." Coulson paused before responding, "Yang, I am currently in Los Angeles, attempting to make contact with Tony Stark. Because of your actions, Fury has developed a profound distrust of SHIELD's internal members, and as the only one privy to the details, I find myself utterly overwhelmed. I will inform Director Fury of this matter. He has already begun arranging for Agent Romanoff to take over my responsibilities and to liaise with you." Young Bo was taken aback. Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984 in Stalingrad, was trained from a young age by Soviet operatives to become an agent. Her body, modified by the former Soviet government, significantly slowed her aging process and enhanced her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of rigorous physical and mental training, she had transformed into a lethal Black Widow. Having betrayed the Soviet organization known as the Red Room to join SHIELD. Despite her age, her beauty was undeniable, especially with her well-trained physique, which stirred a certain restlessness in one's thoughts. Yang Bo considered purchasing a vehicle for himself, yet occasionally hailing a cab seemed an insignificant inconvenience. Moreover, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Black Widow had yet to reach the status of being merely a bus-level character as a sign of respect for broadcast standards. Addressing Coulson on the other end of the line with utmost seriousness, he remarked, "Let us refrain from contacting each other in the future. I fear Natasha may misconstrue our communications." Coulson replied, "Do not jest with me, Yang. I wish to inquire if you are aware of Tony Stark's recent disappearance." You are asking me? Do not tell me SHIELD is incapable of investigating this matter thoroughly. If that is the case, you might as well join Fury at the Chinese restaurant to wash dishes." Coulson was momentarily at a loss for words, before reluctantly stating, "We do indeed have a suspect. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries. He has been secretly engaged in arms dealings with terrorists. It appears he has some involvement in Tony's abduction as well. Well, that is somewhat acceptable, not entirely incompetent." Yang Bo summarized his evaluation of SHIELD as the most formidable organization operating publicly. It was hard to believe they could not locate the Ten Rings hideout in Afghanistan. This situation suggested that the Hydra faction within SHIELD D. Did not wish for Tony to return. Coulson, I do not wish to discuss this further. Iron Man is currently in a formative stage, and I have no desire to encounter an arrogant, brash Iron Man in the future, so I prefer not to influence the trajectory of his narrative. As he pondered, Yongbo's thoughts drifted to the antagonist Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2. Indeed, this is a remarkable individual, far superior to the so-called scientists employed by Justin Hammer Industries. Most importantly, his father is undoubtedly still alive. If we can locate him, it would be akin to acquiring a 2-for-1 deal. Contemplating this, Yongbo felt no inclination to squander time, although there remained a considerable interval before the plot of Iron Man 2 commenced. Should Anton Vanko unexpectedly meet his demise ahead of schedule, it would be a significant loss. Consequently, Yongbo felt no pressure in treating Anton Vanko's affliction. A bucket of milk combined with the healing potion should suffice, and if that fails, he could always transform him into a vampire. Coulson, since you are in Los Angeles, I shall refrain from conversing with you further. Kindly provide me with Natasha Romanoff's contact information. I have some serious matters to discuss with her. Coulson, face forward, not backward. Chapter 61, A Bountiful Harvest in Hell's Kitchen. Jerry navigated a black SUV through the chaotic streets, slowly transporting Yongbo. Above them, a shadow loomed ominously in the sky. Trailing the vehicle, the car progressed at a leisurely pace, scarcely faster than a jog, while distant gunfire echoed from the narrow alleys. Yongbo inhaled deeply and remarked, Jerry. As expected, the air in America is indeed sweet, imbued with the scent of freedom. Jerry remained silent, although Yongbo's words seemed flawless. He sensed a hint of mockery in his tone. At that moment, a somewhat dilapidated motorcycle revved up behind them, the engine roaring as the rider, a black man, sped up to the driver's side window and abruptly applied the brakes, leaving a long black mark on the pavement. Hey, hand over your money. Don't move. One assailant brandished a handgun, aiming it at Jerry's head, while the other leaped off the motorcycle and pointed his weapon at Yongbo. If you don't want a hole in your head, hurry up and give me the cash. The man spoke while scanning the surroundings, his body restless and agitated. Sighing, Yongbo thought, indeed, this is Hell's Kitchen. Before he could finish his lament, the imposing figure of Paul descended from above, crashing onto the motorcyclist. Seizing the moment of distraction, Yongbo swiftly grabbed the assailant's gun arm and twisted forcefully. With a sharp crack, a pained scream erupted as Yongbo caught the falling handgun and tossed it into the back seat, where an array of at least 20 to 30 assorted weapons lay stacked. With determination, Yongbo opened the car door and forcefully collided with the assailant, stepping onto his chest without hesitation. He turned to Paul and urged, quickly, take care of this one too. All right, boss, toss me a few more bottles. This blood vial is full again. Paul's excited voice rang out as Yongbo threw him several glass bottles. Jerry exited the driver's seat, deftly rummaging through the pockets of the two assailants. His skill was not surprising, having searched through dozens of petty criminals and over a dozen vampires that night. One could hardly be clumsy after such experience. Suddenly, the buzzing of a phone broke the tension. Yongbo reached into his pocket and retrieved the device, noting an unfamiliar number, which immediately conjured the name of Black Widow in his mind. He answered the call, and a sultry voice came through. Mr. Yongbo? Is this Natasha? Indeed, I'm Natasha Romanoff, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I will be coordinating with you from now on. I have arrived at Times Square in New York. Her voice was alluring, yet conveyed an unmistakable air of distance. Wait for me. Having spoken, Yongbo forcefully kicked the head of the thug at his feet, silencing his anguished cries. I am currently dealing with some matters outside, but shall return shortly. He hung up the phone and turned to Paul, stating, It is nearly dawn. Let us return home. Upon hearing this, Paul immediately transformed into his bat form, revealing the unflinching thug beneath him, whose still heaving chest attested to his continued existence. This night, Paul had not taken a life. Rather, he had merely drained the thugs of their vitality, leaving them gasping for breath. Whether they would subsequently fall prey to vagrants for some nefarious purpose was a concern far beyond the minds of the few present. Paul grasped the blood and glass vials and soared to the roof of the vehicle, obediently lying down. Hearing the commotion above, Yongbo called out to Jerry, homeward bound. The black SUV sped away, leaving only a legend in the wake of Hell's Kitchen. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo arrived at the entrance of Central Park. A quick glance around revealed no sign of Natasha. He exited the vehicle, retrieving a pickaxe to stow the car within his backpack. Although Jerry had witnessed Yang Bo extracting the car from his backpack before, seeing it once more left him utterly astonished. As they walked homeward, dawn approaching. Paul's transformation would soon be untenable under the sun. Yang Bo had no intention of carrying Paul home at that hour. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, he spotted a figure standing at the edge of the woods, dressed in a form-fitting black suit. The silhouette accentuated her alluring physique, with a stern face devoid of any smile, scrutinizing Yang Bo with a piercing gaze. Soon, Yang Bo reached the woodland's edge. Extending his hand with a smile, "Welcome, Ms. Romanoff." "Good day, Mr. Yang Bo." The Black Widow maintained her serious demeanor as she shook his hand, then continued. "I have received directives from Director Fury. I will be responsible for liaising with you to assist in resolving your issues." Yang Bo nodded gently. Yet the expressionless visage of the Black Widow extinguished the fervent, wicked thoughts that had flickered within him. While he harbored a fondness for beautiful women and the desire for intimate encounters, he had no interest in pursuing someone who was indifferent to him. Financially secure, he could easily purchase a yacht and host a lavish party. "Let us converse as we walk." Yang Bo turned with Jerry, heading in the direction of home, stating, "I would like your assistance in locating two individuals, Anton Vanko and his son Ivan Vanko. Anton, a physicist, has been exiled to Siberia, and I require SHIELD's help to find him. However, I do not wish for anyone to contact him. I intend to retrieve him personally." "Understood. I will reach out to Director Fury." The Black Widow replied promptly, diligently committing Yang Bo's request to memory. She retrieved a gray communicator from her chest pocket and began contacting Director Fury. A few minutes later, the Black Widow approached Yang Bo, saying, "Director Fury wishes to speak with you." Yang Bo's expression momentarily faltered as he instinctively took the communicator, raising an eyebrow in feigned curiosity. "Hello? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. The signal seems poor. There is no sound. Ms. Romanoff, is this device malfunctioning?" With that, he returned the communicator to Black Widow, deliberately ignoring the voice of fury emanating from it. Black Widow, left with no alternative, took the communicator back. A smile crept onto Yang Bo's face. Ever since he had surreptitiously stowed the Tesseract in his backpack, the bumbling director had been incessantly attempting to retrieve it. He had even blocked Fury's number. Yet the man remained fixated. It was truly amusing. Did he not consider that the Tesseract was now firmly in his possession, making its return implausible? Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Fury's countenance darkened to a shade deeper than the bottom of a pot. Were it not for the apprehension of eliminating Yang Bo, he might have thought that the Tesseract, now ensconced in an alternate dimension, would be irretrievable. The very notion of eliminating Yang Bo crossed his mind. Initially, he had merely intended to test Yang Bo's resolve, yet the hunter had become the hunted. With no other recourse, he placed his hopes on Black Widow, instructing her, "Maintain a cordial relationship with him, and report any developments directly to me." Chapter 62. Leisurely daily life. The ambience of the home was rather modest. Inviting one to sit casually, the Black Widow accompanied Yang Bo to his residence, instructing Jerry to fetch a bottle of soda, which he had deliberately procured for entertaining guests. The matter concerning Ivan Vanko required urgency, as his father was gravely ill. Yang Bo feared that prolonged delays might lead to irreparable consequences. Seated upon the sofa, Yang Bo spoke earnestly as he accepted the soda from Jerry, taking a sip, albeit regrettably, it was not chilled. "No problem, Mr. Yang Bo," replied the Black Widow. "But do you possess any more detailed information? It would simplify our search for them." Yang Bo shrugged. "Unfortunately, this is all I know. Were I aware of the exact address, I would not require your assistance." He pondered for a moment before continuing, "They are human, after all, even in seclusion. It is implausible for them to leave no trace. Whether through the internet, television, phone calls, or even shopping, there will always be some hints left behind." Additionally, Anton Vanko was previously a partner of Howard Stark, but was unfairly treated and expelled from the United States. You might begin your investigation from this point. The Black Widow nodded, deeming this information sufficient. Should they fail to locate their target, it would indeed reflect poorly on S-H-I-E-L-D. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a darkened corner of the house. Instinctively, the Black Widow glanced in that direction, while a smile crept onto Yongbo's face. Rubbing his nose, he remarked, "You know, I have quite a few enemies, so it's perfectly normal to have one or two come over as guests. I assent it?" With a knowing look, the Black Widow responded, "I possess numerous interrogation techniques. Would you like my assistance?" Prior to her arrival, she had received some intel from Fury, learning that Yongbo was harboring a traitor from S-H-I-E-L-D, which was one of the reasons for her personal visit. She needed to extract certain intelligence from him to report back to Director Fury. Feigning surprise, Yongbo rose and took her dainty hand in his, excitedly exclaiming, "That would be splendid. Come with me." He mused to himself, how is it that the Black Widow, who handles firearms daily, possesses such soft hands? Could it be that S-H-I-E-L-D has some special skincare treatments? I must inquire with Coulson at some point. Turning, he led the Black Widow to the guest room, a luxurious suite specifically constructed for the Hydra operative, Arlen. The room was entirely crafted from obsidian, a material of remarkable hardness. Even after firing his enchanted sniper rifle, the surface merely exhibited a slight crack, which would heal within 3 seconds, rendering any thoughts of escape futile. According to Yongbo's tests, it would require over 10 shots from the sniper rifle to shatter the obsidian entirely. The iron door at the entrance was the most vulnerable point. However, for added security, Yongbo had installed 2 layers of iron doors. At that moment, the doors stood ajar, and before they stepped inside, Yongbo caught sight of the corpulent figure of Boar sitting in the corner of the room. Holding a small whip in hand, Yongbo incessantly struck Alan, observing the exhilaration on Boar's face with a frown. He hastily interjected, "Boar, take a break for a moment." It was not out of concern for leaving a poor impression on the Black Widow. Rather, Boar's diminutive stature and his comical flailing were utterly lacking in intimidation. Upon hearing this, Boar reluctantly transformed into his bat form, as his human size would have monopolized more than half the small room, making it difficult for Yongbo to maneuver. "Boss, just leave him to me. I can undoubtedly extract all the information from him. Even if you wish to know at what age he first engaged in self-pleasure, I can make him confess." Yongbo rolled his eyes in response. "I am not a pervert. I have no interest in such trivialities." "All right, you observe and learn the interrogation techniques of S-H-I-E-L-D, he instructed, stepping aside to allow the Black Widow entry. She first reached out to caress the somewhat warm obsidian wall before directing her attention to the agent, Alan, suspended against it. His combat suit had been completely stripped away by Yongbo, leaving him clad in only his underwear, his body adorned with deep purple welts. To her mild surprise, he was rapidly recovering. With a yellowing sock stuffed in his mouth, he stared vacantly ahead, devoid of any glimmer in his eyes, even as the Black Widow approached him. "I hope he hasn't been broken," Yongbo thought, a pang of concern striking him. If he were damaged, it would necessitate capturing another, and the transformation and training would consume an additional 2 days, far too cumbersome. Stepping closer, he patted Alan's cheek, which finally reignited a spark of life in his eyes. Now filled with fear as he gazed at Yongbo spit out the sock, "I have a few questions for you." Yongbo had no desire to touch someone else's foul sock, particularly one that appeared to be quite odorous. Upon hearing Yongbo's command, Alan gently prodded with his tongue and expelled the sock from his mouth. The reason he had not done so earlier was that Yongbo possessed 100 methods to ensure he would be compelled to reinsert it. Satisfied with the development, Yongbo nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. However, to Alan, this smile appeared grotesquely menacing, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, though he dared not make a sound. Yongbo turned to the Black Widow and said, "He's in your hands now. I'll tend to some wheat. If he refuses to cooperate, simply call for me. Ah, and this," he added, retrieving a vial of blood from his backpack, a gift from the well-meaning denizens of Hell's Kitchen, driven by a thirst for blood. Alan's gaze fixated on the vial as Yongbo uncorked it and poured its contents into his mouth. In an instant, his exterior bore no visible scars. He then produced another vial and handed it to the Black Widow. "Yes, you've seen the results. If you require more, have Boar come to me. Having spoken, he paid no heed to the intricate expression in Black Widow's eyes and turned to leave the guest room. No sooner had he stepped outside than he heard Boar's boisterous voice from within. Hey, gorgeous. The boss wants me to learn interrogation techniques from you, so you can't hold back. Yongbo chuckled and shook his head, greeting Jerry with a friendly nod. He placed a hand on Jerry's shoulder and strolled towards the patch of farmland he had cleared, enthusiastically stating, Jerry, this is the realm I have established for you. Henceforth, it shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Chapter 63. The Snowstorm in Siberia. Days later, a Kuan-style fighter jet pierced through the clouds and arrived in the snow-covered expanse of Siberia. Yongbo gazed out the window, inquiring, Are you certain Ivan Vanko is here? Before him lay an endless white landscape, devoid of any other color. Soon, the aircraft began to decelerate gently. The Black Widow sat beside him, fiddling with her tablet. After a few days of interaction, she had gleaned some insights into Yongbo's character. He was vengeful to a fault, bordering on madness, and possessed an obsessive fascination with vampires, routinely venturing out each night to search for them. Notably, he harbored desires without the courage to act. She noticed his restless hands, mere inches from her thigh. Yet he dared not cross that boundary. This observation elicited a subtle smile from the Black Widow. As a professional agent, she could easily discern Yongbo's inner thoughts. Upon hearing his question, she tapped her tablet and replied, Indeed, our investigation has confirmed that Ivan Vanko is right here. Yongbo's heart raced at this revelation. Ivan Vanko was of paramount importance. With him, the prospect of creating a reactor would alleviate any concerns about power for the refrigerator. If Ivan Vanko knew that Yongbo sought him for the sake of powering a fridge, he would undoubtedly resort to prying open Yongbo's mind to uncover its contents. As the plane descended from the sky, Yongbo finally discerned the structures below. Dozens of wooden houses were scattered across the landscape, their roofs laden with snow, easily overlooked from above if one did not pay close attention. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the roads outside were utterly deserted. At that moment, the Black Widow presented her tablet to Yongbo, displaying an aerial view of the town. She pointed to one of the houses, stating, Yongbo, Ivan Vanko resides in this very house. Based on his recent pharmaceutical purchases, it is evident that his father's condition is quite dire. Yongbo nodded, aligning his small map with the identified house, and smiled. Of course, if his father were in good health, I wouldn't be so anxious. With a tremor, the plane touched down. Yongbo rose and made his way toward the lounge, saying, Natasha, I'll check on them. Please wait for me on the plane. The Black Widow nodded gently, standing as she replied, All right, be cautious. Our investigation indicates that Ivan Vanko has certain personality flaws, aside from his father. He rarely interacts with anyone. Yes, I will be careful. At this moment, the cabin door swung open, allowing a biting chill to rush in. The other ordinary crew members shivered in response to the cold. However, Yongbo, clad only in a light garment, seemed impervious to the frigid air, likely due to the absence of a weather module. He took deliberate steps toward Ivan Vanko's residence, retrieving a shovel from his backpack to dig into the thick layers of snow blanketing the ground. Numerous snowballs tumbled onto the earth, subsequently collected into his pack. Seizing this opportunity to gather more snow, he contemplated crafting a snowman, envisioning an endless supply of snow. While snow served little purpose in the game, in reality, it could chill several bottles of beer and soda. As he continued to dig while progressing toward Ivan Vanko's home, he pondered how long the blizzard had raged, as the snow had already obscured half of Ivan's front door. With a series of dull knocks, the sound echoed through the air, causing Ivan Vanko, who was tending to his ailing father, to furrow his brow and glance toward the door. Typically, no one would visit his home, especially not in such treacherous weather. Setting aside the food he had been preparing, he rose and addressed his father, saying, Father, please wait. I will see who it is. Anton Vanko lay on a rickety wooden bed, appearing gravely ill, but mustered the strength to utter, Ivan, be careful. Cough, cough. A fit of coughing interrupted Anton's words. Ivan nodded, gently patting his father's chest, reassuring him, Do not worry, father. Standing at the door, Yongbo gazed curiously at the white dot on his mini-map and rapped on the door twice more. What is the situation? Are the two of them asleep? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the white dot moving toward the door. A smile broke across his face. With a creak, the door swung open. As Yang Bo prepared to speak, a dark barrel of a shotgun emerged from the gap, aimed directly at his forehead. "Who are you? What brings you here?" A man's voice demanded. Yang Bo felt no anger. It was reasonable to be met with such suspicion, especially in the rugged wilderness of Siberia. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "I am Yang Bo, here to seek Ivan Vanko. I wish to recruit you for a position." Upon hearing his name, Ivan paused momentarily before squeezing out a response through clenched teeth. "I have no desire to work for you. Please leave." With that, he began to withdraw the shotgun and shut the door. "Ah, I believe you will find it difficult to decline the remuneration I offer, Mr. Vanko." The door, which was on the verge of closing, halted, and Ivan's voice drifted from within. "Is it merely about money? Get lost. Even if I starve, I will not accept your money." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, amused. "Oh, it seems we have triggered the irresistible allure of temptation," he said, his tone calm and unhurried. "I can cure your father's illness." As soon as the words fell, the doors swung open swiftly, and Yang Bo finally beheld Ivan's appearance. He was clad in a tattered cotton coat, his shoulder-length hair reminiscent of black widows, albeit interspersed with strands of gray. In his 30s, he appeared to be at least 40. His iron teeth gleamed menacingly. "If you deceive me, I will kill you." Yang Bo loathed this phrase. He would rather be shot outright. Such harsh threats were utterly devoid of meaning. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "You know your father's situation better than I do. If I hadn't come, he would have at most 1 month left. From now on, you will be an employee under my command. Allow me to impart some wisdom. Never issue threats without understanding your opponent." Before Ivan Vanko could react, Yang Bo retrieved his sniper rifle from his backpack and pressed it against Ivan's temple, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the 2-story building, tearing a hole the size of a fist. The deafening sound nearly rendered Ivan Vanko unconscious, blood oozing from his ears. Seizing the moment of Ivan's disorientation, Yang Bo stowed the shotgun back into his backpack and produced a vial of healing potion, prying open Ivan's mouth to pour it in. "You should first test the efficacy of the medicine for your father." Chapter 64. There is no one I cannot move upon entering the room. Which was meant to be spacious, it was instead cluttered with various odds and ends and equipment. Carefully sidestepping the refuse in the corridor, Yang Bo proceeded towards the location indicated by the small map. Surveying the surroundings, he spoke with unabashed disdain. "Ivan Vanko, are you certain you do not reside in a pigsty? Can you tolerate this? Can your father?" Yang Bo's contemptuous tone snapped Ivan, who stood at the doorway. Back to reality. The healing potion he had consumed immediately took effect. His previously bleeding ear had returned to normal. However, having danced perilously close to death, he found his reflexes somewhat dulled. Turning around to see Yang Bo making his way to his father's room, Ivan finally regained his composure, suppressing the fear within him, and exclaimed, "Stop right there." Beneath his carefree exterior lay a heart devoted to filial piety. With Ivan's skills, he could easily achieve success in any company. Yet he remained steadfast in honoring his father's dying wish to eliminate Tony Stark, ensuring his father's peace in the afterlife. Yang Bo turned to face Ivan as he strode toward him, a smile gracing his lips. "You must have felt the effects of the potion I just administered. How about it? Do you not wish to give it a try? All I require is your cooperation. Is that not a simple request? I believe you would not want your father to leave this world just yet. He has suffered for a lifetime and deserves to enjoy some peace." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Yang Bo found himself momentarily taken aback. How could such villainous sentiments emerge from my mouth? Alas, it matters not. I am no saint myself. Convincing himself internally, Yang Bo donned a resolute smile and gently pushed open the wooden door leading to Anton Vanko's chamber. The dilapidated door creaked open, revealing an environment that, while not without its flaws, was somewhat better than the chaos outside. Anton Vanko gazed weakly at Yang Bo, yearning to move, yet his body betrayed him with its utter lack of strength. Yang Bo smiled and nodded at Anton before approaching him directly. "I wish to attempt a treatment for you. If you consent, simply blink. If not, you may consider me as having never arrived." Anton Vanko remained silent, his gaze fixed upon his son. Though on the brink of unconsciousness, he understood Yang Bo's request and refrained from making decisions on behalf of Ivan. Very well. I accept your terms, provided you can heal my father. Ivan's voice resonated behind Yang Bo, firm and unwavering. However, Yang Bo knew that should he fail to restore Anton Vanko, he would become an enemy in Ivan's eyes, one he would wish to eliminate even more than Tony Stark. Yet, if he truly could not heal Anton Vanko, then both father and son would not see the end of the day. To eradicate the root of the grass, lest it revive with the spring breeze, he retrieved a bucket of milk from his backpack and poured it into Anton Vank's mouth, followed by a healing potion. Under the combination of milk and the healing elixir, Anton's complexion transformed to a rosy hue at a visibly rapid pace. Yang Bo felt a profound sense of relief within. Your father is currently too frail. Even if his ailment is cured, he will require a gradual recovery. Before he could finish his thought, Anton Vank unfurled the once indistinguishable blanket draped over him and sat up on the bed. His face radiated excitement. I am healed. Experiencing the absence of pain within his body, it felt as though the previous agony was merely a figment of imagination. Ivan, witnessing his father rise so suddenly, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief and rushed forward to embrace him. Father. The father and son held each other tightly. There is no greater warmth than extending a helping hand to those engulfed in despair. Anton Vank released his son, gazing at Yang Bo with eyes that bore a hint of murkiness, finally able to scrutinize Yang Bo earnestly, a look of gratitude gracing his features. Thank you. Regardless of what you seek from us, I am profoundly grateful to you for rescuing me from the depths of hell. Yang Bo waved his hand with a smile. I have already stated my requirements. This is merely part of our transaction, so there is no need for such formality. He approached a wall plastered with photographs and magazine covers of Tony, pulled down one of the images, and turned to address the father and son. What is it? Do you wish to seek vengeance? Even if you were to kill him, Anton, your honor would never return to you, and your son would spend a lifetime behind bars. Now was the moment to demonstrate sincerity. If sincerity fails to resonate with others, it is undoubtedly insufficient. He casually discarded the photograph of Tony. Anton, all you leave your son is knowledge and hatred. Work for me. I can provide the wealth you require. He produced a gold ingot from his backpack and placed it on the ground. As scientists, the Vank father and son immediately recognized its significance. Honor. He smacked the television, which emitted a resounding thud, displaying an interview featuring Tony. I can help you obtain everything. Come with me. Observing the white dots representing the two on the mini-map, Yang Bo felt no disappointment. He lacked the domineering aura that could compel submission. There is no rush. We can train them gradually. After all, this father-son duo only needs to develop the microreactor. Ivan reached out to touch the gold Yang Bo had produced, his expression complex. Although he did not place much value on money, constructing a laboratory and acquiring materials necessitated funds. Money may not be paramount. Yet life will reveal that many aspects require financial resources. Yang Bo glanced at the scattered blueprints and equipment on the table and inquired. Organize these and accompany me to New York. We will reside there from now on. Ivan Vank and Anton Vank exchanged a glance, after which Anton spoke first. Ivan, from now on, he shall be your superior. Let us proceed together to America to reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to the Vank family. Assisting the father and son in packing their essential belongings into their backpacks, primarily blueprints and books, ensured that nothing was overlooked. Once satisfied, Yang Bo led the duo back to the Cohen-style fighter jet. Upon seeing Yang Bo return at the boarding gate, Black Widow inquired, "Have you completed the task?" "Indeed. It is done. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Please convey to Fury that I owe him a favor." After earnestly expressing these words, Yang Bo guided the Vank father and son towards the lounge aboard the aircraft. Chapter 64, Talent in Hand. The world is mine in a fast food restaurant in New York. Ivan found himself regretting the hasty agreement he had made with Yang Bo. He had initially believed that Yang Bo's assertive demeanor and grandiose claims were backed by formidable power, at least rivaling that of Stark Industries. However, upon arriving in New York, he quickly realized that Yang Bo was far from well-equipped. In fact, they had borrowed the very plane that brought them back. Not only did they lack a professional laboratory, but they didn't even have a suitable factory space. Glancing at young Bo, who was preoccupied with admiring a leggy beauty by the roadside, Ivan sighed deeply. He felt as though he had stumbled into a pit. Had it not been for the genuine gold bars young Bo had previously presented, he might have considered returning to Siberia with his father to grow potatoes. Boss, what shall we do next? Ivan's voice interrupted young Bo's daydreaming. Wiping the remnants of drool from the corner of his mouth, young Bo turned with a serious expression. Rest assured, I have already enlisted the help of SHIDLD to secure a workshop in New York. The laboratory you desire is currently being established. Your immediate task is to collaborate with your father to create a small reactor. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Young Bo casually tossed 2 gold ingots onto the Quinjet, asking Black Widow to assist in procuring a suitable facility and equipment in New York, stating that if funds fell short, they should simply call him. Ivan nodded, acknowledging young Bo's approach. Just as Tony Stark had crafted a reactor in a cave with rudimentary tools, Ivan too could succeed. This was precisely why young Bo had journeyed to Siberia to find him. Talent was the most precious treasure. After the trio had their fill, young Bo packed some food to take back to Jerry, who had been subsisting on bread alone, leaving his face looking rather unwell. The 3 strolled leisurely along the streets of New York towards Central Park. Ivan, who had never been to New York before, surveyed his surroundings with a mix of excitement and an impassive expression, as if all of it were merely routine. His father, Anton Vanko, looked around with a sense of nostalgia, remarking, "Oh, the changes here are astounding. When I was last here, there were hardly this many cars on the road, nor this much chocolate." Thankfully, his voice was not loud. Otherwise, those nearby might have rushed over to enlighten him about political correctness. As young Bo occasionally glanced at a map, he suddenly noticed a red dot appearing on it. He halted in his tracks, peering in the direction of the dot, just as a car sped past him. Inside was a man in his 30s, who never so much as glanced in young Bo's direction. Young Bo's thoughts crystallized. Hydra agents. He did not dwell on it further. Hydra operatives were ubiquitous, especially in a metropolis like New York, where individuals from all walks of life could be concealing such affiliations. Observing young Bo's sudden stop and the direction of his gaze, Ivan inquired in confusion, "What was that about the car?" Young Bo shook his head with a smile and said, "It's nothing, just suddenly remembered some matters." With that, he continued his stroll towards the park. He spoke the truth. Upon encountering the Hydra operatives, memories began to resurface, and he pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. It seems there is a company under Hydra called Cyber Technology. Perhaps I could visit them sometime to procure some equipment. Certain advanced devices were simply unattainable for purchase, and young Bo could not directly borrow from the enemy. As a patriot, he firmly believed in the principle of fighting without firearms or artillery, understanding the truth behind it. After walking for a few minutes, they entered Central Park and continued into the forest. At that moment, Ivan surveyed the lush surroundings and couldn't help but inquire, "What are we doing here?" "Going home. We might have to stay here for a while," young Bo replied. Ivan's expression darkened, and he inwardly scoffed. "Living here? Are we going to pitch a tent?" It wasn't until young Bo began to dig into the ground, revealing an entrance to an underground passage, that Ivan ceased his absurd thoughts and became genuinely intrigued by young Bo's capabilities. "Boss, is your special ability a form of supernatural power or advanced technology? May I study it?" Young Bo cast a sidelong glance at Ivan and responded, "My abilities run deep. You are still young. Take my advice if you cannot grasp it. Focus on your research of the reactor." He genuinely considered Ivan's well-being. After all, he himself was unclear about the nature of his own powers. If Ivan became engrossed in studying them, it would be a waste of time. With that, he pointed to the passage beneath their feet and said, "You go ahead. I will seal the entrance. Since you wish to research, let us discuss it after you create what I need." Ivan did not linger on the matter. Descending into the tunnel, followed closely by Anton and Wank, young Bo trailed behind, using dirt to seal the opening. Upon returning home, young Bo was struck by a profound sense of belonging, akin to a wanderer returning to their roots. He had always possessed a homebody's disposition. If not for necessity, he would prefer to remain indoors. Bull, who had been sleeping, awakened swiftly at the sound, soaring to the sofa beside young Bo. "Boss, you're back." Is this the prey you brought for me? Bull's attitude towards young Bo had grown increasingly respectful, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the Wank father and son who accompanied him. Equally captivated were the Wank duo. Although both were physicists, the sight of a talking bat sparked their immediate desire to conduct research. Young Bo, observing their expressions, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff, saying, "You should rein in your curiosity for now." He called out to Jerry, who was busy chopping wood. Once Jerry approached, young Bo continued, "Allow me to introduce you. You will all be colleagues, albeit with different roles. This is my subordinate, Bull, a vampire by nature." He then extended his finger towards the approaching Jerry and remarked, "This is Jerry, also one of my subordinates. Currently a vampire hunter." Ignoring the astonished expressions of Ivan and Anton, he continued, "These two are my employees, Anton Vank and Ivan Vank." The three men, along with a vampire, exchanged nods and shook hands, thus establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Young Bo lazily rose from the sofa and strolled towards the distance, stating, "Anton and Ivan, come over here. I will carve out a space for you to place the equipment you brought from home. However, I must inform you beforehand that there is no electricity here, so you will need to devise a solution for that. Once the reactor is constructed, I will share my vision regarding the prototype with you." The father and son exchanged glances, each finding a trace of helplessness in the other's eyes. Chapter 65, The New Workshop and Familiar Surroundings. The following day, young Bo, bearing all his recent acquisitions, arrived at the small chamber occupied by the vampire hunters. It was time to elevate his level. He produced the vampire blood from his possession and handed it over to the vampire hunter. Without any extravagant effects or sudden bursts of lightning, young Bo seamlessly ascended to level 5, earning 2 new skill points. Accessing his skill menu, he hesitated not and opted for the 3rd skill branch. Upon acquiring the skill, doubling, he could now utilize and craft dual crossbows, as well as enhance them. The weapon enhancement skill permitted the wielder to fortify their weaponry, with the ability to craft enhanced crossbows, coupled with specialized bolts. Even the most common vampires would hardly require a second shot. Young Bo nodded in satisfaction, though he remained composed. After all, the damage from ordinary weapons paled in comparison to that of the anti-material sniper rifle he possessed. Were it not for the fact that non-mod or original weapons yielded no loot from monsters, he would have no need to fabricate such trivial items. Approaching the hunter's weaponry table, he retrieved various materials and crafted a metallic dual crossbow. After toying with it briefly, he stowed it in his backpack. Buzz. The phone rang. The workshop had been purchased, located in the suburban industrial district. Just as he connected the call, Black Widow's voice resonated from the other end. Young Bo's face brightened with satisfaction. Black Widow's efficiency was truly remarkable. Having just returned from Siberia the previous day, she had already resolved the workshop matters today. If only S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were this efficient, perhaps I could take advantage of the Hydra uprising, he mused, planting a seed of thought in his mind. Speaking into the phone, he said, "Great. I'll head over with my team right away." Silently noting the address Black Widow provided, young Bo felt an odd sense of familiarity with the location but dismissed it. Ending the call and seeking out the grandfather duo engrossed in reactor research. "Hold on a moment. The new workshop has been acquired. Let us go inspect it." The Van Ku grandfather and grandson exchanged slight nods and set aside their blueprints. "Jerry, drive us there," he called out to Jerry, who was busy tending to a wheat crop. Although young Bo had spent some time in New York, apart from Central Park, he was unfamiliar with other areas. Having wandered aimlessly at night, without any particular destination, the four arrived at the location Black Widow had mentioned, and young Bo's expression darkened as he beheld the workshop before him, glancing at the desolate surroundings that appeared as though they had been licked by a dog. Remnants of his past battles. Damn it. No wonder this address felt familiar. Just a short distance away lay the abode of Blade, with the two workshops separated by merely over 100 meters. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the concrete floor echoed from within the workshop, and a striking figure emerged. Young Bo's eyes widened in delight at the sight of her attire. The quintessential urban office lady donned a fitted black blazer over a pristine white shirt, complemented by a form-fitting black pencil skirt, approximately 30 centimeters in length. suggesting that with a mere increase in stride, one might catch glimpses of alluring scenery. However, based on Yang Bo's extensive online browsing experience, he was confident in asserting that this was merely trousers masquerading as a skirt. Black stockings enveloped her long, elegant legs, and she adorned her feet with a pair of striking black high heels with red soles. The alluring figure approaching was none other than the Black Widow, her face framed by stylish black-rimmed glasses, a document folder in hand, as she made her way directly toward Yang Bo. With a gulp, Yang Bo swallowed hard, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he fancied he heard echoes, the sound of several swallows reverberating nearby. His mind raced, formulating a question. A femme fatale? Is my weakness so glaringly obvious? Yet, before he could utter a word, the Black Widow spoke directly. Here are the land procurement certificate and transfer agreement. Yang Bo absent-mindedly accepted the documents, tossing them into his backpack with a flick of his wrist. Thank you for your trouble, he remarked, having only provided her with a handful of gold. Without her assistance, he shuddered to think how long it would have taken him to purchase the factory premises. He gestured toward the factory in the distance, inquiring, "Do you know the situation with that factory over there?" It was evident that the Black Widow had conducted her own research and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the factory. She adjusted her glasses, which bore no lenses, and replied, "The place where Knife Edge resides is rented by them." Yang Bo, upon receiving this information, was hardly surprised. After all, Knife Edge was destitute enough to resort to robbing vampires and so-called underworld creatures. How could he possibly afford to purchase a factory? A radiant smile spread across his face as he leaned closer to the Black Widow, whispering, "Is there a chance we could buy that place?" The Black Widow paused momentarily, quickly grasping Yang Bo's intention to become Knife Edge's landlord, and found it somewhat amusing. "Certainly. This industrial area is owned by a single proprietor who is eager to divest himself of it, provided the price is right." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's demeanor transformed, exuding the exuberance of a newly affluent individual. "In that case, let us acquire as much as we can. We're not short on funds." With that, he led Ivan and his son, along with Jerry, into the factory. Inside the factory, which was stark and devoid of any furnishings, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction. If it were anything like Knife Edge's disheveled workshop, he would have had to expend considerable effort to clean it up. As it stood, he merely needed to partition the space into distinct areas. "Anton, I leave the planning of this space to you and Ivan. This will be your new home." The father-son duo, Anton and Ivan, gazed around the empty factory, their minds already envisioning future possibilities, and soon began to discuss their plans. Meanwhile, Yang Bo glanced at the mini-map, noticing a green dot appearing on the periphery of the factory. Instantly, Knife Edge's figure materialized in his mind. After all, there were only a handful of individuals marked by green dots in his vicinity. Blade, Coulson, and Pole, alongside the recently transformed Jerry, were engaged in a venture in Los Angeles, where Coulson was attempting to recruit Tony. Meanwhile, Pole was napping at home, leaving only Blade to appear outside the factory. As expected, Blade's silhouette leapt through an open window, striding towards the group with a look of astonishment as he addressed Yang Bo. "Yang, what brings you here?" His gaze then shifted curiously to the Black Widow, an instinctive awareness telling him that this woman was extraordinary. Despite being a member of SHIELD, his role primarily involved assisting with unusual non-human incidents, akin to that of a guest consultant. The Black Widow's attire struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall her identity. Upon Blade's arrival, Yang Bo promptly approached him, arms outstretched for an embrace, exclaiming, "I have purchased this factory and plan to establish a laboratory here. Soon, we shall be neighbors, and I entrust the security of this place to you." Thus, Yang Bo immediately assigned Blade a fitting role. Chapter 66. Hellish Transportation. With a look of bewilderment, Blade pondered, was he not merely here to assess the situation? Why did it feel as though he had been sold out? I must venture out of town." This time, Yang Bo expressed his surprise, quickly inquiring, "What is your purpose? Has something occurred?" Blade chuckled, revealing his gleaming incisors. "Many vampires in New York have fled. I haven't received any information about them for several days. I intend to explore other cities and establish a forward base for our hunting guild. Yongbo nodded, having noticed the same. Despite the assistance of a mini-map and heightened perception, locating vampires had become rather challenging. Logically, there should not be so few vampires in New York. Blade's revelation clarified that indeed, the vampires had evacuated the city. Very well, you should investigate other cities. Call me anytime, and I will send assistance. Yongbo suggested. By the way, do you wish to bring Paul along? He has considerable experience dealing with vampires now. Upon hearing Paul's name, Blade immediately envisioned his corpulent figure and shook his head vigorously, not wishing to endure the sensation of grappling with a hefty pig once more. Observing this, Yongbo did not press further. The two discussed strategies for the new cities when Ivan Vanko approached. Yongbo turned to him. Boss, we require some additional equipment. Not a problem. We will take a stroll this evening. Ivan paused before adding, and some rare materials. Certainly, we shall venture out tonight. Yongbo replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ivan, puzzled, was still unfamiliar with Yongbo's notion of strolling, but having received a positive response, he chose not to inquire further and turned to resume discussions with his father. Glancing around the factory, Yongbo furrowed his brow slightly. While it was suitable for constructing a laboratory, it was rather desolate for living conditions. Contemplating, he resolved to attempt establishing a hellish transportation system. If successful, it would greatly facilitate movement. In the game, traversing 1 meter in the lower realm equated to 8 meters in the main world, and with the hellish portal, swift travel between locations could be achieved. I will first set up a safe house. Blade, Natasha, if you have matters to attend to, please proceed. Yongbo instructed them. Retrieving a pickaxe from his backpack and making his way towards a corner of the workshop, Blade nodded in agreement. I will return to discuss with Whistler about which city to explore. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. The Black Widow smiled faintly, stating more directly, accompanying you is my mission. Yongbo said nothing further and ventured deeper into the workshop, swiftly striking the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his figure vanished beneath the surface. In an instant, Ivan Vanko felt that researching the reactor was no longer as enticing. Exchanging glances with his father, they followed the Black Widow into the corner. A black hole, measuring 1 meter square at its entrance, had a torch inserted at the bottom, illuminating the depths of the cavern. By the time the others approached, Yongbo had already excavated over 10 meters deep and began to widen the tunnel. His figure was completely obscured from above, with only the rhythmic sound of digging echoing through the air. The Black Widow gazed into the depths of the cave, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to understand Yongbo's capabilities. After contemplating Yongbo's character, she boldly inquired, Yong, may I descend to take a look? The sounds of digging ceased, and soon Yongbo's silhouette emerged at the cave's entrance. Observing the heads peering down at him, he couldn't help but chuckle, calling out, wait a moment. He retrieved some wood from his backpack, crafted a workbench, and fashioned several ladders to bridge the tunnel. Once he ascended, he looked at the gathered individuals with a bemused expression, saying, what's so fascinating? It's merely a hole. He turned to Ivan and his son, asking, have you finalized your designs? Anton Vank met Yongbo's gaze with an awkward smile, replying, we need to wait for the equipment to arrive before proceeding. Fine, if you wish to watch, come down and see. Yongbo shrugged, returning underground, with the Black Widow being the first to descend. Yongbo stood below, glancing up at her, anxious that her high heels might slip and cause her to fall from the considerable height of over 10 meters. Even the Black Widow, despite her enhanced physique, would not fare well in such a misfortune. Before long, the Black Widow reached the bottom. The Yongbo's expression was less than cheerful. Ugh. Indeed, it's pants, she exclaimed, turning around to continue expanding the subterranean space. Soon, 100 square meter area emerged beneath the factory. The Black Widow crossed her arms, her face impassive, but her astonishment was unmistakable. She had encountered many individuals with extraordinary abilities, yet never had she witnessed someone like Yongbo, whose powers were both intricate and reliably controllable, an experience she had never encountered before. Yongbo surveyed the surrounding space. This size should suffice, but it needs some renovation. The area was still comprised of ordinary dirt and stone, looking rather chaotic. As a player of Minecraft, he could not allow such disarray. He produced the hellish bricks he had obtained from the nether and swiftly replaced the surrounding materials. Step aside and stand on the prepared area. Yongbo disdainfully glanced at the indifferent Black Widow as he filled in the last empty space. Ivan Vank reached out to touch the slightly warm wall, unable to discern the material from which it was made. "Boss, what is this?" Upon hearing Ivan's inquiry, Yongbo revealed a knowing smile, responding, "These are hell bricks I excavated from the depths of hell. If you have the time, I can take you to experience the scenery of hell." He spoke the truth. Whether one believed it or not was a matter of personal interpretation. Yongbo did not directly construct the portal. Instead, he instructed Black Widow to assist him in gathering information on the cyber technology company and to procure some essential equipment, enabling Ivan Vank to fabricate the first-generation reactor. Once everyone had been dispatched, Yongbo sealed the entrance and subsequently excavated another suite in a corner, establishing a new nether portal. After activating it, he gazed at the portal emanating purple particles and promptly leaped inside. A wave of familiar dizziness washed over him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in a blazing red realm. Stepping out of the portal, he stood frozen, captivated by his surroundings. This environment was strikingly familiar. Not far away stood the platform he had constructed, indicating that this location was in close proximity to the portal at his home. Could it be that the reality was not in a 1:8 ratio, but rather in a 1:100? Chapter 67. Nether Remnants. A piercing scream abruptly drew Yongbo's attention towards its source. A malevolent spirit, its visage twisted in fury, expelled a fireball that hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Having faced numerous explosions before, Yongbo had developed a conditioned reflex to the spirit's presence. Before his mind could fully register the danger, his hand instinctively retrieved an enchanted diamond sword from his backpack, adopting a stance akin to that of a baseball player. With a resounding thud, the fireball was deflected, soaring past him without inflicting any harm. This series of actions was executed purely on instinct. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly extracted a sniper rifle from his pack, aimed at the malevolent spirit, and pulled the trigger. A crimson glow enveloped the spirit. Its health bar diminished by more than half, leaving only a sliver behind. Just as the spirit prepared to retaliate, Yongbo fired another round, and the spirit collapsed midair, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Regrettably, no loot materialized, not even the most basic experience orb. Having vanquished the spirit, Yongbo furrowed his brow at the sight of the roaming zombified piglins and ordinary piglins nearby. Constructing a nether route on the surface posed significant risks. It was imperative to delve underground. This opportunity would allow him to excavate some nether remnants while upgrading his diamond gear to netherite. Previously, Yongbo had scoured the nether for numerous fortresses, gathering enough diamonds to craft a complete set of diamond armor. Now, he intended to mine remnants to enhance his equipment further, surrounding the portal with nether bricks to conceal his presence from the spirits. He swiftly placed torches and began digging downwards. He soon reached the 12th layer underground. Consulting his mini-map for precise coordinates, he excavated a 3x3 tunnel towards home. The efficiency of his enchanted pickaxe rendered the netherrack as fragile as tofu. However, the tool's durability plummeted rapidly, unable to withstand such work even with the benefit of experience repair. Observing the diminishing durability of his pickaxe, a look of exasperation crossed Yongbo's face. "Damn it. This high efficiency is a double-edged sword," he lamented. Reluctantly, he decided to return to the surface to collect some quartz to repair his pickaxe. A careless mishap could result in a catastrophic loss, as he had no diamonds left. Quartz, a mineral exclusive to the nether, served no significant purpose in its original form. Merely a decorative material. Nonetheless, it provided a substantial amount of experience, making it an ideal choice for leveling up in mining. After spending some time repairing his pickaxe, Yongbo resumed his journey towards home, occasionally unearthing 1 or 2 pieces of nether remnants, though they were exceedingly scarce. Half an hour later, Yongbo glanced at the coordinates on his mini-map and muttered, "It's about time." He began to dig at a 45-degree angle upwards and soon emerged in a strange forest, with the portal to his home just a short distance away. Estimating the time, Yongbo realized that what once took over an hour to traverse in the Marvel world could now be accomplished in mere minutes through the nether route. This is exceedingly convenient. Indeed, traversing through the infernal realm proves to be the optimal means of swift travel. Upon returning home through the portal to the netherworld, Yangbo wore a satisfied smile, promptly placing the ancient remnants he had unearthed, 17 pieces, in the furnace. Each nether alloy ingot necessitated 4 shards of nether alloy combined with 4 gold ingots for synthesis. However, Yangbo had devised a plan. He would first upgrade all his equipment to alloy sets, thereby significantly enhancing his sustained combat capabilities. After a cacophony of clinks and clatters, he transformed all his diamond gear into nether alloy equipment at the forge. Yangbo concealed his gear, admiring his striking black and purple alloy ensemble, which shimmered with a violet aura, evoking the image of a formidable warrior. How splendid it is! He felt immense satisfaction with his current appearance, imparting an impression of solidity and strength. Upon returning to the factory, Yangbo constructed several rooms intended as staff dormitories and offices for Ivan and his son. Reclining on the sofa in the makeshift office, Yangbo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, observed Anton and Ivan with a measured tone. "You are both aware that I require your assistance in crafting a reactor, but I seek more than a mere refrigerator power source." Flicking ash into the ashtray, he straightened and earnestly addressed them. "I need you to develop a set of combat armor powered by the reactor's energy, capable of traversing both sky and sea. Given the ample materials and equipment, I trust this will not pose a significant challenge for you." Ivan Vanko, seated across from Yangbo, nodded slightly at his words. Although the task appeared somewhat troublesome, it merely represented a minor inconvenience for him. He had previously contemplated various applications for the reactor, albeit not specifically in the realm of combat armor. "This is not an issue," Ivan declared, grabbing the food Yangbo had prepared from the table and indulging, revealing a set of steel teeth. Meanwhile, Anton Vanko, exhibiting a greater sense of decorum, sat on the sofa, akin to Yangbo, with a cigarette in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke. Since arriving in America, Anton had gradually relinquished decision-making to his son, increasingly embodying the persona of a pure scientist. Yangbo was pleased with Ivan Vanko's prompt acquiescence to his request. "I understand that you do not yet trust me completely, however. I can assure you that you will find no better employer than myself." "Indeed, Ivan. In addition to the battle armor, I entrust you with the electrical supply issues for the household." Ivan retorted, "Do not presume that being the employer grants you free rein. Should you bring up household appliances again, I may very well lose my temper." Yet, such thoughts remained merely in his mind. The first impression Yangbo had left on him was profoundly etched in his memory, and ultimately, Yangbo was his father's savior. So he would not allow minor grievances to sever their rapport. Yangbo, after finishing his words, retrieved a detailed dossier regarding the cyber technology company from his backpack and began to peruse it intently. Before long, a smile graced his face as he turned to Ivan and said, "This evening, accompany me. We shall procure some equipment and materials." Ivan, without contemplating the necessity of venturing out at night for such acquisitions, readily agreed, his mind already racing with thoughts on how to fabricate the armor that Yangbo had described. Chapter 68. Arriving with Enthusiasm. Departing with disappointment, Yangbo sat in the front passenger seat of the car, surveying the dazzling cyber technology logo gleaming from a distant building, his chin resting on his hand as he mentally prepared for a zero-cost acquisition. "Jerry, take a drive around. I'll call you once it's done." Yangbo patted Jerry, who was at the wheel, and tossed a bottle of invisibility potion to Ivan in the back seat. "Open it and take a sip, but remember to return the bottle to me." With that, Yangbo exited the vehicle and settled into the back seat. Ivan hesitated momentarily before uncorking the potion and pouring its contents into his mouth. Oh no! Ivan was startled by the effects of the invisibility potion, watching in astonishment as his figure began to fade. How is this even possible? Seeing Ivan's silhouette vanish from the back seat, Yangbo felt quite pleased with the potion's efficacy. Even though he could only rely on the mini-map to ascertain Ivan's location, he teased, "You're a physicist, not a sorcerer. Don't overthink the potion. Just follow my lead." "Ivan." As the car door swung open, Ivan stepped out, and Yangbo also retrieved a bottle of invisibility potion for himself. "Ivan, just head towards the building. I will follow you." "Understood." The small dot representing Ivan on the mini-map began to move towards the cyber technology building, and Yongbo trailed closely behind him. Jerry, seated in the driver's seat, noticed the rear door closing and promptly drove away from the scene. Cyber technology is a global high-tech enterprise, delving into various fields, but its forte lies in biotechnology, which explains its subsequent research into the crisis virus and death warriors. The New York branch is merely one of their many subsidiaries scattered across the globe. Before long, the duo arrived at the building's entrance, now shrouded in night. The doors were firmly shut, and 2 security personnel were stationed outside, sipping coffee while their gazes occasionally drifted toward the entrance. Observing this, Yongbo whispered, "Let us head to the rear of the building." For others possessing invisibility, entering the edifice would typically involve either the front entrance or some method of climbing inside. However, for Yongbo, the building appeared almost as vulnerable as a bear maiden. They meandered around to the side of the structure, where Yongbo halted Ivan and opened the minimap to assess areas with fewer adversaries. Yet, upon unveiling the map, Yongbo fell into silence. There were only a sparse 3 or 4 red dots scattered across the map, while a dense cluster of white dots filled the rest. Soon, he discerned the underlying issue. Whether Hydra or vampires, all thrived in the shadows of the unsuspecting masses, much like capitalists who always yearn to remain the oppressors. Thus, within the cyber company, only a select few in leadership were Hydra agents, while the vast majority comprised oblivious workers. Since we're here, let us venture inside and see what unfolds. Yongbo retrieved a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and quickly struck a vacant section of the wall, demonstrating that the concrete was hardly more resilient than iron or before the might of the diamond tool. Within mere seconds, a breach measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters high manifested in the wall, prompting Ivan to approach without needing any invitation from Yongbo. Let us proceed inside. Upon entering, Yongbo deftly replaced the concrete he had removed from the wall. The room was a commonplace storage area, housing various cleaning implements. And due to the late hour, it was devoid of any occupants. Exiting the chamber, Yongbo grasped Ivan's clothing and made his way towards the staircase, all the while scrutinizing the small map and remaining vigilant of the surrounding light points and environment. The first floor was rather unremarkable, featuring only a few ordinary rooms, and nothing particularly noteworthy aside from that. Ascending swiftly, they soon reached the 4th floor, where the small map displayed a detailed layout, revealing several special rooms. Observing the sealed security door, Yongbo inwardly lamented its existence and extracted his pickaxe to dismantle it. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air, causing Yongbo to furrow his brow. He then noticed the surveillance cameras positioned within the building. The personnel in the monitoring room were likely more bewildered than Yongbo, as the door to the 4th floor had inexplicably vanished. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the 1st floor, unmistakably indicating a multitude of individuals ascending. Witnessing this, Yongbo tugged at Ivan's shirt and whispered, "We must leave at once." They narrowly evaded a group of security personnel and retraced their steps out of the building. Had I known, I would have ventured in alone. Yongbo sat disgruntled on a bench, casting a helpless glance at the distant structure. If he had been alone, he would have charged in, dismantling the equipment inside and stowing it away in his backpack, even if it meant resorting to gunfire or employing other nefarious technologies. He would have had no cause for concern. The worst he could do was leap from the upper floors, executing a dramatic landing. Having Ivan alongside him was undeniably a hindrance. Yet, without Ivan, he would struggle to discern which equipment was truly valuable. Alas, I shall summon a biologist to assist us instead. Soon, the effects of the invisibility potion wore off, and 2 figures materialized on the bench. Ivan, tomorrow I shall provide you with funding. Acquire whatever equipment and materials you require. If there are matters that money cannot resolve, inform me, and I shall devise a solution. Yongbo was compelled to settle for second-tier equipment, as procuring top-notch gear with mere currency proved challenging. Suddenly, a thought of fury crossed his mind. Now that he was aware of the inner workings of SHIELD, perhaps he could indeed procure equipment from within the agency. Ivan, however, showed little reaction to this proposal. During their time in Siberia, he had managed to conduct research using an assortment of makeshift devices. Now, The prospect of utilizing even second-rate or first-rate equipment left him with few complaints. Yet, at present, he was fixated on a singular inquiry. "Boss, do you have any more of the potion you provided me? Could you possibly procure another vial?" Yongbo gazed into Ivan's fervent eyes and sighed as he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack and tossed it to him. The potion grants invisibility for a duration of 8 minutes, the effects you have already experienced. Once you extract the reactor, you may delve into further research. He too was curious about what innovations could arise from a data-driven potion. He took out his phone to contact Jerry, and soon Jerry arrived. Driving back to their location and parking the car in front of them, settling into the passenger seat once more, Yongbo glanced at the safety door nestled in his backpack, a smile gracing his face as he comforted himself with a sense of victorious optimism, at the very least. This trip was not in vain. I shall return with a safety door. As Jerry pressed the accelerator, the car swiftly departed from the site. He then inquired, "Boss, where are we headed?" Leaning back in the passenger seat, Yongbo softly replied, "Let us seek out those vampires lurking in the shadows. This evening, I am rather displeased and wish to have a heart-to-heart with them." Internally, Jerry mused, "Whether you are in high spirits or low, you still seek out vampires. Might we not find excuses next time?" Chapter 69. The New Mod. Twilight Forest. A tranquil week has passed, and Yongbo's life has gradually settled into a rhythm. During the day, he explores the Nether in search of fortress structures or indulges in fishing, while at night, he instructs Jerry to drive around in pursuit of all the red markers. Another fulfilling day has come to an end. As Yongbo stepped out of the passenger seat, he gazed at the sun rising on the horizon, its warm rays bathing him in light. Listening to the melodic calls of birds emanating from a distant park, he stretched lazily. Loading Twilight Forest mod. Loading successful. Suddenly, a familiar synthetic voice resonated in his mind, causing Yongbo, still stretching, to freeze in place. Twilight Forest. This mod is undeniably one of the most classic in Minecraft, and it has become one of the most familiar to him since he began exploring mods. The recent decline of vampires had rendered his days somewhat dull, prompting him to occasionally call to inquire about the situation on Blade's side. However, the time was too brief. Blade had yet to find his footing, let alone establish a suitable stronghold. Turning to Jerry, who was seated in the car, he called out, "I'll head back first. You go to the factory and ensure that no unsavory characters approach the premises." "Understood, boss," Jerry replied, driving off. Watching Jerry's departing figure, Yongbo felt a renewed urge to exploit the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, lamenting the scarcity of capable subordinates. Upon returning home, a man approached him directly. "Boss, you have returned." The voice was filled with humility, and a look of reverence adorned his face. This man was none other than Alan, a captive of Hydra. A few days prior, when Yongbo had visited the guest room to offer some comfort, he had been taken aback to see that Alan's red dot on the mini-map had transformed into green. Moreover, he obeyed Yongbo's commands without hesitation, even appearing honored when subjected to the whip. At that moment, Yongbo had been utterly bewildered, ultimately concluding, could this unfortunate soul have been broken? Since he had transformed into a green dot, Yongbo decided against further tormenting him. Instead, he assigned Alan the task of overseeing the agricultural work that Jerry had previously undertaken. To facilitate this, he had even modified Alan into a vampire within the mod, though he refrained from granting him any upgrades. Casting a glance at the various crops that had been harvested in the newly planted saplings, Yongbo nodded in satisfaction. "Well done," he remarked, retrieving some food he had purchased outside and handing it to Alan. "This is for you. Eating bread every day isn't sustainable. When I find some animals, I'll entrust their care to you, and we can improve our meals." Alan received the food with palpable excitement, treating it as if it were a treasure, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Just let me know if there's anything you need me to do." Seeing Alan's obsequious demeanor sent a shiver down Yongbo's spine. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "All right, go eat. I have other matters to attend to." Without a word, he left Alan behind and made his way towards the nether portal. He retrieved a pickaxe and began to excavate a small chamber beside the portal, preparing to construct a gateway to the Twilight Realm. With dirt, he fashioned a 4x4 frame on the ground, leaving a 2-2 space in the center to fill with water, creating an infinite water source. He then took various flowers, collected from seeds earlier, from his chest and planted them around the muddy perimeter of the pool. Taking a deep breath, young Bo prepared himself. Activating the Twilight Portal was unlike the Nether Portal. It required a diamond to be cast into the water pool. Most crucially, at the moment of activation, a bolt of lightning would strike the pool. Although the damage was minimal, he was not inclined towards masochism. He quickly retreated a few paces, extracted a diamond from his backpack, and readied himself to throw it into the pool. During his fishing endeavors, his skill in skipping stones had improved significantly, making the act of tossing a diamond feel effortless. With a resounding boom, thunder roared. Even though young Bo was somewhat prepared, it still startled him. A lightning bolt surged through the thick earth, striking the water pool, transforming its once clear surface into a portal resembling that of the Nether, albeit situated on the ground. On the sofa outside, Bor merely twitched an eyelid at the sound before slipping back into slumber, while Alan, at the dining table, glanced up in young Bo's direction with a flicker of concern in his eyes. However, without young Bo's command, he refrained from venturing over. Wary of learning things he ought not to know, young Bo gazed at the successfully activated portal, a smile of excitement blossoming on his face. At last, he could amass abundant resources and no longer needed to scavenge for scrap metal outside the factory. It was quite a fall from grace for a proud interloper like him, who once pondered daily on where to scavenge for metal scraps. Now, he found himself in a position where certain unique resources, such as redstone and lapis lazuli, were scarce and difficult to acquire in large quantities. Approaching the portal, young Bo scrutinized the violet gateway beneath his feet, checked his backpack and gear for any issues, and with a determined breath, leaped into the portal. There was no sensation of dizziness. Instead, darkness enveloped him momentarily before he felt solid ground beneath his feet. The sounds of cicadas filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the calls of various creatures. This forest was abundant with oak, birch, and towering twilight oaks, their surroundings adorned with diverse flowers, mushrooms, and unique twilight flora. Numerous animals wandered about, painting a picture of tranquility and harmony. At that moment, young Bo felt akin to a muggle entering Hogwarts, overwhelmed by the enchantment that surrounded him. He found himself in a forest world cloaked in eternal night, teeming with new life and vegetation. Not far ahead stood a towering structure, the Lich Tower. Young Bo immediately recognized its identity. This Gothic-style edifice was grand, housing numerous rooms that once brimmed with civilization's essence, now worn and dilapidated. In this very place lies the domain of the Lich, the second boss in the Twilight Forest. At that moment, a deep blue goblin materialized in a clearing, clutching a tome enveloped in magical radiance, and dashed straight towards young Bo. Well, this is more like a bear monster. It looks rather abstract. Young Bo couldn't help but scoff at the name hovering above the creature, for it bore little resemblance to his preconceived notion of a goblin. Having not defeated the Naga boss, he ventured into the Lich's territory, where goblins would immediately spawn nearby, each carrying an explorer's note, the very book held by the goblin. He drew his diamond sword, poised to await the goblin's approach as it scurried towards him with its short legs. With a graceful leap and a downward slash, the sharp diamond sword, enhanced with a level 4 sharpness, swiftly depleted the goblin's meager 13 hit points. He collected the goblin's drop, then notes on the spire. I hadn't encountered this during my previous gaming sessions. I wonder what secrets it holds. Young Bo opened the notes and began to peruse the contents. Explorer's notes. Chewed by beasts, I commenced my investigation into the peculiar aura surrounding this tower. Each brick of the edifice is safeguarded by a potent enchantment. Such formidable power is unprecedented in my experience. This spell even extends its influence over the surrounding area. In my homeland, I possess numerous methods to counter such magic. Yet here my supplies are woefully inadequate. I shall delve deeper into my research. Several entries later, significant progress. During my journey, I encountered a serpentine behemoth, ensnared within an elaborately adorned courtyard. At that moment, I picked up a weathered feather, neglecting the green scales that lay scattered. It turned out that these green scales possessed the magical properties necessary to dispel the enchantment, albeit their power was rather feeble. I must eliminate the serpentine creature directly to acquire a fresher specimen. Chapter 70. The arrival of the Naga boss. Yongbo's arrival shattered the tranquility of the eternal night forest, disrupting its once harmonious ecological balance. He flawlessly executed the behavioral guidelines of the fourth calamity, leaving chaos in his wake. After such a long time, I can finally savor the cooked pork chop from the game. With a freshly roasted piece of meat in hand, Yongbo indulged himself. His previously diminished hunger gauge fully restored with just one bite. Next, he needed to seek out the crows to create a magical map. Otherwise, the limited scope of the minimap would prove insufficient. The crows were a type of small wildlife found throughout the Twilight Forest, often congregating near the obsidian pillars. In the distance stood a towering obsidian column, topped with a blue lapis lazuli stone. Approaching it, Yongbo noticed 3 pure black crows perched on the ground around the pillar. Perhaps startled by his voice, the frightened crows flapped their wings and squawked, attempting to take flight. However, their speed was hardly more impressive than that of an elderly man using a cane. Yongbo retrieved his enhanced crossbow from his backpack, a targeting reticle materializing before him. He aimed at the most vociferous crow and loosed a bolt. The crow, with only 10 hit points, was struck and instantly dissipated into smoke, leaving behind a solitary black feather that fluttered down to the ground. The first crow had dropped a feather. What splendid fortune! Yongbo had no intention of sparing the remaining 2 crows. However, this time, he opted for his diamond sword imbued with looting 3, as the feather drop would be influenced by this enchantment. Unfortunately, the crows lingered in the air, reluctant to descend. First, he decided to mine the lapis lazuli stone to see if that would entice them to land. He fashioned a makeshift structure from cobblestone beside the obsidian pillar, carefully extracting the lapis lazuli stone and stowing it in his backpack. From his elevated perch, Yongbo gazed at the crows still circling nearby. A bold idea igniting in his mind. Prepare to be struck by my aerial slash. He leapt from the top, his diamond sword slicing through the air and connecting with one of the crows that had failed to escape in time. 2 feathers fluttered down alongside him, and due to his feather falling enchantment, only a slight decrease in health occurred. What a boon that enchantment proved to be. With a cheerful demeanor, Yongbo collected the feathers, glancing up at the last remaining crow. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall let you go this time. Now, he needed to synthesize the magical map, which required a magical map core, one of the materials for which was the crow's feather. The remaining components included torchberries and glowstone dust, some of which he had previously mined from the nether. Now, he simply needed to find the torchberries. Surveying his surroundings, he soon spotted a fissure appearing on the ground and promptly made his way towards it. Torchberries were a common plant in the Twilight Underground, emitting a faint glow. When destroyed, they would yield 1 torchberry, and using scissors would allow for a complete harvest. The so-called fissure is a passage leading to an underground cavern. As expected, at the entrance of the cave, luminous torchberry plants could be seen. This cavern is quite shallow. Yongbo approached and collected all the torchberries into his backpack. Though they only replenish a small amount of hunger, they grant a 5-second glow buff. With all the materials gathered, the next step was to create a magical map. Should he first seek the hollow mine or the Naga? Soon, Yongbo synthesized a blank magical map at the workbench. As he held the map and silently invoked its use, the previously blank surface revealed the surrounding terrain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that not far to the west lay the courtyard of the Naga boss. Glancing up towards the direction of the boss, Yongbo tucked the map away with a light chuckle, murmuring, "First, I shall deal with the Naga, then seek the mine." With that, he dashed towards the Naga's courtyard to the west. After about 10 minutes, Yongbo arrived at the periphery of the Naga's courtyard. At this moment, he was erecting stone pillars, standing atop one to survey the interior. The courtyard was adorned with various columns, intricately carved, and at its center stood a cage-like spawner. The moment Yongbo stepped into the courtyard, the spawner transformed into the Naga boss. Without hesitation, he quickly placed blocks and entered the courtyard. Upon his entrance, the spawner vanished, replaced by a colossal emerald serpent, entirely composed of massive blocks. Its segments were fused together by primal energy, with gaps of at least 10 centimeters between each section. The Naga immediately detected the uninvited guest and swam directly towards Yangbo, obliterating all blocks that obstructed its path. It was enormous, but he relished the challenge. While the scale did not fully register within the game, the first-hand experience revealed the Naga boss's true magnitude. Gripping his shield tightly in one hand, Yangbo drew forth his reinforced crossbow with the other and aimed for the Naga's head, launching his assault. The Naga halted abruptly, its basketball-sized eyes fixated on Yangbo in midair. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the block beneath him shattered, sending him plummeting to the ground. Upon seeing Yangbo fall, the Naga's eyes turned crimson, and it charged forward with its gaping maw wide open, moving with incredible speed. Yangbo swiftly raised his shield. With a loud thud, he was knocked back several steps by the Naga's impact but sustained no damage. However, the Naga's eyes glazed over, becoming cross-eyed, while dizzying particles swirled above its head. Quickly switching to his diamond sword, Yangbo grasped the hilt and rushed forward, striking the Naga's head. He noted the boss's health bar plummeting rapidly, accompanied by explosive sounds emanating from the Naga's tail. Each time it accumulated 10 points of damage. A segment of its body would be destroyed, although its speed would increase. The fleeting moment of dizziness dissipated swiftly, and Naga, regaining her senses, pivoted rapidly. Unprepared, Yangbo was brushed against by Naga's robust form, yet clad in his enchanted alloy gear from the lower realms, he merely suffered a negligible loss of vitality. Thanks to the accelerated attack speed bestowed by his vampire hunter skills, Yangbo's strikes with the diamond sword were incessant, relentlessly hacking at Naga's body. As the inaugural boss of the Twilight Forest, she posed little challenge. It was a simple matter to dispatch her during her charge. In a short span, Naga's health dwindled to a mere sliver, though her speed had increased manifold compared to the beginning. Yangbo found himself unable to keep pace, forced to remain stationary and await her assault. With a resounding crash, as Naga once more collided with his shield, he seized the moment to strike, depleting her health entirely. Her colossal head emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds before vanishing into thin air. In the center, at the spawn point of the monsters, a loot chest materialized. With a sigh of relief, Yangbo, looking as if doused in water, sheathed his weapon and joyfully sprinted towards the treasure. Chapter 71. The Peacock Feather Fan. This trophy is exceedingly unattractive. Yangbo gazed disdainfully at the Naga spoils retrieved from the treasure chest. This item could be worn upon one's head and emitted the diminutive sounds of the boss. However, which gentleman of China would desire a verdant adornment upon his crown? Of course, those with peculiar tastes may reach out to me. Within the chest lay over a dozen palm-sized Naga scales, which, when forged into equipment, possessed inherent enchantment effects. Lost in contemplation, Yangbo scrutinized the green scale in his hand. If I were to deconstruct this scale, might it enable the crafting of a biological armor with unique attributes? Ivan Vanko and his son had successfully developed the reactor, and their household refrigerator was now fully operational. However, thus far, only the weaponry for the armor had been created, while the other components were still under research. With this notion in mind, Yangbo extracted a magical map from his backpack, intending to seek out a hollow mine. Such a mine not only housed a wealth of minerals but also an abundance of treasure chests, which could yield numerous precious items: Moonlight Worm Queen, Peacock Feather Fan, Transformation Powder, Ender Magnet. Additionally, he required a deconstruction platform, iron tree ingots, steel leaves, and Naga scales. There were many hollow mines to choose from, and Yangbo quickly pinpointed a medium-sized one nearest to him. The rarity of items within the treasure chest varied among large, medium, and small mines, with the medium mine offering the deconstruction platform and the Peacock Feather Fan, precisely what Yangbo needed at this moment. He hurriedly approached the mound-like hollow mine, gently furrowing his brow. As a northern native prior to his journey, the sight evoked memories of ancient tombs from his homeland. It was not merely similar. It was an uncanny resemblance. Yangbo smiled nonchalantly. He harbored no superstitions regarding such things. He boldly walked to the southeast corner of the hollow mine and planted a torch. Countless dragons seek the tangled mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a challenge. If the gate is secured by 1,000 locks, surely royalty resides within. Yangbo muttered as he retrieved his shovel and pickaxe, burrowing into the depths of the mine. Suddenly, He reflected on his own style. If he were in a tomb-raiding world, he would undoubtedly belong to the mountain mover lineage. Not to mention the treasures within the tomb. Even the wall murals and exquisite floor tiles would be unearthed. Why are there so many monsters lurking within? Is there truly no limit to spawns in the real world? This feels rather unfair. The dense concentration of red dots on the minimap would have overwhelmed him. Had he possessed a fear of clusters? Fortunately, he did not. Before long, the tunnels within the mine were cleared, and what awaited him was a deluge of arrows and slime balls. What the hell? Yongbo reacted swiftly, thrusting a torch into the fray, then utilizing a stone to seal the entrance before him. How on earth does one enter? Were it not for the 0.5-second invincibility frame after data deconstruction, he might have met his demise in that wave. Glancing at his health bar, he noted a mere 2 drops had been lost. However, as he peered ahead, he beheld a myriad of arrow tips. There was no doubt that his head now resembled that of a porcupine. In a moment of desperation, Yongbo resorted to the most practical and unsparing footwork strategy, methodically clearing the monsters within the mine. Aside from the standard creatures that would respawn, there were also unique entities from the Twilight Forest, including red-capped goblins, red-capped sappers, goblins, swarm spiders, phantoms, fire beetles, slime beetles, and pinchers. However, these were merely common creatures, posing no real threat to him. At that moment, a figure cloaked in green caught Yongbo's eye. A zombie villager. His voice brimmed with excitement. For having spent so much time in the Marvel Universe and the Nether, he had nearly forgotten about these merchants. Now, having arrived in the Twilight world, the sight of a zombie villager reminded him of these shrewd traders. Almost overlooked, their presence could facilitate the creation of iron farms, fully automated agriculture. And if the librarian could encounter a pillager captain, the mass production of undead totems would no longer be a distant dream. Yet at this moment, Yongbo had little confidence in rescuing the zombie villager from the horde. Knowing that the Twilight would spawn zombie villagers in the future, he decided to focus on clearing out the monsters first. Time passed swiftly, and the once dense throng of creatures began to dwindle, though they continued to pour in due to numerous spawning cages within the mine. As he observed the green figures of creepers in the mine, a bold idea sparked in Yongbo's mind. Let's gamble and transform this bicycle into a motorcycle. He crouched and crawled through a gap just a block high, enduring several attacks along the way. He quickly gulped down a healing potion too and dashed deeper into the mine, casually placing torches in the darkness, illuminating the cave with newfound brightness. Seeing the mass of monsters crowding behind him, a smile crept onto Yongbo's face as he drew his shield, positioning it resolutely in front of him, heedless of its rapidly depleting durability, and charged towards the creepers. With a chilling hiss, Yongbo couldn't help but chuckle. Boom. The tremendous explosion created a sizable crater, and a multitude of surrounding monsters were taken out by the creeper's self-detonation. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the creepers. The remaining scattered monsters were no longer a concern, as the presence of torches had significantly slowed their spawning rate. This expedition into the mine proved fruitful, yielding a bounty of treasures. Gazing at the vibrant peacock feather fan in his hands, he aimed it at an approaching red-capped goblin and gently waved it, unleashing a gust of wind that sent the goblin flying 6 or 7 meters away. Yongbo stared in astonishment at the fan, murmuring, "Has this thing been enhanced?" With this fan, facing the next boss, the Lich, would be akin to entering easy mode. Any attack launched by the Lich could be effortlessly repelled by the peacock fan. Moreover, upon leaping and directing oneself towards the ground, one can attain a remarkable height of 15 meters. With enhancements, it is possible that even greater altitudes may be reached. Regrettably, it cannot be utilized while airborne. Otherwise, Yongbo would already be soaring through the skies. Returning home with a sense of accomplishment, he placed the miscellaneous items from his backpack into a box, including steel leaves, iron tree ingots, naga scales, and redstone. He then journeyed to the Nether through the hellish transportation, arriving at the suburban factory. Ascending from the underground, he found that the original exit had been transformed into an office. The once desolate factory had been partitioned into numerous rooms, bustling with a multitude of employees moving about. These individuals were talents he had recruited from other companies. Otherwise, The Wank father and son duo alone would never have been able to produce a Gundam or an EVA Unit 01. Seated comfortably in his executive chair, he pressed a button on the telephone, and soon a woman's voice resonated. "Boss, please inform Anton Wank and Ivan Wank that I have matters to discuss with them." Chapter 72. The concept of biological armor in Yang Bo's office. He observed Ivan, who appeared momentarily distracted as he tapped his fingers on the desk to regain his focus. "How is it? Do you have confidence in integrating this into the armor's materials?" Ivan, holding the materials Yang Bo had placed on the table, gazed at him with a complex expression. "Is it true that this material possesses the special abilities you mentioned?" Yang Bo nodded, pointing to the deep green steel leaf on the table. "If fashioned into clothing, it would confer a level 2 fire protection effect." Anticipating that Ivan might not fully grasp the specifics of fire protection, he elaborated. Each level of fire protection reduces fire damage by 8 and decreases ignition time by 15. Ivan was momentarily taken aback. Such precise data seemed implausible. Nevertheless, he began to silently calculate. If what Yang Bo asserted was accurate, a reduction of 8 in fire potency at the first level would indeed signify an exceptionally resilient fire-resistant material. He committed to memory the characteristics of the material as described by Yang Bo, intending to conduct experiments upon his return. Then, recalling a recent news report, he exclaimed, "Boss, a humanoid, unidentified flying object was spotted in Los Angeles the night before last. I believe Tony Stark has developed a battle suit. I wish to restore my father's reputation. Genius exists beyond Stark." Yang Bo furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the green dot representing Ivan on the small map. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "Very well, it is time for you to step forward. How are your electric cables and battle suit progressing?" Ivan nodded, responding, "The weaponry, including the electric cable and chainsaw you mentioned, is complete. However, the chainsaw is prone to damage when faced with hard materials due to material constraints. As for flight capabilities, we are not there yet. Currently, we can only conduct ground attacks." Yang Bo acknowledged this with a slight nod. It was indeed no simple task to make a battle suit heavier than Ironmonger Airborne. While Ivan was undoubtedly a genius in his own right, he had yet to reach the level of Tony Stark. Regardless, Yang Bo felt no disappointment. One's own may not be perfect, yet they remain one's own. If necessary, he could venture to Wakanda to acquire advanced knowledge for Ivan. Excellent. Over the next few days, focus on enhancing the battle suit, particularly its long-range attack capabilities. The target is a heavy armor unit. Additionally, energy absorption must be included. At the very least, we need to incorporate electrical energy conversion. Request whatever you require. Do not worry about funding." Ivan nodded, feeling fortunate to have encountered a generous employer like Yang Bo. As he prepared to leave the office with the materials provided, Yang Bo's voice rang out behind him. "For now, test this material. We can incorporate additional materials later. Otherwise, it will delay progress. Something may arise on Tony's end. Once you complete the battle suit, I will find a way to help you add some special abilities." Yang Bo's thoughts turned to the enchanting table. If it were truly possible to imbue the armor crafted by Ivan with enchantments, it would undoubtedly amplify its capabilities significantly. However, if the game deemed the armor as mere equipment, it would imply that it could only be enchanted once. Should they opt for a materials-based approach, they might be able to stack numerous attributes. Regardless of the method chosen, they could only make a comparison once Ivan had completed the armor. Upon hearing this, Ivan nodded and departed the office, returning to the laboratory. Noticing the footsteps, Anton Vank, engrossed in examining blueprints, lifted his head to see his son carrying a pile of materials and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "These are some special materials from the boss," Ivan replied, placing the materials on a nearby workbench before silently sinking into a chair. Observing his son's demeanor, Anton felt a twinge of concern and asked gently, "What is it, son? Is there a problem?" Ivan looked up, revealing a somewhat sinister smile that made his already fearsome visage appear even more terrifying. "Father, the boss has agreed to let me seek out Tony Stark." Anton's expression darkened upon hearing Ivan's words, recalling the inequities he had faced. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. After a moment, Anton approached Ivan, embracing his son and softly murmuring, "Son, I've thought it over. We must not succumb to hatred. You are my most precious achievement, not that reactor. Ivan nodded and returned the embrace tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he replied, I understand, father. However, this time I shall prove that I am stronger than that Tony fellow. Due to years of exposure, Ivan harbored an inexplicable animosity toward Tony, feeling that everything Tony possessed rightfully belonged to him. Yet, with his father still alive, he found himself devoid of the life-and-death hatred. Nevertheless, he believed he must overcome Tony in technological research to unravel the turmoil within his heart. Be careful, Anton said, feeling a pang of regret but refraining from saying more. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. The father and son separated, and Ivan walked toward the laboratory entrance, opening the door to find young Bo standing outside, momentarily taken aback. Boss, is there something else? Young Bo smiled, saying apologies. I just remembered that I didn't finish my previous thought. He then stepped into the laboratory, approaching a computer where he pulled up a blueprint from the 1974 Stark Expo, projecting it onto the adjacent wall. This was a compilation of all available information regarding the expo that young Bo had specifically requested to be gathered online. The only difference was that he lacked Jarvis. However, he had Ivan. With a smile, he beckoned Ivan, saying, Come take a look. Young Bo positioned him at the holographic control panel and asked, What does this resemble to you? Ivan furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he scrutinized the expo blueprint. Yet, without the footage of Howard, he remained unaware that this was a treasure trove of knowledge bequeathed from a father to his son. And he did not consider the aspect of new elements at all. Anton Wank approached, gazing at the familiar blueprint, and remarked, Is this the blueprint for the exhibition organized by Howard? Young Bo nodded, not hesitating to elaborate, and pointed to the center of the blueprint, stating directly, Consider the central position as the atomic nucleus. Eliminate all roads, trees, and the entrances and exits of the parking lot. Then, label the protons and neutrons as structured wireframe models. After finishing, young Bo shrugged and added, That's all I know. This is the new elemental information left by Howard, which is superior to the palladium element reactor in both storage and output. The rest is up to you. Such matters require professionals. Anton Wank's expression suddenly paled. He had always believed that Howard had stolen his research, but now, upon hearing young Bo's words, he realized that Howard had developed a new elemental reactor even more powerful than the palladium reactor. Young Bo reached out and patted Anton's shoulder, saying, It's all right that you lost to Howard. You still have Ivan. Anton quickly regained his composure, looking at Ivan, who was engrossed in his research, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 73. Greed is Original Sin. Nighttime. Los Angeles Airport. Young Bo, donning a pair of black sunglasses, descended from the aircraft, accompanied by Ivan and a statuesque Caucasian woman. Boss, the car is waiting outside. Shall we head directly to the hotel, or? Young Bo adjusted his sunglasses and glanced at the sparse crowd in the airport hall. After several hours on a plane and now in the evening, though he felt no need for rest, both Anna and Ivan required some respite. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Anna, let us return to the hotel first. Take a short break, and tomorrow we shall pay a visit to Stark Industries. Understood, boss. Anna, a secretary hired at a generous salary, not only met young Bo's aesthetic standards, but also possessed formidable work capabilities, aiding him in maintaining impeccable order within the company. Why not a male secretary? The trio exited the airport and entered a Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside, with Ivan seated in the front passenger seat, surveying the outside scenery through the window. Meanwhile, young Bo reclined in his seat with closed eyes, appearing to rest, yet he was keenly observing his surroundings through a small map and his heightened perception. Indeed, a change of venue is necessary to rekindle excitement. The vampires of New York seem to have retreated into the sewers, while those in Los Angeles are rampant. I must intervene shortly to restore ecological balance. Following an upgrade, young Bo's vampire detection range had significantly expanded. Within just over 10 minutes, he had sensed more than 10 vampires, and this was merely in a bustling area. The numbers in darker corners or vampire congregations would surely be far greater. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the hotel entrance. After ensuring Anna and Ivan were settled, young Bo departed alone. In contrast to New York, Los Angeles boasts fewer skyscrapers, thus making it easier to locate a discreet spot. He retrieved a sports car from his backpack and aimlessly cruised the streets in search of suitable targets. With a cheerful screech, Yang Bo parked in front of an apartment complex, where his map indicated at least a dozen vampires within. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a concentration of vampires. Tonight promised to be fruitful. Striding towards the apartment, he arrived at a door marked 307 and knocked gently. A surly voice erupted from within, as if disturbed during an intimate engagement. "Who the hell is it?" Yang Bo maintained his smile, yet his gaze turned icy as he softly replied, "Greetings from the Community Outreach Program." The night swiftly passed. Upon returning to the hotel, Yang Bo reflected on whether his luck had been particularly favorable the previous night. The drop rate for vampire blood had been exceedingly high. He had now amassed enough materials to elevate his hunter profession by 2 levels. Furthermore, he had acquired a vial of pure blood 1/6. Upon entering his room, however, Yang Bo's expression soured, revealing a countenance of frustration. Damn it, these vampires truly lack taste. Why is the moniker of Blade so melodious? Terms like Daywalker and Blade Warrior sound appealing, yet when it comes to me, I am relegated to the title of Night Butcher. Even the appellation of Dark Night Hunter would be more acceptable. However, there is little he can do. After all, the mouth belongs to a vampire, and all he can manage is to ensure they remain perpetually silent. With a sense of resignation, he reclined onto the soft bed as the sun ascended the horizon, its rays streaming through the window and illuminating Yang Bo. His phone began to ring from his pocket. "Hello, who is this?" "Coulson." "Yang, it's me." "Coulson, I've received word that you've arrived in Los Angeles. Is that correct?" Upon hearing Coulson's voice, Yang Bo immediately perked up, chuckling lightly and jesting, "Indeed. I just reached Los Angeles last night." "Coulson, your information travels swiftly. It seems I am being monitored. It was Romanoff who contacted me last night, informing me of your arrival. What brings you to Los Angeles, Yang? Do you require my assistance?" "Certainly. I do need help. How goes your assignment?" "I'd like to inquire if, given that Tony Stark has ceased weapon manufacturing, he might be willing to sell some equipment. You know my venture is just beginning, and I am in dire need of resources." Coulson, upon hearing Yang Bo's request, did not refuse but pondered for a moment before responding. "I can inquire on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." "I understand. Whether or not it materializes is of little consequence. He is not the only one with such resources." "Where are you? Care to join me for a meal?" "I am currently at Stark Industries, preparing to discuss matters concerning Tony with Miss Potts." "Just a moment." Coulson did not terminate the call, and Yang Bo could hear the dialogue from the other end. "Miss Potts, we had an appointment. Have you forgotten?" "Soon." The voice of Tony's secretary, Potts, resonated. "I haven't forgotten. We can proceed now." "Follow me." "No?" "Yes, now. Come with me to your office. I assure you this conversation will be unforgettable." As Yang Bo listened to the exchange, vivid scenes from films danced in his mind. Since becoming digitized, his memory has significantly enhanced. "Coulson, it appears you have no time to dine with me. Let us set aside the equipment matter. Remember to call if you need assistance." Coulson, equipped with his earpiece, naturally heard Yang Bo's words. "All right, I will seek you out when time permits. We shall converse again." After hanging up, Yang Bo lay back on the bed, his gaze sharpening progressively as he murmured, "Arriving early is not as fortuitous as timing it just right. Obadiah, I shall accept your legacy." The scientist who assisted Obadiah in the development of the armor may not have completed the miniature reactor, yet the ironmonger armor they created cannot be underestimated. He currently lacks personnel skilled in enhancing armor flight capabilities. Once Obadiah is deceased, he must find a way to retrieve the data and researchers from Area 16. And if possible, those devices as well. I am certain Tony would not mind trading these useless items for his own life. Gazing at the armor crafted by Ivan nestled within his backpack, its exterior shimmering with a faint magical glow, he wore a confident smile upon his face. A gentle knocking echoed through the room, and without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo recognized it to be his diligent secretary, Anna. Ivan would never knock so softly. "Come in. The door is unlocked." The door swung open, and Anna stepped inside. "Boss, when are we departing?" Yang Bo sprang from the bed, adjusting his shirt. Observing his movement, Anna retrieved a suit hanging nearby and assisted him in donning it. We shall set off at once. Inform Ivan that it is time for him to showcase his talents. Chapter 74. Indeed. I am taking advantage of the chaos. Yang Bo was exploring the myriad advanced weaponry at Stark Industries. Today, neither Tony, Pepper, nor Obadiah had the time to entertain them. On one hand, they were facing a life-and-death crisis, and on the more palpable hand, Yang Bo's company simply lacked the stature to warrant their attention. At this moment, Ivan's expression was quite complex. He was unwilling to acknowledge Tony's superiority, yet the weapons on display at Stark Industries were undeniably enlightening, instilling in him a sense of clarity and inspiration. Yang Bo patted Ivan on the shoulder and chuckled softly. No need to get agitated. By tonight, once we have moved everything back, we can study it all at our leisure. Ivan stood momentarily in a daze. But soon a sinister smile akin to Yang Bo's emerged on his face as he nodded slightly, thoroughly validating the adage that proximity to virtue brings virtue, while proximity to vice brings vice. Upon exiting the Stark Industrial Building, a figure caught Yang Bo's attention. The rotund, bald man with a corpulent physique clad in a snug light gray suit was none other than Obadiah, the primary antagonist from Iron Man 1. Observing Obadiah's retreating form as he boarded a vehicle, Yang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. This man was nearing a third of the weight of a polar bear. It seemed he was preparing to confront Tony for the reactor. Yang Bo stroked his chin contemplatively before entering the car and instructed the driver. Take us to Tony Stark's Freedom City. Freedom City was the name of Stark's seaside villa. The driver was also an employee of Yang Bo's company, merely arranged to be in Los Angeles ahead of time. Upon receiving the command, he promptly initiated the drive towards Tony's villa. Boss, are we going to find Tony Stark? Ivan, seated in the passenger seat, could hardly contain his curiosity and turned to inquire. Yang Bo nodded gently. We are going to save his life. Ivan, taken aback, asked, Save him? Is he in danger? Yang Bo pointed to the speeding Rolls-Royce ahead and replied, Obadiah, a stakeholder in Stark Industries, is also the mastermind behind Tony's kidnapping. Observing the astonished expressions of those in the car, Yang Bo merely smiled and continued, the evidence of his clandestine dealings with terrorists has been obtained by Tony's secretary, Potts. Now, he is in a panic, ready to act recklessly. He has constructed a more formidable suit based on the designs Tony left behind. But his subordinates are incapable of creating a reactor. Hence, he is on his way to obtain one from Tony. Ivan furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He did not wish for Tony to perish before he could defeat him. Boss, are we going to eliminate Obadiah? He asked, glancing back at Obadiah's vehicle not far ahead. Yang Bo nodded softly, indeed, but not just yet. What you must do is wait until Obadiah acquires the reactor and dons the Ironmonger armor to defeat Tony. And then we shall strike. In the vehicle, the driver and Anna, Yang Bo's secretary, exhibited no reaction upon hearing Yang Bo instruct Ivan to eliminate Obadiah. Their demeanor was devoid of any signs of panic, and Yang Bo, observing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. By openly discussing such matters within the confines of the car, he was effectively issuing a precautionary warning to both individuals. The generous remuneration he provided was sufficient to render them selectively deaf and blind at critical moments. What is our purpose in seeking Tony now? Yang Bo's smile blossomed further as he replied, Isn't it to save Tony's life once again? I find it rather unbecoming to take what does not belong to me. After all, Tony and I are not adversaries. He then turned to the driver and urged, Hurry, past them. Understood, boss. Please hold on. The powerful engine of the Mercedes-Benz business vehicle roared to life, propelling the car forward with remarkable speed, the force of acceleration pressing him deeply into the massage seat. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo observed Obadiah's vehicle entering the villa and instructed those beside him, You two wait here for a moment. Ivan and I will go inside. Of course, boss. He tossed a vial of invisibility serum to Ivan, who, having prior experience with it, said nothing as they approached the entrance. The iron gate, which should have been securely closed, now stood wide open, indicating that Obadiah had deactivated the villa's security system. Yang Bo shook his head, recalling the film where Obadiah effortlessly appeared behind Tony, with J.A.R.V.I.S., providing no alerts or warnings. This could only mean one thing. Obadiah had disabled J.A.R.V.I.S. V.I.S. After consuming the potion, they ventured into the villa's interior. Upon entering the lounge, they were greeted by expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the cliffside and the azure sea below. It was then that they spotted Chong Wei, witnessing Obadiah dismantling the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony's complexion was ashen, resembling that of a vampire, utterly devoid of color, his body paralyzed, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. With the removal of the arc reactor, fragments within his body began to drift perilously close to his heart, rendering him seconds away from death. Yet, Obadiah appeared indifferent to Tony's plight, instead gazing with satisfaction at the reactor in his hand. Adopting the demeanor of a victor as he proclaimed, "Oh, how splendid! Tony, this is the symphony of creative destiny." As he spoke, Obadiah seated himself beside Tony, raising the arc reactor aloft and feigning sincerity. "Indeed, a masterpiece. Behold, it is your final legacy and the core of a new generation of weaponry." With that, he produced a small briefcase, placing the reactor within, his gaze shifting away from Tony as he murmured, "You should not have involved Potts. I initially intended for her to survive." Rising, he turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. Once Obadiah had departed, Yongbo turned to Ivan and remarked, "Villains perish due to their verbosity. Ivan, remember, never speak carelessly until our enemy is vanquished." Utilizing milk to dispel the invisibility effect, Yongbo retrieved another container of milk and handed it to Ivan, instructing, "Drink some." After this, he approached the slumped figure of Tony Stark on the sofa. At that moment, Tony, appearing somewhat dazed, gazed at the suddenly materialized Yongbo with a flicker of excitement and weakly uttered, "Save me. The reactor is in the basement. Rest assured, I shall rescue you." Yongbo replied, "Ivan, please make your way to the underground laboratory and bring up the reactor." Having consumed the milk, Ivan heard Yongbo's command. He cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Tony on the sofa before swiftly darting towards the staircase leading to the underground garage without hesitation. Yongbo imitated Obadiah's earlier demeanor, sitting beside Tony with a cheerful smile and remarked, "Tony Stark, I believe we can now discuss the value of your life. You might think I am merely taking advantage of your predicament. However, I must clearly state, indeed, I am seizing this opportunity, and I trust you 1T mind." "And no." Tony stammered, momentarily taken aback, before Yongbo abruptly rose. "Is that a no? Then I shall take my leave." "I mind," Tony replied weakly. Yongbo smirked. "Fortunately, I am rather slow in my departure. Otherwise, you would be in quite the predicament." Chapter 75. I am the electric cable. Within a cluttered garage and laboratory, Yongbo surveyed the disarray of various equipment before turning to Tony with earnestness and stating, "I have no need for monetary compensation. I trust you wouldn't mind if I took a few pieces of equipment and drove a couple of luxury cars?" At that moment, Tony Stark's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Potts, and he casually replied, "From now until I return, you may take anything from the villa, including my collection of automobiles." Yongbo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape as he gazed at Tony with admiration, incredulously asking, "Really?" "Of course." With that, Tony strode to the side and soared through the ceiling, flying towards the city. Yongbo, staring at the gaping hole left by Tony's departure, murmured in awe, "Truly, a billionaire indeed possesses remarkable audacity." Moments later, James Rhodes arrived at the villa upon receiving news. "Tony, are you in?" Upon entering the empty villa, James was taken aback. The once lavishly decorated space had been reduced to a bare shell, with even the wooden flooring vanished. He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Has Tony moved?" Meanwhile, a triumphant Yongbo was seated aboard a helicopter, en route to Stark Industries. He turned to Ivan with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such audacious demands in my life." Ivan remained silent. Yongbo patted a crate secured in the helicopter and addressed the driver. "You will take Anna back to the hotel. The forthcoming events are beyond your capacity to witness." He then instructed Anna, "Please contact the hotel and arrange for a landing area." Anna nodded, responding, "Understood, boss." Suddenly, his phone rang. Noticing Phil Coulson's name on the display, Yongbo answered with a teasing tone, "Hello, Coulson, what's the matter? Are you being chased by an ironclad fellow?" Coulson's mood darkened further at Yongbo's jest. Yong, I require your assistance. Obadiah from Stark Industries has created an armored suit and is currently pursuing me and Ms. Potts. If you are able. A loud crash echoed through the phone, and Yongbo's expression shifted to one of concern as he quickly inquired, Coulson, are you all right? Hold on. I'm on my way. Coulson had aided him on numerous occasions. The thought of losing him was unsettling. Hurry. The helicopter tilted again, accelerating swiftly, when Coulson's voice returned. I'm fine. Another individual in an armored suit just intervened and knocked Obadiah away. Yongbo paused, pondering, is Tony flying a bit slowly? Why has T arrived yet? Is the reactor's power less than depicted in the films? Coulson, find a place to hide and refrain from charging forward with your little handgun. I will be there shortly. At this moment, Yongbo had already spotted the Stark Industries building, and in no more than 2 or 3 minutes, he would reach it. The phone intermittently emitted sounds of metal clashing and explosions. Yongbo turned to Ivan beside him and inquired, how prepared are you? Ivan nodded reassuringly, do not worry, boss. I have just reviewed Tony Stark's armor data. His designs are overly conservative. Very well, get ready. 2 minutes later. Yongbo observed the fierce battle unfolding on the road below. The colossal and menacing Iron Tyrant was currently hurling Iron Man violently against the wall, embedding him into it. One must acknowledge that the shock absorption capabilities of armor in the Marvel Universe are indeed of a technological marvel, defying all logic. He retrieved an Ender Pearl and handed it to Ivan, instructing, hold this and throw it to the ground. Yongbo then demonstrated. As a multitude of purple particles replaced his figure, transporting him directly to the ground. Ivan also utilized the Ender Pearl to teleport onto the highway, but upon his arrival, he immediately coughed up blood. Yongbo extracted a healing potion from his backpack and offered it to Ivan, saying, although this can teleport you, it has side effects. Drink this potion first. When a person throws an Ender Pearl, they teleport to the point where it lands, consuming the pearl and suffering 5 points of damage. For an ordinary person like Ivan, who had merely 20 health points, losing a quarter of his health was indeed significant. Ivan accepted the potion and consumed it. The effect was instantaneous, alleviating his pain remarkably. He harbored no grievances towards Yongbo for not forewarning him about the injury. Recognizing that such items granting ordinary individuals the ability to traverse space inevitably required a small price. The air was filled with the cacophony of screams, and numerous cars lay abandoned on the road as bystanders hurried away from this perilous locale. Observing the armored clash, Coulson noticed Yongbo approaching and rushed over, earnestly stating, are you confident in handling that larger armor? If not, we should withdraw. DS support will arrive shortly. Yongbo retrieved Ivan's armor from his backpack. Its gray exterior exuded an imposing aura, with his right hand gripping a massive chainsaw, and skull insignias intricately carved on the shoulders and knees. A sense of loyalty emanated from the armor, reflecting his peculiar taste. Go forth, Ivan. Prove your worth. Ivan nodded earnestly and approached the mech. A scanning beam emitted from the armor's head, scanning him thoroughly, and soon an electronic voice resonated from within the armor. Electro. Subsequently, the center of the armor split open, revealing 3 second-generation new element reactors within. As he casually glanced inside, Ivan stepped inside, and the armor seemed to come alive. The massive chain blades whirring to life with a resonant hum. The electric armor began to close in around him, enveloping him completely. The colossal suit turned its head to glance at Yongbo before striding purposefully towards the Iron Overlord, emitting a thunderous sound. Adhering to Yongbo's principle that more is better and larger is more beautiful, Ivan's electric armor towered half a meter taller than the Iron Overlord, instantly capturing its attention upon its appearance. Who are you? Obadiah's voice trembled slightly. The electric armor was evidently formidable, especially with the ominous, buzzing chain blades in hand that instilled fear in the heart. Ivan remained silent, and suddenly, several openings on the armor revealed themselves, unleashing a multitude of small missiles that struck the Iron Overlord. Unfortunately, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, triggering the law of smoke without harm. At this moment, the positions of both parties were clearly delineated. Obadiah, having been knocked back several steps, launched a counterattack, firing several missiles in return. The electric armor showed no inclination to evade, charging forward and braving the missiles head-on, bolstered by its explosive protection enchantment, which was no mere decoration. Meanwhile, Coulson, who had been in a state of stunned silence, suddenly felt that the world around him had become somewhat alien. Just yesterday, everyone was enjoying their tanks and planes. And now, within a day, anyone could produce a suit of armor? Chapter 76. This is the second time I've saved you. The chainsaw roared as it cleaved into the shoulder of the iron behemoth, exuding an intensity that surpassed even that of a chainsaw-wielding maniac, sending sparks flying in every direction. The iron behemoth appeared more formidable than Iron Man's suit. Yet it merely bullied the energy-depleted Iron Man. Can you believe that the power transmission rod of the iron behemoth was actually designed externally? With a resounding crack, the transmission rod at the shoulder was severed by the chainsaw, causing the movements of its right arm to become decidedly erratic. Obadiah's furious voice emanated from the armor. "I'll double the benefits Tony gave you." As he spoke, flames erupted from the base of the iron behemoth's feet. It realized that engaging in close combat with its opponent was nothing short of folly. Suddenly, Obadiah discerned the vulnerability of the cable armor. You haven't installed flight capabilities." He immediately began to struggle, knowing that without the ability to fly, regardless of how strong he was in close quarters, he would ultimately be reduced to a mere target once airborne. Inside the cable armor, Ivan remained silent. With a slight lift off the ground, the iron behemoth was jolted by a collision with Iron Man, the disparity in their masses rendering even a stumble a notable feat. Seizing the opportunity, the iron behemoth broke free from Ivan's control, flames igniting beneath its feet and behind it as it prepared to ascend. Obadiah's voice rang out once more from within the armor. "I'll give you a chance, stranger. I will offer you more than Tony." Just as Tony prepared to charge forward, Ivan made his move. Two silver-glowing whips extended from the arms of the armor, swiftly ensnaring the iron behemoth. "You are unworthy." This was the first utterance from Ivan since entering the fray. Powerful currents surged through the two cables, coursing into the iron behemoth, extinguishing its previously roaring flight apparatus. The overwhelming electrical surge caused malfunctions within the control systems of the iron behemoth. Straining to pull the iron behemoth closer, Ivan revved the chainsaw once more, aiming for the joints of the iron behemoth's armor. Meanwhile, Yang Bo, who was observing the battle alongside Coulson, gestured animatedly, exuding an air of confidence as if he could easily step in. Alas, the iron behemoth is merely a thick-shelled turtle, since it has forsaken agility. Why not amplify its firepower to the maximum? Yang commented. And Tony is nothing but a fragile assassin. When faced with this pure brute, he is left with nothing but superficial scratches. Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, though the unfolding scene relaxed him. "Yang, what is the situation with this armor?" Yang chuckled in response. "Well, I just opened a company in New York. This is a steel prosthetic produced by my firm, classified as medical equipment." Coulson gazed at the cable armor, resembling a chainsaw-wielding maniac, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was tempted to grasp Yang by the collar and demand, "If you're going to lie, at least make it plausible." In a mere moment, the iron behemoth was dismembered by the electric whip, transforming into a veritable iron coffin. Inside, Obadiah emitted a harrowing wail, likely due to the accidental severance of his flesh arm during the dismantling process. After casting Obadiah aside, the electric whip's gaze shifted intently to Tony. Tony felt a wave of malevolence wash over him, prompting him to involuntarily take a small step back. He quietly inquired of his armor system, "How much energy is left?" "Only 4 energy remaining. It is advisable to replace the energy source promptly." "I am well aware," he retorted, glancing at the reactor embedded in the iron behemoth's chest, contemplating the removal of the reactor. Yet, the watchful presence of the electric whip before him restrained his movements. Despite the dire circumstances, Tony could not suppress his sharp tongue. "If you don't come closer, I can handle this myself." "And who are you?" As Tony remained silent, Ivan made no move, but upon speaking, he swiftly swung the electric whip, ensnaring Tony and yanking him forward. "I'm Ivan Vanko. Remember this name, Tony Stark. For today I shall prove that you are not the sole genius in this world." With that, he extended his hand, beginning to peel away the armor of Tony's suit like one would with a lobster's shell. Tony, while resisting, could not refrain from mocking. Ivan Vanko? Huh, a genius? Is there anyone nowadays who dares to claim such a title? Furthermore, your armor is utterly hideous, devoid of any sense of aesthetics. Though his words dripped with sarcasm, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Sir, energy remaining at 3. Sir, the armor has sustained damage. 30. 35. 40. Silence. Tony was swiftly extracted from his suit and subsequently tossed beside the iron behemoth. Tony Stark, it's time for you to replace your core, lest you find yourself too weak to even speak, lying on the ground like a desiccated fish. Young Bo, observing the scene, realized Ivan possessed a tongue as sharp as his whip. Lying on the ground, Tony appeared quite disheveled, his armor reduced to mere framework, with only the helmet remaining intact. Young Bo approached Tony, intending to offer him a lifeline, considering the significant patronage he had provided. Agent Coulson joined him as well. With a smile, Young Bo reached Tony's side, helping him to his feet while effortlessly knocking out the screaming Obadiah. With a gentle twist, he removed the reactor from the iron behemoth's chest. Mr. Stark, we meet again. For the sake of your health, you should replace this reactor at once. Pausing momentarily, he continued, by the way, I am quite fond of your collection of sports cars. Tony's mind struggled to catch up, first glancing at Young Bo, then at the unmoving electric whip armor. If you like them, I could gift you a few more. Young Bo's eyes sparkled as he extended the reactor he held. Really? I am immensely grateful, by the way. I must express my admiration for the weaponry developed by your esteemed company. Might you be so kind as to grant me a few samples? A mere 10 minutes for selection would suffice. Although Tony sensed something amiss, he graciously replied, certainly, however. He turned his gaze towards the side where the armored figure stood. It was evident to him that Young Bo was undoubtedly connected to this suit of armor. A mechanical whirring filled the air as the cockpit of the armor opened, and Ivan emerged from within. Tony, of course, had not forgotten this silent man who had accompanied Young Bo, assisting him in retrieving the reactor from the laboratory. Despite the exterior of the Iron Man suit being stripped away, the interior remained largely unscathed. Tony exited the suit and approached Ivan, fixing him with an intense stare, and inquired, I wish to understand why? Upon hearing Tony's words, Ivan suddenly erupted into laughter, his expression contorting into a menacing grimace as he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Tony squarely in the face. As a Russian scientist, Ivan was no stranger to hand-to-hand combat. With a single blow, he rendered Tony unconscious. This is for my father. Chapter 77. Special treatment for braggarts a few minutes later. After Tony learned about the tumultuous history between his father and Anton Vank from Young Bo, he gingerly touched his swollen cheek and rose from the ground, contemplating the necessity of honing his hand-to-hand combat skills. Observing Ivan, who had inexplicably produced a toothpick and was now nonchalantly holding it between his lips, Tony, with a stern expression, extended his hand and offered, I am truly sorry about your father. Young Bo, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom Tony's sudden display of humility. Ivan wore a sardonic smile as he brushed Tony's hand away without reciprocating the gesture, remarking, There is no need for your apology. It was precisely because my father sought to profit from the reactor that yours expelled him from America, banishing him to the desolate lands of Siberia. Do you have any idea how he has endured these past 20 years? He gestured toward the towering Stark Tower behind Tony and continued, Tony, you too profit from your inventions. Tell me, should you not also be sent to the wilderness of the American West? Rendered speechless by Ivan's retort, Tony found himself at a loss for words. Ivan scoffed, taking a step closer and tapping the reactor embedded in Tony's chest, stating, Palladium poisoning is an excruciating fate. I would prefer not to witness your demise. Otherwise, I would lose a great deal of amusement. He then turned to inspect the electro armor, which was facing its first real battle, revealing numerous issues that had surfaced. Young Bo approached and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, Mr. Stark, I must take my leave. I am not fond of being on television. With the battle having ceased and news helicopters now hovering in the sky, Young Bo felt that the most efficient individuals in America were undoubtedly these journalists. Tony, are you all right? Pepper Potts suddenly appeared, her eyes red from distress as she rushed toward Tony, checking him over with both hands. Upon seeing her worried expression, Tony smiled softly and embraced her, whispering, "Are you worried about having to find a new job?" He remained blissfully unaware of Yongbo behind him, who was busy collecting the fallen limbs of the ironmonger and other debris into his backpack. Yongbo cast a glance at Tony and Pepper before waving at Coulson, leading Ivan toward the Stark product exhibition area. Pepper, upon hearing Tony's words, broke free from his embrace and wiped her tears, declaring, "I will find a new company ahead of time." "Huh. No matter where you go, your boss will always be me," Tony declared, showcasing his wealth with a grin. "Ahem. Pardon my interruption, gentlemen, but if you do not depart soon, you may find it difficult to leave," Coulson remarked with a smile as the crowd around them grew larger. At that moment, a black sedan pulled up beside him. The door swung open, invitingly. 20 minutes later, Tony stood before the wreckage of his villa, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He pushed open the remaining door and stepped into the unfinished interior. Turning to Coulson, who stood behind him, he inquired, "Can you tell me this is merely a figment of my imagination?" Coulson chuckled softly. "I regret to inform you, this is no illusion. All you can do now is hope that gentleman is punctual." At these words, Tony's mind immediately conjured an image of Yongbo's beaming smile and sparkling eyes. "Just give me 10 minutes. Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed to Coulson, "No, I must return." Meanwhile, Yongbo and Ivan had already boarded their flight back to New York, reclining contentedly in the first-class seats. Yongbo turned to his companions and remarked, "This trip has yielded quite impressive results. Ivan, Anna, what have you learned from Tony?" Anna couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I know. It's that one should never acquiesce to the boss's requests." Yongbo rolled his eyes and retorted, "Indeed, one should never hastily agree to others. And of course, punctuality is paramount. When I say 10 minutes, it must be 10 minutes. Even if I truly fancy that tank, I would not relent." Ivan, Anna. This time, Yongbo was not overly audacious. He refrained from any destructive antics such as dismantling doors or floors. He merely strolled through the weapons exhibition area, acquiring some advanced armaments that he intended to bring back for his company to research, aiming for mass production to enhance the remote strike capabilities of their electric cables. Several hours later, the plane arrived at New York Airport. As soon as they disembarked, Yongbo spotted a familiar bald figure. His face instantly froze as he recognized Fury. Clad in a black trench coat, leaning against the car door with his hands in his pockets, his single eye fixated on Yongbo, ignoring Fury. He continued toward the airport terminal. "Anna, I think I just saw my illustrious friend. Alas, perhaps I miss him so much that I am imagining things." Fury, standing nearby, remained silent. "Mr. Yongbo, I have matters to discuss with you." Yongbo feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Am I yearning for my old friend too much?" I could have sworn I heard his voice. Fury's already dark complexion deepened as he stepped forward, gripping Yongbo's arm. "Mr. Yongbo, I have some matters to discuss with you." Realizing there was no escape, Yongbo swiftly replied, "Let us not discuss the Tesseract. If you persist, I might just bleed to death before you." Fury, "It is not about the Tesseract. I have other matters to address." Upon hearing this, Yongbo sighed in relief. "I thought, never mind. Please proceed." Fury remained silent as he opened the passenger door of the car. With resignation, Yongbo turned to Ivan and Anna, saying, "You both should head back." They nodded and departed, as company vehicles awaited outside the airport. Yongbo glanced at Fury before taking his seat in the passenger side, while Fury settled in the driver's seat and drove off. On the road, Yongbo, with a hint of exasperation, said to Fury, "Just tell me what you need to discuss." After a period of investigation, "I have confirmed that what you said is indeed accurate. Significant issues have arisen within S.H.I.E.L.D., and I find myself under surveillance as well." Yongbo smiled gently and remarked, "Director Fury, if you consider it from another perspective, you have been quite successful. You infiltrated Hydra and ascended to the position of leader, an accomplishment not easily attained by most." Fury, disregarding Yongbo's comments, continued, "Aside from the Avengers, I intend to have Coulson assemble a distinct team of agents. I hope you can assist with this endeavor." Yongbo paused momentarily, then shrugged and replied, "What can a mere individual with limited abilities like myself contribute? I am still counting on you to provide me with some benefits from S.H.I.E.L.D. L.D. Favors. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Then he composed his expression, furrowing his brow thoughtfully as he said, I can assist Coulson. I would like to see the team members he selects. I possess a unique ability to discern whether they are affiliated with Hydra, though I cannot ascertain their connections to other factions. Furthermore, I can supply an outdated version of the battle armor for Coulson's team. But the cost of materials will need to be covered. Fury, I will repay the favor, but if you wish for further assistance, you will need to find a way to owe me another. Chapter 78, The Twilight Lich Boss After Enjoying a Meal. Yang Bo was escorted back to the factory by Fry. He promptly retrieved various essential devices from his backpack, though regrettably, the server for the Jarvis main program was not located within Tony's villa. Nevertheless, he managed to bring back the endearing mechanical arm that Tony had crafted during his childhood. After a long day, it was time to rest. Although many items remained in boxes back in Los Angeles, Yang Bo yearned to return home, fish leisurely, and subsequently explore the Twilight Forest. The remaining items were of little consequence. He could retrieve them when time permitted or when he acquired a more advanced storage module. Utilizing the hellish transport, he returned to Central Park and settled into his usual spot on the sofa. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply before casting his fishing line into the lake. Glancing at the small map in his mind, he murmured in confusion, Only 2 waves of Hydra, and they stopped sending people? This is rather impatient. They should at least probe 10 times. As time slipped away amidst his musings, he caught a myriad of items from the water, most of which he discarded into the magma. Protection for, that's quite fortunate. As darkness enveloped the sky, he packed away his fishing rod and returned home. Upon arrival, his nocturnal companion, Boar, excitedly flew over and inquired, Are we going out to work? Yang Bo, observing Boar's exuberance at night, chuckled, Boar, why don't you take a little excursion on your own? I have some matters to attend to this evening. Boar's enthusiasm waned momentarily, but the thought of confronting those vampires who once looked down upon him reignited his excitement. All right, boss. If you give me a few more bottles, I'll explore further afield. There are simply too few vampires around right now. Indeed. I'll take you to other cities when time allows. I discovered that the number of vampires in Los Angeles far surpasses that of New York, Yang Bo replied. Boar's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really? I must visit those other cities when I get the chance. He flapped his small wings and departed, while Yang Bo made his way toward the portal leading to the Twilight Forest. Once again stepping onto the soil of the Twilight Forest, he gazed at the towering Lich Castle. After defeating the Naga, the magical barrier that enveloped the castle had vanished. As he approached the castle, he mused. The staves dropped by the Lich are indeed valuable. It seems I must slay several more to at least collect 4 of them. Arriving at the castle, he found all entrances sealed. With determination, he took out his pickaxe and began to break through the wall. Inside, darkness enveloped him, and he was met with several sheets of white paper that slapped against his face. How uncouth to initiate a surprise attack. As Yang Bo focused his gaze, he beheld several necromantic tomes suspended in midair. These tomes were solely birthed within the confines of the Lich Tower, resembling open books, surrounded by a flurry of floating pages. Drawing forth his diamond sword, he advanced towards the necromantic tomes, only to realize he bore a slow-acting negative buff of -2. How exasperating. Akin to a toad that crawls upon one's foot yet refrains from biting. The tomes inflicted a mere 6 points of damage, a triviality for Yang Bo, who was clad in enchanted nether gear. However, the bothersome negative buff was indeed irksome. Wasting no time, he retrieved a bow imbued with fiery arrows and began to rain down shots upon these creatures, inflicting double damage due to the flames. In comparison to the void mines, the ordinary monsters within the Lich Tower were significantly fewer. As Yang Bo meticulously cleared them out, they fell one by one to the ground. Raising his gaze to the pinnacle of the castle, he could clearly discern a cage within the upper chamber. This was the spawning chamber of the Lich. The moment he ascended to the top, the Lich boss would materialize forthwith. Below lay an abyss of darkness, yet the Lich's domain was illuminated brightly. Without hesitation, Yang Bo pressed on, for his strength was more than adequate to confront the Lich. Upon reaching the top, a Lich adorned with a golden crown emerged, surrounded by 5 shimmering golden shields. A magical fireball hurtled towards him, resembling a lava blob from the original game. Seizing the moment, Yongbo deftly waved a peacock feather fan. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, yet alas, it fell short of the Lich, failing to breach its shields. From his backpack, Yongbo produced a splash-type instant healing potion and hurled it at the Lich. A multitude of crimson healing particles erupted, shattering one of the shields encircling the Lich. The Lich's shields could withstand the majority of damage from both the original game and the Twilight Realm. Yet being an undead entity, the instant healing potion effortlessly dismantled its defenses. Of course, if one is willing to endure the hassle, lava could suffice as well. Under a relentless barrage of instant healing potions, the Lich's magical shields were swiftly obliterated, leading to a straightforward melee exchange. Yongbo then retrieved a wooden boat, specifically prepared for this encounter, and strategically placed it beneath the Lich's feet. The Lich promptly complied, taking a seat upon it, and thus commenced the simple process of whittling down its health. In less than a minute, the Lich boss lay defeated at Yongbo's feet. Opening the loot chest, he extracted the spoils of the Lich's demise, spotting the fabled Dusk Scepter nestled within. Ah, I was hoping for the blood-sucking scepter, but alas, I must collect them all, Yongbo mused, retrieving the Dusk Scepter, a staff forged from bone and a deep blue ender pearl. Aiming it at the wall, he unleashed a magical pearl, which struck the surface. Admittedly, the speed was somewhat sluggish. Nonetheless, this scepter bore a striking resemblance to a mace. As Yongbo gently swung it a couple of times, he was unexpectedly delighted to discover that it possessed an exquisite feel. Unfortunately, it offered no damage in close combat. Shaking his head, he sighed in resignation. He stored the spoils in his backpack and directly carved an opening into the wall. Gazing at the dizzying height, he drew forth a peacock fan and leapt from the pinnacle of the castle. As he neared the ground, a gentle flap of the fan summoned a gust of wind that cradled Yongbo's descent, allowing him to alight softly upon the earth. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Yongbo yearned for another such experience, yet reason reminded him that opportunities would abound in the future. Casting his gaze upon the towering dusk oaks surrounding him, he seized the moment to seek out a tree hollow, recalling that chests within such hollows could yield rare saplings. He hoped to discover saplings of the time tree and the transformation tree, eager to plant one at home and observe its transformations. Chapter 79. The Enigmatic Twilight Saplings in the Twilight Forest. Yongbo gazed at the towering twilight oak before him. He retrieved a flint from his backpack, and with a sharp strike, a flame ignited. The fire swelled with the wind, gradually engulfing the majestic oak. Suddenly, an ominous phrase sprang to mind. Setting fire to the mountains leads to imprisonment. Fortunately, the trees in the twilight were spaced sufficiently apart, alleviating any fears of an inferno consuming the entire forest. Soon, a look of astonishment graced Yongbo's face as the flames devoured the leaves of the oak, revealing a chest and a monster spawner hidden within. With the treasures acquired from the twilight, Yongbo returned home. After organizing the chaotic array of items he had collected, he stared blankly at the saplings before him, contemplating where best to plant them. The transformation tree and the time tree would be best suited for his home. He planned to expand his abode shortly. Both saplings required substantial space to grow, reminiscent of the towering oaks from the main world, reaching heights of at least 20 to 30 meters. At that moment, the sound of fluttering wings caught his attention. Turning, he saw Boar, who had been out searching for vampires, returning. "Time has flown by, hasn't it?" he remarked, then inquired of Boar, "What did you find today?" "Damn it, I have no idea where those creatures have hidden themselves. In one night's time, I've only located 3. Even the shadows of the netherfolk have diminished significantly. We can no longer slay them. We must nurture them instead." Yongbo chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He and Dao Feng had been diligently seeking trouble with the vampires every night, and any individual with a modicum of sense would have fled to other cities by now. There's no need to rush. When I have the time, we shall expand our operations to other cities. Yongbo affectionately patted Boar's head. Though his true form was rather unsightly, he appeared quite endearing as a bat. "When the time comes, you shall feast to your heart's content." Just as he was preparing to expand his underground grove, his phone rang. "Boss, the factory is under attack." Jerry's voice erupted from the receiver, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire. Yongbo immediately rose and made his way to the teleportation portal. Have you identified who they are? Boss, there are many of them. And they have no intention of breaching the factory. They are launching attacks from the perimeter. Jerry hesitated before adding, it seems they are trying to draw you out. Yongbo furrowed his brow. The only group that came to mind was the Hydra. I thought the Hydra had ceased their pursuits these past few days. But it appears they have prepared quite a surprise for me. All right, I will be there shortly. You all stay hidden, and remember, as long as people are safe, everything else can be dealt with. With that, Yongbo hung up the phone and plunged into the portal. At Yongbo's factory, a multitude of Hydra-armed personnel had made their presence known. Due to the secluded nature of Yongbo's chosen location, the Hydra operatives exhibited an even greater audacity than during their time in Central Park. Not only were there armed individuals, but an array of heavy weaponry was also on display, with 2 aircraft hovering above. At that moment, Ivan, clad in his electro-battle armor, was likewise concealed within the factory. Devoid of aerial capabilities, he had attempted to charge forward but was swiftly suppressed, suffering significant damage to his mech. It appeared that these adversaries were intent on capturing them alive. As the visor of the electro-armor lifted, Ivan's expression darkened considerably. The enemy's firepower was evidently sufficient to overwhelm them easily, yet they refrained from launching a full-scale attack, instead opting for a gradual advance. What did the boss say? Ivan inquired, casting a glance at Jerry, who responded, the boss said he would arrive shortly. However, his expression turned grave as he added, but before Jerry could finish his sentence, Ivan grasped his unspoken concern. Nevertheless, he managed a fierce grin and reassured him, do not worry, once the boss arrives, our safety will be assured. Jerry's apprehension stemmed from the reality that while Yongbo possessed certain extraordinary abilities, facing such a multitude of heavily armed foes could prove daunting. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you need not worry. At that moment, Yongbo's voice resonated behind them. Through a small map, he could discern that the enemy forces numbered at least in the hundreds. What are the casualties? Yongbo's visage darkened, though he had the power of resurrection. His employees and subordinates did not share this gift. The personnel he had meticulously selected for the company were invaluable, and any loss would cause him profound grief. Upon hearing Yongbo's inquiry, Jerry immediately replied, we have lost 8 men. Damn it. Yongbo's eyes reddened at the news. With only 21 members in his security team, including Jerry, losing nearly half was a devastating blow. And 4 are severely injured. With a heavy heart, Yongbo retrieved a healing potion from his backpack and tossed it to Jerry. As long as they are alive, I can accept injuries. You know how to use this. Prioritize saving them. Jerry nodded and sprinted towards the room where the injured were being tended to. Ivan, what about our researchers? No casualties, I hope? Ivan nodded. The researchers are unharmed. Only one sustained a minor injury during the initial chaos. Yongbo let out a sigh of relief. The researchers he had recruited were invaluable assets, essential to their operations, though not quite on par with Ivan and his son. Take all staff to my office. I have opened the passageway to the underground. Ensure everyone finds refuge there. Leave this area to me. Ivan looked at Yongbo and expressed, I wish to stay behind and test the battle armor. Yongbo considered sending him back, yet upon witnessing Ivan's earnest demeanor, he acquiesced. First, secure the personnel, and then we shall create a ruckus together. With the sound of machinery whirring, Ivan leapt from his battle armor, nodding towards Yongbo as he dashed towards the area where the staff were taking refuge. The enemy was now perilously close to the workshop, prompting Yongbo to retrieve his most trusted sniper rifle from his backpack. His gaze, cold and steely, fixated on the entrance of the workshop. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a gaping hole was blasted behind him, although his health did not diminish significantly. The force of the blast violently hurled Yongbo away. The enemy can pinpoint my location, Yongbo furrowed his brow. Recognizing this as a clear instance of advanced technology reminiscent of Marvel's universe. Rat-a-tat-tat, a barrage of bullets surged through the newly formed aperture. But Yongbo swiftly brandished his obsidian shield before him. The bullets struck the obsidian and ricocheted harmlessly away, leaving not even the faintest crack. Without hesitation, he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion from his backpack and consumed it. However, under the relentless barrage of fire, he found himself unable to move. Casting a glance at the ground, He extracted a pickaxe and began to dig a tunnel, emerging from a nearby location. Steadying his rifle, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a crimson mist that erupted from the scope. Blood for Blood Chapter 80, The Indomitable Guidance. Bang. Bang. Each blossoming blood flower signified the definitive demise of an adversary, their final testament left upon this earth. The enemy's counterattack was swift, a rocket propelled with white smoke trailing swiftly towards its target. Boom. 7 points of health. This explosive force is still bearable. He consumed a healing potion to restore his vitality. Bang. Yang Bo once more squeezed the trigger. The enemy, hearing the gunfire persist, immediately intensified their assault, launching 7 or 8 rockets in his direction. Damn. Recognizing the peril, Yang Bo swiftly retreated underground, sealing the opening above him. A series of explosions erupted from above, the previously secure entrance now blown apart. Despite his dwindling health, Yang Bo remained unperturbed, calmly retrieving a healing potion too and sipping it down, followed by a piece of roasted meat. The enemy seeks to capture me alive. This intention was all too apparent. They were probing his resilience. Otherwise, they would have unleashed a missile barrage without hesitation. Even the security personnel, let alone the researchers sheltered within the workshop, would not have escaped unscathed. To refrain from taking the offensive allows Hydra to perceive me as an easy target. It seems I must have a serious discussion with Pierce after today. A glint of determination flickered in Yang Bo's eyes. He had not provoked Hydra. The sole matter that piqued their interest was his revelation to S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Captain America. He pondered why Hydra was so fixated on him. Was it due to Zola's remarkable algorithm? Contemplating further, he began to dig towards the workshop from below. Block Rumlow discarded his rocket launcher and pressed a button on his earpiece with one hand. Sir, the target has appeared. Their defensive capabilities exceed our estimates, and they are attempting to capture. Just then, as Rumlow reported to his superior, another explosion of blood flowers erupted nearby. Caution! The enemy has emerged from the workshop. Suppress their fire. Neglecting to report to his superior, he seized a nearby machine gun and aimed at the newly created gap in the ground, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, they were abruptly halted by an unexpected wall of black stone. Capture net, Rumlow shouted, prompting many to switch to new weapons and direct their fire towards Yang Bo's location. Hiding behind the obsidian, Yang Bo sensed something amiss with the gunfire. A multitude of black dots manifested in the sky, which then erupted into large nets, descending upon him and obscuring the daylight, leaving no escape route. Yang Bo was merely cloaked, not vanished, and a throng of Hydra agents swiftly encircled him. Just as he prepared to retreat underground again, a realization struck him. Why should I flee? Isn't this net now unclaimed? At the moment the net descended, Yang Bo lightly tapped it with his sword. With just 2 strikes, the large net transformed into loot, which he swiftly collected into his backpack. The Hydra soldiers wore expressions of utter bewilderment, as countless specially designed nets vanished into thin air without a trace. At that moment, a perfectly round, deep green orb materialized, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing amidst a cluster of Hydra soldiers. The Ender Pearl moved at a leisurely pace, yet many quick-reacting Hydra soldiers opened fire upon it, only to find their bullets passing right through without effect. As the pearl touched the ground, a distinct whoosh resonated, and in the spot where Yang Bo had once stood, numerous small purple particles emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Bang, 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 utilizing the Ender Pearl to infiltrate the crowd. Yang Bo relentlessly squeezed the trigger of his sniper rifle, swiftly bringing down 7 or 8 individuals in an instant. Lamram quickly realized that Yang Bo had used the peculiar pearl to reposition himself. Instantly, he pressed the communication device at his ear and shouted, "Capture mission failed. Annihilate." The 2 aircraft that had been hovering in the air immediately adjusted their trajectories, aiming at Yang Bo's location. The mounted Gatling guns on the underside of the planes whirred to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards him. Yang Bo hastily shielded himself with obsidian, but soon cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the stone. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, these guys have overwhelming firepower. Suddenly, a sound distinct from the gunfire reached his ears, and 2 missiles sped towards him, unnoticed by Yang Bo as he remained concealed behind the obsidian. With a resounding explosion, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in the shelter of Central Park. Cursing profusely, he scrambled out of bed and dashed towards the Hellgate, descending into the nether and sprinting towards the factory with haste. Meanwhile, Ivan led the remaining staff and surviving security personnel into the underground space beneath the factory. The previously modest area was now crowded with anxious individuals. "Father, I leave this to you. I need to go help the boss," Ivan said to his father, Anton, his demeanor calm despite the gravity of the situation. Ignoring his father's worried gaze, he turned towards the passageway and climbed the ladder. Little did he know that Yang Bo was racing home, consuming speed potions to hasten his arrival. At that moment, all he desired was to don his battle armor and eliminate the foes disturbing his research. Soon, he reached Yang Bo's office, only to find the gunfire outside had ceased. Ivan's expression faltered, darkening with an ominous thought. Could something have happened to the boss? Cautiously, he opened the door, finding no one outside, and made his way towards the spot where he had last parted from Yang Bo. At this moment, the Hydra outside the workshop had ceased its assault. All present cautiously sought to ascertain the whereabouts of Yang Bo due to his ability to conceal himself. No one was certain whether he had vanished entirely or had retreated underground, leaving them somewhat apprehensive. Long Milo furrowed his brow as he surveyed the area that had recently been bombarded, addressing the two individuals beside him. "You two, go check it out." Upon receiving his command, the two Hydra soldiers hesitated not and promptly advanced with their firearms toward the last known location of Yang Bo. Bang, bang. One of them unleashed a flurry of shots into the empty circular pit, and Long Milo made no move to intervene, instead maintaining a grave expression as he observed the unfolding situation. Report: no anomalies detected here. After conducting a thorough inspection, one soldier called out to Long Milo. Pressing his earpiece, Long Milo communicated with his superior. "Commander, the enemy has disappeared once more." It was evident that the adversary had eluded capture, much like during the initial operation, vanishing after sustaining significant damage. Uncertain of the response from the other side, Long Milo replied earnestly, "Understood, Commander." He then turned to address all present. "Bring back all the researchers here, except for Ivan Vanko and Anton Vanko. Any who dare resist may be executed on the spot." With a subtle wave of his hand, all Hydra soldiers charged toward the workshop. Chapter 81. Ivan severely wounded in the shelter beneath the factory. Yang Bo emerged from the portal to the lower realm. After a run of approximately 10 minutes, he remained composed, showing neither signs of fatigue nor breathlessness. He pressed a stone button on the wall, and the sound of pistons activating resonated, revealing a narrow tunnel meant for a single passage. As he advanced, he encountered his subordinates, who were all pointing their firearms in his direction. "Boss! Boss!" A cacophony of voices erupted. Jerry promptly approached, exclaiming, "Boss! Ivan has returned to find you." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's pupils constricted sharply. He paid little heed to the crowd and immediately proceeded towards the tunnel leading to the workshop. "Stay calm here. No one is to ascend if I do not return." With that, he began his ascent. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated around him. Yang Bo swiftly leaped from the opening and glanced back. From his backpack, he retrieved the floorboard he had previously excavated, seamlessly blending it into the surrounding ground, leaving no trace of disturbance. Just as he was about to consume an invisibility potion after downing a speed potion, a resounding crash echoed as the wall collapsed. The electric armored suit burst through, tumbling into the room and landing precariously close to Yang Bo. The suit was in tatters, and the mechanical arm wielding a chainsaw had been severed, emitting sparks. With keen eyes, Yang Bo discerned a copious amount of blood flowing from the severed arm, indicating that it was not merely the mechanical appendage that had suffered. Ivan's own arm was gravely injured as well. Nevertheless, Ivan, undeterred by his plight, displayed a fierce tenacity. With his remaining arm, he propped himself up, and dark launch ports appeared on the suit, releasing a volley of small missiles that soared through the air, igniting a series of explosions. The other mechanical arm gripped a Gatling gun, unleashing a hail of fire upon the assailants outside. The Hydra forces retaliated fiercely, their rockets raining down incessantly. Yang Bo watched in frustration, pulling from his backpack a splatter-type instant healing potion too and hurling it towards the armored suit while shouting, "Ivan, get out quickly." Perhaps the cacophony of blasts drowned out his voice, for the suit remained motionless. Realizing this, young Bo dashed forward, leaping atop the suit and striking it with his hand. "Ivan, come out now." He then brandished an obsidian shield in front of Ivan. At that moment, Ivan finally responded. The visor of the suit opened, revealing his pale visage. With a faint smile, Ivan regarded young Bo and said, "Boss, the suit is damaged. I cannot exit." His tone was neutral, as if the gravity of the situation did not pertain to him. Young Bo, unwilling to accept Ivan's words, strained to pry the suit open, but to no avail. Moreover, due to the connection with its user, the suit could not be forcibly removed by Yang Bo. Damn it. With a fierce strike against the armor beneath him, Yang Bo's expression twisted into one of ferocity. The Hydra operatives outside, upon spotting the obsidian, immediately deduced that Yang Bo was present and escalated their firepower. Even the waiting aircraft outside commenced their assault, and the workshop that Yang Bo had painstakingly constructed was swiftly uncovered. In a flurry, Yang Bo encircled the area and overhead with obsidian, suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation. Almost forgetting, "Ivan, do not move. I shall relocate you underground first." With that, Yang Bo brandished his pickaxe and began excavating the blocks beneath the armored suit. In that moment, he yearned for a hammer from another mod, one that could excavate a 3-3 area at once. Fortunately, his efficiency V-diamond pickaxe was swift, and soon the figure of the electric armor vanished from the surface, taking refuge in the underground shelter. Upon seeing his son, Anton rushed forward in concern. "Son, how are you?" Ivan chuckled lightly, displaying a rebellious spirit as he replied, "I am fine. Do not worry, father. It is merely that the control system of the armor has malfunctioned, and I am temporarily unable to exit." Yang Bo glanced at Ivan. He had once faced Iron Man and War Machine alone in a film, daring to lift his helmet and taunt Tony Stark, showcasing his innate pride. His willingness to accompany Yang Bo was largely due to the fact that he had saved his father, yet now, because of Yang Bo, he had lost an arm, a significant loss for a scientist of their caliber. The sound of bombardment echoed above once more, prompting Yang Bo to pat Ivan's armored shell, producing a resounding thud. With a serious tone, he declared, "Ivan, and everyone present, I shall provide you with an explanation." He retrieved a bed from his backpack, placed it in the corner, and set a respawn point before quickly sealing the breach he had just excavated. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered that the obsidian walls had become riddled with holes. While ordinary bullets could not breach the obsidian's defenses, heavier weaponry was still capable of causing devastation. The explosions outside reverberated incessantly as he hurriedly dug toward the exit. The area had attracted Hydra's firepower, rendering it impossible to reveal themselves. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, young Bo saw it was Director Fury. "I have received word that your factory is under attack." Upon hearing Fury's words, young Bo scoffed, "Fury, it seems not only is one of your eyes blind, but your ears are now also blocked. Over 100 Hydra operatives, along with 2 rotorcraft, have been assaulting me for nearly half an hour, and you only just became aware. 8 of my men are dead, and Ivan has sustained severe injuries. Someone must be held accountable." As Fury rushed toward Los Angeles to recruit Tony Stark, his expression dimmed upon hearing Yang Bo's words. Indeed, as Yang Bo had stated, he had become both deaf and blind. Were it not for his covert informants alerting him to the situation, he would still be oblivious. "Mr. Yang Bo, I have already informed the captain, and he is now on his way to your location. Let me survive first." Yang Bo abruptly ended the call. At this moment, he had burrowed to the periphery of the workshop, his head emerging from the ground. The once thriving workshop had now been reduced to a desolate ruin, with only a few steel beams standing amidst the debris, while other sections lay in tatters. He glanced upward at the rotorcraft hovering above, lacking extensive destructive capabilities. Yang Bo could only employ his sniper rifle as an anti-aircraft weapon. His sniper rifle, capable of rapid fire and enchanted with limitless power, unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the aircraft above. The 12.7 x 99mm round struck the plane, creating more than mere sparks. Particularly, The bullets that hit the rotor tore it apart, causing the aircraft to tilt dangerously. Although it did not crash immediately, it spiraled uncontrollably toward the ground. Another one. A cold smirk graced Yongbo's lips. Without waiting for others to react, he swiftly dove back underground, tunneling in a different direction to prepare for the opportune moment to eliminate the remaining aircraft. Once he neutralized the two rotorcraft that posed the greatest threat to him, the rest would become significantly easier to handle. Chapter 82. A scene of devastation. Brock Rumlow gazed gloomily at the spot where Yongbo had vanished. He had received the order to retreat from his superiors. Captain America was leading a contingent of SHIELD agents toward this location. At this moment, Hydra had yet to reveal itself. Dr. Zola's insight plan had not commenced, and exposure would offer them no advantage whatsoever. Retreat. Reluctantly, Brock Rumlow waved his hand, signaling the withdrawal. A plethora of incendiary and gasoline bombs were unleashed, transforming the surroundings into a raging inferno. The aircraft in the sky ascended higher, soaring into the heavens, while the down plane initiated its self-destruct sequence. All was orchestrated to obliterate any traces of their presence. Boom. Meanwhile, Yongbo, diligently excavating underground, felt the tremors of the earth. Were they preparing to cleanse the area with missiles? Halting his actions, he broke through the soil above him, only to be greeted by a scene of flames. Thick, black smoke billowed into the sky, obscuring his view of the surroundings. He retrieved a bucket of water from his backpack, pouring it at his feet, standing within the water's embrace, his expression dark as he surveyed the ferocious flames. Through his mini-map, he could distinctly see the red dots above rapidly retreating. He made no attempt to pursue. It was futile to chase after the enemy's vehicles on foot, unless he were to acquire a potion granting him a speed of 100. The intense heat of the flames warped the air, and Yongbo, wordlessly, observed the blaze consume everything. Soon, only scattered remnants of fire remained on the workshop's ground. He knew these were the bodies left behind by Hydra. After the fierce fire, only a blank slate remained. At that moment, a rotorcraft appeared in the sky once more, distinct from the previous one, emblazoned with the formidable SHIELD logo, as if to declare its allegiance. The cabin door opened, and a figure leaped from the air, landing on the ground with a cloud of dust and ash. Yongbo paid no mind to the newcomer, his gaze fixed on the still-burning workshop, enveloped in silence. Mr. Yongbo? It was only then that Yongbo snapped back to reality, turning to glance at the man standing behind him. Captain. The arrival was none other than the reinforcements mentioned by Fury, clad in familiar attire, with a shield strapped to his arm. Unconsciously, Yongbo's eyes swept over the captain's form, particularly the way his tight-fitting trousers accentuated his posterior, leading him to silently muse, indeed, an emblematic American rear. The perceptive Steve Rogers sensed Yongbo's gaze, momentarily wondering if there was something amiss on his trousers. A quick glance revealed only a bit of ash clinging to his shoes, no cause for concern. The enemy has fled? Yongbo nodded, continuing to observe the burning workshop. It was utterly destroyed. All equipment within had no chance of survival amid the bombardment and extreme heat. Just then, a chill brushed against his face, prompting him to instinctively look up. The once clear sky had been overtaken by ominous clouds, casting a shadow over the devastation below. As the scattered raindrops intensified, the high temperatures on the ground caused the droplets to rise in a great plume of vapor, which was soon washed away by the relentless downpour. Casting a glance at the flickering flames swaying in the rain across the workshop, I constructed a makeshift shelter from a few blocks. At that moment, a rotorcraft found a stable landing spot in the sky, and a familiar silhouette emerged from the aircraft, trailed by a cadre of fully armed SHIELD agents. Natasha Romanoff strode directly towards Yongbo, while the others dispersed to inspect the debris strewn around. The makeshift shelter was assembled swiftly, and Rogers observed with wide-eyed astonishment. He turned to Natasha and inquired, "Are there many individuals with special abilities like him?" Natasha shook her head and replied softly, "He is unique. Many possess special abilities, but none are quite like him. Come on, Captain." Natasha noticed Yongbo standing before the wooden cabin, gesturing towards them with a smile in acknowledgement. The two pointed at the wooden half-brick laid on the ground and invited them. Please, sit. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Exchanging glances, Natasha and Rogers settled in front of Yongbo, with Natasha taking the lead. Do you have any idea who attacked you? Yongbo responded. That is precisely what I intend to address next. He produced a cigarette and extended it towards the two, who both politely declined. Undeterred, he lit one for himself, tapping a piece of wood against the wall behind him to allow the smoke to escape. I'm uncertain if Fury has briefed you on the situation, but I lost 8 people today, along with my company. Yongbo's eyes were obscured by the smoke, rendering his expression unreadable. He then turned to Natasha. I believe you can reach Fury. I have something urgent to convey to him. Natasha nodded, retrieving a device from her backpack, and soon Fury's visage was projected onto the wall beside them. Natasha, what is the current situation? Fury inquired. Natasha glanced at Yongbo and replied, the enemy had already withdrawn before we arrived. Fury showed no surprise. Any operation within S-H-I-E-L-D was undoubtedly under Hydra's watchful gaze. Yongbo, upon seeing Fury's holographic image, declared, Director Fury, I demand Pierce's life. I need his address. Fury fell silent, while Rogers remained inscrutable. Natasha, however, though her expression remained unchanged, her pupils dilated in shock at the revelation. Now is not the time. Fury finally articulated after a contemplative pause. The current circumstances within S-H-I-E-L-D cannot be resolved by the death of a single Pierce. Yongbo flicked the cigarette but through a hole in the wall, sneering, someone must be held accountable for the 8 lives I lost. Do not speak to me of S-H-I-E-L-D. Your organization is beyond salvation. The troops you have arranged for support today are surely your finest selection, are they not? Indeed, among them, only 30% are Hydra. Allow me to assist you in eliminating them shortly. No need for gratitude. Fury. Upon hearing the name Hydra, the captain beside him seemed to activate some hidden mechanism within, his demeanor transforming instantly as he responded earnestly. Hydra? Were they not eradicated? Are you suggesting that Hydra has infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D? Yongbo nodded affirmatively, precisely. Due to S-H-I-E-L-D's Operation Paperclip, a significant number of Hydra's members were recruited. Now, Hydra has been reborn within S-H-I-E-L-D, and they have grown even more formidable. The individuals responsible for this situation are, to some extent, members of S-H-I-E-L-D, or rather, your S-H-I-E-L-D. What is this? It is nothing short of blatant mockery. At that moment, Fury interjected. Give me 3 days to prepare. Very well. Chapter 83. The ascension of flesh and blood through mechanical means the torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and as Yongbo listened to the rhythmic patter of raindrops, he gazed at the small map depicting the red dots representing Hydra. He struggled to suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. Outside, the rain cascaded from the roof, creating a curtain of water at the entrance. After ending the call with Fury, Natasha and Rogers fell into a contemplative silence. Rogers, having awakened from a 70-year slumber, found it easier to accept the resurgence of Hydra, as it felt only a moment ago that he was battling them. In contrast, Natasha grappled with an unbearable reality. Her expression somber and her eyes hollow, lost in thought. Rogers, sensing her distress, inquired with concern, "What is troubling you?" After a brief pause, Natasha replied, "When I joined S-H-I-E-L-D, I envisioned a path of righteousness. Yet now, it seems I merely transitioned from the KGB to Hydra." She shook her head in resignation and continued, "I thought I understood for whom I was working, but now." At a loss for words to console the Black Widow, Rogers himself was still adjusting to this new era, feeling out of place after 70 years of change. Ironically, the only aspect he felt acclimated to was the news of Hydra's continued existence. Yongbo, pulling his thoughts back to the present, looked at the two and asked, "Do you require my assistance in identifying the Hydra members among the individuals you brought?" It was a casual inquiry, having promised to wait 3 days for Fury. he decided to use the time to organize his own personnel. Natasha, glancing at the agents outside collecting information in the downpour, gently shook her head. I cannot distinguish them. Yongbo nodded. I can. Then reconsidered. Never mind. We shall address it in 3 days. He trusted that a man like Fury, having gained prior knowledge of Hydra's presence, would employ a range of strategies, and even if that failed, he would surely find a way to discreetly relocate SHIELD's resources. Both of you may return now. I believe we shall meet again soon. Yongbo rose to see them off. He had a plethora of matters to attend to. Natasha and Rogers also stood, nodding to him before stepping into the rain, making their way toward the Quinjet. The other agents received the evacuation order and boarded the aircraft to depart. Yongbo remained in the wooden cabin, watching the aircraft disappear into the storm, standing still for a considerable time. In the underground safe house, a group of researchers was fraught with anxiety, some huddled together whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, a larger crowd surrounded Ivan, attempting to dismantle his armor. Despite losing an arm, Ivan had stabilized thanks to Yongbo's healing potion, and his life was no longer in jeopardy. A rhythmic knocking reverberated through the walls, drawing the attention of dozens of individuals, most of whom displayed expressions of exhilaration. For this sound signified the return of their leader. As the wall crumbled, Yongbo emerged from within, stepping into the gaze of the gathered crowd. Upon seeing his loyal employees, a faint smile graced Yongbo's face as he announced, "The enemy has departed." A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Yongbo surveyed the small map, where the majority of the dots had been green, yet many had now turned white. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that as long as they did not turn red, there were no significant issues at hand. These researchers were here to work and had no desire to jeopardize their lives. It was only natural for them to seek distance from danger. Clearing his throat, Yongbo spoke with conviction. I sincerely apologize for the predicament you have found yourselves in due to my actions. Following this incident, I cannot guarantee that such issues will not arise again. However, I assure you, I will establish an Iron Brigade, outfitting each security personnel with specialized armored suits, and constructing dedicated escape routes. All research staff will be subject to review and may similarly apply for exclusive battle gear, significantly enhancing your safety. Furthermore, every individual present would receive a bonus equivalent to 1 year's salary. Those willing to remain in my employ shall see their wages increased by 50%. Should anyone wish to depart, I will offer compensation equivalent to 3 months' salary. I shall not impede anyone's choices. I merely wish to convey that I am your employer, and I will take responsibility for your welfare. Yongbo, a pragmatic man, eschewed lofty ideals. Observing the individuals on the small map who had reverted to green dots, he smiled. However, for your safety, it is imperative that you remain here for 3 days. Rest assured, I will provide essential supplies. Beds, food, and personal hygiene needs will be addressed. The pressing issue now lies in extricating Ivan from his armor. Approaching Ivan, Yongbo inquired, "How do you feel?" "Quite well." Ivan replied with a carefree smile, producing a cigarette to place between his lips. Yongbo recalled Ivan's fondness for smoking, though he had recently taken to perpetually holding a toothpick instead. Lighting Ivan's cigarette, Yongbo assured him, "Do not worry, I will soon avenge you and your comrades." Turning to Anton, he asked, "What is the status of the armor? How can we release your son?" "The automatic systems of the armor have been destroyed. It can only be disassembled with tools. We merely need to borrow some from the laboratory to facilitate its removal." Recalling the workshop that was still ablaze, Yongbo gently shook his head. "The workshop is completely ruined. Just let me know what tools you require, and I will find a way to have Anna procure them from outside." Anna was not at the company that day. She usually spent her time sourcing materials and negotiating business deals outside, and this time, she had fortuitously escaped a disaster. Upon receiving the news, Anna swiftly returned to the company, only to find the workshop reduced to ruins, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "Where's the company?" At that moment, Yongbo emerged from the small cabin, observing Anna standing in front of the wreckage, umbrella in hand. A glance at his map revealed she was still marked as a green dot, prompting a smile to grace his face. "Anna, over here." Hearing Yongbo's voice, Anna snapped back to reality and hurried towards him, her truck following closely behind. With a look of urgency, she inquired, "Boss, what on earth has happened? How did the workshop end up like this?" "I accidentally set the workshop ablaze while smoking, but fret not, all is well." "Did you manage to procure the items I requested?" Yongbo glanced at the truck trailing Anna, his primary concern being to extricate Ivan from his battle armor and assess his injuries. He had already formulated several potential solutions in his mind. The Winter Soldier's metal arm seemed a promising option. After all, flesh is fragile, but machinery ascends. Embrace the glorious evolution. Chapter 84. The Architect's Staff. As night descended, the torrential rain gradually diminished, though it showed no signs of ceasing. The flames of the workshop had long extinguished, leaving behind a scattered debris. Yongbo tirelessly constructed a new workshop using obsidian, encircling the space where the original workshop once stood. He had spent an entire day in the Nether, procuring magma to create the obsidian, sacrificing a substantial amount of magma in the process. Before long, under his relentless efforts, a colossal obsidian matchbox emerged at the site of the former workshop. Gazing upon the dark purple structure beneath him, Yongbo reflected that a layer of water must be laid down externally to prevent explosive damage to the blocks. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Loading the Architect's Staff mod. Loading successful. Casting a glance at the workshop he had spent half the night erecting, Yongbo felt a surge of frustration. As he was about to articulate some poetic Chinese phrases, he reconsidered, realizing that they would undoubtedly be useful in the future, whether sooner or later was of little consequence. He leapt from the top of the workshop, using a peacock fan to gently direct his descent, a refreshing breeze cradling his form as he landed gracefully on the ground. Upon entering the interior, the remnants of the workshop lay in disarray. Yongbo began to clear away the debris with a pickaxe. Many items had lost their original shapes after the devastating fire. Observing the remnants of his painstakingly assembled belongings, he felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw Ivan entering the workshop, a smile gracing his face. "Have you rested well? How do you feel?" Yongbo inquired. Ivan, with a toothpick in his mouth, surveyed the shattered ruins and shook his head. "Just woke up, came to take a look." Yongbo noticed the emptiness of Ivan's sleeves and felt a twinge of guilt. Although the original storyline had led to Ivan's ultimate demise, it was not due to his actions. "Ivan, there are two options for treating your arm. The first is to pursue mechanical augmentation. I will seek a suitable metal arm for you, perhaps even one more functional than your original. The second option is to transform you into a vampire, significantly enhancing your innate abilities, akin to the power of a vampire like Bull." Ivan lowered his head, contemplating Yongbo's proposed methods, and after a moment, asked, "What is the third option?" "I just heard it." Yongbo smiled sheepishly. "The third option is to wait until I grow stronger and see if I can provide you with a new body, though the timing is quite uncertain. The world of my mods is vast and varied, even encompassing a cloning machine with no side effects. Restoring a mere severed arm is a trivial matter. Unfortunately, Yongbo was currently at a loss for how to acquire new mods, as they would occasionally surface unexpectedly. After pondering Yongbo's words, Ivan concluded, "I choose the first option. I still have more faith in machinery." "Very well. In 3 days, I shall return with a new arm for you. I assure you, it will be to your satisfaction." A smile graced Yongbo's face as he recalled the metallic arm of the Winter Soldier, and coincidentally, Ivan had also lost his left arm. Even more fortuitously, Winter Soldier was now his adversary. "Ivan, you and your team should design the new armor. In 3 days, I will find a way to bring new equipment and materials, and then it will be up to you." Giving Ivan a pat on the shoulder, Yongbo turned towards the ruins of the workshop, preparing to clear the area. Armed with a pickaxe, he began dismantling the discarded iron pieces, shoving them into the furnace to be melted down into usable materials. The other waste, which could not be incinerated, was promptly discarded into the digitized magma, a swift and environmentally friendly solution. Time always passes quickly. After 2 days, the once ruined workshop had vanished, replaced by a new structure entirely composed of blocks. To achieve this, Yongbo had specifically journeyed to the Nether to procure a substantial amount of nether quartz, which he fashioned into quartz blocks for construction purposes. The pathways were adorned with dark red nether bricks, rendering the new workshop even more splendid than before. At this moment, Yang Bo sat at the entrance of the workshop, basking in the sun and enjoying the gentle breeze. Following a recent rain, the air was refreshingly crisp. He held a cigarette between his lips, gazing up at the increasingly large black dot in the sky, awaiting someone's arrival. Fury had just called to inform him of a meeting. Before long, a rotor-winged combat aircraft approached. Over the past few days, Yang Bo had taken the initiative to repair a helipad outside the workshop. The aircraft descended smoothly, and several individuals disembarked, with Fury leading the group. Following him were Captain Rogers, Black Widow Romanoff, Rookie Village Chief Coulson, and a man bearing a bow and arrows, Hawkeye. Fury strode purposefully towards Yang Bo, his singular eye surveying the newly constructed building behind him. Yang Bo flicked the cigarette, but into a designated magma pit for trash disposal, and rose to greet Fury. Before Fury could speak, Yang Bo directly inquired, "So, have you completed your tasks?" Fury nodded lightly. "Things are nearly settled. S-H-I-E-L-D is beyond salvation. I have decided to abandon it and establish a new organization." An audacious decision. Yang Bo gazed at Fury in surprise, not expecting such resolve from him. Unbeknownst to Fury, the events unfolding on Yang Bo's side had led to the discovery that the information relayed to him about S-H-I-E-L-D was linked to a mysterious group of terrorists. Hydra claimed, "From players to judges, all are my people. What can you use to challenge me?" Upon reviewing the data, Fury wasted no time in covertly reallocating all available funds from S-H-I-E-L-D, along with all accessible information within his authority. S-H-I-E-L-D devoid of funds would be rendered ineffectual unless Hydra chose to inject its own resources, which was no concern of Fury's. After exchanging friendly greetings with Rogers, Coulson, and the others, Yang Bo glanced at Fury and, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Director Fury, your organization has inflicted considerable damage to my assets. As the head of S-H-I-E-L-D, shouldn't you offer me some form of compensation?" Fury's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Yang Bo's words, and he replied candidly, "I have already decided to resign. You may discuss these matters with the incoming director." Yang Bo merely chuckled. "You've deftly shifted the blame. But justice must be served, Director Fury. I trust you would not shield the former director of the S-H-I-E-L-D, Pierce, would you?" As they boarded the plane en route to S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, the time had come. 3 days had passed, and today marked the moment of Yang Bo's retribution. Chapter 85. The Serpents Without a Head. As night enveloped the surroundings, the aircraft gracefully descended upon the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D. This marked Yang Bo's second visit to this esteemed establishment. Entering the building, his eyes narrowed as he surveyed the concealed Hydra members lurking within the agency, having already ingested an invisibility potion, in stark contrast to the daytime bustle. The evening atmosphere within S-H-I-E-L-D was markedly subdued. A frown creased Yang Bo's brow as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Glancing at the minimap, he noted an alarming increase in the number of red dots indicating Hydra presence within the headquarters. Compared to his previous visit, the proportion of Hydra members had surged to an astonishing 90%, with only a handful of white dots hidden amidst the sea of red. Contemplating the cause, he walked alongside Director Fury and whispered, "Director Fury, I fear your departure may be quite troublesome tonight. Perhaps surrender is the wisest course, for it appears this place is crawling with Hydra agents." Feigning indifference, Fury cast a casual glance around, yet his expression betrayed a dawning belief in Yang Bo's words. As many of his carefully placed personnel had vanished without a trace, they proceeded toward his office, where, upon entering, they were met by an unexpected figure. "Pierce!" Fury exclaimed, recognizing the former director seated in his chair. Yang Bo and his companions trailed closely behind. "Minister Pierce, to what do I owe the pleasure of your nighttime visit?" Fury inquired. With a sly smile, Pierce replied, "Fury, I wish to discuss the whereabouts of S-H-I-E-L-D funds. I have allocated the money towards a new initiative, Fury responded. In an instant, Pierce rose, and armed personnel emerged throughout the office, brandishing automatic rifles and aiming them squarely at Fury and his companions. Do you understand why I chose you as my successor, Fury? Pierce continued, his voice dripping with disdain. Fury remained silent. Pierce continued, because you are, by nature, an agent, perhaps the most exceptional and ruthlessly efficient I have ever encountered. I suspect you have begun to grasp certain truths. Frankly, I now regret trusting Zola's judgment. He claimed that a certain young Bo would become Hydra's greatest adversary. Had I known, you would not have been so perceptive. At that moment, more Hydra agents materialized outside the door, but one figure stood out, a man masked, revealing only his emotionless eyes, with a left arm forged entirely of metal. This was the Winter Soldier, the very individual Young Bo had long sought, known also as Bucky, Captain America's steadfast ally. Upon seeing Bucky, a glimmer of joy illuminated Young Bo's face. I was just pondering how to locate this fellow, and here he is, delivered right to me. Casting a glance at the still-speaking Pierce, Young Bo extracted a sniper rifle from his backpack, inhaled deeply, and gently brushed against those nearby as a silent greeting. With a sharp crack, a bullet appeared seemingly from thin air, striking Pierce squarely in the head. It was a fatal blow. Even a being like Captain America would not have withstood such an assault. Enough with the chatter. Having discerned the underlying motives orchestrated by Zola, Young Bo harbored no intention of sparing him. As for the ensuing chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D., he had unwavering faith in Fury's adeptness to manage the situation. Bereft of protagonist or antagonist immunity, a single bullet obliterated Pierce's cranium, and thus the highest-ranking leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. met his untimely demise with startling ease. Casting a disdainful glance at the headless corpse of Pierce, one could only wonder if the singer Liang Jingru had bestowed upon him a misguided sense of confidence. Initially opting to appoint Fury as the director, he brazenly revealed himself despite knowing he had antagonized an enemy with the abilities of invisibility and teleportation. The gunfire drew the attention of all present, and their reactions were swift as they launched into a counterattack. Yet, in the next instant, a wall of darkness ascended. With obsidian in one hand and a construction staff in the other, Young Bo first obstructed the adversaries outside the office. Captain America exhibited remarkable reflexes, almost synchronously with Young Bo, targeting the Hydra Special Forces members by hurling his shield. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted. "Damn it, Young Bo is here," came the voice of Brock Rumlow from outside. Having previously clashed with Young Bo, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge he posed. With his chaotic abilities and overwhelming offensive power. Most critically, after sustaining significant damage, Young Bo could vanish, a phenomenon for which they had yet to devise a countermeasure. Young Bo thoroughly sealed the entrance to the office with obsidian, leaving only the adversaries within to confront. Alas, poor Coulson was struck by a stray bullet in the shoulder, instantly incapacitating him. Young Bo swiftly retrieved a healing potion and tossed it to him. "Drink it quickly." Fortunately, the bullet had not lodged in the bone but had passed cleanly through. Otherwise, the potion would merely delay a necessary surgery to extract the bullet. Upon consuming the potion, Coulson's pallid complexion transformed to a healthy hue. "Just stay put and avoid meeting your end," Young Bo instructed before consuming a speed potion too, enhancing his speed by 40%. In an instant, the world around him seemed to slow, and he aimed his sniper rifle at an enemy, pulling the trigger with precision. The crack of the shot echoed, and flesh was scattered. Within the blink of an eye, all foes within the office lay vanquished. Young Bo surveyed the multitude of red dots outside and proclaimed to his companions, "There are at least 70 or 80 individuals out there. They won't breach this black wall without heavy weaponry anytime soon." Fury remained composed, glancing at the fallen figures in the room. "I anticipated an assassination attempt, yet I did not foresee him confronting me directly in the office." Young Bo rolled his eyes at Fury, though in his state of invisibility. The latter remained oblivious to the gesture. "You've siphoned off all the funds from S.H.I.E.L.D. It's no wonder they're reacting so violently." Fury, unfazed, produced a communicator from his person and pressed a button, declaring, let us commence the operation. Upon witnessing Fury's actions, Yang Bo was initially taken aback, but soon came to realize that this was quintessentially Fury's style. He had not communicated the matter in advance, demonstrating a profound distrust not only towards Yang Bo but towards anyone, even in the face of their alliance against Hydra. As it stood, he remained merely a white dot on the map. In an explosive moment, Yang Bo's obsidian remained unyielding, while the walls of the office were breached with a resounding crash. Captain America seized an automatic rifle, aiming it outward and unleashing a barrage of fire, wielding his shield in one hand and the gun in the other, exuding a formidable presence reminiscent of Yang Bo's own. Suddenly, a round grenade tumbled into the room from outside. With remarkable agility, Captain America sought refuge behind the obsidian as the grenade detonated with a thunderous boom, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. Yang Bo furrowed his brow. Without the protagonist's halo, Captain America's prowess was not as formidable as he had envisioned. In contrast, Hawkeye displayed remarkable skill, swiftly drawing his bow and unleashing arrows through the breach, occasionally interspersed with explosive projectiles. Yang Bo retrieved his revival point and placed it in the corner, addressing the others. I shall deal with those outside. You must ensure your safety. Chapter 86. Annihilation and the military. Yang Bo drifted like a specter through the two-story hall outside Nick Fury's office at S.H.I.E.L.D. The upper level housed the offices, while the lower level was filled with numerous staff members. However, at this moment, both floors were teeming with Hydra agents, armed with various weapons, launching an assault on those above. The air was rife with chaotic shouts, a scene exacerbated by Yang Bo's emergence from the office. Armed with a Stark-designed automatic rifle, he unleashed a rapid succession of bullets, the recoil minimal, rendering it exceptionally suitable for confronting such a multitude of foes. A faint magical aura enveloped the firearm, signifying that Yang Bo had imbued it with unique attributes. Power V, Penetration V, Infinite I, Durability 3, in recent days. He had not only cleared the debris of the workshop, but also, in a moment of inspiration, crafted this automatic rifle, a fusion bow with dual enchantments, expending all the enchanting tomes he had acquired during his fishing escapades. However, once he established a villager trading center, he would no longer need to fret over enchanting books. These Hydra agents are truly obstinate and fearless. As Yang Bo squeezed the trigger, the penetration attribute proved formidable in the realm of gaming. Each level of penetration allowed for additional targets, while in reality, it significantly amplified the bullet's penetrating power. The lethal rounds in his possession surpassed the penetration capability of conventional armor-piercing rounds. Bang! 3 Hydra members fell, pierced by a single bullet. No wonder Fury is so intent on assembling the Avengers. Against superhumans with extraordinary abilities, these ordinary foot soldiers are mere cannon fodder without specialized weaponry. It was still 2008. Iron Man had just been born, and Hydra's advanced technology was limited. Without the Tesseract, even their previous energy weapons could not be manufactured. Thus, Yang Bo fought with elegance and satisfaction, sustaining only minor injuries that could easily be remedied with a healing potion. At this juncture, the effect of Yang Bo's invisibility potion had worn off, and his figure abruptly appeared before the throng. Bullets rained down upon him, but he conjured a shield and simultaneously produced a grenade, hurling it into the densely packed crowd. With a resounding explosion, the gunfire diminished somewhat. Truly, the products of Stark Industries are unparalleled in power. An Ender Pearl propelled him into the mass of enemies, and once more, Yang Bo's rifle spat forth a torrent of furious flames, reminiscent of a harvesting game. Just then, several S.H.I.E.L.D. specialized rotorcraft suddenly appeared outside. The office area was adorned with vast floor-to-ceiling windows, providing a clear view of the unfolding chaos within. As Yang Bo prepared to draw a sniper rifle to retaliate, a violent burst of flames erupted outside, easily downing the once hovering aircraft. Caught off guard, Yang Bo swiftly evaded the surrounding attacks, while the shield was effective. Its durability was not high, and the assault from behind by the 6th member also posed a threat to his safety. A shell struck his shield, producing a resounding bang before exploding, causing the durability of the shield to diminish significantly. In that moment, the Winter Soldier, Bucky, wielded a grenade launcher and launched another assault. Yongbo furrowed his brow as a shield soared through the air, colliding with Bucky and interrupting his attack. Captain America leaped down from the second floor, landing gracefully in the hall, where his weaponry and shield seamlessly coordinated to eliminate the surrounding foes. Bucky discarded his damaged grenade launcher and seized an automatic rifle from a nearby adversary, aiming it at the captain and pulling the trigger. Due to his masked appearance and altered demeanor, Rogers failed to recognize that this man was his dear friend, Bucky. The bullet struck the shield with a crisp sound. At that moment, Yongbo suddenly realized that the design of Captain America's shield, resembling a target, surely served a purpose. Goodness, I can hardly believe his marksmanship is unintentional. Could it be that, deep down, Bucky still remembers the captain? No, I cannot allow them to recognize each other. If the captain believes Bucky fell to his death from the train, then let that be the truth. A hero must remain unblemished. Yongbo approached Captain America and declared, "Leave him to me." Rogers hesitated for barely a second before consenting without reservation. Very well, although he was uncertain why Yongbo wished to confront this enemy. His swift reflexes and metallic arm indicated that this individual was formidable. The Winter Soldier, undeterred by the identity of his opponent, pivoted his gun towards Yongbo as he approached, only to produce the sound of an empty chamber. He had run out of ammunition. This moment exemplified the advantages of infinite enchantment. Yongbo aimed at the Winter Soldier and pulled the trigger, intent on eliminating him without mercy. After all, Bucky was the captain's ally, not his. He intended to sell Bucky to Stark, seeking assistance in re-establishing his laboratory, and of course, the body would be included. Even if Captain Rogers were to discover the Winter Soldier's plans in the future, Yongbo would bear no guilt. After all, Bucky was presently his adversary. Bucky, also a modified super soldier, though not as powerful as Captain America, was quick enough to evade Yongbo's gunfire, ducking behind a desk and swiftly retreating. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from outside the office area. Yongbo glanced at his mini-map, noting a multitude of white dots breaching the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was this Fury's backup? Where had he acquired such a force? Why was this not depicted in the narrative? A flurry of questions raced through Yongbo's mind. But he swiftly cast them aside. Bucky was his immediate priority. He pursued with urgency. With a crash, a figure burst through the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the office area, charging into the space. The ostentatious gold and crimson armor could belong to no one other than Iron Man. After 2 days of brooding, Tony had emerged, conveniently crafting a new suit along the way. It must be said, wealth allows for such indulgences. Within the confines of the armor, Tony addressed Jarvis, exclaiming, "Oh, that is Captain America. My heavens, he is still alive. How old must he be now to still be active without retirement?" Jarvis responded, "Steve Rogers was born on July 4th, 1918, and is now 90 years old." Tony lamented, "I now regret acquiescing to Nick Fury's request. I am certain the Department of Labor is eager to converse with him." "Jarvis, lock onto all enemies wielding that shield," he commanded. The heads-up display swiftly marked the targets, and a minigun emerged from his shoulder, accurately dispatching all designated foes. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated again. "Mr. Stark, a person of special interest has been identified. Yongbo." "Where?" Tony inquired hastily, his attention drawn to the agile figure of Yongbo, already highlighted by Jarvis in a conspicuous red border on the screen. Chapter 87. The Winter Soldier's Arm Ollie. What a surprise. Why is he here? The expression on Tony's face, encased in his armor, was far from pleasant. He casually extended his hand, aiming at a Hydra agent targeting him, and unleashed an energy shockwave that sent the adversary tumbling away. Fortunately, at that moment, Yongbo's thoughts were solely consumed with Bucky. Otherwise, he would have surely remarked on the underwhelming power of Tony's palm cannon, which failed to obliterate the foe entirely. Tony swiftly soared towards Yongbo. But as he aimed at him, he was taken aback to see his opponent evading his attack with uncanny agility, as if possessing a sixth sense. This piqued his curiosity. A superhuman? Glancing at the metallic arm of his adversary, he commanded Jarvis, "Jarvis, lock onto him and deploy micro-missiles." Before he could take further action, a metal desk hurtled towards him, crashing against him with a resounding thud, the forceful impact sending him plummeting from the sky. Young Bo, witnessing Tony's astonishment, was equally surprised to see that this individual had been swayed by fury. It seemed that since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, the narrative had unraveled into chaos. Ducking to avoid the desk that was flung at him, Young Bo fired his weapon, unaware of Bucky's resilience against penetration attributes. As the latter foolishly attempted to shield himself with the desk, the bullet pierced through the desk and into Bucky, narrowly missing a lethal shot to the head. However, it penetrated his chest, inflicting a grievous wound. Even with his augmented physique, he struggled to endure, expelling a mouthful of blood. Seeing Bucky collapse, Young Bo prepared to rush over and disarm him. Yet, Iron Man descended from the heavens, landing before him. "Hold on, Young Bo." As Tony confronted him, Young Bo felt a flicker of guilt and quickly retorted, "The previous arrangement was your promise. I merely acted according to our agreement." Tony's countenance darkened. This incident had become a stain on his past. Were it not for the fact that Little D was in Young Bo's possession, he would prefer to forget any details surrounding the matter. "No, my villa is undergoing renovations, and I simply wish for you to return Little D to me. Everything else is yours to keep." "Little D?" Young Bo furrowed his brow, a mechanical arm flashing through his mind, and he exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. Your Little D is in Los Angeles. I didn't bring it back this time." He spoke the truth, for he had amassed a plethora of resources from Tony's residence. And Little D was merely an item he had casually taken, not intending to return with it. Its intelligence was quite rudimentary, a creation of Tony's childhood design. And Tony held a peculiar affection for Little D, hence his desire to reclaim it from Young Bo. "Rest assured, when I have the opportunity to visit Los Angeles, I will personally return it to you." Hearing Young Bo's assurance, Tony found himself without further arguments. Since the other party had consented, all he could do was wait. Yet, there remained another matter concerning Young Bo. He continued, "Could I have a meeting with Ivan Vanko? I wish to discuss certain matters with him." Young Bo, with a hint of skepticism in his expression, inquired, "What do you seek him for? Do not tell me you intend to undermine my position. How could that be? I merely wish to discuss matters concerning his father. I sincerely apologize." Tony had acquired a comprehensive understanding from Fury regarding the relationship between Anton Vank and his father, prompting him to seek a conversation. Young Bo shrugged dismissively, stating, "I shall inform him, but whether he chooses to meet is his prerogative. Enough chatter. We still have adversaries to confront. You ought to assist the captain." Tony readily acquiesced and soared towards the foe, while Young Bo approached his desk, only to discover that Bucky, who should have been on the ground, had vanished. "Damn it, Tony misled me." He quickly scanned the minimap, and before he could scrutinize it further, Bucky leaped out from the side, delivering a powerful punch to Young Bo. Having been shot and fallen to the ground, Bucky had concealed himself, biding his time while Young Bo conversed with Tony, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The tremendous force propelled Young Bo across the room, crashing into several desks. "Ambush. You cannot contend with me, you insignificant wretch." Filled with indignation, Young Bo rose to his feet, muttering a curse under his breath just as Bucky charged at him. With his health dangerously low, Bucky raised his shield, and Young Bo stood his ground, unyielding as Bucky's metallic fist collided with it. This time, Young Bo did not budge an inch. Calmly, he deflected the onslaught, though he couldn't help but notice the diminishing durability of his shield, causing him to grimace. By heavens, that punch is heavier than a grenade. He felt a surge of satisfaction regarding his mechanical arm, contemplating whether he should assist Ivan in replacing all his limbs with metal. Such an enhancement would undoubtedly elevate Ivan's prowess significantly. A vivid scenario flashed in his mind. The enemy, having exerted great effort to damage Ivan's armor, stood smugly before it, poised to taunt. Suddenly, the armor would be torn apart from within, and Ivan, with a cold smirk, would crush the enemy's skull with his hand. Indeed, that is rather exhilarating. One hand raised the shield while the other retrieved a golden apple. He silently invoked its power, watching as it vanished and his health surged upward. Not only that, he sensed a slight augmentation in his strength. Could this be due to the health limit? Observing the 2 additional golden hearts attributed to the golden apple, He realized it was his first experience consuming such a fruit and could only speculate. If it truly is a matter of health limits, acquiring modules to boost health in the future could potentially allow one to become akin to the Hulk. Drawing his gun and aiming at Bucky, he squeezed the trigger again. At this distance, Bucky had no room to evade. The only option was to shield his head with his hands. Witnessing the bullet lodged in Bucky's metallic arm, Yongbo felt a pang of sorrow. Please do not be damaged. He delivered a kick to Bucky's abdomen, and after enduring several more bullets, Bucky finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Crouching down to inspect Bucky's arm, Yongbo twisted and turned but found no means to detach it. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the capture net that Hydra had previously gifted him from his backpack and proceeded to bind Bucky securely. The captain, unaware of Bucky's circumstances, decided to take the arm back for Ivan to examine. For the time being, Bucky would remain in their custody, with plans to eventually hand him over to Tony for some exchange. After all, Tony was a man cursed by knowledge. The longer time passed, the more formidable his abilities became. The phrase to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities in a mortal form epitomized him. With a newfound determination, Yongbo ensnared Bucky entirely within a web, binding him securely so that even if he were to awaken, escape would be impossible. At that moment, a multitude of soldiers surged through the entrance, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Ironically, it was Hydra that found themselves outnumbered, and with the assistance of several superheroes, they were soon eradicated. Yongbo squinted slightly upon observing the American soldiers. Fury had surprisingly summoned military personnel, suggesting that there was some clandestine deal between the two parties. The American military had no direct affiliation with SHIELD. The latter was overseen directly by the United Nations Council, a global organization, while the soldiers were merely soldiers, with neither side possessing the authority to command the other. However, this was of little concern to Yongbo. He had accomplished his objectives for the day. Pierce was dead, Hydra had been significantly diminished, and Bucky's metallic arm was now in his possession. Now, all that remained was to return home with the spoils of victory. Chapter 88. Coulson. Today is my lucky day. Bucky was not dead, thus could not be placed into the backpack as Yongbo had hoped. Reluctantly, he dragged Bucky, now completely cocooned, back to the second floor. Reminiscent of a spider ensnaring its prey, Nick Fury was engaged in conversation with a military officer when he spotted Yongbo and immediately approached him. Coulson has been shot, he stated gravely. Yongbo cast Bucky aside and nodded. I am aware. I have already administered some healing medicine to him. Do not fret. A rare look of embarrassment crossed Fury's usually stoic face. No, what I meant is that he has been shot again. Natasha is currently attending to him, and I hope you can treat his wounds. Again? Yongbo exclaimed, hastening towards the office. Upon entering, he found Coulson unconscious on the floor, while Natasha, with a worried expression, was pressing against Coulson's abdomen. What happened? Why has Coulson been shot again? Yongbo inquired, rushing to his side. He retrieved a healing potion from his backpack, pried open Coulson's mouth, and poured it in. The potion's efficacy was remarkable. The muscles around the bullet wound began to convulse, rapidly mending the injury, and a bullet was expelled from within. Coulson's once pale complexion returned to normal, prompting Yongbo to exhale in relief. Although Natasha was aware that Yongbo had given Coulson a special potion, she was astonished by its remarkable effect. If they could take a few vials of this potion on future missions, their safety would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Rising to her feet, Natasha gazed at Yongbo with fervent eyes and asked, "Can this potion heal internal injuries?" As she spoke, she subconsciously touched her abdomen. Having once been a member of the KGB, Natasha was a product of the Red Room training program, an institution designed to cultivate elite spies from the former Soviet Union. The graduation ceremony there involved sterilization procedures for girls to facilitate their missions. Natasha harbored a sense of regret regarding this, which was often reflected in her references to home throughout the films. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Yongbo raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I cannot say for certain, but you may give it a try. He then produced another vial of the healing potion and handed it to her. Drink it and see if it has any effect. Natasha looked intently at the vial Yongbo had offered, hesitated only briefly, and then gulped it down. Instantly, a wave of comfort washed over her, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Years of being a covert operative had left her body weary, and she squinted her eyes to savor this rare sensation. Moments later, Natasha turned to Yang Bo and smiled. "Thank you." Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm glad to assist you, though I am uncertain of its effectiveness for you. That is something you must ascertain for yourself." Natasha nodded in agreement. "Ahem. Could the two of you spare a moment for this injured soul? I believe I still have some fight left in me." Coulson's voice resonated from below, and Yang Bo turned with a smile to see Coulson lying on the ground, his eyes wide open and a look of despair etched across his face. Though his wounds had healed, the medicinal potions offered no respite for the stamina and spirit he had expended. "What do you say, Coulson? Can you manage to stand?" As he spoke, he extended his hand to assist Coulson in rising from the ground. Grasping Yang Bo's hand, Coulson shakily regained his footing. "I had hidden in the corner, and that bullet must have ricocheted at least twice, otherwise it would have never found me." Typically, Coulson exuded charm and grace, but after 2 bullet encounters, he wore an expression of utter discontent. However, he soon regained his composure, stating, "Fortunately, it did not strike a vital area." Nearby, Black Widow Natasha tossed a bullet she held towards Coulson, teasingly remarking, "Here is a bullet that found its way into your body. It's quite a rare experience. Keep it as a memento." Coulson caught the bullet, examined it briefly, then produced another from his suit pocket, laughing as he replied, "Natasha, you are indeed correct. It is a rather unique experience." Natasha was utterly taken aback that Coulson had preserved a bullet. At this moment, Yang Bo interjected, "Well, it seems Fury has enlisted the military's assistance. The Hydra presence in your SHIELD headquarters has been significantly diminished, and my affairs can now be considered concluded. However, I sense that you will soon find yourselves quite busy. Though the Hydra faction within SHIELD has been suppressed, the organization has branches worldwide. It is worth noting that during the narrative, only 3 bases evaded falling to Hydra's grasp, with even the Triskelion succumbing. Yet thanks to Yang Bo's involvement, the plot has shifted dramatically. The headquarters remains intact, Fury has not been attacked, and they have gained valuable preparation time. With Pierce's demise, it stands to reason that Hydra will appoint a new leader and retreat into the shadows once more. If it's not too much trouble, might I request a ride back?" Just then, the sound of metal clashing against the ground echoed as Tony entered from outside. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, he immediately chimed in, "I'll accompany you." The rotor craft gradually descended onto the helipad outside the workshop, and Yang Bo, alongside Bucky, disembarked, with Tony in his armored suit following closely. "Why did you decide to bring this individual back?" Tony inquired the moment he stepped off the aircraft. Despite being encased in a thick net, his armor was still capable of detecting the presence of a person within, and notably, an adversary with a metal arm. Upon entering the workshop, Yang Bo smiled at Tony, explaining, "My equipment was destroyed by Hydra, and gathering everything anew is quite a cumbersome task. So I intend to leverage a favor in exchange for some resources." Tony felt uneasy under Yang Bo's scrutinizing gaze, realizing that the latter was quite keen on exploiting his goodwill. It is merely a collection of devices, yet he is willing to part with them. Especially after his ascension to Iron Man, the company's stock has soared uncontrollably. He is now quite curious about how Yang Bo intends to persuade him. Yang Bo offered little explanation as he led Tony underground, where the environment had undergone a remarkable transformation. This level has been converted into a subterranean bunker and laboratory, significantly expanding in space. A group of researchers is engaged in animated discussions, but lacking proper equipment, they can only simulate experiments using laptops hastily procured. The arrival of Yang Bo and Tony captured the attention of everyone present. Yang Bo merely smiled and announced, "You are all free to resume your activities. The adversaries who attacked us have paid the price, and we can now commence our armor project." Instantly, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. This was the most eagerly awaited news of recent days. However, many researchers directed their gaze towards Tony, their eyes brimming with an almost insatiable curiosity. Chapter 89. Can you all be quiet for a moment with a gentle demeanor? Yongbo led Bucky to Ivan's side, and, in response to Ivan's puzzled gaze, deftly untangled the capture net that ensnared Bucky. Meanwhile, Tony emerged from his armor and, upon seeing Ivan with only one arm, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. He instinctively opened his mouth to speak, yet reason prevailed, silencing him. Ivan noticed that Tony ignored him entirely and instead approached Yongbo. An awkward scene unfolded. Bucky, unbeknownst to when he had regained consciousness, found himself trapped by the numerous capture nets. Even with his metal arm, he could not break free. Yongbo and Bucky locked eyes, engaging in a silent standoff. Yongbo broke the silence, asking, "Did I knock you out, or did you simply close your eyes?" Bucky, though stripped of his memories and reduced to a mere killing machine, felt an urge to retort at Yongbo's words. Noticing Bucky had no intention of closing his eyes, Yongbo turned to Ivan, saying, "We need to find a way to make him faint. What lies ahead may be too brutal for him." Ivan glanced at Bucky on the ground, and to Yongbo's astonishment, he produced an oversized wrench from his clothing. Aware of Yongbo's gaze, Ivan smiled nonchalantly. Tony, however, rushed forward to intervene, saying, "No, using that tool might not just knock him out. Let me handle this." He retrieved a small device from his pocket and pressed it against Bucky. Instantly, Bucky's body stiffened and trembled uncontrollably, a clear reaction to the electric shock. Despite Bucky's extraordinary physique, he succumbed within 10 seconds and closed his eyes. Yongbo nodded in satisfaction, addressing Ivan. "This device is impressive, compact, and exquisite. We should consider producing a few ourselves. I have a feeling they will come in handy." He envisioned crafting a specialized set for vampire hunters, encompassing everything from attire to weaponry and various practical gadgets, all to be offered to hunters willing to join the guild, allowing them to earn back their investments by eliminating vampires. This was merely a small electric shock device, quite simple in design. Ivan nodded, scrutinizing the unconscious Bucky, his mind racing with thoughts about him. Soon, he realized he had never encountered this individual before. "Boss, who is he?" As he unfastened Bucky from the nets, Yongbo explained, "This is the Winter Soldier, a product of Hydra's brainwashing and control." Before long, Bucky was freed from the nets. Yongbo tapped Bucky's metal arm, saying, "This is the metal arm I promised you. Feel free to take it apart and see if it fits." Ivan could hardly believe that the metal arm Yongbo referred to had been forcibly taken from another. However, upon reflection, he understood that Yongbo's intentions were for his benefit, so he refrained from commenting. Crouching down, I began to examine the Winter Soldier's metallic arm, while Tony approached with equal curiosity. As an outsider, Yongbo refrained from joining the examination and simply stood by, watching the spectacle. After half an hour of amicable discourse between Ivan and Tony, the latter finally came to a stark realization. Despite Ivan's singular arm, he could still overpower him. While Tony might excel in knowledge over the current Ivan, in terms of physical prowess, he was merely able to defend himself. Following their profound exchange about the metallic arm, Ivan lifted his gaze towards Yongbo and stated, "This metallic arm cannot be removed unless the entire arm is severed." Yongbo, appearing nonchalant, tossed a bottle of healing potion, the implication unmistakable. Ivan understood immediately and, recalling Bucky's identity, chuckled, "Let us hold on for a moment. After all, he was once a hero of World War II, deserving of some anesthesia." Though the underground facility had been tastefully renovated by Yongbo, it lacked the necessary equipment. The only option for acquiring Bucky's arm would be the most brutal method, one without even anesthesia. Despite Bucky having committed numerous heinous acts after being brainwashed by Hydra, it could not erase his prior identity as a competent anti-fascist warrior. Yongbo, while somewhat ruthless, reserved such measures for purely adversarial foes. Tony, overhearing Yongbo's remarks, was instantly intrigued and stepped forward to inquire, "A hero from World War II? Wait, Jarvis, search for World War II, Bucky." Previously, he had thought Bucky merely an ordinary mutant or cyborg without giving it much consideration. However, upon hearing Yongbo refer to him as a hero of the war, he was eager to learn more about him. Quickly, Jarvis's voice echoed in response, "Bucky, James Buchanan Barnes, during World War II." The moment Tony heard this name, He immediately recalled Bucky's identity, having encountered it in Captain America's museum. Although Tony was a businessman, he held a deep respect for heroes like Captain America from the war. While he often employed sarcasm towards Captain Rogers, he nonetheless acknowledged Rogers' leadership role within the Avengers. After listening to Jarvis's report, Ivan exhibited no reaction, nor did Yang Bo. Both were not American, thus lacking any sense of identification. One's thief is another's hero. After hearing this, Tony stepped up to Bucky and declared, "If you wish for a mechanical arm, I can craft one for you. I assure you, it will perform just as admirably." His message was clear. He hoped Yang Bo would refrain from tormenting Bucky. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo regarded Tony with an amused expression, causing Tony to feel a sense of discomfort. "Tony, we can resolve the matter of the arm ourselves. I believe, given Ivan's talents, he has already conceived an idea upon seeing this metallic appendage." Such a pivotal item was not something Yang Bo would allow Tony to interfere with, even knowing that Tony would disdain any alterations to the arm. "However, I require your assistance in procuring certain equipment and materials. I need your identity, for you are aware that some items cannot merely be acquired with wealth." Tony readily acquiesced to Yang Bo's terms, as long as it wasn't for free. It could be negotiated. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the still unconscious Bucky and inquired, "How do you intend to handle him?" "Fear not. I shall take care of him," Yang Bo replied with a meaningful tone. "When the time comes, a man shall arrive bearing a substantial sum of money to either rescue him or eliminate him." For someone like Bucky, who had been brainwashed into loyalty to Hydra, the solution was straightforward. A mere bucket of milk would suffice. In due course, he would be well-fed and plump, thus fetching a handsome price. Chapter 90. Daily Life After the S.H.I.E.L.D. Incident. How are preparations on your end? Yang Bo sat by the lakeside, relishing the rare tranquility. At that moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the water, and suddenly, the fishing float sank swiftly below. With a vigorous motion of his arm, a fish soared out of the water, landing in Yang Bo's backpack. "Have you settled in? So are there many vampires? I actually think Los Angeles is quite appealing. During my last visit, I discovered an overwhelming number of vampires there. How about we venture over for some fun?" Yang Bo cast his fishing line once more, patiently awaiting his next catch. On the other end of the line was Blade, who had called Yang Bo shortly after departing from New York. Today, feeling utterly bored, Yang Bo took the initiative to reach out to Blade. Blade, holding the phone in one hand while plunging his katana into the abdomen of a vampire with the other, watched as the creature screamed and disintegrated into ashes. "Young," he remarked, "the vampires in Washington will undoubtedly meet your expectations. You have no idea, when I first arrived, I nearly fainted from the foul stench they exuded." Though somewhat exaggerated, this statement aptly conveyed the sheer number of vampires in Washington. Hearing Blade's words, Yang Bo chuckled and inquired, "What about the guild members? If it's just the two of us, we won't be able to eradicate these vampires effectively. I have identified several suitable candidates, and Whistler's daughter has also arrived in Washington." Yang Bo was taken aback. He was aware of Whistler's daughter, a strikingly capable woman with whom Blade had collaborated during the storyline. "Perfect. I shall visit and recruit this group into the guild. With new members joining us, I believe our efficiency in hunting vampires will significantly improve." Yang Bo's garlic-infused syringe was practically yearning for action. He was confident that anyone desiring to slay vampires would not hesitate to become a vampire hunter, a splendid opportunity for those eager to enhance their abilities. As for competing for resources, that was utterly inconceivable. As long as the guild had sufficient numbers, everyone wishing to level up would need to pay an additional fee. With his share of the profits, ascending to the highest level would be a simple affair. After a casual exchange, Yang Bo abruptly heard gunfire on Blade's end and promptly ended the call. Retrieving his fishing rod, Yang Bo rose to his feet. The weather today was not particularly pleasant. Perhaps due to the onset of autumn, the temperature was somewhat chilly, and the sky had been overcast since morning. The rain seemed unlikely. As he made his way home, a look of resignation crossed his face as he muttered, "I'll take Bo and Alan with me to Washington. Bo has been restless lately. I might as well leave him there in New York." Vampires were either dead or fled, and now, encountering even a single vampire during Bo's night outings felt like striking gold. Several days have elapsed since the SHIELD incident. According to Coulson, the organization has suffered significant weakening and setbacks. Aside from the domestic division, which, with military assistance, managed to fend off the Hydra onslaught, most international SHIELD branches have succumbed to Hydra's takeover. What astonished Yongbo the most was the successful rebellion of the SHIELD division within Huagua, a fact he found hard to accept. He later learned that the Huagua SHIELD division, including the security personnel stationed at the entrance, comprised a mere 12 individuals. The rebellion was quashed in under 12 hours, with local law enforcement swiftly apprehending all Hydra members that very day. Upon returning home, Yongbo encountered the still slumbering Boer. He raised his hand and sent Boer flying with a slap. Boer's rotund form collided with the wall before tumbling to the ground. Groggily surveying his surroundings, he only perked up upon spotting Yongbo, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Boss, are there vampires?" Yongbo was at a loss for words, responding somewhat irately, "Vampires? Aren't you one yourself?" It was rather amusing that Boer, despite being a vampire, exhibited more eagerness than Yongbo, a hunter. "Hurry and prepare, we are bound for Washington. Once we arrive, you can hunt to your heart's content." Boer immediately cheered with excitement, and through their time together, Yongbo had come to see Boer, despite being significantly older, as a rather childlike individual. "Boss, let us set off quickly. I am all set." Boer joyfully circled around Yongbo several times. Yongbo organized the items in his backpack, ensuring he brought along the injection chair and the invigorating altar. This journey to Washington was not merely for hunting vampires. He glanced at Alan, who was tending to the fields, and called out to him. Alan promptly abandoned his task, rushing over without delay, his demeanor respectful as he inquired, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Alan's increasing deference over time was somewhat overwhelming for Yongbo. "Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Washington shortly." After more than 3 hours on the road, the trio finally arrived in the nation's capital, Washington. This city, often overshadowed by the fame of New York in games and films, is frequently overlooked by foreigners as the true capital of America. Following the address provided by Blade, they soon reached their destination, a rather ordinary 2-story villa. Yongbo instructed Alan to park the car at the entrance. Through the villa's window, Yongbo caught sight of Whistler's weathered face. Upon seeing Yongbo alight from the vehicle, Whistler opened the door and stepped out, his expression stern as he approached Yongbo for a brief embrace. "What brings you here?" He then noticed Boer seated in the back seat, his curiosity piqued. "And you've acquired a pet bat? Though isn't it a tad too robust?" With a hint of confusion, Huist inquired about the absence of Daofeng. Unaware of Yongbo's visit, Yongbo, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, "This is Boer, one of my subordinates." As they walked towards the house, he elaborated, "I have come regarding union matters, and the vampire population in New York has dwindled significantly. Thus, I have brought some individuals to help eliminate the local nuisances." It was evident that the house had undergone renovations by Daofeng and Huist. Apart from the living room and dining area, the other rooms had been transformed. Under Huist's guidance, they descended into the basement, where another familiar figure awaited. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand in greeting. "Karen, I can't believe you're still following Daofeng. Would you be interested in becoming a vampire hunter, or perhaps even a vampire yourself?" Chapter 91. Whistler's daughter Karen observed a smile gracing Yongbo's face. "Aren't you busy with your company? How do you have time to come here?" Yongbo chuckled and replied, "The company faced some issues recently, but I have sorted them out. Now it can operate independently without my oversight." Tony and Ivan exchanged glances, despite their frequent technical disputes. It was evident that their relationship had improved significantly. With Yongbo's financial support and the equipment Tony had procured, the company had commenced normal operations. His only task was to occasionally return, present himself as a benevolent boss, and ensure that no Hydra agents infiltrated their ranks. As he approached Karen's workstation, he noticed a blue reagent on the table and turned to inquire, "Is this the antidote you are researching for vampires?" "Well, it could be considered an antidote, This substance can assist you and Blade in completely resolving the vampire issue. In a physical sense, Karen explained. Yongbo nodded and reached for the blue reagent. Its hue reminiscent of a scene from Resident Evil. This substance, once injected into a vampire's body, would react with its DNA, ultimately causing the vampire to explode into a fine mist, akin to a balloon bursting, an effect even the formidable blood god could not withstand. However, for Yongbo, the sole drawback was that this method did not yield any loot from the deceased vampires. Excellent work, Karen. Yet, you might also consider developing it into an inhalable form. Just imagine dispersing it from the sky. That image would be quite spectacular. Karen nodded, a smile gracing her lips. I find your suggestion quite intriguing. At that moment, Paul swooped in, startling Karen. Such a large bat was indeed a rare sight. Before Karen could reach for a weapon, Paul spoke first. Hey, I remember you. You're the woman associated with Blade. Paul's words left both Karen and Whistler in utter shock. Young, what on earth is this creature? Why can it speak? Karen's eyes were wide with disbelief, momentarily overshadowing her fear as she leaned closer. Who are you? How do you know me? I am Paul. We met in the archives. As he spoke, Paul reverted to his true form, his hefty body thudding onto the floor, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Upon seeing Paul's form, Karen immediately recalled who he was, as it had not been long since their last encounter. Instinctively, she took a couple of steps back, exclaiming, I remember now, Paul. But how did you transform into a bat? That's impossible. Vampires are merely genetic mutations, entirely different from the mythical creatures of lore. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait a moment. She dashed back to her workstation, rummaging through drawers until she produced an enormous metal syringe. Yongbo observed this spectacle, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Goodness, is that syringe meant for an elephant? Quickly interjecting, he said, Hey, Karen, don't be impulsive. Are you planning to drain Bowl dry? He understood that Karen wished to study Bowl, a desire shared by everyone who had encountered his transformation, albeit through varying methodologies. Some sought to draw blood, while others were inclined to take biopsies. Bowl, intimidated by Karen's fervent gaze, promptly transformed into a bat and flew behind Yongbo. Do not approach. Yongbo intercepted Karen with a smile, saying, I understand your curiosity. Perhaps use a smaller syringe. And do share the results with me later. I, too, am intrigued by the differences between Bowl and traditional vampires. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Bowl breathed a sigh of relief. A little blood extraction was not an issue for him. Worst case, he could replenish his strength by feeding more at night. However, the thought of being pierced by something the size of a baby's arm was quite daunting. Yet, Yongbo's subsequent remarks caused him to shudder, filling him with a sense of helplessness. We advocate for a gentle approach. If you drain him entirely in one go, there will be nothing left to study. A few vials a day would suffice. Bowl cast a resentful glance at Yongbo, which struck Yongbo as amusing. He was, of course, teasing Bowl, whose intelligence fluctuated dramatically, often behaving like a child. Once reverted to his original form, Bowl bore a resigned expression as Karen swapped for a smaller syringe, struggling to locate a vein on his plump physique. After multiple attempts with no success, yielding only some yellowish substance, Bowl finally exclaimed, Hey, woman, just give me a cut instead. This finally yielded Bowl's blood. Just then, several individuals appeared at the entrance, all eyes turning to Yongbo and these unfamiliar figures. Who are you? Upon noticing Bowl seated on the ground, replenishing himself with a blood vial, they quickly drew their weapons, aiming at him. Careful. It's a vampire. Curse it, such a plump vampire. He must be quite powerful. How did he even get here? Their expressions turned tense, as they had never encountered such an audacious vampire, one bold enough to confront them directly. Had it not been for the presence of Karen and Whistler, who remained unharmed, they would have opened fire without hesitation. Seated Bowl, naturally unwilling to back down, recognized that this confined basement space placed all these individuals within his range of attack. Red light began to glow from his hands. Should they initiate an assault, he vowed to drain the man at the forefront instantaneously. Whistler, regaining his composure, shouted towards the group, Albert, halt. Their allies. At that moment, a young woman armed with a bow stepped forward from the crowd, eyeing Bull warily as she cautiously approached Whistler. The woman appeared youthful, barely in her 20s, with long brown hair styled in voluminous waves. "Father, he is a vampire." Whistler replied nonchalantly, "I am aware, but he is under the command of Mr. Yongbo." Albert murmured a phrase, then suddenly turned to Yongbo, who stood nearby with a radiant smile, and exclaimed with surprise, "Yongbo, are you the Night Butcher?" Upon hearing this moniker, Yongbo's smile instantly froze, and his expression soured considerably. "Do not let me discover who has disseminated this nickname." After regaining his composure, he addressed Albert, saying, "Please refer to me as the Hunter of the Night." "Thank you." Chapter 92. Rest assured, there is nothing amiss. Upon resolving the misunderstanding, the newcomers set aside their weapons. At this moment, Yongbo's reputation among the vampires was nearing that of the infamous Blade, primarily due to his methods. While Blade typically dispatched vampires with swift efficiency, the tales circulating among those who narrowly escaped Yongbo's clutches portrayed him as a sadist, employing merely an iron axe and a wooden stake to torment and ultimately slay his foes. Were Yongbo aware of this, he would surely protest, for his intentions were solely to procure valuable loot. The low damage of his weapons was hardly his fault. The group promptly approached Yongbo, and the leader, a man named Hannibal King, extended his hand with an expression of admiration, exclaiming, "I am Hannibal King, the Night Butcher. It is a pleasure to meet you." "You are rather premature in your delight," Yongbo retorted, a peculiar look crossing his face as he inquired, "Might you be acquainted with someone named Deadpool?" Hannibal King, momentarily taken aback by Yongbo's initial remark, contemplated before shaking his head and replying, "I'm afraid I do not know anyone by that name." Yongbo surveyed Hannibal's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Deadpool. He couldn't help but internally critique the casting choice. Ryan Reynolds, the actor portraying this character, was an undeniably handsome man, also known for his roles as Deadpool and Green Lantern. At that moment, Hannibal King, brimming with enthusiasm, said, "Mr. Butcher, may I adopt the title of Night Hunter? I find it absolutely splendid. It far surpasses our own moniker of Night Stalker. I heard Blade mention your establishment of the Hunter-S Guild. Might we be permitted to join?" Yongbo shook his head in resignation. His own title seemed utterly tarnished now. "Your loquacious nature bears a striking resemblance to the Deadpool I envision." Hannibal King, intrigued by Yongbo's comment, beamed, "Is that so? I would relish the opportunity to meet this individual. It sounds like it would be quite entertaining." With a shrug, Yongbo replied, "I cannot ascertain whether this world harbors a Deadpool, though I am certain it lacks any members of the X-Men. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, I shall introduce you." It appeared that Blade had already briefed them on the Hunters Guild. "Your desire to join poses no issue, but you must first undergo certain assessments." Upon hearing this, the others eagerly gathered around, clamoring with questions. "What kind of assessments? Is it vampire hunting?" Even Whistler's daughter approached, intrigued. Yongbo, amused by their curious gazes, smiled and retrieved a garlic-infused syringe from his backpack. "It is quite simple, and this serves as a benefit of joining the Hunters Guild. By administering a dose of this special serum, you will enhance your physical capabilities and acquire certain unique abilities, enabling you to hunt vampires with greater ease." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, the group exchanged glances, as it certainly did not sound like a test. Albert immediately inquired, "Mr. Butcher, according to your statement, this hardly qualifies as a test." "No, trust me, this is indeed a test," Yongbo replied, lifting the syringe in his hand and smiling. "It's 100% pure garlic juice, a proprietary concoction. Endure a few seconds of agony, and you shall be reborn." Upon hearing his words, everyone instinctively took a step back, their expressions turning rather grim. Even the audacious Hannibal King fell silent. At this moment, they finally understood why Yongbo was bestowed with the title of Butcher by the vampires. He was merciless not only towards the vampires, but even more so towards his own kind. The syringe, if injected, would not only incapacitate a normal person, but could very well prove fatal even to an elephant. Yongbo merely chuckled without responding, instead walking towards the corner of the basement, retrieving a red injection chair from his backpack and placing it down. He then turned to the astonished group and asked, "Who among you wishes to go first? Should you pass the test, you will gain entry into the guild and acquire special powers." His gaze swept across their faces, and unsurprisingly, none dared to step forward. The syringe appeared utterly unreliable, with remnants of garlic floating within, suitable for a hot pot dip. "If no one wishes to try, then I shall." Yang Bo's words were interrupted by a voice from the back. Turning towards the source, he discovered it was Wister. Wister pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossed one to Yang Bo, and lit another for himself, taking a puff before declaring, "Let me give it a shot. I'm getting older, and if I don't change now, I fear that in 2 years, I won't be able to hunt vampires at all." This indeed was Wister's motivation for desiring to transition into a vampire hunter. But there was another reason. He had witnessed many of Yang Bo's extraordinary feats and trusted that Yang Bo was not one to act recklessly. "Father," Albert exclaimed worriedly. However, Wister waved him off, resolute, saying, "Do not worry, I trust him." Yang Bo smiled and gestured for Wister to take a seat in the red injection chair. "Since you wish to formally join the Hunters Guild, come over." Without hesitation, Wister walked to Yang Bo's side and reclined in the injection chair, cigarette in mouth, stating, "Let us do this." To be clear, while there is no life-threatening danger, it will be painful, extremely painful. "Wister, prepare yourself." Wister smiled nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference as he replied, "Fear not. I have endured far too much pain in my life. I feel numb already." Before Wister could finish his sentence, Yang Bo swiftly plunged the syringe into his arm, and without any force from Wister, the garlic juice automatically injected into his body. In that fleeting moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down Whistler's forehead, his complexion turning ashen, and the veins throughout his exposed body became grotesquely pronounced, evoking a sense of horror. Logically, one would expect the human body to succumb to protective unconsciousness after enduring such agony, yet Whistler, on the brink of suffocation, showed no inclination to faint. Moments later, he lay on the injection chair like a lifeless fish, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Although the corporeal pain had dissipated, the lingering sensations in his mind caused his body to tremble slightly, due to the abruptness of Whistler's earlier scream. Albert finally reacted and rushed to his father's side. "Father, how do you feel? Are you crying?" Yang Bo, standing nearby, tossed the now empty syringe into his backpack and retrieved a new syringe with a smile, addressing the others. "As you know, the first time is always somewhat painful, but soon it will feel quite pleasant. Rest assured, this substance injected into your bodies poses no threat to life." Ahem, I meant no life-threatening danger. "Now, let Uncle Whistler acclimate for a moment, while you discuss who will go next." Chapter 93. The Sweaty Beauty After a Brief Respite. Huster finally regained his composure from the excruciating torment that could shatter even the most resilient of stones. Rising from the injection chair, he became acutely aware that his garments were thoroughly drenched in perspiration within such a short span of time. "I feel as though I shall never fear any form of punishment again." Yang Bo glanced at Huster, his eyes filled with sympathy. Since he had undergone complete digitization, he was devoid of any sensation of pain. Furthermore, when he transitioned into the role of a vampire hunter, it was an automatic process that required no garlic juice injection, leaving him entirely oblivious to the extent of the agony. However, he surmised that it must be more excruciating than having a toothpick driven into one's toenail, followed by a forceful kick against a wall. Otherwise, Huster, a man who had endured various torments, would not be in such a state. "Who shall go first?" he asked. "Hannibal, perhaps you should take the plunge. Rest assured, there is absolutely no danger to life. Look at Huster, he is quite well now." Hannibal hesitated, visibly shaken by Huster's earlier cries. He could hardly fathom the kind of suffering that could elicit such a wail from Albert's father. Just as he was deliberating, Albert, who was supporting Huster, spoke up. "I will go. If my father can endure it, so can I." Albert's expression was resolute as he fixed his gaze on Yang Bo, while Huster, feeling a pang of compassion, implored, "Albert, you need not put yourself through this. The sensation is overwhelmingly painful." Yet, Albert shook his head at Huster's words, releasing his grip and boldly approaching the injection chair, setting aside the quiver and bow slung across his back. "Let us proceed." Seeing this, Huster refrained from further persuasion, for he had genuinely felt a transformation within himself after enduring such pain. The vigor that had gradually waned with age had returned to him in that moment. Yangbo approached Albert, who was now reclined in the injection chair, a smile gracing his face as he held the garlic juice syringe. He felt indifferent about whom he injected, yet, given that Albert was a girl and Huster's daughter, he resolved to adopt a gentler approach. It will surely be painful, so bear it as best you can. On the count of 3, I shall administer the injection, so prepare yourself. Albert bit her lip, clearly anxious, taking a couple of deep breaths before nodding at Yangbo. 3. In an instant, the syringe plunged into Albert's body with blinding speed. The resolve that had fortified her quickly crumbled. She could not withstand even a fraction of a second. An intense agony surged through her, obliterating her nerves. An indescribable sensation radiated from the injection site, spreading throughout her body, particularly around her heart, rendering her breathless with torment. Just then, a figure darted into the room, Blade. Having heard the cries from the basement, he rushed in, weapon drawn, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing the gathering of people. "What is going on here?" he inquired, his gaze shifting to Yangbo, who stood beside Huster. His instincts told him that the earlier screams were undoubtedly linked to Yangbo. He plunged the long knife into his back and strode towards Yangbo. "You have arrived. What was that dreadful scream just now?" Yangbo shrugged and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just adding a few members to our union." At that moment, Albert, who lay on the injection chair, regained his composure and weakly gazed at Yangbo, uttering, "You didn't even finish the countdown." Yangbo chuckled in response. "Whistler, your daughter is far more capable than you. She already possesses the strength to discuss such matters with me." He then waved dismissively at the remaining few. "You should hurry up with your current strength. You stand no chance against the vampires." The others exchanged glances, and ultimately, Hannibal opted for power. Having once been a member of the underworld, he was well aware of the formidable strength vampires possessed. Shortly thereafter, the screams echoed again, and the meaning behind the earlier cries became clear to Blade. Meanwhile, Yangbo was explaining to the group the method of using the stakes and the effects of certain potions. They were transitioning to vampire hunters, not mere mortals like Steve. Hence they could not craft weapons or potions, only utilize what was available. However, without transitioning, they would be unable to wield exclusive weapons and gear. Just remember, when you slay a vampire with a stake, it will leave behind this vampire's blood. As he spoke, Yangbo retrieved a vial of vampire's blood from his backpack. Blade, perplexed, inquired, "Is this what remains after a vampire's demise? Why have I never seen it before?" "The drops from monsters were invisible unless one had a relevant class in my world." Which explained why Blade had only heard Yangbo mention it once without ever witnessing it. "You simply cannot see it. Later tonight, I will take them out for a practical exercise. By the way, Blade, would you be interested in transitioning to a vampire like Paul? As for becoming a vampire hunter," Yangbo dared not suggest that to Blade, knowing that no matter how unique he was, he remained a vampire. If a vampire player in the game were to inject garlic juice, it would undoubtedly lead to immediate demise. Blade pondered seriously, intrigued primarily by the prospect of transforming into a bat. "What are the drawbacks?" Yangbo grinned and explained, "Before reaching level 4, you will fear garlic. Beyond that, you will be quite similar to your current self." Sensing the underlying issues in Yangbo's words, Blade asked, "Level 4? What happens after that?" "After level 4, you will fear sunlight and find yourself unable to defeat hunters of the same level." Noticing Blade's furrowed brow, Yangbo did not keep him in suspense, cheerfully outlining the advantages of being a vampire. "Allow me to share some benefits of becoming a vampire. Once you elevate your vampire to a certain level, you will gain access to many unique skills, such as transforming into a bat, summoning bats, night vision, invisibility, and teleportation." Before Blade could respond, the other onlookers were nearly drooling in anticipation. However, apart from Blade, the others were not entirely convinced by Yangbo's claims. Hannibal, for instance, voiced his inner thoughts. "This is impossible. I have never heard of vampires possessing such abilities. It is utterly unrealistic." Upon hearing Hannibal contradict Yangbo, Paul immediately took offense. He transformed into a bat, vigorously flapping his wings and colliding into Hannibal. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he reverted to his true form, landing unceremoniously atop Hannibal. And with evident annoyance, he exclaimed, "Boy, do you have any doubts regarding the boss's words?" Everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet no one dared to voice their desires to become a vampire, for such a notion starkly contradicted their long-held beliefs. Chapter 94. On-site instruction. The vampires of Washington were reveling in their final night of debauchery. In a shadowy alley, an ideal locale for rejuvenating both vampires and vagrants. The previously tranquil surroundings were now bustling with activity. A group of 5 or 6 individuals, accompanied by a stout and a slender bat, encircled a young man sprawled upon the ground. Terror etched across his face, the youth cowered, retreating further into the grimy earth beneath him. An unsuspecting observer would undoubtedly perceive this scene as one of bullying. In the grip of his diamond sword, Yangbo plunged it forcefully into the abdomen of the unfortunate vampire. With the other hand, a cloth materialized, swiftly thrust into the vampire's mouth to stifle any impending cries. His eyes devoid of pity, Yang commenced his impromptu lecture. You may observe the blood meter hovering above his head. It is quite straightforward, akin to playing a game. Simply reduce his health to a mere 15%. With a deft motion, he withdrew the diamond sword, delivering 2 swift strikes, reducing the vampire's vitality to a mere wisp. A casual search of the vampire's pockets yielded over $40, but fortune favored him as he also discovered a watch adorning the creature's wrist, which he unceremoniously claimed. Yang gestured towards Albert, instructing, "Utilize the stake I provided and finish him off." Albert obediently retrieved the stake and drove it into the vampire's body. Despite her youthful appearance, dispatching vampires was as effortless for her as quenching one's thirst. Unlike the game, which required stealth to activate special abilities, reality demanded no such intricacies. Achieving the threshold of 15% health was sufficient for an instant kill. As the stake pierced the vampire's form, his blood meter was depleted, igniting a conflagration above him. A vial labeled vampire blood and a set of vampire fangs tumbled to the ground, rendering the onlookers speechless and utterly convinced of Yangbo's assertions. This is astonishing, truly unbelievable. However, isn't it somewhat troublesome? If we employed silver weapons, a single strike would suffice to vanquish a vampire. Why did a vial of blood appear? If it were merely blood, that would suffice. But why a glass container? Silence. Did the instructor not state, "Do not inquire. The rules are paramount"? Yangbo, having overheard their discourse, nodded in approval before elucidating, "Concerning the vial, fret not. Moreover, when faced with overwhelming numbers, or when your confidence wavers, one must wield the most lethal means available, whether that be silver weaponry or missiles, provided you possess the means to acquire them. In instances where vampires can be easily dispatched, utilizing stakes is preferable, as the materials will bolster your strength." Nods of agreement rippled through the group. At that moment, Hannibal inquired, "What quantity of materials is required to enhance one's strength?" To ascend to the first level, 6 bottles are required. For the second level, 12 bottles, and for the third level, 18 bottles, and so forth. However, this progression is limited to level 4. Beyond that, a superior grade of materials will be needed. When you encounter formidable vampires, you will naturally understand this necessity. For each upgrade, I will collect a fee of 2 bottles, which will facilitate the enhancement of newcomers' abilities in the future. Yangbo spoke candidly about the materials, and the fees were essential. Gathering materials anew for each newcomer would be excessively laborious. His primary focus remained on swiftly bolstering the strength of this group to better hunt vampires. Let us proceed and seek the next vampire. At that moment, a frail bat flapping its wings beside them spoke with a voice akin to a blade. "Yang, I wish to operate independently to test the abilities I have acquired." This bat, entirely black, was none other than the vampire blade. Under Yangbo's persuasion and the enticing promise that he could revert from vampirism should he choose, Blade readily accepted the transformation into a vampire. What followed was a delightful spectacle as the invigorating altar elevated Blade's level to 4. Due to the requirement for upgrading the altar and other materials, further ascension was momentarily impossible. Nonetheless, even this advancement instilled within Blade a profound sense of enhanced combat prowess. Young Bo cheerfully assented to Blade's request, grinning as he said, "Be cautious. While you're at it, investigate which vampire family in Washington is the most powerful. We shall pay them a visit when time permits." After a night of instruction, the group was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Hunting vampires in the expansive map of Washington was exhilarating, causing Young Bo to lose track of time. Only when a faint light appeared on the horizon did he reluctantly lead the party back to Blade's base. "Please leave 27 bottles of vampire blood, 2 volumes of the vampire tome, and 1 vial of pure blood with me, if you wish to enhance your levels. A trip to New York with me is necessary, as I cannot augment your strength here." Despite the previous night's hunting, the group remained invigorated and showed no signs of fatigue, and none dared to contradict him. At that moment, Blade flew in from outside, and before the group's gaze, he reverted to his original form. Clearly, he had overheard Young Bo's previous remarks and stated directly, "Young, you should take them to New York first. Once they enhance their strength, it will be much easier for them to hunt vampires." Upon hearing Blade's words, Young Bo beamed at him with mischief, saying, "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of them in New York. But, how do you feel? The skills seem rather impressive, no?" Mr. Wang Jing's celebrated principle, the deliciousness law, was instantaneously triggered. Blade grinned broadly, nodding slightly. "The abilities are exceptional, particularly the capacity for flight, and my physical condition feels notably improved." One could hardly discern any trace of his earlier hesitation before the transformation. Laughter filled the basement, resonating with Young Bo's jubilant voice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Albert and Hannibal bid farewell and departed, for they did not reside in this locale. Young Bo surveyed the basement's confines and conferred with Whistler and Blade, inquiring whether they would mind if he undertook an expansion of the subterranean space, as it was undeniably cramped. With an increase in company, there would scarcely be room to turn around. Blade glanced around thoughtfully and replied, "Proceed as you see fit. The space is indeed limited. However, it would be prudent to extend further downward. At the current depth, any excavation risks encroaching upon a neighboring property." Young Bo nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential awkwardness of inadvertently breaking into another's basement. Most importantly, he intended to establish a new gateway to hell from this location, to ascertain the precise duration required to return to New York. Chapter 95. The Pig Spirit Fortress. A new subterranean space was unearthed by Young Bo, covering an area of merely 900 square feet. While this might sound substantial, it is essentially a 30-30 space within my world. With a sigh, he contemplated the construction of a portal, necessitating the excavation of an additional small room. Turning to the ever-watchful Dao Feng, he proposed, "You will accompany me to a certain location shortly. I wish to ascertain whether others can survive in the Nether. The Nether is a remarkable realm, replete with searing magma and formidable creatures." However, Young Bo's data-formed body lacked any distinctive sensations. He intended for Dao Feng to serve as a test subject, confident that his robust physique would withstand any potential mishaps. Well, he hoped so. Dao Feng, gazing at the empty expanse, pondered the possibilities of having Young Bo excavate similar spaces in other cities in the future. Such a unique ability was nothing short of a crime if not utilized. Upon hearing Young Bo's words, he snapped back to reality, curiosity piqued. "A portal? The Nether? Young, where exactly do you wish to send me?" As Young Bo wielded his pickaxe to carve out a small room from the wall, he replied, "A unique world, albeit one that should be quite hot. I, however, cannot perceive the heat due to certain peculiarities. I wish for you to venture there and test it out." As he spoke, he crafted a hidden piston door measuring 2-3 using sticky pistons. Dao Feng questioned his own comprehension, hastily inquiring, "A new world? How could that be?" "Well, all right, I accept." Initially skeptical, he suddenly recalled a fiery skeleton, the malevolent Spirit Knight. The Spirit Knight was chosen by Mephisto in Hell and transformed only after signing a contract. This realization led Dao Feng to conclude that the existence of other worlds was indeed plausible. In no time, Young Bo completed the portal framework, producing flint to ignite the obsidian. The flames barely flickered for a second before being replaced by the portal itself. Dao Feng stood astonished, mouth agape, inwardly critiquing. Is it truly this simple? It feels even less elaborate than leveling up yesterday. Yesterday, he had endured several lightning strikes to elevate his vampire rank. Yet this portal to another world appeared devoid of any grandiose effects, appearing before him in a starkly simplistic manner, inducing a sense of unreality. Yang Bo retrieved his spawn point from his bag and cast it into a corner, then turned to find Dao Feng still in a daze. Hey, don't just stand there. Dao Feng, I'll enter first to assess the situation. If it's safe, I shall return for you. All right, I shall wait here. Dao Feng replied, snapping back to focus. Yang Bo, having conveyed his intentions, promptly leaped into the portal. After a brief 3 seconds, his figure vanished from Dao Feng's sight. In the Nether Realm, a portal constructed of obsidian materialized within a gray-white environment. The name of this place was the Dandruff Canyon. Yang Bo stepped out of the portal, greeted by a sky filled with swirling white ash, a momentary wave of unease washing over him. The colloquially named Dandruff Canyon, known as the Basalt Delta, is one of the biomes in the Nether Realm. The air here is laden with white dust particles, hence its peculiar name. If one were to rank the various terrains of the Nether, Dandruff Canyon would undoubtedly be at the bottom of Yang Bo's list of preferences. The desolation is palpable, with columns of basalt and black stone rising ominously. Even the most adept parkour enthusiast might falter and fall here, necessitating careful placement of blocks. Moreover, the biodiversity in this biome is exceedingly monotonous, primarily consisting of magma cubes, ghasts, and blaze. However, a glimmer of hope lies in the presence of piglin bastions. As he gazed at a massive black structure not far away, Yang Bo couldn't help but smile with a sense of relief. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed no sign of ghasts, prompting him to encase the portal in obsidian for safety, protecting it from any sudden assaults upon his next visit. It was time to summon Dao Feng for an adventure. Upon returning to the overworld, Yang Bo nearly collided with Dao Feng. Wow, Dao Feng, what are you doing? He exclaimed, startled to find Dao Feng emerging from the portal with a startled expression. I almost had a heart attack. Thankfully, my data form is immune to such ailments. My apologies, I was merely curious about these purple particles drifting from the portal. Dao Feng replied, gesturing towards the shimmering particles that dissipated after floating about half a meter into the air. Yang Bo shook his head dismissively. They are nothing but mere effects. Come on, let us head over together. Dao Feng nodded, and together they stepped through the portal. In 3 seconds, their figures materialized in the Nether. Yang Bo, visibly anxious, clutched a fire resistance potion in one hand and a bucket of milk in the other, ready for anything. Dao Feng, however, exhibited no signs of discomfort, merely casting a curious glance at Yang Bo's prepared stance. What's wrong? Is this truly another world? Dao Feng inquired, as the portal was encased, obscuring his view of the external environment. Ah, you seem fine. It appears the Nether poses no harm to ordinary individuals, Yang Bo replied, moving to the edge of the portal and opening a wooden door. What greeted Dao Feng was a breathtaking spectacle, a glimpse into the grandeur of the Nether. Is this underground? Did you excavate this? He marveled, his thoughts bordering on incredulity as he surveyed the vast cavern, extending hundreds of meters with an endless expanse, and a towering ceiling above. The most striking aspect was that everything was composed of blocks, identical to those Yang Bo had mined. However, to construct such an expansive space would require an astronomical number of blocks. No, this is a truly fascinating world. How do you feel? Are there any discomforts? Yang Bo inquired, closely monitoring Dao Feng's condition and health bar, anxious that his companion might suddenly collapse. Fortunately, Dao Feng appeared to be in perfect health thus far. Blade attuned to his own body, sensing no discomfort, shook his head and replied, No, I feel splendid. That's excellent. Just be cautious and keep up with me. With that, Yang Bo commenced constructing blocks, setting forth towards the Piglin Bastion. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, prompting Yang Bo to instinctively draw his shield and diamond sword from his backpack. Blade, following the sound, beheld the formidable figure of a ghast. My heavens, what is that? Chapter 96. The battle commences. Under the vigilant gaze of Dao Feng, the newly spawned wraith opened its mouth wide and unleashed a fireball the size of a human head, hurtling swiftly towards the two. Instinctively, Dao Feng attempted to evade, only to witness Yang Bo assume a baseball stance. It soon became clear to him why Yang Bo had adopted such a posture. With a resounding thud, Yang Bo struck the fireball back, sending it soaring directly toward the pale creature. Alas, his aim fell short. Yang Bo wore an expression of displeasure. The wraith had this irritating trait. Its agile maneuvers made it a challenging foe from a distance. Damn it, this creature can dodge too, Dao Feng thought. Leave it to you, Yang Bo. It merely spews fireballs. Simply wait for your chance to retaliate and obliterate it. But do be cautious not to harm yourself. If all else fails, you could just draw your gun and eliminate it. Its health is not particularly high. Dao Feng instinctively nodded in agreement and, out of curiosity, inquired, "What is this?" A wraith, a unique monster of this realm. It appears formidable, yet its strength is rather feeble, Yang Bo explained while assembling blocks. At that moment, he felt that having a companion to explore the nether was indeed a delightful prospect. Solitude would be exceedingly tedious. The wraith soon expelled another fireball. With heightened vigilance, Dao Feng emulated Yang Bo's earlier actions and sent the fireball hurtling back. Upon impact, the fireball detonated against the wraith, resulting in a tremendous explosion that ultimately claimed the creature's life. Yang Bo chuckled upon hearing the sound, exclaiming, "Well done." As the wraith collapsed, its body turned a crimson hue before dissipating into a cloud of smoke, revealing several items cascading from the sky. "Yang, I believe I see something falling from its body." Indeed, upon death, wraiths leave behind gunpowder and wraith tears, which are materials for potion crafting. However, it's too far. Do not attempt to collect them. Dao Feng, yearning to transform into a bat to investigate further, restrained himself upon hearing Yang Bo's words and followed closely behind him towards the dark expanse. Simultaneously, he observed other creatures, colossal magma monstrosities and the red-hot blazing beasts. Although they bore different appearances, they shared a commonality in their square shapes. The Piglin Bastion was not far from the portal, and soon the two arrived at the outer wall of the fortress. Dao Feng, exercise caution, Yang Bo warned as he used his pickaxe to break open a piece of black stone, peering inside. With a swift whoosh, a crossbow bolt shot forth from the opening, striking Yang Bo in the head. Dao Feng, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, drew his weapon and unleashed a barrage of bullets. -2. The results were minimal. Feeling somewhat vexed by the ambush, Yang Bo brandished his diamond sword and thrust it forward. The nether piglin's health plummeted instantly, and it collapsed, dropping its loot. Yang Bo, irked, muttered, "Ugh, I loathe ambushes." He then turned to face Dao Feng, who was startled, primarily due to the crossbow bolt protruding from Yang Bo's head, which was rather alarming. "Are you all right?" Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, smiling as he reached for the crossbow bolt lodged in his head. At that moment, the bolt seemed to pass through his palm like a phantom. "No worries, rest assured. I merely wish to convey that you now possess vampiric abilities. For creatures of such proximity, you can simply drain their life force directly without the need for firearms." Dao Feng similarly reached out to touch the crossbow bolt embedded in Yang Bo's head, finally feeling reassured. Hearing Yang Bo's words, he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I have yet to acclimate to this situation." The demise of this nether piglin appeared to trigger a chain reaction, as an array of grunts erupted within the fortress, with several piglins rushing to the scene, including a formidable piglin brute. True to its name, the piglin brute always wielded a golden axe upon spawning. They do not don armor, nor do they pick up any to equip themselves. Even when faced with the strongest netherite armor from the original game, 2 strikes from its axe could make one feel utterly unprotected. Yang Bo exploited a small opening to relentlessly assault the creatures within using his diamond sword, while Dao Feng commenced his vampiric ability as well. The ordinary piglins quickly succumbed, though Yang Bo paid the price with 3 additional crossbow bolts now protruding from his head. The piglin brute, with a health pool of 50 points, remained agitated within, desperate to escape through the breach and strike Yang Bo twice with its axe. Ultimately, it fell in defeat. The piglin brute was exceptionally resilient. Meanwhile, Dao Feng felt little concern, as he was still captivated by everything in this world, the fantastical environment, the bizarre creatures, and the rugged architecture before him. "Yang, this creature, Dao Feng was just about to inquire whether these monsters lacked intelligence, considering they had such a large opening yet did not attempt to escape, when he turned to see Yongbo, for crossbow bolts humorously embedded in his face. My apologies, I didn't mean to. Yongbo, noticing Dao Feng's expression, took a deep breath and remarked, if you laugh any harder, I shall have you stand in front. Let us go, hurry inside. We must widen the opening. Yongbo charged ahead, hearing more piglin sounds within. He dared not act recklessly, as the piglin brute's attacks were exceedingly potent, posing a significant risk. At that moment, a chest came into view. After surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of monsters, he approached and opened the chest. A light spirit arrow, weeping obsidian, nether wart, and gold ingots, quite satisfactory. If this were in a game, Yongbo would undoubtedly scoff at the chest's meager contents, but in reality, as long as the chest was not empty, he felt he had struck a great fortune. At this juncture, Dao Feng, with a tone of incredulity, remarked, Yang, is this gold? Yongbo swiftly stowed the items, along with the chest, into his backpack, then turned to Dao Feng, who was nearly touching the gilded black stone. As he curiously tapped the golden surface, Yongbo, I know you are financially constrained, but it cannot be that dire. This time, Blade relocated from New York to Washington, purchasing a house and acquiring some equipment for Karen, depleting his previously amassed savings entirely. Being devoid of funds makes the life of a superhero exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for the generosity of the Washington vampires, he would scarcely be able to afford gasoline. Yongbo approached Blade, gently tapping him on the shoulder to indicate he should clear the area. Using the diamond pickaxe of fortune, he extracted a piece of gilded black stone, resulting in the emergence of 4 gold nuggets, each the size of an infant's fist. Blade's eyes widened as he glanced at the gold nuggets and then back at Yongbo. In that instant, he had completely dismissed the notion of robbing the vampires from his mind. No, let's rob Yongbo instead. Yongbo tossed the gold nuggets to Blade, then dug twice towards the center of the fortress, connecting to the treasure chamber. He called Blade over to examine the gold nuggets, pointing towards the treasure chamber below and declaring, that is all gold. Chapter 97. Do not gaze recklessly when an object reaches a certain abundance. It becomes all too easy for one to feel numb, just as the Blade now comprehends how to articulate his current sentiments. Upon casting his gaze in the direction pointed out by Yongbo and beholding the expanse of gold below, he suddenly perceives that money is merely that, nothing more. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Yongbo patted Blade's shoulder and said, let us proceed and clear this place up first. At the headquarters of SHIELD, the environment, which had been ravaged by the recent battle, had been completely restored in just a matter of days. Nick Fury sat alone behind his desk, appearing at least 7 or 8 years older than he had a few days prior. The incident involving Hydra had resulted in significant losses for SHIELD. To speak candidly, the organization was on the brink of obliteration. Once a vast power with global reach, it was now reduced to mere remnants, and most critically, the members of the council had lost their trust in them. Were it not for Fury's considerable abilities, SHIELD might not have survived at all. Knock, knock. A rap at the door interrupted Fury, who was rubbing his temples. He lifted his head and straightened his posture. Come in. A tall woman entered the office, holding a document and shutting the door behind her with one hand. Director, I have some matters to discuss with you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fury's expression softened slightly, and he managed a rare smile. Hill, what is it? Please, have a seat. The visitor was none other than Maria Hill, the deputy director of SHIELD. Without hesitation, Hill took a seat opposite Fury and placed the documents on the desk. The losses SHIELD has incurred are grave. Many Hydra operatives have gone into hiding. Fury nodded. Originally, the Hydra forces that had taken over SHIELD's divisions were swiftly eradicated with the collaboration of violent agencies across various nations once exposed to the public eye. However, everyone understood that this was merely an illusion. as many Hydra agents were concealing themselves even more deeply. Hill continued, "During the Hydra incident, I took note of one individual." She opened the documents on the desk. Fury's pupils dilated slightly as he recognized the photograph of Yongbo Hill. "He is a member of my specialized task force," Fury stated. Hill looked intently at Fury and replied, "Yongbo first emerged in Hell's Kitchen in New York. Subsequently, he began a relentless hunt for vampires. You had arranged for Coulson to engage with him. Meanwhile, the Hydra operatives hidden within SHIELD caught wind of his activities and, through a unique calculation method, deduced that he would become an adversary to Hydra, leading to his subsequent targeting by them. One could say that the exposure of Hydra was entirely due to him. Would you not agree, Director Fury?" Fury, having anticipated Hill's next words, felt his expression darken further. "You are correct, Hill. He is one of my pre-selected targets. Leave him to me." Hill rose and addressed Fury, stating that his existence had already drawn the attention of the upper echelons of America, possessing various capabilities yet remaining uncontrollable. "I hope you can resolve this issue." With that, Hill did not take the documents from the table and casually remarked, "Director, I shall take my leave." Fury, gazing at the documents before him, felt a twinge of headache. From his interactions with Yongbo, he had already discerned that Yongbo's mental state was somewhat precarious. Yongbo was currently entrenched in a self-protective stance. Akin to the African honey badger, anyone daring to extend a hand towards him would face his relentless retribution. However, the crux of the matter lay not in his temperament, which resembled that of the honey badger, but rather in the fact that his power far exceeded that of the creature. Although Hill was ostensibly under his command, she was directly beholden to the arrangements of the Security Council and leaned towards the interests of the American government. The fact that SHIELD had not been disbanded bore significant credit to Hill's actions. Her placement within SHIELD by the Security Council was also due to her unwillingness to blindly obey Fury's commands. As Hill exited the office, Fury picked up the documents on the table and began perusing the detailed contents, which not only outlined Yongbo's movements, but also speculated on many of his abilities. Rising from his seat, Fury approached a shredder located within the office and discarded the documents into it. After a whirring sound, Yongbo's information was reduced to confetti, falling into a container filled with a special solution below. Fury returned to his desk, reclined slightly in his chair, and closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. A few minutes later, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Searching for Yongbo's number, he pressed the call button, but Yongbo was currently excavating a shortcut to the underworld portal in New York with Blade, making a phone call practically futile. The busy signal echoed through the receiver, prompting Fury to hang up and toss the phone onto the table. "I hope he pays attention." Meanwhile, in the underworld, Blade followed closely behind Yongbo, feeling a twinge of regret for having ventured into this bizarre realm. Observing the gold nuggets that Yongbo occasionally unearthed, Blade had grown somewhat numb. "Where are we headed?" Pausing his excavation, Yongbo glanced at the mini-map and replied with a smile, "We're almost there." "You said that half an hour ago." Yongbo chuckled awkwardly and insisted, "This time, it's really soon, at most 7 or 8 minutes, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise." Blade resigned himself to the reality and continued digging behind Yongbo Hell's debris. Yongbo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He chose to dig at the lower levels, which allowed him to sidestep many troublesome encounters while simultaneously acquiring hellish debris, a win-win situation. Blade, having grown accustomed to the peculiarities, had witnessed Yongbo unearth this so-called hellish debris numerous times along their journey. Yet each instance ignited Yongbo's enthusiasm anew. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yongbo excavated the block before him, revealing an elongated tunnel, identical to the one he had previously unearthed, which served as a swift passage from Central Park to his company in the Nether. "We've arrived," Yongbo called out to Dao Feng, who immediately perked up, for the unchanging hellish rock surrounding them had begun to induce a sense of aesthetic fatigue. "Have we really?" Yongbo nodded, leading Dao Feng upward into the memory forest. Suddenly, Dao Feng inquired, "Yang, I think I just saw a shadow, at least 2.5 meters tall, but it vanished in the blink of an eye." as Yongbo listened to the distinctive sound of the Enderman teleporting behind him. He swallowed the words he had intended to share with Dao Feng, warning him not to gaze upon the Enderman. Chapter 98. Provocation at the doorstep. Upon hearing the voice of the Enderman behind him, Yongbo swiftly pulled out his blade and took refuge beneath a 2-block-high platform. It was indeed that monstrous creature. The voice of the blade echoed once more, prompting Yongbo to glance over, where he beheld another Enderman, its mouth agape, emitting an enraged howl directed at the blade. In an instant, the Enderman vanished from sight. Yongbo realized that these Endermen were true novice slayers. For anyone unfamiliar with their nature, encountering a horde of them would make survival a daunting challenge. Known as Endermen, these creatures would become infuriated if anyone dared to gaze upon their heads, promptly teleporting behind their adversaries. At that moment, the blade caught sight of the Enderman lurking behind, its obsidian form trembling violently, exuding purple particles while roaring menacingly. Without hesitation, the blade employed its vampiric abilities, aiming at the Enderman. Not allowed to look at their heads, this condition felt excessively harsh, and Yongbo couldn't help but feel relieved that such monsters did not exist in the real world. Yongbo then unsheathed his diamond sword, dispatching another Enderman, which, under the influence of a threefold boost, dropped 3 Ender Pearls. Soon after, the Enderman that had been drained of blood collapsed to the ground as well. However, fortune seemed to elude them, as it did not yield any Ender Pearls. The blade approached and collected the fallen pearls. Turning to Yongbo and exclaiming in realization, "No wonder those purple particles looked so familiar when that creature vanished. It turns out these teleporting items are what it dropped." After receiving the pearls and stowing them in his backpack, Yongbo replied, "Indeed, they are its drops. Let us proceed." Through the portal, the two found themselves in the subterranean realm beneath the central plaza. The blade recognized the familiar surroundings and immediately inquired, "Is this near the central plaza?" Yongbo acknowledged that excavating the tunnel had indeed consumed some time, yet he estimated it to be no more than 3 or 4 kilometers. For context, the distance from New York to Washington is a staggering 380 kilometers. Yongbo made his way to the chamber housing the vampire hunter NPC. Hearing the blade's query, he chuckled. "Precisely. Isn't this much more convenient? On our return, riding the motorcycle will be swifter. I'll also expand the tunnel further and install railways for direct subway use." The blade regarded Yongbo with earnest attention, feeling his understanding refreshed once more. Such capability could hardly be described as mere convenience. Once the guild was fully operational and each city had its branch, this method would allow for rapid support, relocation, and transportation. Yongbo opened the door to the vampire hunter's chamber and entered, approaching the hunter's research station. He tossed materials into it, crafting the necessary research notes for upgrades. He located the vampire hunter and adeptly opened the interface to submit the required materials. Upgrade. Yongbo did not rush into upgrading his skills. Instead, he turned back to the hunter's research station, crafting another research note, a testament to the experience he had accrued while gaming. The materials required for crafting the hunter's notes vary with each level. To avoid the predicament of the research notes are not suitable for your level, it is advisable to create one each time you advance a level. Once again, seek out the vampire hunter and present the necessary materials. Level up. As Yongbo opened the skill panel and beheld the 4 skill points above, a smile graced his face. At last, he could unlock the true use of the stake. With the skill, vampires with health points below 200 would appear as inconsequential as mere parchment to him. However, one must exercise caution when wielding the stake. It is imperative not to jest with the blade. Blade observed Yongbo's newfound excitement with a sense of bewilderment. His instincts told him that Yongbo had become exceedingly dangerous. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the ground, akin to a colossal hammer striking the earth. Yongbo momentarily froze, then promptly opened the mini-map, which revealed no red dots. But what on earth happened to the woods around my home? He sprinted towards the exit, and Blade followed suit. Upon emerging from the tunnel, Yongbo beheld the trees near the exit, which appeared to have been ravaged by a tempest, leaning haphazardly in disarray. What on earth is going on? There were no signs of construction machinery having been present. The only clue left behind was a gigantic footprint. Yang Bo's size 44-foot barely filled the massive imprint, which was at least half again as large. As Blade approached his side, Yang Bo glanced at him and inquired, "Blade, what do you make of this?" Blade scrutinized the footprint, which had sunk at least 30 centimeters into the ground, and replied earnestly, "Well, the individual did not wear shoes." Yang Bo was taken aback. The impression etched into the earth was strikingly clear, with each toe distinctly visible. At that moment, several armed helicopters soared overhead, heading into the distance. And Yang Bo immediately deduced that they were pursuing the culprits responsible for the chaos at his doorstep. Even more astonishing was the presence of a news helicopter trailing behind the armed ones. This compelled Yang Bo to admire the dedication of American journalists. Watching the aircraft recede into the horizon, Yang Bo picked up a broken branch from the ground, exerted a bit of force, and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Anger flashing in his eyes. "They have audaciously encroached upon my home. Can I tolerate this?" Observing Yang Bo's explosive fury, Blade approached the entrance and popped his head back in, exclaiming, "Blade, we must return home immediately." Blade wore a look of incredulity reminiscent of Nick Young. "Aren't you planning to seek out the one responsible for the destruction here?" Yang Bo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "I may be somewhat petty, but I am not petty to that extent. Besides, the ball up there does not belong to me. It's not my concern." Blade, taken aback by Yang Bo's words, was left speechless. If he was not going to confront the perpetrator, why the myriad of expressions? In the end, he could only silently mutter to himself, "This isn't yours either." After sealing the entrance, Yang Bo did not linger at home. Instead, he proceeded directly to the office. Although there was electricity at home, there was no internet connection, and he intended to catch up on the news to assist the dedicated reporters in boosting their viewership. Upon arriving at the office, he found the exit still located within his workspace, but this time, upon emerging from the portal, he found himself directly in his office cubicle. Sitting behind his desk, Yang Bo powered on his computer, and immediately, a live broadcast notification from New York appeared on the screen, clearly indicating that the current events had stirred quite a commotion. As he observed the lively green figure leaping throughout the city on the screen, Yang Bo's initial suspicion was confirmed. When he first noticed the enormous footprints, his immediate thought was of the Hulk. However, another question arose in his mind. Why had the Hulk made his appearance later than Iron Man? Chapter 99. A battle beyond reach. At that moment, Dao Feng approached, glancing at a redwood table adorned in a style reminiscent of traditional Chinese craftsmanship. With a smile, he remarked, "This table seems somewhat out of place amidst your high-tech surroundings." Yang Bo, hearing this, immediately beamed with delight and replied, "Dao Feng, you simply lack discernment. This is a piece crafted from Wang Wali. It was a gift from a venerable and powerful mage, whose elegance is undeniable. Merely the history of this table surpasses that of America." He chuckled, adding, "Speaking of American history." Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm where Gu Yi was sipping tea, she sensed someone speaking of her and furrowed her brow slightly. Utilizing the time stone, she sought to investigate, yet found nothing of consequence. Intrigued by the illustrious description, Dao Feng couldn't help but inquire, "Is this individual referred to as the Green Giant?" As they watched the footage, a tank shell struck the green figure, sending it soaring through the air, crashing to the ground and enveloped in dust. When the haze settled, the creature bore not a single mark. Dao Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. He suspected that even if he were to hack at the monster relentlessly, he would scarcely breach its defenses. Yang Bo, engrossed in the video of the Green Giant, shook his head at Dao Feng's words, stating, "No, this fellow is called Hulk. The Green Giant is merely a moniker. His entire body is verdant and colossal." Internally, he scoffed. This Hulk from the Marvel Cinematic Universe is utterly feeble. Not to mention the Hulk from the Incredible Hulk. Even the Hulk from the Green Giant is far more formidable than this one, who was blasted away by a shell. He recalled the immense strength of Hulk from the Incredible Hulk and his skill, Hulk Slash, which rendered tanks as fragile as paper in his presence. "What would you like to drink?" "Dao Feng. Tea or coffee?" Just water." Yang Bo responded with a hint of sarcasm. "I sense your subtle mockery, though I have no proof." He then pressed the call button on the table, and the voice of his secretary, Anna, echoed through. Boss, you've arrived? I'll be right there. Anna, please bring me a cup of water and a cup of tea. My friend is accompanying me. And could you also grab some fruit? In this place, the only fruits available were watermelon and apples, as he relished their flavors, and they were inexpensive, easily cultivated on his own. Frugality where possible, indulgence where necessary, he mused. Cycling towards the bar. Understood. Young Bo propped his legs on the table, casting the screen onto the wall for a clearer view, and lit a cigarette. Adopting a cinematic demeanor. Once again, he felt compelled to commend the journalists. The high-definition footage, despite a slight tremor, was otherwise impeccable. It appeared these fearless reporters were intent on shoving their cameras into Hulk's mouth. Knock, knock. Come in. Anna entered gracefully, bearing a tray laden with fruits and tea, which she placed upon the table. Without hesitation, she approached Young Bo from behind and commenced a soothing massage of his shoulders. Casually, she picked up a slice of watermelon and exclaimed, Dao Feng, have a couple of pieces. I sensed that the Hulk would not be subdued anytime soon. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded on the screen as Tony, clad in his gold and crimson Iron Man armor, burst into the scene. Young Bo adjusted his posture, his expression a mix of intrigue and discomfort. Is it possible that Tony already possesses an anti-Hulk suit at this juncture? Sure enough, Tony charged forward, fell, rose again, and then collapsed once more. Young Bo couldn't contain his laughter, nearly spitting out the watermelon in his mouth. Tony's audacity was remarkable. He dared to confront the Hulk without even an anti-Hulk suit. Astonishingly, the Hulk seized Tony and hurled him with great force, embedding him into the wall of a nearby building. Sparks flew, indicating substantial damage to his armor. Had it not been for the advanced shock absorption capabilities typical of the Marvel Universe, the impact alone would have rendered anyone from a different realm lifeless, their insides shattered. After dispatching the brief interlude involving Iron Man, the Green Giant redirected his wrath toward the surrounding tanks. At this moment, the Hulk had only just emerged. Bruce Banner was entirely incapable of communicating with the beast, devoid of rational thought, acting solely on primal instinct. Blade observed intently. While his abilities served him well against vampires in the film, they seemed rather mundane when faced with the formidable T1 level Avengers. Watching the Hulk was akin to viewing a science fiction spectacle. Yet, with Young Bo's assistance and his transformation into a vampire from my world, combined with various skills, the challenge level had significantly escalated. Young Bo glanced at Blade, and a revelation struck him. Teleportation, regeneration, swordsmanship, marksmanship. Is this not a low-tier version of Deadpool? Indeed, a mere shadow of Deadpool, whose prowess bordered on the absurd. At that moment, Young Bo's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Ivan. What could this fellow want? He answered, and Ivan's voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, Tony Stark has encountered some trouble. He just contacted me, hoping I could lend a hand. Young Bo could scarcely believe his ears. The proud Tony Stark was seeking assistance? Moreover, Ivan, who had previously harbored a desire to eliminate Tony, was now inclined to help. What sort of clandestine dealings had transpired between them? Clearly, Ivan was intent on offering aid, as he would not have called otherwise. After a moment's contemplation, Young Bo replied, Ivan, you may go. However, be warned, the enemy is formidable, exceptionally so. How many suits are currently deployed? Ivan also caught sight of the green figure in the news, as well as Tony embedded in the wall. Tony, uncertain whether it was a malfunction in his armor, remained trapped within the wall. Due to his status, the news reporters dedicated a specific camera angle solely to Tony, providing him with a distinct frame. Upon hearing Young Bo's inquiry, he replied directly, 3 Level 1 armors. Level 1 armors represent the latest advancements in combat suits, alongside Level 2 and Level 3 armors. The Electro that Ivan previously operated has now been downgraded to a Level 2 armor, while Level 3 armors are essentially stripped-down variants of Level 2, designed for military procurement. Bring them all along, and control them remotely as much as possible. If any issues arise, evacuate immediately. Remember to safeguard yourselves. Boss, rest assured, I have already spotted that green monster. With that, Ivan ended the call and approached the armor that had been prepared for him. Upon entering, He noticed that this new generation of electro armor was significantly bulkier and more formidable than the first generation, diverging entirely from the lightweight and agile designs reminiscent of Iron Man. Chapter 100. Truly unbeatable in the office, Yang Bo hung up the phone, gazing at the screen where the Hulk was fiercely engaged in a duel with a tank. Beside him, Blade, though uncertain about Ivan's capabilities, couldn't shake the feeling that he was unlikely to surpass Yang Bo. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "Are you worried? This monster's strength is simply overwhelming." At that moment, the Hulk had forcibly torn off the upper half of the tank, as if opening a can. Yang Bo replied candidly, "What good would it do for me to go? I cannot defeat it. Killing it is out of the question. I even doubt my own strength. The health I've cut off regenerates faster than I can inflict damage." Then, are you referring to Ivan? He isn't foolish. His objective is to lure the Hulk out of New York. Let us not forget about SHIELD. I am certain they possess a strategy. Unbeknownst to Yang Bo, Fury was currently troubled by the sight of the Hulk on screen. They had yet to recover from the Hydra incident, and to confront the Hulk. They must draw him out of New York, otherwise, they could not deploy any heavy weaponry. However, the dilemma arose. Who had the ability to attract the Hulk's ire and lead him out of New York alive? Fury considered dispatching Captain America, yet he doubted that even he could contend with such a beast. A single misstep could lead to regret too late. On a bustling avenue in New York, Tony Stark remained calmly embedded in the wall. Though it was somewhat humiliating, he clung to the wall for his own safety. Primarily because the screen before him was filled with alarming red warnings. Where on earth did this green creature emerge from? In the original narrative, he should have been wallowing in despair over palladium poisoning, entirely oblivious to the Hulk's antics, and he was in Los Angeles, not New York. However, due to his desire to discuss the battle armor with Ivan, he had stayed in New York. The new armor had just been completed a few days prior, and now he could directly commence the production of a new model. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. "Mr. Stark, there is an incoming call request." "Connect it," Tony commanded. Ivan's voice immediately echoed from the armor. "Tony, I'm here." Jarvis then alerted him of an aerial target rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated as a suit of armor plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the Hulk. The immense gravitational force unleashed unparalleled devastation, sending the unsuspecting Hulk crashing underground. "Well, that looks rather painful." Tony, observing from his VIP viewing position, perceived the unfolding scene with clarity, despite his disdain for Ivan's clumsy armor. Witnessing such a powerful and violent assault stirred a fervor within him. It seemed he would need to develop armor capable of tackling large entities in the future. Just as Tony believed the ordeal had concluded and prepared to emerge from the wall, a furious roar erupted from the pit created by the Hulk's impact. The colossal steel armor was cast aside as the Hulk emerged from the pit, yet he was not unscathed. A visible wound marred his body, oozing a viscous green blood. With a fierce glare fixed upon the now upright armor, he opened his arms and let out a tremendous roar, the injury visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Ivan squinted slightly within the armor. At that moment, a female voice resonated from the suit. "The enemy's size has increased by approximately 17 to 18%. Please be advised, based on current data, the adversary's strength has surpassed the armor's tolerance threshold." This was Natasha, the rudimentary artificial intelligence developed by Ivan and Tony, possessing only basic analytical capabilities, yet sufficient for auxiliary support. As a Russian, naming the AI Natasha posed no issue, having no connection to the Black Widow whatsoever. Ivan remained silent, fixated on the screen displaying the Hulk, while he reached behind his back to retrieve a shield, securing it to his arm. The armor emitted sounds of reconfiguration, shrinking from nearly 5 meters to just over 3. Although diminished in size, it appeared considerably sturdier. This was the Titan model armor, crafted as per Yang Bo's specifications. Devoid of any extravagant abilities, designed solely for withstanding blows. At that moment, the Hulk charged towards Ivan, his speed remarkable, leaving a series of distinct footprints on the solid ground. He raised his hands and leapt, aiming to strike the Titan from above. Ivan, intent on gauging the enemy's strength, lifted his shield in a defensive posture. The impact was colossal, the shield warped and deformed. Ivan's expression darkened significantly. The Hulk did not relent, raining blows upon the shield with a series of resounding thuds. Tony, having extricated himself from the wall, raised his hand, unleashing energy blasts from his weapon towards the Hulk. However, the green giant paid him no heed, focused solely on dismantling the armored figure before him. The Titan withdrew a three-sided dagger, about 70 to 80 centimeters long, somewhat curved yet still functional. It was clear who had suggested this course of action. Ivan, with his proud disposition, would typically disdain such underhanded tactics. Yet facing such a formidable foe, he had no choice but to give his all. The sharp three-sided dagger failed to breach the Hulk's defenses, bending under the immense force. Watching the live broadcast, young Bo let out an exasperated sigh. Indeed, Ivan's dagger made from ordinary materials is inadequate. Had it been forged from the core of a dying star or the materials used for the Stormbreaker axe, that strike could have pierced the Hulk clean through. Meanwhile, Blade, captivated by the scene, grasped the situation, realizing that this newly unveiled armor belonged to Ivan's, who had called earlier. Young, is this armor a product of your company? Young Bo gently nodded and opened his computer to display a design rendering. Behind the sleek black battle armor lay a slender silver longsword, its frame rather diminutive. However, when juxtaposed with the other armors in the company, it held a unique charm. He gestured toward the image on the desk and remarked, I have also asked the researchers to design an anti-vampire battle armor for you, but it will require some time. First, I must complete the outfitting of the company's security department. Blade was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that young Bo would create a battle armor specifically for him. A glance at the computer's rendering ignited a fervent excitement within him, a sensation that epitomized the romance of masculinity. Meanwhile, Ivan, upon seeing the curved dagger, hesitated no longer and directed the other two units soaring in the sky to descend with force. They formed a triangular formation, encircling the Hulk within. At that moment, Ivan comprehended fully the reason behind Yang Tao's consent for his arrival. Raising his gaze to the news helicopter hovering above, a cold smirk crept across Ivan's face. Next, I shall demonstrate the capabilities of the battle armor and fetch a handsome price. Chapter 101. The escaping Hulk. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, a telltale sign of high-voltage electricity penetrating the atmosphere, generating negative ions. In the grasp of one of the mechanized suits were two whips crackling with electric energy, aimed directly at the Hulk. No one dared to test the sensation of being struck, yet the Hulk had transcended the boundaries of humanity. His verdant hand seized the whip of the electro suit, and the potent current caused the thick locks atop his head to stand on end, wisps of white smoke rising from him. However, under such high voltage, the only consequence was singed hair. No other harm befell him. Tony had ceased his previous trivialities, his brow furrowing as he observed the Hulk pulling the suit closer with the electric tether. As Ivan's rival and partner, he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of those electric whips. This behemoth was excessively powerful. He resolved to develop a suit specifically designed to counter this green adversary upon his return. Through the internal communication system of the suit, he reached out to Ivan, stating directly, we must devise a means to expel it from New York City. The damage it is causing is catastrophic. Ivan's voice was calm on the other end. I am aware. I have already initiated that process. The remaining two suits sprang into action, with one extending two electric tendrils to ensnare the Hulk. He immediately attempted to break free, but Ivan denied him the opportunity. The initial Titan suit discarded its shattered shield, its plasma thrusters glowing with a brilliant blue light, propelling its heavy form swiftly towards the Hulk. With a resounding crash, it collided with the Hulk, and amidst the cacophony of machinery, the Titan suit locked down the Hulk's arms and torso. The thrusters of the three suits ignited, lifting them skyward. Bound, the Hulk's fury intensified, and Ivan once more heard Natasha's alert. The target's strength is rapidly increasing. It is projected to escape the Titan's confinement in 30 seconds. 29, 28. Silence. Maximize the thruster's energy output. Ivan's entire focus was on the restrained Hulk, as a grating metallic tearing sound emanated from the Titan's suit. The Hulk's strength was formidable, yet his mass was manageable. This weight was trivial for the three suits. Thus, under full power, they swiftly ascended from the bustling cityscape. Hulk! With a thunderous crash. The Titan suit could no longer withstand the Hulk's surging might and was violently cast aside. Freeing his hands, the Hulk became even more terrifying, delivering a crushing blow to the head of the Titan suit. Its formidable defenses proved as fragile as paper, collapsing into the suit's chest cavity. The thrusters beneath the Titan flickered momentarily before plummeting from the sky. Tony, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of anxiety, yet Ivan's voice crackled through the communicator. It appears we need to equip 2 control systems and enhance the defenses significantly. I had thought you were within that suit. Tony felt a sense of relief upon hearing Ivan's voice. He had sought assistance, knowing that if any issues arose, he would feel quite remorseful. Be cautious. It seems this fellow has grown even stronger. Ivan, upon hearing Tony's words, smiled and replied, Indeed, this creature's strength has been steadily increasing. And I have observed that the more enraged he becomes, the faster his power escalates. At that moment, Hulk was tugging at the specially designed electric cables. As thick as a thumb. Under his fury, these cables, no stronger than mere grass ropes, snapped one after another. Hulk plummeted from a height of several hundred meters. His limbs flailed about, presenting a comical sight. However, none of the onlookers dared to laugh. The ground trembled as Hulk crashed into it, creating a sizable crater. But in an instant, he sprang forth once more, glancing up at the armored suit in the sky. A flicker of clarity crossed his furious gaze as he etched the image of the suit into his memory and charged off into the distance. Ivan chose not to pursue. His objective had been met. He had aided Tony in showcasing the armor. Whether Hulk survived or not was of no concern to him, with the weaponry his suit currently bore. Defeating such a monster was beyond his capabilities. Ivan guided the armored suit down to the ground alongside Tony, heading toward the damaged Titan armor. While most of it could be replaced, the reactor on top had to be salvaged. It was simply too costly to abandon. Tony followed closely, stating earnestly, It appears I must create some backup suits or compatible components to replace any damaged parts swiftly. One could not help but admire Tony's rapid growth. He swiftly devised solutions to challenges and possessed the capability to implement them. Indeed, I shall contemplate this aspect as well. Tony's words sparked a significant inspiration in Ivan. This way, he need not worry about the suits being rendered incapable of battle, and he could explore the feasibility of designing components that allowed for straightforward replacements. For instance, the Titan armor's arms and head had sustained severe damage. If there were other suits unfit for combat, he could simply detach the intact arms and substitute them for the broken parts on the Titan. At that moment, Tony gazed at Ivan's 2 suits, and a question unexpectedly sprang to mind. Ivan, which suit are you in? The 2 suits under the Titan activated their thrusters and rapidly soared toward the company. Responding to Tony's inquiry, Ivan's voice crackled through the communicator. I thought you wouldn't notice. I'm in the simulation chamber of the company's lab, remotely controlling the armor. Tony's expression darkened as the mask of the iron suit retracted. He felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he were perpetually one step behind Ivan, a reality that stung his pride. It seems I truly must return home and diligently analyze the data for the new armor. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, disregarding the armed helicopters flying overhead and the now vanished Hulk. The news also showed no trace of the Hulk's presence. Yongbo reached out to turn off the projection. Indeed, the Hulk's trousers were a glitch. A pair of jeans somehow expanded several times without sustaining any damage. With a hint of nostalgia, Yongbo murmured to himself, closing his eyes to relish Anna's massage behind him while his mind wandered through the narratives of the Marvel films. The Power Stone, the Mind Stone. I must find a way to acquire all the stones. Although I cannot harness their powers, having them as collectibles is still preferable to letting Thanos take them and snap his fingers. Chapter 102. The Sorcery Module. After sending Blade back to Washington and instructing him to hunt more vampires, Yongbo returned home, seated himself on the sofa, and gazed up at the golden fluorite adorning the ceiling. He chose not to bring Boar and Alan back with him, deliberately leaving them by Blade's side to assist in managing the Hunters Guild. Alone once more, he found solitude quite comforting. He often felt that Boar had a tendency to spy on him while he slept. It was indeed time to clear the boss in twilight. He pondered whether defeating it would yield a new module. The emergence of the Hulk had instilled within him a palpable sense of vulnerability. Though the Marvel Cinematic Universe may not pose the same perils as the comic world, one could still encounter calamities that strike without warning. What if an alien spacecraft were to crash in Central Park, ending his life in an absurd twist of fate? As Yongbo turned to head towards the Twilight Forest, the familiar voice of the system echoed within his mind. Loading sorcery module. Loading successful. He halted, standing bewildered in place. A look of astonishment etched across his face. What was this? He had done nothing, yet here was a new module. His golden finger had a knack for bestowing surprises at the most unexpected moments. The sorcery module? This was unfamiliar to him. Could it be that he could acquire modules he had never experienced? Yongbo felt a hint of confusion. The sorcery module, by its very name, suggested a connection to magic, and such modules typically bore intricate requirements. Why not grant him simpler modules, like X-ray blocks, equivalent exchange, or even an endless greed module? Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing at all. Upon perusing the synthesis table of the new module, a dull ache began to throb in his gut. Yet he quickly identified the items he required. Wizard's Journal. Fixing his gaze upon it, a wealth of descriptive text materialized. An arcane arts guide that belongs to you, not easily tucked away in a pocket. For any aspiring mage, unyieldingly pursuing the knowledge of magic, this journal is indispensable. A smile graced Yongbo's face. Clearly, this was the module's introductory tome, akin to how many modules possessed their unique artifacts, much like the Tinker's Construct module with its Tinker's Handbook. The synthesis of the Wizard's Journal was straightforward, requiring merely a book and a magical crystal. Upon seeing the magical crystal, enlightenment washed over Yongbo. It turned out that the magical crystal was indeed an item of the sorcery module. He had only encountered it during his previous gameplay with mod packs, but had yet to engage with it directly. What a pity. In his past experiences with Minecraft, he often unearthed magical crystals from dungeon chests, but since he had incorporated a minor salty fish mod into the pack, he had not delved deeper into this module. Now, regret was a futile sentiment. First, I shall venture into the Twilight's hollow mines to ascertain whether the chests therein harbor treasures from the newly introduced mod. If they do not, it would indeed be troublesome. Yongbo closed the crafting interface and made a beeline for the portal leading to the Twilight Realm, leaping through without hesitation. As the scenery shifted before his eyes, he found himself once more amidst the serene Twilight Forest, now confronted by its nemesis, the adventurer. He retrieved the map of the Twilight Forest from his backpack and hastened towards an uncharted hollow mine. The occasional sound of cicadas filled the air, and upon spotting a cicada clinging to a tree, nearly a meter in size, he could not help but exclaim, "Is this how your cicadas look?" With those large crimson eyes, one might mistake it for a giant green fly were it not for the distinct cicada song. Although aware that the cicadas in this realm were merely static decor, Yongbo felt that the mod designer's aesthetic sense was rather questionable. Why craft such an off-putting creature? And so large at that? Approaching, he brandished his diamond pickaxe and struck down the chirping cicada from its perch. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. This cicada, resting on the tree, would come to life, flitting towards him and landing upon his face. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Why entertain such grotesque notions? He collected the fallen cicada into his backpack, contemplating using it for a prank later. Oh, and there are also the moonlight worms. These creatures not only emit a soft glow, but are also quite mobile. When the time comes, he could easily aim the moonlight worm queen at someone's face. Envisioning the sight of a 50 to 60 centimeter green worm crawling upon them was simply delightful. With a mischievous grin, Yongbo dashed towards the hollow mine. He bypassed various creatures encountered along the way, not out of newfound compassion, but because he was not in want of sustenance. Daily consumption of golden carrots ensured his nourishment was both clean and high in satisfaction. As he sprinted, a flash of vibrant color caught his eye. Crystal flowers? Spotting the dazzling blossoms on the ground, he swiftly knocked one down, placing it in the crafting slot of his backpack. Each flower could yield 2 magical crystals, akin to dye. Next, he produced a tome and crafted the Wizard's Journal. To his astonishment, mere moments after acquiring the mod, crystal flowers had already sprouted in the Twilight Forest, negating the need for new chunk generation. This implied that the chests within the Twilight Forest would surely contain treasures from the mod. He placed the book in a quick access slot for easy reference and gathered all visible crystal flowers into his backpack. Upon opening the Wizard's Journal, he began to explore the properties of the magical crystals. Each crystal could infuse 100 points of magical energy into equipment. Goodness, did that mean the magic within this mod was not to be wielded frivolously? Such a disappointment. It was far more cumbersome than he had anticipated. After perusing for a while, Yongbo decisively closed the book, having memorized some fundamental information. He aimed to craft a rudimentary wand. For early usage would lead to prompt advancement. Within the realm of sorcery, numerous types of wands exist, categorized into 4 distinct tiers: novice, apprentice, advanced, and master. To ascend in rank, one must fulfill the requisite quantity of wands and subsequently utilize the arcane workbench along with the corresponding level of spellbook to enhance the wand. Setting the workbench upon the ground, he forged a novice wand along with the soul spellbook available for synthesis, magic missile, which required merely 4 mana crystals and 1 book for its creation. This spellbook was the only one capable of being synthesized within the discipline of sorcery. Others could only be acquired from chests or through trade with benevolent wizards in the Sorcerer's Tower. Upon crafting the arcane workbench, Yongbo inscribed Magic Missile onto the novice wand and replenished its mana value with the mana crystals. With wand in hand, he gently pointed towards the distance, and the tip of the wand glimmered momentarily as a magic missile shot forth. How delightful! Like a child who has just received a new toy. Yongbo repeatedly tapped the wand, unleashing a dazzling cascade of magic missiles that formed a continuous stream of light. Chapter 103. It turns out I am a nursemaid in the depths of the pitch-black, hollow mine. The air resonated with the cacophony of monstrous roars and bizarre laughter. The despicable outsider, Yongbo, had directly excavated a small crevice from which he wielded his wand, incessantly launching magical missiles. Although the damage inflicted was modest, the rapidity of his strikes far surpassed that of arrows. In less than an hour, Yongbo transformed from a state of disdain to one of satisfaction. Despite the necessity of channeling magical energy to cast spells, each missile consumed merely 5 points of mana, a trifling expenditure indeed. The crystals he had collected along the way were sufficient to allow him to squander for half a day. This was a vast, hollow mine teeming with countless creatures. Illuminated by a smattering of fluorescent stones, the ceiling revealed an abundance of ores, including glimpses of mana crystal veins. It was evident that without an area of effect skill, one could hardly prevail. Observing a creeper squeezed to the forefront by the horde of monsters, a spark of inspiration struck Yongbo. He promptly retrieved his flint, crouched down, and crawled a short distance through the narrow opening. With a sharp crack, the sound of the flint echoed, mingling with the hissing of the creeper. Yongbo hastily retreated from the opening, waiting for a brief 2 seconds. Boom! The stone wall before him was obliterated by the creeper's explosion, sending debris scattering to the ground. The previously dense throng of monsters was now reduced to a few hapless creatures on the periphery. With a burst of speed, Yongbo dashed inside, deftly inserting a torch into the darkness. Upon encountering a spawner, he immediately switched to his pickaxe to dismantle it. However, before he could complete the task, a multitude of monsters amassed behind him. As he worked on the spawner, he was caught off guard. Several slime balls shot forth from the rear of a slime beetle, striking him. The damage was minimal, yet the force of the attack was substantial, causing him to stagger and interrupting his task. "You have never been beaten by a player, have you?" Yongbo exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of magical missiles into the throng of monsters, but their effect was negligible. There were simply too many. If only he had brought along some grenades, though their damage was low, any harm was better than none. While grenades could inflict damage on monsters, their attack power was limited. Especially when blocked by the creatures in front, the rear monsters remained unscathed, unlike the explosive impact of TNT. Realizing that brute strength would not suffice, Yongbo decided to retreat strategically, oblivious to the looming presence of a yellow beetle sporting a pair of massive pincers behind him. The moment he caught sight of the beetle, panic surged through him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The formidable pincers clamped around his body, lifting him high in a disconcerting embrace. "Oh no!" Yang Bo exclaimed, his body feeling alien as only his head and hands retained control, while the rest of him succumbed to the overwhelming grip. With wide eyes, Yang Bo watched as the creature, the claw bug, charged toward the group of monsters on its short legs. He hastily retrieved his upgraded alloy sword from his backpack and struck fiercely at the claw bug's back. However, with a staggering health of 40 points, it was not an easy task to fell it with just a few strikes. Simultaneously, a barrage of arrow-like goo projectiles flew in from behind, causing his health to plummet rapidly, their damage negligible yet overwhelming in numbers. The sole advantage was that many monsters began to turn on each other. After an agonizing 2 seconds, Yang Bo finally dispatched the claw bug and seized control of its body. Devouring a golden apple, his health began to surge back at an astonishing rate. He brandished a peacock fan, unleashing a gust of wind that swept through the horde of creatures, granting him a much-needed moment to breathe. The claw bug truly proved to be a formidable adversary. Switching to magic missiles, he launched rapid attacks against the monsters, not for any other reason than to hone his skills, prioritizing the ranged attackers, the little white and the slime beetles. His mana rapidly dwindled as he eliminated both the little white and the slime beetles. Just then, several red-hatted goblins armed with pickaxes charged toward him, their gleeful hee-hee reminiscent of the rescued female knights from the goblin caves. After being pursued relentlessly, Yang Bo felt an urgent need to vent his frustration. He drew his sharp V-grade alloy sword and struck a red-hatted goblin, which had already been weakened by the magic missiles, with ease. In that moment, Yang Bo felt as if he had been possessed by the spirit of a war god, slicing through the red-hatted goblins and creepers without even blinking. After more than 10 minutes, the vast mine was devoid of any living creatures. Finally, it was over. Yang Bo pulled out a common carrot and crunched it between his teeth, replenishing his depleting hunger. With excitement, he approached the nearest treasure chest, murmuring, "Let there be a powerful spellbook." As he opened the chest, it contained items from the new module, just as he had hoped, but it was rather meager. He stuffed the 8 mana crystals into his backpack, along with 2 poison bombs and a smoke bomb. The rest was merely garbage from the Dusk Realm. Gazing at the pitiful contents, Yang Bo furrowed his brows, pondering whether the treasures in subsequent chests would indeed become more precious. The hollow mine was considered the simplest of places in the dusk, and he understood why the chests therein yielded nothing of value. Yet, surprises often come when least expected. Upon opening the second chest, he was delighted to find a significant upgrade in the items within. Not only were there numerous mana crystals, but also a new wand. Furthermore, there was a spell book, albeit in an unidentified state, covered in incomprehensible runes. An apprentice-level healing wand, with an increase of 30 in healing ability and 1,000 points of magical power. Is this meant to transform me into a healer? Although it is a healing staff, it does not impede the use of other spells. It merely lacks any special attribute enhancement. Delighted, I stowed away the staff and glanced at the remaining treasure chest locations. Yang Bo could hardly believe that with so many chests, he had yet to acquire a single identification scroll. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo settled upon a round stone, contemplating the spell books he had obtained and the 2 identification scrolls in his hand. Overwhelmed by the dilemma of choice, he hesitated, unsure which scroll to select. Ultimately, he decided to choose the first spellbook he had received and the last one as well. Arcane Novice Level, Telekinesis, Healing Apprentice Level, Heal Ally. Chapter 104, The Pure Love Warrior Versus. The Minotaur at long last. I have found it. Yang Bo, with a grim expression, gazed at the labyrinthine map in his hands. Each location on the half-meter square map had been meticulously explored, leading to the discovery of the ultimate boss's lair. Along the way, numerous treasure chests had been unlocked, leaving him to ponder whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Although he had not acquired a new wand, he had unearthed several commendable spellbooks, an abundance of magical crystals, and some exquisite ornaments. The interior of the maze was eerily silent, save for the sound of Yang Bo's footsteps as he approached the chamber of Minogro, the final boss within the Minotaur's labyrinth. The boss resided in a room teeming with mycelium, encircled by sturdy barriers. Minogro possessed a peculiar appearance, a fusion of a mushroom and a minotaur. Wielding a diamond battle axe and resembling a centaur, albeit with the head of a bull. Strangely, it bore no health bar, resembling nothing more than a high-health minion. Typically, upon nearing a boss in the Twilight Forest, Yangbo would see a health bar manifest, yet Minogro's health bar was conspicuously positioned above its head. Were it not for the necessity of defeating it to progress towards the Hydra, Yangbo would have preferred to forego this encounter, deeming it a frivolous waste of time. With a few more steps, he entered Minogro's alert radius. The boss, which had been admiring its surroundings, immediately pivoted to fix a fierce gaze upon Yangbo. Its 4 legs, akin to clockwork, propelled it forward with astonishing speed. Yangbo, witnessing this, scoffed derisively. "I haven't even dismantled the wooden barrier yet. Do you truly believe you can leap out and strike me? Surely, this is a new version of the game." Before he could finish his thought, Minogro charged at him with incredible velocity. Upon colliding with the wooden barrier, it shattered as if it were mere parchment. Yangbo swiftly raised his shield to protect himself, the sound of impact resonating as he deflected the blow of Minogro's axe. Against such a creature devoid of magic or area attacks, the shield was an unwavering guardian. With his other hand, he brandished his wand, elegantly gesturing towards Minogro. In an instant, a figure materialized behind the beast, a small skeleton clad in a tattered gray robe, its skeletal form starkly visible through the rips in its garment. This was the Necromancer Apprentice spell, Summon Skeleton, which Yangbo had enhanced with a rare accessory, Transmutation Amulet, elevating the summoned skeleton to a higher echelon. Effect: the summoned zombies and skeletons would transform into corpses and wanderers, respectively. The wanderer's attack attributes mirrored those of a standard skeleton, utilizing arrows as its means of assault, yet any foe struck by its arrows would suffer a debilitating slow effect. An arrow struck Minogro, releasing a flurry of gray particles, unmistakably indicating the application of the slowing effect. Seizing the moment while Minogro was distracted by the wanderer's taunts, Yangbo unleashed another spell. A radiant blue beam descended from the tip of his wand, striking Minogro and causing its health bar to steadily diminish. Frost Apprentice level spell, Frost Ray. This spell can similarly decelerate the speed of adversaries, though its efficacy against boss-level enemies is notably diminished. However, the Minoga hardly qualifies as a legitimate boss, thus proving remarkably effective. Under the influence of dual slow effects, the Minoga struggles to turn, appearing exceedingly laborious. Yangbo, however, finds himself dissatisfied with the spell's lethality. Inflicting a mere 3 points of damage per second, this apprentice-level spell is woefully inadequate. Were it not for the necessity of enhancing his staff proficiency, Yangbo would have no desire to wield such a rudimentary weapon. After 4 or 5 seconds of casting, he barely achieves damage equivalent to a single strike of his sword. As he continued to shoot while retreating, after a span of over 10 seconds, the Minoga finally relocked onto Yangbo, its 4 legs beginning to move with renewed vigor. Was it attempting to charge? The charge is impervious to any slow effects, and thus the Minoga swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Yangbo, its axe poised to strike. In a moment of instinctual reflex, Yangbo utilized one hand to shield himself while transitioning his staff into an alloy sword, bringing it down upon the Minogu's head. Indeed, the alloy sword proved formidable. Observing the Minogu's health bar diminish slightly, a satisfied smile graced Yangbo's face. With the various attack speed enhancements from the Vampire Hunter, his attack intervals were restored in less than a second. The Minogu, with a total of 160 health points, soon bowed beneath the weight of Yangbo's prowess. Such weakness. Casting a disdainful glance at the spot where the Minogu had vanished, Yangbo felt no sense of impending danger, despite the Minogu being a minor elite. However, his shield had certainly suffered considerable wear. In truth, the Minoga's normal attacks could shatter shields, imposing a cooldown of 1.6 seconds. Yet, hampered by the dual slow effects, it could not even approach Yangbo without initiating a charge. Collecting the spoils dropped by the Minogu, which included the Minodal War Axe, he ventured into the boss room, where several enormous mushroom trees stood, surrounded by a few chests. After rummaging through all the chests, he discovered only one usable item, Paladin's Ring, rare level, effect. When you heal yourself or an ally, nearby allies will also receive a small amount of healing. Lacking an accessory slot, Yang Bo could only place the ring in his quick access bar, thereby still benefiting from its effects. His inventory was overflowing, far too cramped. Yang Bo surveyed his bulging backpack with concern. He had initially believed that the addition of more stacking modules would alleviate his woes, but as the types of items multiplied, his backpack became increasingly insufficient. If only he could acquire a backpack module or another form of remote storage module. At the very least, a shulker box would suffice. After organizing his possessions, he reluctantly stowed away some unimportant trinkets into a chest, preparing to return home with a heavy heart. After considerable time spent, Yang Bo arrived back home and promptly crafted several new chests, designating them for the categorization of items from the witchcraft module. The spellbook rests within the chest above, while the identification scroll and the magical crystal are kept close at hand. It appears I must devise a means to locate the magic tower, in hopes of acquiring the materials necessary for upgrading the staff. Soon, the contents of my backpack were thoroughly organized. It is somewhat regrettable that I did not encounter the Worm Queen within the vast, hollow mine. Perhaps there are forgotten chests yet to be discovered. I shall first visit the company to assess the progress of my flying apparatus. For traversing the sky daily has proven to be quite arduous. With that thought, I turned and stepped into the portal to the lower realm. Chapter 105. The fate of Sky. Yang Bo arrived at Ivan's laboratory alone. The lab, once modest and unadorned, had transformed significantly. In addition to Ivan and his son, numerous technicians clad in white lab coats were engrossed in their experiments. Most did not notice Yang Bo's entrance, fully absorbed in their work, while a few who did merely greeted him in passing before returning to their research. In a small alcove, Ivan sat on a stool, clad in a work suit that had nearly lost its color. He wore sunglasses and held a toothpick in his mouth, fervently welding a metal plate, turning the enclosure into an atmosphere reminiscent of a nightclub. The sound of sizzling filled the air. Observing Ivan's intense focus, Yang Bo hesitated to interrupt, but Ivan sensed his gaze and set the welding gun aside. "Boss, what brings you here?" Ivan asked, puzzled. In his memory, Yang Bo was the type who only sought him out when absolutely necessary, preferring to remain in his office playing games with his secretary. Yang Bo approached Ivan, directly stating, "Ivan, I require a suit of armor, primarily for its flight capabilities." Taken aback for a moment, Ivan quickly nodded, recognizing that this was not an insurmountable task. "No problem. Boss, we have already been contacted by someone interested in purchasing our products." As expected, Yang Bo thought, these individuals had indeed caught wind of their endeavors. The base price of an F-22 is 80 million, whereas our third-generation model is offered at a mere 10 million. This is truly a reasonable price. The third-generation model was specifically designed for commercial purposes, its combat capabilities incomparable to the first and second generations. And it still utilized palladium reactors instead of the new elemental reactors. Let us sell them in groups, 10 units per group, and if they purchase 3 groups at once, we'll throw in an extra unit. Ivan nodded in agreement. While the pricing could not be deemed a profit, it could certainly be viewed as a successful heist. Given the monopolistic nature of the business, such exorbitant profits were to be expected. After briefly discussing the general design of the armor, Yang Bo turned to leave, as he sought only the flight capabilities. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Yang Bo felt a headache coming on. It seemed that every call heralded bad news. However, upon seeing that it was Carlson calling, he relaxed slightly, preferring his conversations with Carlson over those with the bald-headed individual. "Carlson, what is going on? What made you think to call me?" Yang Bo answered, pressing the connect button while pushing open the wooden door to his office. "Yang, I've received news about the person you asked me to locate," Carlson replied. "Locate someone? Did I ask you to find someone?" Yang Bo was momentarily bewildered, having completely forgotten about his request. On the other end, Carlson, realizing Yang Bo's lapse in memory, felt compelled to remind him. "Sky." Yang Bo suddenly recalled that he had almost forgotten about Sky after such a prolonged absence of news. Where could she be now? With a sense of urgency, he inquired. Setting aside Sky's identity as a member of the inhuman race, her remarkable hacking skills alone were more than enough to warrant his personal visit to recruit her. "Oh. Yang," he learned, "she just graduated from university, customized a car for her travels, and is currently in Miami. It's time to bring this poor child back." A smile spread across Yongbo's face. Coulson, I believe you could arrange for someone to keep an eye on her. Please provide me with her exact address. I shall head over immediately and take the opportunity to experience the local culture of Miami. However, Coulson replied directly, Young, she is not simple. Even I lack the clearance to access her files within S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Coulson, after the Hydra incident, Fury did not promote you? Yongbo teased over the phone. I know a bit about Sky's situation. Rest assured, I will handle it. He continued to jest. I still stand by my previous suggestion. Why don't you come work with me? My Hunter Guild could greatly benefit from someone of your caliber. All you need to do is nod. And you'll be my vice president. Sitting in Fury's office, Coulson glanced at Fury, who appeared unperturbed behind his desk, and chuckled softly, I quite enjoy my current position. However, I will consider your offer, and shortly, I will provide you with her location. With that, he hung up the phone, wearing a broad smile as he looked at Fury. Coulson, congratulations on your promotion. I will grant you level 9 clearance. Coulson's smile grew even more sincere, while Fury's previously dark expression deepened further. To poach someone and end up with my own head on the chopping block, he thought, mentally raising Yongbo's threat level yet again. After hanging up, Yongbo pulled out a cigarette and lit it, his mind racing with thoughts of Sky. He took a deep drag and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. I recall that Sky has always been under the watchful protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I hope Fury doesn't get too greedy. For hours later, Yongbo arrived in Miami, the night already enveloping the city. As he exited the airport and glanced back at the terminal, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Miami, located at the southeastern tip of Florida between Biscayne Bay, the Florida Everglades, and the Atlantic Ocean, was a bustling tourist destination. The map of the game Grand Theft Auto, Vice City was modeled after several of Miami's structures, including the airport behind him, which was quite accurately rendered. Through a small map, he could see scattered red dots moving in and out of the airport terminal. This place isn't too shabby. I should recruit some personnel to clean up this city. It would make tourism much more enjoyable. As he pondered, he made his way toward a secluded corner, not to lure vampires, but to retrieve the sports car hidden in his backpack. It is a sky blue customized Bugatti, generously sponsored by the affable billionaire Tony Stark. The car emits a deep, resonant growl, akin to a beast softly roaring, as its headlights pierce through the dimly lit alley. A cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement ensues, followed by the sleek blue sports car racing out of the narrow passage. Previously, Yongbo possessed merely a used Havel H6, a hand-me-down from his brother, valued at over 100,000, though his knowledge of automobiles is scant. The stark contrast in performance between the two vehicles became evident to him the moment he pressed the accelerator. If he were to park this car near the school, he would need no gestures to attract attention. Chapter 106. I too have monetary power. Yongbo, driving his vehicle, followed the address provided by Coulson and arrived at the location where Sky was situated, along the highway by Miami's Ocean Beach. A van resembling a golden cup was parked at the roadside. Coconut trees lined both sides of the road, yet the man was nowhere to be seen. The beach still boasted many graceful figures in the night. Yongbo parked behind Sky's vehicle and approached her van directly. Young version of Quake. He knocked gently on the passenger window. Sky, who was enjoying her dinner, turned her head in surprise upon hearing the sound. A young man, taken aback, set down his hamburger and leaned slightly to roll down the passenger window. What do you want? He asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yongbo examined the youthful version of Sky, finding her even more beautiful than in the movies. Time had yet to inflict its toll upon her. With a cheerful smile, he remarked, I didn't know American cars had manual windows. Sky remained silent. Yongbo continued, I've come specifically to find you. I hope you will work for me. Rest assured, I guarantee you will be satisfied with the compensation. Sky's expression shifted slightly, but quickly concealed itself, replaced by a smile as she gazed into Yongbo's eyes. You came to find me? How do you know me? As she spoke, one of her small hands stealthily reached behind her. A woman living in a car must have some preparations. It would be nearly impossible to have no personal belongings at all. Yongbo noticed her subtle movement, yet he paid it no mind. He was there to recruit, not to cause trouble. I greatly admire your hacking skills and your capacity for learning. Join my company, You wish to uncover the truth of the world, do you not? What the Rising Tide organization can offer you, I can too, and even more. Upon hearing the name of the Rising Tide organization, Sky's pupils dilated sharply, and her expression changed dramatically. After all, she was still a fresh graduate, lacking the composure that would come after joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Could you let me sit in the car for a moment? I would prefer not to be the center of attention here, or you could come into my vehicle, she suggested, pressing a button on her keys. The sports car parked behind Sky flashed its lights twice. Through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of a sky-blue Bugatti and swallowed hard. While Sky was not a woman who judged by wealth, she was indeed financially constrained. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wandering around in a van. If she cherished freedom, wouldn't a luxurious RV be more appealing? Please wait a moment. I'll grab something from the back, she said. Young Bo's smile widened at her words. He appreciated those who valued material possessions, for otherwise his wealth would serve little purpose. Sky returned with a laptop in her arms and followed Young Bo into the sports car. As he started the engine, he turned to Sky in the passenger seat and said, "Shall we change locations? I noticed you were eating earlier. How about we choose a restaurant?" Sky surveyed the simple interior of the car, feeling no disappointment, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she listened to the roar of the engine. "All right, thank you." Driving along the coastal road adjacent to the vast ocean beach, Young Bo found himself surrounded by an array of hotels and restaurants on the opposite side, rendering any concerns about locating a suitable place entirely unnecessary for a first-time visitor. Sky was busily typing away at her computer when she abruptly lifted her gaze to Young Bo, who was at the wheel. "What is your name? Why can I find no information about you?" Young Bo, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "My information has been deliberately concealed by certain individuals, much like yours, which has also been obscured by others. There is no need for speculation. It is undoubtedly the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky remained silent, yet resumed her typing with fervor. Soon, an alarm blared from the computer, prompting her to swiftly shut it down without hesitation. Young Bo chuckled from the side. "So you've been discovered? As the saying goes, a starving camel is larger than a horse. Sky has certainly attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. in her quest to uncover my information." Sky rolled her eyes. The young Bo perceived it as a flirtatious gesture. They chose a quaint traditional Western restaurant, parked the car, and entered. After placing their orders, Young Bo, somewhat impolitely, fixed his gaze on Sky and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. "Speak up. What kind of treatment do you desire?" Sky gently shook her head, responding, "Forget it. Recruiting me poses too great a danger to you." Sky yearned to unveil the truth of the world, but realized that there were individuals, or perhaps an organization, concealing various unnatural occurrences. She sensed that continuing her investigation might attract the attention of those who hide information, and although she felt Young Bo bore no ill intent, she was reluctant to involve innocent parties. While Young Bo was unaware of Sky's thoughts, he was not one to easily concede. "Danger is merely a seasoning in my life." He chuckled. "It seems you have found no information about me online." Sky's expression brightened with interest upon hearing his words. "Do you possess special abilities? Does having money count?" Young Bo replied with a grin, not uttering a falsehood, as he had indeed experienced the sharp edge of wealth. "Have you encountered anyone with special abilities?" Instantly, Sky transformed, clutching her notebook and darting to Young Bo's side, excitedly pulling up a video. "Look at this. It is evident that this individual possesses special abilities." However, this video was swiftly removed from the internet, clearly indicating that someone wishes to keep this information hidden from others. And this. She proceeded to open several videos in quick succession. Young Bo felt a sense of exasperation, despite the low resolution of the 2008 footage. It was still clearer than the blurry quality of a 360p clandestine recording, making it no small feat for S.H.I.E.L.D. to identify it as related to superhuman events. In fact, some of the videos were so indistinct that one could easily mistake them for sightings of the Loch Ness Monster. Observing Sky's enthusiastic demeanor, Young Bo found it difficult to utter anything that might dampen her spirits. One could only awkwardly yet politely observe the performance of the other, perhaps offering a few agreeable murmurs. Soon, the waiter arrived with the food, and Young Bo felt a sense of relief. hastily suggesting, "Let us eat first. Sky, if you agree to join my company, I shall procure some high-definition Blu-ray superpower videos for you." Sky. Yongbo gazed at the stunned Sky, who exuded an endearing naivety, prompting a moment of reflection. Indeed, talent dictates everything. This seemingly simple-minded girl possesses extraordinary prowess in hacking. Rest assured, as long as you sincerely join my company, I will introduce you to a new world. Chapter 107. The Vegetarian Vampire After a Hearty Meal. Sky succumbed to her insatiable curiosity for the truth and accepted Yongbo's invitation. Observing the still white dot representing Sky on the map, Yongbo felt a twinge of disappointment in his personal magnetism. Indeed, novels are deceiving. The notion of a commanding aura causing women to readily embrace one is but a fantasy. With a sigh, Yongbo felt the weight of exhaustion. Perhaps I should simply return home and fish. After all, there's a tall figure to confront Thanos. Yet, as this thought surfaced, Yongbo quickly extinguished it. The space stone was now in his possession, and had it not been, he might have thought differently. Pondering for a moment, he decided to adopt a stance of justice and eliminate Thanos. "Come, let me introduce you to something intriguing." He led Sky out of the restaurant, drove to her parking spot, abandoned the vehicle, and together they walked toward the beach. The winds and waves at the beach were fierce, and as they strolled along the shore, their footprints formed a series of impressions in the sand. The number of tourists had dwindled significantly, with only the occasional sighting of a few elegantly dressed women meandering by. This reminded Yongbo of the Annies from the game Vice City. "Where are we headed?" Sky inquired, a mix of curiosity and concern washing over her. What if Yongbo suddenly entertained some peculiar idea? Should she remind him to take safety precautions? Unbeknownst to Yongbo, who walked ahead, Sky's internal musings would have prompted him to turn back to the hotel rather than absurdly search for vampires with a beautiful woman late at night. "I'm searching for vampires. I wonder if this qualifies as a supernatural event in your eyes." Sky's eyes widened in disbelief, and, clutching her notebook, she hurried to Yongbo's side, turning her head to question him. "Vampires? How is that possible? They are mere legends. If they truly existed, wouldn't they reside in dark castles?" Despite having encountered supernatural events before, this was Sky's first exposure to the notion of vampires, and she struggled to accept Yongbo's claims. "That's simply a fabricated tale." Yongbo remained unfazed. Akin to how one might react if a friend suddenly declared themselves a celestial master claiming the existence of zombies roaming the streets, disbelief would ensue. Yet, facts speak louder than words, and the truth was not far off. Yongbo's gaze fixated on a tall Caucasian woman in a bikini lounging on the beach. The golden frames of her sunglasses and the scent carried by the salty sea breeze unmistakably revealing her identity. Sky, puzzled by Yongbo's unwavering stare and the lewd smile gracing his face, felt a flicker of annoyance. She glanced at his gaze and then at her own figure, muttering under her breath, "Damn it. Come, let me show you the new world." With a clear objective in mind, Yongbo strode confidently toward the target. As Yongbo drew closer, he was able to discern the features of the individual bathed in moonlight, revealing a stunningly beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, a quintessential representation of Western beauty. Undoubtedly a paragon of aesthetic appeal by American standards. Upon Yongbo's approach, she cast a wary glance in his direction, only to lower her guard upon realizing he was merely an ordinary young man of Asian descent, accompanied by a companion. Without hesitation, Yongbo settled beside her, unperturbed by her peculiar choice to bask in the moonlight at such a late hour. It would be far more astonishing if a vampire were to seek sunlight. "Hello, beautiful," Yongbo greeted. The vampire paused momentarily, then glanced at Sky, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Hello, young man. Am I interrupting a romantic rendezvous with your little girlfriend?" As she spoke, the vampire sat up, brushing her tousled hair back behind her ear. Both Yongbo and Sky could not help but acknowledge her striking beauty. "Would you like me to make room for you?" The vampire's actions left Yongbo momentarily speechless. After consulting his mini-map, he was astonished to discover that she was represented by a white, leaving him perplexed. What criteria does the mini-map use to distinguish these dots? Affinity? Race? Alliances? I must investigate this further at my earliest convenience. Noticing Yongbo's dazed expression, The blonde vampire chuckled lightly, gathering her blanket as she prepared to depart. The encounter with a vampire, who showed no inclination to drain his blood, piqued his curiosity. As she turned to leave, Yongbo regained his composure and called out, "Wait." The female vampire turned back, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Oh, I do not wish to be a mere spectator here." Yongbo stood, brushing the sand off his trousers, and addressed her directly. "I am Yongbo. I would like to make your acquaintance. I wonder if you have heard of my name?" Upon hearing Yongbo's name, the vampire's complexion paled further, her previously cheerful demeanor replaced by sheer terror, as she stammered his infamous title. "The Night Butcher." In a panic, she questioned, "What are you doing here? Aren't you active in New York? Please do not kill me. I am a vegetarian. I am not like those others." Though somewhat embarrassed by his notorious title, Yongbo had grown accustomed to it over time. "Vegetarian?" he mused, intrigued. "What do you mean? Do you consume the blood of plants?" The woman quickly shook her head. No. I usually sustain myself on animal blood, only seeking human blood when I feel unwell. I have never bitten anyone." Sky, with her mouth agape in astonishment, cautiously leaned toward Yongbo and whispered, "Could she possibly be a vampire?" Yongbo nodded slightly, scrutinizing the vampire before him. "Indeed. However, she appears to be somewhat unique." A hunter's battle axe materialized in my hand. I gently blew upon the razor-sharp blade and, with a benevolent expression, remarked, "Though I am yet unaware of your name, I trust you would not object to accompanying me to Washington, would you?" The vampire beauty's gaze fixated on the battle axe in Yongbo's grasp, her mind racing with thoughts of the butcher of the night. Nodding fervently, as if to crush garlic, she stammered, I am willing." She feared that a moment's delay might result in the axe descending upon her head. Chapter 108. This world is indeed most perilous, since witnessing the alluring vampire's sharp fangs and Yongbo transforming her car into a mere toy model with a pickaxe, Sky has found it difficult to close her seductive lips. Everyone is like Yigong, and before understanding the true nature of the world, Sky was filled with curiosity about various supernatural events. However, upon following Yongbo into Washington's territory and witnessing him mercilessly slay several vampires with a colossal axe, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. The beautiful vampire beside them trembled in fear at Yongbo's actions. Noticing Sky's unusual demeanor, Yongbo expressed his concern, asking, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Sky gently bit her lip, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed at Yongbo and inquired, "Why must they be killed? Is it merely because they are vampires?" Innocently unaware of the truth, yet possessing a kind heart, Sky felt a pang of compassion for Yongbo's ruthless behavior. After all, vampires appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, only to ignite from within upon death, leaving behind nothing but ashes to scatter in the wind. Yongbo observed Sky's reaction and chuckled softly, harboring no anger. For the beautiful, kind young woman, he felt a sense of privilege and thus patiently retrieved his phone, opening the album to present it to her. "This is a vampire processing factory. Once you see it, you will understand why I act as I do." Sky, a touch bewildered, accepted the phone and was confronted with images of humans encased in bags, connected by tubes. Yongbo leaned closer to her, pointing at the images on the screen, explaining, "These are humans, captured by vampires in various ways. They may be criminals, wanderers, missing persons, or those who have offended them. They now serve as the vampire's source of sustenance. Though still alive, they will never awaken, becoming mere blood-producing machines for the vampires." Sky, I too was nearly among them. Fortunately, I was bitten and killed, only to claw my way back from hell. If you were in my position, how would you respond? Would you coexist peacefully with them as a source of food? Upon hearing Yongbo's words and witnessing the damning photographs on the phone, Sky's formerly rosy cheeks paled, mirroring the terror of the vampire beside her. A chilling sensation coursed through her body as an involuntary fear took root within her. She could scarcely fathom what it would be like to be one of those unfortunate souls. How is this possible? Doesn't the government know? Why not? Sky appeared lost in existential doubt. Yongbo, perceptive and comforting, took advantage of her moment of fear, gently ruffling her silky hair as he cheerfully explained, "The government? Of course, They are aware. Yet the allure of immortality is a temptation few can resist. There are many traitors among humanity, infiltrating various industries with substantial influence, forcing even the government to compromise. Moreover, in the eyes of the government, these vagrants and criminals are hardly regarded as human beings. However, such matters bear no relevance to me. My thoughts are quite straightforward, merely wishing to eliminate any vampires I encounter. Sky chose to believe Yongbo's words and, regaining her composure, hastily distanced herself from his grasp. Although she is of Chinese descent, she was unequivocally raised in America, possessing the mindset of a traditional American. She harbored a fondness for Yongbo, a young and affluent man who conformed to her aesthetic preferences and was not averse to the idea of something transpiring between them. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to be touched in front of an audience, lightly swatting Yongbo's hand away. Upon reflecting on Yongbo's earlier remarks, a flicker of doubt arose within her, prompting her to turn and inquire of the beautiful vampire behind her. Why did you not eliminate her? Is it because of her beauty? Yongbo, displaying an air of indifference, cast a glance at the beautiful vampire and replied in a nonchalant tone. That is not the case. I have slain nearly 10 individuals who resemble her, if not more. She is merely unique. She bears a resemblance to one of my subordinates, Boer, and similarly has not actively fed on human blood. As soon as the words left his lips, a faint sound echoed through the sky. Yongbo turned his gaze to see two bats, one plump and one slender, approaching. A smile graced his face as he addressed Sky. One must not speak of friends, for they appear as soon as one does. Sky, friends have arrived. Allow me to introduce you. Sky glanced around the desolate street. Where are they? Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of flapping wings reached her ears. She looked up, nearly fainting from fright at the sight of blade and bower. Ah, what? A gigantic bat, she shrieked, instinctively diving into Yongbo's embrace. Fear not, they are my friends, and I shall introduce you. With caution, Sky lifted her head, watching as Blade transformed from a bat into a strikingly cool African-American young man. Young, when did you arrive? She then glanced at Sky, who was nestled in Yongbo's arms, and at the beautiful vampire beside them, who was on the verge of fainting from terror. How unfortunate for her. She had merely sought a moonlit bask on the beach, only to encounter Yongbo, the butcher, and now, in just 3 hours, had crossed paths with the infamous Blade. What is the situation with this vampire? Yongbo had no intention of pushing Sky away. After all, he was a normal man. Upon hearing Blade's remarks, he smiled and offered an explanation. She is somewhat different from other vampires. It appears she has not actively harmed humans and, like Boer, survives on blood bags. Boa, who was flapping his wings in midair, perked up at Yongbo's words. As a vampire, he was acutely aware of how difficult it was to resist such a thirst for blood. He believed he lacked the self-control. Were it not for his excessive weight hindering his movement, he would have long since ventured out to feast on humans. Soaring to the side of the female vampire, Boar approached with an almost unsettling enthusiasm, inhaling the subtle scent that enveloped her. After a brief moment, he exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, she truly has never harmed a human. The fragrance on her is exceedingly faint. If she were to bite someone directly, it would not be this way." Young Bo nodded in agreement with Boar's assertion and addressed the female vampire directly. "You shall accompany Boar from now on. He will impart some knowledge to you. However, do not ever betray him. Consider this my counsel to you." He then tossed Boar a set of vampire fangs and turned to Blade, stating, "Blade, I require your assistance in training Sky during the day when you have nothing else to attend to. A being incapable of close combat is hardly a competent hacker." Chapter 109. Defeated in an instant. This artifact is also connected to me in Asgard, within the resplendent control room of the Rainbow Bridge. I declare that I shall reclaim your divine power. The All-Father Odin gazed at his son Thor, whose tear-filled eyes reflected his despair. As the words fell from Odin's lips, the metallic armor adorning Thor began to disintegrate. Yet, Odin's punishment was far from over. Extending his hand, he summoned Thor's hammer, continuing, "In the name of my father and grandfather, I, Odin, the All-Father, cast you out." With a thunderous shout, Odin raised Thor's hammer, unleashing a surge of divine energy that propelled Thor into the spatial tunnel of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor's expression was one of disbelief. and before he could comprehend the situation, he vanished from sight. Odin then brought the hammer to his lips and murmured, "Whosoever wields this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the thunder god." With that, he hurled the hammer into the tunnel with great force. On Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, revealing a profound depth within. Raising her gaze, a knowing smile graced her lips. "Thor's hammer? Odin, you too have begun to cultivate a successor, yet circumstances have shifted, an entity beyond time has emerged, and the future now eludes both your grasp and mine." A portal materialized beneath Ancient One, and in an instant, she vanished from the chamber. In Mexico, Ancient One reappeared near a car, as ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting a sense of foreboding, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. "I am terribly frightened. This cannot be blamed on me," a woman, brandishing a stun gun, explained to her two companions, while an elderly man with a mane of white hair sighed, "Let us lend a hand and place him in the vehicle." Throughout the ordeal, Ancient One remained still, her demeanor tranquil as she observed Thor being subdued and tossed into the car. After the vehicle departed, a section of the heavy clouds above suddenly brightened, and Ancient One gently lifted her gaze, witnessing Thor's hammer descend like a shooting star. With a graceful flick of her hands, a portal bursting with sparks opened along the hammer's trajectory. "I hope that greedy little fellow appreciates the gift I have sent him." In New York, Yangbo, having completed a circuit of the city, reluctantly returned to Central Park, slowly making his way home. Have these vampires truly banded together to relocate? How can not a single one be found? Beside him, Sky, having heard Yangbo's lament, rubbed her temples. Through their recent interactions, she had come to understand him somewhat. Typically, he was composed, but when it came to vampires and Hydra, his thoughts solely revolved around how to eliminate them. With a resigned tone, she remarked, "Boss, at the rate you're going, it's a wonder they haven't fled. By the way, there's something else. I found some information about myself in the SHIELD database, though several critical details have been obscured. Sky's hacking skills had advanced at a remarkable pace. However, the prospect of breaching SHIELD's database single-handedly posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, with the sponsorship of a set of battle armor from Yangbo, Fury readily granted Sky partial access to SHIELD's database. Yangbo merely smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. "Since you have some free time on your hands, take your time to investigate. However, I can offer you a useful piece of information, and let me clarify, this is not an insult." A playful smile spread across Yangbo's face. He enjoyed teasing Sky. "Sky, you are not human." Sky was initially bewildered. With such a direct accusation, how could it not be an insult? Yet, being clever, she quickly grasped that Yangbo's remark implied she was not human in the conventional sense. The sudden revelation startled her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Yangbo halted his steps, watching her intently, eager to see her response. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Sky's face. "Be careful." Instinctively, Yangbo turned around, but it was too late. He could neither evade the bullet nor the mighty Mjolnir plummeting from the sky. "What the hell?" Yangbo's expression shifted as a shield materialized in his hand. Bang! The shield's durability diminished in an instant, and he finally discerned the nature of the object descending upon him. A hammer? As the thought crossed his mind, a surge of lightning from Mjolnir struck him, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the underground safe house. What just happened? Was that really Mjolnir? Setting aside the timing, the location is all wrong. Isn't Mjolnir supposed to land in Mexico? He quickly rose and rushed into the dimensional portal. He would not accept a treasure delivered right to his doorstep. That would be utterly unjust. If Thor were to come, he would not make unreasonable demands. Just a life would suffice. Sky sat on the ground, her face etched with terror, gazing at the spot where Yangbo had vanished and the hammer still crackling with lightning. "Boss," though their acquaintance had only lasted a little over a month, she could sense that Yangbo genuinely cared for her. Whenever she needed equipment, he would go to great lengths to procure it for her. Yet, to witness such a young, wealthy, and powerful boss being struck down by a hammer was utterly devastating. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Am I truly a harbinger of misfortune? In a panic, she fished out her phone and found Blade's number, dialing it immediately. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Accompanied by the sounds of burning and distant screams, no doubt it was the midst of Blade's work hours. What's wrong, Sky? Hearing the sound of the blade. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Sky's cheeks as he choked out, "Teacher." Upon hearing Sky's voice, Blade immediately sheathed his long knife, drew his pistol, and without a care for any potential debris, aimed directly at the remaining vampires in the room and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The room erupted with gunfire. Capturing the attention of Paul, who, observing Blade's serious demeanor as he held the phone, hastily drained the vampire beneath him and transformed into a bat, flying to Blade's side. Asking, "Daywalker, what has transpired?" Blade disregarded Paul, and after eliminating all the vampires in the room, he inquired once more, "Sky, are you all right?" Only then did Sky manage to compose himself enough to stammer, The boss is dead." The most visceral reaction came from Paul, although in bat form. His round eyes were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The boss cannot be dead. What on earth happened, Sky? Speak quickly. Paul flapped his wings, nearly pressing his body against the phone. He was struck dead by a hammer that fell from the sky. Blade. Paul. Meanwhile, Blade remained considerably more composed and posed the most crucial question. Sky, is there a body of Yongbo at the scene? No. Blade and Paul instantly set aside their concerns, saying, "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Just stay where you are for the time being." Chapter 110. The Netherworld Alloy Pickaxe. Did you just tell me that you can't dig? Surely, you are not in tears. From a distance, Yongbo observed Sky, who was kneeling on the ground, her gaze lost as she stared at the MJ Ulner lying before her. Approaching her side, he did not manage to capture her attention. Typically, even the slightest creak of a door at night would rouse her from slumber, reflecting her heightened alertness. Yet now, lost in contemplation of Yongbo's demise, Sky was startled back to reality by his voice, her expression shifting from confusion to delight. She leaped to her feet and embraced Yongbo tightly. "Boss, I thought you." Yongbo chuckled softly, patting her on the back in a comforting manner. "Do not worry, a mere little hammer cannot claim my life." Gently extricating himself from her embrace, he wiped away her tears with a tender hand. "All is well, rest assured. Let us first examine this MJ Ulner, and when dawn breaks, we shall relay a message to SHIELD regarding the God of Thunder. I am certain Fury will be quite intrigued." Relationships thrive on reciprocity. If one only seeks to take, even the strongest bonds may wither away. Sky's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained silent. However, upon hearing about the God of Thunder, her curiosity was piqued, and she glanced at the hammer on the ground. The God of Thunder? Are you saying that hammer is the one from myth? Indeed, it is the hammer wielded by Thor from Norse mythology, albeit with some discrepancies. Much like the tales of vampires, Yongbo explained as he approached the MJ Ulner. Perhaps due to Yongbo absorbing the impact, the hammer stood firmly on the grass, devoid of the massive crater one might expect from cinematic depictions. Now, the God of Thunder, Thor, had been stripped of his powers by his father, Odin, and cast down to earth, where new restrictions had been placed upon the hammer by the All-Father. Standing before MJ Ulner, Yongbo placed his hand upon its handle. Noting the absence of any electric charge, those deemed worthy to lift the hammer would inherit the power of Thor. "Lift for me." Yongbo summoned all his strength. Yet the hammer did not budge, remaining steadfast under the gaze of Sky's innocent eyes. The three-room apartment beneath them began to tremble. Cough, cough. Sky. This hammer is forged from the core of a dead star, making it rather heavy. Huh? Sky paid little mind to Yongbo's struggle with the hammer. Her worldview was already being reshaped. Prior to meeting him, she had stumbled upon some concealed supernatural phenomena online, which had made her question the authenticity of her reality. After encountering Yongbo, she was astounded to discover that supernatural events were indeed ubiquitous: vampires, vampire hunters, witches, and now, gods. Sky found herself at a loss, unable to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. "Sky, would you like to give it a try?" "Me?" Sky approached with a mix of curiosity, gazing down at Mjolnir. Why not? It costs nothing to try. With a mocking smile adorning Yongbo's face, Sky appeared eager, extending his hand towards Thor's hammer. Unsurprisingly, the mighty weapon remained utterly immobile. It's too heavy. Sky conceded, relinquishing the notion of lifting the hammer. Step aside. Let me see if I can excavate it. In Yongbo's perception, the hammer, now resting on the ground, had transformed from a weapon into a mere ornament. And as an ornament, it could surely be unearthed. Yongbo promptly summoned a nether alloy pickaxe, directing it towards Thor's hammer. Contrary to his expectations, while cracks indeed began to form upon the surface of the hammer, the process was agonizingly slow. Is it truly unmovable? How can that be? This is a nether alloy pickaxe. Surely, a more powerful tool is not required. In the realm of Minecraft, every material possesses a specific hardness, and without the appropriate tools, one cannot effectively mine. Even if something could be excavated, it would ultimately dissipate into thin air. To avoid the potential loss of Thor's hammer, Yongbo ceased his efforts. Contemplating, he retrieved a half-smoked cigarette that had automatically been stowed in his backpack upon his recent demise, placing it between his lips and inhaling deeply. This is rather troublesome. Fortunately, the night was devoid of onlookers. Otherwise, curious souls would undoubtedly have gathered. Perhaps I should excavate beneath it and bury it. As this thought lingered, Yongbo's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Although he could not lift the hammer, the earth beneath it was fair game. He dismissed the notion of the hammer possessing any levitation properties. Perhaps it shared characteristics with dragon eggs, sand, or gravel. Armed with a shovel, Yongbo began to excavate the soil beneath Thor's hammer. Despite the formidable force of the hammer anchoring the earth below, it was no match for the laws governing Minecraft. With the dexterity honed over 22 years of singlehood, Yongbo swiftly inserted a torch beneath the hammer before it could react. The formerly dark surroundings were instantly illuminated, and Yongbo anxiously observed as the hammer succumbed to gravity, landing atop the torch. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Thor's hammer became enveloped in a surge of electric energy. Yet, upon contact with the torch, the lightning flickered out of existence, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. With a resounding thud, the hammer either vanished or transformed into a miniature version, landing beside the torch as a drop item. Yongbo's face finally broke into a smile at this spectacle. Ah, so that lightning was an attempt to resist? Approaching the hammer, now in its drop item state, it exhibited no further defiance. It swiftly ascended, finding its way into Yongbo's backpack as he casually dismantled the torch and replaced the excavated soil. Peering into his backpack at the obediently resting Thor's hammer, Yongbo's expression radiated joy. He grasped it, only to discover it bore no special effects. What a pity, this Meow Meow hammer is beyond my strength to wield. Wait, does it possess attributes? Upon lifting the Meow Meow hammer, Yongbo realized that, much like the gear within Minecraft, it indeed harbored its own attributes. Yongbo gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the Mjolnir. To be frank, these attributes seemed significantly diminished. However, while I could accept the aspects of lightning strike and knockback, what was the meaning of this efficiency? Suddenly, a thought struck Yongbo regarding the characteristics of hammers and certain mods within the game. Could it be? With Mjolnir in hand, he struck the ground, and instantly, the area beneath him, spanning a 3-3 range, was transformed as the blocks crumbled into dirt, falling to the earth. Could it be that the hammer of the Thunder God had morphed into a tool for excavation? An overwhelming sense of joy washed over Yongbo at this unexpected turn of events, given that the materials used to forge Mjolnir were of a notably high grade. Coupled with an efficiency rating of 8, this would prove to be incredibly convenient for tunneling through the nether, a stark contrast to using a pickaxe, which allowed for the excavation of only a single block at a time. Chapter 111. The Quest for Thor in the Subterranean Expanse of Central Park. Yongbo continued to toy with the legendary Hammer of Thor. However, he dared not place it upon the table or the ground, having previously attempted to do so. He found that he could not lift it again without the aid of a torch. Sky, do you think I look impressive wielding this hammer? Sky scrutinized Yongbo, who was striking poses, and after a few moments of contemplation, she replied earnestly, not impressive. Yongbo felt as though a deluge of cold water had cascaded upon him. With a serious gaze, he admonished Sky, lying will earn you 1,000 needles. Sky chuckled. Boss, you're in shorts and a tank top. And this hammer does not suit your style. You should wield an axe. It would be far more befitting of your title. Young Bo, taken aback, glanced down at his attire. Without uttering another word, he tossed the hammer into his backpack, determining that, unless he was digging tunnels, the hammer would languish in his bag, gathering dust. A mere 25 points of attack were of no concern to him. Yet, Sky's observation struck a chord. Other superheroes had distinctive outfits. While he roamed about in shorts and a tank top, or occasionally in jeans and a t-shirt, which certainly detracted from his image, Yongbo recalled that the wizarding attire in witchcraft was quite splendid, and resolved to collect several sets during his next foray into the Twilight Forest. At that moment, Sky suddenly inquired, Boss, I witnessed you being struck by the hammer earlier. Where did you go? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. Yongbo snapped back to the present, nonchalantly plopping down beside Sky, and with a cheerful demeanor, he said, Oh, it's nothing. I merely perished from the hammer's blow and returned from the underworld. His words were devoid of falsehood. He had indeed been struck down by the hammer and traversed through the underworld via a portal, returning to the Marvel Universe. It was well known that the underworld was colloquially referred to as Hell, where infernal rock abounded. Sky, of course, found it hard to believe Yongbo's fantastical tale. She preferred to entertain the notion that he possessed the ability of spatial teleportation. Boss, if you don't wish to share, that's fine, but keep your hands still. Yongbo, ever the disobedient spirit, continued with a grin, I have never deceived you. Just consider it. If I possess the mythical hammer of Thor, then having an underworld is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Sky paused, contemplating his words. Indeed, when the hammer had plummeted from the heavens, she had witnessed the spectacle in its entirety. The sudden appearance of lightning and the hammer's remarkable stillness upon impact served as irrefutable evidence that her boss was not lying. Ultimately, she could only nod in agreement. Her initial desire had been simple, to unveil the truths concealed by the government and share them with the world, believing that everyone had the right to know. However, she now felt her own naivety. The mere existence of vampires, let alone gods or hell, would incite tremendous chaos if known to the public. At this moment, Sky suddenly recalled Yongbo's words, spoken before the hammer fell, that she was not human. Blushing, she looked at Yongbo and asked, Boss, do you mean to say that I am not human? Indeed, you belong to the inhuman race, although you closely resemble humans. Once your genes are activated, you will possess extraordinary abilities and gain immense strength. Inhuman? The term echoed in Sky's mind, fueling her eagerness to discover more about herself. Inhumanist. Yongbo smiled at Sky, retracting his hand and shifting positions, interrupting her. I'll explain when I have time. In a few hours, dawn will break. Do you not wish to do something? With a slight, dazed nod, Sky replied, Then, we shall discuss it later. As the sun climbed higher, the autumn sun lacked the power to dry everything, resembling a gentle, kindly elder. The once lush trees in the park had turned withered and yellow. A gust of wind sent some leaves tumbling from the tree's embrace. Yongbo lounged on a sofa by the lakeside, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he idly fished. How could Coulson and Fury allow you to come here? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. not busy? Coulson mimicked Yongbo's relaxed demeanor, reclining on the sofa with a wry smile. How could we not be busy? Ever since Hydra resurfaced, I haven't had a moment's rest. Frankly, I am contemplating whether to switch to your hunter guild. When you called regarding Thor, I specifically requested to take on this task. It's a perfect opportunity to unwind. After Yongbo informed Coulson about Thor that morning, he noticed that Coulson showed no inclination to inquire further, appearing rather nonchalant, as if he were trying to slack off. It seemed that due to Hydra's recent activities, S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed overwhelmed. But just because you don't ask, does that mean I won't say anything? How naive. Yongbo exclaimed. Coulson, stop squinting. The Prince of Asgard, Thor, has already descended to Earth. Suddenly, Yongbo was struck by a thought. If Thor's hammer had landed here, wouldn't Thor himself have also fallen in Central Park? Coulson, could you find a way to contact our colleagues in New Mexico? They should search for an astronomy professor named Eric in Old Bridge City. He is currently there with 2 students. Thor is with them right now. Upon hearing this, Coulson straightened up, his gaze fixed intently on Yongbo. Feeling uncomfortable under the man's stare, Yongbo shot back. What are you staring at? I'm curious how you know about the happenings in New Mexico while at home, Yang. Do you truly lack prophetic abilities? Hadn't this issue been previously addressed? I truly possess no prophetic abilities. I merely stumbled upon certain insights regarding the God of Thunder. With a firm grip, a fish leaped from the water, landing into Yongbo's backpack. Coulson, swiftly bring back Thor. Although he has been banished to Earth by Odin, the All-Father, he is nonetheless of divine lineage and will inevitably be summoned back. As his powers are currently stripped away, he finds himself in a state of vulnerability. This presents a prime opportunity for you to cultivate a rapport with him, a skill at which I believe you excel. A friendly suggestion, you might consider bringing the captain along. Though he lacks divine powers, his physical prowess remains formidable. If possible, it would be prudent for you to help the captain temper his impulsive temperament. Chapter 112. Thor, God of Thunder in a quaint town of New Mexico. Thor was voraciously devouring his meal in a restaurant. Having just battled the frost giants and stripped of his divine powers, he had been exiled to Earth, enduring an agonizing hunger that left him famished. Dr. Eric Selvig and Jane Foster, along with their companions, were spellbound by the sight of him feasting. This beverage is delightful, Thor exclaimed, admiring the cup in his hand. Jane Foster, who had been intently observing him, snapped back to reality and remarked, Indeed, it is quite good. Well then, I shall have another, Thor declared, raising his cup and smashing it to the ground with a resounding crash that instantly drew the attention of those around him. This was a tradition from Asgard, yet it was clear that the patrons, especially the restaurant owner, were not accustomed to such customs. Jane hastily stood, apologizing to the surrounding guests while attempting to gather the larger shards from the floor. Hey, what are you doing? Thor retorted. I merely found the drink delightful and wished for another. Can't you? His words were cut short as several black cars pulled up outside the restaurant, screeching to a halt. A number of individuals disembarked, the most prominent among them wielding a circular shield. Captain, are you truly not considering this? It's the perfect opportunity to challenge a god. And it's all above board. Such chances are rare. Yongbo's voice echoed, prompting even Captain Rogers to internally scoff at the suggestion. Are you perhaps misunderstanding the term above board? He responded, shaking his head. Mr. Yang, I currently have no conflict with the God of Thunder, nor do I wish to instigate one. Great power is not meant for brawling. Yongbo wore an expression of regret. This was indeed the opportune moment to confront Thor. And once the god regained his powers, landing a solid punch would be far more challenging. Initially, Yang had been reluctant to join, preferring to stay home with Sky discussing the Inhumans, but the impending arrival of the destroyer sparked a bold idea in his mind, compelling him to volunteer for the venture. Agent Coulson led the way, pushing open the door to the restaurant, where myriad gazes fell upon him. Yet, to Coulson, it was inconsequential as he strode directly towards Eric Selvig. Long time no see, Dr. Selvig, he greeted, once an astronomer. Eric had crossed paths with Thor upon the latter's banishment to Earth. Together with Jane and others, they had endeavored to facilitate Thor's return to the realm of the gods. He was also the same doctor manipulated by Loki to open the portal. Upon seeing Coulson, Eric's expression shifted to one of concern, given his knowledge of S-H-I-E-L-D. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Agent Coulson, it has been a while, Eric replied, standing to shake Coulson's hand. What brings you here this time? Coulson directed his gaze towards the figure seated beside him, Thor, and offered a warm smile before explaining to Eric. I have come for him. He then leaned in closer to Thor and whispered, Greetings, Thor of Asgard. I extend the welcome of S-H-I-E-L-D on behalf of our organization. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Thor's excitement surged. Ever since his exile to Earth, no one had believed his tales. Yet this unexpected man seemed to possess knowledge of his origins, igniting a spark of exhilaration within him. You know me? Thor inquired. Coulson chuckled softly, replying, I am merely acquainted with some information about you. This is not the appropriate setting for a discussion. I believe we should relocate. Without hesitation, Thor rose to his feet, prepared to accompany Coulson, oblivious to any ulterior motives that might linger in Coulson's mind. Jane Foster, witnessing her idol's departure, turned urgently to Eric Selvig and implored, "Professor, he is crucial to our research. We cannot allow him to leave like this." Eric Selvig cast a glance at Jane, a wry smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Jane, this matter has surpassed our control." But Jane's anxiety was palpable. She had fallen for Thor at first sight, feeling an immediate connection the moment their eyes met. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted her thoughts. Taking advantage of the conversation, Yongbo slid into the seat next to the trio, grinning as he remarked, "No need to make excuses. Let us call it love at first sight, or more plainly, lust at first glance." He then turned to the ever-smiling Darcy Lewis beside him and asked, "Miss Darcy Lewis, do you agree with my assessment?" Darcy Lewis regarded Yongbo with curious eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. Being Jane Foster's assistant and student, she was keenly aware of Jane's emotional shift, though Jane herself remained oblivious to it. "I find your perspective quite insightful," Darcy replied. "You." Jane's cheeks flushed crimson, struggling to find her words. At that moment, Yongbo beckoned to Coulson. "Coulson, may I trouble you for your pen? I would like to request an autograph from this lovely lady." Coulson glanced at Darcy Lewis, having memorized everyone's profiles prior to his arrival, but found nothing remarkable about her background. Unbeknownst to him, Darcy was portrayed by his favorite actress, Kat Dennings. While the name might elicit confusion for some, many would recall her as the sharp-tongued protagonist Max from the popular television series Two Broke Girls. Because of the show's influence, Yongbo felt an instinctive urge that she might soon transform into a spirited driver on the highway. "Could you grant me an autograph? And please, add Kat Dennings to it as well," he requested, extending his pen towards her, fulfilling a wish of his own. Thor's attention was not directed towards Yongbo. Instead, it was fixed on Rogers, who had just entered. Rogers, too, shared this sentiment. Even without his divine powers, Thor's physique was remarkably robust, rendering the trained agents in the narrative as powerless as elementary school children before him. Simultaneously, a thought arose in their minds. Such an alluring dairy, such formidable muscles. Thor Odinson, one would not have anticipated encountering a warrior as formidable as you in Midgard. With that, Thor extended his hand towards Rogers, his previously haughty demeanor softening considerably. A smile graced Captain America's face as he reciprocated the gesture, clasping Thor's hand and saying, "Steve Rogers, it's a pleasure to meet you." Observing the exchange, Coulson's smile grew warmer as he addressed the group. "Shall we depart from this place?" Chapter 113. Nightfall and Anticipation in the Wilderness of New Mexico. A considerable distance from the town, the landscape stretched endlessly with tawny earth, interspersed with sporadic green dots, a congregation of cacti. The sun was nearing its descent, casting a breathtaking golden-red hue across the sky. Yongbo wandered through the arid expanse, his elongated shadow trailing behind him as he wielded an axe, collecting cacti. Darcy Lewis emerged from the makeshift shelter erected by S.H.I.E.L.D., approaching Yongbo with curiosity. Observing the cacti Yongbo had felled, Darcy watched in astonishment as the green remnants transformed into a small piece that vanished into Yongbo's being. Although surprised, her demeanor was notably calmer than Sky's, perhaps indicative of the mental fortitude often found in those who study astronomy. After he had harvested the last cactus in the vicinity, Yongbo sheathed his axe. Gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, "It appears we are in for a heavy downpour tonight," he remarked. Darcy, glancing upwards, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Mr. Yong, may I inquire about the significance of Kate Dalen's?" Intrigued by Yongbo, Darcy felt an inexplicable familiarity with him, despite being certain it was their first meeting. Yongbo smiled, responding, "There is nothing of great importance. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Kate Dalen's. If given the opportunity, I would love to introduce you to her. I believe your encounter would be quite fascinating." Yongbo contemplated the possibility of gathering the 6 Infinity Stones to see if they could facilitate a return to his own world. Since he had traversed into the Marvel Universe, it seemed illogical not to find a way back. If the Infinity Stones proved futile, he would seek the Cosmic Heart. If that too failed, he would pursue the one above all. The Marvel realm was replete with wondrous artifacts and formidable beings. Even if he could not return, He was determined to devise a means to bring his brother over, for solitude weighed heavily upon him. "By the way, how is the Thunder God faring?" he inquired. Darcy chuckled, saying, "That fellow has been weeping ever since realizing he cannot lift his hammer." Jane is currently attempting to console him. Pausing, she added, "Is he truly the legendary Thunder God? It seems to me he is rather enjoying the attention, using this opportunity to seek comfort from Jane." Yang Bo stroked his chin, a look of realization dawning upon him. The Thunder God, with his robust features, surprisingly harbored such sentiments. "No, that cannot be right. The Thunder God has lived for countless years and is certainly not as Navi as he appears. How foolish of me to let the narrative sway my thoughts. Odin would never choose a dimwit as his successor." The Thunder God's hammer had been brought forth by Yang Bo, and since Thor could not yet wield it, he believed that sparing it would only deepen Thor's despair. If he did not present the hammer to Thor, how could Loki entice him into folly? Tomorrow, if the destroyer did not arrive, Thor's battle armor would surely be in jeopardy. "Darcy, let us return. The sun has set, and it is time we found something to eat." With that, Yang Bo led Darcy back toward the temporary camp. Upon their arrival, they found Ivan engrossed in examining Thor's hammer, an array of instruments in hand as he continuously directed beams of light towards it. "What do you think?" Yang Bo stepped forward and patted Ivan on the shoulder, smiling as he inquired. Ivan straightened his posture, spat out the toothpick from his mouth, and replied, "This hammer emits a peculiar force field. I believe that's why no one can lift it. Furthermore, I have never encountered a material as robust as this. It would be perfect for crafting a chain blade." Ivan appeared eager to melt the hammer down, while Yang Bo nodded in agreement, saying, "I share your sentiment. But given that it has been forged into a hammer, I wonder if it can be remelted." Suddenly, the Thunder God's hammer crackled with electricity, startling the two. Ivan, a fervent admirer of electricity, exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, can this hammer conduct electricity?" Yang Bo gazed at the Thunder God's hammer, realizing that the brief flash of electricity indicated that the hammer could comprehend simple commands, likely expressing its displeasure just moments ago. "This hammer is called the Thunder God's hammer. It wouldn't be worthy of the name if it couldn't generate electricity. Rest assured, starting tomorrow, we will acquire a wealth of materials." The arrival of the Thunder God not only added another Avenger to their ranks, but also marked Earth's official entry into the cosmic age, where new materials and technologies would propel Earth's advancements at an unprecedented pace. Mjolnir, Thor, the Thunder God, burst out of the room, brimming with excitement, and rushed toward the Thunder God's hammer on the ground. Having sensed its power, he was perhaps too exhilarated, as he meowed in delight, charging forward. Yang Bo quickly pulled Darcy back a couple of steps to avoid being collided with by the clumsy god, feeling a pang of embarrassment over his earlier assumptions. "This fellow is such a fool. Did he really just meow?" Darcy, observing Thor's repeated attempts to lift the hammer, asked with uncertainty. "Mjolnir, if you say it quickly, it sounds like meow meow near," Yang Bo casually explained, focusing on Thor's efforts, which still yielded no movement from the hammer. "No." Thor knelt before the Thunder God's hammer in anguish, his eyes reddening. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain mixed with Thor's tears fell upon the parched land, bestowing it with precious rainfall. Jane had followed Thor out of the room, and upon witnessing his sorrowful demeanor, immediately rushed over to embrace him tightly, offering comfort. "It's all right. You can live here, and I will stay by your side." Thor, seemingly lost in despair, offered no resistance as Jane enveloped him in her arms. Yang Bo, with keen perception, noticed that the torrential rain had suddenly diminished significantly. Squinting at Thor, a smile crept upon his lips. "This guy is taking advantage of Jane." Darcy's voice chimed in from the side. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo turned to see Darcy wearing a knowing expression and quietly asked, "Since you've discerned this, why not offer a word of warning?" "Forget it. Look at Jian, who appears to be reveling in the news. I certainly do not wish to incur the displeasure of my mentor." Darcy shook his head and ultimately concluded, "Both parties are willing participants. Such matters are best left to our observation." He then suggested, "Let us return. I have no desire to catch a cold." With that, he turned and made his way toward the RV. Yang Bo watched Darcy's departing figure, shrugged, and called out to Ivan, who was engrossed in the performance. Before heading towards the adjacent RV, suddenly reminded of Thor's hammer, he retrieved a staff from his backpack with one hand, while the other beckoned Thor's hammer with a subtle gesture. The hammer, which had remained motionless until then, soared towards Yangbo with a whoosh, ultimately landing upon a torch, transforming into a collectible item that was secured within his backpack. Mage's Hand. Arcane art. Upon casting a spell, one can lift a creature or block and throw it. Additionally, one may raise and hurl an armor stand. Chapter 114. A life for a life. Before 10 seconds had elapsed after entering the room, the door of the RV was forcefully flung open with a resounding bang. Thor, resembling a man caught in an act of betrayal, stormed in from the heavy rain, his gaze fixated on Yangbo, who had just settled onto a chair. Unceremoniously, he demanded, "Where's my hammer?" Yangbo, taken aback, responded, "What is this audacity? Your name is not inscribed on it." He retrieved Mjolnir from his backpack, feigning interest as he examined the intricate patterns on the hammer. With a sly grin, he added, "If you claim it to be yours, call its name and see if it responds." Previously, when he had placed the hammer down, Yangbo had ensured that Thor did not see it, leading Thor to believe it had simply been left behind. Upon hearing Yangbo's words, Thor immediately extended his hand and bellowed, "Mjolnir." Yet, the hammer remained unmoved. "Mjolnir." Thor's voice cracked, reminiscent of a lover calling out to an unresponsive partner from afar, desperately yearning for their return. Yangbo, deliberately spreading his hands, indicated that he had no control over the hammer, and the radiance of his smile blossomed further as he witnessed Thor's gradual unraveling. "Thor, if you assert this is your hammer, you must provide some evidence to substantiate your claim. Do the gods of Asgard not adhere to reason?" With a flick of his wrist, Yangbo made Mjolnir dance momentarily in the air before stowing it back into his backpack. Observing Thor's dazed expression, he turned to Jane, who wore a look of concern, and suggested, "Perhaps you should fetch him a cup of coffee. It seems this fellow will take a while to regain his composure." With a wave of his wand, he summoned a chair, which promptly soared over to land in front of him, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Producing a rhythmic sound, Yangbo looked at the bewildered Thor and prepared to engage in a negotiation. With a warm and cordial smile, he addressed Thor, "Esteemed Lord Thor, I wish to discuss certain matters with you, matters pertaining to Asgard and Mjolnir." Upon hearing Yangbo address him, Thor snapped back to reality and scrutinized Yangbo more earnestly. Truth be told, whether in the restaurant or at this encampment, he had never regarded Yangbo with any seriousness. Despite the significant shifts in his demeanor following his banishment and loss of divine power, the pride of a god is not easily diminished. To Thor, Yangbo had appeared as nothing more than a mere foot soldier, devoid of noteworthy qualities. However, he now recognized his misjudgment, having seen Yangbo manipulate the chair. He realized that he was dealing with a sorcerer. It is worth noting that sorcerers are a rare breed, even in Asgard, his mother being a formidable witch herself. Soaked to the bone, Thor approached and took a seat across from Yangbo, his eyes glinting with intensity, for Yangbo had dared to seize his hammer. "What do you wish to discuss?" Yangbo's rhythmic tapping on the table ceased, and he relished the sight of Thor, who appeared both disapproving and powerless against him. "Do you wish to reclaim your Mjolnir?" Although Thor was acutely aware that Yangbo's words were laced with ulterior motives, he still nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, let us engage in a candid discussion. You descended from the heavens, and this hammer similarly fell from the sky. It struck the ground, while this hammer struck me." Thor's eyes widened as he scrutinized Yangbo, and it dawned upon him that the location where Mjolnir had plummeted had suffered no damage whatsoever. This could only imply that the hammer had not initially fallen here. Yet, as he gazed at Yangbo's frail physique, an image formed in his mind of Mjolnir crashing down upon him via the Rainbow Bridge. No need to elaborate. Truth be told, it appeared too abruptly. I was careless and did not evade it, resulting in my demise. Now that you assert you are the rightful owner of this hammer, let us deliberate on compensation. It is rather straightforward. Due to this hammer, I lost a precious life. Thor, you now have two choices. Firstly, I could take your life in exchange for mine. If you possess multiple lives, I would not demand more. Upon hearing Yangbo's first proposition, Thor's expression darkened, and he regarded Yangbo with a complex gaze. Although the terms were somewhat severe, the notion of a life for a life held a certain logic. But I may have lived long, but that does not equate to having multiple lives. Thor, well versed in the arcane arts, understood that sorcerers possessed numerous peculiar methods and spells. The concept of resurrection, though seemingly absurd, was not entirely implausible, and he did not doubt Yongbo's sincerity. Not only Thor, but the others in the room stared at Yongbo in astonishment. They had not anticipated that he could have perished under the weight of Mjolnir, nor did they comprehend his implication of possessing several lives. At that moment, Jian brought over 5 cups of coffee and placed them on the table. Yongbo graciously expressed his gratitude, lifted a cup, and took a gentle sip, discovering it was not overly bitter. Thor, disregarding the coffee on the table, directly inquired, "What is your second condition?" Yongbo, with a knowing smile, responded, "The second is that I desire the technology and materials of Asgard. Of course, I need not the latest. The discarded remnants will suffice. I believe this should be a trivial matter for your life. A meal must be savored bite by bite." Even the obsolete weaponry and materials of Asgard were beyond the capabilities of contemporary Earth. Furthermore, he sought remnants of the destroyer armor. "Should you acquiesce to this request, I shall absolve you of responsibility, and I can return the hammer to you, along with guidance on how to gain its approval." Yongbo held no belief that Odin would permit Thor's demise. He even suspected that Thor's death might be a prerequisite for regaining his divine powers. Thor fell into contemplation. Not because he deemed Yongbo's demands excessive, but rather because, in his view, Yongbo's requests were remarkably simple. Items he considered trash could be exchanged for Mjolnir, making the arrangement exceedingly advantageous. The only predicament he faced was the fragments of the destroyer armor, a conundrum he found insurmountable. After contemplating for a few minutes, he hesitantly remarked, "Now that I am exiled by my father, I am uncertain when I shall return." Yongbo rose, waved his hand, and smiled as he said, "That is a risk I must bear. As long as you agree to my terms, even if you cannot return to Asgard, I shall grant you the Hammer of Thor. If you do not mind, I would like to discuss some other matters with you, all of which are gifts for our meeting." Thor nodded, similarly rising to follow Yongbo into another room. Chapter 115. The Three Heroes of the Celestial Palace. A group of individuals engaged in casual conversation within a caravan, while Thor, with a countenance wrought with complexity, remained alone in a room, gazing at the mighty Mjolnir, which Yongbo had placed upon the ground. He lifted a glass of beer before him and downed its contents in one swift motion. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. It was his brother, Loki. Observing Loki clad in an elegant suit, Thor placed his cup on the table with a resounding thud. "You've arrived, Loki," Thor exclaimed. Loki, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and responded, "Indeed, I felt compelled to see you." Thor scrutinized Loki and inquired, "What transpired? Tell me, is Asgard in turmoil?" "Our father has passed away." Thor's expression stiffened, and the last vestiges of hope evaporated within him. This revelation mirrored what Yongbo had previously conveyed, and his eyes betrayed a glimmer of compassion. Loki feigned a facade of restrained sorrow, yet internally he felt a twinge of panic. This narrative seems askew. Why does Thor exhibit such an expression upon hearing of our father's demise? However, having broached the topic, he felt obliged to continue. Your banishment, coupled with the looming threat of renewed war, proved unbearable for him. Do not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I too advised him. Yet he was impervious to reason. Thor's empathy deepened, nearly causing Loki to falter under the weight of his own deception. It is cruel to place Mjolnir before you, knowing you cannot wield it. And now, the mantle of kingship rests upon my shoulders. Loki paused, awaiting Thor's response, but Thor rose and approached him, enveloping him in an embrace. "My brother, I entrust Asgard to you. I shall atone for all that I have done." With that, he returned to his chair, drained his glass, and retrieved another can of beer from beneath the table, pouring it into a large goblet. Loki, unable to maintain his composure, questioned with a hint of uncertainty, "Thor, do you not wish to return home?" Thor shook his head, revealing a bittersweet smile. "No, I must take responsibility for my actions. I have been stripped of my divine powers by our father and cast to this realm. Until Mjolnir acknowledges me, I shall not depart." Loki regarded Thor, sensing an underlying disquiet. but he could not articulate it. Suppressing thoughts of deceiving Thor and remaining on Earth, he addressed him directly, in that case. I shall take my leave. Asgard requires my attention. Thor remained silent, exuding an air of despondency as he carelessly tossed the empty beer can aside and resumed drinking. Witnessing Thor's demeanor, Loki's expression grew increasingly complex, mirroring the intricate nature of their relationship. After one last glance at Thor, he vanished from sight. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered for several minutes, observing Thor's self-destructive behavior as he incessantly drank. He then approached Mjolnir, extending his hand in an attempt to lift the mighty hammer. Yet, Mjolnir remained obstinately grounded, exhibiting no inclination to budge. With a haughty scoff, he decided to depart from that place. Meanwhile, young Bo, who had been covertly monitoring the situation via the mini-map, noticed the white dot vanish and a smile crept upon his face. Nevertheless, he refrained from seeking out Thor, for everything unfolded according to his plan. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the room. As young Bo opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Thor seated in his chamber. He hastily scrambled out of bed, instinctively glancing at his neatly arranged attire, feeling a sense of relief. With a wary expression, he inquired, "What brings you to my room? Shouldn't you be seeking solace from Jane?" Thor, unperturbed by young Bo's jibe, stood up upon noticing young Bo's awakening, his expression a mix of complexity as he asked, "Loki, is he truly not your biological brother?" Young Bo replied, "Shouldn't you first inquire about your father's condition? If Odin were to discover this, would he not regret having cast you aside? Yesterday, Loki came to see me, and his words echoed your own." Young Bo rose from the bed, casting a disdainful glance at the dutiful Thor and remarked, "Does it truly matter whether Loki is a frost giant or an Asgardian? Your feelings for him cannot be feigned." At this juncture, young Bo recalled the female Loki from the parallel universe. Should Loki indeed transform into a woman, Thor would undoubtedly be easily ensnared. Do not dwell on such matters. Await the arrival of the 3 valiant warriors from the celestial realm along with your former love, Sif. They shall bring tidings from the heavens. When you comprehend the essence of sacrifice and protection, you shall be worthy of lifting Mjolnir. Just do not forget the conditions I have set. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall never lay eyes upon your hammer again. He imagined stowing the hammer in his backpack, convinced Thor would be unable to summon it thereafter. Thor nodded, his mind preoccupied with the revelation that his brother might not be his true kin. Even placing his father's slumber as a secondary concern, he pushed open the door to step outside. The torrential rain from the previous night had left no trace on the surroundings, the ground appearing unscathed. At that moment, Coulson, sporting a broad smile, was busy preparing breakfast for the group outside, relishing his rare day of respite. Upon hearing the door creak open, he glanced up and said, "Breakfast is ready. Would you care to join?" Young Bo nodded and approached, grabbing a sandwich from the table and taking a hearty bite. "Your sandwiches are quite delectable," he exclaimed. Then noticed Rogers jogging around the camp, feeling a sense of admiration for the captain's discipline. Before long, everyone emerged from their respective quarters, and the camp buzzed with life and energy. After a while, a swirling mass of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling a tornado. Eric Shavik, who was enjoying his breakfast, immediately dropped his sandwich and dashed towards the RV where the equipment was stored, accompanied by Jane and Darcy. Young Bo gazed at the beam of light descending from the sky, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Ivan and inquired, "How are the preparations coming along? Our guests will be arriving shortly." Ivan's eyes sparkled as he beheld the celestial phenomenon created by the Rainbow Bridge, responding, "We are fully prepared to welcome our guests." Young Bo nodded, squinting slightly to get a clearer view of the area where the Rainbow Bridge touched down, for figures approached them directly, evidently having discovered Thor's location through some extraordinary means. The 3 valiant warriors from the Celestial Palace, along with Sif. The next to arrive must surely be the Destroyer. Chapter 116, The Unfolding of the Battle Bang. The formidable Destroyer arrived on Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. To be frank, the Destroyer armor was far from aesthetically pleasing. Yet it exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation, particularly for the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard and Sif, who were well aware of the Destroyer's formidable history. The stout and dwarf-like Volstagg instinctively tightened his grip on the handle of his hammer as he observed the approaching destroyer armor. He turned to his companion and remarked, "By the gods, it's the destroyer armor. This must be Loki's doing. He doesn't want Thor to return to Asgard." Sif's expression was grave as she gazed at the destroyer, saying, "Volstagg, we must protect Thor. He has lost his divine powers and cannot wield Mjolnir. He stands no chance." The destroyer advanced with heavy strides, its helmet suddenly illuminating, revealing a faceplate that unleashed a searing beam of energy. The three warriors and Sif quickly evaded, as the energy beam struck the ground, causing an explosion even in the absence of any physical target. Vandal, wielding his sword, charged forward, skillfully dodging another energy blast from the destroyer. He swung his sword fiercely at the armor, but only sparks flew, leaving the destroyer unharmed. The destroyer retaliated with alarming speed, bringing its arm crashing down upon Vandal, sending him hurtling backward over 10 meters, where he landed and bounced twice upon impact. "Patience, Captain, your time is yet to come," Yongbo observed, perched upon a round stone, intrigued by the valiant struggle of the three warriors and Sif against the destroyer. He halted Rogers, who was about to rush in to assist. Rogers, perplexed, exclaimed, "They're in grave danger. They cannot contend with that armor. Just wait. Have faith. It's not as dire as it seems." As he spoke, Sif was also struck by the destroyer's fist, sent sprawling to the ground, struggling to regain her breath. Fortunately, Asgardians possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of humans. Had it been an ordinary person or even a vampire, that blow would have been catastrophic. Thor, witnessing Vandal's flight, felt little concern. However, upon seeing Sif thrown aside, a look of anxiety crossed his face. Despite understanding that, in his current powerless state, approaching the destroyer was tantamount to seeking death, he resolutely advanced toward it. Rogers turned to Yongbo, his silence speaking volumes. "Is this what you meant by not a problem?" Yongbo awkwardly chuckled, then spoke into his communicator. "Ivan, it's time to test the new armor." Received. A thunderous roar echoed from the sky as several dark figures ascended from the ground, hurtling toward the destroyer. The destroyer sensed the incoming armors and immediately assumed a defensive stance, its facial armor retracting once more to reveal an intense heat radiating from within, warping the air around it. A beam of light surged skyward, striking one of the battle armors, yet it was thwarted by a massive shield. With a resounding crash, the armor was sent flying, and Yongbo astutely observed that the shield in the armor's grasp had turned a furious red, warping under such formidable force. Could it be that the destroyer armor possessed explosive properties? With a subtle flick of his wrist, a white staff materialized in his hand. Freeze. Freeze. Level. Novice. Attribute. Frost. Magic consumption. 5 inflicts a freezing effect of 2 on the target creature for 10 seconds. In an instant, the metallic sheen of the destroyer's exterior was enveloped in frost, drastically slowing its movements. At that moment, several white beams of light shot forth from the armor controlled by Ivan, striking the destroyer and forcing it back a considerable distance, leaving a long gouge in the ground. However, the duration of the magical effect far exceeded Yongbo's expectations. The originally intended 10 seconds evaporated almost instantaneously on the destroyer. Yongbo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the armor possessed some form of resistance? Or was the spell simply of too low a level? A glow re-emerged at the tip of the staff, and a spike of ice erupted from beneath the destroyer's feet, striking it and summoning the familiar frost once more. Yongbo silently kept track of the time. Level, advanced, attribute, frost, magic consumption, 30 summons sharp ice spikes at your pointed surface, dealing 5 damage to any creature upon which they land and knocking them back, while applying a freezing effect for 4 seconds. In just 2 seconds, the frost enveloping the destroyer began to dissipate again, yet a satisfied smile crept across Yongbo's face. "Ah, splendid. The advanced level magic boasts a 50 duration." The destroyer, now aware of Yongbo's presence, disregarded the surrounding armors, which could only tickle it, and fixed its gaze upon Yongbo. The visor of the armor opened, revealing a beam of light, distinct from the previous one, which shot directly towards Yongbo. Seeing this, Yongbo promptly utilized the teleportation spell to evade the destroyer's assault. Upon contact with the ground, The white beam silently manifested a pitch-black aperture. This ability was not in the script. Unbeknownst to him, Loki, currently controlling the destroyer armor from the Asgardian palace, was filled with confusion and a hint of panic as he realized the armor had slipped from his control. Damn it, destroyer, what in the world is happening? Yongbo's expression turned grave as he observed the destroyer armor, which originally had a mere 1,000 health points, rapidly increasing its life force. 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. In the blink of an eye, it surged to 2,500 health points. Good heavens, could this armor actually recognize its foes? At this moment, Ivan commanded his battle armor to encircle the destroyer, employing all manner of offensive techniques against it. However, the results were dishearteningly negligible, particularly with his prideful electric tether, which proved utterly ineffective, easily shaken off by the opponent with a mere motion. A beam of light struck one of the battle armors that failed to evade in time, piercing through its formidable metallic shield and leaving a gaping hole the size of a human head. Had it not been for the intervention of other battle armors, the destroyer's attack might have completely obliterated it in that single strike. At that juncture, a radiant white light materialized around the battle armor, and the previously pierced and shattered components began to mend, as if infused with life. A totem, radiating a silver-white glow, appeared beside the armor unbeknownst to anyone. Healing totem, level, advanced, attribute, healing magic consumption. 40 summons a luminous totem at the designated location, restoring health at a rate of 1 point every 0 for seconds to itself, allies, or summoned creatures, while inflicting 1 point of damage per second to nearby units. If the target is an undead creature, it will also ignite for 8 seconds. If iron golems can be healed, it stands to reason that battle armors could be as well. Yongbo wielded one hand for frost-based control while deftly alternating the other between healing and summoning staves. Today, he was resolute in his intent to wear down the Destroyer-S armor in this very place. Chapter 117. The Return of the Thunder God Captain. Let us charge together. There is no need to discuss morality with a mere hunk of iron. Yongbo gazed helplessly at the ever-increasing health of the destroyer, which had now reached a staggering 500 points. After a day of relentless assault, it still boasted 900 points. However, the destroyer possessed an automatic regeneration function, making it increasingly difficult to subdue. Were it not for Yongbo inflicting negative effects such as poison, decay, and burning, the Group's efforts would have been futile against its rapid recovery. Unable to contain himself any longer, Captain America, who had been waiting for Yongbo's command, brandished a shield and charged forward, striking the destroyer-s head with a resounding thud. Yet, the impact was scarcely more than a minor annoyance. The 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace rejoined the fray, encircling the destroyer and unleashing a flurry of kicks. The destroyer attempted to retaliate, but Yongbo's attacks consistently interrupted its movements, leading to a state of rigidity. Thor, supporting Sif, stood in stunned disbelief as he witnessed the relentless assault on the destroyer, unable to fathom the scene before him. Turning to glance at Yongbo, whose excitement was palpable, his previously inflated pride crumbled entirely. He realized that even if he regained his divine powers and stood in the destroyer-s place, he would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. The peculiar tactics employed by this man named Yongbo were unsettling, while his power was not overwhelmingly strong. It proved exceptionally effective. The combination of slow, freeze, and burn effects, coupled with an inexplicably potent healing ability, even capable of mending lifeless steel, was utterly beyond the realm of conventional healing. He silently resolved to himself, in team battles, we must prioritize eliminating support. The rhythmic clamor of their strikes resembled a melodious symphony, with the captain and the 3 warriors joining the assault. The destroyer-s health plummeted like a dam bursting, especially under the might of the empowered warriors, whose strikes against the data-augmented armor of the destroyer were remarkably effective. Yongbo's smile grew ever more radiant as the destroyer-s health dipped below 1,000. He rallied the group, exclaiming, "Everyone, let us muster our strength. The destroyer-s armor is on the brink of collapse." 2 minutes later, the destroyer-s armor was entirely depleted of health, and its previously struggling movements came to an abrupt halt. Yongbo, grinning, prepared to advance when he suddenly noticed that the health bar of the Destroyer's armor had not vanished. In fact, its health limit had escalated to a terrifying 10,000 points. Yang Bo's smile froze on his face, and as the realization dawned upon him, he shouted in alarm, "Quick, get away." Instinctively, the group distanced themselves from the Destroyer's armor, responding to Yang Bo's earlier command. With a thunderous roar, a shockwave emanated from the armor, and its once smooth exterior sprouted numerous spikes. It had awakened. Yang Bo's expression darkened ominously. Damn it, there's a second phase. In that moment, he could scarcely believe that Loki was in control of the armor. If it truly were Loki, he could not possibly wield such power. The Destroyer's armor began to move, and a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing in the Destroyer's grasp, a weapon. A longsword shimmering with golden brilliance. The three warriors were momentarily paralyzed at the sight of the longsword. It was the weapon of Odin, who possessed more than one divine spear. Yang Bo felt a surge of anxiety. This formidable entity had already pushed him to his limits without wielding a weapon, and now, having entered the second phase and armed, he questioned how he could possibly contend with it. Gripping the staff tightly, he glanced at the soul sand and the hundreds of decayed skulls within his backpack, then turned to the observing Coulson and urged, "Quickly, lead the others away." Before he could finish, he noticed a figure standing beside Coulson, and his tense demeanor instantly relaxed, a smile returning to his face. Coulson, taken aback by Yang Bo's words, inquired, "What should we hurry to do?" Yang Bo chuckled and replied, "Just hurry up and bring out the sunflower seeds to enjoy the show." He then directed his gaze toward the Destroyer armor, which had shifted in hue from metallic to black. With a gentle wave of his wand, an ice spike erupted from the ground, piercing the Destroyer. However, the only response was a brief flash of red across its body, accompanied by a symbolic -1 above its head, only for its health to restore to full almost instantaneously. There were no negative effects. The frost failed to manifest at all. Thud, thud, thud. The Destroyer seemed to grow immensely heavy, leaving deep footprints in its wake as it charged toward Yang Bo, longsword raised. Yang Bo, unperturbed and even amused by the menacing approach of the Destroyer, felt no need to summon his shield. He had even stowed away his staff. Just as the Destroyer reached Yang Bo, a figure stepped in front of him. "Halt, Loki," Thor declared, arms outstretched, gazing resolutely at the menacing Destroyer armor. "Loki, though you are not my biological brother, I have always cherished you dearly." Loki, who had been assessing the situation of the Destroyer armor, darkened at the voice resonating in his mind through the armor. "I am uncertain of what I have done wrong, and for that, I apologize. However, they are innocent beings. Even if you kill them, you shall gain nothing," he exclaimed. "Kill me if you must, and let it end there." Odin, feigning slumber, felt a mix of solace and exasperation upon hearing Thor's words. He was glad to see Thor evolving, yet troubled by the apparent lack of intellect in his eldest son. The sorcerer who had been wielding magic hardly fit the description of an innocent individual. Had it not been for his covert manipulation of the Destroyer armor, the foe would have been dismantled and taken away long ago. This adversary was exceedingly dangerous and alarmingly youthful. He wished to eliminate potential threats at their inception. After all, such unsavory tasks were best suited for him. However, as he observed Thor standing protectively before the enemy, he reconsidered his stance. Resolving to allow Thor to address the matter with Yang Bo, whether as a friend or foe, respecting Thor's choice. The spikes on the Destroyer armor retracted into its body, and Yang Bo watched with widened eyes as its health, originally at 10,000 points, dwindled to merely 1,000. The beloved son truly stands apart. Yang Bo could not help but scoff. Suddenly, Soul was sent flying by a single punch from the Destroyer, his longsword rendered as mere decoration. Devoid of any will to retaliate, as though he had been transformed from a seasoned warrior into a fool, Soul crashed to the ground, rendered silent, while Jian attempted to rush forward, only to be stopped by Dr. Eric. From the distant camp, Mjolnir soared through the air, accompanied by a crackle of thunder. As if sensing its presence, the previously incapacitated Soul reached out and grasped the hammer. A plethora of armor fragments materialized from thin air, and in an instant, Soul was revitalized, adorned in his striking battle attire. He swiftly twirled Mjolnir, summoning dark clouds overhead that coalesced into a vast vortex. soul ascended into the sky. While the destroyer's visor opened to unleash a searing beam of light, which Soul met head-on with his spinning hammer. Descending from the heavens, he brought Mjolnir crashing down upon the destroyer. The impact was profound, accompanied by dazzling effects and a powerful shockwave that sent all bystanders tumbling to the ground. Chapter 118. The time Jim How Absurd. Yongbo gazed at the destroyer, fell to the ground by Thor's mighty blow, stifling the urge to roll his eyes. Thor's attack had indeed been formidable, severely deforming the armor of the destroyer with a single strike. However, Yongbo was well aware that such injuries were mere trifles for the destroyer, which possessed the ability to regenerate. The real issue lay in the fact that the destroyer lay motionless in the pit, feigning death and willingly playing along with Thor's grandstanding. Thor, clad in his armor, paid no heed to the fallen destroyer, but rather strode towards Jane, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Jane, captivated by the dashing and powerful Thor, felt a tad awkward in her jeans and cautiously extended her hand to touch the armor adorning him. "Is this your usual attire?" she inquired. Thor chuckled, "Something like that." "Quite striking." Just as Thor was about to utter more words, he was suddenly reminded of his brother Loki, who had plotted against him an unforgivable act. He resolved to return and teach his disobedient brother a lesson. Moreover, there was the matter of his unconscious father. Moments ago, Thor's transformation had stirred up a cloud of dust, and as the particles settled, Yongbo hastened towards the massive pit created by the destroyer. He observed the inert figure of the destroyer, still pretending to be lifeless, and retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted. "What you are attempting is futile. You must first sever the armor's connection to the realm of the gods. Otherwise, with Odin's divine power, you will never gain control of the destroyer's armor. He is merely aging, not dead." Startled, Yongbo turned to see a figure that had been standing beside Coulson, oddly unnoticed by everyone else. "Sever its connection to the realm of the gods. I suppose I must be able to do that first. Would I need to move it to the mortal realm?" Yet, compared to the daunting task of relocating the destroyer, Yongbo had a more convenient solution in mind. With an obedient demeanor, he addressed the Ancient One, cloaked in a flowing yellow robe. "Master, when did you arrive?" The Ancient One, recognizing the glint of understanding in Yongbo's eyes, responded with a subtle smile. "I was present when I bestowed upon you the god of Thunder's hammer." In an instant, Yongbo's eyes widened, and he finally grasped why Thor had appeared in New Mexico, while Mjolnir had materialized at his doorstep. "So you witnessed my near demise?" The Ancient One nodded, still smiling. "You did not catch the gift I presented you, so I cannot be held accountable. I understand your thoughts. Odin has indeed overstepped this time. Let this armor remain here." As she spoke, the surrounding space began to warp and fold like glass, maintaining its original location, yet the figures standing afar vanished from sight. In Asgard, Odin, reclining upon his golden throne, abruptly severed his connection with the destroyer's armor, his eyes snapping open, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his face. "Ancient One, alas, it is what it is." With a sigh, he closed his eyes once more, this time aware of his own culpability. He did not wish to establish a formidable adversary for the divine realm in his twilight hours. After all, it is merely a replica. In his middle age, even if it were a mere imitation, he would have sought counsel with the Ancient One in the sanctum. It appears that the young sorcerer has been chosen by the Ancient One. Setting aside his thoughts, he sensed Loki leading the frost giants toward him. In the mirrored space, Yongbo curiously reached out his hand to touch the reflective surroundings. He was tempted to exclaim, "Master, I wish to learn this." However, the memories of his previous experience with the portal flooded back, causing him to abandon that notion. The Ancient One sensed Odin retracting his divine power, her demeanor remaining remarkably serene. A complex and captivating magical circle manifested in her hands as she suppressed the will of the armor, transforming it from a living state into a true suit of armor. "Yongbo, you may take a look now," she instructed. Yongbo was taken aback. Was the Ancient One truly this powerful? Could she sever the connection between Odin and the destroyer? It seemed improbable, yet he remained obedient. Gently tapping the destroyer's armor with his pickaxe, the health bar hovering above the destroyer's head vanished, and with that gentle strike, it transformed into loot, cascading to the ground. A joyful expression spread across Yangbo's face. He promptly stowed the armor in his backpack, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Turning to the Ancient One, who wore a calm and pleasant smile, Yangbo approached and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Ancient One." He understood that she surely had her own motives, yet the benefits he received were undeniably tangible. At that moment, the Ancient One inquired, "Are you collecting gemstones?" He did not conceal anything from her, nodding gently, and then curiously asked, "Master Ancient One, will I succeed in the future?" The Ancient One smiled. "Although I cannot perceive your future, nor can I claim that the timelines I currently see are accurate, I have a strong feeling that you will indeed succeed. You will gather all the gemstones, including my time stone." Instinctively, Yangbo glanced at the eye of Agamotto, which emitted a faint green glow from the Ancient One's chest. Inside it lay one of the gemstones he sought, the time stone. The Ancient One continued, "As long as you promise to protect the Earth from incursions from other dimensions, I shall personally bestow the time stone upon you." Yangbo was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated such high expectations from the Ancient One. "Isn't that the duty of Stephen Strange?" The Ancient One chuckled softly. "He is destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme, capable of assuming my responsibilities. This is not in conflict. Moreover, you are not like him. You are not one to merely wait idly. You will proactively seek them." Yangbo nodded slightly. As long as he possessed the ability, he would not simply wait, daydreaming while the otherworldly forces lingered. The best defense is indeed a good offense. "Master Gui, I am uncertain of what changes the future may hold. For now, I can only acquiesce to your conditions. By the way, do you still have the tea leaves from last time?" "Alas, Master Gui, please do not depart." A portal materialized before her, and without the slightest hesitation, she stepped through it, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. The chatter of those around her filled the air as Yangbo emerged from the mirrored space, the only alteration being the disappearance of the destroyer armor from the pit. After a brief conversation with Gui in the mirrored realm, the outside world remained unchanged. Has time been suspended? No wonder the eye of Agamotto glows green. He stowed the golden-hued sword into his backpack, quietly observing Thor approaching him. "Yang, I must return to the realm of the gods to thwart Loki. Frankly, your physique is rather feeble. You require some training." As he spoke, Thor puffed out his robust chest. Yangbo felt exasperated. After Thor's transformation back into the god of thunder, had his intellect been replaced by sheer muscle? "I am a mage, a refined and elegant mage. Thor, do not forget our pact, for I shall not hesitate to demand my due." With a smile and a nod, Thor strode towards the site of the destroyer's arrival, calling out to Heimdall, the gatekeeper uncle of Asgard. Meanwhile, a series of electronic voices echoed in Yangbo's mind. Chapter 119. Numerous modules, Crafting Soul Tool Upgrade, Crafting Soul Alloy Additions, Crafting Soul Armor Module Loading. Palmas Farm, Culinary Spices Carrot. Teleportation Cake Module Loading. Loading successful. Yangbo heard a voice resonate in his mind, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Was there a concern that I might be unable to melt the destroyer? The Crafting Soul Alloy Additions module encompasses numerous rare materials, capable of entirely resolving the upgrade issues for Ivan's battle armor. Among these are Vibranium, URU, and the explosive Tiberium ore. A prism of vibrant light descended from the heavens, the figures of the Asgardian gods vanishing, leaving behind a distinct pattern on the ground. At that moment, Coulson approached, observing Yangbo, who seemed lost in thought, and waved his hand in front of him. Snapping back to reality, Yangbo looked at Coulson, puzzled, and inquired, "Is it done? Shall we proceed?" Coulson's demeanor was less than favorable. The arrival of Thor had instilled a sense of peril within him. The might of the destroyer was far beyond that of any ordinary supervillain or vampire. Even Captain America would struggle against such a foe, as conventional weaponry would be akin to mere tickling. Most alarming was the implication of their arrival, suggesting that Earth was not isolated in the cosmos. He could not ascertain whether Earth could endure the impending extraterrestrial threats. Glancing at the void left by the destroyer's impact, Coulson asked, "Yang, have you secured that armor?" Yangbo immediately regarded Coulson with suspicion, replying, "That is my trophy." Coulson responded, "While I may have intentions towards the armor, Could you refrain from being so defensive? I wish to bring the armor back to Hydra for examination to determine a countermeasure. Yongbo shook his head, stating, "This is not something you can comprehend at present, but you may arrange for some scientists to visit my company for a collaborative exploration. It may appear to be high technology, yet it is undeniably authentic magical armor." Recalling the various novel materials within the crafting soul module, a radiant smile illuminated Yongbo's face, causing Coulson to feel a rising sense of alarm. He intends to pull a fast one again. Ivan, bring the battle armor under your control." Ivan, who had been observing discreetly, immediately maneuvered the armor to approach, standing behind Yongbo, awaiting his command. Coulson scrutinized the array of armors with envious eyes. Previously, Yongbo had graciously gifted 10 suits to facilitate access to SHIELD's database. Though those armors paled in comparison to the ones before him, they were formidable enough to crush the defiant Hydra. With a beaming smile directed at Coulson, Yongbo approached one of the armors, patting its thigh and exclaiming, "What do you think? You have witnessed the combat capabilities of these armors. This is the latest model from my company, and in light of our relationship, I shall sell them all to you. With the advent of new materials, the company is certain to develop more formidable battle armor, rendering the current strongest armors obsolete. The SHIELD is undoubtedly a worthy client. The Insight project has been rendered futile, and without purchasing armor, Fury's covert funds have nowhere to be allocated." Coulson squinted slightly. He had long been aware of Yongbo's sales strategy. Indeed, everyone was aware, yet only 2 companies currently possess armors suitable for actual combat, Yongbo's company and Stark Industries. However, Stark Industries does not sell externally, while Yongbo not only sells, but does so at an exceptional value, offering remarkable cost-effectiveness. Even second-hand armors are immensely popular in the market, and most crucially, with samples in hand, various factions can research, modify, and upgrade them independently. Yang, as you know. The funds are not in my possession, but I can draft a report for Director Fury upon my return. I believe there should be no significant issues. Coulson selectively overlooked the destroyer armor, yet he harbored no intention of relinquishing his aim to persuade Director Fury to expedite the formation of the Avengers. The recently departed Thor presented an excellent option. Through their interactions that day, he had grown more familiar with Thor and sensed that the Asgardian, who harbored affection for Earth, was a potential ally. Now that the matter is concluded, we should take her leave. Yongbo glanced over at Dr. Eric, who was engrossed in examining the mysterious patterns, along with Jane and Darcy, and approached them. "Dr. Eric, I would like to sponsor your project, but I hope we can discuss it further when time permits." Dr. Eric, being a pivotal figure in the study of the Space Stone, recognized an opportunity before the narrative veered too far off course. He intended to lure Loki in and retrieve the Mind Stone. Reclaim it. Thus, he would possess 2 stones. Nonetheless, he still needed to devise a means to acquire a spaceship to preemptively locate the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Otherwise, their capture by Thanos would indeed pose a grave concern. Dr. Eric's eyes sparkled as he grasped Yongbo's hand, visibly excited. "Absolutely. As long as you are willing to sponsor my project, feel free to reach out whenever you need my assistance." Eric had no intention of letting go of such a generous patron. While astrophysics sounded appealing, it was, in reality, merely a money pit, both in its initial and later stages. Yongbo nodded and smiled. "I will naturally contact you when the need arises. I must take my leave now. My company will reach out to you in due course." Dr. Eric similarly nodded with a smile, watching Yongbo depart. Had it not been for the appearance of the Bifrost, leaving behind precious electromagnetic wave information and data, he would have wished to accompany Yongbo. Upon returning to the camp, Yongbo began to pack Ivan's armor into his backpack, leading Ivan alongside Coulson towards a nearby clearing. If one observed closely, they could still perceive a distortion in the air. After the group approached, a Quinjet deactivated its cloaking and revealed its true form. In the lounge, Yongbo, IVN, and Captain America were seated around a table. Given the limited space on the aircraft, managing to carve out a lounge was indeed a feat. As they engaged in light conversation, the plane swiftly returned to New York. Within a mere 2 days, The narrative surrounding Thor was entirely resolved. They had lost Thor's hammer but acquired a set of destroyer armor, along with materials and technology from Asgard. In Yongbo's eyes, this was a profitable exchange. The company remained bustling with activity as they followed IVN into the hangar designated for the maintenance and storage of battle armor. After placing the armor from his backpack in its designated spot, Yongbo turned to 4N, who was preparing to conduct a thorough inspection, and said, IVN, get ready to accompany me shortly to gather materials for crafting new armor. It would be unjust to neglect a capable assistant. Chapter 120. Astonishingly, I grow stronger through consumption in the Twilight Forest. The surroundings of the portal leading to the Marvel Universe had undergone a profound transformation. The once dense woods had completely vanished. At this moment, Yongbo held a construction staff, diligently laying down stone half-bricks. It was only when the stone half-bricks in his backpack were entirely consumed that Yongbo paused, glancing at his creation with a satisfied nod. The foundation was finally complete. Before him lay an exceptionally level platform, reminiscent of a cement floor, yet composed of half-bricks measuring 1 meter square. He retrieved a carrot from his backpack and bit into it, producing a crisp crunching sound as he devoured it with remarkable speed. A chime resonated in his mind, indicating that his original life limit of 20 points had now increased to 21. This was the reward bestowed by the culinary mod featuring carrots. Consuming various foods could enhance his health limit, with each consumption of 5 different foods granting an additional point to his vitality. Coupled with the diverse array of foods from the Payamos farm, it felt as though a young heifer had launched into the sky on a rocket. He could genuinely sense his body growing stronger. Evidently, his power was indeed linked to his life limit. As the number of foods within the mod increased, would he not be able to punch through the North Sea kindergarten and kick down the South Mountain nursing home? Just then, Ivan descended from the sky clad in battle armor, landing on the stone half-brick ground. With a clattering sound of metal, the armor opened, and Ivan emerged, clutching a multitude of logs, which he tossed into a nearby funnel. Alas, although Ivan could gather the resources dropped by the trees he felled, he lacked a backpack and could only pick things up with his hands. Even a bag was futile, as he could not fit anything inside. Yongbo glanced around and noticed that all the nearby trees had been entirely cleared by Ivan. He promptly called out, "That's enough, Ivan. Next, let us search for some clay, gravel, and sand." Yongbo was eager to craft items from the Tinker's mod, aware that with the Tinker's upgrade mod, the sooner he crafted, the faster he could progress. Ivan approached Yongbo, his expression transitioning from initial astonishment and disbelief upon entering this world to a state of numbness. Compared to Tony Stark, Ivan adapted far more swiftly. Unburdened by the curse of knowledge, he relegated thoughts of this entirely foreign and overwhelming reality to the back of his mind, awaiting a future opportunity for exploration. Otherwise, as Yongbo had cautioned, he might become ensnared in an endless fascination. "Boss, where do we procure these materials? Should we return to buy them?" Ivan inquired earnestly, though Yongbo sensed an air of nonchalance about him. "We can save where possible and spend where necessary. This world possesses all these materials. I'll take you to sea, and we can also find an empty mine along the way to extract some minerals for crafting tools." As Yongbo spoke, he made his way toward another suit of battle armor prepared for him. Once inside, the armor came to life, enveloping him completely. "Let us go, Ivan." Flames erupted from the thrusters as the battle armor soared into the sky. Yongbo directed his flight towards a hollow mine etched in his memory. The exhilaration of soaring through the air filled him with joy as he executed various complex maneuvers with the aid of artificial intelligence. The sheer delight of flight was unparalleled. With a swift whoosh, Yongbo brushed past a Lich tower, continuing his journey towards the destination. This mode of travel far surpassed that of 2 legs. Once he acquired the new materials from this venture, he would undoubtedly craft himself a new set of armor, purely for the sake of traversing the distance. In just a few minutes, Yongbo, accompanied by Ivan, arrived at a sizable grave mound and gently descended to the ground. The roars of monsters echoed from within the mine, and it was evident that a considerable number awaited them inside. Yongbo opened his armor and leapt out. A glance at the mini-map confirmed his suspicions. Red dots densely populated the area. Yet this time, he was well prepared. "Ivan, stay close behind me," he instructed. grasping his pickaxe and beginning to excavate the walls of the hollow mine. With a series of resounding thuds, he swiftly created a tunnel within a couple of minutes. Whoosh! Awaiting Yang Bo were the familiar sounds of arrows and the sight of green slime projectiles, with 2 arrows lodged in his forehead. He turned to survey the scene, startling Ivan, who had been waiting for Yang Bo's command. "Boss, are you all right?" Ivan's concerned voice reached him. Unfazed, Yang Bo replied, "I'm fine. Just get ready to blow something up." His voice resonated with confidence, reassuring Ivan as he activated the shoulder-mounted armor of the battle suit. A small missile launched forth, piercing the darkness of the tunnel. Boom! The missile struck the monsters within the mine, simultaneously blasting away the rocks that obstructed their path, causing a torrent of creatures to surge towards Yang Bo and Ivan. There was no need for Yang Bo to issue further commands. Ivan extended his palm, unleashing a beam of white light that struck the monsters, inflicting a flurry of damage. Yang Bo felt a surge of excitement. "Ivan, blow it up," he urged. Boom, boom, boom. Several small missiles cleared the way, significantly widening the once narrow tunnel. The monsters, faced with such ferocious firepower, appeared utterly helpless. Indeed, all fear stems from a lack of firepower, Yang Bo exclaimed, drawing his sniper rifle. Against the remaining weakened creatures, each shot felt like dispatching a mere child. Together with Ivan, they plunged deeper into the mine, where darkness reigned, illuminated only by the faint glow of some fluorescent stones on the cavern ceiling. With a swift motion, Yang Bo summoned a massive emerald green worm, resembling a queen ant. With a plump abdomen, holding the Moonlight WIRM queen, he aimed her posterior at the wall and gently pressed a button, releasing a green worm that adhered to the surface, casting a shimmering light that brightened the surroundings. Unceasingly, he shot more wriggling worms onto the walls. Soon, the entire cave was overrun by green insects. "Ivan, be cautious and eliminate the surrounding creatures. I shall seal their spawning cage," commanded Yang Bo. "Understood, boss." Although Ivan was unfamiliar with the concept of a spawning cage, the sight of a flaming iron cage surrounded by a ceaseless emergence of monsters made it abundantly clear what Yang Bo meant. The Moonlight Worm Queen proved to be quite effective, requiring minimal sustenance while yielding a bountiful output. However, it was not suitable for sealing the spawning cages. Grasping a torch, he dashed toward the nearest spawning cage, swiftly inserting torches around it to maximize illumination and thereby diminish the cage's spawning rate. After toiling for quite some time, his hunger resurfaced. Yang Bo retrieved a piece of rotten meat from his backpack and consumed it without a hint of psychological or physical discomfort, primarily because it bore no resemblance to human flesh, instead resembling spicy strips. The taste. Why does it remind me of beef jerky? Chapter 121. Unexpectedly fast arrival from Hushy the Cavern, once abundant with various minerals, had been completely stripped bare by Yang Bo. Not a single grain of sand or gravel remained. Upon returning to the entrance of the portal, Yang Bo retrieved some timber from a nearby chest and commenced the construction of a workbench from the Tinker's Construct mod. Indeed, the crafting station from this mod proved to be far superior, equipped with automatic sorting and partitioning features, something the original version ought to learn from. The foundational crafting stations of Tinker's Construct, including the part builder, tool station, and assembly station, were quite simple to create, requiring merely some wood. The most extravagant being the upgraded assembly station. Following the established rules, Yang Bo meticulously positioned the various workstations on the ground, linking them together. This way, opening one workstation would seamlessly connect the operational interfaces of the others. Once everything was organized, Yang Bo lifted his gaze to a nearby stream where Ivan was busily extracting sand and clay, both materials readily available along the riverbank or within the water itself. Yang Bo approached the furnace, currently smelting cement, and retrieved the charred bricks that had finished firing, which he combined to form black stone bricks, essential materials for constructing the black furnace in the Tinker's Construct mod. How slow this process is. If only there were some speed-enhancing torches. The smelting rate of the ordinary furnace was exasperatingly sluggish. Perched on a stone nearby, Yang Bo idly watched Ivan's industrious figure by the river, when suddenly the thought of the cake portal mod crossed his mind. Wait, I recall that the cake portal could directly produce cakes leading to both the end and the overworld. Yongbo hastily rose and began rummaging through the chests around him. The items he had transported from the Marvel Universe were a chaotic inlaying, and for a moment, he was at a loss as to where anything was stored. After some time, he finally located wheat, eggs, and an abundance of milk in his backpack. Having gathered the necessary materials, Yongbo abruptly froze in place, murmuring to himself, "How does one make this cake?" He quickly opened the crafting interface. I completely forgot about sugar. This time, he refrained from further rummaging and dashed to the riverside where Ivan was, locating some sugarcane and chopping it down at the second segment. On his way, he called out to Ivan, "Ivan, I have gathered enough materials. No need to dig further." At that moment, Ivan was half submerged in the water. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, he emerged onto the shore, his previously drenched clothes instantly drying. Their return to the platform was reminiscent yet fundamentally different. Soon, they were back at the workbench. Yongbo stood beside it, placing the cake-making materials from his backpack into the crafting grid. Wheat, sugar, milk. Why isn't it working? After arranging all the ingredients, Yongbo noticed that the cake had not appeared in the output slot. Hastily, he opened the crafting table to investigate, and suddenly enlightenment struck. The wheat was meant to be placed at the bottom. In a remarkably short time, 3 cakes were crafted by Yongbo. Due to the prior neglect in harvesting sugarcane, the supply of sugar was rather meager. Any available sugar had been refined into potions. The primary reason for not cultivating sugarcane was the abundance of sugar and paper in contemporary society. If absolutely necessary, one could always return to procure more. Moreover, one could simply purchase the cakes directly. However, upon reflection, Yongbo decided against this course of action. What if some cakes were not amenable to transformation? That would only invite trouble, and one cannot celebrate a birthday every day. Besides, the ingredients for cakes were easily obtainable. He could always summon Alan back from Washington. The synthesis method for cakes in the overworld was exceedingly straightforward. One merely needed to encircle a cake with saplings of oak. The ender cake required a ring of ender eyes, while the nether cake demanded obsidian. As Yongbo placed the cake upon the ground, observing its resemblance to a grass block, he contemplated whether to venture a closer look. Yet, unease stirred within him, while traveling to the overworld was not particularly challenging. The uncertainty of returning loomed large. After all, his spawn point was within the Marvel Universe. Should he fail to return, it would spell considerable trouble. No. He decided to postpone the journey to the overworld and focus on crafting the end cake first. After all, most materials for the overworld could be sourced from the Twilight Forest, save for the Totem of Undying. Speaking of the totem, Yongbo's eyes lit up. The totem was indeed a valuable asset. Although he currently possessed the ability to resurrect without harm, his subordinates did not share this luxury. Equipping each of them with the Totem of Undying, they could seek out the Infinity Gauntlet and take turns snapping their fingers to see if it could transport him back. Suddenly, a shrill ring-on, accompanied by a persistent buzzing, shattered Yongbo's reverie. How could there possibly be a signal on his phone? With an expression of astonishment, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, only to find Tony's name flashing on the screen, along with a single bar of signal strength in the upper right corner. Had the layers of reality converged? There was no time to ponder further. Tony rarely initiated contact, typically preferring to reach out to Ivan, which indicated a matter of urgency. Casting a glance at Ivan, who was engrossed in studying the furnace, Yongbo felt an inexplicable sensation akin to undermining someone. He answered the call. "Tony, what can I do for you?" "Yang, where are you?" "I'm at your company, and I need to discuss something with you." Tony's voice was intermittent, clearly affected by the signal issues. "All right, just hold on." Without waiting for Tony to grasp his words, Yongbo abruptly ended the call and turned to Ivan, who was deeply absorbed in his research. "Ivan, stop looking at that. It's not something you can comprehend at this stage. We'll proceed step by step. Once I have the time to retrieve what Thor promised me in Asgard, you can continue your studies." While Yongbo had several scientists under his command, only Ivan was both young and exceptionally talented. He could not afford to let him falter. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Ivan diverted his attention from the furnace. This journey to the Twilight Forest had truly opened the door to a new world for him, in a realm devoid of both sun and moon. Where the sky is adorned solely with a myriad of twinkling stars, the established laws of the universe seem to pale in comparison. Here, a constant temperature prevails. Levitating cubes float effortlessly, bizarre creatures materialize from thin air, and rivers flow endlessly without a discernible source or destination. Were it not for Yang Bo's occasional reminders, he might have succumbed to the enchantment of this extraordinary world. Boss, may I bring some equipment next time I visit? This world is simply too wondrous, Yang Bo exclaimed. His hand pressed against his forehead in exasperation, observing Ivan's expression, which suggested he was on the brink of being utterly captivated. Let us depart. We must not keep Tony waiting too long. Chapter 122. The Immortal Hero upon returning to the company. Yang Bo pushed open the door to his office and beheld Tony seated on the sofa, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Tony's brow was furrowed, his expression somber, and he appeared lost in thought, his head slightly bowed. The sound of the door creaking startled him from his reverie, and he turned to face Yang Bo. "You're back," he uttered, his voice tinged with a subdued tone. Yang Bo, perplexed, approached and sat opposite Tony, donning a smile and jestingly remarked, "What troubles you? Speak up, let us share a moment of joy." However, Tony's countenance remained unchanged, and he responded in a low voice, "I wish to see the Winter Soldier." In that instant, Yang Bo comprehended the purpose of Tony's visit. His smile faded. Previously, Tony had referred to Bucky by his name, but now he had adopted the moniker of Winter Soldier, indicating that he was aware of Bucky's past. What Yang Bo did not know was that after their last encounter, Tony had begun to investigate Bucky's background. Habitually, he had hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. With Hydra's dissolution, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cyber defenses had diminished significantly, making it all the easier for Tony to gather information. Unsurprisingly, he uncovered details regarding Hydra and the Winter Soldier, along with the events of December 16, 1991. Yang Bo observed Tony as he forcefully placed his hand on Yang Bo's shoulder. Without uttering a word, he stood and addressed Ivan, who had entered alongside him, saying, "You may continue with your duties. I will take Tony to see Bucky." Ivan nodded, glancing at the despondent Tony before promptly exiting the office. Yang Bo had previously shared insights about the Winter Soldier with Ivan, and given that Bucky's arm belonged to him, it was only natural for him to seek understanding. As Yang Bo rose and moved towards the exit, Tony hastily followed, his mind replaying the surveillance footage he had seen, his breath growing increasingly erratic. Soon, Yang Bo led Tony to a designated room, where two security personnel were engaged in idle chatter at the entrance. Upon noticing Yang Bo's arrival, they stood at attention. "Boss," one of them greeted. Yang Bo smiled and inquired, "What is the situation inside?" One of the more mature-looking white men replied, "It remains unchanged. He does not engage with anyone and exhibits no behavior beyond eating. He sits motionless in the corner." Yang Bo nodded slightly. He had refrained from offering the Winter Soldier milk to break the conditioning. Like a machine, the Winter Soldier would remain in a daze unless given new commands. Naturally, this excluded encounters with him, as the last order Bucky received was to eliminate him and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Turning to Tony, he said, "Prepare yourself." He then instructed the security personnel, "Open the door." One of them stepped forward to unlock the door, while the other brandished a stun gun. Assuming a defensive stance, Yang Bo strode in with an air of indifference, his gaze falling upon Bucky, who was crouched in the corner of the room. In that instant, Bucky noticed him as well, springing forth like a predatory cheetah from the shadows, racing towards Yang Bo. However, bereft of his metallic arm, Bucky was merely a basic enhanced warrior at this moment. With a resounding thud, a staff radiating a holy white light materialized in Yang Bo's hand, and he disengaged from his data mode, delivering a powerful blow to Bucky's head. Bucky instinctively attempted to raise his hand to block the strike, but his empty arm was of little use. Yang Bo struck with considerable force, paying no heed to the possibility of sending Bucky into oblivion. Did he not realize I am a mage? Despite Bucky's physical prowess, the impact from Yang Bo's staff rendered him unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Tony, observing from the side, felt none of the pity or sympathy he had previously harbored. Instead, a flicker of exhilaration ignited within him. Yongbo nudged Bucky with his foot to confirm his unconscious state before turning to Tony, a knowing smile gracing his face. Well, you have now seen the Winter Soldier. He appears much paler than when you last laid eyes on him, does he not? For reasons unbeknownst to him. Tony's mind drifted back to Yongbo's earlier words. I will care for him, and when the time comes, a man will arrive with a fistful of cash to either rescue or eliminate him. He glanced at Yongbo, realization dawning. Did you know all along? Yongbo nodded slightly, maintaining his gaze on Tony. As a competent mage, possessing certain unique abilities is quite normal for me. He continued, now that you are here, let us discuss your intentions. Will you kill him? Tony remained silent, his eyes fixed on the lifeless Bucky, his expression dark and brooding. Prior to his arrival, he had resolved to eliminate Bucky in avenging his parents. Acknowledging Tony's silence, Yongbo understood his choice. The enmity born from the murder of his father was irreconcilable, and he respected Tony's decision. Turning towards a box in the corner of the room, Yongbo opened it and retrieved a tool specially prepared for Tony, a Minotaur battle axe. He presented the axe to Tony, who nearly toppled over as the weapon felt weighty in his hands. A stark contrast to how it had appeared when wielded by Yongbo. Ignoring Tony's bewildered expression, Yongbo pointed at Bucky's head. Strike here, and his life will be yours. Tony glanced at the axe, then back at Yongbo, exasperated. Is there nothing else? A gun would suffice. Yongbo regarded Tony with a look of disappointment. You cannot be serious. Given the opportunity, you falter. He stepped closer, grasping Tony's hand. Seizing the moment before Tony could react, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yongbo's eyes, and in the astonished gaze of Tony, the axe sliced through the air, descending upon Bucky's unprotected head. The impact was catastrophic. Without the activation of data mode, the outcome was inevitable. Tony might be witnessing the shattering of a watermelon up close for the first time, his expression somewhat dazed. Due to the proximity, both his body and face were splattered with some indeterminate substance. Yongbo released Tony's hand, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He flicked the cigarette case and offered one to Tony. Instinctively, Tony accepted it. Despite not being a smoker, he felt an overwhelming urge to indulge. Yongbo lit the cigarette for Tony and inquired, how does vengeance feel? Tony inhaled, his face betraying no emotion. No, it is entirely different from what I envisioned. Perhaps I should have imprisoned him. Bucky. Tony. I believe you possess a deeper understanding of his background and the contributions he made to this country before his brainwashing. Now that he lies dead by your hand, do you feel any remorse? Tony suppressed the nausea, gazing at Bucky, who had lost his head on the ground, remaining silent. It was evident that Bucky's demise had profoundly affected him. Suddenly, Yongbo reached out, patting Tony's shoulder with a grin, and said, fortunately, I have a remedy for regret. Tony, choose once more. As he spoke, he retrieved a staff radiating a sacred glow from his backpack. Rise again, my warrior. Heroic immortality. Rank, master, attribute, healing mana cost, 150. Within 24 hours of death, casting this skill at the location of demise will revive the individual. Upon resurrection, the subject's health will be restored to only half of their maximum capacity. When a healing master stands beside you, death transforms from inevitability into mere choice. Chapter 123. Surprised? Unexpected? A beam of white light enveloped Bucky's body, capturing the full attention of Tony, who was still processing Yongbo's earlier mention of regret medicine. In an instant, Bucky, who had lost his head, was restored to his former self. As the light dissipated, Bucky opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. Where am I? Yongbo, cigarette in mouth, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Congratulations. The operation was a success. You have now transformed into a girl, having been resurrected from death. Bucky's mind was entirely restored, and not only that, but his lost arm had reappeared as well. Bucky had been granted a new lease on life. Bucky, when I express confusion, it is not about my own issues, but rather yours. Tony nearly had his eyes pop out. You can actually do this? Yongbo shrugged and explained, I told you I am a competent mage. This is merely a basic operation. Basic operation, my foot. Though Tony may not have fully understood what a mage entailed, He recognized that resurrecting a dead person was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mage. At this point, he had lost interest in Bucky. He had already dealt with the Winter Soldier, resolving his internal conflict. Now, he was more concerned about whether Yang Bo could indeed resurrect his parents. Yang, can you? Absolutely not. Yang Bo interjected decisively, having anticipated Tony's intentions. If someone has been dead for more than a day, just bury them. I am a mage, not a god. You need to grasp this. Taking another drag from his cigarette, he extinguished the butt underfoot and addressed Bucky. Your memories should have returned. After all these years, I trust you have recalled your actions. Pointing to the cigarette butt on the floor, he continued, your friend Steve Rogers deserves a space devoid of such blemishes. At this moment, Bucky appeared somewhat dazed. His mind flooded with two conflicting sets of memories, one from before his brainwashing and the other from his time as a Hydra operative. The clash of these memories threatened to overwhelm him. Minutes later, with bloodshot eyes, Bucky lifted his gaze to Yang Bo and expressed, thank you for rescuing me from Hydra's control. I have committed too many wrongs during my years of manipulation. He then shifted his focus to Tony. His expression filled with remorse. I owe Howard Stark an apology. Just kill me. Yang Bo is right. Steve should not bear the stain of my actions. With his memories restored, Bucky naturally remembered Yang Bo's name, so it came as no surprise when he acknowledged him. After breaking free from control, Bucky too felt the weight of guilt for his past deeds and wished to atone with his life. However, Captain America was determined that he should not bear the sins committed by Hydra. Bucky, too, did not wish for his troubles to bring harm to Steve, which is why he chose to resist. Tony Stark's expression was intricate, recalling the tumult of emotions he felt after eliminating Bucky moments ago. He coldly addressed Bucky, stating, do not appear before me again. With that, he turned to Yang Bo, displaying a fleeting smile as he said, Yang, I shall wait for you outside. By the way, the Stark Tower in New York is nearing completion, housing a state-of-the-art laboratory. I require your expertise for a research endeavor. Yang Bo squinted at Tony, inquiring, research? Surely you do not intend to study me. Of course not. I would merely draw a bit of blood and conduct some scans, nothing invasive. Tony's words trailed off as he swiftly exited the room, having noticed Yang Bo retrieving the battle axe once more. He had complete confidence that Yang Bo could effortlessly cleave his head in two, only to nonchalantly resurrect him thereafter. The room was left with only Bucky and himself. Yang Bo regarded Bucky and gently shook his head. He held no other sentiments towards Bucky, and all his actions bore no relation to him. Were it not for the favor owed to Tony or Captain America, he would have eliminated Bucky at their first encounter. Bucky, remain here for now. When the captain requires your presence, I shall have him come for you. For Bucky, the restoration of his memories would be more agonizing than death itself. Yang Bo turned to leave the room, addressing the two guards. Keep a close watch on him. Upgrade his meals to match those of the other personnel. There is no need for daily bread rations. Should he exhibit suicidal tendencies, restrain him accordingly. By the way, the research department has developed wearable remote stun devices. For any future detentions, simply submit a request. The two guards nodded respectfully at Yang Bo, replying, understood, boss. Subsequently, Yang Bo's gaze shifted towards Tony, who was currently engaged in light-hearted banter with Anna, who was clutching some documents. There was no trace of the earlier tension in their exchange. When the opportunity arises, approach Pepper about the prospect of a job change. Even if I cannot lure her away, I must ensure Tony knows that my interests are off limits. Upon noticing Yang Bo's emergence from the room, Anna promptly approached, stating, boss, the government has a hearing that requires your attendance. Yang Bo furrowed his brow and glanced at Tony. If memory served correctly, Tony had also participated in such a hearing. Tony, catching Yang Bo's gaze, remarked, those politicians are always like this. Yang, your company is making too much money, and some are envious. It is the same everywhere. Yang Bo was not overly concerned about the hearing. His armor was selling like hotcakes, unlike Tony's more possessive approach. Numerous military officials were placing orders with him, and a scenario of wolves feasting on the same prey was unlikely. Anna, I leave the hearing in your capable hands. Remember to note those who appear most exuberant. Provide me with the details later. I wish to discern who seeks to pluck my fruit. Yang Bo is inherently a hands-off manager, and Anna, regardless of her position or capabilities, is fully capable of resolving this matter. I understand. Anna readily accepted the task, having anticipated that Yang Bo would delegate this responsibility to her prior to the report. Nevertheless, the report remains a necessary undertaking. Boss, I will begin preparing the materials for the hearing. Do you have any other instructions? No, you may proceed with your work. As Anna turned to leave, Yang Bo suddenly called out to her, saying, I may be unavailable for some time. I am entrusting you with full responsibility here. Reflecting on the previous incident with Hydra, Yang Bo added, in case of any unforeseen events, remember that self-preservation is paramount. I understand, boss. Yang Bo watched as Anna, clad in high heels, gracefully swayed her alluring figure out of the room, and without turning his head, he remarked, Tony, I advise you to focus on developing your battle suit and refrain from concerning yourself with me. Otherwise, I believe Ivan will take a keen interest in the prospect of giving you a thorough beating. Chapter 124. The Battle Token. The Battle Token is the eternal deity. In the Twilight Forest, Yang Bo stood upon a platform, a crimson battle token now in his grasp, resembling a signpost from the original version of my world. Indistinguishable in form, its attributes were straightforward yet formidable: thorns, reflecting 200 of melee damage. Here, the term melee damage referred to Yang Bo's own, not that of his adversaries. Should the damage panel of his weapons in either hand amount to 50, a mere brush against him would inflict a staggering 100 points of damage upon the enemy. Presently, the battle token in Yang Bo's possession boasted a reflection of 15 points. This was merely the initial damage output. He planned to seek out monsters shortly to enhance his level, anticipating a raw damage output of no less than 30. Contemplating the attributes of the battle token, Yang Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. He decided to affix 3 obsidian slabs to bolster the token's durability, aiming to elevate its proficiency by 2 levels, thus unlocking the indestructible attribute. Tools crafted from Tinker's Construct come equipped with 3 enhancement slots, and with the addition of the Tinker's Upgrade module, 5 slots would bestow the most formidable attribute, indestructible. Yang Bo also fashioned an obsidian pickaxe, enabling him to venture into the nether to mine for cobalt and ardite ores. With Tinker's Construct at his disposal, although his previous nether alloy pickaxe remained functional, it could not touch the higher-tier minerals within Tinker's realm. He could only craft new pickaxes to gradually elevate his mining level. With preparations complete, Yang Bo stepped into the nether, and upon crossing the portal, he was greeted by a dramatically transformed landscape, abundant with new minerals. The most striking among them was a vibrant green, or Tiberium ore, originating from the Tinker's Alloy Editions module, which proliferated throughout the nether. While he was aware of its plentiful generation, the sheer abundance was staggering. A glance revealed over 10 deposits of Tiberium ore, each vein containing between 10 to 35 ores, if his memory served him correctly. This material seemed rather worthless. He wished cobalt and ardite could be found in such quantities. Yang Bo had no intention of mining this substance, which struck him as a deceptive trap akin to lucky blocks. Each excavation bore a 10 chance of triggering an explosion, with damage so severe it was alarming. Furthermore, a chain reaction could ensue, where other Tiberium ores within the blast radius possessed a 50 likelihood of exploding as well. Based on Yang Bo's prior gaming experiences, this material was no different from TNT scattered across the ground. The infernal landscape was awash in fiery hues, and amidst this backdrop, Yang Bo easily discerned the blue cobalt ore and the gold-veined ardite ore. While these 2 types of ore were not particularly scarce, each vein yielded a modest quantity, comparable to that of diamond ore, with some veins containing as few as 1. A chorus of grunts from a horde of zombie pigmen meandering across the netherrack caught Yang Bo's attention. Glancing at the battle token in his hand, an immature but intriguing thought sparked within his mind. First, elevate the level of the battle banner. With no aggro from the zombie piglins, Yang Bo boldly approached the creatures, utilizing the blocks from his backpack as a shield against any potential ambush from the treacherous 6th player. He raised the battle banner, mimicking the motion of swinging a baseball bat. Come on, baby. Bam! The battle banner made its inaugural contact. Yang Bo's attack evidently incited widespread ire, drawing the wrath of all nearby zombie piglins. This horde, brandishing golden swords, charged towards him with long strides. Yang Bo, clutching the banner, took refuge in a corner, trembling like a punching bag. Observing the golden nuggets, ingots, and swords that fell from the defeated piglins, he murmured to himself, I really need to enchant for looting, otherwise this will be a considerable loss. An hour later. Goodness, will the zombie piglins in this realm ever cease spawning? I've exhausted all my tools. Fortunately, he had crafted the banner from netherite and had also prepared some restorative tools. Otherwise, under the relentless assault of the zombie piglins, even the finest of gear would falter. Yang Bo, in a state of bewilderment, gazed at the relentless tide of piglins surging from all directions. Without the constraints of computer hardware and processors, the spawn rate and numbers of the nether zombie piglins far exceeded his expectations. Having never provoked this group before, this was his first deliberate assault on them. Is it really possible for zombie piglins to be this formidable? He pondered. No, my durability is nearly depleted. I must flee. He retrieved an ender pearl from his backpack and hurled it towards the distant, eerie forest where the portal awaited. In an instant, Yang Bo vanished, igniting chaos among the piglins, who all pivoted in unison to observe his retreating figure. Humph! Yang Bo stood within the portal, witnessing the horde of charging zombie piglins with a defiant grin, extending his middle finger as a gesture of camaraderie. 3 seconds later, he vanished, leaving behind a throng of enraged yet impotent piglins. Phew, the sheer number of zombie piglins in the nether was staggering. He had previously evaded their notice, but now he realized just how fierce they truly were. Forget wither skeletons or blaze. Only the chain-aggroing zombie piglins were genuinely formidable. Glancing at the battle banner, now at proficient level, a radiant smile spread across his face. The Tinker's Tool upgrade mod allowed for the enhancement of weapons, armor, and tools through increased proficiency, leading to elevated levels. Each upgrade provided a reinforcement slot. Clumsy, handy, brand new, adapted, proficient, expert. There were a total of 16 titles. But these were merely titles. The level itself had no cap, meaning that as long as Yang Bo had the time, he could elevate a weapon to full enchantment. Just as the mod's description promised. Upon the installation of this module, all the delights of Tinker's Construct shall become irrelevant to you. Sitting on the couch, I closed my eyes tightly, reminiscing about the plot of Thor, and then suddenly opened them wide. No, that cannot be right. Thor returned home and destroyed the Bifrost. The next time I encounter him will be during the Battle of New York. I must seek out Master Wong. Chapter 125, New York Sanctum 177A, Brick Street. It appears this is the place. At this moment, Yang Bo finds himself at the heart of Greenwich Village in New York City. Standing before one of the 3 great sanctums, the New York Sanctum, identical to its depiction in the films. This sanctum boldly exists within the city without raising any suspicion. Could it be that the Ancient One also possesses a Muggle exile charm? Chuckling softly, he dismisses this trivial thought from his mind and approaches the wooden door, rapping gently upon it. Knock, knock. Politely, he calls out, Hello, is anyone there? Footsteps echo from within, and shortly thereafter, the door swings open to reveal a man in his 30s, clad in a coarse Marvel sorcerer outfit. His scrutinizing gaze falls upon Yang Bo, who inquires with a hint of confusion, I don't recall ordering any takeout today. Yang Bo muses silently, is it common for a sorcerer to rely on takeout? Yet, he reflects on the exorbitant delivery fees in New York, compounded by the sluggish service he once experienced while fishing by the lake, an experience he has no desire to repeat. Observing the man before him, Yang Bo offers a warm introduction. Greetings, I am Yang Bo, a student of the Ancient One. As for whether she recognizes me, that is her prerogative. Upon hearing the name of the Ancient One, Daniel Drum furrows his brow slightly. Though he serves as the guardian of the New York Sanctum, he is acquainted with all of the Ancient One's students and has never encountered Yang Bo, nor has he ever even heard of him. Please, come inside. Daniel beckons, not daring to be dismissive, considering the significance of the title under which Yang Bo has arrived. As Yang Bo steps into the sanctum, he takes in his surroundings. Directly opposite the entrance stands a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, adorned with a crimson carpet. Various items, rich in history, are displayed around the space. If one were to claim this was a museum, few would argue against it. Following Daniel, they arrive at a lounge area furnished with a table and several chairs. A cup of tea and a particularly thick tome rest upon the table, suggesting that Daniel had been engaged in rest or study prior to Yongbo's arrival. "Please, have a seat." Daniel gestures invitingly, extending his hand in a courteous manner. "Mr. Yongbo, I am Daniel Drum. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Daniel's face bears a polite smile, though his eyes betray a hint of caution. Upon hearing Daniel's name, Yongbo's mind instinctively recalls scenes from the narrative. Daniel Drum serves as the guardian sorcerer of the New York Sanctum, but meets a grim fate at the hands of Caecilius, who dispatches him with a single blow, leading to his untimely demise. Thus, Yongbo remains uncertain of Daniel's prowess. Yet it is evident that one entrusted by the Ancient One to safeguard a sanctum is no ordinary individual. It can only be said that Caecilius has grown significantly stronger after absorbing dark energy. "I seek passage through the sanctum to Camartage to find the Ancient One. I require her assistance with certain matters." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Daniel grew increasingly vigilant, his sharp gaze fixed on Yongbo as he inquired, "Since you are a student of the Supreme Sorcerer, why not utilize the portal directly?" Yongbo, sensing Daniel's wariness, offered an awkward smile, rubbing his nose as he replied, "The path I tread diverges significantly from that of Master Gu-Yi. I simply cannot master the portal." The very thought of the portal spell filled Yongbo with envy. It was undoubtedly the most emblematic skill of the Marvel sorcerers, rendering all other abilities, such as the mirror dimension, insignificant in comparison. Not only could it traverse the cosmos, but it also connected parallel universes, almost akin to a game-breaking existence. If he were to master such a portal, he would undoubtedly exploit it to its fullest potential. Daniel furrowed his brow and asked, "If that is the case, why not simply call the Supreme Sorcerer?" The statement left Yongbo wide-eyed, his defenses completely shattered. Indeed, Camartage has wireless internet. Even if Gu-Yi does not use it, Camartage surely possesses mobile phones. Yet, Yongbo's expression darkened. "Am I being obstructed?" he pondered, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be due to the furniture situation? Perhaps I should purchase a new set of furnishings to send back to Gu-Yi? Looking up at Daniel, who awaited his response, Yongbo donned a renewed smile and said, "Master Daniel, could you kindly assist me in contacting Master Gu-Yi? Just inform her that I require her assistance with a matter." After scrutinizing Yongbo for over 10 seconds, Daniel nodded gently, retrieving a keypad phone and dialing. Moments later, the call was connected. "Supreme Sorcerer, this is Daniel. Someone has reached out to me, claiming to be your student, named Yongbo." As soon as Daniel finished speaking, a portal opened beside him, revealing Gu-Yi on the other side. "Daniel, you may leave him to me. Thank you for your assistance." Daniel ended the call, bowing respectfully to Gu-Yi as he said, "Of course, Supreme Sorcerer." At that moment, Gu-Yi sat calmly at a table, sipping tea, her demeanor completely unfazed by Yongbo's arrival. Overcome with excitement, Yongbo immediately rose and stepped into the portal, turning to Daniel to nod appreciatively. "Thank you, Master Daniel." With that, Gu-Yi promptly closed the portal. "Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea." Gu-Yi retrieved an ordinary glass cup from a nearby tea tray. Observing the solitary glass, Yongbo narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of being singled out. The tea within the glass automatically refilled, emitting a hint of steam. "Master Gu-Yi, I have come this time." Gu-Yi lifted her cup and interjected, "I am aware. You wish to travel to Asgard." She then took a delicate sip from her cup. Yongbo nodded gently, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Master Gu-Yi, can you now foresee my future?" "Not precisely. Moreover, as you become increasingly active, your ties to this world deepen, rendering it impossible for me to foresee the futures of others as well. The Eye of Agamotto can no longer assist me in glimpsing the future." Yongbo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his small butterfly wings could create such a significant stir. "How did you come to know that I intended to journey to Asgard?" he inquired. Ancient One set down her cup and stood, making her way to a nearby window, gazing out at the scenery as she replied, "I was present during your negotiations with Odin's son, though I was in the mirror dimension, and you were unaware of my presence. The Bifrost has been destroyed, and I anticipated your visit, though I did not foresee it occurring so swiftly." With a smile, Yongbo responded, Master Ancient One. I merely wish to retrieve the reward that Thor promised me as soon as possible. By the way, I have a matter in which I require your assistance. The Ancient One nodded impassively. Observing this, Yongbo spoke candidly, Master Ancient One, as you are aware, I struggle to master the portal spell, which presents considerable inconvenience. Perhaps you could send 2 of your students with me? I believe Wong would be an excellent choice. Or, if necessary, Kaecilius could suffice. I could personally guide him onto the right path. Even the Ancient One, upon hearing Yongbo's words, could not help but tremble slightly with her cup in hand. This time, it's not merely an interest in furniture, but rather in individuals. Chapter 126, Kaecilius is a pitiful soul. The Ancient One has consistently overlooked the king, turning her attention instead to Kaecilius. Regarding his descent into darkness, she is powerless. Even with foresight of the future, she cannot resist. For she too is a participant in this narrative. The Ancient One conceals from everyone the absorption of dark energy, a mere catalyst for Kaecilius' fall. His deeper desire is to harness the malevolent powers of Dormammu to resurrect his wife and child. Thus, Kaecilius seduced his disciples, enlisting their aid to raid the library for pertinent information, a scene that unfolds at the beginning of Doctor Strange. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Dormammu. Consequently, he became a follower and puppet of Dormammu, ultimately being wholly consumed, becoming part of the dark dimension. If you possess the conviction, you might attempt to persuade him. I believe this path would yield a fate far more favorable than his original one. Yongbo furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Kaecilius. His approach was to ally with him if possible, or eliminate him if not. Yet, the Ancient One's words hinted at something amiss. Master, do you still wish to choose Strange as the Sorcerer Supreme? The underlying implication being, do you still choose death? The Ancient One sipped her tea, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I have observed Strange for quite some time. He possesses remarkable talent. I am weary. Yongbo scoffed, retorting, talent? Pray, do not tell me you have overlooked the potential of that little chubby fellow beside Spider-Man, Peter Parker? He has never even studied magic, yet can effortlessly open a portal, traversing dimensions. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, the Ancient One responded, Yongbo, I do not gaze that far ahead. Such matters are for Strange to consider. Nevertheless, every power comes at a price, as does magic. I recall mentioning that utilizing magic necessitates a contract with an otherworldly demon. If someone is capable of what you describe, it merely indicates that there exists an entity wishing for him to do so, and has borne the cost on his behalf. Yongbo nodded slightly at the Ancient One's insight. In the Marvel Universe, magic is sourced, akin to a lending relationship. Doctor Strange, too, must pay a price for his magic. Yet, another scenario arises, the Ancient One's overt appropriation of dark power. Observing the Ancient One before him, Yongbo felt a deep sense of admiration for one who could foresee their own demise and face it with such resolve. Had he known he would perish the next day, endowed with formidable power, he would undoubtedly seek to struggle against fate. Ancient One, I sense you need not choose to depart. The Ancient One maintained her serene smile, stating, Death is a tribute to life. One more thing you misconstrue. I speak only of physical death. My spirit shall merge with the universe, achieving eternal unity. Yongbo gazed at Gui with a look of skepticism and ventured a guess, Master Gui, I trust you aren't planning to have Strange take your place merely to facilitate your ascent and observe the multiverse alongside the Eternal One? Ah, your deduction is quite astute. I have lingered in this position for far too long. It is indeed time for a change of scenery. Yongbo regarded Gui, who wore a smile, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Master Gui, I wish to indulge in a smoke to calm my nerves. Would you be so kind as to open a ventilated portal? A flare of fire ignited beside Yongbo as the portal materialized, revealing a cerulean sea on the other side. Yongbo pressed his cigarette against the portal's frame, igniting it. After drawing in a deep breath, he exhaled. The smoke whisked away by the sea breeze on the opposite end. You certainly know how to indulge, Yongbo remarked. I would also like to see if you can borrow power to cast spells in my world. If that is possible, we need not fear the dangers posed by dark forces. Gui did not fixate on Yongbo, for the Time Stone could not perceive matters related to him, and thus, It was oblivious to the new dimensions linked to the Marvel Universe. Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Gu Yi's eyes brightened. Is it the world you inhabited before arriving in this universe? I am now quite curious about the nature of the world that could give rise to such a remarkable being as yourself. Yongbo nonchalantly nodded. Master Gu Yi, please select a location. My portal does not possess your convenience and requires materials to construct a frame. What dimensions do you require for the portal? A minimum of 4 meters by 5 meters, with a thickness of 1 meter. Setting his teacup down on the table, Gu Yi pondered for a moment before addressing Yongbo. Follow me. With that, Gu Yi strode toward the door, and Yongbo quickly rose to follow, tucking the cigarette butt into his backpack. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the true Khmer Taj, where ancient architecture enveloped Yongbo, evoking a sense of stepping into a historical drama. Outside Gu Yi's room lay a small square, or perhaps more aptly described as a training ground, where a group of apprentice sorcerers clad in linen robes were undergoing training under the tutelage of Gu Yi's senior disciple, Mordo. Teacher, Supreme Sorcerer, Master Gu Yi, greeted all who beheld Gu Yi, each addressing him with varying titles. Yet, Gu Yi remained unfazed, politely nodding in response to each. Many curious eyes scrutinized Yongbo, speculating whether he was the new student of Master Gu Yi. Yongbo paid no heed. Instead, he was engrossed in observing the surroundings filled with ancient charm, his heart fluttering with excitement. As Gu Yi walked ahead, he seemed to sense Yongbo's thoughts and remarked, "You may reside here in the future. Everything is safeguarded by magic, ensuring that items do not easily deteriorate." Indeed, in due time. Yongbo suppressed the urge to brandish his pickaxe and axe, striving to control his desire to explore the enchanting environment. Nonetheless, being here felt akin to entering a village in a game, and returning empty-handed weighed heavily on his heart. Under the guidance of Ancient One, the two swiftly arrived at a new abode, spacious enough to accommodate Yongbo's need for constructing a portal. Without further ado, Yongbo retrieved obsidian from his backpack, identified a suitable location, and commenced the arrangement of the portal. Finally, he produced a flint. With a crisp sound, a fleeting spark ignited, only to vanish, replaced by a resplendent purple portal. At the moment the portal illuminated, Ancient One furrowed her brow deeply, turning to meet Yongbo's gaze. "I cannot sense any magical energy. Yet, I perceive that numerous changes are occurring around this portal." Chapter 127. The Villager Gu Yi. An hour later, Gu Yi and Yongbo returned from the lower realms to the Marvel Universe. Gu Yi maintained an air of calm detachment, while Yongbo's face radiated an irrepressible smile. "Ahem. Master Gu Yi, I wish to travel to Asgard. Could you possibly facilitate my passage?" With a gentle nod, Gu Yi waved his hand through the air a couple of times, conjuring a portal within the room. The scene beyond revealed the towering and opulent structures of the realm of gods. Without hesitation, Yongbo stepped forward into the portal. "Master Gu Yi, I shall take my leave in a swift motion." Yongbo leapt through the portal as if pursued by some terrifying creature. Once he crossed the threshold, his laughter erupted uncontrollably, filling the air with mirth. Gu Yi gazed at Yongbo's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The sound of Yongbo's laughter abruptly ceased as the portal closed, and Gu Yi rose to step outside. It was time to have a conversation with Caecilius. On the shattered rainbow bridge of Asgard, Yongbo laughed exuberantly, indifferent to appearances. The memories of the recent events in the lower realms brought a smile to his face. Who would have thought that Gu Yi could truly channel the power of my world? Indeed, Gu Yi had harnessed the strength of his world, and surprisingly, with no adverse effects. Well, there was a side effect. After Gu Yi communicated with my world, he inexplicably emitted the sounds characteristic of villagers. Yongbo was astonished to see the word villager appear above Gu Yi's health bar, and he could even access a trading interface. Remarkably, Gu Yi, despite his unchanged demeanor, would involuntarily grunt when Yongbo opened the trade window. The image of the otherwise serious Gu Yi grunting was forever etched in Yongbo's mind, a memory he would never forget. At that moment, the sound of footsteps interrupted Yongbo's laughter. He looked up to see a tall, black man clad in golden armor, wielding a double-handed sword, approaching him along the now colorless rainbow bridge. The man stood impressively tall, easily over 2 meters, with striking golden eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. "Heimdall, Yongbo instantly recognized the figure before him. Heimdall, the guardian deity of Norse mythology, was known for his loyalty and bravery, tasked with overseeing the Rainbow Bridge and endowed with the all-seeing eye to observe all that exists. Who are you? Heimdall's golden gaze emitted a soft radiance as he scrutinized Yongbo, unable to discern the essence of the man before him with his unique abilities. I am Heimdall, the sentinel of the Rainbow Bridge. I am called Yongbo, hailing from Earth. I have come seeking Thor, with whom I previously struck a deal. I am here to claim my due. Earth? Heimdall murmured, lowering his sword, yet his gaze remained fixed intently upon Yongbo. In the realm of the gods, Thor is present. Please hold on for a moment while I notify him. Yongbo slightly nodded, having been too preoccupied with laughter to properly observe his surroundings. As the other party contacted Thor, it was a perfect opportunity for him to take a closer look. The control room of the Rainbow Bridge had succumbed to the endless cosmos following its shattering, leaving only a colorless, straight bridge leading to the palace of the divine realm. The sky of this realm mirrored the vastness of the universe, appearing almost like a visual effect, yet it captivated the eye immensely. A sudden rush of air signaled the arrival of a figure soaring from the palace, and Yongbo squinted slightly, watching Thor approach, hammer in hand. The mighty god of thunder truly believes himself to be the god of hammers, he mused. With a thud, Thor landed beside Heimdall, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Yongbo. What brings you here? Yongbo replied with a grin. I wish to witness the grandeur of Asgard, and indeed, it is breathtaking, as if one were amidst the cosmos. Thor nodded, showing no modesty. He was undeniably proud of his homeland. How did you arrive? I have been pondering how to reach Earth to find you. Surely you were not seeking me? Thor's smile turned slightly awkward. During his time back in the divine realm, he had been exceedingly busy. With Odin in slumber and the 9 realms rife with unrest, he had to quell rebellions and soothe the populace, leaving him little time to contemplate matters on Earth. Only in the stillness of night would he remember Jane. As for the dealings with Yongbo, they had slipped from his mind entirely. Had Yongbo not come to him directly, he would not have recalled them at all. I will gather what you requested, but it will take some time, Thor assured. Yongbo nodded. A few days' wait was manageable. Very well, I shall await your return. By the way, Thor, do you still have use for this shattered Rainbow Bridge? It appears to be of fine material. If it is of no use to you, might you consider allowing me to take it back for construction purposes? As he spoke, Yongbo lightly tapped his foot on the remnants of the bridge. Though devoid of energy, rendering it less striking than depicted in films, he speculated that it might still be activated with redstone. Even transporting the control room back for research or as an ornamental piece seemed quite appealing. Before Thor could respond, Heimdall interjected, "That is not permissible." Thankfully, he was present, for he was the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. Although it had been recklessly destroyed by Thor, there remained a possibility for repair, should they find the Tesseract. The Space Stone. Heimdall then noticed a blue glowing cube appear in Yongbo's hand. Being the eyes of Asgard, he recognized it immediately. Ahem. What I meant to say is that the damage here was caused by Thor, but the other side remains intact. Furthermore, if you are considering construction, I believe there are more suitable materials within the palace. Heimdall's gaze was fixed intently on the Tesseract in Yongbo's possession. While the films did not explicitly state that the Rainbow Bridge could be repaired using the power of the Tesseract, the comics clearly indicated this fact. Yongbo also found the answer he sought on Heimdall's face. With a smile, he packed the universe back into his backpack and said, Heimdall, I apologize for my earlier speculation. I thought you were reluctant to part with the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 128, The Star-Destroying Weapon, Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, due to his allegiance to Black Brother, could not discern any change in his expression. Thor, somewhat perplexed, inquired, The Tesseract? How did it come to be in your possession? Yongbo gazed enviously at the Rainbow Bridge beneath him, recognizing it as the sole publicly acknowledged star-destroying weapon within the Marvel realm, capable of facilitating seamless transportation across the 9 realms. Oh, it was a gift from another, Yongbo replied, noticing Yongbo's reluctance to elaborate. Thor refrained from pressing further and instead approached with enthusiasm, saying, Yong, may I borrow your Tesseract? I wish to harness its power to repair the Rainbow Bridge. The benefits of restoring the Rainbow Bridge were evident. Not only would it ease his search for Jane, but it would also help quell the insurrections plaguing the 9 realms. Seeing the opportunity presented to him, Bo seized it without hesitation. Certainly, this is a trifling matter. However, as you are aware, I have my terms. My request is simple. Could you assist me in crafting a rainbow bridge? I can procure the materials. I only need you to provide me with a list of what is required. At this juncture, Heimdall stepped forward to clarify. The rainbow bridge is an extension of Odin's divine power and is also a unique capability of the Asgardian realm. Without these two conditions, it is impossible to create a rainbow bridge. Bo had not previously comprehended this. He had merely assumed that the materials were somewhat rare. Without delving deeper into the matter, upon hearing Heimdall's explanation, he found himself inclined to believe his words. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Asgard to possess only a single rainbow bridge, given that such a formidable weapon would warrant multiple constructs to honor the title of the All-Father. Very well, if that is the case, I shall forego that request. I can lend you the space stone, but I require compensation. A few trinkets such as the Eternal Flame, the Frost Box, or the Infinity Gauntlet would suffice. He held no concern regarding whether Odin would confiscate the stones. After all, the reality and space stones were concealed on Earth by the denizens of the Celestial Palace, and with Loki's possession of the Mind Stone during the Battle of New York, Odin could effortlessly seize control of the 3 Infinity Stones if he so desired. Thor, upon hearing Bo's demands, appeared bewildered. While he was aware that these items resided within his father's treasury, he was utterly ignorant of their functions. Loki had infiltrated the Asgardian vault more times than Thor, indicating that Odin indeed favored Loki, despite him not being a blood son. The items you mention are treasures of my father's collection. I cannot make decisions regarding them. However, I can take you to see my father. Unfortunately, he has once again succumbed to slumber, and it is uncertain when he shall awaken. This implied that Bo would have to wait. Bo was not surprised by Odin's slumber. The last time was quite deliberate, intended to expedite Thor's growth. As for Loki's fall from the Rainbow Bridge, it was merely an accident. Moreover, the Queen, through her sorcery, had sensed that Loki was not dead, which explained why Odin did not seek him out and instead entered into his deep slumber. After all, he was not his biological son. Bo shrugged meaningfully and said, "Since that is the case, let us leave it for now. I am in no hurry. After all, there will be opportunities in the future. When Asgard meets its demise, there will certainly be chances, great ones, in fact. At that time, I shall assist the people of Asgard in their escape from the Celestial Palace, taking with me the treasures that no one desires from the vault. Perhaps, by then, Thor might even express his gratitude." Suddenly, a thought struck Bo. He had arrived in good spirits, yet now found himself unable to return. The Rainbow Bridge had been damaged by Thor, and he had no means to contact the Ancient One from the Celestial Palace. Unless he contemplated self-destruction, there was no way back. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved the space gem from his backpack and tossed it to Thor. "First, repair the Rainbow Bridge. As for compensation, kindly procure 2 ordinary micro spaceships for me, one for research and another for travel." He desired the kind of diminutive spacecraft akin to Star-Lord's, rather than Thanos' colossal starships. Very well. No problem. Thor readily agreed, realizing that such vessels were readily available in Asgard, rendering the cost of repairing the Rainbow Bridge negligible in comparison. "Come, Yang. Allow me to show you around Asgard. I am certain you will find it delightful." With that, Thor stepped forward, draping his arm around Bo's shoulder as they proceeded toward the Celestial Palace, leaving Heimdall alone on the Rainbow Bridge, surveying the realms. Laughing and chatting, the two of them crossed through the grand metallic gates at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, officially setting foot on Asgardian soil. Gazing upon the breathtaking scenery that could only be witnessed in special effects, Bo marvelously exclaimed, "It is truly magnificent. Thor, might you allocate a piece of land for me? I wish to establish a home here." Thor chuckled and replied, "Only the Asgardians are entitled to dwell within the Celestial Palace. You are a powerful sorcerer, and I sincerely invite you to join Asgard." Thor did not wish to deny Bo's request, yet he could not contravene his father's orders. So he devised this method to place the decision back in Bo's hands, allowing him to choose without discomfort. Bo stroked his chin, contemplating the matter. "Perhaps I shall forego joining Asgard. I am rather inclined toward freedom, and I believe your father would not appreciate an uncontrollable individual residing beneath his watchful eye. I shall seek a suitable planet to inhabit and gradually transform it myself." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, Thor felt no disappointment. He nodded slightly and said, "Very well then. Come, let us head to the tavern for a drink." Descending from the Rainbow Bridge, they arrived in a residential area where the architecture reflected a European style, albeit constructed from unique metallic materials. The surroundings gradually filled with people who greeted Thor warmly. With a beaming smile, he reciprocated their salutations, interacting with the citizens of Asgard as friends rather than maintaining an air of superiority. Upon entering the tavern, Yongbo's face displayed a look of astonishment. From the outside, Asgard exuded an aura of extraterrestrial technology. However, the interior decor was entirely reminiscent of 18th century Europe. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a robust figure collapsed from the bar. The surrounding patrons paid no heed and instead erupted in raucous cheers, slapping their tables in excitement. "Yumali has fallen after downing 3 barrels. What a disgrace. Is there no one willing to challenge him? I will. Me." The atmosphere in the tavern was electric, and Thor, caught up in the fervor, turned to Yongbo, his excitement palpable. "Yong, can you hold your liquor? Would you care to join me for a drink?" Yongbo looked at the oblivious Thor and smiled, extending a single finger. Thor, puzzled, inquired, "1 cup?" Yongbo shook his head. "A barrel?" He shook his head again. "Then how much?" "As much as it takes." Chapter 129. Just a matter of talent. The following day, disbelieving of Yongbo, Thor awoke from his slumber. Fortunately, Asgard lacked the harsh realities of alcohol-infused technology, so Thor merely felt a slight thirst upon awakening. As he surveyed the surroundings, he failed to spot Yongbo's presence. Had it not been for the tesseract resting on the table, he might have doubted whether the events of yesterday had been merely a dream. I actually lost to a wizard in a drinking contest. Such an occurrence was difficult for him to accept. He hastily rose, intending to deliver the tesseract to the craftsman repairing the Bifrost Bridge. Meanwhile, Yongbo sat upon the Bifrost, fishing rod in hand, engaged in conversation with Heimdall. It must be noted that Heimdall was well informed. Feeling a tug on his fishing line, Yongbo gently lifted an enchanted tome radiating with magical light from the water. "Fortune favors the bold," he mused. "Heimdall, how long would it take to reach the abandoned planet Morag aboard an Asgardian vessel?" "Morag? I'm afraid I am unaware of the location of that planet," Heimdall replied. Yongbo nodded, not overly surprised by Heimdall's ignorance. After all, Heimdall could only perceive every corner of the 9 realms, not the entirety of the universe. "Very well, I shall visit it myself when the opportunity arises." Just as Yongbo contemplated asking Heimdall about other means of swiftly traveling between Earth and Asgard, the sound of breaking air resonated above them. Thor, wielding his hammer, descended with a flourish. Upon seeing Thor's approach, Yongbo's face broke into a smile. With a thud, Thor landed, and Yongbo's teasing voice echoed, "Ah? Is this not our esteemed god of wine from Asgard?" Yesterday, amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd, Thor had lost himself in revelry, drinking to the point of collapse, only to be escorted home. After Yongbo had subdued the entire tavern, he returned to the Bifrost to engage in idle chatter with Heimdall. "Yong, how on earth did you manage that? Did you employ magic?" Thor speculated, convinced that this was the only explanation for how someone as slender as Yongbo could outdrink him. Yongbo, putting away his fishing rod, stood and smiled at Thor. "It's not magic, it's merely a rule. I cannot become inebriated. Much like how water naturally flows downward, it is all governed by rules." Thor's mouth fell open as he suddenly realized how much fine wine had been wasted. "You should have mentioned that you cannot get drunk. Come, let me show you the ship." Thor beckoned, and Yongbo, filled with curiosity, eagerly followed. The allure of the spacecraft was irresistible. After all, one of his primary reasons for this visit was indeed to behold such a marvel. "Hurry up." A few minutes later, Yongbo found himself at a port-like location, his arm grasped by Thor, gazing at the spacecraft docked at this port with a most peculiar expression. A fleet of spacecraft lay neatly docked in the vicinity. Thor, are there any vessels of a more conventional design?" Yongbo expressed his trepidation at the sight of the ships before him. These crafts bore an unmistakable Asgardian aesthetic, resembling ancient warships, albeit constructed from metallic materials and suspended in the air. Thor appeared perplexed by Yongbo's sentiments and gestured toward a nearby hovering vessel, stating, "These are microships, exclusive warships of Asgard, remarkably functional and capable of traversing the cosmos." Noticing Thor's misunderstanding, Yongbo pointed towards a massive warship floating in the distance. While it may not rival Thanos' mothership, its size was nonetheless imposing. "Thor, what I desire is of that style, do you comprehend? I truly have little affection for these paddle-equipped ships. They seem more akin to works of art than vessels of the void." Despite the potential for these ships to possess equivalent functionalities, Yongbo sensed a certain deficiency in their essence. Thor gazed at the warship above, an expression of enlightenment dawning upon him. "Oh, I see now, follow me." With that, he grasped Yongbo's arm and swung his hammer, departing from the celestial palace to a forsaken docking yard. Scattered about were numerous abandoned ships, each exhibiting a myriad of designs, yet all bearing the commonality of disrepair, evoking in Yongbo a profound sense of awe. "Yong, is this what you seek?" Thor inquired, observing Yongbo's astonished reaction to the graveyard of vessels surrounding them. "Thor, what is this place?" Yongbo gasped, taken aback. With a smile, Thor elucidated, "These are remnants left behind by cosmic pirates, vanquished by the Asgardian forces in the Nine Realms. As the sovereign of the Nine Realms, Asgard assumes the mantle of protecting them from external threats. Only Midgard, Earth, holds a peculiar status. Had the Bifrost not been damaged during the battle in New York, Asgard would not have been represented solely by Thor, but rather by the entirety of the Asgardian army. The Chitauri, this is not merely an assault on Earth. It is a direct affront to Asgard." Yongbo mused. His thoughts interrupted as he stepped onto the debris, extending his hand to touch the cold surface of a ship, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. What Thor viewed as mere rubbish, Yongbo perceived as treasure. "Thor, if you have no use for these wrecks, might you grant them to me? Alternatively, I could offer gold in exchange," he proposed, noting the gold too held value as currency within the Marvel Universe. Thor lightly tapped the damaged ship beside him with his hammer, replying, "Yong, these items are far too antiquated. The cosmic pirates could hardly afford any decent warships. Even if they possessed wealth, they would squander it." Yongbo remained unfazed, retorting, "Yet they are still superior to Earth's technology. On Earth, aside from certain advanced technologies, conventional science pales in comparison to these so-called scraps. Even renowned scientists like Ivan and Tony would be unable to resist the allure of these vessels, rushing to study them." With a playful shrug, Thor remarked, "Take whatever you fancy from here. Moreover, I will find a way to prepare the 2 spacecraft I promised you." For the first time, Yongbo found Thor's carefree nature quite endearing and nodded lightly, saying, "Thor, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." This was Yongbo's pledge to Thor. As long as Thor did not harm his loved ones, he would undoubtedly extend his support. Yet, reflecting on Thor's character and intellect, Yongbo could not help but feel that Thor would likely disregard the favor altogether. Chapter 130. A swift return home. Yongbo reached out and patted Thor on the shoulder, saying, "I wish to return to Earth for a while and bring some people back with me. Could you kindly use the power of the Cosmic Cube to assist me?" Although he was unable to wield the Cosmic Cube himself, it did not imply that others could not. Perhaps ordinary individuals required instruments, but beings of Thor's caliber could effortlessly activate the Cosmic Cube using their innate abilities. Thor, momentarily taken aback, responded, "I've entrusted the Cosmic Cube to the craftsmen of Asgard." "Yong, are you really leaving so soon?" "I intend to bring people back to study these spacecraft and expedite the creation of my own cosmic battleship," Yongbo replied. Upon hearing that Thor had handed over the Cosmic Cube to others, Yongbo chose not to comment. Instead, he pointed to his own head and said, "Thor, could you please strike this with your Mjolnir? Apply a bit of force, just to ensure it does the job." Thor stared at Yongbo, his eyes wide with disbelief. As a singular thought echoed in his mind, what has caused this seemingly sane individual to suddenly lose his wits? Shouldn't he reconsider his words? Realizing that Thor remained unmoved, Yongbo recognized he was pushing the boundaries. With a deep sigh, he retrieved a bucket of water and some blocks from his backpack, swiftly constructing a suffocating device on the spot. Before Thor could fully grasp Yongbo's earlier statements, he was startled by the sound of Yongbo plunging into the water. Rushing over, he found Yongbo standing in the water, looking somewhat perplexed, and asked, "Yong, what are you doing?" "It's merely an unusual ability this way. I can quickly return to Earth," Yongbo replied. His voice, though slightly distorted underwater, conveyed his intent. Thor, bewildered, gazed at Yongbo. Witnessing for the first time such an extraordinary sight in his nearly 2 millennia of existence. A soft thud echoed as Yongbo's body suddenly flushed red. "Yong, are you certain you're all right? Your body seemed to turn red." Squatting in the water, Yongbo nonchalantly remarked, "Don't worry, this is merely my secret technique. No questions, just accept it's a secret." Seeing Yongbo's demeanor, apart from the occasional redness, he displayed no signs of distress. Thor felt a wave of relief. "Then I shall take my leave." Hearing Yongbo's voice, Thor turned to look, only to witness Yongbo collapse at the bottom of the water, eyes rolling back as if lifeless. Before Thor could register his shock, the body transformed into a plume of white smoke and vanished. Thor stared into the empty water, anxiety gnawing at him. He immediately took off, soaring towards the Bifrost, intent on seeking Heimdall to inquire about Yongbo's fate. In an instant, Thor arrived at the Bifrost and spotted Heimdall standing there. "Heimdall, can you check if Yongbo is visible on Earth?" Heimdall remained unmoved, his hands resting on his mighty sword, his expression impassive as he replied, "I cannot see him." Thor was taken aback. "Is he dead? Has he truly perished just like that?" However, he soon heard Heimdall continue, "My eyes cannot perceive him among the 9 realms. Only when he stands before me can I see him. If it weren't for the unbearable nature of his laughter yesterday, I would have remained oblivious to his arrival in Asgard." Thor was taken aback, for it was the first time he realized that there existed matters within the 9 realms that Heimdall could not behold. This ignorance stemmed from Thor's youth, as Odin had withheld many truths from him. Speaking of others, even on Earth, there are numerous individuals capable of shielding themselves from Heimdall's gaze. Should Heimdall dare to intrude upon the privacy of the Ancient One, she would undoubtedly teach him a lesson in decorum. In the subterranean expanse of Central Park, Yongbo rose from his bed, somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of death in recent times. Upon hearing Versailles' comment, Yongbo excitedly traversed the portal to the lower realm. This journey to Asgard had yielded far more than he had anticipated. The numerous remnants of spacecraft alone had significantly augmented his company's technological prowess. "I can no longer remain in America. Despite my lack of fear towards those politicians, they are still a troublesome lot. I must devise a plan to relocate elsewhere, perhaps the moon. Although I recall the Inhumans inhabit the moon, and then there's the matter of labor relying solely on Ivan to handcraft a warship was a fanciful notion. It was not something that could be accomplished by a mere handful of individuals." Contemplating this, Yongbo concluded that the moon indeed held promise. If necessary, he could borrow a few sorcerers from the Ancient One. After all, not every mage would be swayed by the allure of immortality. An audacious idea flickered in his mind regarding laborers. Yet, thinking of the Ancient One caused him to chuckle. "When my strength permits in the future, I shall ensure Thanos dons a thank for a photograph." With this peculiar thought tucked away, he boarded the minecart he had ingeniously crafted for hellish transit. Although its speed left much to be desired, it was preferable to running. Upon emerging from the portal and returning to his office, he was taken aback to find Sky, Anna, and an unexpected guest, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, engaged in conversation. Seeing the 3 of them in his office left Yongbo astonished. He had never imagined they would come together. "This seems to be my office." Anna was the first to rise, smiling as she explained. "We were unable to reach you these past few days, so they decided to wait for your return at the company." Sky, upon noticing Yongbo, instinctively tensed. After all, Yongbo's physical prowess was extraordinary, and he seemed almost inexhaustible, while she felt as though she might dehydrate from the exertion of merely being in his presence. "Yong, Blade wishes for you to assist others in leveling up. They have gathered a wealth of materials." Taking a seat in his designated chair, Yongbo winked at Sky, smiling as he replied, "I'll attend to matters here first, then seek out Blade tomorrow. As for why it would be tomorrow, well, those in the know would understand." It was evident that Sky grasped the situation. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently bit her lip and murmured a soft acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Subsequently, Yangbo shifted his gaze to the last individual present. One could not help but wonder how Miss Natasha had managed to find the time to come in person and what business she might have. Natasha observed Yangbo's earlier expression keenly, further elevating her perception of Sky's significance in her mind. At this point, the SHIELD headquarters had undergone a complete restructuring, and Director Fury hoped that you could assist in a visit to the headquarters to aid in uncovering those Hydra agents still lurking within its confines. Upon hearing this, Yangbo slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the room. Next time such an opportunity arises, do inform us sooner. Chapter 131. Researching the spaceship. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Yangbo immediately perked up, rising eagerly and exclaiming, "Now? And can I be entrusted with those Hydra individuals? I find myself in need of some hands for work." As for whether the Hydra members would comply, Yangbo had already resolved to send them to explore alien territories. If they managed to find their way back, it would be a testament to their capabilities. Yangbo felt an unusual surge of benevolence, for he had not contemplated simply eliminating this group of Hydra agents. Black Widow hesitated. The peril posed by Hydra was self-evident. "This matter necessitates your personal discussion with Director Fury." Yangbo nodded, confident that through reason and emotion, Director Fury would grasp his earnest intentions. "Anna, please inform Ivan and Anton to come to my office. I have new assignments for them." "Certainly, boss," Anna replied with a smile, turning to exit the office. Yangbo reclaimed his seat, pressing a button on the desk, which activated a powerful ventilation system, a feature he had specifically requested, powered by a first-generation reactor. Given the current consumption rate, it could run uninterrupted for 170 years without issue. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at Natasha and inquired, "How are the other Hydra factions faring these days?" Natasha's smile faded as she sat across from Yangbo, shaking her head. "There are more Hydra members than anticipated, and many are deeply concealed. If it weren't the case, Director Fury would not have instructed me to seek you out. Yang, may I ask how you discern who belongs to Hydra?" Yangbo pulled the ashtray closer, flicking the ash away as he replied, "It's quite simple. First, you must sense who harbors malice towards you." Natasha rolled her eyes, retorting, "If I had that ability, I wouldn't need to consult you." Secondly, sense the affiliations of the forces behind them, and then repeat the first step. Yangbo elaborated. Over time, he had uncovered some hidden features of the small map. According to his findings, the red dots on the map indicated not merely those with malicious intentions towards him, but rather those whom he subconsciously recognized as enemies from Hydra. For instance, if Loki sought to kill Yangbo, he would appear as a red. However, this would not extend to Thor or his guardians, who would not be marked as such. Of course, those with ill intent would still be displayed as red dots. Yangbo spoke sincerely, and Natasha believed his words to be true, as SHIELD had also analyzed Yangbo's abilities and concluded that he possessed a form of psychic sensitivity. They determined that he could not peer into the thoughts of others, but could discern their allegiances, a conclusion reached after Director Fury had maliciously scrutinized Yangbo numerous times. "Yang, what you describe is beyond our capabilities," Natasha lamented. Yangbo shrugged with a smile, responding, "Then I find myself powerless to assist. Natasha, please hold on for a moment. Once I finish giving some instructions, I will accompany you to the SHIELD headquarters to handle a few matters." Knock, knock. A knock resonated, and Yangbo called out, "Come in." The office door swung open as Anna entered, and a figure stepped in from outside. Yangbo paused momentarily, gazing at Ivan, and inquired, "Why is Tony here?" Ivan cast a helpless glance at Tony and replied to Yangbo, "He has come to test his new armor." Upon hearing this, Yangbo narrowed his eyes at Tony, a thought emerging in his mind. This fellow is here to stir up trouble. Tony, noticing Yangbo's unfriendly gaze, quickly raised his hands in a gesture of explanation, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I'm merely here to showcase my new Mark armor, which represents a groundbreaking advancement." Ever since discovering Yangbo's resurrection ability, Tony felt a sense of apprehension, as if the latter might want to experiment with him. Yangbo, seeing through Tony's intentions without voicing them, suspected that Tony had come merely to flaunt his technology to Ivan, to validate his own capabilities. Of course, it was also plausible that he had come to glean any new features or changes in Ivan's armor to gain an advantage, unbeknownst to young Bo. Another reason for Tony's visit lay in the depths of his loneliness. Sometimes he pondered whether he and Ivan might have been childhood friends had Anton Vanko not been driven away by his father. Well, I shall refrain from inquiring about technical matters. Ivan, you should engage more with Tony in the future, young Bo remarked. Indifferent to Tony's unrestricted access to his company's core research lab. With Tony's intellect and prowess, it was certain that Ivan would ultimately benefit from this arrangement. To the lovely ladies present, Ivan and I have some technical matters to discuss. Please excuse us and take some time to relax elsewhere. Black Widow Anna and Sky, understanding the cue, gracefully stood up and exited the office, closing the door behind them. Seeing Tony turn to follow, young Bo wore a knowing smile and addressed him. Mr. Stark, you need not leave. There are still matters concerning me. Intrigued, Tony wondered if there were indeed personal matters at hand. Young Bo chuckled softly and turned to Ivan, calmly stating, prepare to arrange some personnel. I have procured several spacecraft and starships. Although they are outdated models in the cosmos, I believe they will be of significant assistance to you. Ivan, having previously encountered Thor and learned of the existence of extraterrestrial beings, was not overly surprised, especially knowing that young Bo had struck a deal with them. However, the others could hardly contain their astonishment. Spacecraft. Tony gazed at young Bo in disbelief. Were it not for young Bo's resurrection ability, he would have suspected the latter was jesting. The revelation struck him as profoundly as if he were informed that Pepper had married someone else. Can I join? I believe I could provide considerable assistance. Young Bo, hearing this, secretly chuckled to himself. He had mentioned this matter in Tony's presence precisely to entice him into taking the bait. One cannot help but acknowledge the vast disparities among individuals. If Ivan and his father were to rely solely on their own efforts to research the spacecraft, it is truly uncertain how long it would take. Of course, it is feasible. Otherwise, I would not have permitted you to remain here. However, I hope that once I discover a suitable planet for habitation, you will come to assist me in its transformation and enhancement. You are capable of traveling to other planets? Tony, now visibly strained, adopted a rather serious demeanor. He initially presumed that the spacecraft young Bo mentioned were remnants left by extraterrestrials on Earth. Yet it has become evident that the situation is far more complex than he had anticipated. He had previously considered offering young Bo a portion of Stark Industries shares should he agree to collaborate on the research of the spacecraft, believing that such a venture could yield significant benefits. Yet, his perspective has now shifted. Mr. Young Bo, does your company require a brilliant technical consultant? Chapter 132. Sky's father Darwin Young Bo stood on the second floor of the SHIELD headquarters, a smile illuminating his face as he conversed with Natasha beside him. Director Fury was also present, and with each number that escaped young Bo's lips, Fury's expression darkened further. Moments later, a world where only Fury was injured was established. Well done, young Bo remarked sincerely. Out of the 200 individuals here at headquarters, only 16 are Hydra operatives. His words resonated with genuine appreciation, highlighting a stark contrast to the previous state of affairs at the SHIELD. However, Fury could not shake the feeling of being slapped in the face. The only source of comfort for him was the knowledge that these individuals were reinforcements from elsewhere and did not hold high ranks. I appreciate your assistance in this matter, he acknowledged. Young Bo waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. So, shall I take charge of these individuals? Fury, leaning against the balcony railing, surveyed the bustling crowd below. I'm afraid not. I need to return them to their original locations. If you require assistance in finding personnel, I can help. After a brief pause, he added, there are still some criminals within SHIELD. Young Bo understood Fury's intentions. He wanted to identify these individuals and return them to their origins. Educating others about the dangers of Hydra. That works. Director Fury, should you have any such opportunities, do keep me in mind, young Bo said before turning to leave. Natasha cast a glance at Fury and hurried after him. Fury watched young Bo's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips, before he turned and departed for his office. Upon returning to the company, Tony had already left, having matters of his own to attend to, as he was still the president of Stark Industries. Walking alone to his office, he was greeted by the sight of Sky awaiting him inside, a smile breaking across his face. "How have you been? Have you uncovered your identity?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Sky's previously bright demeanor dimmed instantly. "No, I've only managed to uncover a portion. However, I did find a man who has been stalking me, and he is currently detained by my teacher." "Stalking you? A man? Did Blade not eliminate him?" Yongbo asked, a hint of anger seeping into his voice. "Was Blade truly becoming soft-hearted? He claims to be my father." "Oh, in that case, it's nothing to worry about." Yongbo recalled Sky's obsessive and twisted father, as well as her merciless mother. Unlike her mother, Sky's father genuinely cared for her, ultimately sacrificing his beloved wife to protect his daughter. "Let us go and meet him." Despite Darwin's slight tendencies towards madness, he possessed considerable information. Noticing Yongbo's expression, Sky hastily inquired, Is he truly my father?" Yongbo nodded, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Have you not spoken with him?" Sky shook her head. "No, he seems to have some mental issues, and he was knocked unconscious by my teacher 2 days ago. I have yet to make contact with him." Upon hearing the words, Yongbo immediately revealed a radiant smile. "Well done." This inexpensive father-in-law was not a virtuous man either. He had sacrificed an entire village's worth of lives to save Sky's mother. He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around the despondent Sky, a mischievous grin gracing his face as he said, "Let us return home first, so I may elucidate your lineage and matters concerning the otherworldly beings." The following morning, Yongbo rose from his slumber, invigorated and stretching lazily. He turned to glance at Sky, whose tear-streaked face still bore the remnants of yesterday's sorrow, and a faint smile played on his lips. Yesterday, Yongbo had divulged everything regarding Sky's circumstances, overwhelming her with a deluge of revelations. It was as though even in her sleep, she was resisting the acceptance of her parents' truths. "No, please, no. It's too much." Chuckling softly, Yongbo lifted the covers and playfully smacked Sky's alluring backside. Instinctively, she arched her back, eliciting a hearty laugh from Yongbo. Sky awakened. "We have matters to attend to." At the sound of his voice, Sky groggily opened her eyes, oblivious to the morning's exposure, and knelt on the bed, her expression one of confusion. "What matters? Did you not instruct me to assist the Blade's Edge with their upgrades? We must hasten our departure. It is the perfect opportunity to converse with your father." Only then did Sky fully rouse, her cheeks flushing as she reached for her clothes nearby. "It's all your fault. I completely forgot about it." She shot Yongbo an exasperated look. Yongbo merely chuckled and rose to his feet. A set of garments materialized around him, showcasing the ease of his attire. "I shall retrieve the necessary items for the upgrades." Sky was aware of what the upgrades entailed, a being entirely distinct from this world, and upon hearing Yongbo's words, she felt a flicker of confusion. However, her bewilderment quickly transformed into astonishment as she witnessed Yongbo hoisting the vampire hunter instructor, clad in a black hat, over his shoulder. "So he can move?" Both Sky and Yongbo had unwittingly opened a new realm of possibilities when, during a training session in the lower realm, he had casually pushed aside a zombie pigman. Not only could he lift monsters, but he could also carry ordinary animals and NPCs. The sole distinction was that carrying monsters inflicted continuous damage upon him, whereas animals and NPCs caused no harm. With the vampire hunter instructor slung over his shoulder, Yongbo beckoned to Sky. "Let us depart. We shall take a vehicle." Together, they ventured into the lower realm, where Yongbo placed the instructor into a minecart and pressed a stone button nearby, activating the powered tracks below. The minecart whisked the instructor away at great speed. From his backpack, Yongbo retrieved another minecart and set it upon the tracks. In the realm of Minecraft, a minecart accommodates but a single occupant, yet in reality, a little crowding posed no problem. He first seated Sky in the minecart, then squeezed him beside her, and together they journeyed towards Washington. With a resounding crash, two minecarts collided. Sky remained seated firmly within his cart, completely unscathed, unlike Yongbo, who was propelled from his seat. With a thud, Yongbo collided with the cart ahead, executing an unintentional headfirst dive into the ground. Undeterred, Yongbo rose to his feet, swiftly dislodged the cart beneath the instructor, and hoisted him up as he made his way toward the portal. "Sky, let us go." Sky stifled a laugh, fearful of betraying his amusement, before leaping from the minecart to join Yang Bo as they stepped into the portal. A familiar wave of dizziness enveloped them, and Yang Bo's figure materialized in the subterranean expanse of Washington. Chapter 133, She Will Mature. My daughter. After Yang Bo assisted Whistler's daughter and her companions in their upgrades, he eagerly made his way to the confinement of his inexpensive father-in-law. As he pushed the door open, a figure lunged toward Sky. Instinctively, Yang Bo raised his foot and delivered a kick. Thanks to the rewards from the culinary seasoning, Carrot Edition module, his health had surged to 52 points, 2.5 times that of an average male. The kick sent Calvin flying, crashing against the wall of the small dark room. Watching Darwin slide down the wall, Yang Bo sheepishly remarked, "Sky, didn't you say he had lost consciousness?" Sky, still devoid of any deep feelings for her biological father, was not angered by Yang Bo's action, which relieved him. After 2 days of unconsciousness, it was about time he woke up. Upon hearing Sky's voice, Calvin slowly clutched his chest and rose to his feet, looking relatively unharmed, especially considering his body had undergone modifications. "Daisy, my daughter." Calvin's gaze returned to Sky, murmuring indistinctly as he staggered towards her, his hand reaching out. Sky, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fixed her eyes on Calvin. Though she had confirmed his identity as her father, his current state appeared decidedly abnormal. Yang Bo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sky. Despite the television dramas portraying Calvin as deeply caring for his daughter, he was unwilling to gamble on Calvin's mental instability. "Mr. Calvin, please calm down." "Sky, Daisy has grown up now. We can sit down and discuss things slowly." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Calvin's initially agitated expression gradually softened as he took a deep breath. Much better. Tell me, young man, who are you?" Seeing Calvin's demeanor shift, Yang Bo relaxed his guard somewhat, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Yang Bo, currently Daisy's boyfriend." Regarding Daisy before he could finish, Calvin appeared to be provoked, his eyes turning crimson as he fixed an intense gaze on Yang Bo, muttering unintelligible phrases. "Get away." His muscles seemed to swell even more, signaling a potential outburst as he charged forward. Yang Bo's expression hardened, and a staff materialized in his hand. "Sky, step back. I will handle this." Observing her father's bulging veins and the cold demeanor of Yang Bo wielding the staff, Sky silently retreated a couple of steps. She had faith in Yang Bo's judgment and never considered that he might not be able to contend with her father. As Calvin rushed towards him, Yang Bo curled his lips into a cold smile. The opponent's speed had evidently increased compared to before. However, Yang Bo was equally swift, swinging the staff with full force towards Calvin's head, only for Calvin to block it with his hand. The air crackled with electricity as a fierce bolt erupted from the tip of the staff, causing Calvin's body to convulse uncontrollably. Soon, the acrid scent of charred fabric permeated the air as his clothing transformed into a sooty black. Yang had deliberately disabled the data mode, intending to impart a profound lesson. As the spell ceased, Calvin collapsed onto the ground, although the silver lining was that he was still breathing. The unfortunate news was that he had been reduced to mere gasps. Yang stepped forward, probing Calvin's body with the wand, but received no response. At that moment, Sky approached with a hint of concern, inquiring whether Calvin was all right. "He should be fine," he replied, though uncertainty laced his tone. This was his first experience using magic in a non-data mode, and he was unsure of the potential repercussions, yet observing Calvin's current state, it was evident the effects were striking. Yang, switching to a different wand, summoned a healing totem and smiled at Sky, reassuring him, "Do not worry, it will be all right. Even if things go awry, I can bring him back." Sky squatted down, watching the white light emanating from his father's body and the skin gradually mending. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Calvin possessed a robust constitution and soon opened his eyes. Upon seeing Sky before him, his expression softened with tenderness. "Daisy." Sky gazed at his father, gently biting his lip, his eyes reddening, yet he refrained from uttering those two words. Meanwhile, Yang rummaged through his bag and produced a jug of milk, approaching Calvin with the intention of alleviating his mental distress with the universal remedy. Calvin instinctively attempted to rise and retaliate upon noticing Yang, but the staff, which had brought him such ecstasy, was firmly pressed against his abdomen, accompanied by Yang's concerned voice. "Do not move. It will really get worse. Here, drink this." Calvin's eyes turned crimson. A man of his stature could hardly endure such a threat. He reached out and accepted the milk from Yang's hands, knowing he had no choice. His beloved daughter was before him, and losing control could lead to harming her. "Once you drink this, we can have a proper conversation." Calvin inhaled deeply, and under Sky's hopeful gaze, lifted the jug, pouring the milk into himself. Yang, witnessing this, retracted the staff and, with an air of nonchalance, addressed Sky. "Sky, his mental issues should be resolved now. Speak with him about anything you need. And do mention that I hope he will work for me." Yang was reluctant to let go of such a talented biologist. Sky nodded softly, murmuring, "Thank you." Yang smiled, saying nothing further. After consuming the milk, Calvin's demeanor calmed, the frenzied aura dissipating as tears welled in his eyes while gazing at Sky. "Daisy, time has flown by so swiftly. You've grown so much. I regret the hardships you have endured these past years." Now restored to his normal self, Calvin's speech was markedly clearer and more coherent. As Sky beheld the visage of his father, he could not help but succumb to tears. Observing this, Yang Bo retrieved a cigarette and exited the confinement chamber. Upon stepping outside, he was met by the vigilant figure of Blade. "Is it over?" Yang Bo inquired with a wry smile, leaning against the wall. "No, this is merely the beginning. By the way, how are those vampires in Washington faring?" "I suspect they will not remain idle." "Quite well," Blade replied. "The Hunters Guild has been bolstered by Albert and her companions. And with the unique abilities you have bestowed upon them, our efficiency in eradicating the vampires has significantly increased. Furthermore, Karen has developed a new concoction. When detonated, it renders all vampires within a 10-meter radius extremely weakened, with the feeble ones facing the risk of death." At the mention of Karen, a flicker of a smile graced Blade's typically stoic expression. Yang Bo expressed his satisfaction with Karen's research outcomes. "Please convey to Karen that she should not hesitate to inform me of any deficiencies in equipment or raw materials. I hope she can expedite the creation of a substance capable of enveloping the entire city." Chapter 134. Zombie Pigmen. Yang Bo patiently awaited outside the room. And soon the door swung open to reveal Sky, her eyes rimmed with red. Rising to his feet, Yang Bo extended his arms and enveloped Sky in a warm embrace. Softly inquiring, "How do you feel?" Nestled against Yang Bo's chest, Sky's voice trembled as she responded, "I wish to see my mother." "Have you given it careful thought?" Yang Bo had previously shared the details regarding her mother, including her plans and intentions. "Yes. Very well. I respect your decision, yet we must exercise patience." Yang Bo sensed that no matter the intentions of Jia Ying, it was essential for Sky to meet her mother, though that moment was not yet ripe. At the very least, Sky's strength needed to be elevated to a level where she could confidently confront Jia Ying. "I have matters to attend to. Will you wait for me or accompany me?" Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Sky withdrew from his embrace, gazing into his eyes with hesitation. "I think I shall wait here. I need to acquire more knowledge so that I can be of help to you." Yang Bo affectionately ruffled Sky's hair, a smile gracing his face. For he wished to prevent her from becoming merely a decorative figure, an outcome that would be quite unfair to her. "All right, focus on your studies regarding artificial intelligence. I may require that expertise in the future. Relying solely on human control of the spacecraft pales in comparison to the efficacy of artificial intelligence." "How is it that you are here?" Daniel exclaimed, astonished to find Yang Bo standing at the entrance of the sanctum. "Are you seeking the Supreme Mage?" Yang Bo replied with a smile and a nod. "I appreciate your assistance, Daniel. Follow me." Daniel gestured to open the grand door, stepping aside to invite Yang Bo inside. Once Yang Bo entered the sanctum, Daniel closed the door and ascended the staircase, having been whisked away by the Ancient One through a portal during his last visit. Yang Bo had not taken the time to observe his surroundings and was now curious about the various items displayed. However, the first floor seemed filled with ordinary objects of historical significance, with scarcely any magical artifacts present. Upon reaching the second floor, Yang Bo marveled at the seemingly endless corridor. Is this corridor truly so long? The sanctum, though not particularly vast, had an air of peculiarity about the hallway. Could it be that the Marvel Universe also harbors a Hogwarts? A spell of seamless extension? I must inquire with the Ancient One at some point. At that moment, Yangbo's attention was drawn to the windows on the second floor, where three distinct vistas adorned the walls: the ocean, a rainforest, and a mountain. He paused to admire the scenes, and Daniel, noticing Yangbo's fascination, explained, "This is a small application of spatial magic, allowing one to glimpse different locales on Earth." Perhaps feeling somewhat solitary in the sanctum in New York, Daniel approached the window and swung open the glass pane to reveal the rainforest. At that instant, the sound of torrential rain cascaded into the room as the window swung wide. Yangbo approached in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Extending his hand through the window, he savored the sensation of raindrops from the outside world, a tangible reality rather than some high-definition projection. Daniel, witnessing Yangbo's expression, smiled and gestured towards a nearby knob inscribed with runes, stating, "This knob allows us to alter the view outside." With that, Daniel gently turned the knob, transforming the lush rainforest scenery into a pyramid, as waves of scorching air flowed in through the window. Yangbo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master Daniel, can this device be used for creation as well? This is no mere window. It resembles a multi-choice portal." Daniel shook his head, explaining, "Such an effect is possible due to the sanctum's position at a spatial nexus on Earth. It cannot be replicated elsewhere." Yangbo, upon hearing this, felt a sense of disappointment. He was somewhat aware of the sanctum's uniqueness. He glanced at the window and sighed softly. "In that case, this poses a challenge, Master Daniel." Daniel nodded with a smile, accustomed to such inquiries, knowing Yangbo was neither the first nor the last to ask. "Let us proceed." Following Daniel, they approached the portal leading to Kamartaj. "Please, through here you shall reach the holy site of Kamartaj." Yangbo gazed at the imposing stone door, intricately adorned with various patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Daniel uttered a couple of incantations, and the door swung open, revealing a portal that shimmered like rippling water. Gratefully, Yangbo thanked Daniel and stepped through the portal. He felt as if he had passed through a thin bubble, effortlessly moving forward. While the sounds of commotion filled his ears, Yangbo found himself in a grand stone hall, populated by numerous sorcerers, some casting curious glances his way before returning to their own affairs. At that moment, a voice called out, "Mr. Yangbo, what brings you here?" Turning towards the source, he was surprised to see Mordo, a disciple of the Ancient One. Mordo regarded Yangbo with a hint of confusion, having met him twice before, especially recalling the first encounter when Yangbo had cleared an entire room before the Ancient One, leaving a lasting impression, particularly since the Ancient One had spared him. "I have some matters to discuss with Master Ancient One." Yangbo found himself intrigued by Mordo, recognizing his potential, albeit noting his tendency to get lost in minutiae. "I will take you there." Yangbo followed Mordo out of the hall, passing the room where the portal had previously been located, from which the sounds of raucous chatter emerged. "Let me handle this. What a peculiar creature. I must study it." "Be careful." Yangbo, curious, turned to see dozens of sorcerers crowded at the door, straining to glimpse inside. "Mordo, what is this?" Mordo glanced back, explaining, "The Ancient One is opened a special portal, from which peculiar beings occasionally emerge. They lack intelligence and cannot communicate, and every creature looks identical." "A portal?" Upon hearing this, Yangbo furrowed his brow, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the portal here spawns zombie pigmen? Once a nether portal is successfully constructed, there exists a chance for zombie pigmen to manifest. Previously, none of the portals Yangbo had built had resulted in their appearance, causing him to nearly forget about them. Approaching closer, he indeed heard the grunting sounds of the zombie pigmen. Could it be that Kamartaj is some sort of geomantic treasure land? The Mage of Modu is certainly not to be underestimated. Now that he realized it was zombie pigmen, Yangbo's curiosity waned, and he looked at the Mage of Modu with a smile. They merely lacked an acceleration torch. Once the nether portal in Minecraft is activated, inserting an acceleration torch into the obsidian frame will trigger a qualitative change, leading to a deluge of zombie pigmen pouring forth from the portal. If there are no spatial constraints, it could result in a scene of the nether invading the overworld. Chapter 135. He gave too much Master Gui. Yangbo suppressed the urge to open Gui's trading interface. Had there been no other individuals present, he might have indulged in purchasing a bookshelf or something of the sort. However, the presence of several figures in Gu Yi's chamber compelled him to contemplate the implications of Gu Yi in making any audible sounds in such a public setting. He had to consider whether those present might be silenced by Gu Yi. With a peculiar smile gracing his features, Gu Yi turned his gaze toward Yang Bo and gently introduced, "Allow me to present to you. This is Caecilius," and behind him stand his disciples. Yang Bo nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Caecilius, who reciprocated the gesture. Could it be that Gu Yi has acquiesced to my request? Yang Bo thought, doubting that Caecilius would once again fall into the embrace of Dormammu under his influence. At that moment, Gu Yi looked at Caecilius and stated, "This is Yang Bo. Henceforth, you shall train under him." Caecilius was momentarily taken aback. Am I being given away by my master? Although he harbored some skepticism towards Gu Yi, it was far from the level of mistrust exhibited by Doctor Strange, and thus he retained a profound respect for Gu Yi. Yang Bo's face radiated with joy as he frequently glanced at Caecilius, finding his unadorned appearance exceedingly pleasing. "Master, Gu Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Trust me, he will transform your dismal fate." With little choice, Caecilius inclined his head slightly in agreement with his master's decision. "I shall heed your command." Yang Bo's smile grew ever more radiant as he addressed Master Gu Yi. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Master Gu Yi." Gu Yi merely chuckled and then addressed the others in the room. "You may leave now." Mordo, along with Caecilius and his disciples, stood, bowed, and exited the chamber. Yang Bo lifted the cup of tea that automatically refilled before him and took a sip, awaiting Gu Yi's words. Once the others had vacated the room, Gu Yi finally spoke. "Caecilius is in your hands now. Rest assured, Master Gu Yi, Caecilius shall not suffer under my guidance," Yang Bo replied, momentarily struck by a sensation akin to that of taking a bride. "There is one more matter. The portal you constructed is gradually modifying the surrounding rules. Though the process is slow, it remains stable. Is there any significant impact?" Yang Bo pondered, concerned about the possibility of Earth becoming square-shaped. That would indeed be intriguing. Gu Yi smiled and replied, "It bears no consequence for ordinary individuals. However, it significantly affects those who might pry into Earth's affairs. The space surrounding the portal has become impervious to magical scrutiny." Images of the rift generator from Red Alert flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Based on Gu Yi's description, he envisioned this device. It would not affect people or structures, yet enemies would be unable to discern the specifics within, unless they dared to step into the shadowed realm. If I were to establish portals throughout the universe, would I not render my own universe invisible within the vast multiverse? The prospect of infinite warfare is exceedingly perilous. Who knows if a legion of formidable entities might suddenly emerge from alternate realms? Master Gu Yi, are you prepared? When time permits, you could also construct a portal within the three sanctums. Certainly, such tasks are merely trifles. Furthermore, with an abundance of portals, it would be easier to navigate under special circumstances. Master Gu Yi, unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave." Gu Yi nodded, rising to accompany Yang Bo as they exited the chamber, where they encountered the waiting Caecilius. "You may follow him," Gu Yi instructed, gesturing as a portal materialized, leading directly to Yang Bo's company location. Caecilius did not bring his disciples but trailed behind Yang Bo alone, arriving in New York. Mordo, observing the gradually closing portal, could not suppress his inquiry to Gu Yi. "Master, why allow Caecilius to accompany Mr. Yang Bo? He is not a sorcerer. Do not fret. I shall also transport you to his side in due course, and you will come to understand." Mordo, I merely spoke, and now I am being sent away. Upon reaching New York, Caecilius' expression was far from cheerful. He had been quite content in Camartage, and now found himself unable to return. Though reluctant, he did not wish to defy his master's command. Yang Bo, meanwhile, paid little mind to Caecilius. To him, such matters were trivial. If the portal malfunctioned, he could rectify it later. He strode directly into the company, locating Ivan, who was busy organizing various tools. "How are the preparations?" "All is ready. We can depart at any moment." Ever since learning about the extraterrestrial research on spacecraft, Ivan had been exhilarated, for a competent scientist finds no pursuit more vital than acquiring new knowledge. What of Tony? Yang Bo surveyed the vicinity. Noticing Tony's absence, the key player in the spacecraft research. Tony has returned. Just give him a call when you leave. Then let us notify him. We shall depart at once. Ivan nodded, and Natasha's voice echoed from the laboratory, the artificial intelligence sounding somewhat monotonous, connecting to Tony Stark. Although Caecilius' demeanor was less than pleasant, he could not help but curiously examine the armors within the laboratory. Ivan's designs were undeniably fierce. No man could resist such allure, even if he were a sorcerer. Yang Bo approached him with a smile. Do you like it? The company can custom tailor a suit of armor to suit your needs. Consider it a company perk. Caecilius' expression brightened considerably, yet he shook his head, saying, ordinary steel has a significant impact on magic. I can forge a set of exclusive magical armor for you using URU metal. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Caecilius could not help but exclaim, URU metal? He had encountered information about this metal in the library of Kamartaj. It was a substance that did not exist on Earth, with only a scarce quantity found even in the celestial realm of Asgard. Most significantly, URU metal was renowned for its exceptional magical properties, not only exhibiting unparalleled hardness but also possessing a formidable capacity for magical amplification. The hammer of the Thunder God was forged from URU metal. This posed a dilemma for Mr. Yang Bo. No worries, it's merely a trivial matter. By the way, you need not be so formal. You may call me boss or simply use my name. Caecilius nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, there's no denying it. The offer is exceedingly generous. Should he indeed acquire a set of URU armor, his power would undoubtedly receive a transformative enhancement, bringing him one step closer to resurrecting his family. Chapter 136. The hustle and bustle. Asgard manifests as a continent adrift in the cosmos, a once desolate graveyard of abandoned vessels now bustling with activity. Occasionally, a circular portal shimmering with fiery light would open, facilitating the comings and goings of numerous battle armors, as the human workforce was insufficient, necessitating the reliance on these mechanical suits. The once abundant derelict ships had diminished by at least a third, indicating that the mineral supply should suffice. Yang Bo, just returned from mining in the twilight, surveyed the industrious crowd with a sense of satisfaction. He approached the charred furnace of the Forging Soul module, depositing an array of minerals he had gathered. The charred furnace promised double the yield. For instance, a single iron ore could yield 1 iron ingot through a regular furnace. But the charred furnace could produce 2. The familiar sound of slicing air reached his ears, prompting Yang Bo to instinctively look up. There stood a familiar figure wielding a familiar hammer. Upon seeing Thor, Yang Bo's first thought was, could it be that a suitable planet has been found? 2 months prior, when Yang Bo and his team first set foot in Asgard, he had enlisted Thor's assistance in searching for a habitable planet for humans. However, as time passed, Yang Bo became increasingly aware of the difficulties inherent in this task. A planet suitable for human life would likely be suitable for all extraterrestrial beings as well. The rarity of such planets was compounded by the scarcity of uninhabited ones. With a thud, Thor landed, stirring up a cloud of dust as he approached Yang Bo from the pit he had created. During these past couple of months, whenever Thor was not occupied with quelling internal strife, he would frequent Yang Bo's vicinity, creating numerous craters in the resilient Asgardian ground. There was also the fact that Yang Bo had brought Jane along. Noticing the somewhat ashen complexion of Thor, Yang Bo felt a twinge of surprise. What could be the matter? Has he encountered trouble while subduing the 9 realms? Before Yang Bo could voice his thoughts, there spoke first. Yang, father has awakened. He wishes to see you. Yang Bo momentarily froze, his heart racing. The previous incident with the destroyer had left him uncertain about Odin's intentions. Had I known, I would have refrained from mining and instead focused on retrieving the ships back to Earth. Realizing he could not evade this encounter, Yang Bo steeled himself, acknowledging that he owed Thor a favor. Let us go. Please lead the way. Thor nodded, grasping Yang Bo's arm and swiftly spinning Mjolnir, propelling them towards the palace. One must commend the speed of the God of Thunder. Perhaps it was the hammer parting the air ahead, for Yang Bo felt no wind pressure. Before long, Thor brought Yang Bo to the entrance of the palace, at which point Yang Bo cast an amused glance at Thor. You, too, understand fear. It appears that your earlier grim demeanor was due to a reprimand from Odin. Previously, when Odin was in slumber, Thor had brought Yangbo to the Celestial Palace, arriving directly at the entrance. This time, they descended at the Grand Gates, where Yangbo, following closely behind Thor, beheld the guard contingent representing Odin, standing solemnly along the path. Clad in polished golden armor and wielding long spears, they stood tall and proud. As Yangbo approached, they raised their spears in salute. Though he was not well versed in Asgardian customs, he sensed that such treatment was of considerable significance. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, the majestic golden doors swung open, facilitated by the guards flanking them. Stepping inside, Yangbo's gaze was immediately drawn to Odin. Seated upon the throne, with the queen, Frigg, by his side, Odin appeared exactly as depicted in various portrayals, yet lacked the imposing aura one might expect. Were it not for his gleaming armor and the spear in his hand, Yangbo could easily mistake him for an ordinary elder. Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate this man. For a millennium ago, this seemingly unremarkable figure had led his daughter Hela to conquer the 8 realms, subjugating them entirely beneath his dominion. As for the remaining realm, Earth, it was a different matter. While the land was not vast, it was populated by formidable beings. Yet, even so, Earth had nominally become one of the 9 realms, under the ostensible governance of Asgard. In contrast, it was Queen Frigg who astonished Yangbo. Compared to her cinematic representation, she was even more radiant and graceful, exuding a charm that emanated from within rather than mere physical beauty. Noticing Yangbo's gaze, Frigg smiled and nodded, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes back to Odin, feeling a twinge of shyness. For the past 2 months, Frigg had remained by Odin's side, and this was Yangbo's first encounter with Thor's mother. Salutations to King Odin, Yangbo offered, bowing respectfully. His occasional visits to taverns had imparted some knowledge of decorum. Odin inclined his head slightly and spoke, "Greetings, young man from Midgard. The Ancient One has contacted me, requesting that I keep an eye on you, and I also wish to express my gratitude for the tesseract you provided." Upon hearing Odin's words, Yangbo let out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, the Ancient One is the real support. There is no need for formalities, Your Majesty. It was merely a transaction between Thor and myself." Odin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, you may not comprehend the significance of the tesseract. It is merely a vessel." At this, Odin regarded Yangbo with an expression that urged him to inquire further. Yangbo found himself bemused. Odin was entirely different from what he had imagined, leading him to ponder, could it be that this is not the 616 main universe, but merely a parallel world? "Your Majesty, I am aware of the matter concerning the Infinity Stones." Odin's expression remained unchanged at the mention of lost teaching opportunities, merely nodding as he continued, "Well, since you are acquainted with the Infinity Stones, you must surely understand their importance. Upon awakening, I heard Thor mention your desire to reside in Asgard. Therefore, the land designated for the abandoned spaceships is now at your disposal. This shall serve as a reward for your assistance in restoring the Bifrost." Yangbo was taken aback by this unexpected delight. Is Odin truly so generous? That area is quite substantial. Asgard is not Earth. It encompasses a continent in its entirety. Although the site for the derelict vessels is somewhat distant from the Celestial Palace, the vastness of the land compensates for it. Thus, Yangbo graciously accepted Odin's gift. "Thank you, Your Majesty Odin. Thor, please escort Yangbo down. I have yet to fully recover and require some rest." As Yangbo departed the palace, Frigga, seated beside Odin, was aware of her husband's character and questioned, "Do you hold him in such high regard?" Odin gazed at the closed door, his eyes narrowing slightly, the smile that once adorned his face fading away. With a glimmer of intensity in his gaze, he replied, "The Ancient One informed me that this individual has the potential to avert the onset of Ragnarok. Even if there exists but a minuscule chance, it is worthy of my faith." A look of astonishment crossed Frigga's countenance. Then, Odin's voice turned somber as he continued, "My time is limited. I must once again enter a state of slumber to ensure Thor's growth. He is currently far too weak. Frigga, I shall rely on you henceforth." Chapter 137. Loading Module. Yangbo, having received a magnificent gift from Odin, was in exceptionally high spirits. Even Thor, who stood beside him, appeared remarkably handsome in his eyes. "Thor, how are matters concerning the planets?" Thor pondered why his father would permit young Bo to reside in Asgard, a precedent that had never before occurred. Upon hearing young Bo's inquiry, he shook his head slightly. Suitable uninhabited planets were exceedingly rare. Suddenly, several planetary names sprang to young Bo's mind. Titan, the home of Thanos. Vormir, known for the Soul Stone, and Thanos' back garden, all of which presented excellent options. Among them, the back garden seemed the most favorable choice, however. Yang Bo was unaware of the planet's name, making the task akin to searching for a needle in a cosmic haystack. Thor, could you assist me in locating a planet called Vormir? It has both mountains and water, which would be quite splendid. Thor nodded, acknowledging that having a name would greatly facilitate their search. Returning to the abandoned spacecraft, Yang Bo surveyed the vast expanse that had been cleared out and found himself incessantly planning. He had no desire to remain on Earth, where the small planet's inhabitants were embroiled in conflict, especially with the world police, the United States. He was certain that the politicians would learn of his acquisition of the spacecraft, ensuring that his days would not be peaceful. Utilizing the spaceship components returned via the portal, Yang Bo had excavated a substantial underground space within the uninhabited primal forests of Africa, seeking to evade any disturbances from idle onlookers. Otherwise, he would be engaged in a daily game of cat and mouse with the American military before the spacecraft could even be constructed. Resuming his position beside the scorched furnace, he transformed the minerals within into various blocks and stored them in a nearby chest. Each time Yang Bo ventured into the twilight and the nether for mining, he amassed a significant quantity of minerals, yet each smelting session consumed a considerable amount of time. It was time to forge the phantasmal gold, though he wondered if it would retain its game-like attributes in reality. Phantasmal gold was the most outrageous metal featured in the Tinker's Construct Alloy Edition's mod, without exception. The Soul Reaver could permanently increase damage by slaying creatures, with the increase based on the maximum health of the slain monster. Although the early damage output was dismally low, with diligence, it became the most formidable weapon. However, due to unique calculations within the mod, the late-game attack power would be diminished. Yet it could still easily inflict several hundred, even near 1,000, points of damage. Previously, the properties of vibranium and URU had translated seamlessly into reality. Yet phantasmal gold did not exist in the Marvel Universe, leaving its potential inheritance of game attributes uncertain. The attributes of Imperial Gold were also promising. Yang Bo perused the Tinker's Handbook in his hands, and upon reading the description of Imperial Gold, a radiant smile spread across his face. Attacking a physical entity with Imperial Gold would grant a minuscule chance of disabling the enemy's AI, effectively rendering them incapacitated. Should he craft a weapon from Imperial Gold? He decided to give it a try. Gathering the materials necessary for synthesizing Imperial Gold, he placed them into the scorched furnace. While the various ingot attributes in the Tinker's Construct Alloy Edition's mod were undeniably potent, the synthesis process proved excessively convoluted. After considerable effort, Yang Bo finally synthesized the Imperial Gold. He retrieved a suitable gold mold and fashioned the most appropriate weapon, a frying pan. Wielding the frying pan with a few deft swings, he found it remarkably comfortable. He decided to first test it on a monster, and then seek out a vampire. Due to a shortage of manpower, not only did the battle armors join in the labor, but Yang Bo also deliberately left behind some vampires to handle tasks that were inconvenient for the armors. These remaining vampires were obedient and industrious, though they did consume resources rather quickly. However, with the Hunters Guild having moved to the new city of Los Angeles, the supply of workers remained plentiful. With the frying pan in hand, he constructed a nether portal using obsidian in an adjacent open area and, upon activation, stepped through. As he emerged, he immediately heard the voice of a blaze, followed by several fireballs hurtling towards him. Reacting swiftly, he drew his combat shield and raised it in front of himself. Bang! A fireball struck him from behind, igniting his form momentarily before the flames extinguished. An ambush? Having just teleported from the Hellgate, he momentarily lost track of the monster's location, revealing a flaw in the combat shield. It could only deflect physical damage from the front. It was powerless against attacks from behind, thus rendering the shield and corners invincible. Yang Bo swiftly produced a boomerang and dispatched several blazes, as their damage was far too trivial to withstand a single strike from his fully upgraded weapon. Once the ranged threats were neutralized, he surveyed his surroundings. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as the portal had opened directly within a nether fortress. Observing the wandering zombie pig men in the distance, along with the withered skeletons wielding stone swords, he sighed and remarked, "The original monsters are simply too weak. There is no challenge at all. Invincibility is indeed a lonely existence." Just as he finished speaking, a long-dormant notification echoed in his mind. Mutated Creatures Remastered, Rare Elite Monster Module Loading. Loading successful. Upon hearing the notification, Yang Bo felt a wave of dread wash over him, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier words. How foolish of him. The combination of the mutated creatures and elite monster modules would significantly enhance the monster's strength. Before he could take further action, a purple health bar materialized before him, accompanied by several attributes: webbing, gravity, evasion, darkness. As he read them, an irresistible force surged from a distance, pulling his body forward uncontrollably. A withered skeleton, emanating purple particles, sprinted towards him with long, spindly legs. Yang Bo felt a darkness envelop his vision, an effect stemming from the monster's dark attribute that rendered him blind for 5 seconds. Cursing under his breath, he quickly raised his combat shield and unleashed a torrent of throwing darts. Even while blinded, he could still perceive the monster's health bar. Struck by a dart, the wither skeleton's crimson body momentarily stiffened, and Yang Bo's health bar dwindled. However, due to the gravitational properties, after Yang Bo's assault on the creature, his body uncontrollably lurched 3 meters closer to the wither skeleton. Just as he intended to retreat, a web materialized beneath his feet, constraining his movements. If the minor elites were this formidable, how could one expect to contend with the mutated elite creatures? Seizing the opportunity, the wither skeleton approached Yang Bo, raising its stone sword to strike at the combat marker, inflicting a significant blow that halved its health. The thorns of the combat marker were no trifling matter. Yang Bo remained unperturbed, wielding his imperial gold frying pan, striking rapidly and disregarding the intervals between attacks, all in an effort to activate the special attribute of the imperial gold. Fortune favored him as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at an astonishing speed. Just as the wither skeleton was on the verge of self-destruction from the rebound, it finally ceased its relentless assault. Chapter 138. The launch of the spaceship. The blindness effect lasts only 5 seconds. The decayed skeleton has had its attack AI removed and cannot launch an assault. Yang Bo circled the motionless decayed skeleton, contemplating the situation. It appears not only has the attack AI been deleted, but the movement AI seems to be absent as well. Is the Emperor Gene truly this formidable? The decayed skeleton has completely transformed into a statue with a health bar. Yang Bo approached and grasped the decayed skeleton, finding that he was not deemed to have attacked. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. If only he could bring back a Twilight evil spirit boss. It would be utterly magnificent. No, perhaps I should establish an exhibition hall to collect every monster from my world. He reached out and placed his hand on the shoulder of the decayed skeleton, which remained utterly still, devoid of any inclination to bend, truly resembling a statue. Turning, he stepped through the portal, bringing the decayed skeleton back to Asgard. Although it was daytime, the decayed skeleton was immune to fire damage. It would not be harmed by the sun, nor even by magma. "Boss." Upon stepping out, he heard Ivan's voice. Having spent time in the twilight, Ivan immediately recognized the decayed skeleton as a creature from another world. After all, such a distinctive monster would be hard to mistake. "How did you bring this monster back?" Yang Bo turned to Ivan, who was clad in a white work outfit. The recent spaceship research had finally allowed him to change out of his previous attire that could stand on its own. It was quite shabby. The hair he usually neglected was now neatly tied back, making him appear at least a decade younger than before. "I conducted a test in another world, and fortuitously you arrived. Later, could you help me find a lackadaisical vampire? I need to train. Instruct it properly." Ivan's expression froze for a moment, and without concealing his thoughts, he replied, "Boss, if you're itching to do something, just say so. No need for all this. I can call someone over shortly. I'm here to inform you that a spaceship has been fully repaired and is ready for normal use." Yang Bo instantly perked up at this news. After more than 2 months, a group of scientists, even with Ivan and Tony's involvement, managing to repair such a high-tech spaceship was no small feat. Wait a moment. He casually tossed the decayed skeleton aside, surrounding it with glass to prevent any mishaps. After a moment's thought, he added a sign that read, "Do not touch." "Ivan, take me to see it." Excitedly, Yongbo took Ivan's arm and headed towards Cassius. He now served as the head of the company's magic division, overseeing the operation of personnel and resources while also researching magical armor. At that moment, Cassius was seated in a private laboratory, typically requiring only 3 to 4 hours to open a portal, rather than keeping it open continuously, which would be wasteful. Yongbo entered the laboratory, where Cassius was intently examining over a dozen metal plates on the workbench, continuously testing the compatibility of these materials with magic through various spells. Occasionally, brilliant runes flickered in the air and merged with the metal plates, leaving intricate magical symbols etched upon the sturdy surfaces. "Cassius, could you please open a portal for me? I need to make a brief return," Yongbo inquired, his curiosity piqued as he approached the work table. "How is the research progressing? Have you decided on the materials to use?" Among the materials on the table, only a small portion was provided by Yongbo. The majority came from Tony and Ivan, who were equally eager to discover the implications of merging magic with technology for armor production. Upon hearing Yongbo's voice, Cassius paused his activities, appearing considerably more spirited than he had 2 months prior, and he now regarded Yongbo with newfound respect, akin to his reverence for the Ancient One. "Boss, after some time spent testing, I found that the metal plate number 3, provided by Mr. Ivan, exhibits excellent magical compatibility and can be combined with URU metal for armor creation. Meanwhile, Valyrian metal possesses potent anti-magic properties, making it particularly suitable for crafting gear designed to combat malevolent entities from other dimensions." Yongbo nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Cassius's shoulder, his expression radiating encouragement. "Once the spaceship matters are on track, I promise your armor will be completed swiftly. In the interim, you could experiment with crafting weapons or staffs that suit your style." He then painted an optimistic vision for the future. "Work diligently, enhance your abilities, and you will undoubtedly achieve your aspirations." Cassius nodded in agreement, extending his hand to activate the portal leading back to Earth. Yongbo, accompanied by Ivan, stepped through. Watching Yongbo's retreating figure, a genuine smile spread across Cassius's face. He closed the portal, returned to his chair, and discarded the previously used URU metal plate into a scrap bin. Subsequently, he retrieved a new metal plate from the adjacent materials box, which was meticulously organized with various metal plates labeled by number. Back on Earth, in an underground space unearthed by Yongbo in an uninhabited region of Africa, he found himself in a predicament, primarily due to the absence of a cloaking shield akin to that of Wakanda. His manpower remained insufficient for comprehensive research, necessitating a gradual approach. Gazing at the small spaceship, painted in a striking gold and red hue, Yongbo's expression darkened. It was evident that Tony was behind this. The spacecraft was roughly the same size as Star-Lord's vessel from the Guardians of the Galaxy, exhibiting a sleek, elongated design, with wings on either side of the rear to enhance stability within the atmosphere. Surrounding the ship, numerous human-sized metal robots were busily performing repairs. These robots were urgently developed by Ivan and Tony as substitutes for human labor, controlled by a rudimentary artificial intelligence without any capacity for self-learning, a stipulation Yongbo had specifically requested. In the event that the Age of Ultron emerges, it would not merely be a sky filled with robots, but rather an expanse dominated by cosmic battleships. Tony, having noticed Yongbo's arrival, descended from a floating metallic platform, landing gracefully on the ground, adorned in a work uniform identical to Ivan's, with a pair of light-hued glasses perched upon his nose. "Yang, how are you?" "The Tony I spaceship has been successfully repaired," Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for it was indeed a spacecraft of the cosmos. "Quite impressive. But what's the story behind the name Tony I?" "It's rather lackluster," Yang inquired. With a chuckle, Tony replied, "Didn't you relinquish the naming rights to us?" "Ivan lost a bet to me, so the honor of naming it fell to my hands." Yongbo offered a resigned smile. To him, a vessel of such caliber was merely a consumable, likely to be lost in an encounter with marauders amidst the vastness of space, regardless of its name. He found it somewhat amusing that Ivan and Tony, once adversaries, had now become reluctant allies. All right, I shall take the spaceship for a test flight. Chapter 139. The Marauder utilizing the capabilities of the Rainbow Bridge. Yongbo transported the spacecraft back to Asgard, gaining insight into why Asgard had little interest in researching warships. Alas, if only the Rainbow Bridge could facilitate effortless teleportation throughout the cosmos, the complications would be greatly alleviated. Yet, this remains a mere fanciful thought. Truly encompassing the entire universe within the scope of the Rainbow Bridge would render even Odin, despite his immense strength, vulnerable to being subdued by a united cosmos. As Yongbo piloted the ship through the vastness of space, he executed a series of intricate maneuvers, while Ivan and Tony diligently gathered a plethora of data. Yong, shall we attempt a spatial leap? Tony exclaimed from the co-pilot's seat, his excitement palpable as he scrutinized the data at hand. Having already acquired standard test data, only the spatial leap data remained. Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, Yongbo promptly dismissed the idea. No, that is far too perilous. Do not presume you can skip ahead. Learn to run before you walk, Tony. You may triumph 99 times, but should you falter once, I shall offer a lucrative position to Pepper here at my place. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback by Yongbo's words, which echoed something he had once said to J.A.R.V.I.S. While experimenting with the Mark II suit, when he was alone in the air. He was astonished that Yongbo had knowledge of such a detail. However, upon realizing Yongbo's interest in Pepper, Tony ceased further discussion on the spatial leap and declared, "You should cherish your secretary. I have decided. Pepper will henceforth be the CEO of Stark Industries." Exchanging knowing glances, Yongbo and Ivan shared a chuckle, recognizing Pepper as one of Tony's few vulnerabilities. "Very well. I shall return you both home. I am inclined to explore other planets and test the spatial leap along the way." After landing in Asgard and dropping off his companions, Yongbo piloted the Tony 1 spacecraft back into the cosmos. The night sky was breathtakingly beautiful, a sight that could easily diminish one's motivation to work. In that moment, Yongbo felt insignificantly small amidst the vast expanse of the universe. Seated in the cockpit, he softly addressed the ship's artificial intelligence. "Set course for Cheetah Star." Anna's voice resonated from the ship. Destination confirmed. The journey will require traversing 14 spatial leap points, with an estimated duration of 86 hours to reach Cheetah Star. Boss. Anna reminds you that while there are countless paths, safety is paramount. This instantly elevated the spacecraft's prestige from the depths of the cosmos to that of a novice taxi in Huagua County. This was a deliberate choice by Yongbo, who had requested Anna to record the navigation prompts. Indeed, this familiarity is quite comforting. As the vessel accelerated towards the nearest spatial leap point, it adopted the most common mode of travel within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yongbo remained uncertain whether lightspeed travel automatically initiated spatial leaps. For none of the ships he had observed in Asgard had achieved superluminal travel. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Please be advised. An unidentified spacecraft is approaching. Anna's voice resonated, jolting Yongbo from his contemplation on whether the Imperial frying pan would have any effect on him. A spacecraft? The solitude of traversing the vastness of space was indeed monotonous. He hastily stowed away the frying pan and took his seat at the helm. 3 small vessels were swiftly closing in from below, surrounding him. Yongbo squinted at the screen, pondering, this does not bode well. However, the incoming ships did not initiate an attack. Instead, they gradually drew nearer. "Boss, there is a communication request. Shall we connect?" Yongbo glanced around the desolate interior of the ship and chuckled softly. All his possessions were stuffed into his backpack. There was nothing of value, not even food. "Connect?" he replied. No sooner had he spoken than a voice erupted from the communicator. "Do not resist. Heave to. We are the Plunderer Legion. As long as you do not resist, we shall not harm you." Yongbo promptly shut down the ship's propulsion system, willingly decelerating. Is the Plunderer Legion really this organized? Aren't they usually a chaotic mob? However, he figured it might be an opportunity to engage with some local elements. Their cooperative demeanor seemed to please the band of marauders. Soon, all 4 vessels came to a halt in the cosmos, and from the 3 small craft, figures began to emerge, heading towards Yangbo. He had already opened the rear hatch of his ship, awaiting their arrival. With a click, 8 extraterrestrial beings clad in brown leather entered. Yangbo was taken aback by their peculiar appearances, reminiscent of the bizarre fish of the deep sea, with features and skin tones that each outdid the other in uniqueness. Yet, this was merely his perspective. Perhaps they were considered quite handsome in their own realm. Ah, a blue one, Yangbo mused, spotting an individual who bore a striking resemblance to a relative of the Gnostics, prompting a bold thought to cross his mind. 3 of them remained to watch him while the others commenced their search of the ship, 2 oddly designed weapons aimed at him. Yangbo remained perfectly still. The leader of the group, presumably male, smiled as he addressed him. Hey, you are quite agreeable. Rest assured, your cooperation ensures we will not harm you. Are you headed to Cheetah Star? This area served as a waypoint to Cheetah Star, where they lay in wait to plunder passing ships. Otherwise, in the vast expanse of space, locating targets would prove nearly impossible without crashing into a planet, a perilous endeavor indeed. Yangbo chuckled in response and queried, Yes, I am indeed planning to visit Cheetah Star to broaden my horizons. You are the Plunderer Legion? I wish to inquire about someone named Star-Lord. Initially, the leader of the Plunderers was intrigued by Yangbo's calm demeanor, but upon hearing the name Star-Lord, he immediately inquired, What is your connection to Star-Lord? Oh, judging by your appearance, you are also from Earth? Earth is known by many monikers in the cosmos. For the Plunderers, it was referred to as Earthstar. Indeed. I too hail from Earth, and I consider myself a compatriot of Star-Lord. The man's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly resumed his jovial demeanor, saying, In honor of Star-Lord, I shall leave you some supplies to ensure your journey too. His words trailed off as several others who had gone to search for resources hurried back. Captain, there is nothing aboard the ship, not a single supply. Not even a change of clothes. Of course there isn't, he replied. This ship was only just repaired and immediately put to the test. Yangbo didn't even disembark before turning around to head to Cheetah Star. It would indeed be miraculous if there were anything left. The man turned incredulously to his crew. How is this possible? Though this vessel appears new, it is an outdated model from over a century ago. How could it be devoid of supplies? He then glanced at Yangbo, who wore a bemused smile, and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. I've hit a dead end. Well, I have a good rapport with Star-Lord. Let us seize the opportunity to share a drink together. Chapter 140. Information on the new planet. The Marauder Legion is a loose yet unified organization within the Marvel Universe, composed of numerous marauding teams, each with its own distinctive factions. Some act as interstellar pirates, others as mercenaries, and yet others as bounty hunters, omnipresent throughout the cosmos. Yangbo looked at the somewhat anxious man before him and smiled. Can you reach Star-Lord? I have matters to discuss with him. The man responded with an awkward chuckle. We are also searching for him. At that moment, he internally lamented. Why does that decrepit ship have to flaunt such gaudy colors? Is it specifically designed for fishing? Well, Yangbo was not particularly surprised. Ever since Star-Lord came of age, he had been a loner, though he had yet to become a target of the Ravagers. He was frequently elusive. Noticing Yangbo's silence, the man felt a twinge of apprehension. Those who dare to wander alone in the cosmos are either reckless youths or formidable individuals. Yangbo's calm demeanor in the presence of weaponry inclined him towards the latter possibility. Brother, we have matters to attend to. Let's talk another time. With that, he turned to lead his companions in a strategic retreat, fervently hoping that Yangbo would not pursue him. However, seeing the man attempt to leave, Yangbo promptly chose to extend a warm invitation to remain. A staff emanating an aura of frost materialized in Yangbo's hand as he softly uttered the word, freeze. The bodies of the men, along with their weapons, became encased in solid ice, though the spell inflicted minimal damage. Its unique characteristic allowed for the control of enemies for 10 seconds. The only drawback was that those ensnared could not be attacked again, or the binding would instantly dissipate. Yangbo tapped the staff and approached with a friendly demeanor, smiling at the leader. Brother, since you're here, wouldn't it be improper to leave so soon? Aren't you also on a mission? I happen to have some tasks that require assistance, and rest assured, I will offer compensation, disregarding their prowess. This group of marauders was undoubtedly well-informed. Yang Bo had just arrived from Earth, utterly Na'vi, with a star map aboard his ship that was a century out of date. Who knew how far off it was from the current reality? As soon as he finished speaking, the ice imprisoning the men vanished, and they immediately raised their weapons to aim at Yang Bo. Yet, the leader promptly raised a hand, commanding, "Lower your weapons." Having seen much of the universe, he recognized Yang Bo as a sorcerer, an exceptionally rare sight outside of Kamartosh. "What do you require of us?" His expression turned serious. "I seek a suitable planet for habitation, ideally devoid of intelligent life. Size is of little concern. Additionally, I need assistance in locating two planets, one called Morag and the other Womer. Beyond their names, my knowledge is quite limited." Yang Bo was not inclined to wait for the plot to unfold before seizing the gems. Obtaining them in advance would be most delightful, allowing him to toss them into his bag, leaving no trace for others to find. The man incessantly pondered the names of these two celestial bodies. Indeed, the cosmos is replete with planets. However, the knowledge of their precise names indicated that someone had ventured to these worlds, thus the predicament was not insurmountable. He muttered about planets unfit for habitation, and then, with a sudden glimmer of insight in his eyes, inquired, "I am aware of a small habitable planet. Although it is somewhat diminutive, is that a concern?" Yang Bo was taken aback by the simplicity of the situation. "Of course, it is not an issue. Smaller is perfectly acceptable." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lacking currency in the universe, he hesitantly posed the question, is gold valuable in space? Just as natural diamonds are rare on Earth, yet rain down on planets like Jupiter and Saturn. What if there are several golden planets in the cosmos? Where would one seek justification for that? The man, upon hearing the mention of gold, shook his head gently and replied, "Gold is considered a relatively rare metal. Yet it can be easily extracted from many uninhabited planets, rendering it not particularly valuable." Yang Bo felt his strategy regarding gold dissipate. Then what holds value in the universe? The man comprehended the situation entirely. Yang Bo was merely an inexperienced individual who had somehow acquired an old spacecraft, distinguished only by his formidable personal prowess. There are many valuable items, special materials infused with potent energy, and even the remains of rare and powerful cosmic creatures are quite sought after. Yang Bo, understanding the implications, recognized that these items were equally precious on Earth, such as miniature reactors, which are exorbitantly expensive to manufacture. What about vibranium? It is renowned in the Marvel universe, after all, and is scarce, even in the cosmos. Valuable, exceedingly so. The man replied with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Yang Bo. "If you possess vibranium, I can connect you with suitable buyers. I assure you, a fair price awaits." Observing the man's demeanor, Yang Bo felt a wave of relief. Wealth brings ease while poverty hinders progress, unless one chooses the treacherous path of interstellar piracy. "Lead me to that suitable planet. Rest assured, you shall reap your rewards." The man nodded affirmatively. "I am Zella, a subordinate of the plunderer team led by Yundu. I am Yang Bo, a wanderer traversing the cosmos." The two exchanged smiles and clasped hands, solidifying their preliminary alliance. Zella, accompanied by two team members, remained aboard Yang Bo's vessel, while the others returned to their own ship. Minutes later, Zella remarked, "Your star map is woefully outdated. Much of the information is inaccurate. Where on earth did you procure this antiquated scrap?" As he adjusted the star map aboard the ship, he continued to complain. "Oh, the construction date is a staggering 120 years ago. My heavens, this spacecraft is twice my age. It should not be here, but rather in a salvage yard." Upon hearing the words of the other party, Yang Bo found himself at a loss for a moment, unsure of how to respond with sarcasm. However, he was taken aback by the other person's age. Although he understood that beings in the universe could differ significantly from humans on Earth, he was astonished to discover that Zelra, who appeared to be in his 30s, was actually 60 years old. Yet, considering that Thor was at least 1,500 years old, he quickly came to terms with it. The lifespan of a raccoon is merely 20 years. When I reflect on that, humanity's lifespan seems remarkably lengthy. "Mr. Yang Bo, I will gladly assist you in updating the latest star charts free of charge. This is my personal service. Otherwise, this dilapidated vessel would never find its destination." With a smile, he added, "Free? Huh, who would have thought that a formidable raider like myself would ever offer services without charge? Truly remarkable. Chapter 141. Do you call this small? Yang Bo gazed at the marauder Zella with a look of exhilaration, pointing at a planet ahead of their spaceship. Initially, he presumed the planet appeared diminutive due to the vastness of space, but upon scanning, he was astounded to learn that its diameter measured less than 600 kilometers. Zella scratched his head awkwardly and remarked, "This planet may be small, but it is quite suitable for habitation. It boasts a complete ecological environment and has yet to give birth to intelligent life, with a healthy lifespan for its son." Yangbo's lips twitched slightly as he surveyed this ambiguous celestial body, uncertain whether to classify it as a planet or a dwarf planet, and let out a sigh. Nevertheless, it was certainly larger than the head of a deity in the void. They should descend and take a closer look. At the very least, this planet equated to the size of Inner Mongolia. What more could one desire? It was no wonder that a habitable planet had escaped the attention of any races. Navigating the ship to a suitable landing spot, they disembarked and observed the surroundings teeming with unfamiliar vegetation. Yang Bo felt an unexpected lift in his spirits. Approaching a great tree, he reached out to touch its smooth trunk, nodding in approval. From now on, this planet shall be called the Star of Twilight. It at least grants my world a semblance of participation. The sensation this planet evoked in Yang Bo was reminiscent of Earth, which astonished him. However, upon remembering that he was in the Marvel Universe, he readily accepted this premise. It was comforting to know that living planets existed, after all. He stood upon a genuine celestial body. Turning to Zella, Yang Bo said, "I appreciate your assistance this time. However, I did not bring any vibranium with me, so you may wait here for 2 days." Zella's face lit up with a radiant smile. His intention in bringing Yang Bo to this planet was primarily fortuitous. For aside from its habitability, it possessed no remarkable traits, lacking even rare minerals. He had no concerns about Yang Bo defaulting on his promise. The planet would not be going anywhere. Regrettably, Yang Bo remained oblivious to Zella's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would have enlightened him on the concept of a wandering Earth. "No problem, but our leader, Yando, wishes to meet you." "That is acceptable. You may bring him here." Yang Bo, not wary of Zella's crew, understood that Yando would undoubtedly be informed of his situation and sought a meeting, which was entirely reasonable. With that, Yang Bo proceeded to a nearby area to construct a twilight portal, preparing to mine some vibranium to avoid becoming destitute in the cosmos. He swiftly located a suitable spot and constructed a modest dwelling from obsidian, placing a bed in an appropriate location, and skillfully arranged the 5-piece soul forge set along with a furnace. Yang Bo deliberately did not shy away from Zella, intending to showcase his prowess. Although there were good souls among marauders, they were indeed few. Were it not for his employment of these individuals, their intentions would be difficult to ascertain. "You all take a rest. I shall return shortly." After speaking, Yang Bo directly threw a diamond from his backpack. With a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, opening the twilight portal, into which he leapt, vanishing from the sight of all present. Zella and his companions exchanged glances, taking a couple of steps forward to examine the marvelous portal beneath their feet. They had unexpectedly encountered a wizard, which was indeed a stroke of luck, especially one who was lucid. Wizards were not known for their favorable reputations in the cosmos. Many possessed peculiar temperaments, coupled with formidable and enigmatic powers that instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Initially, Zella thought they had stumbled into a predicament, only to find a benefactor instead. "Send the coordinates to the leader and report the situation. I have a feeling we are poised to reap significant rewards this time." One of the team members quickly nodded and retrieved a communicator to contact Yundu. Meanwhile, Yang Bo arrived in the twilight forest, returning to the familiar surroundings, where the lush greenery and the sound of cicadas filled the air. He took out a blank magical map from his backpack and activated it. However, instead of following the map's directions to the hollow mine, he began digging directly beneath his feet. Vibranium ore could be found anywhere in the Twilight Realm, albeit with a lamentably low yield. Yet, with his artisan's hammer, boasting efficiency V and indestructibility, he was undeterred. He dug for, or planning to remelt some, knowing he had more than just gold to bring back. Yang Bo tirelessly swung the hammer underground, devoid of any anxiety regarding its durability. He was solely focused on his task, uninterested in veering off course, especially since the underground of the Twilight Realm lacked lava lakes, making it an ideal location. The rhythmic sounds of striking stone echoed around him as his backpack quickly filled with a variety of ores. After several hours, Yang Bo returned to the asteroid, laden with his bountiful haul. At that moment, Hill and the others were not far from the portal, gathered around a campfire, enjoying dinner and engaging in lively conversation. Yang Bo merely smiled at the scene, recombining the sand, gravel, and clay from his backpack into cement before approaching the marauders and finding a suitable spot to sit down. Upon seeing Yang Bo, Zella promptly handed him a seemingly clean goblet. "Brother, our leader will arrive tomorrow. Let us share a drink." He refrained from inquiring about Yang Bo's endeavors, as someone in his line of work understood the boundaries of knowledge. With the leader's arrival imminent, the decision-making would soon be out of his hands. Yang Bo accepted the goblet, and Zella immediately filled it with a blue liquid, resembling a darker laundry detergent, which instinctively made him uneasy. "Cheers. Cheers." The group raised their goblets in a boisterous toast, embodying the essence of marauders who knew when to work and when to revel. Yang Bo furrowed his brows and took a sip of the blue liquid. To his surprise, this seemingly bizarre drink possessed a remarkably delightful flavor. "Zella, are you aware of the Chitauri?" Zella took a couple of sips, and upon hearing Yang Bo's inquiry, he set down his goblet and replied with a grin, "The Chitauri? I certainly know them, a legion of the weakest in the cosmos. However, those fellows are utterly deranged. Once they latch on, there's no shaking them off. Furthermore, I've heard they have completely aligned themselves with the Mad Titan." At the mention of the Mad Titan, Zella's gaze noticeably flickered, indicating that the notoriety of Thanos had long since spread far and wide. Chapter 142. The Plunderer's courage. Though the gravity and atmosphere of the asteroid were comparable to those of Earth, a single day lasted an astonishing 30 hours, with its rotational speed proving to be even slower than that of our planet. Throughout the night, Yang Bo toiled without respite, extracting numerous pieces of hellish rock from his backpack, meticulously crafting them into infernal bricks to pave the ground, aided by his architectural staff. The once ordinary plane underwent a remarkable transformation, as the entire surface was segmented into distinct blocks of hellish brick, reminiscent of the ultra-flat residential zones found in Minecraft servers. Only when every last piece of hellish rock had been expended did he take a moment to pause, surveying his labor from the night. Yang Bo retrieved a slice of cantaloupe from his backpack and began to nibble on it. With a pleasant chime, his health points increased slightly. That should suffice for now. However, he needed to devise a means to connect with Asgard. He pondered whether Odin or the Ancient One might possess a solution. A portal should be feasible, though he was uncertain about the resource expenditure involved. Yang Bo had no desire for Caecilius to be prematurely claimed by the so-called dimensional demon due to overwhelming debts. He was neither the Ancient One nor Doctor Strange. How he wished for a portal or a teleportation stone module. Muttering to himself, Yang Bo awaited the familiar voice in his mind, yet no fortunate occurrences transpired, leaving him somewhat vexed. It seemed that good fortune was elusive while misfortune thrived. If only he could summon a cataclysmic event to last 100 days or, at the very least, confront terrifying creatures, titanic beings, withering storms, or chaotic decay. The more he spoke, the less assured he became. What if he were transported to a Marvel universe and his words inadvertently summoned all manner of calamity? Seeking to lighten the mood, he jested about the need for a teleportation stone module. Leaning against the charred, blackened furnace of Tinker's construct, he gazed up at the resplendent night sky. From this asteroid, one could witness a breathtaking river of stars. While it paled in comparison to the clarity of Asgard's skies, it far surpassed the view from Earth. In a couple of days, he planned to return home and bring a mage along to explore the possibility of opening a portal. Mages on Earth could not simply traverse to any location at will. At the very least, they needed a mental image or concept to guide them, with first-hand observation being the most convenient method. He then retrieved more fruit from his backpack, freshly picked from the fruit trees that had sprouted in the Panmoss farm module during twilight. He extracted the smelted minerals from the Tinker's furnace, fashioning them into ingots, and continued to refine the ores within his backpack. Yongbo now possessed a significant quantity of rare minerals, which he planned to sell for currency when he ventured to Sandar Star or the Void. As time ticked away, a sun with a somewhat pallid hue rose over the horizon, accompanied by a small black that lingered in the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Yongbo watched as several aircraft began to split from the dot, rapidly growing in size within his line of sight. Aircraft? At that moment, Zyra descended from the spacecraft, stretching languidly as he surveyed the dramatically altered surroundings, incredulously rubbing his eyes. My heavens, what is happening? He then noticed Yongbo gazing skyward, and upon following his gaze, he saw Yongbo retrieving a small device from his pocket to affix to his eyes. Ah, the leader has arrived. Hearing Zyra's voice stirred Yongbo's thoughts. Yongdu? Has he come so swiftly? It seems my spacecraft is indeed aging. A model from over a century ago. To be restored to working condition was a testament to the ship's robust quality. Soon, several aircraft descended to Yongbo's location. A throng of individuals emerged from the spacecraft, led by the notorious raider Yongdu, with his cerulean skin and clad in a dark crimson leather outfit adorned with the raider emblem upon his chest. His bald head was crowned with a singular red head fin, a crucial element for controlling the whistling arrow at his waist. Zyra approached Yongdu and whispered something beside him, after which Yongdu turned his attention to Yongbo and strode over confidently. Hey friend, I hear you know that Star-Lord fellow? Are you also from Earth? Has Earth's technology advanced to such heights? Yongdu's face bore his signature grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that seemed to challenge the world. Yongbo assessed Yongdu, finding a certain fondness for the adoptive father of Star-Lord, especially recalling the poignant moment of his demise in the film. Indeed, I hail from Earth as well, though I know Star-Lord. He does not recognize me. However, Yongbo, it is a pleasure to meet you, Yongdu the Raider. Yongdu nodded, his smile unwavering as he responded, I am their leader, Yongdu. Friend, Zyra mentioned you require our assistance. I trust you understand that enlisting our help comes with a small price. Yongbo nodded and reiterated the tasks he needed assistance with, subsequently voicing a new request. I would like you to help me find a raccoon named Rocket. Wait, perhaps it is best to let that go. Rocket might not even exist yet. Despite being merely a raccoon, Rocket was a super genius capable of wielding weapons against formidable foes while also possessing an adorable demeanor, making him the quintessential candidate for maintaining and upgrading a space base. Given that it was only 2009, perhaps Rocket had yet to develop his intelligence. Though Yongbo's statement trailed off, Yongdu nonetheless committed the name to memory. A raccoon with a name would certainly be conspicuous, and he would keep an eye out for it. This matter poses no issue, however. Yongdu extended his hand, his expression conveying an unspoken understanding. Yongbo did not hesitate, retrieving a vibranium ingot from his backpack and tossing it to Yongdu, relieved that vibranium was not overly heavy, allowing Yongdu to catch it instinctively. What is this? A vibranium ingot? Zyra mentioned it holds significant value, though I am not entirely certain of its worth. I entrust this to you, hoping you could assist me in selling it. However, I wish to ascertain the price of this item. Holding the small piece of vibranium in his hand, which was about the length of his forearm, Yongdu weighed its heft while the smile on his face gradually faded. He turned to Yongbo with a serious expression. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, All right, but it has been quite some time since I last heard anything about vibranium. I will need to inquire further, though it may take some time to find a suitable buyer. Yongbo had been closely observing the mini-map. The markers indicating Yongdu's position had been flashing alternately in red and white, but ultimately remained white. Very well, if you have any news, simply contact me through the ship's communication system. Chapter 143. Researching space gems. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Marvel Universe is its communication systems. For instance, the extraordinary beeper that can be used across the galaxy, and the radio aboard Star-Lord's ship, capable of receiving signals from light years away. Yongbo specifically requested some cutting-edge communication devices from Yondu, and watched as Yondu and his companions departed. Standing still, gazing at the primitive landscape surrounding him, Yang murmured to himself, It's time to call for assistance. Upon entering the spaceship, he copied the star map's information, letting out a reluctant sigh. Alas, Is it not merely a larger vessel? Why can it not be treated as a singular entity, allowing it to be entirely removed? When he was in Asgard, Yang had attempted to stash a derelict spaceship in his backpack, yet the pickaxe could only extract blocks, not the ship as a whole. He had thought this limitation was due to the ship's abandoned status, but now it was evident that his excavation abilities were still constrained. Regrettably, each block of the spaceship was independent. Otherwise, he could have disassembled it and reassembled it later. Shaking his head, he held the copied star map and descended from the ship, seeking an open space. There, he poured a bucket of lava onto the ground, stripped off all his clothes, and leapt into it. At present, Yang's health had surpassed 3 digits, and even without equipment, it would take a while for him to perish in the lava. With a thud, as Yang's health dwindled to nothing, his body involuntarily fell backward, and he vanished without a trace into the molten rock. After a moment of silent darkness, he found himself once again beneath the familiar ceiling. The return from death was indeed instantaneous, transcending light years in mere seconds. Yang cheerfully rose from his bed, thoroughly satisfied with the formidable capabilities of his powers, and retrieved his phone to call Ivan. The call was quickly connected. "Boss, you're back already?" Ivan's surprised voice resonated through the phone. "Yes, this time it went smoothly. I found a suitable planet. I'm back to prepare for all of you to join me in developing it," Yang replied, simultaneously using the portal from the hidden sanctuary to arrive in the underground of Central Park. Ivan was equally excited upon hearing this. He suddenly recalled how just 6 months ago, he was in a small house in Siberia, helplessly witnessing his father suffer in agony, while he felt utterly powerless. However, fortune smiled upon him with his encounter with Yang. Invited by the sincerity of a counter-material sniper rifle, he followed Yang to New York, joined the company, and in just over 6 months, transitioned from a second-generation reactor to now developing alien planets, a feat that seemed unimaginable. "Don't worry, boss, I'll get everything ready immediately." Ivan could hardly contain his eagerness to gather personnel and bring all the robots they had manufactured, feeling an instinctive sense that this expedition might be prolonged. Upon hearing Ivan's words, Yang quickly interjected, "Wait, is Kaiselius with you? If not, find his student and open a portal to Central Park to fetch me." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Ivan glanced at the laboratory where Cassius might typically be found, but his absence was palpable. "Boss, Cassius is not on Earth. He must be in Asgard. Please hold on. I will find him shortly. Then I shall wait at home," Yang Bo replied before ending the call. He reclined on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and waited patiently. A particular individual crossed his mind, prompting him to reach for his phone once more and dial the number. After a few rings, a somewhat fatigued voice echoed through the receiver. "Yang Bo, what prompts you to call me today?" "Dr. Eric. I have news that I believe you will find quite delightful." The voice on the other end belonged to Jan's mentor, who, with Yang Bo's robust support, had established his own dedicated laboratory, now brimming with ample funding to indulge his research. This financial backing was precisely why he addressed Yang Bo as boss. Wealth simplifies many matters. Upon hearing Yang Bo's announcement, Eric, who had just settled into bed, instantly became alert and rose from his slumber. "Boss, what is the news?" "I have discovered a habitable planet in the cosmos." A sudden silence enveloped Eric, causing Yang Bo to panic slightly as he called out, "Dr. Eric. Dr. Eric, please. Don't scare me like that. I'm telling you this in person." At that moment, a portal crackled to life in Yang Bo's home, and a young mage emerged from its depths. "Mr. Yang Bo?" The young mage bowed slightly in greeting. Just as Yang Bo prepared to rise and urged the mage to open a portal to Dr. Eric's residence, Eric's voice resonated once more through the phone. "Oh, really? I apologize. I am just too excited. A planet suitable for human habitation. This news is simply astounding. And no, allow me a moment to compose myself." As an astronomer, Eric understood the significance of this revelation all too well. "Dr. Eric, I comprehend your excitement, but please try to remain calm. I assure you, I will take you along. But the distance to that planet is extraordinarily vast. I need your assistance in harnessing the power of the cosmic cube to open a spatial tunnel to that planet." "Doctor." Eric readily acquiesced to Yang Bo's request, as it presented no hardship. Whether venturing to the new planet or studying the cosmic cube, Both avenues promised him immense benefits. Yongbo then instructed Cassius's student to open a portal to locate Dr. Eric, guiding him to a spacecraft base in Africa. As they emerged from the portal, Tony swooped in. "Yang, how did you return so swiftly?" Yongbo felt a pang of annoyance. This time, he had learned to be prudent. He briefly explained the situation regarding the planet to Ivan and handed him the updated star map. "Tony, I kindly ask you to collaborate with Dr. Eric in researching the Tesseract. Regardless of whether it pertains to Earth or Asgard, the distance to that celestial body is exceedingly vast. I wish to harness the power of the Tesseract to open a portal that allows seamless travel to that distant planet." Upon hearing this, Tony leaped down from the flying platform. Curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "The Tesseract? What is that?" Yongbo, realizing Tony's ignorance of the Tesseract's existence, recalled that even when Tony had infiltrated SHIELD's database, he had found no information regarding the Tesseract. After all, SHIELD catalog data under the designation of Item 084. Yongbo retrieved the Tesseract, radiating a captivating blue glow from his backpack, and with a smile, remarked, "It is this very object. You can assist Dr. Eric in its study." Chapter 144. I should not accumulate buffs. Half a month later, within an underground base in Africa, a group of scientists stood before the circular frame of a wormhole portal, diligently inspecting the integrity of the equipment. "Boss, the cosmic cube has been fully charged and is ready for an attempt to activate the spatial wormhole." Eric was at the control panel, scrutinizing the data displayed on the screen. After extensive research over the past 2 weeks, alongside the assistance of Tony and his team of scientists, they were finally poised to endeavor in guiding the energy within the cosmic cube to open the wormhole portal. "All right, everyone, step back." Yongbo urgently signaled the scientists still examining the equipment to retreat to a safe distance. "Cassilius, transport them to the New York facility." Cassilius nodded and activated the portal, swiftly sending the group of scientists across. In a matter of moments, the previously clamorous underground space fell silent, leaving only Dr. Eric, Tony, Ivan, Cassilius, and Yongbo present. At this juncture, Tony, gazing at the cosmic cube nestled within the apparatus, earnestly remarked, "This experiment carries a significant risk. We all must be prepared. I believe it would be prudent to don our suits." Yongbo, in agreement, nodded and declared, "For safety's sake, let us all put on our suits. This is a wormhole. Who knows what might emerge from within? Remember, whatever appears, attack immediately. If we cannot overpower it, we flee. Should Loki emerge with gifts of gems, it would be quite a delightful surprise. Given that Odin and the Ancient One are still alive, I doubt Thanos will come." Everyone present donned their suits, including Cassilius, whose suit had been crafted by Tony over the past fortnight. The reason for Tony's involvement instead of Ivan was primarily due to Cassilius's discomfort with Ivan's suit design. A few minutes later, once everyone was prepared, Yongbo called out to Dr. Eric, "Open the wormhole." The entire space trembled as Eric initiated the process. The cosmic cube's glow intensified dramatically, and a beam of blue energy shot forth from the cube, striking the portal frame. Initially, a blue singularity materialized, rapidly expanding into a flat plane. A portal resembling rippling water emerged, revealing a shimmering blue gateway. "Is this successful?" Ivan inquired with palpable excitement, for he had played a part in this endeavor. Indeed, he had welded the portal frame. Eric, scrutinizing the data of the portal, wore a perplexed expression concealed beneath his metallic armor. "Something feels amiss. Ordinarily, upon opening a wormhole, one should be able to observe the conditions on the other side." Akin to the portal Mr. Cassilius opened. Upon hearing Eric's words, Yongbo furrowed his brow, recalling the moment Loki summoned the Chitauri army. The cosmic cube had clearly unveiled the vast expanse of the wormhole's opposite side, revealing the overwhelming forces of the Chitauri. "Be cautious. I shall investigate." With his indomitable spirit, Yongbo strode confidently towards the portal. At that moment, Ivan extended his hand and exclaimed, "It's too perilous. Regardless of where this peculiar wormhole leads, danger lurks within. Allow me to go instead." Yongbo gazed at Ivan, clad in formidable heavy armor, and chuckled softly. "No need. I will require your assistance in terraforming the planet afterward, so I shall go." Rest assured, it is not so easy to bring about my demise. With that, he advanced resolutely towards the portal. Do not worry. If I do not return shortly, it merely means something has delayed me on the other side. I shall be back swiftly. He then leaped into the portal, and a sudden thought surged through his mind. Goodness, am I stacking death buffs? As Yang Bo's figure vanished, the cosmic cube appeared to wilt, its once robust and vibrant energy beams diminishing to a frail and feeble state. Caecilius reacted promptly, activating the portal to reach the somewhat unstable wormhole before jumping in directly, perhaps due to the strain of another individual being transported. The cosmic cube lost its luster and dimmed significantly, while the wormhole wavered momentarily before vanishing entirely. Damn it, what is happening? Ivan's voice brimmed with fury, his armor's visor lifting to reveal his face etched with rage. The resounding clatter of his massive armor echoed as he approached Dr. Eric. Concerned for Eric's safety, Tony swiftly positioned himself in front of him, urging, "Wait, calm down. Your boss will be fine." Tony was well aware of Yang Bo's ability to resurrect others. He had faith that Yang Bo had a contingency plan and would assuredly return. Ivan, glaring at Tony while raising his URU chainsword, shouted, "Instead of wasting time, you should check the equipment and that accursed cosmic cube. Both of you, silence." Dr. Eric, typically a congenial individual, erupted with anger. He promptly exited his armor and rushed to the control panel, diligently scrutinizing the data. The sudden disappearance of a benefactor known for his generosity and lack of recklessness, especially within the confines of his research, was utterly unacceptable to him. He muttered incessantly, "No, there must be no problem." Unbeknownst to them, Yang Bo had become a vital link connecting their interests, emotions, and aspirations. Ivan and Tony exchanged glances, both stepping out of their armor to join Dr. Eric's side. Moments later, the previously dim cosmic cube flickered back to life. Under Eric's deft manipulation, the cosmic cube emitted a blue beam that struck the portal's frame, forming a circular wormhole. Through the wormhole, a planet became distinctly visible, precisely the one Yang Bo had described. However, the three individuals bore no expressions of joy upon their faces. Eric gazed at the data displayed on the control panel, remaining silent for a moment before stating, "The wormhole has been disrupted by other energies." At this juncture, Ivan had also regained his composure, his eyes fixed on the small planet within the wormhole as he coldly remarked, "Regardless of where the boss is gone, I must first accomplish the task left by him." Yang Bo, devoid of any particular sensation, stepped through the portal, arriving in a vast chamber brimming with advanced technology. Before he could thoroughly survey his surroundings, an immense force collided with him, sending him sprawling. Damn it! Yang Bo, relying on his formidable physical prowess, steadied himself and turned to see Caecilius clad in battle armor, along with the portal behind him gradually closing. "How did you arrive here as well?" Chapter 145. A disturbing foreboding. "I have an unsettling premonition. I feel you might require my special vehicle," Caecilius quipped, a rare jest escaping him as he began to survey the surroundings. Yang Bo stepped forward, tapping the armor adorning Caecilius, producing a resonant thud. "I sense that I have become quite reliant on you. Hitching a ride is simply too convenient." As he scrutinized the environment, Yang Bo found it vaguely familiar, though he could not recall when he had last encountered it. Scattered remnants of shattered equipment littered the ground, alongside numerous individuals clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, lying motionless with still chests, a grim indication of their dire fate. Could this be a S.H.I.E.L.D. base? Given the elapsed time, how had S.H.I.E.L.D. failed to eradicate the visible Hydra presence? Had Fury's capabilities diminished? Yang Bo mused aloud, contemplating whether to resurrect a couple of individuals to glean information about their situation. However, before he could approach, the entire space began to tremble, accompanied by the sound of muffled explosions. "Hurry, drive." As if in response to his unspoken command, a portal materialized, and both Caecilius and Yang Bo leapt into it just as the space behind them collapsed. Always some nefarious individuals wishing to ensnare me. The portal swiftly closed, yet fragments of debris cascaded through before it sealed shut. Whether it was Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, their ruthlessness was evident. opting for self-detonation when outmatched, a quintessential act of terrorism. As Yang Bo grumbled, he gazed at the dense forest surrounding him, suddenly halting in his tracks. This place was achingly familiar, Central Park in New York, a veritable home within the Marvel Universe. Trees intertwined, moonlight filtering through the foliage, casting a celestial glow, accompanied by distant, haunting calls. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of disquiet washed over him. Though reminiscent, his instincts insisted this was not his home. Where is this? He glanced towards where the Hulk had left his imprints, only to find no signs of destruction. Cassius, I have a foreboding feeling. Cassius nodded, sensing the abnormality as he turned to Yang Bo and remarked, this does not appear to be our original universe. Practice reveals truth. Yang Bo produced a torch, illuminating the surroundings as he approached the entrance to the underground space, his heart plummeting. The ground appeared identical to the surrounding terrain, a facade of deception. Indeed, while grass blocks could blend seamlessly with their environment, they were not without flaws, such as how unnaturally flat they appeared. Yang Bo's expression darkened, uncertainty gnawed at him. He pondered whether, upon death, he could return to his original universe. Even if he relied on the resurrection technique, Cassius would be unable to follow. Damn it. Even being transported to the depths of space would be preferable to ending up in someone else's domain. Cassius approached, observing Yang Bo's darkened expression, and furrowed his brow. Let us settle here for the time being and ascertain the nature of this place. If all else fails, we may resort to requesting the assistance of Dr. Eric and Tony regarding the Tesseract. Yang Bo produced a pickaxe and began to excavate the ground, preparing to create a refuge, which provided him with a semblance of reassurance. With the aid of the artisan's hammer, a suitable subterranean space was unearthed. Although it did not possess the vastness of his original world, it was ample enough for him and Cassius to rest. Cassius emerged from his mage armor and addressed the industrious Yang Bo. Boss, should we seek the Supreme Sorcerer at Camartage for assistance? This suggestion piqued Yang Bo's interest. Yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. Let us first observe discreetly. The Supreme Sorcerer in a parallel universe may not necessarily be benevolent or even human. We must proceed with caution. Cassius nodded in agreement. Although his power did not extend to perceiving the multiverse, his extensive reading in the Camartage library, driven by his desire to resurrect his loved ones, had imparted some knowledge about Yang Bo's current predicament. Soon, Yang Bo had made some rudimentary enhancements to the underground space. Regrettably, apart from a few beds, his backpack contained no other furnishings. Seated on a half-brick, Yang Bo lit a cigarette and fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he turned to Cassius and proposed, let us venture outside to gather information. Exiting the underground sanctuary, the duo stepped into the tranquil Central Park and then into the steel jungle of Manhattan. Yang Bo continuously observed his surroundings and the pedestrians passing by. It is remarkable. Were it not for the loss of my home, I might not discern that I have arrived in an unfamiliar universe. Cassius, look. The restaurant where we dined last time is still here. A smile spread across Yang Bo's face, reminiscent of a child discovering a new toy, as he engaged in hushed discussions with Cassius. After traversing several intersections, a sense of unease began to creep into Yang Bo's mind, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Upon reaching a crossroads, a prominent building came into view, and Yang Bo halted, staring at the iconic structure. Stark Tower? It appears this universe's timeline is further along than my own. In his original universe, although Tony had been diligently overseeing the construction of Stark Tower due to Ivan and others, the building had merely been in the foundational phase before Yang Bo's traversal. Here, however, it was evident that the building had already been operational. Gazing up at the tower, Yang Bo reached out and grabbed a passerby, brandishing a $50 bill. He inquired, "What year is it?" The initially irate young African-American man transformed into a congenial demeanor under the inexplicable influence. Gazing intently at the money in Yang Bo's hand as he replied, "It is May 1st, 2012. Thank you." As Yang Bo placed the money into the hands of the young black man and released his grip, his gaze shifted towards Stark Tower, where he recalled the initial appearance of the underground space. It was the location where S.H.I.E.L.D. conducted research on the Tesseract. Cassius, I believe we need to engage in a transaction devoid of investment, he remarked. Caecilius, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What transaction without investment?" "It is the act of appropriating another's possessions without incurring any cost, thereby transforming them into one's own," Yang Bo elucidated. "Robbery?" A radiant smile illuminated Yang Bo's face as he responded, "You have captured the essence perfectly." Meanwhile, the Ancient One, meditating in Camartage, opened her eyes, her expression revealing a sense of confusion. Why has the timeline become so chaotic? Chapter 146. The Old Routine Even at Night. The bustling streets of Manhattan were teeming with pedestrians as Yang Bo leisurely made his way towards Stark Tower. Along the journey, he engaged in conversation with Caecilius about the Chitauri invasion. However, Caecilius's response was rather nonchalant, leaving Yang Bo somewhat perplexed. "Why are you not surprised?" Yang Bo inquired. Caecilius, puzzled, retorted, "Why should I be surprised?" Yang Bo suddenly lost the thrill of divulging spoilers. In the original narrative, aside from Master Gu Yi observing from the rooftop, no other sorcerers participated in the Battle of New York. The sorcerers of Camartage were primarily focused on addressing the incursions from other dimensions, and Gu Yi had surely glimpsed the future. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the foot of Stark Tower. The building, which had been shrouded in darkness, suddenly illuminated from the ground up, as if welcoming his arrival. Yang Bo glanced skyward just in time to see a figure swiftly descending towards the tower's apex. Tony Stark. A smile graced Yang Bo's face. He wondered whether this universe's Tony had undergone any changes in character. Suddenly, the screech of tires interrupted his thoughts. As a bright red car came to a halt behind them, a familiar figure emerged from the vehicle. Agent Coulson, clad in a black suit, stepped out with a serious demeanor, hastily striding towards the building. Perhaps sensing Yang Bo's gaze, he turned to look, and Yang Bo smiled and nodded in greeting. Coulson's expression momentarily faltered before he returned the gesture with a smile, yet due to the pressing matters concerning Loki, he had no time to engage further with Yang Bo. He simply etched Yang Bo's presence into his memory. "Is that the Agent Coulson from this universe?" "How intriguing," Caecilius remarked, finally displaying some emotion upon seeing Coulson. Curiously, he asked, "Boss, I am genuinely curious about what I would be doing right now had I not encountered you." Yang Bo chuckled awkwardly, turning his gaze back to Stark Tower, uncertain of how to respond. Would it be appropriate to say that at this moment, you would be pondering how to seduce Dormammu and eliminate Gu Yi? Ahem, Loki will be heading to Germany in a couple of days. We shall go then. It's not ideal to search for him now, as he is likely hiding in some sewer. Caecilius had no objections. His interests lay solely in resurrecting his family, and all else was inconsequential to him. Let us proceed to Germany for now, to enjoy ourselves for a couple of days, as a form of relaxation. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Seated by a fountain on Königstraße in Stuttgart, Germany, Yang Bo awaited the evening's banquet hosted by Dr. Zephyr. A multitude of glamorous elites gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Is this what high society looks like? Yang Bo sat by the fountain, cradling a thermos, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman as he opened the lid and took a gentle sip. "I bet $5 that man is wearing a wig." Caecilius followed Yang Bo's gaze and then turned to him with a resigned glance, remaining silent. Yang Bo, unfazed, continued to wait for Loki's arrival. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted in the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention as a throng of people rushed out, their former composure discarded in their haste. Dressed in a robe of forgiving green, Loki emerged leisurely from the crowd, staff in hand and golden helmet atop his head. Stepping onto the crimson ground, the sight of Loki stirred a deep excitement within Yang Bo, akin to seeing a long-lost relative. "At last, you have arrived." A wicked smile danced on Loki's lips as he surveyed the chaotic crowd. Suddenly, numerous illusions of Loki materialized around the square, encircling the throng, achieving a remarkable feat of one man surrounding 100. With a forceful strike of his staff upon the ground, the gem atop it gleamed brightly as Loki commanded, "Kneel before me." Instantly, the tumultuous scene fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on Loki, their faces etched with terror. Caecilius handed Yang Bo a $5 bill without uttering a word. Yang Bo chuckled softly, accepting the bill and tucking it away. He whispered, "Caecilius, can you discern which of them is his illusion?" Caecilius shook his head. "I cannot. His mastery of magic is profound." At that moment, Loki bellowed again. "I said kneel." One by one, the crowd slowly sank to one knee, a gesture that left Yangbo feeling somewhat helpless, such as the nature of cultural differences. Seeing this, Loki expressed his delight, saying, "Isn't this simple? Your true nature is to crave conquest, beneath the facade of your glamorous freedom." Yet, before Loki could finish his lengthy discourse, he caught sight of Yangbo, who, with a playful smile, sat leisurely by the pool, occasionally taking a sip of water. As Loki's gaze fell upon him, Yangbo set his cup aside, stood, and stretched his neck, addressing Cassius. "It's time to get to work." Loki's illusion appeared before Yangbo human. "I command you to kneel." The gem atop his staff glowed ominously, clearly drawing upon the power of the Mind Stone. "Fool," Yangbo retorted, voicing his disdain for Loki. A staff materialized in his hand, and disregarding the illusion before him, he launched an attack at the true Loki standing on the dais. Freeze. In an instant, Loki's form was encased in solid ice. However, Yangbo did not pause. Instead, a joyful smile spread across his face as he mused. That was swift. The moment Yangbo brandished his wand, Loki vanished, leaving behind only an illusion. Yet, in the presence of Yangbo's minimap, he was utterly exposed. Observing this, Yangbo switched to a different staff, one emanating an aura of frost. Sixth Sense. This spell was straightforward, allowing him to pinpoint hostile entities within a radius of 20 squares. In reality, it proved to be far more practical. After casting a spell, Yangbo could clearly see Loki charging towards him with his staff, seemingly intent on delivering a swift thrust. Unfortunately, Yangbo was a normal man. Why would a proper mage engage in the work of an assassin? Is it truly advantageous to cross boundaries? Yangbo feigned nonchalance, remaining stationary until Loki was within 2 meters. At that moment, the staff in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Time suspension. Level, Master, Attribute, Mystical Arts, Magic Consumption, 100 upon casting. The spell bestows upon the caster the effect of time suspension, significantly slowing the passage of time within an 8-meter radius for a duration of 15 seconds. If an extraordinary pocket watch is equipped in the accessory slot, this spell can render time completely still. Alas, Yangbo had yet to discover the extraordinary pocket watch. An unusual wave enveloped the area around him, extending 8 meters in radius. Loki, with a comical expression and a triumphant smile, appeared to move in slow motion as he lunged toward Yangbo, seizing the opportunity. Yangbo turned and grasped the staff embedded with the soul stone from Loki's hand, delivering a powerful kick to Loki's abdomen. Chapter 147. Loki's Descent into Madness under the Influence of Magic. Loki perceived Yangbo turning with an untraceable swiftness, raising his foot to deliver a kick that struck him with such force that the sinister smile on his face faltered. The impact sent his body flying uncontrollably backward. The assault disrupted Loki's spell, causing not only his invisibility, but also his duplicates to vanish into thin air. Although Cassilius was uncertain why Loki appeared to float in slow motion, he recognized this as an opportune moment to strike. A magical circle illuminated in his hand, and a golden whip materialized, which he deftly wielded to ensnare Loki. Yangbo, playfully toying with his staff, wore a smile of satisfaction. He was astonished at how effortlessly he subdued Loki, whose prowess paled in comparison to Thor's. Observing Loki bound like a dumpling, he nonchalantly tossed the mind staff into his backpack and approached, retrieving a rod of imperishable metal. Yangbo had previously experimented with the time stasis spell on Thor, but its deceleration effect had proven less than ideal, reducing his speed by a maximum of 50%. The spell's duration swiftly elapsed, and Loki, seething with rage, glared at Yangbo, demanding, "What have you done?" Straining against the magical bindings, he realized he was neither Hulk nor the god of thunder, rendering his efforts futile. Glaring at Yangbo, who stood beside him brandishing an implement, Loki spat, "Do you have any idea who you are affronting? Your king." Bang! Yangbo struck Loki with the rod, deliberately moderating his strength to trigger the effect. Loki, momentarily stunned, soon wore a mocking grin. "Mortal, you cannot harm me." Without uttering a word, Yangbo continued his rhythmic assault. The thuds echoed ominously. The rapidity of events left the onlookers kneeling on the ground, questioning their sobriety. A notorious killer, once brazenly commanding submission, was now bound and being chastised within mere minutes. Loki's belligerent cries persisted. And even Yongbo found a measure of respect for Loki's tenacity. After several blows, Loki's voice fell silent, and as Yongbo processed the sight of Loki's vacant eyes, he noticed a trickle of transparent drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yongbo retracted the rod with a grin, playfully nudging the prostrate Loki with his foot. Why so quiet now? Continue. Caecilius, upon hearing this, promptly stowed away the magical bindings. Freed from his restraints, Loki immediately reacted, gesturing with his left hand in a 7 and his right in an 8, his clever gaze coupled with the drool at his lips reminiscent of a possessed individual. Yongbo could not resist capturing the moment with his phone, planning to share the amusing spectacle of Thor's brother with him upon returning home. After testing the soul devourer effect of the Emperor's Gold, it became evident that its impact is not permanent in reality. However, given a vampire's physical condition, recovery takes approximately 10 hours, while Loki may require even less time. Let us proceed. The Mind Stone is now in our possession. Next, we shall seek the Cosmic Cube. Confronting Loki, who is devoid of the ability to think critically, will prove to be exceedingly effortless. Just as Yongbo was preparing to depart, the Avengers arrived on the scene. Captain America leaped from the Quinjet, shield in hand, and approached the small plaza. He cast a glance at the prone Loki before turning his attention to Yongbo. Warily inquiring, "Sir, you may not be able to leave just yet. Who are you?" "Roger, it has been a while. It feels as though it was merely yesterday when we fought side by side," Yongbo replied, a nostalgic smile gracing his features as he regarded Rogers. He was intentionally jesting with Captain America of this universe. As the portal conjured by Caecilius opened, he prepared to step through while the captain furrowed his brow. Unfortunately, the current situation prevented the captain from allowing Yongbo to depart. He hurled his shield forcefully toward Yongbo. Thud. The shield was deftly caught by Yongbo. He had long pondered a question. Did the captain not fear having his shield snatched when he threw it so recklessly during battle? After all, it was merely a shield, not a sentient being. Examining the vibranium shield in his grasp, Yongbo remarked to Rogers, "Captain Rogers, please refrain from carelessly tossing your shield. It would be unfortunate if it were to damage the flowers, even more so if it were to strike me, for you could not afford the consequences." With that, he stowed the shield and promptly stepped through the portal with Caecilius, departing from the scene. Captain Rogers, now devoid of his shield, felt a twinge of panic within. At that moment, the voice of Black Widow, Natasha, echoed in his earpiece. "Captain, what is the situation? Agent Romanoff, does S-H-I-E-L-D possess a spare shield?" Black Widow responded with silence. Meanwhile, aboard the Quinjet, a group observed the incapacitated Loki with furrowed brows. Black Widow crouched to examine Loki's condition, then looked up to say, "He is currently akin to a vegetative state, showing no response to external stimuli." Tony Stark, who had just arrived, turned to Rogers upon hearing Black Widow's assessment. "Hey, Cap, that was a bit excessive, don't you think? Given his current state, I doubt we can extract any useful information." Rogers, feeling somewhat unsettled by the unusual circumstances, found himself unfazed by Tony's teasing. "It wasn't me. He was already subdued when I arrived." Black Widow picked up a tablet from a nearby table and tapped it lightly, bringing up footage of Yongbo and Caecilius from their arrival to their overwhelming defeat of Loki. As the video paused, she pointed at the two figures, stating, "S-H-I-E-L-D has no records on either of them." He then turned to Rogers and inquired, "Captain, the individual claims to have fought alongside you. Do you have any recollection of this? Could he be from your era?" Rogers shook his head, having pondered this matter intently. "No, I have no recollection of ever encountering him." Tony stepped forward, extending his hand, the metallic ring adorning his wrist projecting a beam of light that began to scan Loki's body. Ultimately, he reached a disheartening conclusion. There was no hope. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, causing the aircraft to tremble as if something had struck its surface. Tony retrieved the mask lying beside him and donned it on his face, stepping back to open the rear cabin door. Thor, the god of thunder, strode in wielding his hammer, and upon seeing Tony blocking his path, he did not hesitate to thrust him aside with a swift motion. Chapter 148. "I hear you have been searching for me?" As Thor nonchalantly entered the cabin, he seized Loki, who was firmly restrained in his seat. Without pausing to assess Loki's condition, he firmly grasped the collar of his attire and leaped out of the aircraft. Tony, rising from the ground, gazed at the aircraft's exit and muttered, "Another predicament has arrived." Initially incensed, he recalled Loki's plight, promptly dismissing his own fall at Thor's hands, declaring, "I sense he shall return shortly." The others exchanged glances, silently acknowledging his assertion. "Is he not of Asgard? Do you believe he is here to assist us?" They began to chatter among themselves. Tony addressed the group. "Regardless of whether he intends to slay Loki or liberate him, the Tesseract will remain beyond our grasp. Given Loki's current state, I doubt he could even articulate a coherent thought, let alone retrieve the Tesseract." The atmosphere within the cabin grew heavy with unease. Meanwhile, Thor, clutching Loki, descended upon a secluded island and furiously cast him to the ground, demanding, "Where is the Tesseract?" Loki replied with a chuckle, "I have no time for your nonsense. Hurry up." Thor, despite his diminished intellect and simmering fury, discerned that something was amiss with Loki. Loki? Panic surged within Thor. Although he was aware that Loki was not his biological brother, over a millennium of affection could not be so easily dismissed. "What has happened to you? Damn it! Who has done this to you?" Grasping Loki firmly, he strode purposefully towards the Quinjet, seeking answers as to how his beloved brother had come to this state. In the subterranean realm of Central Park, Yongbo toyed with the Mind Scepter while observing a projection on the wall from Loki's perspective. After Loki had lost his sanity, Caecilius had manipulated him. "Caecilius, is there any way to neutralize the gem?" Yongbo found the scepter rather appealing. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to resort to violence to destroy it. Cherishing it as a memento, Caecilius shook his head, stating plainly, "No, the power of this scepter is formidable, and my spells have no effect upon it. Moreover, I feel it is influencing my emotions." Upon hearing Caecilius' words, Yongbo immediately stowed the scepter in his backpack. Just because the mind gem did not affect him did not mean it would have no impact on others. He decided it would be prudent to consult Master Gui upon their return to see if it could be dismantled. At that moment, the screen on the wall illuminated with footage of Thor returning to the Quinjet with Loki, and no one was the least bit surprised by his arrival. Before Thor could speak, Black Widow had already pulled up the footage of Yongbo mercilessly attacking Loki on her tablet, effectively stifling Thor's impending words. Having watched the video, Thor struggled to suppress an inexplicable surge of satisfaction, his countenance morphing into one of fury. Who is he? How dare he treat Loki in such a manner? I am determined to locate this individual and absolve the disgrace he has brought upon Asgard. Yongbo chuckled upon hearing Thor's words, glancing at his attire before addressing the nearby Caecilius. "Would you care to engage in a little spar with Thor?" Caecilius had previously battled Thor, as had Yongbo and others. It must be noted that Thor was indeed formidable, having triumphed over everyone except Yongbo. Upon hearing Yongbo's suggestion, Caecilius pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Boss, do retrieve the armor. Are you not picking on the meek?" Yongbo laughed as he rummaged through his bag to procure Caecilius' armor. This magical armor might not be particularly effective against technologically inclined foes, perhaps even somewhat lacking. Yet it was perfectly tailored for combating magical adversaries. I merely lacked the enthusiasm to be struck down by a hammer. With that, Caecilius donned the armor. And as the eye sections of the visor illuminated, an array of magical symbols emerged on the armor's surface, only to seamlessly integrate back into its form. Clad in the magical armor forged from URU and adamantium, his magical prowess and strength received a significant boost. The armor had yet to reach its full potential. The more knowledge Caecilius acquired, the greater the armor's power would become, until it surpassed the material's limitations. Enhanced by the armor, Caecilius made no overt movements. Yet a portal manifested before him, leading directly into the cockpit of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet. The occupants of the aircraft fixated on the suddenly sparking portal, casting wary glances at Caecilius, who emerged clad in dark golden armor. "Who are you?" Tony inquired, his mind racing, instinctively associating the armor with his own designs, as its aesthetics and features resonated with his tastes and preferences. He felt it was impossible for anyone to replicate such an essence. Yongbo stepped forward beside Caecilius, bearing an expression reminiscent of a cunning fox as he addressed Thor. I hear you are searching for me? Fancy a duel? Do you possess the capability to challenge me? Provoked, Thor felt a surge of adrenaline, glaring furiously at Yongbo. It is you. What have you done to Loki? With that, he brandished Mjolnir and soared into the portal. This was precisely the reaction Yongbo sought. As soon as Thor stepped through, he quietly commanded, "Close the door." Before the other Avengers could react, the portal swiftly shut, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. As Thor charged at him, hammer raised, Yongbo remained motionless, a mocking smile gracing his features. Foolishness. Thor's greatest secret had been unveiled by Yongbo, and his eyes instantly reddened with fury, yet in an instant, the surrounding space shattered as if it were glass. Even though they stood mere inches apart. Several seconds passed without any reduction in distance between the two. A golden whip coiled toward him, compelling Thor to unleash a torrent of lightning, liberating himself from the confines of the mirrored space. With great swiftness, he brought down Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, upon the magical whip. As he gazed at Caecilius, a grave expression enveloped his countenance. Mage, you shall pay the price for your actions, Thor proclaimed, transforming himself into a veritable conduit of energy. With arcs of electricity dancing around his form, he hurled Mjolnir, imbued with the might of a tempest, toward Caecilius. Even the mirrored space trembled under the onslaught of the formidable lightning. The fractured dimensions incessantly sought to mend themselves. In the blink of an eye, the hammer materialized before Caecilius as numerous magical circles emerged to obstruct its path. The sound of impact echoed boom, 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 as the magical formations were swiftly obliterated. Yet they significantly diminished the hammer's force. When Mjolnir struck the armor's exterior, it left not even a mark. Thor, the god of thunder, your strength has waned. Chapter 149. The hammer is once again in hand. Thor furrowed his brow as he gazed at Caecilius, who possessed strength beyond his expectations, leaving him perplexed by the latter's earlier remarks. Does he know me? He reached out to summon his hammer back, but along with it came a formidable beam of light, reminiscent of Iron Man's signature attack, albeit significantly more powerful than Iron Man's current capabilities. Before Thor could evade, the beam struck him directly, the immense force propelling him backward, crashing against the boundary of the mirror dimension. Observing from the sidelines, Yongbo wore a smile, fully aware that Caecilius was holding back. Otherwise, the wall behind Thor would not have been the boundary of the mirror dimension, but rather fragments composed of it. You have thoroughly provoked me. I shall extract you from this iron box. Initially, he had harbored concerns about Yongbo launching a surprise attack. A glance in Yongbo's direction nearly caused him to choke with rage. There sat Yongbo, casually munching on sunflower seeds, embodying the very essence of a spectator without any intention of intervening. In a fit of fury, Thor grasped Mjolnir and began to spin it rapidly, conjuring a fierce storm within the confined space, thunder and lightning resonating with a deafening roar. Regrettably, being underground, he could not invoke the celestial phenomena above, diminishing the power of his assault significantly. Thor surged forward, only to be met with Caecilius's energy beam, which thwarted his thunderous strike. In response, Thor summoned a torrent of lightning, penetrating the layers of magical arrays surrounding Caecilius's enchanted armor. It was evident that Thor was truly exerting his utmost strength this time. However, energy levels remaining. 78 energy levels remaining. 82 energy levels remaining. 180. Listening to the notifications emanating from the armor, Caecilius's grin widened. He finally comprehended why Yongbo had insisted on Tony incorporating the energy absorption mechanism during the armor's creation. Perhaps it was best to return the energy to him. Unlike Yongbo, he believed in the principle of reciprocity. From his chest, a beam of energy shot forth, now significantly thicker, while two additional beams emanated from his hands. Thor's momentum was stifled as he was sent hurtling away, a befuddled expression adorning his face. How could this be possible? It must be noted that Thor's physical prowess was truly remarkable. At this stage, his defensive capabilities surpassed his offensive strength by at least 2 tiers. As Thor endeavored to regain his balance in midair, a multitude of radiant magical arrays materialized around him, and dozens of magical whips emerged, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Tentacles, bindings, utter devastation. Yangbo, observing the spectacle, was captivated. Such a potent magic, why can't I master it? Countless applications for the magical whips flooded his mind. If the Emperor of the Mountains were aware of Yangbo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly engage in a profound discussion with him. One should not, at the very least, ought not to. The magical whips were drawn taut, leaving Thor without any leverage. It was evident that Thor was quite indignant, struggling incessantly. Yet the dozens of magical whips constricted him with relentless tightness, rendering him nearly immobile except for his waist. He could only unleash impotent fury upon Cassius, vociferously lamenting his carelessness and challenging Cassius to release him. Cassius, encased in his armor, remained unfazed. You claim carelessness as if it were mere happenstance? His assault was evidently far from over. Extending his metallic arms, two magical circles materialized at his wrists, signaling his serious intent. As Cassius unleashed his magic with full force, a multitude of transparent shards encircled Thor, visible only through the distorted edges, resembling fragments of glass, all composed of warped spatial debris. Even Thor's robust physique could not withstand such an onslaught. Though somewhat reckless, Thor realized at this moment that he had been outmatched, yet he remained unperturbed. For he still possessed a final trump card. Observing the imminent conclusion of the confrontation, Yangbo tucked away his snacks, brushed off the remnants from his hands, and collected the magma from the nearby refuse pit. With a jovial demeanor, he approached Thor, as the spatial shards parted to allow him passage. Gazing at the mighty Mjolnir in Thor's grasp, his smile broadened. What is this? No longer so formidable. Do you truly believe you can contend with me, Yangbo? If looks could kill, Yangbo would either be incinerated or pierced through by 1,000 blades at this moment. Heimdall, Thor suddenly bellowed, yet there was no response. A few seconds later, he felt beads of cold sweat trickling down. The Rainbow Bridge is broken. A millennium of habit could not be easily adjusted in just a couple of years. Upon hearing Thor call out Heimdall's name, Yangbo instinctively looked up, awaiting the descent of the Rainbow Bridge. Once restored, he had often observed Thor summoning it like a taxi, effortlessly returning from anywhere across the 9 realms at his beck and call. Moments later, Yangbo too comprehended that this was not the universe he had known before. With a grin, he regarded Thor, who was visibly unsettled. What do you intend? Do you wish to oppose Asgard? No, I merely desire to play a game with you. With that, Yangbo's gaze fixed upon Mjolnir. If I cannot lift Mjolnir, I shall set you free and even restore your brother Loki. However, if I can lift Mjolnir, I will still release you, but forget about your brother. Upon hearing Yangbo's words, Thor chuckled. Only those deemed worthy by Mjolnir can lift it. Is that so? I refuse to accept it. Yangbo retorted with indignation. He turned to Cassius. Release him. All the magical whips and fragments of space vanished, and Thor fell from the air without launching an attack. He flexed his wrist, gazing at Yangbo, and simply placed Mjolnir on the ground, without uttering a word. He took a slight step back, clearly indicating, if you think you can, then go ahead. Yangbo, observing this, chuckled and took out his pickaxe. In my world, the only thing that mattered was the level of excavation, disregarding Odin's blessings. Mjolnir was merely of URU quality, utterly insignificant before his pickaxe. This time, without even using a torch, he directly dug up Mjolnir with his pickaxe and stowed it away in his backpack, subsequently tossing it up and down in his hand. Thor, momentarily stunned, could not comprehend the reality before him. Watching Yangbo effortlessly wield Mjolnir was more painful than infidelity could ever be. You have lost, Yangbo declared, raising his foot and delivering a forceful kick to Thor's chest. The dazed Thor stumbled back 2 steps and fell into a newly opened portal. The portal swiftly closed, and one could faintly hear Thor's unwilling cries. Cassilius emerged from his armor and looked at Yangbo, inquiring, "Why did you take his hammer?" Yangbo, with a smile as he tucked Mjolnir into his backpack, replied, "Don't you find it amusing to toy with a simple-minded Thor?" Cassilius looked at Yangbo, sensing that his words conveyed something more profound than mere simplicity. Chapter 150. The Ancient One appears on the Kuan-style fighter. The portal once again opened, and Thor, who had just vanished, emerged from within. No. As Thor regained his composure, he witnessed the portal dissipating before his eyes. prompting a cry of anguish to escape his lips, followed by his collapse onto the ground, reminiscent of the days of his exile. Captain Rogers and Tony exchanged glances. With a sardonic tone, Tony remarked, "Has this god been reduced to a mere imitation of his brother by the enemy?" Rogers shot Tony a disapproving look and approached Thor, only to discover something amiss. The hammer is missing. Thor's ever-present weapon had vanished, and Rogers, recalling his own shield, felt a surge of empathy for Thor. He placed a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder and said, "Let us return. I have a feeling they will undoubtedly reappear." Rogers tactfully avoided mentioning Mjolnir, just as he preferred that others refrain from discussing his shield. Before long, the aircraft landed on the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier. The group descended, bearing the unconscious Loki, their expressions somber. The mission had been deemed a success, having captured the instigator Loki, yet they had fallen victim to a third-party force. Not only had Captain America lost his shield, but Thor had also been deprived of his hammer. Upon arriving at Fury's office, they found that Fury had already received notification from Black Widow regarding Yongbo and Kaecilius, and he was engrossed in analyzing the transmitted footage. Observing Loki's condition, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is Loki's status? Is there any possibility of recovery?" Black Widow, Natasha, responded, "Currently, there are no signs of recovery, but a thorough examination with the equipment is necessary." Fury continued, "Let us take him to the medical bay for a detailed assessment. Captain, you have encountered the adversary. What are your thoughts?" In that moment, all eyes in the office, save for Thor's, turned towards Rogers. After a moment of contemplation, Rogers replied, "Their objective is clear, Loki's scepter. The enemy possesses formidable strength, yet I sense they harbor no malevolence towards us. In fact, I feel as though they are toying with us." Tony interjected, "Are you suggesting they view us as pets?" Rogers remained silent. At that moment, the despondent Thor lifted his gaze towards Fury and declared, "Their goal must be the Tesseract. We must locate it before they do." Fury, intrigued by Thor's assertion, asked, "How do you know their aim is the Tesseract?" Thor, devoid of the accusatory tone found in earlier narratives, responded calmly, "You have researched the Tesseract and even utilized it to forge weapons, disseminating information throughout the cosmos." "What information?" Fury probed. "The word has spread that Earth is prepared for advanced warfare." Tony had never placed his trust in Nick Fury. Thus, upon entering the aircraft carrier, he endeavored to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.S. systems using J.A.R.V.I.S. Upon hearing Thor's words, he confirmed his suspicions and turned to Fury with a mocking tone. Oh, Director Fury, it turns out you are the one who lured the enemy here. You never mentioned anything about the weapon research in advance." Captain Rogers furrowed his brow, equally disillusioned, directing a gaze of betrayal towards Fury. "Fury, the Tesseract should have remained at the bottom of the ocean. What you are doing now is no different from what Hydra did back then. Why are you pursuing this course of action?" Seeing the fervor among the gathered, Fury remained unperturbed and pointed towards Thor, asserting, "Because of him, you are aware that a god in a suit of armor engaged in a battle of equals, resulting in the destruction of a small town. We must find a method to counter this. Our weapons and trained agents are but children wielding squirt guns in their presence." As Fury's explanation hung in the air, the group exchanged glances. Free from the influence of the Mind Stone, no one was consumed by rage. Rogers addressed Fury clearly. "Earth is not prepared for this." Fury met Rogers' gaze and replied, "We cannot wait idly for the enemy to arrive before we prepare ourselves." Thor interjected, "The pressing issue now is to recover the Tesseract. An extraterrestrial army is poised in the cosmos awaiting the portal's activation, and that individual named Yongbo will undoubtedly find a way to acquire the Tesseract." At Thor's words, silence enveloped the group, the external pressure rendering them unable to chastise Fury. With a serious demeanor, Fury commanded, "Tony, Dr. Banner is monitoring global gamma energy in the lab. I hope you can assist him in locating the Tesseract. Thor, regarding your brother's condition, I believe no one understands him better than you. You should check in the medical bay to see if he can recover. Everyone else, prepare for battle." No one dared to oppose Fury's orders. They all sensed the imminent threat. As the others departed, Rogers lingered behind. "Captain, is there something else?" Fury inquired. Rogers, feeling somewhat awkward, asked, Fury, do you have any spare shields? Meanwhile, in the subterranean space of New York, Yongbo and Kaisalius were seated at a table, entertaining a guest. This tea evokes a sense of familiarity, remarked the guest, lifting the cup and taking a sip. Yongbo, upon hearing the comment, smiled warmly. Of course, Master Gui. This is a gift from you, from our universe. She is simply too generous to refuse. He continued. Not only the tea but also a set of small leaf red sandalwood furniture, screens. Yet I feel as though something is still lacking. His gaze turned eagerly towards Gui. Ancient One gazed at Yongbo, fully aware that he was merely spouting nonsense. Yet, she discerned the profound bond he shared with another version of himself in a parallel universe. This revelation did not perturb her. Instead, she turned her attention to the side. Focusing on Cassius, and a look of genuine satisfaction graced her features. Cassius, your fate has undergone a transformation. While I cannot ascertain whether this is for better or worse, it is evident that you have discovered your own path. Although Cassius recognized that this Ancient One was not his mentor, he still spoke with utmost reverence. Indeed, Supreme. After a brief pause, he continued, Supreme, I sense a darkness within you. Before his powers had ascended, his teacher had already established a connection with my world, having long since forsaken the forces of darkness, thus remaining oblivious to their presence. Yet, he perceived the dark energy emanating from the Ancient One before him. In response, Ancient One chuckled softly and remarked, Power is neither right nor wrong. Maintain your true essence. You surpass my disciples by a considerable margin, and had it been you, I would not need to select Slanky as the next Supreme. Chapter 151. Loki awakens. Master Gu once again lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip before directing her gaze towards Yongbo. Your arrival has plunged time into chaos. The future has become uncontrollable. Suddenly, Yongbo found these words somewhat familiar. Though it seemed a tad impolite, he interrupted Gui, saying, Master Gui, are you implying that you are about to depart, leaving my affairs to be managed by Slanky upon his ascension? What is happening? Do all Gui wish to hastily make their exit? Yongbo regarded Gui with a look of skepticism, feeling that the Gui from the cinematic realm was rather unreliable. He began to suspect whether all Gui had conspired during their clandestine observations of the multiverse. Gui chuckled softly, her eyes glimmering with amusement as she replied, It appears that your universe's version of me has made a choice akin to mine. Yongbo scoffed. Are you truly confident that Slanky will be able to manage me once he assumes his position? Not only is it several years before Slanky officially begins his duties, but even if he were to do so now, he would hardly be concerned. At worst, he might be banished to a different dimension by Doctor Strange. For players from my world, survival is survival, regardless of the circumstances. We could simply endure for a few years and emerge stronger with powerful modules. In response to Yongbo's remarks, Gui retorted with conviction, That is no longer my concern. Yongbo felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. Gui now resembled a seasoned employee eager for retirement, indifferent to the consequences of her actions. Even if she made minor errors, no one would dare to reprimand her. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, Master Gui, are you able to discern my presence through your magic? In Universe 1, Gui had previously clarified that neither magic nor the Infinity Stones could reveal his existence, yet this universe's Gui had sought him out directly. Gui shook her head and elucidated, Odin informed me that his son is encountering difficulties here and requested I come to investigate. Upon seeing you, I was certain that you were the individual I was meant to find. Yongbo suddenly understood. He and Kaisalius could evade detection by the higher powers due to his unique abilities, but Thor was unable to do so, especially after invoking the Call Parent skill. Then, can you send me back? In this universe too, Yongbo felt a sense of discomfort, having unknowingly forged many ties in Universe 1. That is not possible, Gui replied, her expression unwavering as she firmly denied his request. Since Odin's son has already departed, I shall return. If there are no pressing matters, you need not seek me out. Should any issues arise, well, I trust you will find a resolution. With that, a portal opened behind her. Gui did not move, and the portal swiftly passed through her form, disappearing in an instant from the subterranean space. Yongbo gazed at the steaming cup on the table, his mouth agape, yet at a loss for words. Does this mean I am not permitted to go to Kamartaj? What does it signify? Could it be that the two Gu-e truly share a connection? A look of resignation crossed his face as he extended his hand to tap rhythmically on the table, producing a series of dull thuds. Never mind, let it be. If the furniture is missing a chair, so be it. Yongbo rose and addressed the contemplative Cassius beside him. Please return this borrowed table and cup. Remember to leave some money as compensation for the rental. Cassius snapped back to reality, nodded, and opened a portal on the floor, transporting the table back to the dining room, placing it in its original position. Let us first check on Loki. By now, he should have awakened. Cassius nodded and gently waved his hand, causing a view of the airship's interior to materialize on the wall. Loki lay on a medical bed in the infirmary, his body adorned with an array of monitoring devices, while various instruments diligently tracked his physiological data. Numerous medical personnel clad in white uniforms bustled about. Thor sat at Loki's bedside, his eyes filled with concern as he grasped Loki's hand, his heart fervently praying. At that moment, Black Widow entered, glancing at a nearby staff member and inquiring, "What is the situation?" There has been no change. His body shows no signs of distress, nor is there any damage to his brain. It is as if he has lost his very soul, unresponsive to any external stimuli. Thor had evidently been aware of Loki's condition for some time. The initial fury within him had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of regret and guilt. It is all my fault for not keeping a closer watch on him. Had he not fallen from the Bifrost, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps I should have arrived on Earth sooner. Black Widow sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on Thor's shoulder. She found herself at a loss for words. A foreign army loomed in the cosmos, and Thor was a crucial line of defense against the impending threat. You cannot blame yourself, Thor. None could have foreseen such events. Thor remained engulfed in his sorrow, unresponsive to Black Widow's words. Just then, Loki's body convulsed sharply, and he abruptly sat up, gasping for air as if he were a fish out of water. Thor, startled at first, quickly embraced Loki in a surge of joy. "Loki, you are finally all right." Loki was nearly overwhelmed by Thor's vigorous embrace, struggling to extricate himself while gazing at his brother, a sense of indignation brewing within him, though he would not allow it to surface. "Let go of me, Thor." Upon noticing Black Widow nearby, Loki's expression shifted as he demanded, "Is that man one of yours? Where is he? I shall kill him." In that instant, Black Widow drew her firearm, aiming it at Loki, and summoned reinforcements. "We do not know that man." Loki furrowed his brow, entirely disregarding the firearm in Black Widow's grasp, for in his eyes, it was scarcely more formidable than a child's plaything. Damned! He cursed inwardly. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Is my scepter in your possession?" Yet, deep down, he already knew the answer, though he was loath to admit it. "Your scepter has been seized by that man. Loki, you now have no choice. Surrender the Tesseract, for that individual's next target is it." Loki's countenance darkened. He discarded the scepter. Even if there were no immediate portal to conquer Earth, once he did, that madman Thanos would not easily let him off the hook. "You have no idea what kind of entity you have provoked." In a fit of rage, Loki leapt from the bed, heedless as he strode toward the exit. "Mr. Reindeer, I strongly advise against making any sudden moves." Tony was the first to arrive, his palm cannon aimed squarely at Loki, with the others soon following suit. Captain America wielded a new shield, though its material remained a mystery. Thor, realizing the gravity of the situation, seized Loki by the side, asserting, "Loki, you are no match for anyone here. It is only within these confines that you are truly safe." Chapter 152. The plot takes an unexpected turn aboard the flying aircraft carrier. There was not a soul, aside from Thor, who would place their trust in Loki. Just as Loki harbored no trust for them, he broke free from Thor's grasp, gazing at him with a look that conveyed affection. "You remain so naive. It is all too late." Boom. Loki found himself with no choice. The plan had already been set in motion. Even with the scepter taken from him, Hawkeye was still under the influence of the residual energy from the Mind Stone. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the aircraft carrier, yet Hawkeye proceeded with the preordained assault. The moment Thor regained his balance, he reached out for Loki, but it was merely an illusion. Loki. The entire aircraft carrier tilted noticeably. Yongbo, seated atop the Stark Tower in the mirror dimension, watched the unfolding scene with a commanding demeanor as he addressed Caecilius. I wonder what Fury is thinking. This aerial mothership is a pure blunder. From ascent to crash, it has merely taken 2 days. Its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Even if it could cloak itself, it remains a sitting duck. Caecilius refrained from sharing his thoughts, instead observing the industrious Dr. Eric outside the mirror dimension, who was diligently installing the wormhole generator. Boss, shouldn't we retrieve the Tesseract first? Glancing at the engrossed Dr. Eric, Yongbo shrugged with a smile. Very well, lest those superheroes come over and disrupt us. As they stepped out of the mirror dimension, Dr. Eric was startled. Although he was under the control of the Mind Stone's power, he showed no inclination to attack Yongbo or Caecilius. He was a scientist, not a berserker. Before he could finish his sentence, he was ensnared by the magical whip wielded by Caecilius. Without further ado, Yongbo produced a bottle of milk and poured it into Eric's mouth. The once eerily glowing eyes that had been shrouded in darkness immediately returned to normal. Dr. Eric initially appeared taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. Evidently working to restore his memory, Yongbo observed him with a cheerful smile and inquired, "Greetings, Dr. Eric. How do you feel now?" Upon hearing this, Eric lifted his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I am all right now, thank you. Otherwise, I would have made a grave mistake." He attempted to stretch his limbs, but being bound by the magical whip rendered him unable to move. Looking up, he awkwardly asked, "Could you perhaps release me?" "Wait, Dr. Eric. You seem to have misunderstood something. What leads you to believe that I am a good person?" Yongbo approached a nearby console. The Tesseract's energy had yet to be activated, thus there was no protective shield in place. He reached out and retrieved the Tesseract, examining it closely, but found no distinction from the one he had encountered previously. After tossing the Tesseract into his backpack, he produced a pickaxe and proceeded to dismantle the device designed to open a black hole. Turning to Eric, he revealed a warm smile. "Doctor, I am pleased to inform you that you are currently being kidnapped by me." Eric's previously smiling face froze in disbelief as he gazed at Yongbo, tentatively inquiring, You are not agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? "Guess," Yongbo replied with a beaming smile, leaving Dr. Eric somewhat bewildered by the emergence of yet another faction. At that moment, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky, heading straight for Stark Tower. Yongbo did not need to speculate. The only one so eager could only be Iron Man, Tony Stark. Casting a glance at the approaching figure of Tony, he addressed Eric, saying, "Doctor, come with us." With that, Caecilius activated a portal and, without further ado, waved his hand lightly, sending the bound Dr. Eric flying into the portal. As Tony landed atop Stark Tower, he could only see Yongbo enthusiastically waving at him from within the portal. Watching the rapidly closing gateway, Tony seethed. These people have no manners whatsoever, arriving at my company without so much as a word to me, the owner. Glancing at the tangled wires on the ground, he connected via the comms in his armor to those aboard the Quinjet, stating, "Loki chose Stark Tower, but we arrived too late. They've taken Dr. Eric and the Tesseract with them." No sooner had he spoken than Loki leapt from a small aircraft hovering above and landed on the tower's roof. Tony's expression darkened further. "Do all you extraterrestrials lack basic courtesy?" Loki, having just arrived, surveyed the empty top of the tower, his mood plummeting into despair. Ignoring Tony, he muttered darkly, He has no idea what he has done." The thought of the mad titan Thanos sent a shiver down Loki's spine as his mind raced. Contemplating how to deal with the situation, Iron Man, observing Loki raise his hand to aim the repulsor, warned, "Bambi, you had better surrender." At that moment, the Quinjet arrived, and Thor leaped from the cabin, striding toward Loki and grasping his shoulder. This time, Loki did not employ any magic. He was firmly seized by Thor. Coming to his senses, Loki looked at Thor, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and sorrowfully pleaded, "Thor, I miss Mother. Let us go home." His mission had been to open the portal and command the Chitauri army to invade Earth, but now, with the loss of his scepter and the Tesseract, while the Chitauri could still arrive via space jump, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. "Very well, I will take you back to see father and mother, Thor replied, a smile illuminating his face, believing that his brother had finally recognized his mistakes. However, father has expended a significant amount of dark energy to send me to Earth. We cannot return to Asgard now. Moreover, I have another task here, to retrieve the Tesseract. It must not remain on Earth. Loki. It has turned out well, but there is no returning. Tony, observing the touching scene of brotherly affection, could not help but smirk. The trouble he caused would not allow you to depart so easily. Thor, hearing Tony's words, retorted, "Mind your language, Iron Man. He is my brother." At that moment, Black Widow descended from the Quinjet, coincidentally overhearing Thor's remark, and interjected, "He has killed over 80 people in the past 2 days." Thor was tempted to mention that Loki was adopted, but with Loki present, he refrained from voicing it. Captain Rogers interrupted the conversation, stating, "This is not the time for such discussions. The enemy has taken Dr. Eric, and it is evident they wish to utilize the Tesseract. Our immediate task is to detect the anomalous gamma energy and ascertain their location." He then turned to Banner, who had followed closely behind, saying, "Dr. Banner, I must trouble you with this matter." Chapter 153. Am I becoming the great villain? Dr. Eric, I merely aspire to dominate the universe. A deep, husky voice reverberated within the cramped underground chamber, the flickering torchlight casting a shadow over Yang Bo's profile, rendering him somewhat melancholic. Coupled with the slight upward curve of his lips, he resembled a secondary antagonist straight out of a film. "I hope you can assist me in opening a portal, for I intend to summon my legions and trample this world. All who refuse to submit to my will shall be crushed by my forces." Leaning closer to Eric, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Dr. Eric, there's a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. If you open the portal for me, you shall be regarded as an elder. I could even grant you governance over the solar system." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Eric wore an expression of disbelief, scrutinizing Yang Bo with a serious gaze. An ordinary young man of Asian descent, he possessed no remarkable features aside from his somewhat bright eyes. Yang Bo's remarks were riddled with absurdity, leaving Dr. Eric at a loss for where to begin his critique. Caecilius felt a twinge of awkwardness, sensing that Yang Bo's arrival in this world was perhaps fueled by the notion that no one here recognized him, allowing him to fully unleash his eccentricity. "Ahem, boss. Perhaps we should prioritize returning." Yang Bo, who was amusing himself at Eric's expense, paused at Caecilius's words, then broke into a smile, the atmosphere in the room immediately lightening. "All right, I was merely bored. Once we start utilizing the Tesseract, both the Chitauri and SHIELD will surely take notice. Isn't this a moment to unwind before the impending conflict?" He had not forgotten that despite SHIELD severing the energy to activate the Tesseract, Loki had still managed to teleport. Yang Bo believed that the Chitauri could achieve a similar feat, albeit perhaps unable to transport too many individuals at once. "Now, Dr. Eric, let us speak candidly. I wish for you to help me open a portal to other universes. We merely seek to return home." Upon hearing Yang Bo's request, Dr. Eric gently shook his head, directly rejecting him. "That is impossible. With my knowledge, even with the existence of an artifact like the Tesseract, it is unfeasible to construct a portal that traverses parallel universes." Yang Bo sighed in resignation. "There is nothing that is impossible. Dr. Eric, you were the one who sent me here." Dr. Eric responded, "How much did you vex me in your original universe that I would send you to another?" "Caecilius, please let him see the circumstances of that time." Caecilius nodded and extended his hand to his temple, where several concentric magical circles emerged from his wrist. A white, cotton-like substance was drawn from his temple. Seeing this familiar scene, Yang Bo couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this reminiscent of Harry Potter? Do you also possess a pensive?" Caecilius grasped the white, cotton-like material and gently tossed it into the air, where it began to expand rapidly under the influence of magical energy. "A pensive? Is it a treasure akin to the Pomegalia's cauldron?" Yang Bo gazed at Caecilius, sensing an air of honesty in his demeanor. He shook his head and replied, "It is merely a basin used by a white wizard to examine memories. There is no need for concern." However, deep within, he resolved to visit England when time permitted, perhaps to uncover Diagon Alley for himself. In an instant, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously confined space expanded into an expansive expanse, with numerous abandoned spacecraft scattered in the distance. Yangbo instantly recognized this as the base he had established in Africa. Cassius was taken aback by Yangbo's unexpected capability. Initially, he had merely sought Cassius' assistance in casting an illusion, but he was astonished to discover that Cassius possessed such remarkable powers. Once Dr. Eric comprehended the surroundings, he gaped in astonishment at the figure diligently engaged with an instrument. Could that be my counterpart from a parallel universe? The version of himself from an alternate reality appeared relaxed and engaged, devoid of any reluctance. Nothing like the demeanor of the Eric who had been summoned to aid S.H.I.E.L.D. This disparity was inevitable. S.H.I.E.L.D. aimed to have Eric harness the Tesseract for weapon creation, while Yangbo's sole intention was to traverse the cosmos and grant Eric an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Their differing motivations naturally manifested in their expressions. The narrative progressed swiftly, and soon Yangbo stepped through the portal. The portal seemed to react, becoming exceedingly unstable, and Yangbo then comprehended why Cassius had traversed this universe alongside him. As the narrative concluded, the projected environment began to dissipate, transforming into fleeting white motes that vanished into the air. Yangbo, puzzled, inquired, "Are you not going to return this memory?" "It is merely a spell. It is not my memory at all." "Oh." Yangbo, somewhat bewildered yet unperturbed, turned to Dr. Eric and asked, "What do you think?" Still reflecting on the recent scene, Dr. Eric nodded slightly. "I can assist you, but I cannot guarantee the activation of such a portal. Clearly, the one you traversed was not quite normal. You should not have used it." Yangbo cast a resigned glance at Cassius before shifting the conversation. "What has happened has happened. There is no need to dwell on it now. Dr. Eric, I entrust the portal to you. Should you require assistance, let me know, and I can help you gather a team." The portal involved additional equipment that Eric could not manage alone. However, Loki had prepared everything meticulously in a nearby sewer, so there was no cause for excessive worry. Cassius' location was not particularly secure. Should extraterrestrial adversaries appear, there would be no room to maneuver. 2 days later, amid a vast ocean aboard a flying mothership, Dr. Banner, upon hearing a voice emanating from the computer, perked up and excitedly shouted to those around him, "We have located the Tesseract." Tony immediately approached, gazing at the data and map displayed on the computer, inquiring, "Where?" "Russia, Siberia." Nick Fury, having received the news, swiftly made his way over. After a glance at the computer, he addressed Dr. Banner, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Banner. Now, assemble everyone. We must head to Siberia and reclaim the Tesseract. This is our final opportunity, and indeed my only chance." His reasoning was sound. Yangbo and Caecilius possessed the ability to traverse dimensions. Had it not been for the adversary's utilization of the Tesseract, they would have been unable to pursue them at all. In recent days, news regarding Yangbo had been incessant. Initially, it was reported that he was dining in Washington. But before Nick's team could reach him, they learned he had moved on to swimming in Hawaii. After a grueling chase, he was spotted in Paris. Ultimately, they had no choice but to wait for the moment when he employed the Tesseract, as it presented the greatest likelihood of encountering him. Chapter 154, Shattered Hope, Siberia. This marked Yangbo's second visit to this land. However, during his prior journey, the frigid winds had the power to strip the soul from the body. Now, he found himself amidst the warming season of Siberia. Although the temperature was somewhat low, it did not deter Yangbo from donning a short-sleeved shirt as he stood outdoors, observing Eric calibrate the wormhole machine. With a flick of his cigarette, an ominous feeling gnawed at Yangbo's mind. "Caecilius, you might not be able to return." "Why?" "I don't know. I just have this persistent feeling that the cosmic cube lacks the capacity to open a transdimensional portal. Our arrival here was merely a fluke, a serendipitous mingling of energies from the cosmic cube of this universe, which consequently transported us here." Caecilius, unperturbed, fixed his gaze on the busy doctor. Eric and continued to inquire, "What I mean to ask is, why is it that I cannot return, rather than both of us?" Placing the cigarette in his mouth, Yangbo smiled wryly, "Because I can return at any moment." Caecilius fell silent. Ultimately, Young Bo revealed this harsh truth to Caecilius. And now they stood on the precipice of witnessing a miracle. The cosmic cube has lost control. Dr. Eric's voice resonated, and events unfolded in the very direction Young Bo had dreaded the most. Its energy surged with alarming vitality. It was initiating the portal on its own. Young Bo gazed at the cosmic cube, which radiated an alluring glow, and retrieved Caecilius's armor from his backpack. "Prepare for battle," he declared. "Dr. Eric, this time, do not sever the energy. Continue to heat the cosmic cube. If we cannot resolve the problem, then we shall eliminate those who cause it." He produced the long-stored soul sand, arranging it meticulously upon the ground, awaiting the portal's activation. Young Bo handed Caecilius some healing potions. Knowing that the withering effect was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. "Caecilius, shortly I will summon some entities. Once the portal opens, immediately escort Dr. Eric away. Remember, if it sets its sights on you, activate the portal and retreat from this place, only to return from a distance. They are the enemies of all living beings." Caecilius, now clad in his battle armor, nodded, accepting the potions from Young Bo before soaring to Dr. Eric's side. A hum filled the air as the space rippled. The cosmic cube unleashed beams of energy, unveiling a colossal portal. Uniquely, this portal did not manifest in the sky, but rather opened on the ground not far from Young Bo. He cast a glance at the other side of the portal, where an overwhelming throng of Chitauri forces amassed. Compared to their cinematic portrayal, the reality presented a staggering multitude, far beyond the mere handful depicted in the films. This was only to be expected. If they possessed the means to instigate interstellar warfare, the Chitauri could not possibly be limited to the few portrayed on screen. "Receive the greetings from my world." With that, Young Bo hastily arranged withered skeleton heads upon the soul sand, summoning the skeletal bosses from the underworld into the Marvel Universe. Within the 10 seconds following its emergence, the wither gradually increases in vitality and expands in size. During this period, the wither remains impervious to any form of harm, yet it is rendered immobile and unable to launch attacks. Meanwhile, the portal stabilizes. The leading Chitauri emit a silent battle cry as they deftly maneuver their small aircraft, brandishing weapons as they surge through the portal to Earth. A cacophony of explosions erupts, resembling a celebratory display for the arrival of the Chitauri. However, this tumult is accompanied by a terrifying voice resonating in the minds of all present, signifying the awakening of the nemesis of the living. The surrounding sky is shrouded in darkness, eclipsing the once warm sun, as countless blue skulls emerge from the wither's form, swiftly targeting the nearest Chitauri soldiers. With the explosions intensifying, the number of withers multiplies. Having completed his tasks, Young Bo has now distanced himself from this perilous realm. To the wither, it matters not whether it was summoned by Young Bo. In its eyes, all living beings are adversaries. Young Bo, with a smile upon his face, observes the fierce clash between the two factions. The Chitauri are not to be underestimated. Their energy rifles unleash beams of light that strike the withers with considerable force and frequency. The health of the leading withers plummets below 50% in an instant. Yet a protective white armor materializes upon them, shielding them from the Chitauri's onslaught. Is this immunity? Young Bo can scarcely believe it. When the wither's health dips below half, it gains a wither armor effect, rendering it immune to damage from arrows and tridents. However, the game does not feature Chitauri energy rifles, so Young Bo did not anticipate the wither's immunity to their ranged attacks. The battle at the portal shifts once more, as the recent assault by the Chitauri triggers the wither's passive ability. The withers that had sustained damage now seem to go berserk, emitting a torrent of blue wither skulls in rapid succession. The frequency of these retaliatory attacks correlates with the amount of damage taken rather than its magnitude. Thus, the Chitauri's volley results in a frenzied counterattack from the wither. Could it be that the wither is so formidable against such overwhelming numbers? It seems prudent to engage the withers individually in future encounters. Young Bo stands in astonishment at the wither's combat prowess, while Caecilius, having ensured Eric's safety, activates a portal to join him. Let us hold off for now. I sense our intervention may not be necessary. After a protracted skirmish, the Chitauri have yet to breach the portal. Conversely, 3 or 4 withers have already entered the portal, and this trend becomes increasingly evident. The Withers possessed limited health. Had the enemies boasted melee capabilities akin to those of the Asgardians, or explosive weaponry to combat the Withers, the conflict would have been considerably simpler. Yet, the Chitauri are at a disadvantage due to their ignorance. They, wielding energy weapons, have long since forsaken primitive gunpowder arms. The inability to perceive the health of the withered leads the Chitauri to mistakenly believe that their energy weapons lack potency. Boss, the superheroes from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. Young Bo, engrossed in the spectacle, lifted his gaze to see a Quinjet hovering in the sky. He silently hoped they would not descend just yet, for fear of attracting the attention of the withered. Damn! Before he could finish his thought, several figures leaped down from above, foremost among them the brash Thor, closely followed by Iron Man Tony and Loki. Young Bo watched helplessly as the two withered bosses, who had been positioned at the rear of the army, turned to launch an assault on the newcomers. Chapter 155. Wandering in the depths of the universe, the land of Siberia remained unforgivingly hard, particularly in the chill of the weather. Yet, without any form of protection, Thor plunged directly from the Kuhn-style aircraft, his legs sinking a meter into the unyielding ground. Fortunately, Thor's long legs spared him from experiencing any discomfort. Young Bo, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but scoff. Can you believe it, Cassius? The god of thunder can't even fly without his hammer. He pondered, could it be that the hammer is the true deity, while Thor is merely an accessory? Spending considerable time with Young Bo had evidently taught Cassius the art of sarcasm, prompting Young Bo to glance at him with renewed interest. You've presented an irrefutable argument. Just as Thor prepared to charge towards Young Bo, a blue skull projectile struck him, resulting in a violent explosion that sent him hurtling through the air. The damage inflicted by the withering boss was not particularly severe. A mere 12 points felt akin to a light slap to Thor. Regaining his composure, he furiously lunged at the withering entity, only to find that it was adept at evasion, remaining airborne and out of reach. The first stage of the withering boss hovered above, launching attacks upon all living beings while deftly avoiding counterstrikes. Bereft of ranged capabilities, Thor could do nothing but seethe in impotent fury, and amidst dodging the withering's onslaught, he stumbled upon a shocking realization that left him incredulous. Am I poisoned? This revelation astounded him. Aside from a childhood incident where Loki had poisoned him, leaving him incapacitated for 3 days, he had never before suffered from poison. His formidable physique, bolstered by divine power, typically rendered him immune to common toxins. Yet, the excruciating pain radiating through his body forced him to concede the reality of his predicament. In contrast to Thor's plight, the others fared somewhat better, though they were still in a state of disarray. The withering S3 heads were not without purpose. They could simultaneously lock onto 3 targets to unleash their attacks. Everyone, be cautious. Do not take the monster's blows head-on. Evade its strikes and counterattack when possible. Roger's voice rang out. Having endured one of the attacks himself, Roger quickly warned the others, even wielding a spare shield. The force of the explosion left his insides churning. Blood trickled from his mouth, a stark and vivid contrast against his pallor. Captain, he gasped, barely managing to evade another strike from the withering. Meanwhile, Iron Man soared through the air, skillfully dodging the attacks, his movements far more agile than the others. Raising his arm, he fired an energy beam at the withering. They seemed devoid of intelligence. Everyone, exercise caution. He relayed his observations through the communicator. As he sidestepped a flying withering skull, Tony felt a headache coming on. Without his hammer, Thor seemed to have not only diminished in power, but also in intellect. The Quinjet's dual-mounted machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets, achieving remarkable results. In a single concentrated assault, one wraith was swiftly dispatched into its second phase. However, this was soon replaced by an overwhelming swarm of blue skulls, leaving all the superheroes in a state of disarray. Cassilius furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding scene and quietly inquired, "Boss, shall we merely watch from the sidelines?" Young Bo clapped his hands and replied, "You are right. Let us sit back and enjoy the spectacle." He retrieved 2 wooden boards from his backpack and placed them on the ground, settling in to relish the live action of a super blockbuster. Fear not. True heroes always emerge to turn the tide at the last moment. Cassilius remained troubled. taking a seat on another board as he remarked, "I feel as though we are the villains in this scenario." Yang Bo responded earnestly, "Caecilius, remember, even if we are indeed the villains, we must never admit to it. This may afford us a glimmer of redemption in the end. As for the space stone, we cannot depend on it this time. We should consider the PIM particles and explore the quantum realm to see if we might return to our own universe." Caecilius nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the wormhole and the superhero's plight. At that moment, the battlefield shifted once more. The Wraith that had entered its second phase began close-quarter assaults, and even Iron Man, with his formidable evasion skills, found himself desperately dodging a relentless Wraith in midair. Boom. A projectile launched from Iron Man's armor struck the Wraith behind him, resulting in an explosion that sent the Wraith crashing to the ground, marking the first casualty of the battlefield. Tony Stark, momentarily taken aback, had failed to anticipate the Wraith's demise, as it had shown no warning before its end. He continued maneuvering his suit in a figure-8 pattern, simple yet effective. "Mr. Stark, the target has vanished," came Jarvis's voice, bringing Tony back to reality as he stabilized his position in the air. Jarvis analyzed the combat sequence. True to form, Jarvis, Tony's devoted assistant, quickly processed the attacks the Wraith had endured and proposed several tactical options. "Barton," Rogers' shout captured Tony's attention, as the unfortunate Hawkeye found himself singularly targeted by a Wraith. The close-quarters attack rendered the nearly immobile archer unable to evade. Boom! The hardened ground erupted into a crater, and Hawkeye was sent flying, landing with a thud and showing no signs of recovery. The Wraith displayed no mercy. Blue skulls reappeared, and Barton soared once more. Yet all present understood the grim truth. Barton was lost. The Wraith had shifted its focus to the skies, where Black Widow piloted the Quinjet, launching a fierce assault against the Wraith. Undeterred, the Wraith closed in on the Quinjet, and with 2 blasts of blue skulls, it rendered the aircraft inoperative. At that moment, there was no hero's aura to protect them. Observing the Kuan-style aircraft descending from the sky, Yang Bo discerned through the small map that the Black Widow's fate was dire. For the red dot representing her had vanished entirely. This demise would undoubtedly serve as a significant experience for both Natasha and Hawkeye. With that thought, he retrieved a staff from his backpack. Mind trick, mind trick, mind trick. This was the simplest apprentice-level spell of the necromancy school. Yet it proved to be exceedingly effective. As the spell took effect, a series of violent retching sounds echoed behind him. Loki's figure materialized, albeit in a rather poor state. He could barely stand. After taking a single step, he collapsed to the ground, continuing to heave uncontrollably. This was the effect of the mind trick skill, which induced a 15-second bout of nausea in the enemy. Judging by Loki's condition, the spell's efficacy was quite remarkable. Chapter 156. Closing the wormhole, still contemplating a sneak attack? A mischievous smile danced across Yang Bo's face as he approached and nestled beside Loki, playfully poking him with his staff as if trying to rouse a turtle from its shell. "Make a sound if you're alive." Loki turned over, gazing listlessly at the sky, his eyes hollow as if he had lost his very soul. The sudden wave of dizziness had nearly expelled his brain from his skull. Noticing Loki's familiar state, Yang Bo cast a surprised glance at his staff, murmuring, "I didn't pick the wrong one. Why does it feel like this fellow has been struck by the Emperor's staff again?" A smile crept onto his face as he spoke. In a swift motion, he spun around, replacing his staff with a combat insignia while drawing forth his most potent weapon, the ethereal gold cleaver. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as Loki, wielding a metallic dagger, had somehow crept up behind Yang Bo. A muffled groan of pain escaped Loki's lips as he felt an intense, throbbing coursing through his entire being, as though he had been stabbed repeatedly with a dagger at various points on his body. Still attempting to play the trickster? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. A cold smirk graced Yang Bo's face as he sheathed the cleaver and brought down the combat insignia forcefully upon Loki's head. Thud! The sound was dull, indicating that Loki's skull was not empty. He was met with a rebound of double thorn damage, coupled with Yang Bo's current suppression of data damage. Even the Frost Giant's resilience struggled to withstand the blow. "So you wish to engage in ambush, do you?" Thud, thud, thud. With each word young Bo spoke, he struck Loki anew, until Caecilius, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and said, "Boss, he's already unconscious. If you keep hitting him, he won't feel it. Perhaps we should revive him first before continuing." Having endured young Bo's lesson of tough love, Loki had long succumbed to unconsciousness. Though he was a god, he was, at best, merely a robust extraterrestrial being. Young Bo promptly ceased his assault, observing the bruised and battered Loki. Unsheathed his combat insignia. "Never mind, I shall let him off this time. Honestly, at such a young age, he should refrain from such mischief and cease his attempts at ambush." As he surveyed the scene, he noted a significant shift in circumstances. The withered spirits surrounding the wormhole had all burrowed into it, entering the cosmos where they thrived effortlessly, feeling no discomfort, and instead pursued the Chitauri relentlessly. The Avengers fared no better, with the weakest among them, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the shieldless Captain America, all perishing. Without his vibranium shield, Captain America was utterly outmatched, inferior even to the likes of Ben. Meanwhile, Thor was engaged in a fierce battle against a second-stage wraith, valiantly fighting even without Mjolnir. Yet, his condition was far from ideal. He appeared battered and disheveled, his once furious expression now tinged with sorrow. Iron Man, who had been soaring through the skies, was now compelled to engage in close combat, having exhausted all his ammunition, rendering his energy cannons ineffective against the wraiths. As the last wraith perished, tranquility enveloped the battlefield. Iron Man remained motionless, frozen in place, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his loss. The fallen Quinjet billowed thick smoke, teetering on the brink of explosion. Young Bo seized Loki by the collar and addressed Caecilius, saying, "It is time for us to make our entrance. First, let us close the wormhole. I believe the wraiths will suffice for the Chitauri." The wraiths possessed a peculiar trait. For each enemy they vanquished, they regained 5 health points. Thus, confronted with the Chitauri's swarm tactics, the wraiths thrived, and Young Bo intended to leave them in the cosmos to engage in a game with the Chitauri. Young Bo approached the Tesseract, his footsteps rousing Thor and Tony. Upon regaining his senses, Thor spotted Loki, ensnared in Young Bo's grip, uncertain of his fate, and charged towards him, eyes ablaze with hatred. Young Bo spoke without hesitation, "Do not move. If you do, I shall personally send him on his way. You know I am capable." At these words, Thor halted, though a flicker of lightning sparked in his eyes, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke in a low tone. "Is this what you desire? Look around you." Young Bo continued towards the Tesseract, casting a glance at his surroundings. What had once been a picturesque landscape was now marred by craters from the wraith's bombardment. Reaching the Tesseract, he struck it with a pickaxe, severing its energy flow. The wormhole gradually closed, and Young Bo, glancing at Thor, tossed Loki aside nonchalantly, declaring, "Indeed, this is what I wanted." Thor reached out to catch Loki, relieved to find him alive, but as Young Bo's words registered, he nearly gasped in disbelief. "You." Lightning crackled around Thor as he shed the mantle of the god of thunder, fueled by his rage, unleashing the full extent of his power. Young Bo, witnessing the electric display, could not suppress a cheer, exclaiming, "This is precisely what I wished to see." While he did not consider himself a virtuous man, he harbored a fondness for the Avengers and was untroubled by aiding them. Despite the methods being somewhat difficult for them to accept, the outcome was what mattered. Setting Loki down, Thor fixed his steely gaze on Young Bo and declared, "You will pay for this." With that, Thor leaped into the sky, dark clouds converging ominously, a cacophony of thunder erupting as white lightning serpents manifested in the air, all converging into his being. "Ah!" Thor roared, descending from the heavens. Exile. Level, Apprentice, Attribute, Necromancy, Magic Consumption, 15 unilaterally teleport a target to a random location within a specified range, disregarding their consent. Thor's figure was struck directly by the spell. However, to Young Bo's astonishment, the incantation proved utterly ineffective. Had apprentice-level spells truly lost their potency against Thor in such a state? Observing that Thor's momentum remained unabated, Caecilius promptly conjured a portal before his adversary, with its exit positioned on Loki. Thor hastily decelerated, attempting to retract the crackling lightning enveloping him. But the proximity was too great. As he traversed the portal, Thor collided forcefully with Loki, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness. With a piercing scream, Loki gazed incredulously at the embodiment of Thor upon him, weakly uttering, "Thor, you truly have laid hands on me." Before he could finish, Loki's head twisted, and he fell into unconsciousness once more. Chapter 157. Is this possible? Thor wore an expression of discomfort as he hastily extricated himself from Loki's side. "Loki, awaken. Please, awaken." It was evident that mere words could no longer rescue Loki from his plight. At that moment, Tony emerged from his armor, his demeanor grave, advancing purposefully towards Yongbo, entirely unguarded. "Although I am unaware of your intentions or your origins, and we remain ignorant of all that pertains to you, I have formulated a hypothesis. Regardless of your motives, I seek to ascertain whether that armor is a creation of mine." Observing Tony's earnest countenance, Yongbo could not suppress a smile. "Indeed, Tony, you remain the most astute among us. Caecilius, you may exit the armor now." As the magical suit of armor retracted, Caecilius stepped forth, and Yongbo, as if showcasing a product, proclaimed, "This is a magical suit of armor, the pinnacle of the fusion of technology and sorcery. Equipped with 4 second-generation arc reactors, precisely the model you are currently utilizing." "You are correct. This is indeed your creation, a collaboration among you, Ivan Vanko, and Caecilius, resulting in this latest iteration of the magical armor. Though it exists in only this singular model, it is undeniably the most advanced." Upon hearing Ivan Vanko's name, Tony was reminded of that reckless, yet somewhat deranged man. Indeed, this is a parallel universe. It is utterly surreal. "Thank you. I presume that in another world, our relationship must be quite amicable, for I could not have crafted armor for another, especially not for a man." Yongbo nodded with a smile. "Our relationship is adequate. However, that Tony is always keen on conversing with my secretary. The Tesseract, evidently, has little bearing on my return home. Nevertheless, I do enjoy collecting certain artifacts, so I shall retain this item." He added, "It is time for me to seek alternative means of returning home." Yongbo regarded Tony with a friendly nod. "I hope that through this experience, you may grow even stronger." With that, he retrieved a staff that emanated a sense of sanctity from his backpack and directed it toward those who had previously perished, casting the most potent healing spell. Heroes are immortal. A cascade of light beams descended from the heavens, shattering the darkened sky, enveloping those who had once been lifeless. Just as Yongbo was about to step into the portal, a sudden thought struck him. He turned to Tony and said, "Please inform Black Widow that her body should have fully healed. Do ensure that she does not inadvertently become pregnant. Those resurrected would return in their most perfect form. Even Bucky's arm could regenerate, so a mere uterus would pose no challenge." With those words, he turned and departed from the ravaged battlefield, leaving behind a stunned Thor and Tony. They beheld Captain America and Hawkeye, who had once been devoid of life, now rising from the ground, their only affliction being tattered clothing, while their bodies bore no signs of injury. Tony gazed at Rogers as he approached, unable to resist inquiring of Thor, who was cradling Loki nearby, "Do you gods possess such abilities as well?" Thor replied, "Not at all." He was struck by the ironclad reality. Resurrection. Not only was he incapable, but among all those he knew, no one held such power, not even his father, whom he regarded as the mightiest. Unable to contain himself, Tony retorted, "If you claim to be a god, yet cannot resurrect anyone, how dare you call yourself divine?" Thor remained silent. Rogers, furrowing his brow, stepped forward and asked, "What has transpired?" "I clearly died," Tony interjected, waving his hand dismissively, as the other party stated. "You have merely experienced a rare occurrence. Captain, the mission has failed. We must return." He added with a hint of self-deprecation, "From the very beginning, everything was under their control. We were merely actors in their eyes, perhaps receiving a token of appreciation when they felt pleased." Rogers appeared bewildered, yet was taken aback to see Thor, upon hearing Tony's somewhat disparaging remarks about their own, showed no signs of discontent. Just yesterday, Thor had been as volatile as a powder keg, easily ignited. Tony chose not to engage further with Rogers, instead donning his armor and soaring towards the Quinjet. Since the other party suggested he relay that message to Black Widow, it indicated she had also returned to life. Meanwhile, Yongbo returned to New York, languidly seated on a nearby wooden plank, yearning for the comfort of his sofa. It seems I can no longer rely on the Tesseract. But there is another method, seeking Pym particles. Through the quantum realm, I should be able to return to our own universe, albeit with some complications. Cassius remained silent, prompting Yongbo to glance over in confusion. Cassius appeared dazed, evidently lost in thought. What is the matter? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Cassius, Yongbo called out, waving his hand before him. Finally, Cassius snapped back to reality, his eyes gleaming with hope. Boss, can you help me resurrect my family? Cassius was visibly excited. This was the first time he realized Yongbo possessed the ability to bring others back to life. And he felt closer than ever to resurrecting his wife and children. Yongbo's smile faded as he sighed deeply, gazing at Cassius with understanding. Cassius, I have always known your desires, yet I am powerless to assist. My resurrection ability is significantly limited. The individual must not have been dead for more than a day. The task of resurrecting your loved ones lies solely with you. If you accompany me and enhance your strength, one day you will achieve what you seek. Patting the disheartened Cassius on the back, Yongbo felt a sense of helplessness, but suddenly a question sparked in his mind. If only we could use the time stone to restore someone to the day of their death, and then revive them with a spell. Cassius, filled with despair, found his spirits plummeting. However, he quickly regained composure, placing his hopes once more in his own abilities and armor. Yongbo, uncertain of how to console him, softly suggested, "Let us rest for 2 days. After that, we shall seek out Hank Pym to assist us in our return." From his backpack, Yongbo retrieved some obsidian and made his way to the corner of the room, preparing to descend into the underworld to gather materials. As the recent unforeseen events had left him ill-equipped, skillfully constructing a portal, he activated it and stepped through. The familiar underworld awaited him, complete with its eerie forests. Yongbo marveled at the surroundings, recognizing the environment he had traversed before, and his eyes widened in surprise as he spotted 2 identical portals standing side by side. Goodness! Have I returned already? Chapter 158. Homecoming. Stepping through another portal, he was met with the familiar distortion of vision. Before he could fully immerse himself in the sensation, he found himself back in the Marvel Universe. Had he truly returned? A look of delight filled Yongbo's eyes, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Gazing at the familiar, soft couch, he felt tears welling up within him. He threw himself onto it, sinking into its comforting embrace. Indeed, there was no place like home. The past week had deprived him of proper food and rest. He took out his phone and attempted to call Ivan, but after a prolonged wait, his call went unanswered, leaving him puzzled. Why was Ivan out of service? Could it be that the flow of time differed between the two worlds? Had 7 days passed on that side while 7 years had elapsed here? Unbeknownst to him. After he and Cassius traversed the portal, Ivan, Tony, and Dr. Eric had opened a portal to a small planet, and at that moment, the trio was tirelessly working to reshape that very world in accordance with his vision. With no other option, Yongbo decided to call Sky to inquire about the current situation. If indeed 7 years had passed, would Sky have been snatched away by someone else? The thought filled him with unease. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, what is up, Yong? Missing me?" The sound of gunfire crackled in the background as Sky's voice came through the receiver. Hearing Sky's words brought Yongbo some relief. If it truly were 7 years later, Sky would not be in such a situation. "Yes, I've missed you. By the way, do you know where Ivan and Tony have gone?" "Not a clue. I've been busy studying computer skills and hunting vampires with the professor these past few days." Listening to Sky, Yongbo remarked, "Sky, you only need to learn some melee skills from Blade. You 2-1T have the same style moving forward. From the sounds of it, you seem quite occupied. Be careful, and call me when you're done. I miss you. You're home? Just wait for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, Sky hung up. Yongbo chuckled and tossed his phone aside, reclining on the soft couch, awaiting Sky while pondering Ivan and the others. They should be fine, otherwise Sky wouldn't be so composed. Yet, he felt as though he had forgotten something important. After a moment's reflection, he couldn't recall what it was. "Oh well, I'll remember it in due time." After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, Sky called back. "Young, I'm here. Why are there 2 portals? Just hold on." I'll come to get you. Yongbo sprang up from the couch and made his way toward the portal to the lower realm. Oh, I forgot to set up the signs. He quickly grabbed some wood from a nearby box and fashioned 3 placards. As he emerged from the portal to the lower realm, Yongbo barely steadied himself before a figure leaped into his embrace. Sky, with a beaming face, hugged him tightly. After a long period of recuperation, she had fully recovered. Why have you been so long without contacting me? I have tried to call you several times these past few days, but to no avail. The communicator you provided has proven ineffective. Yongbo steadied himself, his large hand already boldly reaching inward as he said, I was on a business trip. Quite far from home. Indeed, it was a considerable distance, after all, it spanned the cosmos. Next time, could you possibly give me a heads up? I will. Sky's face flushed crimson, her fair hand uncontrollably grasping at young Yongbo. Oh, this woman seems to be playing with fire, temporarily breaking free from Sky's grasp. He retrieved a bed from his backpack, placing it aside before sealing the surrounding passage with blocks. By the light, this malevolence appears worthy of a confrontation. With this thought, he transformed into a werewolf, recklessly launching himself into the fray. The following day, Yongbo awoke feeling refreshed, rising to adjust his attire and stretch comfortably. Indeed, the most formidable advantage lay in the power of data. He produced the sign he had crafted the previous day and placed it atop 2 obsidian teleportation gates. 1. Central Park, 2. Do not enter. The sound of installing the sign roused Sky from her slumber, although she had nearly gone an entire night without sleep. Her endurance had significantly improved through prolonged training, leaving her merely feeling slightly weak in the legs, without appearing overly disheveled. Young, where does this teleportation gate lead? Sky inquired. Pointing at the portal marked with 2, clearly still recovering from the previous day's excitement, her gaze towards Yongbo lingering with a seductive haze, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Yongbo found it difficult to maintain his composure, yet his iron will suppress such thoughts, primarily out of fear of mischief. Oh, that leads to another universe. He explained nonchalantly. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I was transported along with Cassius too. Suddenly, he remembered Cassius. He had completely forgotten to bring him back. Indeed, the realm of beauty is a graveyard for heroes. I almost forgot about Cassius. Sky, you should get up and head home to wait for me. I will go retrieve Cassius. Sky, filled with curiosity about the other universe, obediently nodded, getting dressed and preparing herself before turning to step into the first teleportation gate. Yongbo, not wishing to waste any time, entered the second teleportation gate, returning to Universe 2. Upon arrival, he spotted Cassius in a meditative state. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he had worried that emerging from the portal would land him back in Universe 1. Cassius, I have discovered a way home. Hearing Yongbo's voice, Cassius emerged from his meditation, looking curiously at the smiling Yongbo, sensing that the smile seemed somewhat strained. What method? Do you remember the underworld I took you to? The connection between the 2 universes is a lower realm, through which one can effortlessly return to our original world via a portal. Cassius felt a twinge of surprise. He had previously been brought into the lower realm by Yongbo, yet he had assumed it was merely a small subspace attached to their universe. However, it now appeared that this world was far more complex than he had initially thought. Upon returning to World 1, with Cassius in their company, Yongbo and his companions easily arrived at the base located in Africa. Yet, they found that significant changes had occurred here. The abandoned spacecraft that once lay parked had vanished, replaced by a multitude of peculiar instruments, and the once busy scientists and robots had completely disappeared. No, there was still one person. At that moment, Dr. Eric sat in a chair, intently staring at the data on his computer, occasionally jotting down notes and sketches on paper. Chapter 159. Do not frighten me, Dr. Eric. With a beaming smile, Yongbo greeted Dr. Eric. Initially engrossed in data calculations, Eric swiftly turned upon hearing Yongbo's voice, his neck creaking from having maintained a single position for too long. The sound made Yongbo's eyelids twitch. Take it easy. If you turn too quickly, you might. It was only then that Yongbo clearly discerned Eric's appearance. He stood frozen in place. Although Eric was of an elder age, he usually exuded vitality. However, now his eyes were red and bloodshot, his pallor ghostly, accentuated by dark circles beneath his eyes, an unmistakable sign of sleepless nights. Young Bo. Eric's voice trembled slightly. Young Bo hurried over, concern etched on his face. Eric, what has happened to you? Eric could scarcely believe his eyes. The young Bo who had seemingly vanished due to his own error had returned. I. Suddenly, Eric clutched his chest and collapsed, his face taking on a grayish hue, the color that signals one's approach to death. Witnessing Eric's sudden fall and the vanishing health bar, young Bo felt a wave of shock wash over him. Good heavens, Doctor, are you playing this dangerously? He swiftly drew his staff and aimed it at Eric, casting the spell Heroic Immortality, relieved that Eric's demise was due to illness rather than the natural course of life. Eric, this is not the time for you to rest. I do not approve of this holiday. A divine beam of light descended upon Eric. Feeling uneasy, young Bo cast another master-level healing spell, Sanctuary of Life. Observing the life regeneration and damage absorption effects on Eric, young Bo nodded in satisfaction. With the two spells cast, Dr. Eric instantly opened his eyes. The tension that had gripped him upon seeing young Bo dissipated, and the physical toll of his recent sleeplessness surged forth, manifesting in a sudden collapse. Young Bo helped Eric to his feet and inquired, "How do you feel? Young, where have you been? How did you return?" Eric seemed far more concerned about Young Bo's whereabouts over the past few days. After Young Bo's disappearance, he had been eager to reopen the portal to bring him back. But the entire incident had been entirely unforeseen, leaving him in a state of confusion for several days. For Eric, this was utterly unacceptable. Young Bo chuckled softly, recounting the events of the past few days in brief. Despite the brevity, Eric listened with rapt attention, his eyes alight with curiosity and intrigue. What a remarkable journey. So, you mean to say that we are not only able to reach outer space, but also venture into another universe? This revelation greatly pleased Young Bo, as it meant Eric was now fully invested in his mission. No rush. When time allows, I will take you all to see it. By the way, what about Ivan and the others? Ivan? Ah, yes, Ivan. Young, just as you returned, I must inform you that Ivan has been somewhat unhinged these past few days. He has had several altercations with Tony, and I believe it would be prudent for you to check on him. With a slight nod, I glanced towards the wormhole portal leading to the small celestial body. Young Bo, accompanied by a few individuals, proceeded towards the portal. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a flurry of industrious silhouettes, predominantly robotic in nature. The surroundings were dominated by edifices crafted from steel, gleaming coldly under the sun's rays. Several spacecraft were stationed nearby, indicating that repairs had been completed on a few over the past days. Praise be to the god of machines. Is this a step towards the advancement of the cyberplanet? Regrettably, all energy supplies are sourced from colossal reactors situated on platforms, lacking the charm of steam pistons. The moment Young Bo set foot on this planet, Ivan had already received the news and hastily ascended the flight platform to head towards the portal. Soaring through the sky, he quickly spotted Young Bo engaged in discussion with Sky regarding the surrounding environment. He descended promptly. Initially, Young Bo's disappearance had plunged him into a tempest of rage and frustration. However, once he regained his composure, an instinct reassured him that Young Bo would be unharmed. With the ability to open portals to extraordinary realms, it was implausible for him not to return. Thus, he had devoted himself to completing the tasks assigned to him before Young Bo's journey, transforming this planet. "Boss, you have returned," Ivan exclaimed, his scarred visage contorting into a smile that was hardly pleasing. He hastily descended from the platform and approached Young Bo. Young Bo extended his arms, embracing Ivan, and remarked, "Ivan, you have done well. However, regarding the surrounding structures, are you contemplating a path of mechanical ascension?" Mechanical ascension? Ivan furrowed his brow in confusion. He explained, "Although this planet is suitable for habitation, its mineral reserves are exceedingly scarce. Currently, aside from trees, the predominant resource we possess is the steel remnants of dilapidated spacecraft. In the spirit of resourcefulness, I utilized the wreckage of those old ships to initiate the transformation." He gestured towards the bustling robots in the distance, stating, "That area will become the Spacecraft Development Center, and it will be completed in a month, allowing us to produce small spacecraft and miniature flying devices." Upon hearing Ivan's explanation, Yongbo felt a surge of admiration for his decision to invite him to join his team in Siberia. All right, Ivan, I entrust this to you. But do refrain from expanding the city too extensively. I prefer a more pristine environment. The two continued to converse about Yongbo's experiences in the other world and the matters concerning the Chitauri army. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had elapsed. Yongbo, donning sunglasses and beach shorts, reclined on a chair, basking in the sun's warmth. Boss. A massive spacecraft has appeared in the extraterrestrial orbit. They have dispatched several smaller vessels that have already penetrated the atmosphere. Should we engage? Yongbo stood beside a robot, from which Ivan's voice emanated. Wait a moment. He retrieved a communicator from his backpack, and as soon as it was in hand, voices erupted from within. Captain Yongdu, we still cannot establish contact with that wizard's communicator. Damn it, it seems we are being locked onto. In the Iron City, certain open areas began to fissure, revealing flat cannon tubes that extended outward, emanating a faint blue glow, poised to unleash their fire at any moment. Yongbo pressed the communicator and inquired, Yongdu, have you arrived so swiftly because you found the information on the two planets? After a brief pause, Yongdu's voice resonated from the device. Yongbo, we have indeed located the planet known as Vamr. Chapter 160. The soul gem on board the ship of the Ravagers. Yongbo stood at the forefront of the observation port, gazing at the cloud-covered planet below, a smile gracing his face. Turning to Yongdu, he said, I appreciate your assistance. Yongdu grinned, revealing his uneven teeth, and replied, we Ravagers are quite particular about our reputation. This statement may deceive others, but Yongdu was primarily motivated by wealth. In his heart, the only thing more valuable than money was Star-Lord himself. Yongdu, your ship could use a bit of tidying up. If it weren't for the windows, I would doubt we were in space and not in a garbage dump. Let's descend. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can spend your money without worry. The ship surged forward, piercing through the thick atmosphere, revealing the distinctive scenery of Vormir. The intertwining sea and sandy shores resembled a child's doodles, imparting a sense of soulful beauty. After circling the planet, they soon identified their destination, a towering stone mountain, with remnants of ancient structures faintly visible at its peak. Under Yongbo's command, the ship swiftly landed on a platform. Stepping off, he remarked, this place feels like a meticulously designed landing pad. At that moment, a figure drifted toward them from the distance. Despite the absence of wind, the large cloak continued to billow. Yongbo squinted at the approaching figure. Red Skull? Beneath the cloak was a crimson skull face, the notorious Johann Schmidt, leader of Hydra during World War II. Disdained by the Space Stone, he had been transported to the realm of the Soul Stone, ultimately becoming its guardian. That was merely my former code name. Welcome, esteemed guests. The Red Skull's face, shrouded in the cloak, turned toward Yongdu, the former leader of the Ravagers. Yongdu? And, wait, who are you? Why can I not see you? The Red Skull swiftly removed his cloak and flew toward Yongbo, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Yongdu, hearing the mention of former leader, furrowed his brow and inquired, you know me? The Red Skull instinctively replied, I know all things. While humans may lie, souls cannot. As he observed Yongbo's enigmatic smile, his voice dwindled. Damn, what if I can't perceive this man's soul? The Soul Stone never mentioned such a situation. Red Skull, spare me the pleasantries. You must understand the purpose of my visit, even if you cannot see through me. Take me there at once. Yongbo was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with the Red Skull, who had become a mere puppet of the Soul Stone, his essence entirely dominated by it. He was, in essence, just the Soul Stone possessing Schmidt's memories. The Red Skull paused for a moment, then said, I believe you are aware of the price one must pay to obtain the gem. Yes, I am prepared. Everyone who ventured here believed they were ready. Having spoken, the Red Skull drifted directly towards the mountain's peak, with Yongbo closely following in his wake. Yongdu gazed at Yongbo's receding figure, a glimmer of insight shining in his eyes. You all stay here to guard the spaceship. I will ascend and take a look. A few minutes later, Yongbo reached the summit, where a grand altar stood majestically. At that moment, he stood at the edge of the altar, gazing downwards. One soul for another. Only by sacrificing your most beloved can you obtain the Soul Stone. Coming to his senses, Yangbo earnestly addressed the Red Skull. What if? If my greatest love is myself? The Red Skull replied, you dare to sacrifice yourself? Who would receive the stone then? You may attempt it. The decision lies within your grasp. Currently, he merely wished to expedite the departure of this group. Having already discerned that Yongdu was entirely unaware of what the Soul Stone entailed, they were merely here as guides. The man before him posed a significant dilemma, as it was impossible to perceive his soul. In that case, I shall give it a try. Yangbo, unfazed by the Red Skull's thoughts, retrieved a bed from his backpack and set up a respawn point nearby. He then slowly approached the edge of the altar's precipice, suddenly recalling a pressing issue. His current health was insufficient for such a height. A fall could be fatal. With no other options, he decided to take a hot bath. He dug a pit in the ground, poured in lava, stripped off all his gear, and leaped into it. His health plummeted rapidly, akin to a dam breaking, and before long it dwindled to around 20 points. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he leapt without hesitation. Being his health depleted, Yangbo's body collapsed to the ground, prompting the Red Skull and Yongdu to rush forward, witnessing the scene unfold. Yongdu, the Red Skull. 3 seconds later, Yangbo sat up on the bed, scanning the area, yet found no trace of the Soul Stone. He called out to the Red Skull, Red Skull, I have died once. Shouldn't I receive the stone now? The Red Skull turned at the sound of Yangbo's voice and replied, that doesn't count. Your soul is not here. This was no longer my concern. Yangbo stood and approached the Red Skull, stating earnestly, the Soul Stone did not claim my soul. That is its failing, but I did indeed offer it. We must adhere to the rules. The Red Skull scoffed dismissively and fell silent, his implication clear. I care not for rules. What can you do? Yangbo, feeling a headache coming on, realized that the Soul Stone likely resided beyond the material realm. Even if he were to excavate this planet, he would find nothing. Perhaps I should summon Caecilius or Thor to harness the power of other stones to locate the Soul Stone. Now that he had discerned the whereabouts of the Soul Stone, Yangbo felt less urgency. However, Yangbo is not prepared to relinquish his efforts. He takes out obsidian and begins constructing the nether portal. He has learned from Gu-E that the portal will deepen the connection between the Minecraft world and the Marvel Universe, as well as influence certain rules. First, I will create 100 portals in this world and see if this planet can be transformed into a square. An unexpected occurrence transpires. After Yangbo completes the first portal and activates it with flint and steel, he feels something new in his hand. Upon opening his palm, a gem radiating a yellow light rests quietly within. Was my earlier leap in vain? He muses, though a joyful smile graces his face, as this brings him one step closer to collecting all the gems. Next up are the Power Stone and the Reality Stone. Chapter 161. The Hunt for the Ender Dragon. With the Soul Gem clasped in his hand, Yangbo gazed helplessly at his companion, Yundu, and remarked, if you wish to seize it, do so swiftly. As a marauder, Yundu, despite being unaware of the Soul Gem's true significance, was instinctively driven by his professional ethics. He knew that encountering an informed individual could yield a lucrative sale. Thus, his inner turmoil was akin to a burgeoning desire. Observing the flickering dot representing Yundu on his mini-map, Yangbo found the situation somewhat amusing. If you don't make a move, I might just tuck it away, he teased. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yundu's face broke into a radiant smile. How could I? I am merely curious. Mr. Yangbo, I am the most trustworthy marauder and would never dream of robbing my employer. Star-Lord, was it not you who clandestinely kept it? With the Soul Gem safely stowed in his backpack, the red skeleton, who had been standing nearby, vanished without a trace. Yangbo, observing Yundu's dot revert to a stationary white point, chuckled, Captain Yundu, I truly appreciate your assistance. I trust you managed to sell the metal for a handsome sum, otherwise you wouldn't have been so prompt in locating the Warmere star for me. At the mention of metal, Yundu's smile widened even further, and he began to rub his hands together in excitement. Mr. Yangbo, should such an opportunity arise again, please do not hesitate to contact us. Among the cosmos, we marauders are quite formidable. Yangbo returned his smile, nodding in agreement. Let us dismantle this bed and cancel the resurrection point here. We shall part ways for now. and I await your promising news." He chuckled. "No matter how swift your ship may be, it cannot rival my resurrection speed." As he watched Yendu depart, Yangbo shook his head with a smile. If someone were to offer a greater price, Yendu would undoubtedly sell him out. However, marauders proved invaluable in the vastness of space. Why ponder such matters? The universe is rife with people. Otherwise, Thanos would not have contemplated eradicating half the population to achieve his so-called balance. With that thought, he turned and leapt once more into the lava. Darkness enveloped Yangbo's vision as his form dissipated from the Warmere star, leaving behind a portal to the lower realm, emanating a purple glow. Upon opening his eyes to the familiar ceiling, he sat up and surveyed the chaotic contents of his backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he approached a nearby chest. Retrieving some ender pearls and obsidian to craft an ender chest, the ender chest utilizes a shared ender storage space. Anything placed within one chest can be retrieved from any other ender chest, regardless of location. Consequently, his backpack had effectively been expanded. After crafting 2 ender chests, one placed on the ground and the other tucked away in his backpack, he discarded non-stackable items like the Infinity Stones into one. It was time to venture to the end and slay the Ender Dragon. Such a remarkable treasure as the Shadow Box must not be overlooked. Equipped with dimensional cake molds, there was no need to seek out the End Fortress. Instead, one could simply create an Ender Cake and replenish its usage with Ender Pearls. Yangbo produced the prepared boomerang, a weapon from the Tinker's Construct mod, which he found exceptionally comfortable to wield, especially with its unbreakable attribute, which brought an immense sense of satisfaction. With a remarkably high attack speed and the ability to incorporate 4 different material bonuses, the boomerang demonstrated impressive prowess throughout all stages of the game. Once everything was prepared, Yangbo focused on the Ender Cake and silently invoked its use. In an instant, the scenery before him shifted, and he experienced a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the End Dimension. Beneath his feet lay a platform of obsidian, suspended in the void. Cautiously, he glanced down into the profound abyss, a sense of trepidation washing over him. This was his first encounter with the void of Minecraft, which felt even more daunting than the vastness of outer space. Previously, while journeying through the cosmos alone, he occasionally felt a pang of solitude. But compared to the void of Minecraft, it was a far more comforting experience. In the universe, at least there were countless stars illuminating the darkness, and occasionally, he would come across drifting meteors. However, the void of Minecraft was an expanse of utter silence, devoid of stars, light, or life, where even the depths below seemed to signify nothingness. A thunderous roar from a black Ender Dragon jolted Yangbo back to reality as a dark, purplish dragon breath projectile hurtled towards him. Swiftly, he switched to the Ender Pearl he had prepared earlier and hurled it towards the Ender Island. In a flash, before the dragon breath could detonate, Yangbo's form transformed into purple particles and vanished. The Ender Dragon appeared far more imposing than in the game. Yangbo marveled at its massive size, 16 meters in length and 16 meters wide with an 8-meter wingspan, making it a true behemoth in the real world. One could liken it to a large bus hurtling towards you at full speed, creating an intense visual impact that was undeniably nerve-wracking. The Ender Island was teeming with Endermen, who congregated in groups of 3 or 5. The current Yangbo was no longer the timid version of himself. He felt indifferent to the presence of these Endermen. Towering obsidian pillars dotted the main island, each crowned with an Ender crystal capable of emitting a beam of energy that linked to the Ender Dragon, allowing it to swiftly regenerate health. Without first destroying these crystals, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the Ender Dragon without modded weaponry. From his backpack, Yangbo retrieved a platform specially crafted by Ivan and placed it on the ground, but it elicited no response. Even the installed intelligent assistant remained silent. Was this a restriction against overtaking? A rule of the world? Realizing it was futile, he quickly stowed the flying platform away. While ineffective in the end, it was still useful in other realms. Suddenly, the Ender Dragon emerged silently through the End Stone, an act that instilled in Yangbo a profound sense of the dragon's surreal nature. Subsequently, he was forcefully propelled into the air by the colossal wings of the Ender Dragon. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, the force of the knockback was undeniably formidable, sending him soaring several dozen meters into the sky. Was this a playful embrace or a lift? Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bo hurled the boomerang in his hand, shattering the nearest ender crystal, and maneuvered his body towards the obsidian pillar. He extended his hands, grasping the edge of the obsidian structure, narrowly avoiding a fall. Exhaling in relief, he exerted his strength and leaped onto the obsidian platform. The ender crystal had been obliterated, leaving only a base of bedrock behind. From his elevated vantage point, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining ender crystals on the surrounding obsidian platforms with his boomerang. Chapter 162. The Liberation of the End after shattering all the end crystals. Although the Ender Dragon exhibited no apparent changes, Yang Bo felt an undeniable shift in its demeanor, as if it had become considerably more amicable, with a noticeable decrease in its attack frequency. Today, he thought, he would claim the dragon-esque kidney. In the past, while watching Minecraft videos on Bilibili, he often heard streamers utter such phrases. Now, he reveled in the joy of this metaphorical conquest. The Ender Dragon let out a thunderous roar, launching a breath attack lazily towards Yang Bo. He nimbly evaded it and retaliated by hurling the boomerang in his grasp. Under the barrage of Yang Bo's rapid assaults, the dragon's health dwindled precariously. However, a vexing predicament arose. It refused to descend. Yang Bo found himself in a quandary. After losing a significant amount of health, the dragon continued to circle high above. Below, a group of misfortunate Endermen, injured in the crossfire, relentlessly pursued it with their long strides. With no other option, Yang Bo settled beside the obsidian portal frame, patiently awaiting the dragon-esque descent. Curse it! Has the Ender Dragon grown wiser? He muttered. Just then, another breath attack surged towards him. Yet, such attacks were easily dodged when anticipated. After enduring a few more minutes of torment, the Ender Dragon finally dove toward Yang Bo, resembling a bomber intent on dropping its payload. Yang Bo, exhilarated and armed with his boomerang, prepared to seize the dragon's kidney, while an even more eager group of Endermen followed closely behind, their mouths agape in anticipation of an opportunity. Unfortunately, the Ender Dragon paid them no heed. With a gentle flap of its wings, it sent all nearby Endermen sprawling, inflicting considerable damage upon them, with two unfortunate souls even catapulted off the end island. It was akin to searching for death with a lantern in hand. The Ender Dragon was indeed lackluster, its attacks feeble, its AI deficient, riddled with flaws. Indeed, some players could effortlessly defeat it with nothing more than a basic bow and arrow without sustaining harm. Yet, it possessed one remarkable trait. It could only be harmed by explosions or attacks from players. As the dragon swooped down, Yang Bo threw two boomerangs, striking the dragon's head and depleting its health entirely. The creature emitted a sound reminiscent of wet firewood crackling as it descended, wings flapping, hovering above the obsidian portal. A burst of purple light erupted from the dragon-esque body, and its massive form became suspended in midair, motionless, before splitting apart. With a dull explosion, the Ender Dragon's body disintegrated into the ether, replaced by a multitude of experience orbs cascading down from above. It was over. With the demise of the Ender Dragon, the surrounding Endermen lost their hostility and resumed their aimless wandering, collecting the abundant experience points that littered the ground. Yang Bo was greeted by a chorus of leveling up sounds in his mind. Approaching the obsidian portal, he gazed at the black and purple dragon egg, smiled, and chose not to disturb it. The dragon egg is likely situated here, and presently there are no suitable modules available. I shall return to retrieve it when the time is right. It is time to seek the end ship. Yang Bo surveyed the surroundings of the main island and soon spotted the generated end portal. The end portal serves as a gateway between the central islands of the end and the outer islands. Approaching with care, he stepped lightly on the blocks beneath him. Upon reaching the portal, the most convenient method to activate the enclosed portal is to use an ender pearl, simply aimed and thrown towards the center of the portal. However, Yang Bo had devised a superior method. He extended his hand into the crevice of the bedrock and suddenly felt a unique force enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on a new end island. Splendid! How delightful it would be to construct such portals at will. They seem far more efficient than the cosmic cube. Bo glanced around the end island, noting the absence of the Ender Dragon and Obsidian, although the number of Endermen remained plentiful, alongside some purple flora. The purple essence, a truly life-saving item. This plant, unique to the End, possesses remarkable abilities, allowing one to teleport to the nearest safe block when consumed, even if one were to fall into the void. Eating the purple essence would ensure a safe return to the closest solid block. An hour later, Bo soared through the skies, a pair of gray wings trailing behind him, a reward from the End ship, Elytra. He deftly maneuvered, adjusting his posture as he approached the portal without any sign of deceleration, seamlessly slipping through the narrow opening into the portal. Phew. Upon re-entering the main island of the End through the portal, he approached the dazzling and peculiar gateway. Leaping into it, Bo felt his body enveloped in warmth, a faint melody whispering in his ears, though he could not discern the words. Moments later, in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, Bo emerged in a dimly lit alley, recognizing his familiar surroundings with a resigned expression. Has this truly become my point of origin? With the faint light illuminating the dry walls, he sighed, noting that the environment had changed little since his arrival. Having arrived, after hearing the sound of flowing water, Bo shook off the lingering sensation and secured the small Bo around his waist, stepping out of the shadowy alley. Bang! Bang! The familiar crack of gunfire and distant screams met his ears, prompting a deep breath and a reflective expression. Indeed, Hell's Kitchen remains unchanged. Its air thick with freedom, smoke, and the scent of cannabis, a most extraordinary atmosphere. A motorcycle sped towards him, and upon noticing Bo, the passenger leapt off with a screech. This kind-hearted gentleman. I trust you would not wish for anyone to perish on the streets due to a lack of money to purchase bread. Bo gazed at the black handgun pressed against his stomach, then turned his attention to the well-dressed young Caucasian before him. Naturally, I consider myself rather generous. A grateful smile appeared on the young man's face as he extended his hand, preparing to reach into Bo's pocket. Thank you. Please take a moment to rest while I handle this myself. What a talent. Indeed, Hell's Kitchen is brimming with gifted individuals, Bo mused internally, recognizing that the young Caucasian before him was undoubtedly a professional. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired as a red figure descended from the sky, delivering a swift kick to the young man. His accomplice on the motorcycle was equally formidable, showing no hesitation as the engine roared to life, propelling him forward. Bo stood there, utterly astonished, not even a single harsh word uttered. How is this possible? Chapter 163. Daredevil in the Afterlife. The figure before him was clad in a dark crimson battle suit, resembling an oversized cockroach, wielding a short baton in each hand. Given the setting of Hell's Kitchen, Bo recognized him instantly as the renowned Marvel superhero, Daredevil. He crouched down to pat the white youth who had just attempted to rob him, but there was no response. With a sigh, he stood up and turned his gaze towards Daredevil. The youthful determination evident in Daredevil's exposed chin suggested he was still in the prime of his life. Thank you. It was only polite to express gratitude for the timely rescue, regardless of the circumstances. He glanced once more at the motionless figure on the ground, a deeper sigh escaping his lips. In truth, he had considered recruiting that individual, but alas, it was merely a fleeting whim. If fate had not aligned, it could only be said that the other had poor luck. Daredevil, somewhat perplexed by Bo's demeanor, approached the young thief. From somewhere within his attire, he produced a length of rope and skillfully bound the perpetrator, tossing the discarded firearm onto the unconscious body. He then retrieved his phone and dialed the authorities. Finally, turning to Bo, he remarked, "If you have the time, you may wait here for the police to arrive." Chaos was the prevailing theme of Hell's Kitchen. As Matt and Bo exchanged a few words, gunfire erupted in the distance once more. I must take my leave. Do not venture alone in Hell's Kitchen at night. It is simply an invitation for these rogues to commit their misdeeds. Watching Daredevil's retreating figure, Bo chuckled softly, shaking his head as he departed. He murmured to himself, "This is undoubtedly the best way to earn a living. Thankfully, I am not in need of funds. Otherwise, I might find myself wandering here alone every night." With spring upon them, life was returning in abundance, marking the season for superhero antics in Hell's Kitchen once again. Yet, he pondered who their adversaries would be this time. Previously, Yang Bo had inquired about the differences between universes, realizing that in his own, there was no kingpin ruling the underground of New York. Without the corpulent kingpin, the exploits of these superheroes seemed considerably less entertaining. As he stepped beyond the confines of Hell's Kitchen, he noticed a significant increase in foot traffic on the streets. He leisurely made his way home, replacing all the torches in his abode with ender candles, transforming the atmosphere entirely. He discarded the assorted clutter from his backpack into nearby boxes, then sank into the sofa, retrieving the soul stone. The gem radiated an orange glow as Yang Bo grasped it in his hand. I seek a teacher of both virtue and skill. As anticipated, the Infinity Stone remained merely ornamental in his possession. Even the most enigmatic soul stone proved no different. No paragon of wisdom and talent materialized before him. He took out the Tesseract and Loki's scepter from his backpack. Both still shimmered with potent energy, unaffected by their departure from their original universe. Yet, Yang Bo sensed that the light emanating from the Tesseract appeared somewhat diminished, leaving him to wonder if it was merely his imagination. What could this mean? Could it be that having two identical Infinity Stones within a single universe would dilute their power? I have never encountered such a setting before. Playing with the Infinity Stones in his hand, he prepared to conduct an experiment. He stepped through the portal to the netherworld, and, as he anticipated, the luminosity of the cosmic cube significantly intensified. If more stones were to be acquired, would they not become mere, ordinary gems? Nevertheless, Yang Bo's thoughts were rather far-fetched. Regardless of their quantity, each Infinity Stone would still harbor a fragment of power, rendering them far more precious than ordinary gems. The following day, Yang Bo lay in bed, while Sky, like an octopus, tightly entwined around him. The moment he stirred, Sky was startled awake. "You're awake?" Yang Bo affectionately ruffled Sky's hair. Sky gently bit her lip and shot him a playful glare, saying, "If you keep doing this, I might not just be sleeping, but rather in a state of coma." "Haha, the next time I'll aim for a coma." Sky playfully slapped Yang Bo's chest and sat up, declaring, "Yang, my father wishes for me to undergo the awakening ceremony, so that I can possess the ability to protect myself when faced with danger." Upon hearing Sky's words, Yang Bo pondered for a moment, realizing that her father was indeed correct. Awakening sooner would grant her more time to master her powers. Straightening his posture, he replied, "In that case, let us seek out your mother. If we proceed with the traditional awakening method, it may attract unnecessary trouble." Sky's mother, Jiaing, possessed the capability to awaken in humans without drawing the attention of the Kree. Whatever you say, Sky had no objections to Yang Bo's decision, as he was nearly omnipotent in her eyes. Yang Bo reached for his phone resting on the bedside table and dialed Coulson's number. "Yang, what made you think to contact me? Speak. What is it this time that you need my assistance with?" "There is indeed something I require your help with. I need information regarding the inhuman afterlife. Don't tell me SHIELD is unaware of it. I'm not entirely familiar with afterlife, but I will inform Director Fury. Yang, he wishes to speak with you. Hasn't he been able to reach you previously?" "Oh, I happened to be on a business trip during those days. I will contact him when I have the time." After exchanging a few more words, Yang Bo hung up the phone and lay still on the bed, scrolling through his contacts until he found Fury's number and dialed it. "Director Fury." Fury's voice immediately resonated from the other end. "Mr. Yang Bo, it truly is a challenge to reach you." "Haha, Director Fury, you know I'm quite busy. I heard from Coulson that you were looking for me. I wish to study the cosmic cube and harness its energy to create more formidable weaponry." Yang Bo was taken aback, asking, what prompted this sudden idea? "The potential strength of our enemies is exceedingly formidable, making me feel the inadequacy of SHIELD's power, particularly with regard to Thor from Asgard." Yang Bo felt speechless. Was the inertia of the plot this pronounced? Why does Fury still wish to study the cosmic cube? Although Yang Bo has already utilized the cube to open a portal, effectively announcing its presence on Earth to the entire universe. Nevertheless, I hope you can provide me with the research findings derived from the cosmic cube. After a moment of silence, Fury replied, "Certainly." Yang Bo then turned to Sky and continued, "By the way, could you assist me in locating the hidden branch leader of Hydra, Daniel Whitehall? I require him as a gift for my yet-to-be-met mother-in-law. The mention of Hydra visibly stirred Fury's emotions. Daniel Whitehall, is he still alive? He has stolen inhuman abilities and attained prolonged life. Director Fury, I hope you can help me find him. Once I locate him, I will inform you. Fury ended the call, idly toying with an old-fashioned pager. The Earth has become increasingly chaotic. Chapter 164. Disappointment with S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 fleeting days passed swiftly. Yang Bo and Sky remained at home, awaiting news from Fury or Coulson regarding the afterlife. However, to their dismay, no information arrived during this time, leading Yang Bo to question whether they had forgotten about him. With no other recourse, Yang Bo decided to reach out to Fury, largely motivated by Sky's physical limitations. Utilizing a communicator, Yang Bo summoned Caecilius. Once Caecilius arrived, Yang Bo dialed Fury's number, and the call was promptly answered. Without allowing Fury to speak, he inquired, Director Fury, are you in the office? Is it convenient for me to come by now? I am in the office, and it is quite convenient. Fury responded, engrossed in reviewing investigation files concerning the Inhumans. Upon hearing Yang Bo's voice, he readily agreed to meet. As Fury hung up the phone, he was surprised to see a portal materialize before him. I truly did not expect you to call before your arrival, Yang Bo remarked with a smile, stepping through the portal alongside Sky and Caecilius. He glanced at the unchanged office and settled into a chair before Fury. I am a rather polite person. I wouldn't suddenly appear in pivotal locations without cause. Unless, of course, we were enemies. Yang Bo maintained a cheerful demeanor as he faced Fury. He retrieved the Tesseract from his backpack and placed it on the table. Be cautious while studying this artifact. Should anything unintended emerge from it, do not call me, he warned. Fury cast a sidelong glance at the space gem, his brow furrowing slightly. This Tesseract appears distinct from the one I previously provided you. Impressed by Fury's keen observation and memory, Yang Bo replied with a chuckle. You are correct. This Tesseract was acquired from another parallel universe. Fury, the astute and enigmatic director of S.H.I.E.L.D., struggled to comprehend Yang Bo's statement. You mean a parallel world? How did you access this parallel universe? The S.H.I.E.L.D. director of the parallel world shared your ambitions to harness the Tesseract to develop formidable weapons against extraterrestrial threats. However, by an unexpected twist, I established a connection with the Tesseract in my possession, leading to my transportation to his realm. As you can see, the Tesseract is now in my hands. And I also managed to eliminate a significant portion of the Avengers and an alien army along the way. A triumphant smile graced Yang Bo's face as he revealed Captain America's shield and Thor's hammer from his backpack, placing them on the table. My spoils of war. Caecilius, standing behind Yang Bo, observed the exchange with an odd expression. While the words were truthful, there was an undercurrent that felt somewhat amiss. Therefore, Director Fury, should I happen to escape during your research on the space gems, I suggest you prepare for the worst. Furthermore, your communicator is rather inefficient. The words hung in the air, a blatant threat. Fury, with his singular eye, fixed a steely gaze upon Yang Bo. Yet, the situation was undeniable. He reached out to grasp Thor's hammer, which remained immovable. His attention shifted to the Tesseract. As he deliberated in his mind whether it was worthwhile to pursue the Tesseract in conjunction with another Yang Bo. After a brief 3 seconds of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Not worth it. Although somewhat displeased, he accepted this reality. However, Fury did not betray his feelings. He refrained from discussing the Tesseract and instead addressed Yang Bo. You tasked us with investigating the Inhuman gathering place, yet we have yet to uncover any leads. We have found numerous Inhumans, yet none possess knowledge of the precise location of the afterlife, save for one with the ability to teleport freely in and out. Yang Bo retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Fury. After igniting it, he took a deep draw before wrapping his fingers on the table. What about Daniel Whitehall? Don't tell me you haven't managed that either? Fury's expression darkened. Daniel Whitehall wielded considerable influence, and their lack of preparation had allowed him to elude capture. He had since gone into hiding, making him nearly impossible to locate. Upon hearing Fury's words, Yang Bo found himself at a loss for how to assess the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. He produced a pickaxe and dislodged Thor's hammer, tossing it into his backpack alongside Captain America's shield, and turned to leave. Director Fury, perhaps you should focus on your weaponry while I seek solutions in the parallel world. It seems to me that without Hydra, S-H-I-E-L-D has become rather ineffectual. Fury's countenance was grim. He yearned to rebut, but recognized the truth in Yongbo's words. Since their formal fallout with Hydra, S-H-I-E-L-D's overall strength had diminished by more than 50%. Were it not for the continued support of the Council, their capabilities would have plummeted to a mere 30% of their former glory, leaving Fury with little cause for satisfaction. Wait, Yong, may I accompany you to the parallel world? Yongbo turned in surprise at Fury's request, his brow furrowing in confusion. Aren't you going to study the Tesseract? Fury shook his head gently. My instincts tell me that venturing into the parallel world with you will yield greater rewards. As for the Tesseract, it is best left in your possession. This was a calculated strategy, certainly not born of fear regarding a hostile version of Yongbo emerging from the portal. Very well. I will show you the world of 2 years hence. To be honest, I find that world far more appealing. At least there are no insufferable vampires. The existence of discrepancies in a parallel world is entirely to be expected. Fury rose from his seat. Yong, allow me to tend to my current affairs. I will contact you in half an hour. Sounds good. I too have preparations to make. After agreeing on a time, Yongbo and his companions stepped into the portal, departing from Fury's office. As the portal vanished, Fury immediately pressed the call button on his desk. Hill, I require your presence for a moment. Half an hour later, all personnel destined for the parallel world had gathered. Yongbo, Sky, Cassius, Tony Stark, and Nick Fury were assembled at Yongbo's residence. Fury surveyed the interior of Yongbo's home. This was his inaugural visit. Although he had previously received reports from Coulson, no account could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Aside from the peculiar time tree and change tree, there was nothing particularly remarkable about the surroundings. Let us depart. It is time to set off. Yongbo called to the others as he stood beside the portal to the lower realm, urging them to hurry. Chapter 165. I am here for research, Universe No. 2. A few individuals arrived at a rather stylish underground space. However, in comparison to the home in Universe Number 1, it was akin to the disparity between a plaza and a 3-room apartment. The first thing Yongbo did upon arriving in this universe was to retrieve a sofa from his backpack and place it on the ground. The previous transition had been too abrupt, leaving him without a place to rest properly. Now, let me clarify the situation. I had engaged in some minor matters during my last visit, and I have a feeling that once I step outside, I will be approached by agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Cassilius silently added in his mind, eliminate that feeling. Yongbo then glanced at the others and remarked, except for Sky, the circumstances of the rest should be quite similar. The likelihood of S-H-I-E-L-D. Director and Iron Man being captured on camera and not being invited for tea is nearly non-existent. Fury was eager to discern what minor matters Yongbo had dealt with in this universe, for the reality of the situation was undoubtedly far more complex than Yongbo had conveyed. I plan to head to Stark Tower first. It undoubtedly harbors the extraterrestrial weaponry left from our last battle, which I will entrust to you, Tony. Upon hearing Stark Tower mentioned, Tony inquired, is that the Stark Tower still under construction? Yongbo nodded. No problem. I too wish to see how far I have progressed in this world. Is it considered cheating to copy one's own homework? Not at all. Tony was confident that with his intellect, 2 years would suffice to generate several iterations of the Mark armor. In doing so, he could simply tap a few keys to save over 2 years of effort, thus leaving Ivan far behind. Director Fury, do you have any matters or plans? I wish to understand the events of the past 2 years. This was Fury's primary motivation for coming over. He sought to learn from the experiences of a parallel universe to avert unnecessary occurrences. Yongbo nodded and proposed, I have a suggestion. Consider whether you would like to accept it. Go ahead, Fury replied earnestly, his gaze fixed on Yongbo, eager to listen. You could directly replace your counterpart in this universe. I assume you wouldn't have any issues with substituting yourself. Upon hearing this proposal, Fury's eyes brightened. If he could replace his counterpart in this world, he would naturally acquire a wealth of information and resources. And what will happen to my counterpart in this world? Yang Bo casually replied, he can experience your life. Whenever you both wish to switch back, you can negotiate. He then added with a teasing smile, you trust no one, yet I am curious whether you would trust yourself. Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged. He had already grasped Yang Bo's intentions. He merely wished to witness Fury's folly. Noting Fury's lack of objections, Yang Bo continued, in that case, let us set off for Stark Tower to seek out the Stark of this universe. To facilitate differentiation, we shall refer to our universe's Tony as Tony, while this universe's counterpart will be called Stark. The naive Sky inquired, how should we address Director Fury? With Sky's question, Fury sensed an unparalleled malice emanating from Yang Bo's gaze. In that moment, Yang Bo's mind conjured several potential names for this universe's Fury. Eggman? Motherfur? Or One-Eyed Man? Such a dilemma. However, for the sake of team harmony, Yang Bo ultimately refrained from selecting these amusing monikers, primarily due to the inconvenience they would pose in conversation. For instance, saying, Motherfur, how's your day? Would be rather awkward. Thus, let us simply call him Nick. That will be more familiar for everyone. Caecilius, please open a portal to the top floor of Stark Tower. As soon as Yang Bo's words fell, Caecilius opened a portal leading to Stark Tower, simultaneously demonstrating that magic indeed becomes second nature with practice. For Caecilius, conjuring a portal was as effortless as eating or drinking. No need for elaborate gestures or magical incantations. The sun hung high in the sky as Yang Bo and the others streamed forth from the portal. Tony surveyed his surroundings, his eyes growing increasingly bright as he remarked, oh, this is identical to my design. What a marvelous sensation. With that, he strode downstairs. Jarvis. Good day, Mr. Stark. Jarvis's voice resonated in the room. Tony's face initially broke into a smile, but quickly turned serious, for he realized a critical issue. Jarvis would be unable to distinguish between him and this universe's Stark. Conversely, it followed that his Jarvis would also be unable to discern this world's Tony. It seems I must first modify Jarvis's programming to establish a higher level of access. Deactivate all surveillance systems on the top floor. Understood, Mr. Stark. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open and a figure emerged, clad in a red silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful silhouette. The woman was none other than Pepper Potts. Upon noticing the scene outside, her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not exhibit the bashfulness of a young girl. Instead, she confidently nodded at Yang Bo and the others. Tony, you're back? Please hold on. I'll just change into something else. With that, she turned and re-entered the room. Yang Bo approached Tony with a playful smile, observing that Tony was utterly captivated by Pepper's beauty. So what do you think? Is her figure satisfactory? Any impulsive thoughts? Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Tony seemed to awaken from his reverie, yet Yang Bo, standing closest, could clearly see beads of cold sweat forming on Tony's forehead. Yang in this world. Did I marry Pepper? Not at all. Why do you ask? Yang Bo displayed an expression that all men would understand, yet Tony resolutely shook his head and said, no. My little Pepper is waiting for me at home, even though they look identical. Then he added, I'll take Stark to our universe later and see if he can focus. No, you can't take him over there. Yang Bo chuckled with delight. Tony, you don't even believe in yourself. All right, I was merely joking. I brought you here for research purposes, not to cause trouble. Tony nodded and began to access Jarvis's program. Observing the multitude of codes he had not added himself, learning and modifying as he went. Before long, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Pepper clad in a sleek black office outfit, leaving one to lament the absence of her glasses.